One fine day, this dude suddenly wakes up in his college dorm. But the crazy part is, Liu Zilu graduated from college 10 years ago. Man. Liu Zilu grabs his phone. The wallpaper is his ex-girlfriend. He opens the camera, and his face is clean, no scars at all. No doubt, Liu Zilu has been reborn back to the day the apocalypse hit. Before the rebirth, Liu Zilu had just become the 10th war god of the Dragon Kingdom not long ago. Two of the war gods who set up the battle formation threw a celebration party for him, but while they were chatting, a zombie king suddenly barged in. Liu Zilu fought seriously against that zombie, but at the most intense moment of the battle, two bastards stabbed him in the back hard. They teamed up with the zombie king to send him off to the salt mines, but what Liu Zilu never expected was that the mastermind behind this was his own girlfriend, Qinghan. She was the campus queen, and no one knew why she chose Liu Zilu among all the top-notch rich kids. He was happy to be dating a campus queen back then, but he had no clue that before the apocalypse, she was ordered by young Master Lee to get close to him. The Lee family is one of the three major clans in the Dragon Kingdom, a force not to be messed with, and young Master Lee wanted to use Liu Zilu to help expand their territory, then find a way to eliminate him. Liu Zilu had to pay the price by ruining his looks just to barely escape. For the next 10 years, he lived hunted by the Lee family. In the end, he still got taken down by Qinghan, the trusted aide of young Master Lee. Luckily, fate gave Liu Zilu a chance to redo his life. Now the apocalypse hasn't hit yet, and Qinghan is still his girlfriend. He can totally deal with her first. Just thinking about it, Liu Zilu gets a message from Qinghan. It says she can't celebrate his birthday with him today because she has to make up for a missed class. 10 years ago, Liu Zilu was naive enough to believe it, but now reading that message makes his blood boil. Her makeup class was actually some bed lessons with young Master Lee. That's Lee Haobo right there. Liu Zilu clenches his anger and texts Qinghan back that tonight at the abandoned warehouse behind the training ground, he has a surprise for her. Last life, Liu Zilu never understood why Lee Haobo hated him so much until he was sent off to the salt mines. Because of Lee Haobo and Qinghan, he missed his best time to level up. This life, Liu Zilu is determined not to let that tragedy happen again and to make those bastards pay. That evening, Liu Zilu arrives at the abandoned warehouse as promised. The sky has turned a murky color like blood. This is the omen that the apocalypse is about to descend on the real world. Exactly at 7 o'clock tonight, it will invade reality and turn Earth into a world drowned in death. Liu Zilu glances at some people in the schoolyard. He remembers they are survivors after the apocalypse, but that's not important. What matters is that Qinghan person over there. Thinking that, Liu Zilu quickly heads to the warehouse. Qinghan is already waiting. As soon as she sees him, she acts all pouty and says, "Why are you so late? If you have a surprise, just say it quick. I gotta rush to my makeup class." Those two words, makeup class, really grind Liu Zilu's gears. Last life, they even made a video for him as a birthday gift, seriously pissing him off. Hidden in Liu Zilu's sleeve is a knife, but his face still wears a genuine goofy smile. He's the grandmaster of acting. After all, don't rush, I'll tell you right now. Teacher Liu Zilu stays silent. Qinghan starts getting impatient because she has to rush to her makeup class. "If you don't say what you mean, I'm leaving." Seeing her impatience, Liu Zilu gets even more pissed. Without a word, he steps forward and grabs her neck hard. Qinghan's phone falls from her hand, and her expression quickly turns to panic. "You're crazy, let me go." Qinghan's voice breaks, looking pitiful, but it doesn't move Liu Zilu anymore. May 16th, year 47, Shanghai Super Deluxe Hotel, 53,239 yuan. Liu Zilu's face darkens as he spits out each word. Qinghan hasn't even figured out what he's saying when he keeps reading a bunch of dates, hotel names, and other amounts. After a while, Qinghan starts to recognize some of the hotels. Then after a bit more, she realizes these are records of her and young Master Lee Haobo's hotel stays. Qinghan trembles all over, saying she can explain, but Liu Zilu won't give her the chance, because her phone screen is still on, showing their half-finished conversation with Lee Haobo. And that chat exposed Qinghan's fake act. Even though Liu Zilu went through this last life, seeing it with his own eyes still made him smirk bitterly. He lets go of Qinghan for a moment and quickly scrolls to that 1 minute 36 seconds clip. This was the birthday gift they used to completely destroy his mind last life. He remembers every word in that clip clearly. He can recite every sentence Qinghan said. "Liu Zilu, my weak and stupid boyfriend. Happy birthday. Didn't even bother to think that I'm the campus queen of Shanghai University, so how could I fall for a broke idiot who's got nothing but looks like you?" Liu Zilu reads every word perfectly. The more he reads, the paler Qinghan's face gets, but he's not planning to stop. His voice stays steady, but you can hear the venom. Looks harmless but made Liu Yifei's heart freeze with fear. This was clearly the video of her messing around with Lee Haobo and recording it, so why hadn't it been sent out yet? How did Liam Sulok know what she was about to say? Damn, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten to be looked at by young Master Lee and enjoy all this wealth and glory, so I guess I still gotta thank you. Liam Sulok even mimicked Liu Yifei's teasing tone from the clip. This completely crushed her spirit, scared her so bad she slumped down in her chair, giving up any fight. Liam Sulok understood how she felt right then, but he wasn't about to explain anything. Once Liu Yifei was sent to hell, she'd have plenty of time to think about it. Thinking that, Liam Sulok grabbed her hands tight. The dagger in his hand swung, blood splattering everywhere. Liam Sulok's stab was deadly precise. Liu Yifei collapsed to the ground, blood spurting nonstop from her carotid artery. She clearly had no way out. Even though he just became a killer, Liam Sulok felt no fear. Instead, he was fired up. 10 years had passed, and finally, Liam Sulok got his revenge on that damn bitch. He was so hyped he laughed and cried at the same time, but revenge like this wasn't enough. After all, Liu Yifei was just a pawn in Lee Haobo's game. He had to find out why that rich brat hated him so much and make him taste a life worse than death. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the air. Congratulations, reincarnation host system activated. Apocalypse guidance. Liam Sulok snapped his head around. The sound came from his phone. It's 6:50 in the evening, which means 55 minutes left until the apocalypse officially hits. So why did this system show up already? Plus, this was the first time Liam Sulok had ever heard of this guidance system. Like it read his mind, the voice spoke again. This system can decrypt apocalypse data and give the host tons of experiences. The space around Liam Sulok started to encrypt. The system accepted him as the host, then pulled out a super-level guide called Absolute Drop Rate. It lets Liam Sulok's zombie kills have their drop rate jump from 1% to 100%, meaning every time he kills a zombie, it's guaranteed to drop an item. That's just too rich. Is this guide for real? Liam Sulok asked suspiciously. The system confidently swore it was truer than pure gold. Then a simulation window appeared in front of him, turning into his personal info board. Liam Sulok's current level was none, with only one guide, the absolute drop rate he just got. Every time he levels up 10 times, he can activate a new guide attribute. This scene was just like Hack Me. Seriously, next level stuff. Suddenly, having this amazing system made Liam Sulok super happy. With it, he could totally take down the Lee family's power. But the Lee family was one of the 3 great clans of Dragon Nation with deep and unpredictable strength, so he'd better be careful. In his past life, the reason Lee Haobo targeted him was still unclear. Liam Sulok only guessed vaguely it had something to do with his father who died early. Originally, he planned to kill Lee Haobo first, then run and grind levels. But with this guidance system, it looked like he could infiltrate the Lee family and catch them all at once. Thinking that, Liam Sulok felt super pumped. The Lee clan better watch out. He left the old warehouse. The sky was even gloomier than before. Outside, some couples were lost in passion, totally clueless the apocalypse was closing in. Then Liam Sulok headed to a hotel near the school. He rented a room by the hour, bought 3 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread. After all, Liam Sulok didn't fully trust this system dropped from the sky. Better to be prepared with the apocalypse coming. Back in the room, Liam Sulok called and specifically requested technician number 3 to serve him. Because in his past life, this woman turned into the regional zombie boss, and he got his ass kicked by her. This time, reborn with past memories, Liam Sulok wanted to strike first to grab the rewards, level up fast, and test if this system was legit or fake. Not long after, a knock sounded. "Come in," the doors unlocked. As soon as he said that, a female staff member dressed skimpy, with killer curves, came in ready to get down to business. But Liam Sulok wasn't in the mood for girls right now, especially one about to turn into a zombie in 5 minutes, so he told her to go take a shower while he pulled a dagger out of his backpack. Liam Sulok slowly approached the bathroom. The girl was showering, and when she heard the door handle twist, she smirked wickedly. "Knew you'd try that little trick. Hurry up, I'm getting tired of standing here." She thought she was about to put on a steamy show no kids should see. But just then, Liam Sulok's phone buzzed. It was 7 o'clock. The girl's body started to change, from pale and pretty to gaunt and greenish, veins popping, bruised blood smeared all over her. Her whole body trembled, the last bit of consciousness confused about what was happening. She screamed with a grim face, and Liam Sulok pushed open the bathroom door. The moment he stepped in, the last shred of humanity in the girl vanished, turning her into a full-on monster. It lunged at Liam Sulok, but he stayed calm, dodging and counterattacking. The experience from his past life was more than enough for Liam Zilu to deal with this zombie. Super fast, it was already taken down. Then, Glowing circles appeared beneath Liu Zilak's feet, and the surrounding space got encoded, just like when the system first appeared. This time, it was exactly like before. All players like him received the same notification. Welcome players to the apocalypse. The system has activated and can't be stopped. Players are invited to naturally develop in this world. Zombies here have super sharp hearing, but their vision is kinda slow. They can only see moving objects. After the apocalypse, only 20% of humanity got lucky and survived. The rest all turned into zombies. And the most important part, this is a one-life game. Once you die, there's no chance to respawn. Then came a long, boring intro about the game rules. First, killing zombies levels up the player, unlocking new attributes. The game experience is tightly linked to your level. Second, zombies drop gear, items, and supplies, but the drop rate is super low, totally RNG-based. Those are the basic rules for low levels. For higher levels, the system doesn't explain because it assumes humanity won't even make it that far. Liu Zilak got pissed off at the game's disrespectful attitude toward player skills. He was determined to climb to the top no matter what. Also, the world hides tons of secret missions with valuable rewards. Players have to search carefully to have a chance at discovering them. As for weapons and modern tech, they're all useless against zombies. In the early apocalypse, all human tech gear is jammed and temporarily unusable. Phones left behind can only be used to play games or read novels. If a player gets bitten by a zombie, they'll start turning into one themselves soon after. When night falls, zombies' basic stats get boosted, so hiding well is crucial. Plus, they can evolve to become stronger, so extreme caution is necessary. There were many other reminders, but the main point was players had to survive the 7-day newbie protection period first. After that, the real brutal battlefield would open. During the newbie phase, zombies are weak, so players can freely slaughter them. The tutorial ended there. Next up was character naming. Liu Zilak decided on a lame in-game name, Shoe Rider. Later, he used this name to take revenge on everyone who wronged him. Just now, Liu Zilak had successfully killed the area boss zombie, gaining enough experience to jump straight to level 2. He was also the first in the world to kill a zombie, earning a unique global special achievement, the #1 Blood Drinker. This achievement was instantly announced server-wide. Liu Zilak felt a bit hyped. Finally, he got a server-wide announcement achievement, something he couldn't get even as a war god in his past life. Immediately, news that player Shoe Rider killed the first zombie spread to all other players. They were still panicking, not understanding what was going on, barely done reading the game notice, and he already acted so fast. Liu Zilak wasn't worried about the attention, as he was busy studying his attribute sheet. Right now, Liu Zilak had 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 stagnation points, and a storage space 1 cubic meter in size. His basic stats included 11 strength, 15 spirit, 10 constitution, and 13 agility. Most importantly, Liu Zilak had a legendary talent called the Almighty Reaper. It let him understand many combat styles and master various basic abilities. Liu Zilak was pretty satisfied. His spirit and agility were high, plus that Reaper talent. This was probably thanks to the different skills he learned during his 10 years surviving the apocalypse in his past life. The money and reputation points he earned also mattered because some gear and items required a certain reputation level to use. Especially in the shop, there was even a personal firearm. But none of that compared to the #1 Blood Drinker title Liu Zilak just earned. Thanks to it, all his attributes got a 1-point boost. Plus, every day after midnight, his first attack would deal double damage. Getting 4 free attribute points was one thing, but this damage boost might actually be insanely powerful. After checking all his personal info, Liu Zilak went back to the zombie corpse again. He suddenly remembered the system's 100% drop rate hint he got back at the warehouse. Sure enough, next to the boss corpse lay a meditation necklace. This was a bronze robbery gear. Using it would increase spirit by 1 point and boost spirit recovery speed by 10%. Liu Zilak's eyes lit up immediately. Damn, that system wasn't lying to him. First try, and he already got a bronze-level gear. The system reminded him to use the hints wisely and not forget the system's existence. Liu Zilak kept doubting himself, so the system got a bit offended and spoke up. All right, got it. Liu Zilak nodded like chopping wood, not expecting a gift to fall from the sky like that. Looks like I gotta make the most out of that system. My mission right now is to use the 8 hours of daylight to hunt down zombies, 'cause at night, their stats go through the roof. Liu Zilu grabbed the meditation necklace, deciding to start clearing out the other rooms in this hotel. Before he could even step out, he heard noises echoing from the hallway. He cautiously held his dagger and opened the door, only to run straight into another zombie. After turning, zombies keep some traits from when they were alive. Seems like this one used to do some physical labor. Just look at those ripped muscles. Even though it's got a few stat points higher than regular zombies, that's still not enough to give Liu Zilu a hard time. The zombie lunged at him first. Facing its wild attack, Liu Zilu dodged and found an opening to counterattack. His blade plunged straight into its throat, pinning it to the wall. Even then, it tried to fight back. But Liu Zilu pushed harder, driving the dagger deeper. Finally, he took it down. He gained 1 experience point and 1 silver coin. From that muscle-bound zombie dropped a card representing a portion of a rare stake. These cards are legit supplies. Activating one gives you the item shown on it. Not super rare, but early game, it's pretty decent. Liu Zilu stashed the card in his inventory and started rummaging through the zombie's backpack. Inside was a photo of the guy with his daughter, kinda tragic, and a bunch of repair tools. Liu Zilu casually grabbed a hammer. Then he charged into the next room to keep hunting zombies. But when he stepped inside, the scene froze him in place. He saw 2 zombies, a guy and a girl, messing around on the bed. Freaked out, he bolted out and slammed the door shut. No doubt this hotel is messed up. The guests turned zombies but still didn't forget to do that kind of stuff. But with how they look now, it's not even arousing, just straight up disgusting. Liu Zilu didn't want to lose his mind watching this crap. Still, he didn't want to waste his precious 8 hours of daylight, so he peeked back in. The male zombie saw him ruining his fun and went berserk, charging at him. The speed was insane, but compared to the repair zombie earlier, this one's total stats were actually 2 points lower. Liu Zilu stepped back, got some momentum, and smashed the hammer right into its forehead. While the zombie staggered, he stabbed it again with his dagger, finishing it off. With his dagger spinning in hand, Liu Zilu didn't even need to look to know the other zombie was sneaking up on him. The blade went straight into its throat. After quickly taking down both, he gained 2 experience points and 2 silver coins. Just like the last 2, these 2 dropped gear. That guidance system is seriously magical. In his past life, Liu Zilu had to kill 100 zombies just to get a bottle of water. Now, every kill drops new gear. Can't ask for better luck. He opened the item box and got 2 scout eyes. These are one-time use bronze-grade gear that can detect wind blowing through grass within 10 meters. If someone approaches, it alerts the user. Each lasts for 10 hours. Liu Zilu grinned, clearly loving this. But before he could stash them, he heard cursing and heavy footsteps pounding up the stairs. Who's that? Who's making all that noise? If you're gonna party, at least be careful. Turns out it was the hotel owner, lucky enough not to be a zombie. As soon as he saw Liu Zilu, he started yelling even crazier. You little punk, no money in causing such a ruckus? If you don't kneel and call me grandpa today, don't expect to leave this place. Not sure if the owner was drunk, but his yelling wasn't enough. He lunged to punch Liu Zilu. Liu Zilu's dealt with zombies before. There's no way some clumsy, slow human could hurt him, but he still kept his dagger ready behind his back. You mutt, you think you can dodge me? Watch how I tame you. The owner cursed and turned his head. At that moment, he locked eyes with Liu Zilu's hellish glare. Liu Zilu really didn't want to mess with the living. If not for the hassle, he'd let the guy get bitten by a zombie and wait an hour for him to turn before taking him out. But in that hour, he could kill so many zombies, no time to waste here. To stop the guy from blocking him, Liu Zilu's dagger plunged down again. Survival in this apocalypse means kill or be killed. He won't let anyone stand in his way. After dealing with that noise, Liu Zilu went door to door knocking. At a corner room, he found another zombie. He kicked the door open and inside was a huge, turned zombie moving surprisingly fast. Liu Zilu loved fast, fierce opponents like this. They fought intensely, and the outcome was predictable. Liu Zilu came out on top again. From that zombie, dropped a good bottle of liquor. Then he started rummaging through the whole room, trying to find something useful. The owner of this room was also a rich guy, so the bedroom was pretty fancy. It was almost dusk, so Liu Zilu decided to rest here to avoid zombies. He still needed 6 experience points, which meant 6 more zombie kills to level up to 3. Glancing at the clock, only 20 minutes left until 8 o'clock. By then, the zombie's strength would seriously spike, so as soon as Liam sat on the bed, he jumped up and ran down to the first floor. He had to kill 6 more zombies to level up before nightfall. But the first floor was already empty. Liam wandered around searching, then his eyes caught a notice on the reception desk. As long as you're willing, technician number 3 is always ready to serve you. If there's a technician number 3, then there must be number 1 and number 2 too. The woman who was the healer mage for the male customers had already been dealt with by Liam. The other 2 hadn't shown up yet. According to the game's setup, zombies have super sensitive hearing, so to lure them out, you need to make some noise. Thinking that, Liam took the hammer in his hand and slammed it on the table a few times. Sure enough, some noises came from the room behind the cashier's counter. Liam cautiously stepped inside, but the room was empty. He listened quietly, and then heard sounds coming from underground. Turns out there was a basement here. Liam clicked his tongue and opened the basement door. The basement led to a vertical cave, with two zombies fumbling their way up. But their aim was bad. After climbing a few steps, they tumbled down hard. Liam couldn't bear to watch them struggle in vain, so he decisively jumped down and took out both of them in one go. He had killed two more zombies, still 4 short of his KPI, and the dagger in his hand was so dull it was useless. Liam really hoped one of the 2 items that just dropped would be a handy weapon for him. Just a wish, he said out loud. But Liam didn't expect his mouth to be that lucky. The equipment that dropped was the long blade, a standard military sword from the Dragon Kingdom, made of bronze-grade metal, about 70 centimeters long, very durable, and with a strong armor-piercing effect. Equipping it increases 1 attribute point and reduces 10% of the enemy's defense capability. After battle, the damage on the blade slowly repairs itself. Although later on, standard weapons like the long blade can be bought with coins, at this early game stage, having it was like a tiger growing wings. Liam glanced at the clock, only 10 minutes left until 8. Looks like he had to finish this fast. He climbed from the basement to the first floor, then went straight outside. Finding zombies outside wasn't hard. Standing at the hotel entrance, he snapped his fingers and immediately attracted one. But the zombies on day 1 were really weak. They stumbled over each other and fell without Liam even needing to move. In his previous life, when Liam woke up groggy in the bedroom, it was already the 2nd day of the apocalypse. The zombies had all leveled up to 2 by then. He lost the crucial leveling time because of the girl Yvonne Tang, but now things were different. With the long blade in hand, 1 swift kill on these weaklings was no problem at all. At this stage, the quality of this blade was amazing. He officially hit his KPI by killing 6 zombies before nightfall and leveled up to 3. Liam had planned to quit fighting, but then another little zombie came crawling over. He thought this one might be smarter than the others, but it just ran headfirst into the blade and died instantly. Though it was dumb, the gear drop from its corpse wasn't bad at all. It was a skill book. For now, Liam just put the skill book into his inventory. The clock struck 8. Liam's instincts quickly sensed danger, so he stepped back. Sure enough, right where he had stood a second ago, a zombie 1.5 times his size suddenly appeared. It was still a level 1 zombie, but all 4 of its stats were sky high. This was clearly because they reached their maximum growth boost at night. This thing in front of Liam was no joke. Its strength would peak within a minute, and he had to finish it fast or it would bring more zombies here. But taking down this raging monster wasn't as easy as Liam thought. The earlier zombies couldn't even take 1 hit from the long blade. Yet this zombie didn't flinch even after a direct slash to the neck. Its thick flesh made the blade get stuck. Liam tried to pull the blade back, but it was almost impossible. Facing the cloudy-eyed zombie, Liam had to retreat a bit. He grabbed the hammer from his inventory, took a swing, and threw it hard at the zombie. The hammerhead smashed into the zombie's forehead. Taking advantage of this, Liam pulled the blade back. He thought 2 quick attacks would be enough to mess it up. But it only made the zombie angrier. It lunged forward, trying to grab Liam, forcing him to step back several paces. But that didn't mean Liam was losing ground. He gripped the hammer tightly, and with his other hand, swung the long blade hard across the zombie's neck again. This strike was powerful and left a deep wound. With 3 fierce consecutive hits, even a level 1 zombie like this couldn't hold on anymore. Lam Su Lok let out a breath of relief. This monster's stats had already reached the top tier. If he hadn't stayed calm thanks to experience from his past life, there was no way he could have won. Lam Su Lok picked up the last few item boxes that had fallen to the ground, then started cleaning up the scene. It was already past 8 o'clock. The attributes of the zombies outside had increased by at least 50%. The noise from his fight with the last zombie was huge. If he didn't finish quickly, it would probably attract a whole horde of zombies. So Lam Su Lok dragged the zombie corpses to block all the hotel exits. Then he headed back to the deluxe room on the 2nd floor and activated the Scout Eye gadget. From now on, if anyone or any zombie came close, the Scout Eye's shield would instantly turn red to warn his inner senses. No matter what state Lam Su Lok was in, even if he was sound asleep, he would snap awake immediately. After activating the Scout Eye, he finally felt safe enough to take a shower. After a whole day of chaos, he smelled pretty gross. Once clean, Lam Su Lok finally had the headspace to check out the 5 unopened item boxes he picked up. Inside were a Night Veil ring, a 1-liter bottle of triple spring mineral water, 2 more Scout Eyes, and a peeled Peking roast duck. Food and drinks galore, weapons ready, and he even scored 4 Scout Eyes. Lam Su Lok was hyped beyond words. All the valuable stuff from his past life was now falling right into his hands. This was truly the greatest blessing heaven had given him. Besides the 2 Scout Eyes he just opened, the Night Veil ring was also top-notch. It was a bronze-tier item that reduced his presence by 30% when night fell. Plus, it boosted his agility by 1 point. Without hesitation, Lam Su Lok slipped it onto his finger. Then he remembered something else. The skill book he hadn't had time to open earlier. The drop rate for skill books was insanely low. He remembered from his past life that normal players from level 10 to 80 only had 3 chances total to get random skills, and even then, those skills might not fit them. In Lam Su Locke's previous life, there was a legend called the Skill God who had 25 skills, more than anyone else in the world. Lam Su Locke himself had 10 skills, already surpassing 99% of players globally. Now at level 3, he found a skill book. Before opening it, he was seriously tense. He prayed to every god he knew just to get a good skill that suited him. That was the only way his new life could get off to a smooth start. When the skill appeared before his eyes, Lam Su Locke's eyes went wide, barely believing what just happened. He unlocked the skill Full/Recovery. It was a warrior-type skill. When throwing a weapon, it dealt 120% damage. After hitting an enemy or reaching its max range, the weapon would automatically return to his hand. The throw and return distances were equal. While the weapon flew back, if it hit enemies on the way, it dealt 80% damage. The only downside was that if the weapon hit an obstacle, it wouldn't return. Lam Su Locke was super hyped because this was a rare warrior skill, combining range damage, automatic recall, and extra damage. Right now, the cooldown was pretty long, but once his spirit power increased, he could shorten it. After learning the skill, Lam Su Locke was itching to test it by throwing his horizontal sword, but before he could, his stomach rumbled loudly. Makes sense, he'd been busy all day and hadn't eaten. He opened his inventory, grabbed the food from the supply cart he'd earned today, and devoured it like someone who'd just come back from a famine. The aroma and taste rival a 5-star chef's cooking. Lam Su Locke demolished the meal quickly. Once full, he went back to his usual thoughtful, brooding self, worrying about his revenge path. If he wanted that path to succeed, he couldn't just follow the game's preset route like last life, or he'd just be repeating past mistakes. Thinking this, Lam Su Locke grabbed paper and pen to jot down notes and calculate the path he was about to take. Players had to reach level 10 to unlock the job system and pick a path that suited them. Actually, the 2 best jobs were still Warrior and Mage. If he chose Warrior, every level up would grant a fixed 1-point boost to Strength and Constitution, plus 2 free attribute points to distribute as he wished. If he wanted to be a tank, he'd pump points into Constitution. If he wanted to be a brutal warrior, he'd put them into Strength. For an assassin, he'd boost Agility. For the Mage job, every level up gave a fixed 1-point boost to Agility and Spirit, plus 2 free points to allocate. Most players focused on Spirit attributes. If they wanted to boost Constitution or Strength, they could be melee mages. But what Lam Su Locke was waiting for wasn't that ordinary. He'd had it in his past life, so this time he hoped to get it again. That was the hidden job, a high-level job different from the common ones. Players can unlock hidden job systems that only 1% of the global player base ever get. Even though each hidden job quest is insanely dangerous, the rewards are absolutely off the charts. Liu Zilu's hidden job in his past life was the Phantom Assassin, a legendary top-tier assassin in the Apocalypse game. When his agility stat maxed out, his raw damage would explode. Before his second job change, every level up gave him 1 agility point, 1 strength point, plus 3 free attribute points. If he hadn't been lucky enough to unlock this top hidden job in his past life, Liu Zilu wouldn't have escaped the Lee family's hunt for 10 whole years. He went on to create a bunch of other hidden jobs, including the Radiant Holy Knight, Soul Reaper Mage, Titan Warlord, and the Life Harvester. Players who get these jobs in the future will become war gods, which might come in handy for him later. After that, Liu Zilu started analyzing his attributes. Right now, he has 5 free attribute points to distribute. His strength is at 13, spirit at 17, constitution at 11, and agility at 15. After some thought, Liu Zilu decided to put 3 points into strength and 2 into agility. Once that was done, he dove back into thinking about where he might find those future war gods and exactly where the ancient grade artifacts from his past life were hidden. In the blink of an eye, dawn had come. Liu Zilu was still chilling at the Lee family's place, but the eldest son, Li Haobo, had already lost it. After hearing that Qinghan was dead, Li Haobo couldn't stay calm and kept smashing stuff around the house to vent his rage. Of course, his anger wasn't because he cared about Qinghan. It was just that his entire plan had been ruined by her. That damn Qinghan, where the hell did she die? She messed things up before I could finish gathering resources and send them to that useless Liu Zilu. On top of that, the Apocalypse game invading real life totally threw Li Haobo's plans into chaos. He kept smashing things to blow off steam, while Steward Zhao just stood there without stopping him, only giving a few half-hearted warnings. "Young master, please keep your voice down. Our guards have died or been seriously injured. If zombies break in again, they might not be able to protect you. Tell me this. If I just make that Liu Zilu pissed off enough to die, Wouldn't that send him straight to his disgusting old man? Li Haobo didn't even care about Steward Zhao's warnings. When talking about killing Liu Zilu, Li Haobo's face twisted into a crazy grin, almost excited in a twisted way. Steward Zhao was torn inside on one hand. He thought the terrible way the Li family had raised his son was why Li Haobo was like this. On the other hand, he figured training the heir like this might be logical, preventing future family bloodshed. But now, the apocalypse had descended. Thinking it over, with Li Haobo's personality, he was going to suffer big losses. Steward Zhao wasn't willing to accept that. Suddenly, Li Haobo spoke up. "What is it?" "A few days ago, didn't my dad say the assassin special ops squad wanted to find me? They must be in Shanghai by now, right? Tell them to come find those two." Li Haobo was dead set on finding Yu Qinghan, even if it meant seeing her corpse. And Liu Zilu had to be found no matter what. Li Haobo wanted to ruin his life, smash it to pieces. Steward Zhao was fed up with Li Haobo's attitude. But the Assassin Special Ops Squad was a group of elite soldiers trained just for him since childhood, so they'd obey every order. Meanwhile, Liu Zilu was just chilling when he suddenly sneezed. He didn't even know who was cursing him, but whatever, it didn't matter. After a night resting in the hotel's VIP room, Liu Zilu was fully prepped and jumped out the window in a flash. Zombies were roaming the streets by now. Since night had passed, their stats had fully recovered. Liu Zilu drew his blade and started a bloody feast. He kept taking down one after another. Now that Liu Zilu had reached level 3, these low-level zombies were no match for him. Plus, with the whirlwind slash skill in hand, the power of his Azure Blade was even stronger. The only problem was his spirit stat was too weak. Early in the game, you need to focus on strength and speed attributes, so he hadn't put any free points into spirit yet, which made the cooldown on whirlwind slash a bit long. After swinging his blade for a while, Liu Zilu was getting tired. He'd already cleared enough zombies to meet his KPI for the day, so he wasn't planning to continue. Instead, he switched to unboxing the dropped loot. His eyes lit up again when he saw he'd gotten a new attribute item. It was a bronze-grade equipment enhancement scroll, used to strengthen a bronze-grade piece of gear. This wasn't just useful, it was insanely useful. You couldn't even hope for better. After using it, the enhanced gear's attributes would improve. The first enhancement was guaranteed to succeed, but after that, the higher the level, the lower the success rate. Liu Zilu successfully enhanced his horizontal blade for the first time, boosting its power by 1 tier. Strength attribute increased by 2 points, and its enemy defense penetration rose to 15%. Plus, continuous attacks would add another 10% power. It was clear Liu Zilu was super happy with this enhanced gear. He put it aside and glanced at the other loot that had just dropped. Among them was a hidden-level spirit medium mask. Once worn, it could hide the player's basic info like in-game name and rank for 30 minutes, usable twice a day. In his past life, Lin Zilu never used this item, so he was a bit curious. He tried it on, successfully activated the info concealment, then just flopped down on the ground to rest for a bit. From now until nightfall, as long as he hits level 5, Lin Zilu could challenge anywhere he wanted without hunting for dungeons anymore. Even though dungeons were the main way to gain experience, food, and important items. To enter a dungeon, players just needed to find a teleportation array scattered around the city, step through the portal, and they'd arrive at the dungeon waiting room. There, they'd pick a dungeon suitable for themselves to challenge. There were also some special solo dungeons, basically hidden dungeons, meaning the rewards were crazy rich. Lin Zilu had memories from his previous life, so he didn't bother glancing at the usual common dungeons. He planned to go straight to the Lee family manor once he hit level 5. After lying around for a while, he felt rested enough. Lin Zilu strapped a watch on his wrist and continued his journey. On the way, he saw a house locked up tight, so he smashed the lock with his broad saber. Even though the door was locked from outside, inside was a total mess. Furniture was toppled over and blood was splattered everywhere. Lin Zilu followed the blood trail and opened the bedroom door. As soon as it cracked open, a blackened hand shot out from inside. It was fast, but not faster than Lin Zilu's blade. He stepped back 1 pace, creating enough space to swing his saber and strike, but the zombie inside was quicker than expected and pulled its hand back immediately. Seeing how smart the opponent was, Lin Zilu sidestepped to guard himself. Sure enough, the creature inside got frantic when he stopped moving. Its sharp claws tore through the wooden door. Then it smashed the door open and lunged out. Lin Zilu was ready by the door, waiting to hit it as it charged. His broad saber sent that zombie straight to hell. Lin Zilu stepped into the bedroom to check things out. He saw a neat photo frame on the table. The vicious zombie just now turned out to be a single dad of 2 high school kids. Lin Zilu felt a moment of confusion, but quickly snapped back to his cold, indifferent self. Screw it. There are so many zombies now. Who has time to feel sorry for every single one? Liu Zilu decided to use the house as a place to rest and eat. Having killed so many zombies, his food stash was pretty stocked. He casually picked 4 dishes and ate heartily, making up for the morning's zombie brawl. Then he flopped on the sofa to digest, pulling out his phone to check the map. Liu Zilu was currently on Bingshan Road, heading east. He figured he could reach his destination by afternoon. He was just a little short of the experience needed for level 5, but killing zombies along the way would get him there. As Liu Zilu stood up to leave, he heard faint noises from outside. Earlier, he'd been too busy stuffing his face to notice 3 little rats. The sounds came from outside the main door. They were the zombie kids he just killed, along with a blonde guy lying in wait. They'd seen Liu Zilu enter the house and smelled the food inside, so they were sure he had supplies that could turn into good food. The blonde guy led the siblings to wait, planning to strike Liu Zilu as he left, then steal his survival gear. But stealing from others isn't really right, the girl hesitated. What's wrong with it? In this apocalypse, that's how you survive. The blonde guy shot her down cold. Meanwhile, none of them knew Liu Zilu had already climbed out the window, then circled around silently to sneak up behind the 3 rats. Chi was confused and said, "Yeah, sis, we're right. He broke into our house, so we can treat him like a thief." Chi Jiao's mood isn't much better, so it's probably true. She got more worried. Plus, her starving belly sticking to her back, thinking about her dad turning into a zombie. She ran out with her brother, empty-handed. Since yesterday noon, she hadn't eaten a thing. No choice, who told him to have food. Chi Jiao, desperate, shouted at the top of her lungs. "All right, rob him. Let's clean him out." Before she could process it, she froze as a spray of liquid splattered before her eyes, her lifeless eyes wide open, staring straight ahead. Liu Zilu had struck, delivering a killing blow with his sword slicing across the tall guy's back, his face cold and expressionless. The guy fell face first to the ground, right where Chi Jiao was standing, scaring her stiff. She collapsed to the floor, screaming. Liu Zilu pulled his sword back to his side, coldly turning his back and said, "I wanted to save some spirit energy, but I can't let you lead zombies here." Then he threw his sword, spinning like a razor bomb. Liu Zilu's face was ice cold without even turning his head. His sword whirled around Qi Jiao, cutting off 2 of her braids. She was already terrified. Now she was freaking out, her face drained of all color. The elder brother who opened the tomb saw the intense situation and immediately ran for his life. Dark red bloodstains speckled his collar, scared out of his mind. After the sword blade traced a perfect path and did what it needed to, Zile quietly raised his hand to retract the treasure. Instantly, the sword fit snugly in his palm, his stance not shifting even a millimeter. Qi Jiao lay at his feet, her upper body soaked in blood. Zile turned to look at them one last time before leaving, his eyes full of judgment. He looked at the tomb opener lying motionless, lifeless, filled with contempt. The guy who abandoned his sister was just a waste of resources. The 2 brothers from the Cixi family got what they deserved, failed to steal, and ended up dead. Serves them right. They should thank me for not torturing them and letting them die so quickly, sparing them from suffering more disasters in the apocalypse. Finally, Zile left, eyes scanning around with a bored sigh. "Humph, playing the hero again. The government should award me the Good Citizen Medal." Looking back at that house, the window was stained with splattered blood. On the wooden table inside was a family photo. 3 people happy but cracked diagonally, no longer whole. The twilight slowly settled on the street. Zombies roamed freely, moving weirdly like puppets controlled by someone. They scattered in every corner. One climbed the wall with one pant leg torn at the calf. A woman in a high-rise building looked down, saw the scene and quickly called out, "Honey, come see this superhero." Her husband, though busy, responded with a puzzled look. "What superhero?" "I'm blocking the door to keep zombies out." She didn't take her eyes off what was below, pointing. "There, look quickly." Turns out it was Zile killing zombies. In moments, he took down 3 without breaking a sweat. She gasped, "Wow, a master." Zile was wearing a mask, so his identity was completely unknown. She wondered, weird, why can't I see his info? She glanced at her husband and suggested, "Forget it, let's call for help from the superhero. Ask him to save us." Her Western husband gripped his phone tightly, frowning in disapproval. "Don't even think about it. That would reveal our location and bring zombies right to us." He even argued back, plus this superhero hid his info on purpose, meaning he didn't want to reveal his identity. How could he agree to save people? Her eyes lit up like she'd realized a truth. Her husband was still the smart one. In another apartment, a hot girl was live streaming in a fiery red outfit. Seeing Zile, she didn't hesitate to open the window and call out, "Hey, big bro. I'm not shy at all," she said boldly with a flirtatious tone. "Come save me, big bro." He ignored the invitation, just smiling and continuing his work, leaving her stunned. Zilei knelt on one knee picking items, including options like steamed pork with vegetables, 666 cold remedy pills, and whitening toothpaste. She was obviously pissed, pulling the window shut while showing her anger. Can't you see the big picture? I have over 30,000 fans online. She went inside but kept throwing shade, boasting about having a rich big brother who drives to pick her up every day. Some ugly masked guy like him dared to ignore me. I'll make him pay, she said while holding a flower pot. She used all her strength, but Zilei just carried the pot out. Heading toward the window, as expected, she dropped it right where Zilei stood. He was focused on the card in his hand, but with his sixth sense, it wasn't hard for Zilei to sense trouble coming. Startled for a moment, he calmly stepped forward, letting the flower pot land just beside his feet. Reflexively, he glanced over. Contrary to her earlier annoyance, after successfully making an impression, the hot girl excitedly called out, "I'm here. Big bro, come save me. There are zombies here. I'm scared." Even with the mask, it was easy to imagine his emotionless face. She twisted her mouth like she was irresistible, thinking if he saved her, she'd have him wrapped around her finger. Of course, she was still attracted to him. Scumbag man, trying to play the flirt game with me, not even knowing who I am. Zilei said nothing, just quietly raised his hand. In it was a piece of raw meat soaked in zombie virus. This item in the apocalypse world is called the divine weapon to lure zombies. Once out, zombies within 100 meters will chase after the meat's direction relentlessly. This living bait was soaked with jumping chemicals. 1 second later, the meat flew into the hot girl's room. She stepped back, eyes wide and mouth open, clueless about what was happening. She got mad at Zilei, but didn't know she'd stepped into an anthill. "I don't want food. I want you to take me somewhere safe." Didn't he understand human language? She wondered. What's wrong with this guy? The answer came quickly. Hearing noise outside the door, she turned sharply, face scrunched tight. The zombie horde had somehow opened the door and crawled in. Out of control, they were like starving beasts ready to kill any prey. The hot girl turned pale, frozen like a log, blood splattered. Another life lost. The red liquid spilled more and more. Her livestream phone dropped, screen cracked. The live chat was chaotic, with many harsh comments. "What time is it to be live streaming upstairs? She's pretty chill, huh? Still here watching the live stream. Boo-hoo. How far have you leveled up? Where's the dungeon? I want to live. Boo-hoo. Damn it. Are zombies really this scary?" Zilei finished dealing with the mess, hands in pockets, casually walked away, thinking this was just the first lesson of the apocalypse. The apocalypse had begun, and human life was getting messier by the minute. Someone dropped from midair, another leaned down from the balcony. Liu Yifei was like the only normal person in this place. The first lesson was clear. Know yourself. Don't just go begging strangers for help. That's talking about that hot girl from before. He strolled like he was just out for a casual walk, while a horde of starving zombies charged in the distance. After wandering until sunset, he finally arrived. Right in front of Liu Yifei was the Shanghai Sports Complex, looking massive and solid from the outside. He glanced up briefly. No doubt, this was the spot. Liu Yifei raised his hand to check the watch, calculating still 2 hours before late night, plenty of time. He stepped forward, getting closer. At the entrance, the Shanghai Sports Complex probably held a silver-tier wild artifact. Set up in the Apocalypse game, special events would appear in iconic city buildings, like dungeons, hidden robot merchants, and wild artifacts. The wild artifacts spread everywhere. Anyone could unlock them. The wild artifact bosses had to be killed to drop the artifact. Compared to wild artifacts, these were more valuable but way harder to get. The silver-tier wild artifact guaranteed a silver-grade equipment or item. Liu Yifei scanned the place with the system, quickly getting results. Ding! The host is about to enter the Shanghai Sports Complex. Ding! The environment suits the mission requirements. Ding! Hereby announcing a mission to kill 100 zombies. He looked up at the system's instructions. The elite host needs to prove their strength. Please kill 100 zombies inside the Shanghai Sports Complex. No level limit. The reward is a random normal clue and a bronze-grade equipment. The mission deadline is 24 hours. Do you want to accept the mission? Liu Yifei thought about the 100 zombies. Most had already leveled up to level 2. He needed to think carefully before deciding. Such a huge sports complex. He originally planned to avoid large groups of zombies, use stealth, open the wild artifact, then bail. Now there's this mission? Liu Yifei frowned and asked the system, "What punishment if I don't accept or fail the mission?" A tone rang out with info. "Please rest assured, the system exists to provide a better gaming experience for the host, to let the host enjoy playing. So not accepting or failing the mission carries no punishment. Instead, the host will get 100 gold coins as consolation." Hearing that, he immediately relaxed, grinning. Damn, that's awesome. Without hesitation, Liu Yifei accepted the mission thinking, No matter success or failure, there's no loss. He started his first steps exploring the sports complex. According to his memory, the silver wild artifact was probably in the warehouse on the third floor. Liu Yifei followed his memory, face a bit grim. Entered through the side door, then along the safe passage on the first floor, mentally mapping out a detailed route. Basically, reaching the medical room on the third floor, it was almost 8 o'clock, night was falling. There were beds in the medical room. He'd sleep there one night, then continue fighting the next day. By noon on day 2, he could reach the warehouse on the third floor. Saying that, he crossed his arms, smug, planning to open the wild artifact, jump down from the edge of the upper floor outside, then bolt. Standing before a locked door, Liu Yifei sliced through the lock and chain in one swift stroke. The whole lock and chain shattered. He opened the door to find a zombie waiting inside, which lunged out at the noise. This one was muscular, gaunt-faced, eyes blood-red like a vampire, sharp teeth ready to snap up prey. Good start, Liu Yifei thought, then jumped inside. He grabbed the sword handle with both hands and stabbed through the zombie's throat, gritting his teeth, watching carefully. Liu Yifei pulled the sword back and frowned. The other hand pulled out a small hammer from somewhere, smashing the zombie's face repeatedly, giving no chance to fight back. The blood-spattered basketball bounced away. The outcome was obvious. This guy died on the spot. Liu Yifei had nothing more to say. Didn't expect that, huh? Even playing basketball turned you into a zombie. While watching, he squinted, noticing something strange. Right next to the body appeared a small wild artifact. Liu Yifei didn't hesitate to kick the zombie aside to grab the box, which projected an image of a new weapon, a super-grade light bullet and an old key. Some info about this weapon. It's a bronze-grade one-time use item that releases a dazzling white light. Anyone who sees this white light will go blind. The blindness duration depends on how long they see the light and their sensitivity to it. He happily picked up the loot, examining it carefully. Good stuff. Tomorrow night at the Lee family mansion, this is definitely a perfect control item for a group of 10. Liu Yifei grabbed his backpack from the floor. The key had Universal Key of the Sports Complex written on it. He left the place, slipping the artifact into his backpack, quietly satisfied. At least he could avoid banging on doors and making noise to attract zombies. Liu Yifei moved to another room, the door slightly open. He slipped inside. He skillfully scouted inside through the small gap, face tense like a stretched string. Inside was a bunch of students in sports uniforms who had already turned into zombies. They all looked cranky, identical. Turns out it was the ping-pong room. The paddles were still on the table. The zombie students moved toward the door. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei had successfully snuck in without making a sound. He crawled under the table to hide, peeking out as zombie footsteps neared his ear. Zilei raised his hand cautiously at the whole bunch. 1, 2, 3. A total of 17. Know your enemy. Know yourself. His face finally relaxed a bit. These zombies, by their attributes, weren't much different from him. A normal person would have to use all their strength to handle just one. But with his skills, 17 wasn't impossible. He scanned the area to see what he could use to his advantage. The big door of the ping-pong arena was closed. Just a small noise would probably lure zombies from outside in. Zilei's face froze for a moment as he calculated his plan. He figured he could take out 2 zombies first to level up to 5, then execute a retreat strategy with the remaining 15. After thinking it through, he stepped into battle, drawing his sword and eyeing the closest one. No words needed. It was you. Zilei jumped up and decisively sliced across the zombie's skull, his face full of determination. He was way too used to this by now. One unlucky victim fell, dead on the spot. Naturally, the noise startled the rest. They froze for a beat. 2 or 3 zombies turned to look at their fallen comrade, eyes blazing with fury. Gradually, more of them took notice. Their faces darkened, eyes glowing red as they all stared in one direction. Then the zombies charged like moths to a flame, furious beyond belief. On the other side, Zilei was already mentally prepared to face them. He placed his sword in front of him, his blue eyes shining. The zombies closed in, just a few steps away. He swung his blade hard in a circle, blood splattering everywhere. Without wasting a second, Zilei launched himself forward. He spun around, taking down 2 zombies whose legs he had just sliced, then handled the rest. Zilei landed not far away. The nearest zombie changed direction and slowly approached him. As usual, one slash across the head meant instant death. Zilei bit his lip. Just as he lowered his sword, the system notification popped up. Congratulations to player Zilei for successfully killing 2 zombies, earning 2 experience points, 3 copper coins awarded. Congratulations to player Zilei for leveling up to 5, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Zilei needs 100 experience points for the next level up. Zilei opened the system to check. Agility was increased by 1 point. Done with that, he jumped over the corpse onto a table, eyes closing slightly to feel the moment. Zyla now stood tall on the ping-pong table, surrounded by the remaining zombies. One was roaring threateningly behind him, but he noticed in time and tilted his body to the side. His sword lightly sliced the zombie's neck, and it fell backward. Zile clenched his fist tightly. Another zombie saw this and got scared, trying to run away. At that moment, the door behind it creaked open slightly, a single eye peeking inside before the door could open fully. After witnessing the eerie scene inside, it panicked and stepped back, hissing. It frowned and scowled, totally pissed off. What a damn mess. Loud noises erupted from inside. 2 or 3 people piled up, their shapes even visible from outside. This guy rubbed his chin with a sly grin, thinking, judging by those shapes, the zombies must be getting beaten up. The player inside must have supplies. Time dragged on, he waited and waited until his stomach was starving, face drawn tight, hair growing wild like mushrooms, but still no sign of movement. He muttered, as soon as he dies, I can loot his stuff and make a profit. Losing all patience, he brushed away the mushroom-like hair and frowned helplessly. Summoning all his courage and curiosity, he crept closer to the room to get a better look, telling himself, if you're done for, then I'll mercifully send you off a bit. Inside, Zile was still fighting zombies. The guy grinned wickedly, eyes gleaming. I gotta figure out a way to lure more zombies here. Inside the room, a ceiling panel popped open, letting outside light in. Zile had just finished fighting the horde when another zombie sneaked in, his whole body weak and trembling, barely standing. Zile gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his cheekbones. Damn it, the zombies' cries just attracted more zombies outside. A loud noise came from the entrance, making Zile jump and turn to check. The door had huge cracks spreading across it and the surrounding wall after being hit physically. After that impact, everything went back to silence, as quiet as a grave. Zile was already exhausted, he knew he couldn't wait much longer and wasn't sure how long this door would hold. After killing these zombies, he had to bail. He gripped his sword tightly and turned 90 degrees toward the remaining zombies gathering. Not 1, but 3 charged at him at once. They crowded around like they wanted to tear him into 100 pieces. Zile obviously didn't stand still. He flipped midair, taking down all 3 in a flash, sending them flying far away. Zile landed gently, placing his hands in front to brace himself against the momentum. His gaze was firm. He had handled quite a few already, but there were still plenty of zombies wandering the room. They shuffled around aimlessly. A few came toward him, screaming with slobber dripping from their mouths. Zile stabbed his sword straight through several at once. After non-stop fighting, he collapsed to the floor, wiping sweat from his forehead, panting to catch his breath. Right then, the system popped up a hint behind him. Zile blinked in surprise and looked over. It was a stamina potion, a one-time use bronze tier item that instantly restores 20% stamina and then recovers 5% stamina every minute for 5 minutes. After use, it has a 30-minute cooldown. He grabbed the potion and downed it in one gulp, immediately feeling a surge of energy. Zile stood on one side of the table and threw his sword toward the other end, slicing through a zombie's neck, killing it instantly and dropping another valuable item. He quietly approached Yang, opened it to check, still wary of the zombies nearby. Ziluo found a stable spot to sit, undisturbed by anyone, happily opened the pouch to take a look, his face completely shedding the earlier fatigue. This time, he received a bronze-grade injection bracelet, a piece of equipment that boosts the magic attribute of spirit by 1. The added skill was a sudden injection strike, able to summon several spikes from the ground to deliver a heavy vertical blow. The skill cooldown was 24 hours. Ziluo cautiously held the bracelet in his hand, suddenly speechless and awkward. Damn, an equipment with an added skill. Such good luck? He immediately strapped it onto his wrists and tested the new weapon to warm it up. The final door couldn't withstand the outside pressure any longer and collapsed. A few people outside instinctively fell hard to the ground, dust billowing everywhere. Ziluo just stood silently observing from afar. Through the thick smoke, he saw an uninvited crowd approaching. One hand in his pocket, the other clenched as if celebrating something. He sneered, perfect timing. The hungry zombies poured in from outside. Behind them came a whole horde, looking even more ferocious than the ones earlier inside the room. There were both guys and girls, faces mangled beyond recognition. Ziluo took a running leap, soaring over the advancing zombies, letting them reach but not touch him. The bracelet on his wrist flashed like a beacon illuminating the zombies. The ground cracked wider and wider, scaring them off. Of course, the only one laughing here was Ziluo. He was thrilled witnessing the effect of his new toy. This was just the beginning. From the cracks in the floor, huge spikes shot up. They grew densely, tangled, stretching straight up, stabbing wildly. Ziluo stood to the side, watching intently. He was briefly shocked by what he'd caused, cursing under his breath. The damage from this skill was probably something only a level 20 mage could pull off. One last zombie, who must have been hiding somewhere, suddenly jumped out. Ziluo gave it a charitable glare, his expression unchanged. Same fate as his brothers before it, this one got its neck sliced immediately. Just then, he noticed a spike growing right where he stood. He quickly jumped back to dodge. Ahead was chaos beyond belief. The spikes were busy dealing with the zombies. He stayed silent, watching. So many zombies dying. The system kept sending constant notifications. Congratulations to player Ziluo for successfully killing 2 zombies. Earn 2 experience points, 3 gold coins. Congratulations to player Ziluo for successfully killing 3 zombies. Earn 3 experience points, 5 gold coins. Congratulations to player Ziluo for successfully killing 2 zombies. Earn 2 experience points, 3 gold coins, plus countless other congratulatory messages flooding in. Ziluo's face brightened with excitement, instantly motivated to fight, laughing out loud. This trip was going to pay off big. He knelt before the unopened pouches scattered on the floor. Around him, zombies lay strewn, his finger pressing the item attribute button. First was a short-range shooter, a bronze-grade one-time use item that could shoot an object loaded into it to a designated location, no more than 30 meters away. Next was one-step curse, an equipped skill, bronze-grade, which could summon a physical attribute curse +1, agility +1, reduce footstep noise, with an added skill called curse action. For 10 seconds, movement speed increased by 20%, cooldown 1 hour. Ziluo immediately pressed to change the equipped item to the curse. System responded. Congratulations to player Ziluo for successfully equipping Windstep Curse. Base attributes, Strength 18, Spirit 18, Constitution 12, Agility 18. Ziluo's eyes widened in awe. Unless he successfully changed class, no normal person at level 10 could have stats like that. Seriously, too good. Seeing the situation turning in his favor, he felt even more confident, clenched his fists determinedly, made a promise to himself that after class change, his stats would be double those of normal people at the same level. Still, facing a huge army of zombies howling like starving beasts, Ziluo used zombie virus-soaked meat with a short-range shooter to practice. Face serious, hands quick, he lifted the gun. Firing several shots in a row, zombies kept charging. Seeing the meat exposed before them, they turned into beasts, the whole horde lunging for the single piece, growling savagely. Howling, Ziluo silently observed them from afar, fighting over the meat. He opened the system, selected the superpower Windstep Curse, skill curse action, pressed to activate, his legs moving swiftly. Inside the chaotic room, the zombies were so focused on the meat they ignored everything else, fighting among themselves. Ziluo took the chance to dash out of the room. After finding a spot he could call safe near the stairs, he stopped, panting heavily. The clock showed 7 p.m. exactly, 1 hour till 8. After dark, zombie attributes would increase significantly. He dragged his heavy steps up the stairs, mindful of calculations. This way, fighting zombies wasn't really advantageous. Better to find a place to rest and wait till morning. Entering a room, he shut the door tight. Ziluo showed clear frustration after a long string of actions, rummaging through his pocket for something. He pulled out the key he found earlier, trying to open the door. The two didn't match. Ziluo got more confused, realizing something was off. Why was the door locked? He used his knowledge to guess. The apocalypse started at 7, the sports complex hadn't closed yet, and the medical room usually locked only after closing. This door must have been locked after the apocalypse. Light shone through the keyhole. He stubbornly tried to insert the key again. Finally, he managed to unlock the medical room door. Liu Zilu walked in, hoping the person inside would be a bit honest. The room was half in complete darkness, half lit by a faint light just enough to see faces clearly. He stepped inside with a grimace, each step slow and careful not to make a loud noise. Suddenly, the door slammed shut right in front of him before he could react. The person behind pressed a blade to Liu Zilu's neck and asked sternly, "Who are you? How do you have the medical room key?" He didn't answer immediately. Waiting for the other to stop, Liu Zilu finally smirked. The guy was super cautious, no doubt. Liu Zilu quickly grabbed the other's wrist, holding the knife, restraining the sneaky dude who had been spying outside earlier. Without hesitation, Liu Zilu squeezed hard, making the blade slip from his grip, his face darkening, but he couldn't poke himself anymore. His foot moved smoothly, flipping the knife back. One hand twisted the guy's shoulder, the other held the knife, making him scream in terror, almost about to cry. Liu Zilu clamped his mouth and nose tightly. The guy struggled, but it was weak, quickly subdued. Liu Zilu searched the system's storage room, pulling out a prop from the apocalypse downtime, a polka-dotted cloth, his face clearly bored. He stretched the cloth around the room to cover the windows. The nurse saw this and said, "If you turn on the lights, zombies will come," he ordered. "Don't you see I already covered all the spots where light leaks through? Turn on the lights." The guy dropped to his knees trembling. hesitated but had to obey Liu Zi. But the nurse switched on the room light. There were 6 people, including him, inside, all trembling, staring at Liu Zi. The guy in the red shirt gritted his teeth angrily but dared not say a word. It was him. So many zombies survived there, yet he didn't die. They were probably waiting for him to die before coming to look. Liu Zi read his thoughts from his face, looking at him with pure contempt. That kind of look? I've seen it plenty. Why do you have to pretend to be crazy like that? He squatted in front of him to provoke. Let me teach you. In the apocalypse, never ever look at others with hateful eyes. The bastard didn't understand what was going on. A second later, Liu Zi struck, treating him like one of the zombies, radiating a deadly aura. He was gonna die. The others in the room shrank back, scared stiff. Only the brown-haired doctor showed no reaction. Liu Zi glanced and saw a small knife hidden in the guy's sleeve. This dude was well prepared. If he hadn't dealt with him earlier, he might have been the one taken out. Liu Zi saw the mood getting tense, scratched his head and forced a smile at Fan Min. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm a good guy. The whole group was awkward, imagining screams and chaos. If I'm a good guy, then you guys are the ultimate good guys. That ultimate good guy vibe is just weird. He kept justifying his actions, pointing fingers. You all saw it. He provoked me first. I had no choice but to fight back. I'm a super reasonable guy. As long as we all help each other, nothing bad will happen. A knocking sound on the floor, the doctor stepped closer, looking a bit annoyed, wanting to say something. But the first thing she said was defending him. That guy got what he deserved. We all saw it. Even though it was harsh, she still asked the others in the room, don't you feel the same? They got nervous when named, scratching their heads and all answered in unison. We do feel that way. Liu Zi finally relaxed, smiling with relief. Good then. He stepped forward, the group fell silent, standing stiff as if holding their breath. He didn't care, focused on his own business. Today's ping-pong match was a bit weak. If I'm in top form tomorrow morning, I can definitely do better, finish missions faster. Liu Zi found a spot, sat down yawning, ordered everyone to handle the bodies and hide the blood. They turned pale with fear but had to follow his orders. Yeah, they paired up to clean the bodies thoroughly. Some covered the bodies with cloth and carried them away. Others wiped off the blood stains. Liu Zi looked at the girl's silhouette and a thought popped up. This doctor feels familiar. Checking her info, nickname, Midnight Snow. No official title, no rank. She pouted reluctantly while cleaning the blood. Then it hit him, dumbass, Midnight Snow was her. In the last life, he met her during the apocalypse aftermath. Back then, she was already a secret healer. Flashback time. When Liu Zi got injured, he sought help from Snow. I knew her secret healer role helped me recover. She'd do anything I asked. Back then, she wore a medical outfit, just tied her hair up differently, glanced at him, then turned away coldly. This injury of yours is soul-related and can't heal. After several serious wounds, I still sought her help. Though the secret healer role was respected in the apocalypse aftermath and safe, basically she was a tool, weak and always at risk of dying by others' hands. Liu Zi rested his chin on his hand, nostalgic. Wasn't she spared from the apocalypse's destruction? She's so different now. Fate's weird. This life, just 2 days into the apocalypse, I get to meet someone I know. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes briefly, feeling overwhelmed. Plus, now they have a doctor, a nurse, and a repairman. The light suddenly flicked on, and a loud noise echoed from outside the door. Everyone in the room trembled, their eyes fixed in one direction. They were already holding weapons, and the door was covered in cracks. They got even more terrified, their faces drained of all color. Everyone stood frozen like statues. Only Ziluo sat calmly, half opening one eye to check his watch. It was 8:30 in the evening. He pulled out his stash of items. Looking at the feast laid out varied dishes full of nutrients from meat to veggies, steam rising, Ziluo casually stuffed food into his mouth, ignoring the confused stares all aimed at him. The nurse's stomach growled from hunger, and the guys drooled as they watched. Da Shui was in the same boat, so she took a risk and asked, "Where did you get all this food? Do you think we could get some too?" Ziluo smirked inside but kept a poker face. Gotcha. He held out a bowl of rice with a condition. Eating was simple, just help me with one thing. The nurse behind Da Shui trembled uncontrollably with fear. She stepped closer to Da Shui, who was tougher, and asked Ziluo, spit it out. Da Shui's mind was racing, worry clear in her eyes. Could it be what he wanted? Suddenly, he was right in front of her, handing over a paper with a smirk. On it were listed some medicines he needed. She and the nurse were to find them and pack everything up for him. Da Shui stared at him, stunned, then clarified, "You want us to help you find these medicines?" Ziluo pretended to look away, acting clueless. If not, then what? Da Shui was confused. What a weird dude. But she still took the paper with a bright, friendly smile. No problem, we'll find them for you right away. The nurse glanced over too. Ziluo then went over to the two tech guys to give instructions. These are the items I need. You four work hard tonight to make these. I'm leaving at 6 in the morning. Before I go, based on how many you make, I'll give you food. They accepted the offer. Our toolkits are all here. Ziluo spread out some rare material cards. You can all use these. After handing over the tasks, he left, waving and reminding them. If that's settled, get to work. I'm going to sleep first. Remember to find me at 6 a.m. for the food. Thinking to himself, the place was too close to the ground earlier. Zombies running back and forth disturbed his rest. Ziluo found a spot to rest and activated his protective shield around himself. Better to be safe than sorry. He carefully checked the treasures he collected and smiled with satisfaction. Yep, nothing missing. The info popped up. He was 22 experience points away from level 6. 100 kills. An elite host must prove their strength. Please kill 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Complex. No level limit. Task progress, 45 out of 100. The reward was a random normal clue and a bronze level equipment. The task deadline was 24 hours. Ziluo's eyes were already drooping, yawning nonstop. He had 6 hours total in the morning, enough time. He lay down on the soft bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The next morning, after enough rest, Ziluo returned to the infusion room to check on things. Inside, the four looked terrible from staying up too late, starving and gaunt, barely human. Ziluo smiled and walked over. Not bad, you did well. Da Shui and Nurse Kuang Shen were like pandas waking each other up. He handed them the food as promised. They didn't have to fight. One meal was enough to keep them going for a day. Each got one meal, fair and square. The whole group happily accepted. Thanks. The nurse hesitated, holding the card to her chest. Thanks. Da Shui's face brightened, smiling softly. I thought he'd kill us and take this stuff. I had my escape plan ready, but he actually kept his word. She closed her eyes, feeling love spread around. Maybe he wasn't as brutal as she thought. Ziluo carried a box of medicine, whistling as he walked. We only keep what we need. Da Shui asked, Hey boss, how do we use this card? He was so shocked he dropped the medicine box, frozen, mentally screaming that he forgot the apocalypse game didn't even have a beginner's guide. Last life. It took days just to learn how to open a storage space. Back then, he cried and screamed because he couldn't open it. Ziluo patiently explained everything bit by bit. Here, let me do you a favor. He pointed at the smart screen to select food. Instantly, chicken and a pot of soda appeared on the table. Ziluo sat back, arms crossed, proud as hell under everyone's admiring gazes. Da Shui smiled and said, Thanks, boss. Everyone now held different notes. A feast was laid out. The group enjoyed it happily. Ziluo sipped his drink quietly, thinking he should remind Da Shui she helped him so much last life. If they didn't get along this time, he'd lose a path in the future. Without hesitation, he stood, cleared his throat, and reminded them, Leave this place by noon. Later, Ziluo snapped his fingers, pulled back the curtains, letting warm sunlight flood the room. By then, the zombies in the sports complex should be all dealt with. Ziluo turned toward the door, expressionless. Before grabbing the handle, he frowned and glanced at Da Shui, warning her again, Don't mess up the time. Da Shui looked scared, voice trembling. There are zombies outside. It's dangerous. Ziluo chuckled dryly, calmly replied, You better worry about yourself. He left immediately, closing the door as carefully as possible. Liu Zilu glanced around the hallway. Once he identified the target, he quickly charged to attack. Ziluo swung his sword, decisively stabbing right through the zombie's neck, killing it instantly, and received a fishing rod. He used his other hand to catch the corpse, constantly telling himself to be gentle, gentle. Absolutely must not alert the zombies outside. Seizing the right moment, Ziluo swiftly took down the ferocious monsters one by one, fresh blood splattering around with a disgusting stench. The hallway felt eerily silent. Ziluo moved forward stealthily, focusing on observing and listening, his sword tightly gripped for protection. Ziluo pushed the door hard, causing a loud creak, and the scene inside shocked him. Damn. Are zombies these days just walking around without pants? Turns out this was a bathroom, and the zombie was in the middle of doing its business when the loud noise startled it. Their four eyes locked, a tasty snack right there, no way they let it go. The zombie bared its sharp teeth and lunged without even bothering to do the basic thing, pull up its pants. Two wrinkled, pathetic legs twitched under its weight. The zombie collapsed flat right in front of Ziluo. If it still had any sense, it should probably consider buying a bigger pair of pants. Ziluo stood like a god, the surrounding space supporting him, utterly silent. He waved his hand a few times, muttering nonsense. Can't we just fight normally? You had to rush out like that. I'm a pretty straight shooter, you know. The zombie then got a one-way ticket to hell. Ziluo lifted one of its arms to examine it. A few eyeballs were scattered on the sink. He concluded that the survival rate of people in this sports complex was really low. Plus, most people who come to the sports complex have pretty good physical traits. After turning into zombies, their attributes spike massively, which is a nightmare for regular players. The sign on the next room caught Ziluo's attention. It was a women's restroom. He scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. There's a zombie inside, so probably no survivors, right? Ziluo clenched his fists, cheeks flushed red, eyes shut tight, trying to psych himself up. It's just a women's bathroom, right? It's the apocalypse, and it's for the mission, no time to sweat the small stuff. He slowly pushed the door open, finding nothing inside. After checking around, Ziluo noticed the stall at the end was closed, with faint moaning sounds coming from inside. Excited, he thought, sounds like two zombies. Ziluo slashed the wooden door down, revealing two zombies cuddling intimately. His jaw dropped in shock. Damn, they're into some freaky stuff. The two disturbed zombies got agitated and charged at Ziluo together. Bad luck hit when a soda can was right at his feet. The female zombie slipped, falling down and dragging her partner with her. Then, somehow miraculously, both of them flew straight into Ziluo's sword. While he was still confused about what just happened, the system sent a notification, congratulating player Chewer for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, earning 4 experience points and 5 gold coins. Ziluo reached into his jacket pocket and fished something out. He pulled out his phone and started snapping pictures, casually evaluating. Zombies really are just brainless humans. Everything else is pretty much the same, like these weird hobbies. He zoomed in on the photo and realized something was off. Shanghai, sports complex, 2 zombies, male zombies height, female zombies height. A thought flashed through his mind, and Ziluo exclaimed, "Aren't these the legendary zombie couple?" He recalled from his past life experience that the earliest discovered zombie couples were in the Shanghai sports complex. They were inseparable, perfectly in sync, the kings of zombie strength. If a zombie couple teamed up, they could fight toe-to-toe with the zombie god or king. Ziluo grimaced, amazed that these two were so pathetic this life they were already taken out by him on day 3 of the apocalypse. The box opened to reveal something called Fusion Stone. According to the system info, it's a bronze-level, one-time use item that can fuse 2 bronze-level equipment of the same type, creating a new item, with a good chance of upgrading the equipment to silver level. Ziluo smiled with satisfaction and turned to leave the women's restroom area. After a few steps, a strange sound made him stop. Ziluo pointed his sword ahead cautiously and approached the glowing bathroom stall. He calmly peeked inside. The sparkling box made Ziluo excited. Damn, luck is on my side today. I even found a wild bronze treasure. The system checked and announced that player Chewer found a bronze treasure with 10 fame points. The system asked if player Chewer wanted to open the bronze treasure, which would take 30 minutes. Liu Zilu didn't hesitate and immediately gave the go-ahead. The system started the countdown. 25, 20, 19, 18, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The smart card slowly floated up. Ziluo grabbed it nervously, hoping it would boost strength or agility. It was a bronze-level physical fruit, a one-time use item called the Immortal Fruit, which permanently adds 2 points to physical attributes. It's a rare type of item, one of the few that permanently increase stats. Player Chewer, level 6, after eating the fruit, can increase physical attributes by up to 2 points. The effect on players of other ranks is unknown. If 2 players use the fruit as a team, each gets 1 point. Liu Ziluo smiled. Even though it was just a physique fruit, a permanent 2-point boost wasn't bad at all. He quickly rinsed the treasure under the tap, then bit into a big chunk. The delicious flavor spread through his mouth, making Ziluo feel totally chill. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He shouted out loud in excitement, "So good, gourmet food, gourmet food. Even at the apocalypse, there's some damn tasty stuff." At the same time, another notification popped up. Player Liu Ziluo had used a physique fruit, permanently increasing 2 points. Player Liu Ziluo's stats: base strength 18, spirit 18, physique 14, agility 18. On top of that, he also received a thick, heavy carpet. Ziluo whistled happily as he walked, clearly stoked. Damn, this sports complex is seriously hooking me up. Now I'm just waiting for the zombies behind me. Outside the main hall, the number of zombies was multiplying fast. They immediately noticed Ziluo standing in the distance. As the zombies swarmed closer, Ziluo swung his arm, summoning the carpet he'd just gotten. The monster's steps felt way lighter when they stepped on it compared to before. Ziluo grinned, feeling clever. This way, he wouldn't alert zombies in other areas. He swung his sword mercilessly while the system kept spitting out notifications. Congrats to player Liu Zilu for killing a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 bronze coins. Congrats to player Liu Ziluo for leveling up to 6, gaining 1 free attribute point. Next level up requires 200 experience points. Congrats to player Liu Zilu for obtaining a super-grade bronze-level supply card and equipment, Shadowlight Bullet. At the same time, Zilu lowered his sword. He lightly tapped the system screen. Congrats to player Liu Zilu for unlocking new bronze-level equipment. Player Liu Zilu's stats increased by 1 strength point. 19 points now, hell yeah. An elite host gotta show off their growth. Please kill 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Complex, no level limit. Mission progress, 62 out of 100. Ziluo reached out and grabbed the Yang treasure floating before him. The bronze-level Mighty Master wristband enhanced Mighty Master power, effectively suppressing others. Strength +1, physique +1. Attack has a 10% chance to apply suppression effect on the enemy for 1 minute. Suppression effect reduces body coordination ability. Using a skill to release the state will immediately cancel the suppression. Ziluo checked his character info. The head slot only allows helmets or masks. Wearing both only activates one. The next slot is for jewelry. Upper body slots are for armor, chest plates, or jackets. Lower body slots are for pants, feet slots for shoes. Arms can wear handguards, gloves, bracelets, or rings. Only one piece of each equipment type can be effective at a time. Ultra-rare gear won't boost stats. Each piece has different effects. Players can choose what to wear based on their needs. Strength is now 18 + 2. Ziluo moved into another dark corridor. In his hand was a cooling drink. Ziluo glanced around. The long hallway was littered with bodies everywhere. He tensed, thinking, a normal zombie doesn't have these abilities. They just bite humans to turn them into their kind. He guessed that unless, in a crazy emotional state, they wouldn't go for brain-eating humans. Only 2 types could cause this kind of scene. One is a zombie boss. Boss zombies are way stronger than regular zombies at the same level. They love to treat humans as food, and even eat their own kind when no humans are around, satisfying their hunger cravings. Ziluo analyzed. The second type is animal zombies. The chance is tiny. The stronger the animal, the easier it turns into a zombie. The weaker ones are even rarer, like 1 in a million, or even 1 in a billion might turn. Animal zombies are a big deal to humans, because they love to feast on human brain marrow but won't ignore zombies either. Something caught Ziluo's eye, making his face go pale. Wait, is that a zombie cat? Ziluo looked at the marks left on the corridor ceiling. The biggest headache for him was the zombie cat. Zombie cats have sharp hearing and quick sensing abilities. They definitely know he's here. His steps became more cautious. Liu Zilu used his scouting ability. Let's see if the zombie cat plans to ambush me or attack head-on. Where is it? I gotta sense its location first and seize the advantage. Looks like I found it. Ziluo's eyes widened. Thanks to his insane reflexes, he quickly dodged the zombie cat's deadly strike. Ziluo jumped back to keep a safe distance, simultaneously throwing the cat far away. It's called Sharp Claw, or the bronze-level 9th rank zombie cat boss. Basic stats: Strength, 21. Spirit 10. Physique 9. Agility 20. After-image counterattack. Speed instantly increases by 30% against enemies, totaling 120%. Damage dealt during after-image state is boosted. Damage taken is reduced by 50%. Ziluo thought it over. Animal zombies come with prefixes, representing boss level. Not just that, Sharp Claw's talent. After injuring an enemy, the wound tears open, and healing speed slows by 40%. Bleeding speed increases by 40%. Cat's gaze can trap enemies in terrifying illusions, causing fear status that lowers all enemy stats by 20%, and this effect also disrupts the enemy's combat state. Ziluo got hyped. This boss is naturally high tier. In terms of strength and agility, it totally outclasses me. No wonder it's the frontline boss of this apocalypse game. Slows down healing speed, increases bleeding rate. This attribute means that as long as the opponent takes damage once, that part basically can't heal during this battle. He rubbed his chin, smirked lightly, and a plan formed in Liu Zilu's mind. Just use my scary combat experience to kill you, zombie cat. Suddenly, the info board popped up, showing player Bite Rider facing a bronze-level boss, choosing the zombie cat claw, triggering the mission to kill the zombie cat. The zombie cat's grudge and gratitude. This stray cat with special talents was always a regular on the 3rd floor of the sports pavilion. Every day, cat lovers would bring it food. But after the apocalypse hit, the cat got infected with the zombie virus and instantly unleashed carnage. Its sharp claws swept across the bodies of those who once helped it, causing them agonizing deaths. Mission requirements: kill the zombie cat, reward 100 reputation points, 200 gold coins, 100 experience points, and a bronze-level item. Time limit: 8 hours. Penalty: permanent 1-level reduction of all attributes, plus a note that abandoning the mission equals mission failure. Liu Zilu wore a puzzled expression. The system's guidance showed the host activating the mission grudge and gratitude of the zombie cat was optimizing mission-related issues. When the progress hit 100%, Liu Zilu carefully read the mission grudge and gratitude, requiring killing the zombie cat. Reward: 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points. Bronze level loot, mission reward optimized, time limit 24 hours, no penalties, abandoning or failing the mission carries no punishment. Liu Zilu held his head, seemingly desperate. Damn, is this the apocalypse game I know? Is this still the mission system that screwed me over countless times? He unconsciously recalled his past life, where every mission he faced was insanely hard. Whether failing or rejecting, the game's penalties were brutal. For an average player with a 1% drop rate, the rewards looked decent, but the bronze-level boss at the apocalypse's start couldn't be beaten solo by dozens of players, and even the team reward was only 50 gold coins. Liu Zilu's lips trembled. Better to have nothing at all. As this cat's quality was looking at each line before him, he judged a poor mission now turned into a generous reward, with no nasty penalties. Without hesitation, Liu Zilu quickly hit the accept mission button. System notification. Player Byte Rider successfully accepted the mission grudge and gratitude of the zombie cat. Please complete within 24 hours. The zombie cat was slowly licking its tiny paw. It lay down, wagging its tail as if teasing Liu Zilu. He pondered based on his experience. Provoking the game boss now, the player would definitely lose and force the boss to make the first move. The cat's two glowing red eyes widened when it saw Liu Zilu sit down without attacking. He casually pulled out his phone and laughed joyfully, which made the cat furious. It opened its mouth and let out a howl, then pushed off with its hind legs to leap. Just as planned, the zombie cat started the challenge against Liu Zilu. Surprisingly, a hoarse, harsh voice came from the zombie cat's mouth. "Curse you, Liu Zilu, die, human." Liu Zilu clenched his teeth and leaned back to dodge the strike. He immediately summoned his weapon. The cat landed, eyes never leaving Liu Zilu. It charged again with a piercing scream echoing through the cold hallway. Grr. Liu Zilu focused intensely, striking the spirit cat hard with the sword's hilt. The zombie cat growled softly. It spun 180 degrees and shouted, "Cunning human. You didn't expect me to know before I spoke, huh?" Liu Zilu sensed the perfect moment had come, instantly took a defensive stance and decisively slashed. The sharp blade flashed, cutting off 3 of the spirit cat's claws. The cat fell, tensed up, groaning, "Humans hurt me. I truly cannot forgive." Liu Zilu arrogantly stared at the zombie cat. "Claws gone, come hit me now." The cat's rage peaked. It looked up and used the zombie cat's skill, cat's eye illusion. The spirit cat's 2 eyeballs looked like moving blood clots engulfed by thick black smoke. Liu Zilu realized the situation was serious. He was being pulled into an illusion. Before him now was a giant figure, with rotten human arms writhing from its eye sockets, nostrils, and mouth. Behind Liu Zilu were rows of souls of the wrongfully dead, screaming. Calmly, he asked, 10 years of face, just a zombie dungeon. Can you really scare me? You're not worthy." The spirit cat froze, its whole body stiffening, and its spiritual energy dropped significantly. The giant figure shattered into pieces. The cat looked helpless, only able to glare at Liu Zilu with bitter hatred. It limped away, trying to escape. Liu Zilu raised his sword high, using a full-power slash. The blade sliced straight toward the fleeing zombie cat. The spirit cat died. The system chimed in with no delay. Congratulations to player Byte Rider for completing the mission grudge and gratitude of the zombie cat. Successfully killed the bronze-level claw zombie cat, earning 50 experience points, 100 gold coins. Leveled up to 7. Gained 1 free attribute point, with the next level requiring 400 experience points. He became the first player in the Apocalypse game to kill a bronze-level boss, earning the unique global title Bronze Claw, currently broadcasting across the entire zone. A blue-haired guy leaned against the bathroom door, looking annoyed. Byte Rider. Again, Byte Rider? Who the hell is this guy? Why is every global announcement about him? The orange-haired girl looks super hyped. Wow, Nicey bro is so cool. When's he gonna ride the 5-colored cloud to marry this princess? At the front, after just killing 2 zombies, he got pissed when he saw the item. Ah, this flashy crap. I despise this announcement. In the silent night, a shadow sat by a huge window, swinging a glass of red wine, exclaiming, "That guy, dripping with long nation myth colors, is definitely one of ours." A fancy apartment sat quietly far from the city center. The redhead calmly took a sip, then said, "If a powerhouse like that is willing to join us, our strength will skyrocket." His subordinate got the hint and obediently replied, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, Zile smiled, satisfied upon receiving the notice. The whole area saw player Naishi defeat the zombie cat boss. He rubbed his chin and casually said, "Damn, this shockwave is kinda huge. Looks like I gotta hide my handsome face next time. Zile clicked the selection bar and pulled out a small chair from his inventory. Feeling a bit tired, he sat down. The zombie cat's stats were higher than his, though it took a lot of spirit and brain power to beat it this time. Clearing a bronze-level boss without injury was already a breakthrough. Suddenly, he thought, what if, next time the zombie cat boss is even higher level? 2 info boards popped up, surprising Zile. Congratulations to player Nai for receiving the global announcement bronze rank achievement. This reward includes 1,000 fame points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and 1 extra cubic meter of inventory space. Zile checked the game panel. Inside were details of his rewards: 2,000 fame points, 5,000 gold coins, 4 free attribute points, and inventory expanded to 2.4 cubic meters. Congratulations to player Nai for reaching level 7 and earning the bronze rank achievement. Stamina potion, single-use item, instantly restores 20% stamina upon use, then recovers 5% stamina every minute. Lasts 5 minutes with a 30-minute cooldown. Bronze rank achievement is the rarest title. Only the first player to kill a bronze-level boss in the Apocalypse game can get all attribute bonuses. Bronze-level bosses or common mobs reduce base attributes by 5%. Zila chose to swap with praise. This skill is amazing. Greetings, player Nai respect. Would you like to replace the First Blood title with bronze rank achievement? Zila firmly chose to swap. Immediately, a notification popped up. Congratulations to player Nai for successfully equipping the bronze rank achievement, effective for 1 hour. The player's base stats changed: Strength 23, Spirit 19, Constitution 16, Agility 21. Zile rubbed his shoulders. With these stats, even if the zombie cat revives, he can hang it up and beat it. Wonder how high his stats will be after the reset. Half an hour later, Zile approached the dead zombie cat. There appeared a pretty big yang treasure. He opened it and got the zombie cat's horn. Blowing the horn summons a vicious zombie cat claw. The player can command the zombie cat to fight for 30 minutes. Cooldown is 48 hours. The zombie cat inherits the player's base stats. All experience and gold belong to the player, but zombie cat kills won't drop items. Zile shouted excitedly. Summon items or growth type? Hell yeah. This means I randomly got a permanent helper. He boldly picked up the corpse to measure the fur, meat, and claws of the zombie cat. He remembered all could be crafted into armor, food, or weapons without attributes. Luckily, the whole body was treasure. Then Zila tossed the cat's body into his inventory. Done. He strolled away. Standing before a locked door, Zile thought, the Yang treasure silver must be in this warehouse. A faint whistle sounded. Inside was a gruesome scene. Skull eyes scattered everywhere, the stench of blood making anyone nearby want to puke. Zile was shocked to realize this cat's quality was no joke. He drew his sword, silently thinking, anyone seeing this would get goosebumps. Luckily, it's the Apocalypse. A cat with this many eyes would definitely shock the whole world. He searched the room, hoping the zombie cat hid some treasure inside. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? Lost in thought, suddenly a cat teaser stick accidentally hit Zile's eye. He imagined himself as a little cat, happily playing with a stick. Realizing he looked like a total idiot, Zile cleared his throat a few times to save face, except the cat teaser stick, which was still kinda new. Everything else was trash. I really had some hopes for you. He touched a big cloth and sighed, leaving. Time's running out, the last thing remains. After checking, when the white cloth was pulled back, the light from the Yang treasure sparkled, surprising Zile. That's legit. The system detected player Nai found the Yang treasure, silver, fame reward plus 20 points. Do you want to open the Yang treasure silver? It takes 60 minutes. Zile immediately signaled to open it. Player Nai is opening the Yang treasure silver, please wait patiently. Countdown started. May I ask if the player Nai wants to activate the white silver divine treasure? It requires 60 minutes. Zile immediately signaled to start. The player Nai is activating the white silver divine treasure. Please be patient. Countdown begins. After a long, dragging time, I finally heard the announcement. Player Chewer successfully unlocked the silver treasure. Player Chewer searched inside the silver treasure and found 360 gold coins, gained an expanded inventory space of 0.4 cubic meters, and earned 50 experience points. From the chest appeared a treasure called Silver Wing Cloak. Ziluo was stunned and exclaimed, "Oh my god." A silver treasure opened with an equipment piece that also adds a skill book, just as promised. The info said it's the double slash skill for warriors that can instantly deliver 2 attacks. Each slash hits with 70% of the base attribute power. The combined force of both slashes hitting the same enemy can trigger an explosion, dealing damage equal to 70% of the user's strength attribute. Ziluo smiled with satisfaction, rating it as pretty good. Exactly the warrior skill he needed, but this type of skill is super hard to pull off. If you're a newbie, you basically can't finish 2 slashes in a blink, nor can you trigger a critical strike from behind. But he was confident that his double strike would never fail. The system finished checking the special skill, double slash. Player Chewer, do you want to learn the double slash skill? Liu Zilu immediately accepted. A ding sound played, congratulating player Chewer on successfully learning the double slash skill. On the smart screen above, there were 5 small slots for equipment. Zilu lightly touched the silver-winged cloak. It's a silver-gray gear made from the feathers of various rare birds woven together. The back of the cloak had a special pattern that allowed short bursts of flight. It added physical and agility stats, plus a temporary delay resistance boost. While jumping or falling, it could effectively reduce short-term delay, with a cooldown of 20 minutes. Zilu was amazed. Damn, this cloak even comes with a skill. Player Chewer's basic stats were Strength 23, Spirit 19, Stamina 18, and Agility 23. Liu Zilu swung the cloak and fought around with a zombie cat. This time, he really scored a sweet deal. He added, I originally planned to take down Lee Haobo tonight, but looks like this target is a bit small. Zilu glanced back and suddenly asked, how about we send your whole crew off? What do you say? Liu Zilu slowly walked downstairs, thinking to himself, now only the last mission remains, completing the 1 enemy to 100 task the system assigned. Ahead, a male zombie was wandering slowly. Zilu grinned, tapped twice on the door. The sound echoed, attracting all zombies inside the room. Feathers fell from Zilu's cloak. He took momentum, excitedly shouting, this time, I'm going on the offensive. The cloak fluttered in the wind. Zilu charged forward without a hint of fear. The starving zombies were extremely ferocious when spotting fresh prey. Zilu summoned the holy sword, leapt high under the hungry gazes of the zombies. He gripped the wooden hilt with both hands, gathering strength to strike down. The first stab pierced through the zombie's head. Zilu retracted the attack, pulling the sword out, sprayed blood from the monster's body, then moved to a safer spot. Thanks to the cloak's magic, his whole body floated midair like a bird. The second target was approaching. Zilu calmly said, help me test the effect of double slash. You're a pretty decent target. He aimed the sword forward, then quickly slashed at a 90-degree angle with force. The pressure from the blade burst out so strong even Zilu was surprised. Damn, is the double slash really this fierce? The old zombie died, a blinding blue light shone from the wound on its neck. At the same time, a huge flame erupted, causing a terrifying explosion. Liu Zilu's eyes widened. The sudden event caught him off guard, and he was blasted far away with a scream. Whoa! Zilu pushed the sword forward, his face showing clear tension, both hands raised to claw. Zilu forcefully stabbed the sword into the ground, braced his legs tight to avoid falling into danger. The wind died down and he exhaled in relief. A zombie with stats 30% higher than others couldn't withstand the explosion's damage and collapsed. The thick smoke gradually cleared. Zilu looked at the remains and concluded. The speed of this slash was similar to the double slash skill, but the effect was way beyond just a little better. Finally, he said, experiment complete. The loud explosion attracted more zombies to the scene. Zilu grinned wickedly. Next, I gotta get serious. 15 minutes into the fight, the announcement kept ringing. Congratulations player Chewer for killing a level 2 zombie. Gain 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations player Chewer for killing a level 3 zombie. Earned 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Player Chewer successfully killed 100 zombies at the Shanghai Sports Arena, completing the 1 enemy to 100 mission reward. Drew a random normal guide and bronze-grade equipment. Do you want to claim the mission reward now? Zilu sat silently among the corpses. He didn't rush to answer, sheathing his sword. Looking at the desolate scene before him, Zilu was startled and wondered. Is it over this fast? He pulled out the card from inside the wooden box, counting again and again. The result truly disappointed him. Damn, did I get too many good drops before and burn all my luck today? Why are they all supply cards? He stretched his muscles to ease the stiffness, then said lazily, supply cards aren't urgent. I'll rest a bit, then pick them up. Zilu sat down on a chair. Why are they all just supply cards? He stretched his muscles to ease the fatigue, then said lazily, they're all supply cards, no rush. Rest a bit and then pick them up. Zila sat down on the chair, staring intently at the proposal the system sent earlier. He thought for a moment, then decided to draw the equipment first, get the gear, and then save his luck for drawing the guide. Important stuff and the good loot come last. That order gets the best results. Liu Zilu hit the draw button. The system signaled he was drawing bronze-level equipment. Congrats to the player for snagging bronze-level gear. The blood-sucking ring. This wicked ring can drain stamina from enemies during battle, adding 1 point to strength, 1 point to constitution, and the ability to convert 5% of self-inflicted damage into stamina through weapons transmitted into the wearer's body. Liu Zilu was hyped, turning damage into stamina, and with such a rare attribute, he carefully placed the ring into his weapon stash. His eyebrows knit together like they might stick. He worried, what if this powerful gear's guide turns out to be trash? A note popped up as Zilu finished speaking. Each guide in the common guides basically has practical effects and can be a huge help to the host. Though still a bit hesitant, Liu Zilu firmly signaled to draw the guide for me. He pinned all his hopes on this gamble, drawing the common guide complete. Zilu stared wide-eyed. On the smart screen, it said, "Congrats to the host for drawing Common Guide Level 1 Auto Loot, which can automatically pick up items dropped when the host kills zombies and puts them into the storage space within a radius of half a meter around the host. If the storage space is nearly full, with no room left, it can't pick up more." Zilu whispered, "Then let's start now." His eyes lit up, happiness shining as he imagined the future getting a 100% drop rate from killing zombies while constantly looting items on the side. Liu Zilu jumped down excitedly, clenching his fist, grinning ear to ear. Before, he feared a high drop rate might bring bad luck. Now, no more worries. Then curiosity hit him, so he asked, "Is level 1 the rank for common guides?" The familiar voice answered. Level 1 represents the rank of the Auto Loot Common Guide. If the host draws this guide again later, it will upgrade. After leveling up, Auto Loot's range increases, and it might gain other side effects. The system's guide missions trigger randomly based on the host's situation and state. The host can't specify the circumstances or events. Zilu was already impressed by the first guide's power. He wondered what skills the others would have and what type he'd draw next. He glanced toward the piles of zombie corpses lying around. Liu Zilu walked around slowly, savoring the feeling the rewards gave him. Congrats to the host for obtaining a supply card, a pack of barbecue seasoning, a battery with 50% charge, bronze-level items, a scout's eye, and a delicious guinea pig feast. The system detected the host had looted many item types, so auto-loot was optimized. From now on, it only notifies the host of gear and item acquisitions. The supply card automatically sorts items into categories inside the host's storage space. Zilu exclaimed excitedly, "The experience isn't bad." He opened his inventory with his hand. Inside was plenty of food, drinks, tools, junk, and special items, all arranged super neatly. Zilu admired the detailed, thoughtful sorting. Suddenly, he remembered when he fought the zombie cats. He had a loot guide but wasted a lot of time and didn't know the current time. Looking at the watch on his wrist, time was flying by. Liu Zilu ran hurriedly, no time to eat, had to get to the Lee family estate first. He leapt out the big window and vanished. Over at a huge villa, Haobo was happily fooling around with two beautiful girls in the living room when his face suddenly turned serious, eyes sharp. The grandfather clock showed it was 12:10. The two girls looked confused and worried. Haobo said nothing but sat up abruptly. He cruelly slapped one girl hard, making her fall back. Haobo growled angrily, "Why aren't you back yet?" Feeding them all this time was a waste. Finding two people shouldn't take a whole day. Xiao Kai Guang stepped forward politely, calling the young master. The assassination team only arrived at Shanghai University at 7 this morning. Shanghai University is crawling with zombies, the situation's complicated, so the search is naturally a bit tough. Haobo ground his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, zombies again. These damn zombies are driving me crazy." He was frustrated and roared, "What kind of hellish setup is this? I killed the zombies, so why don't I get any experience?" Haobo recalled thinking this twisted game would level him up to make up for his weak body. He had the bodyguards beat the zombies half dead so he could land the final blow, but how did you only get a little experience from that? Just then, the big door swung open and a tall figure appeared. Haobo angrily asked Uncle Vin, "You're back. Did you find that bitch and the orphan boy?" Vin Jan slammed a big bag on the ground, coldly reporting, "Young master, the girl was found, but the boy wasn't." Haobo couldn't hold it anymore and bellowed, "Found her? Where? Tell her to get her ass here. How dare she sneak off?" Vin Jan pointed to the bag and said, "She's dead, inside here." Haobo's face turned pale, unable to believe what he just heard. "What the hell?" Vin Jan casually explained. "According to the clue provided by the young master, we tracked down Yao Tingham's roommate and finally found Yao Tingham in the school warehouse." He bent down and started unlocking, the screech echoing in the cold air, the stiff corpse with blotches of red stains soaked into the collar. Only then did Vin Jan recount. After she was killed, she was stuffed into a large container. We also found a blood-stained set of men's clothes inside. Haobo stared at him, seemingly falling into a state of extreme panic. Vin Jan continued. "Before this girl died, she suffered terribly at Jin's hands. The injuries were all on the nerve points, causing excruciating pain. The stench of blood made Haobo cover his mouth and vomit a few times, while I argue that the killer seemed to have an in-depth knowledge of Long Nation's acupoints culture. Every slash was precise, using a very special shock weapon, striking specific spots to shatter the surrounding tissue. He knelt on one knee, lightly touching the bag. The torture technique was so brutal that even the world's top assassin, Xiling, couldn't pull it off. Vin Jian frowned, speculating that the one who killed Yao Qinghan was probably her enemy. That killer might be a threat to the young master. Haobo frantically wiped his mouth and said, "She was just an ordinary beauty queen, if it weren't for her and that loser." His words stopped him mid-sentence as he realized, stammering, "Loser. Liu Zilu isn't Li Haobo." Spreading his arms, he tried to explain, "No, absolutely not. He's an orphan, no parents. How could he be as strong as you say?" Haobo leaned forward, and the big surprise I was about to share with him. He couldn't know that Yao Tingham had betrayed him. Vin Jian looked a bit surprised and asked the young master if Liu Zilu was really Lin Jian's son. Haobo didn't deny it. It had to be him. Vin Jian closed his eyes tightly. The young master was right, but that didn't rule out the possibility of an accomplice. What the world's top assassin couldn't do, his helper might. This enemy was extremely terrifying. The man showed clear worry, and facing such a top-tier assassin, even the 100 men I brought might not be enough. We'd need more security personnel. This shocked Li Haobo. "What? Uncle Vin, you guys aren't enough? You're a top 10 master in Ling Nation, and you brought a full elite squad." He slammed his hand on the man's shoulder, urging him, "Then go quickly behind the mountain and find more bodyguards for me, even if they haven't gone through final training. I don't want to die. I absolutely cannot die." "I will not die." Vin Jian smiled reassuringly. "All right, rest easy, young master, with me here. I'll protect your life no matter what." His loyalty was clear even in his thoughts. As long as he could protect the young master well, even if it cost him his life, it was worth it. The evening appeared in the vast sky. The server congratulated the player and Han Xe for successfully killing a level 3 zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 8 and gaining 1 free attribute point. Zilu was thrilled. "That fast? I thought I'd only hit level 8 by Wednesday night, but it's half a day earlier." He pondered. "But that's good. Leveling up quickly means I don't have to grind dungeons anymore. Tonight's dinner will be a nutritious bar." Zilu looked toward the villa. "Li Haobo, I'm coming." A sly smile curved his lips, forming a fierce grin. "Ready to settle the score with me?" The large estate looked like its owner had spent a fortune on it. The top soldiers were deployed in small groups and 2 straight lines. In their hands were rifles always ready for combat. Zilu hid behind a large branch, safe enough not to be easily spotted. He waited until the soldiers moved far away before landing. Zilu searched around the dense bushes for something. There was a secret button camouflaged by paint matching the grass. The staircase opened, leading to a deep underground space. Zilu smiled in satisfaction, thinking he remembered correctly. This was it. Before descending, Zilu pressed the secret button again. The garden's original state was restored as if nothing had happened. Zilu arrogantly thought, "Li Haobo, I'm leaving you a way out, but just when you hope for it most, I'll sweep you up in one go." His face darkened with malice. This move was the Vi Master Tak Kuyits, one of Long Nation's famous military strategies. "With so many idiots around you, do you think you can beat me this time?" Zilu followed the path deeper into the key area, where guards were denser. On their backs were insignias. Zilu immediately recognized them as the Liupsat elite squad. The elite squad that Li Haobo trusted most, old enemies from the previous life. The prey was already in his palm. "I really know you guys too well." Zilu smirked. "But the Li family's layout, I didn't carefully observe it last life." He focused on the large door guarded by 2 soldiers. The path here seemed fine, but the actual flaws were not small, just that. Suddenly, a voice calling Mr. Vin from afar startled Zilu. "Is that Vin Jian?" He looked at the man's back. Sure enough, it was him. Vin Jian, one of Long Nation's war gods, the assassin war god, before the apocalypse was the captain of the Liupsat elite squad, often fighting in the chaos zones controlled by the Li family. Skilled in close combat and leading squads to hunt targets, Zilu recalled that after the apocalypse game started in his previous life, because of Li Haobo, he began hunting me. His underlings failed multiple assassination attempts, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. Zilu was cornered, unable to escape. Vin Qian gleefully raised his gun. He had pushed himself to the brink many times and was arguably Zilu's greatest enemy. But Zilu used his invisibility card and slipped out of that life-or-death situation by the skin of his teeth. I'm Vin Qian's biggest humiliation, leaving him standing alone in indescribable rage. Word is, I earned that title because I escaped right under his nose multiple times and shattered his legendary assassination squad. Zile laughed. We're truly enemies who glare red-eyed when we meet. A strange murderous aura immediately caught Vin Qian's attention. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Meanwhile, Lin Zile flinched, lucky to react fast enough. Lost in thought, Zile suddenly remembered something. He quickly devised a plan in his head. This time, a direct fight meant certain death, but as long as Vin Qian died, he could sever an important arm of the Li family, greatly increasing his chances of victory. Not wanting to waste another second, he pulled out his invisibility mask and put it on. Just as Vin Qian approached to check, Zile had vanished without a trace. The underling walked over with a polite call. "Mr. Vin, the young master invites you on a trip," he replied coldly with a single word. Zile watched their backs and promised himself he would never miss such a golden opportunity. He changed direction and ran the other way. Based on combat experience and skills, Vin Qian had to suspect something. "Nothing there? I clearly sensed someone just now. Could it be that I'm just too paranoid?" He loudly reminded himself that the estate's patrols and defenses were stronger now and thought, "I don't care who it is. If they dare to snoop around and threaten the Li family, I won't let them leave alive." The underling obediently responded. Yeah, time flew until exactly midnight. Haobo yawned repeatedly and asked Vin Ka, "Can I go to sleep? It's midnight. Zombies are active outside, so who would come kill me?" He replied casually, "Young master, better to be cautious. My gut says we're definitely being targeted." Haobo angrily threw his watch to the ground, shattering it, and roared curses. "I'm bored to death because of some useless guy who doesn't even dare show his face, making me stay up late here." Zhao Kai Guang smiled kindly. "Young master, if you're bored, you can find some fun." Haobo immediately signaled Dong Fuan with a slap and smirked. "Right, I can find some fun," he excitedly said. "By the way, Uncle Vin, didn't you catch a zombie during the day?" The man explained, "Yes, young master, I want to bring it back for research to quickly develop anti-zombie weapons for you." Li Hao slyly suggested, "There are plenty of zombies outside. Let me play with this one first." Vin Qian showed obvious concern. "Young master can play all he wants, but I'm afraid the zombie going berserk might hurt you." But he had another plan in mind. Using the zombie to calm the young master down was not a bad idea. Haobo excitedly reassured, "Don't worry, my way of playing won't hurt me. And even if the zombie goes crazy, I'm not scared. There are plenty of people in this estate." Vin Qian ordered to bring the zombie caught this afternoon to the young master. The underling hurriedly obeyed. Yes, Mr. Song, the zombie was big and muscular, restrained with shining iron chains and a muzzle. It struggled fiercely, growling unintelligible sounds. Haobo looked much more sinister and ordered, "Move my big iron cage here." Inside were 6 girls locked up. Their faces were sad, gaunt, and exhausted from long hunger. Haobo laughed wickedly and pulled out a large golden bell. When it rang, all 6 girls suddenly snapped awake. They went crazy, rushing at the bars, wildly flailing their hands. Li Haobo leaned back on the sofa, casually tossing the bell aside. He curled his disgusting tongue and signaled some action with his finger. Haobo stomped his foot hard on the floor and moved toward the girls, raging like wild beasts. Li Haobo's excited demeanor was silent but looked downright insane. 2 soldiers nearby understood and grinned triumphantly. The skinny one stepped forward first, handing Haobo a key and receiving orders. "Open it quickly." The clinking sound signaled the coming of a horrific scene. The zombie, stimulated by the smell of fresh meat, became even more ferocious. The skinny guy cautiously approached and quickly removed its muzzle. The ferocious zombie bared sharp teeth at the young man. Haobo spoke excitedly. You restrain it. Wait until we unlock its handcuffs and shackles, then throw it into the cage." Suddenly, someone reckless appeared, running over carrying a spear. "Young Master Li, this is too cruel. Maybe you should spare them." Before he could get angry, the manager quickly knelt beside him, panic-stricken, explaining, "Sorry, young master, his name is Wang Dahu. He died last night and was just added as a new bodyguard. He's naturally strong but has issues. Please don't mess with him." Haobo crossed his arms and asked harshly, "Are you telling me how to do my job?" Wang Dahu repeated his old plea, begging the young master to spare the girls. The manager was speechless, stammering in fear, "I dare not, I was wrong." The young master's mercy amused Haobo greatly. He laughed cruelly. "Ha, it's been a long time since anyone dared challenge my authority." He glared and asked, "Wang Dahu, right? Can you fight or not? Where's the guy? Catch him for me." The young Qing Tian had one arm twisted behind his back. The soldier braced himself, clenching his fist, ready to strike head-on. Wang Dahu didn't flinch. Just one hand was enough to block the attack. The whole room fell silent. Haobo was shocked, thinking, "Huh? He actually blocked that punch?" Vin Qian witnessed everything from start to finish, then finally smiled and said, "Interesting." The soldier's arm trembled under the pressure. They stood face to face, ready to fight. The soldier's mind was in chaos. He was losing to this guy in sheer strength. He lowered his head slightly, rage rising. "You've humiliated me like this, so use your life to pay back the honor I lost." Even the soldiers glanced back and shouted, "You too, hold him down for me." They stepped forward, clearly not fully agreeing. "I'm telling you, Black Star, have you been hanging out with girls too much lately?" "Yeah, how could an untrained bodyguard push you around?" But everyone knew Wang Dahu's strength couldn't be underestimated. "We mustn't let Mr. Vin favor this guy." Quick as lightning, two of them grabbed one of Wang Dahu's arms and slammed him down hard. Black Star seized the chance, arrogantly lunging forward. Dahu was helpless, forced to take the hits. Black Star didn't hold back, treating him like a punching bag, throwing punches freely. Haobo nearby warned, "Don't kill him." Black Star obediently complied. "Yes, young master." Haobo said cruelly, "Aren't you supposed to protect those women? Then watch them die right before your eyes, with your subordinates cheering it on. Only a young master knows how to find fun." Wang Dahu was pushed against the iron bars. The girls inside seemed resigned to their fate, sitting silently. The skinny guy laughed brightly at the tall zombie. It was pushed by people with sticks toward the bars. The zombie looked around, apparently choosing its first victim. It locked eyes on the long-haired girl curled up. Hunger made drool drip from the monster's mouth. The zombie lunged with a deadly bite right at her neck. For the first time in his life, Wang Dahu saw such a horrifying scene. He cried silently, but his mouth was gagged, so no sobs escaped. Wang Dahu struggled to break free, but all efforts were useless. He was utterly desperate, his whole body trembling. At the same time, the soldiers let go. Wang Dahu knelt on the cold tile floor. Haobo was even more ruthless. He ordered, "Throw this Wang Dahu into the cage. Isn't he strong? I want to see who's stronger, him or the zombie." The soldiers shouted in support. "Young Master Lee is young Master Lee. Way classier than us uncultured folks. How could we think of such a good point? No wonder he's the young master, but some still think differently. Even though it's the apocalypse now, you can't treat human lives like trash." Wang Dahu was carried up, the iron cage door opened again. The zombie was frantically gnawing on the girls' corpses. Wang Dahu was thrown inside. The zombie paused for a moment. It smiled when it realized it had a fresh new prey. The zombie slowly approached. The woman's voice echoed in the young man's mind. "Dahu, be careful. I'm waiting for you at home," he sobbed, calling for his mother. He couldn't live to come back and take care of her. Suddenly, Wang Dahu's eyes snapped wide open, and he forced himself to focus. "No, I can't die. Mom's waiting at home." Wang Dahu braced one hand down, ready to fight. The zombie roared and dragged its heavy body toward him. Wang Dahu swung a fist straight at its head, knocking the monster backward. He seized the chance, grabbing the zombie's belly to weaken its defense. Wang Dahu screamed and forced the monster against the bars. Despite its constant struggling, the clash echoed loudly throughout the mansion. Suddenly, Wang Dahu spat blood, pierced by a sharp clawed hand from the zombie's belly. Wang Dahu stubbornly refused to let go, fighting back, but fresh blood flowed more and more. Haobo watched like it was a show, excited and thrilled. Wang Dahu tensed, stepping back a few paces. He decided to use his final critical attack. Then Wang Dahu clutched his festering wound, exhausted, collapsing, and gasping for breath. He knew he was done for, only able to silently send regrets to his mother. "I was wrong, I shouldn't have listened." Vin Qian remained silent, sighed, lamenting the pity, while the soldiers felt satisfied, thinking the threat was dealt with. Ashim. Death was quick after all. Wang Dahu's corpse suddenly twitched uncontrollably. His eyes slowly turned blood red, skin darkened, fangs clenched fiercely. Zile waited outside the mansion. The moment had come. He smiled slightly. While the soldiers weren't paying attention, Zile carefully approached, slit one's throat. Blood sprayed onto the courtyard. Zile changed clothes, planning his next move, when suddenly he heard a voice. "Dai, why are you here?" Zile whispered, spotting a dozing soldier. "I came to wake him up." The soldier yawned loudly and replied, "All right then, damn, I'm speechless. The team captains and squad leaders are chilling in the main hall, having fun, while we're stuck here guarding the door like slaves." Two other guys chimed in. "Yeah, last night we dealt with losses all night long. And during the day, no rest at all. They really don't see us as human. You're lucky. I haven't slept in almost 24 hours. I'm speechless. I just want to make sure we're safe. Why don't the captains come out here and guard themselves?" Zilok pointed straight up and said bluntly, basically telling us we're not even human to them, just bullet sponges. The fat soldier finally noticed something was off and got curious. "Hey, when did you get taller?" Zilok looked at him with a wicked grin. Minutes later, Zilok had swiftly taken out the top soldiers and cursed, "Any idiot who spills the secret deserves to die." Moving deeper into the mansion's core, Zilok took down another guy. He spotted someone trying to escape in the distance. With insane speed, Zilok blinked and appeared right next to his target's subordinate. Before the guy could hit the ground from the sharp blade, Zilok fired a signal flare into the sky. Following the flare's direction, he dashed off hard. The bullet got halfway before his sharp tip destroyed it. It fell right in front of Zilok. He pulled out his knife and coldly said, "Good thing I studied the Lee family's ammo in my past life, or this wouldn't be so easy." The system detected all the security guards outside the Lee family estate had fallen. The host's defense alert triggered, releasing a special mission, retaliation for the betrayer. No one survives after pissing off the host. Tonight, the host becomes death incarnate, collecting every life in the Lee estate, tasked with killing the remaining 296 people. The reward is a random common guide and a bronze tier equipment. Time limit, 12 hours. Host, do you accept the mission? Zilok clicked, accept, and smiled satisfied. Perfect. Li Haobo, now you've got one more reason not to die. System info, retaliation mission accepted, defense barrier activated. If any of the 296 Lee family members leave the estate, the host can track the escapee's location in the search menu. Good luck completing the mission. Zilok was curious. Defense barrier? That thing just messes with your mind until you die. He remembered it first appeared in his past life during the war between Long Kingdom and Wa Kingdom. He recalled after Long Kingdom set the revenge barrier around Wa Kingdom's capital, their soldiers chased Wa's people fleeing for days. The barrier lasted at least a month for this reward. Zilok rubbed his chin, then crushed Wa Kingdom so hard that they cried for their moms. Excited, he looked at the building. Today, I gotta make the most of this chance, see how fast these gadgets really are. Just a few steps in, the system's second notification surprised Zilok. Congrats, host. On smoothly, activating the mission and progressing fast. Plus, the kill count keeps rising. 70 or 80. Zilok was confused. What's going on? I haven't even started killing yet, and people are already dying. He ran anxiously, thinking, I gotta check what's happening just in case. Inside the building, voices were chatting loudly. Hey, troublemaker, what are you doing? The girl's dead for good now. So embarrassing. You snapped her spine with too much force. We just lost a toy. She's gone. What do we do now? Suddenly, a creepy voice echoed in the air. Then how about playing with me? Vin Jan frowned, focusing hard. The voice repeated 3 words over and over. Play with me. Vin Jan stood up straight, expressionless but clearly tense. He'd never seen anyone radiate such thick killing intent without even showing up. This space made him feel like a little witch facing a grand wizard. Haobo sat down, scared, whining nonstop. It's here. It's really here. Someone's out to kill me. Zhao Kai Guang hurried over to comfort him. Young master, calm down. People from the Guo Yang group and Mr. Vin are here. You'll be fine. Haobo stammered. Yeah, Uncle Vin, kill them. Vin Zhan straightened up and loudly asked, I don't know why you came to the Lee estate, but can we sit down and talk? A thought popped up. Since he made it here, he must have dealt with all the people stationed outside. The strange voice answered, I may be human, but right now I'm death itself, here to collect your souls. Vin Zhan immediately signaled his allies. 3 thugs started searching around, trying to locate the voice. Suddenly, a bomb dropped from above, startling them. The object shook violently, then a blinding flash erupted, freaking everyone out. Ah, my eyes. Am I blind? What is this? Am I about to die? Help, help. Strong legs wrapped in powers stepped in. The 3 thugs lost their focus. Zilok caused spikes to shoot up from the ground, stabbing in a surprise attack. The thugs were pierced straight through by the spikes. Zilok then used a full slash to cut their throats. Just as Vinjan noticed, Zilok vanished into thin air. He left another bomb behind as a greeting. A huge fire burst instantly, and Zilok disappeared. Vinjan was barely affected, grinding his teeth in rage. Damn it, this time I didn't even see the enemy's face, and I lost a ton of men. He stood amid the scattered corpses, feeling heavy. A subordinate nervously called the boss. His terrain control is like magic. It seems all of Li Young Master's guards and mercenaries are dead. The sword behind keeps chopping. The victims are our unit's brothers, including Black Bear, Croc, and White Wolf. Vin Zhan got furious and shouted, Enough. Just tell me how many of us are left to fight. The subordinate panicked. Vin Tran got pissed off and shouted, Enough. Just tell me straight. How many people do we actually have left to use? His subordinate panicked. Except for the young master, the boss, and Uncle Zhao, there are 66 brothers in total, including 10 seriously injured allies, and more than 10 soldiers whose eyesight still hasn't recovered. Haobo was nearly losing his mind. Who the hell did this? So who's the bastard that ruined my plan and stole my fun? Uncle Vin has to get revenge for me, chop that guy into pieces. Vin Qian growled as he ordered, search everywhere for him. If anyone can take on 100 enemies alone, it's him. Vin Qian quickly told Uncle Zhao to take the young master and the skinny monkey to hide inside the secret passage. Me and the rest will stay outside to block that assassin. Kai Guang had no choice but to obey. All right, that guy's still here. I feel like he's watching us. Vin Qian gently placed a hand on the old steward's shoulder, as if putting all his hope on him. Zhao Kai Guang looked up at the sky, his whole youth tied to this place. Even if he left, there'd be no regrets. Zile found his safe spot in the fancy mansion, silently thinking this was totally unexpected. Didn't expect this steward to be a master too. Right now, the life count is at 200. Zyla pondered, they probably think like me and want to split half the people outside to protect. Escorting Li Haobo away, dealing with the rest first. I'm still confident I can escape unscathed. He lightly tapped the system button, and 2 clear info panels popped up above. Zile sighed, no wonder Vin Qian managed to snatch 3 Qing Tong weapons in such a short time. From the room earlier came a scream, come out and face me. Hiding it is just disrespectful to your status. Zile sneered, using the classic baiting tactic. You want to stall so Li Haobo can leave first. I won't let you get away with that. Opening his bag, he wanted to control the zombie cat's command horn, the first type that can assign specific targets. Second, control it with his own consciousness. Finally, the spirit cat inherited 60% of the host's basic attributes. Zile decided to activate it. The cat appeared like a god. In Zile's hand were 55 small daggers. He threw them forcefully, aiming straight at the ceiling. The blades sliced the big chandelier's wires. It fell right where Vin Qian was standing. Lucky he dodged it. Countless shards from the chandelier shattered, stabbing into the eyes, mouths, and throats of the soldiers behind. While Vin Qian and his close subordinate were panicking, the zombie cat suddenly lunged at the young man. He screamed in pain. Zile seized the chance, swiftly wiping out the remaining soldiers. The perfect human-beast combo left Vin Qian helpless, only able to watch. The system couldn't find even the most basic data. Vin Qian exclaimed in shock, why can't the system find your info? What the hell is going on? He clenched his fists, clearly losing patience. Enough! Who the hell are you? Vin Qian nearly exploded in rage, shouting, arrogant. Zile tilted his head, mocking silently. Weak skills, low stats, even personality hasn't matured like it will in a few years, and no plan to kill these mercenaries yet. Humph, the more you expect, the bigger the disappointment. Then he calmly replied, look closely, what do you call despair? In a blink, Zile easily took down the small fry around him and stepped right in front of Vin Qian, making his face turn pale. His body trembled uncontrollably, mouth seemingly blocked, only able to make sounds. Ah! And the next moment, his body stiffened and collapsed to the ground with a faint sound. The cat, almost invisible, looked at Vin Qian and said, go chase Li Haobo's group. Then it jumped away, leaving Zile standing there, holding the dagger, eyes on the system display showing the protective barrier alert. He muttered quietly, they probably haven't escaped the manor yet. He nudged Vin Qian's shoulder with his foot, mocking, move it, squad leader of the Assassin's Guild. Vin Qian, with a cold face, shot back, the Assassin's Guild is almost wiped out. Am I still worthy of being called the squad leader? At that moment, Zile grinned triumphantly, feeling pure joy inside, thinking, killing all his men right in front of him, bit by bit crushing his will to fight back. This is the highest level of defense. Like water bursting through a dam, Vin Qian suddenly sat up, screaming, who are you? Tell me who you are. If not, I'll die with my eyes wide open. But no matter how much he yelled, Zile gripped the dagger tightly, stepped closer, and said, dying with eyes wide open? Is that even a thing? Vin Qian panicked, trembling as he backed into the wall with no escape. With one stab to the neck, Zile gently sent him off, but his eyes stayed wide open. Still, Zile didn't stop. He kept stomping on him, muttering all the deep hatred inside. I still remember how you looked that day. You kicked me to the ground, called me a brat, an orphan, a waste. How dare I challenge the Lee family's authority? Thanks to your actions, you taught me one thing. Before killing someone, don't waste words. If you can strike, don't talk too much. Look at you, lying there talking to me. Isn't that great? That's the real reason you die with your eyes wide open. Satisfied, Zile exhaled deeply, turned, and walked away, already planning how to deal with the next targets. Vin Qian was dead, so that's like cutting off a useful arm of the Lee family. After that, dealing with the Lee family will be way easier. He swung the door wide open, hands in pockets, calmly stepping out of the room full of corpses. In the secret room of the Li family, Li Haobo stood next to Zhao Guangkai, his face pale, clutching his head in frustration, saying, Uncle Zhao, They definitely won't chase us all the way here, right? He hurriedly spoke to reassure. Of course not. Mr. Vin will handle those guys. Young master, before he could finish, a loud noise outside cut him off. He quickly glanced toward the door and saw the silhouette of a person pressed against it. Fear surged in Haobo's heart. He kept screaming. It had to be people sent by Liu Zilu coming to kill Yao Qinghan first, then come after me. Steward Zhao saw him freaking out and tried to calm him down. Young master, don't panic. We've arranged others to guard the secret passage. They won't expect us to be here. Hearing that, he felt somewhat relieved, but anger still brewed inside him, grinding his teeth as he cursed. He really didn't know how that guy knew about my connection with Yao Qinghan, or where he found such a powerful assassin. Suddenly, Mr. Ru noticed something and said, could it be that Lin Jian left some leeway for Lin Ziluo? As soon as he finished, he jumped up to quickly refute, no way. When we killed Lin Jian, our Li family nearly wiped out the Lin clan completely. There was no chance for Lin Jian to leave any escape route. If it weren't for the boss insisting on keeping a bloodline of the Lin family, Lin Ziluo would have been dead long ago. At that moment, Ziluo stood outside, just one door away from the two, overhearing the whole story. A cold aura slowly radiated from him along with the words, so that's how it is. Inside, Haobo seemed to recognize the voice. Fear began to consume him as he shouted, Lin Ziluo. No doubt, that's Lin Ziluo's voice. How could he get here? How did he find this place? Ziluo exhaled deeply, leaning against the wall, tilting his head back and said, so I've been your target all along, huh? Turns out there's a lot going on with me. Suddenly, on the other side of the door, Haobo sneered with a twisted smile and shouted, Lin Ziluo. I'm telling you, you'll die by my hand. I should have just sent someone to kill you from the start. Ziluo reacted quickly, turning around and raising his knife, both defensive and curious. I'm really curious. Who's Lin Jian? What do you mean by the Li family wiping out the Lin family? After hearing this, he laughed loudly and replied sarcastically, ha ha ha, you orphan. You don't even know your own father's name. Serves you right. When my dad was about to get promoted, Lin Jian reported him, causing years of chaos for our Li family. Based on that, your Lin family should have been wiped out already. If it weren't for the boss's intervention, would a mutt like you even deserve to be the last survivor of the Lin family? I'm really curious, where did you find your backup? Without you, I could have sent a random bodyguard and killed you easily. Ziluo wasn't about to back down and immediately fired back, saying all this won't change anything. Because whether you say it or not, I'm going to make sure your entire Li family turns to dust. As he spoke, he slammed hard on the door, making Steward Zhao rush up to block the young master. Haobo seemed to underestimate Ziluo's danger and still boasted, you think you can destroy the Li family? You're overestimating yourself. Before he could finish, Ziluo kicked the door open. Steward Zhao quickly raised his fist toward him, but with his weak kung fu, Ziluo easily dodged. At that moment, the cat leapt up to attack Zhao, but unfortunately got noticed. Zhao immediately shifted and punched the cat hard. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The 30-minute summon time ended, and the cat vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Ziluo thought to himself, just 30 minutes, huh? Damn, how did I time that so perfectly? Without hesitation, he ripped off his mask, revealing his true face. Steward Zhao looked at him and said, you're Lin Ziluo. You were the assassin all along, it was just you from start to finish. Meanwhile, Haobo was sweating coldly and shouted, Lin Ziluo, it really is you. Even he seemed unable to believe his eyes, repeatedly doubting, no way. Someone strong enough to kill Vin Qian, strong enough to break into the manor, definitely can't be some brat like you, still wet behind the ears. Ignoring their shock, Zilu smirked and calmly said, trash like you don't stand a chance in the apocalypse. The 7-day newbie protection period in the apocalypse game is over. Your decades of hard training aren't even worth a random zombie on the street. Haobo still refused to accept it, saying, no, it can't be just him. How could Lin Ziluo become this strong? Ziluo's brows furrowed, raising his knife in a ready stance and softly replied, I'm the one who's killing all of you. Enough. Ziluo raised his fist and stepped towards Steward Zhao, who hurriedly raised both hands to block but was pushed back painfully, letting out a gasp. Huh. This only made Ziluo's eyes light up. He rubbed his chin with interest, thinking, this old steward's body is something else. One punch like this to Vin Qian would probably knock him down. Meanwhile, Zhao's heart boiled with rage. Narrowing his wrinkled eyes, he silently made a decision. At this point, there was only one way left. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and his shirt tore apart, revealing his six-pack body. But even this didn't make Ziluo flinch. He swung the knife to seize, but the old man dodged and said, you don't say vo duck. His face didn't change at all as he replied, "Now I want your head. Do you really think I need your permission first? Or maybe I need the approval of your ancestors from 18 generations ago?" Without waiting for his response, he immediately unleashed a blade technique, slicing fiercely. The knife slashed through the old man's arm and didn't stop there. Suddenly, it flew back to attack again, making Steward Zhao cry out in pain. Ignoring the pain in his arm, he tried to look at him suspiciously and said, "How is this possible? I've trained my fists and kicks for 50 years. How could I lose this fast? I won't accept this." Suddenly, an explosion happened. Seizing the moment, Zilu quickly stabbed the knife straight into his neck and said, "As a person, you absolutely can't leave trouble behind for yourself. You have to kill all your enemies to feel safe." Looking down at the corpse at his feet, he said, "What a pathetic and stubborn guy. It's the end of the world, yet you still stubbornly think martial arts is just about throwing moves like that. The truth proves that being strong isn't enough. Controlling the situation requires sharp precision, keeping up with the times, or else there's only one way: death." He turned his face and immediately caught sight of Jason Hao with a stunned, terrified expression, his hands and feet muddy as he collapsed to the ground, making him sneer, "That useless?" Without changing expression, he raised the sword high and stabbed straight down into his leg, making him clutch his leg and scream in pain. "Ah!" A smirk curled on his lips as he said, "Awake now, no more playing dead." As he spoke, he kept stabbing a few more times. He widened his eyes and screamed loudly for mercy. "Liu Zilu, my parents won't forgive you." Hearing this, he chuckled lightly and stabbed down again. This torture seemed to reach his limit, and he hurriedly said, please kill me quickly." Zilu replied, "Killing you? I definitely want to kill you." "Ah, right. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten." He opened the system menu and selected a weapon, a dull old knife. The duller the knife, the harder it cuts. He ruthlessly threw it at Hao, who screamed again, "Ah." He pretended to scratch his head and said, "Ah, sorry. This knife is too dull. It can't stab in. My bad." But the next second, he changed his tone coldly. "This stab is on behalf of myself." As he spoke, he thrust with force, making him pale and shout, "Aha, it's not stopping there." Zilu continued, "This stab wound is what I endured for 10 years. Hiding everywhere, life is fragile as silk. Too bad, the pain you suffer isn't even 1% of mine." Hearing this, he scowled and asked back, 10 years? 10 years of what?" Hao's face twisted as he retorted, "Clearly, I only started thinking about torturing you 3 years ago after finding out." Zilu's face darkened, revealing a sarcastic smile as he stabbed him and said, "This stab is on behalf of me. This stab is because I'm happy." The pain is so intense he hurriedly begged, Stop, huh." Ignoring his words, this time he aimed at the left chest, stabbing down with all his might and said, "This stab is on behalf of the Liam family. Though I've never met them, a son avenging his father is right. The other stabs, no matter who they're for, I'm happy with." After a while, he reopened the system menu and activated a decent metal clip weapon. Seeing Zilu holding the clip and smiling weirdly as he approached, Hao was scared, and his body trembled uncontrollably as he said, "What do you want to do?" He didn't hesitate and replied, "I have to thank you. This is a punishment I invented. You've tortured so many people with this hand, I have to praise you." In terms of torture, this guy really has a natural talent. Hearing this, he seemed to snap awake, eyes rolling white, as he screamed nonstop, "This is how I experienced it." No way to let him finish, Zilu cut a piece of flesh off him, quickly stuffed the clip into his mouth, ignoring his screams. No. After struggling, Hao, covered in wounds, lay flat against the wall with a vacant look. Seeing that pitiful state, he mocked, "So that's not enough? In your past life, you studied so many tortures, but how many people? Not even 1% of what you did to others." Suddenly, he rubbed his chin and said happily, "Forget it. Looking at how dead you want to be, even if I torture you more, it won't be fun. It's just a pity the stuff you study can't help you now." Even so, Zilu still had no intention of sparing Hao. He kept stabbing his neck while saying, "You're not faking this, right? I've already overestimated you. With your acting skills, you couldn't fake this state. Forget it. Breaking his spirit to the limit his body can handle is enough." He finished the kill. After speaking, he waved his hand and turned his back. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from his body, followed by a shocking explosion. But Zilu seemed to see through it. He gently opened his umbrella to shield himself. Night fell outside. Zilu opened his eyes and looked ahead, unable to help but sigh. Gazing at the night view of the Lee family mansion, it wasn't bad at all. Suddenly, the system showed a notification. Checking found player Liam Z. Lei's mental state changed, successfully activating the revenge talent heart. Seeing this, he was stunned and exclaimed, "Huh?" The system displayed revenge talent heart check. Zilu said in shock, "So it's activated." Then he pressed to check. The system reminded him that talent and talent skills in the Apocalypse game are two different concepts. Skills can be learned through skill books, but talent can only come from various conditions like attributes, thoughts, mental state, experience, ability, and so on. After reaching certain attribute thresholds, can self-activate. Activation skills can rely on skill books, but innate talents are entirely based on luck and actual strength. The innate skill is called Revenge Heart. Lin Zilu's hatred must be repaid. Against enemies, the greater your power, the stronger the attribute. Once you identify someone as an enemy, based on the increased hatred attribute within yourself, the higher the hatred, the more your basic attributes are boosted. At most, it can increase your basic attributes by 20%. After reading this, he excitedly thought to himself, "Damn, this Revenge Heart talent is actually this good, boosting basic attributes by up to 20%. Then Lai muttered to himself that his basic stats in the game keep rising, and getting talents that boost them will only make them higher. So this counts as a talent that keeps growing non-stop. That's over the top. Suddenly, the system popped up a new notification. The user successfully killed 269 people in the Lee family manor, completing the Lin Zilu revenge mission. Congratulations, user, you've earned the mission reward. A random common guide and a bronze tier equipment. Would you like to draw now? He quickly clicked to draw. A set of bronze tier equipment appeared with an explanation. Congratulations, user, you've drawn the bronze tier Little Demon Magic Staff. Little Demon Magic Staff, bronze tier equipment, a class-specific item that boosts magical power and increases spell casting speed. Skill power increases by 5%, magic skill casting speed increases by 5%, and spirit recovery speed increases by 20%. After staring at it for a while, Ziluo rubbed his chin and said with a bit of disappointment, I can't use this. But for mages, this is basically a top-tier item. I can sell it at the shop and make a good buck. Saying that, he tossed it into his bag. Looking back at his inventory, he couldn't help but think, the auto loot guide is seriously amazing, no need to worry about missing any gear. Gotta say, this game's kill and loot system is seriously twisted. Remembering the rules, he sighed. In this Apocalypse game, once you kill someone, the dead person's storage space disappears forever. You can't grab any loot from it. Players can only check the corpse to see if there's anything. But that's only right after the kill. After some time passes, everyone knows that after death, most choose to be like fish caught in a broken net. This is a way the Apocalypse game discourages killing. Suddenly, he spotted a relic from Glory War. Curiosity sparked, so he checked it and thought, Purification Necklace. The system immediately explained, Purification Necklace, bronze tier equipment, a necklace that purifies spirit attribute by 1, with a skill attached. Purification can instantly remove one negative status effect on the wearer, like petrification, stun, blindness, and so on. Cooldown time is 12 hours. Comparing the two necklaces on the selection screen, the Purification Necklace and the Meditation Necklace, his brows furrowed as he calculated. The stats on this necklace aren't as good as the Meditation Necklace, but the attached skill can actually save your life in combat. In the end, he decided the other two were useless and tossed them into storage for now. Ziluo exhaled deeply and continued. The system is drawing a common guide for me. System received info and started processing data. Drawing common guide, drawing complete. Congratulations. User, you've drawn a common guide. Absolute Domination Level 1. Absolute Domination Level 1 lets you enslave a zombie whose strength doesn't exceed yours. The enslaved zombie will obey any command from its master, absolutely. All zombies see the user as their master and will protect the master at all costs, even if it means dying. Note, zombies have player analysis modules, can grow alongside the zombie, and may have some player authority. Once the zombie dies or is unbound, this guide's effect disappears. Catching the key point? He was so shocked he shouted, Holy crap, zombie enslavement. I never heard of enslaving zombies in my past life. Am I seriously not dreaming? Then he pinched his cheek himself, feeling the reality, and yelled, Ouch! It's like a cow that spent the night with 10 bulls. That's hardcore. If this zombie is truly loyal to me, Ziluo grinned happily, telling himself, then I don't have to do all that hard work anymore. Huh. Damn, ever since I found out Qinghan betrayed me, I've been on guard against everyone. This life's basically solo. But if a zombie can follow me without tiring, maybe it can heal my emotional wounds too. A moment later, thinking of something, he seriously asked the system, if I level up Absolute Domination, what extra effects will it get? Quickly, he got the answer, Absolute Domination, when leveled up, increases the number of zombies you can enslave. Each level adds one more. A flash of childhood memories with screams suddenly crossed his mind, waking him up. He shook his head repeatedly, telling himself, no way, no way. But to reach that level, how many levels of Absolute Domination do I need? This needs slow research. but which type of zombie is best to enslave? Some of these guys could become zombie kings later, which isn't bad. Though they're pretty strong, they don't feel perfect. Most importantly, I don't even know if after being enslaved, they'll go as far as they did in my past life. Forget it, we'll talk later. I heard in my past life that the Lee family's underground vault holds quite a few treasures. Let's check it out and see if there's anything useful. Saying that, he strode straight down the stairs. As soon as he opened the door, his eyes lit up like stars, but he quickly snapped back to reality. Looking at the pile of gold and jewels, he tossed it aside and said, "At the end of the world, this stuff isn't worth a dime. Using it to wipe your ass would be embarrassing." Then Ziluo shifted his attention to other things, excitedly saying, "I remember these self-portraits have some use on the back, but I can't recall exactly what." He pocketed them without hesitation and turned to inspect another type of weapon. Sure enough, only the Lee family could pull off something like this. This knife is inlaid with gems. What, trying to show off you're loaded? After a tough struggle, he happily sang as he left, having grabbed everything he could. Wandering around the Lee estate, he decided he'd live 2 lives but never stayed in a fancy mansion like this. Tonight, he's crashing here. Entering a room, a shadow appeared, making him uneasy. Pulling out his lantern, he thought, there's no way anyone's alive in this manner. Getting closer, he realized it was a zombie locked up. The system popped up info, a level 4 zombie with basic stats, strength, 25, spirit 3, constitution 26, agility, 18, with attribute boosts at night. Born with the extreme power talent, a tiered talent that boosts your strength growth based on your level. All equipment related to strength in your hands works better. Using skills only consumes stamina, not spirit. Skill, full power strike condenses all your strength into one punch. This hit deals 150% of your strength attribute as damage. Like hitting the jackpot, Ziluo grinned, saying, "This zombie's absurdly strong, plus it gets attribute boosts at night. Just like a bronze tier boss, what a crazy coincidence. I just got a perfect mind control guide and this zombie too." Suddenly, the zombie's blood-red eyes stared wide at him. The two stood silently, face to face, sensing an oddly peaceful moment. Ziluo broke the silence. "Bro, I'm human. You're a zombie. If you see me, shouldn't you be biting me?" Suddenly, the system showed spirit at 3. Confused, he covered his face and muttered, "No wonder the spirit's only 3. If it were out in human society, it'd be considered mentally challenged." Then he laughed and added, "Heh, maybe it's just got personality. System, since this zombie's attributes are so high, can I choose to mind control it?" System replied, "Yes. Due to the zombie's mental shortcomings, its total attribute boost isn't as high as the host's." He fell into deep thought, mumbling, "This zombie's not bad. I kinda envy its mental talent." Then he decided, "All right, system, I want to mind control this zombie." In his mind, he resolved, "Whatever, a little dumb is good." Dumb means obedient. The system confirmed, the host definitely wants to use absolute level 1 mind control on this zombie. Is that correct? Without hesitation, he clicked yes. A red light shone from the zombie's body as it struggled with all its might. Zilu's eyes widened in shock, saying, "It's trying to resist?" But in the blink of an eye, the zombie's face went back to that dazed look. The sudden change left him stunned and leaning back. Is that even resistance? Is it too late to regret now? Just as he finished speaking, the system announced successful mind control. The host was asked to name the mind-controlled zombie. Now even more of a headache. He scratched his head, thinking, if this guy's so big and strong with a tiered talent like extreme power, then let's call him Big Dummy. The system recorded the name and replied, successfully naming the zombie Big Dummy. Congratulations, host, on successfully taming Big Dummy. Big Dummy will absolutely obey any command from its master. Even if it dies, it will protect its master's safety. Absolute level 1 mind control has bound Big Dummy, generating player analysis for Big Dummy. Player Big Dummy is level 4 with 32 experience out of 50, reputation data lost and inaccessible, space gold data lost and inaccessible, basic attributes, strength 25, spirit 3, constitution 26, agility 18, no title. Born talent, extreme power. Skill, full power strike, no equipment. Reminder to hosts, Big Dummy's player analysis is forcibly implanted by the system, so it cannot inherit reputation or space gold functions, nor gain experience from zombie killing rewards. Big Dummy's leveling method and progress are the same as zombies. Killing zombies can earn space gold, with a 1% chance to drop items and equipment. Ziluo looked at it in the iron cage, excitedly saying, Big Dummy, prove yourself. I don't believe this cage can hold you with your current attributes. Just as he predicted, Big Dummy grabbed the 2 iron bars in front of it, pulled them apart with all its might, then slowly walked toward him. When it reached him, Big Dummy chuckled happily, while Ziluo just sighed and said, what the hell am I thinking? hoping for some other move from him. Just understanding my commands is already good enough. Opening the system menu, he selected a leather wristband, which added 1 constitution and 1 strength, then checked the basic attributes again. The system showed Big Dummy's basic stats: strength 26, spirit 3, agility 18. Reminder, this zombie does not get attribute boosts at night. Hoping he'd do something else. But honestly, it's already good that he can understand my orders. Opening the system menu, he chose the leather wristband, adding 1 to stamina, 1 to strength, then checked the basic stats on the gear. The system showed the basic stats of the Big Dummy: strength 26, spirit 3, agility 18. Reminder, this zombie doesn't get any stat boosts at night. Not really surprising, he yawned long, turned around and said, "You guessed it right. With such a rebellious attribute, if it also increases at night, that would be just too twisted." He walked away without looking back, but still gave a command with a wave. "Big Dummy, wait for me to sleep a bit. You just guard the door. Don't let anything bother me." It howled back in response. The next morning, after waking up, Zilu stretched and opened the door to step out of the room. Right in front of him was Big Dummy's tall figure waiting there. He didn't hold back his praise. "Not bad, buddy. Pretty decent." Hearing that, he chuckled happily. "Heh." He pointed down to the ground, curiously asking, "You don't eat the other zombies' corpses?" He shook his head with all his might, and he laughed softly. "You really are one weird zombie." After saying that, he turned his back and headed toward the dining room, casting a little spell to conjure a table full of delicious food. But just as he picked up his chopsticks, the constant dripping sound caught his attention. Ziluo turned to look and saw Big Dummy's eyes shining brightly, drooling nonstop, begging to eat. Seeing that, he invited him. "How about you come eat some too? Come on in." Hearing this, he nodded eagerly. He continued, "Come on, let's eat together." In his head, he was dumbfounded, thinking he had lived 2 lives and never met a zombie as strange as this one, who doesn't eat zombie or human meat but prefers hot food. He pointed to a chair and said, "Sit down and eat." Big Dummy happily ran over and devoured the food, ignoring Ziluo's judging gaze. "Before, I was stressed out with so many supply cards and nowhere to store them. Now having Big Dummy to share the load isn't bad. The original plan was to reach level 5 or 6 before seeking out Lee Harper for backup, but now it's all over. I'm already level 8, so no need to farm dungeons for leveling anymore." Speaking of which, he opened the system and pulled out a map, continuing to strategize, based on his current gear and Big Dummy's strength assisting him. Looking at the map in his hand, he couldn't help but say, "Maybe I can try the illusion class change directly." Looking at the Shanghai Museum, he said the next destination would be the Shanghai Museum to find the class change scroll. Zilu silently thought he remembered the ancient scroll hidden in the Shanghai Museum was the key to class transfer. Suddenly, he recalled that in the class change space, one must know that after activating the class change space, the player needs to complete 3 class change trials to obtain the class change scroll set for the player. If not completed within the time limit, the class change fails and the player is killed outright. At this point, memories from his past life started replaying like a movie in his head. Luckily, in the past life, there was Lee Harper. Back then, my roommate and I heard the Shanghai Museum had treasures, so we wanted to come here to find them. But unexpectedly, on the way, I got news that Qinghan was cheating with Lee Harper. I originally wanted to find Lee Harper for revenge, but it turned out Lee Harper had bribed my 3 roommates. They tricked me into entering the class change space. They wanted me to fail the class change and use that as an excuse to kill me. Unexpectedly, I succeeded, but that wound stayed with me for 10 years. Thinking of the Mado Museum, Ziluo thought to himself, in the past life when this happened, it was day 8 of the Apocalypse game. Now it's only day 4, so the Mado Museum must be deserted. After finishing his thoughts, he said with satisfaction, "This time, without Lee Harper's obstacles, it should go much smoother." Looking over at Big Dummy, still eating enthusiastically, he suddenly had an idea and said, "But this look at the bank is a bit too obvious." "Got it." Later, the 2 stood right in front of the mansion gate, Big Dummy fully covered up, with a big sword slung over his shoulder. This made Ziluo think it was perfect. At the Shanghai Museum, many other zombies were wandering outside. The 2 of them stood hidden in a corner. He quickly came up with a plan, realizing someone had already arrived, so he needed to be careful. In the blink of an eye, he took down 3 zombies alone. The system announced, "Congratulations, host received a single-use bronze-level item." He pressed his inventory, instantly bringing up the analysis panel for the single-use bronze-level fireball scroll. After use, it releases a fixed energy fireball. The player can control the ball to attack enemies or detonate it to cause massive damage. He said happily, "Not bad at all." Suddenly, sensing something, he turned sharply and saw Big Dummy being groped by other zombies. Ziluo hid behind a wall, silently observing Big Dummy, thinking it was interesting that Big Dummy didn't attack zombies proactively, and the zombies didn't attack him either. That was really interesting. Big Dummy could sneak up on zombies to attack and could open the Yang treasure without fighting. Maybe this way, he could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. However, Big Dummy opening the Yang treasure without gaining rewards like experience, fame, or inventory space was a bit wasteful. He'd have to see how things went later. Suddenly recalling past memories, he worried, thinking that on day 8 of the apocalypse in his past life, zombies here were almost all cleared by players. Now relying on just him and Big Dummy might be tough. Zilu used binoculars to observe the inside of the museum, looking at the people inside and said, "Hey, the class change scroll can't be here. Otherwise, I just tell Big Dummy to go grab it inside the museum. Way simpler." Nope. Suddenly, he noticed something off and started thinking, sweeping through the zombies around. Inside the museum, our manpower isn't enough. Hey, your body language isn't up to par, train harder. I'm not sure if I guessed right, but the battle traces I just saw were definitely left by them. If I could join them, following them into the museum could help me avoid a lot of trouble. At the Xiao Run Fa shopping mall, inside the Death Club, Gao Dong stood high above, looking down at the crowd below and shouted, "All right, it's decided. Once we gather 200 people, we'll set out. Everyone's responsible for their own weapons." But the people below didn't accept that. They kept shouting in protest, "I can't wait any longer. Waiting for 200 people is disrespecting our strength. Let's just rush in now." The others agreed loudly, "Yeah, I want to feast on a whole roasted goat. Yeah, the supply cards have already run out." "Gao Dong, what are you so confident about? Do you want us to starve here? You're just going to take all our supplies." A slap hit Da Huangmao's face, making him stumble to the ground. Ding Ningting glared at him angrily and said, "Da Huangmao, calm down." He struggled to stand, rubbing his mouth, then sneered, "Listen here, Ding Ningting, don't think you can boss me around just because you have that big iron rod and some copper stick. I can slap you once, but if you listen to me, I won't hold it against you, got it? So, what, you want to think it over?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch her face. Her expression darkened instantly. Her grip on the iron rod tightened, and she said coldly, "What are you so confident about, Da Huangmao? I'd rather spit on you than listen to you. You think you're worthy?" Furious, he yelled back immediately, "What? Don't get worked up. I'm acting like a gentleman now, not messing with you. Wait till I get the chance. I'll mess you up so bad your own mother won't recognize you." She shouted right in his face, "You want to mess with me? You're not even worth a puddle of piss to look at yourself. You're a joke." The crowd around them laughed loudly, humiliating him. He quickly pulled out a wooden stick, ready to fight. "Don't blame me for being rude." Seeing this, everyone kept egging him on. "Bi Huangmao, don't be scared. How can you be scared like a girl? Tien Niu, hit him hard for me. I want to see how your body twists when you fight." Seeing the chaos, Gao Dong quickly stepped in to calm things down. "Everyone, quiet down, listen to me." Suddenly, a sound came from behind the door, grabbing everyone's attention. Moments later, Lin Zilu appeared with a mask, standing guard behind the Big Dummy. Seeing who was there, Zilu was a bit surprised, thinking it was that guy. Zilu stepped into the party and immediately spotted a familiar figure. On the day he activated the scroll in his past life, he thought he'd met this guy before. What was his name? Gao something? The girl dressed head to toe in pink spoke with extreme annoyance. "Who are you guys? What are you doing here?" After that, all eyes turned to him and the Big Dummy. Gao Dong stepped forward politely and asked, "May I know how to address this brother? What brings you to the Death Club?" A guy from afar was staring intently at them. That guy repeated the question. "Yeah, how should we address this brother? We tried scanning for info on him but found nothing. What kind of damn info is this?" Turning to the person beside him, the screen showed full HD info. Basic info, nickname, Big Dummy. No title, level 4. Long was puzzled, why would someone name themselves Big Dummy? Zilu raised his hand to signal and introduced himself and Big Dummy. "I'm with this brother here. We saw you guys having a good time, so we wanted to check if we could join." Gao Dong's face changed as soon as he heard that, dropping all his previous suspicion. "You want to join our Death Club? We definitely welcome that. Let me introduce myself. I'm the president of the Death Club." Gao Dong pretended to be all friendly, shaking hands like old pals who hadn't met in years. Turns out he was the president, which made him pause for a second. Zilu scratched his head awkwardly. "Me, I'm Lin Luo." Looking at the guy carrying a huge knife on his shoulder, he continued, "This is my brother, Big Dummy. He's a bit slow and always hungry. Used to be a bodyguard for rich folks." Gao Dong blended in quickly, grabbing both their hands and grinning with squinted eyes. All right, Lin Luo brothers, on behalf of the Death Club, I welcome you guys to join." Secretly, He was happy this guy was a bit slow, which meant he was easy to fool. Ziluo played along smoothly. Good, good. We're all organized now. Behind the ugly mask, he smiled quietly, surprised how easy it was to join them. The two of them and Gao Dong sat in a private room to chat and start bonding. Lin Luo brothers, big dummy brothers, we're like old friends already. What are your interests? As brothers, I'll set things up for you. He began sketching out a new identity. Here's the deal, Brother Gao. Me and my brothers like fighting. Our main goal is to get stronger. Whenever we have time, we like going out to kill zombies to level up. Mainly, we're here to accept missions. Gao Dong was sweating but tried to stay calm. You want to get stronger? Huh. I have a lot of skill books left. I'll just give the good stuff to you guys. Ziluo noticed the confused look and refused to explain further. Skill books are like a godsend, like begging for skill books. He waved his hand, shaking his head. Skill books must be super valuable, huh? He raised his hand and smiled. We're all family here. Valuable or not, whatever. Come on, Lin Luo brothers, take it. Gao Dong pushed the book closer to him. Zilei stared intently, silently thinking, damn, is the skill book really the wrong way to open it? Are players in this game really that generous in this life? He flipped through the book and a card labeled Frenzy Rage popped out. This is a warrior-type skill. After using it, the user enters a state of losing control, losing all consciousness, becoming a madman who only attacks living creatures around him. The whole body's attributes increase from 20% to 50%, depending on the level of anger. The duration lasts for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, the user will enter chaos based on the increased level. The higher the level, the longer the chaos lasts. The side effects of this skill are huge. Use it carefully. Use it carefully. Zila frowned as he read these lines, his face falling. I knew there's no free lunch in this world. Losing consciousness for 2 whole minutes. What's the difference from being a zombie? Plus, a person without consciousness basically can't fight as well as when aware. Gao Dong scratched his face and burst out laughing to ease the awkwardness. Although the side effects of this skill are pretty big, he hesitated for a moment, then came up with a backup plan. But these skills could be the straw that saves your life when you're in desperate situations. Thinking to himself, he felt stupid for not using the skill book earlier, but who exactly is this skill for? Unexpectedly, this brat reacted so fast. Zilei snapped the book shut, clenching his fists, pretending to be grateful. I've already felt Gao Bro's intentions. I really like this skill book. Thanks, Gao Bro. Then he dropped a line that left Gao Dong wide-eyed and speechless. Gao Bro, anything else to say? If not, me and my bro are off to level up. The two quickly stood up, ready to leave. Gao Dong was still stunned. Was that smile just my imagination? Zila turned to leave but was called back. Brother Lin, wait. He asked Gao Bro. Anything else? Gao Dong pulled a yellow card from his pocket, hurriedly handing it over, saying, I owe you, Brother Lin. Here, I still have some KFC chicken supply rights. Let's share it, okay? He thought to himself, after tricking someone with the skill book, it's only right to compensate a bit. Zilei waved him off. Nah, no need. Me and Big Dummy gotta go hunt zombies for experience. Under the mask, he felt conflicted, stuck between moving forward and stepping back. Taking someone's skill book made him feel a bit ashamed. Sigh, taking extra supply cards, I feel a little guilty too. Gao Dong pressed the card firmly into Zilei's hand with all sincerity. Bro, just take it. Need food or anything, just grab it from the warehouse, no need to be polite. Zilei was embarrassed but had no choice but to accept. Then I'll thank you on behalf of my bro first. Finally, the two left. Gao Dong waved goodbye. Go ahead, if you need anything, just hit us up anytime, Brother Lin. He smiled warmly, watching them go. Brother Lin is really not bad. I gave him a trash skill book, and he didn't complain. Good bro. Zila and Big Dummy left that room, footsteps echoing in the opposite direction. A man in charge crossed with arms folded, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He passed Zila without looking and said, Brother, I'm not trying to threaten you. Just a reminder, don't get too close to Gao Dong. He even put a hand on Zilei's shoulder, tilting his face threateningly. Even if your bro hits hard. Zilei didn't waste time. He shoved the man off and turned to his friend. Big Dummy, what are you spacing out for? Get to work. The arrogant group laughed loudly, and one of their disciples even pulled out a gun. Ha, big deal, huh? But you're only level 4, let me tell you. Behind me are all level dad. Big Dummy stomped hard, shaking the ground and cracking it, shocking everyone. He casually flung one guy flying, blood spurting from his mouth. The leader rolled on the ground, flying a good distance. Now even the gun-wielding disciples were shaking with fear, unable to meet their eyes. Zilei asked, anything else you want to add? The two trembling guys dropped their weapons, raising hands to surrender, stammering, no, nothing. Big Dummy silently stepped back behind Zile. Passersby saw the blood on the floor and muttered, "Damn, one slap and that dude's head rolled a few times. Whoa, crazy. Gotta know, the fake club always wants to snatch the top spot from Gao Dong. They overthink and draw up 7,749 scenarios. Who knew this was the backup Gao Dong called? Using this simple, brutal method cuts down dissent and warns others smoothly. The guy next to them was dazed, replying weakly. No one knew when Gao Dong had appeared behind them, overhearing everything. What's the fuss? Nothing left to do? The whole group twitched nervously. One whispered news to him. The man on the floor tilted his head, still confused. Did Brother Lin and his bro really kill the fake club? The informer nodded seriously. We don't know them, never met. They brought along a bro. I think his name's Big Dummy. He laughed, looking down. Brother Lin, this is a big gift for me. Gao Dong stood with hands on hips, eyes fixed on the corpse, deducing that killing the fake club openly like this was definitely to build his rep. For now, no one's going to challenge the club president spot. He crossed his arms and ordered his disciples around. Go find some fake funeral pallbearers. Make the funeral look decent. If he's got any good gear on him, split it among the guys. The other guy nodded in agreement. Yes, boss. After losing a major rival, Gao Dong was hopping around, singing and cheering happily. Meanwhile, Ziluo and Big Dummy found a quiet room. Ziluo sat there bored, propping his chin up, studying a skill book while his disciple enjoyed some food. Ziluo glanced sideways and asked the system, Hey system, quick question. Will Big Dummy attack me? Will he do anything against me? The system replied immediately. Under no circumstances will he. Protecting the host is an instinct program into Big Dummy, totally unrelated to whether he has reason or not. Ziluo snapped the book shut, lips pressed tight. Got it. Big Dummy was munching on his food and jumped when Ziluo approached. Ziluo held out the book, trying to speak loud. I can control Big Dummy's actions if needed. Meaning after Big Dummy activates his Daze Rage mode, I get a free attribute boost state. Sweet. Even though he was mid-bite, Big Dummy obediently took the book when it was put in front of him. Ziluo patted him on the shoulder, encouraging, study hard, all right. Didn't expect Big Dummy to just let out a disgusting breath right in his face. Ziluo had no choice but to sit right beside him, supervising. Big Dummy started learning the new skill. Ziluo watched happily, smiling unconsciously. Big Dummy really is a lucky zombie idiot. I gotta hustle and hit level 10. At least double my power after promotion. Big Dummy was still chewing when Ziluo ordered him to move. Come on, Big Dummy, let's level up and test your new skill. I remember there's a good spot at the Shanghai Library, plus a game shop. Scene switched outside, people walking normally. The two strolled casually under the blazing sun. At the emergency exit, Big Dummy stuck close behind Ziluo with his familiar sword. Ahead was a glowing door at the end of the hall. Inside was the game shop Ziluo mentioned. Ziluo put on a mask covering his face. They stepped closer. Ziluo placed his hand on the door opener. The system popped up. Player Ziluo, welcome to the game shop. Have a fun shopping experience. The door slowly opened, releasing a mist. Ziluo stepped into a room filled with system screens like a 3D space. Each screen showed options for weapon types, jewelry, masks. Ziluo stared intently, eyes slightly squinted. After thinking for a while, he decided, I still have 6,000 gold coins saved up. At 2,000 gold coins per decent bronze-level gear set, I can totally buy the pants, gloves, and armor I'm missing. Ziluo happily found the door he wanted. While he was happily browsing, a sound echoed from a screen as a black-gloved hand reached out. Sharp claws were creeping closer to Ziluo. Suddenly, it was a zombie's hand. Ziluo quickly dodged aside, barely escaping. Even a badass like him was sweating bullets, face pale. That was way too close. Danger was everywhere. Ziluo stood still, thinking. The shop had no damage. The zombie must be inside. At first, only an arm reached out. Now half a zombified woman crawled out, screaming terrifyingly. Ziluo had no choice but to draw his sword. This zombie lived inside the game shop. He smiled grimly, thinking, did I ever meet zombies like this in my past life? Did the game favor me or what? The woman fully emerged from the game, struggling to stand. She lunged forward, arms wide, mouth open, drooling. One clean strike was enough for Ziluo to handle this clueless zombie. He spun, glanced at the target, and struck swiftly. The woman collapsed at his feet, status changed to dead. Don't even mention it. Ziluo smugly crossed his arms, ordered the system, which quickly auto-collected. A big item appeared. Ziluo's whole body lit up, face brightened with hope. Is this going to be a blast attribute weapon or some crazy gear? He opened the item, but before seeing anything, a blue light flashed. Turns out it was just a toilet paper card. Congrats, host, you got a supply card, a toilet paper sheet. Ziluo groaned, grimacing. He hit a bad luck streak. This shopping trip cost 6,000 gold coins total, 0 coins left. Shopping done, time to close the game shop. The surroundings changed to a normal room with goods displayed. Ziluo took a moment to steady himself. Now it was a clean, shiny room with neatly arranged shelves. He looked around, not too excited. Ziluo casually grabbed a bag. Forget it, let's check Big Dummy's haul first. When he stepped outside, Big Dummy had already cleared out the zombies sprawled at the door. Ziluo gave him a thumbs up in praise. They exchanged weird smiles. Zilu strode toward a still-moving muscular zombie. The floor was covered with long blood streaks. The system kept announcing, "Ding, congrats host on obtaining a bronze-level one-time use scarecrow prop. Ding, congrats host on obtaining bronze-level combo gloves. Ding, congrats host on obtaining bronze-level full-hand sword." Ziluo collected them all. Congrats player Ziluo on acquiring new props. The new props have high compatibility with your horizontal blade weapon and can be fused with fusion stones to upgrade. He glanced at something, frowning slightly. Experience points popped up, showing 40% more needed to reach level 9. Ziluo glanced over, stroked his chin, smiled, and nodded in satisfaction. The auto loot was seriously awesome. Basically, nothing would be missed. Then he pressed the button to check the attributes of the newly acquired item. An old scarecrow card appeared, a one-time use bronze-level item. After the player places it on the ground, it can transfer the hatred target of creatures hostile to the player onto the scarecrow. Only after the scarecrow is completely destroyed will the enemies continue attacking the player. Not bad, not bad. It could save his life. The next item was the combo gloves, bronze-level loot gear. Wearing the gloves gives a chance for a combo attack plus 1 strength and 1 stamina. After each attack, there's a 5% chance to add an extra hit. Even Ziluo himself was surprised. This skill attribute was almost like the Twin Slash skill, just without the explosion effect. Its power wasn't higher than Twin Slash, but still decent. He happily studied the new toy, the defense blade, bronze-level loot gear, a long-bladed sword forged and tempered multiple times, granting plus 3 strength. Ziluo drew the blade, which gleamed brightly. If he maxed out the strength, it would strip away all extra effects, channeling full power into strength. This was considered top-tier bronze equipment. He skimmed through other gear options. The combo gloves were already equipped. The system chimed in. Player Ziluo, would you like to use a fusion stone to combine the royal path and defense blade? Items fused with a fusion stone have a chance to upgrade by 1 tier compared to the original gear, unless you're extremely unlucky. Otherwise, you won't get gear worse than the original. Ziluo gripped the supply card nervously, sweating bullets. Even with the golden hand system, it only guaranteed drop rates, not other stuff. He exhaled deeply and made up his mind. Ziluo summoned all his courage and firmly shouted, "Fuse," thinking, at worst, he'd lose 1 item, but maybe he'd succeed. The system quickly activated. Player Ziluo triggered the fusion stone, preparing to fuse the defense blade and royal path. Are you sure you want to fuse? After fusion, both items will disappear forever. Fusion started. Please wait 30 minutes. Meanwhile, the two of them faced a feast that looked so good it made their mouths water. He and Big Dummy each grabbed a spot and started eating nonstop. The kid finished off everything except a bone. Midway through his rice bowl, a notification popped up congratulating player Ziluo for successfully fusing and obtaining the silver-tier Demon Slayer blade. He paused, puzzled as the system's words sank in. Ziluo was stunned and awkwardly repeated, "Silver-tier weapon." Then he dashed off to check it out, trying not to freak out. The Demon Slayer blade, silver-tier gear, was a fusion of the Royal Path and Demon Slayer blade plus his previous successful slaying actions. It had a reactive effect against slaying, plus 2 strength and 1 stamina, and could slowly heal cracks on the blade when not in combat. Passive skill, slaying. During slaying, slaying speed increases by 20%. After a successful slay, the player gains 1 strength point for 3 minutes, stacking up to 2 layers. Zilu screamed with excitement. Oh my god, this attribute was totally broken. He pulled out the new weapon to test it. This was seriously arrogant to the max. Totally broken. He was still sitting there inspecting the clean bone when Big Dummy called out. Let's go kill and grab the scroll from the library. They left, Ziluo scanning the map for directions. He pointed and explained the plan. Big Dummy, no mercy this time. Just rush straight to the library and kill everything, then report back. Big Dummy nodded dumbly and did exactly as told, sweeping through a crowd without even glancing around. Ziluo charged in with his new demon blade, feeling like a tiger with wings. Swinging the blade, he shouted, showing off his insane power. Ziluo dropped to one knee, slashing through the zombies who were chanting in a circle, then swirling back like a tornado. He smiled full of energy. Congrats to player Ziluo for leveling up to 9. Gain 1 free attribute point. Next level requires 1,000 experience points. The last slash made 3 enemies bleed out, lying face down on the floor. He rested the blade on his shoulder, exhaling deeply. Suddenly, something weird made him jump when he saw Zilu about to faint, confused by what was in front of him. Huh. Dude, what the hell are you doing? Meanwhile, Big Dummy was fighting so hard his pants were torn to shreds, turning his long trousers into shorts. His face was grimy and snarling, smoke even rising from his mouth. Zilu looked over, totally fed up, speechless. He blinked in shock, resetting Big Dummy's original human form. Wasn't he supposed to be a humanoid beast? Now, Zilu left, not forgetting to tell his bro, Big Dummy, hold the line here for a bit. I'm going to clear out the bathroom. 10 minutes later, meet me on the rooftop. He gave a low growl. Half an hour later, just as planned, they regrouped on the rooftop surrounded by zombies. Zilu had his hands in his pockets, chin raised, looking like he owned the world. Big Dummy activated his frenzy rage. Instantly, the beast inside him was summoned. Frenzy rage made his muscles bulge, tearing through his shirt. Now he just relaxed and controlled it. Big Dummy was the dozen or so zombies in front of him who had eaten all his grilled chicken. No more grilled chicken for him tomorrow. The kid was pissed, his power level maxed out, grinding his teeth in fury. The Big Dummy just started and already scared the zombies stiff, freezing them in place. Liu Yifei sat back, casually sipping premium Longjing tea like he was chilling at a cafe. Anyone who messed with him next was in for a storm. Chaos erupted as the fire in front of them roared wildly, like the world was going mad. The Big Dummy threw non-stop punches, taking on the whole gang alone. Liu Yifei admired how the dummy's stats had doubled under the hype. He looked like he was loving this violent showdown. Liu Yifei was pumped. This fighting power was insane. No wonder he was born a beast. The dummy roared, gearing up to enter the next phase. The Big Dummy's muscles slowly shrank back to normal. He collapsed hard on the ground, covered in bruises and scratches, his face twisted in pain. His body was gradually healing, hot energy seeping out from his wounds. Liu Yifei was speechless. Damn, does this apocalypse game really have twisted skills like this? The system popped up info, energy boost, your eating speed increased by 30%. While eating, the food you consume quickly converts into energy to heal wounds and restore stamina. Liu Yifei couldn't believe his eyes. Damn, the Big Dummy is going down a crazy path. Liu Yifei tossed some supplies and drinks into his mouth and gave an order. The system auto-picked everything up, gathering items on its own. Congratulations, user received equipment. Equipment enhancement scroll. Congratulations, user receives stamina potion. Congratulations, user receives spirit potion. Congratulations, user received protective armor. Here's some info on these items. Protective armor is a bronze tier gear, a lightweight metal armor that boosts physical defense by 1 and agility by 1. The defense skill lets you form a transparent shield around your body at will. The shield lasts for a few seconds. If it takes damage beyond a certain threshold, it breaks prematurely. The skill cooldown is 1 hour. After the shield breaks, the cooldown extends to 12 hours. The spirit potion is a one-time use bronze tier item, which instantly restores 10% spirit power when consumed and then recovers 5% spirit power every minute for 4 minutes. It has a cooldown of 30 minutes after use. Liu Yifei looked at the system screen fondly, equipping the new gear. The screen showed 2 enhancement items. Hopefully, after upgrading, the blood-sucking ring's stamina absorption during fights can balance out his stamina consumption in battle. With his physique, let's see how it goes. His jade green eyes sparkled as the ring floated perfectly in his palm. Liu Yifei smirked, eyes glued to the system screen, which displayed a successful enhancement. Congratulations, player Liu Yifei has upgraded blood-sucking ring to level 2. Blood-sucking ring level 2, an evil ring that absorbs enemy stamina in combat, boosting strength by 2 and stamina by 2. He pressed his lips, somewhat satisfied. Lucky, it worked. He pressed the equip button. In Liu Yifei's mind, he was already imagining 7749 epic fight scenes using this precious treasure. Blood-sucking ring level 2 successfully converts 12% of damage dealt to enemies into his own stamina through the ring. Blood-sucking ring level 2 successfully converts 12% of damage dealt to enemies into his own stamina through the ring. He repeated this thought over and over. Thinking this through, he rubbed his chin, eyes distant. Base stats, strength, 28, spirit 19, stamina 20, agility, 2%. Liu Yifei and his bro moved on, hands in pockets. Rested enough, Big Dummy, let's head upstairs. The door was scratched up and battered. They opened it to a ruined, messy room with scattered books and darkness that confused Liu Yifei. But he smiled, realizing that whoever caused this destruction must be powerful, definitely a boss. The two slowly stepped inside. Last life, the boss here was already dealt with. but this time they made it in time. His steps suddenly stopped. He really wanted to see what kind of boss this was. He stood before a door with a sign that read Shanghai Store, turning the handle with a soft click. Inside was a spacious room, resembling an old gaming store. Congratulations, player successfully found the Shanghai Store, earning 10 prestige points. Each player can only spend up to 30 minutes per day in the store. Exceeding 30 minutes results in a huge penalty fee. In the corner was a cylindrical machine. If you refuse to pay the penalty, the game system will log you out immediately. He cut in coldly. Got it. Dear player Liu Yifei, welcome to the Shanghai Store. Since you're the first customer here, you get a one-time 50% discount. He turned around to assign tasks. Is there really such a good deal? Big dummy, cover me from behind. The dummy growled in agreement. Liu Yifei charged inside as the machine slowly closed the door, with Big Dummy guarding outside. Inside looked spacious, filled with system screens all around. Liu Yifei, hands in pockets, scanned the room, stopping at the Welcome to Shanghai Store sign and sneered. He tapped the sign to browse goods, and a big screen popped up right in front of him. Important info for shopping at Shanghai Store. Physical attacks between customers are not prohibited. If your attack hits metal on the walls, even if it's metal, you still have to pay repair fees. If customers clash and damage walls or floors, you must pay cleaning fees. All fees are calculated based on the actual situation. Hope you can shop here happily and peacefully. Liu Yifei pondered deeply, thinking about setting it up exactly like in the previous life, hoping that when buying stuff, no one would come, so she could avoid cleaning fees. She pressed the item button. 4 screens popped up with 4 options. The extraordinary flash bullet priced at 1,000 gold coins, stock of 100. Short-range emitter priced at 500 gold coins, stock of 100. The scroll of binding technique priced at 3,000 gold coins. Honor badge, great power pill priced at 1,000 gold coins. Honor badge was a bit confused, not quite used to this situation. Am I just too rich now? What are all these things anyway? On the right corner of the screen was a red cross mark. The system announced. Xin checked and saw the user was unhappy with the items in the Shanghai shop, so it unlocked the privilege to buy hidden items in the Shanghai shop. He didn't take his eyes off the screen. Xin explained that each city's shop has a hidden shop exclusive to that city. Ding! These hidden shops can only be accessed by players who have made significant contributions to the city, and now the privilege to purchase has been unlocked for the user. Liu Yifei was stunned, speechless. He scratched his head, thinking, did I really contribute a lot to the city before? Liu Yifei turned into a well-behaved kitten when praised, eager to check what big treasures the Shanghai shop had. Not sure what he saw, but his eyes widened. Welcome, esteemed contributor to the city. The words appeared bigger and clearer than ever. Liu Yifei, the original self, asked seriously, System, are you really sure you're not mistaken? The other side immediately replied with certainty. User, enter the shop and see for yourself. Before him were extremely valuable items, the Shanghai Honor Badge priced at 200,000 coins, stock of 1. The Shanghai Order Uniform priced at 12,000 gold coins. Honor Badge 10, Shanghai Guard Badge, priced at 10,000 gold coins. Honor Badge 20. Liu Yifei scratched his chin, annoyed, glanced at the shop balance of 6,545 gold coins, thinking he could only afford the second item. He selected the Shanghai Order Uniform thinking, well, at least it's discounted now, otherwise it's too expensive. The system confirmed, you want to buy the Shanghai Order Uniform for 6,000 gold coins. Original price, 12,000 gold coins, crossed out below. Do you want to proceed with payment? Yes. Liu Yifei quickly brightened up, self-motivating to buy the Shanghai Guard Badge next time. The system then asked if player Liu Yifei wanted to buy anything else. He turned away and replied shortly, no need, and stepped out of the Shanghai shop casually. Thank you for visiting. Welcome again next time. The machine puffed out gray smoke. With loot in hand, Liu Yifei felt even more at ease. The Shanghai Order Uniform, a special diamond-grade equipment, an extremely precious uniform, crafted with exquisite detail and outstanding effectiveness. Only those with exceptional contributions to Shanghai are qualified to own it. Virtualization ability. After equipping the Shanghai Order Uniform, all your clothing-type gear can be hidden inside the uniform while still activating their effects freely. The uniform has self-cleaning functions and some features like temperature regulation, automatic recovery, and blood separation. Majestic, as long as you're in Shanghai, any player with lower prestige than you who attacks you will have their attributes reduced by 10% for 5 minutes. Special trait. You can establish Shanghai's order. Every day, you may have to complete a task that passes the system's check involving another player except yourself. Rewards and penalties of the task depend on your prestige level. The task difficulty determines the specific content, and you don't have to pay any rewards. No wonder its exclusive city gear looks pretty good. Liu Yifei took off all his gear, revealing his pale six-pack abs. He waited patiently, really wanting to see how this gear performs in battle. He pressed to activate the Shanghai Order uniform. Instantly, the new outfit fitted Liu Yifei perfectly. He looked down excitedly and tried the virtualization attribute first. The system checked and asked if he wanted to activate the armor protection and virtualization effect of the Shanghai Order uniform. Liu Yifei raised his hand and immediately activated it. The suit changed colors. He squinted, too hyped about the loot. Liu Yifei kept pressing and changing outfits, making Big Dummy outside stare in awe. The system notified player Liu Yifei. You have been in the shop for almost 30 minutes. Please pay attention to the time. He smiled, ignoring the reminder. The virtualization effect wasn't bad. From now on, just wearing the uniform lets him maximize his flexibility, lightness, and stealth. He grabbed his brother's hand and pulled him along. Big Dummy, move faster. Suddenly, the guy knelt before Liu Yifei without knowing why. He grinned, showing his teeth, using the order power to destroy the whole world with Big Dummy. The guy curled up, unsure if it was from cold or fear, waiting. The mission hadn't passed the system check yet. The two stared at each other, clearly dissatisfied. Liu Yifei showed extreme annoyance, repeatedly demanding to go kill the legendary boss. The mission hadn't passed the system check yet. A punch sent them to the Shanghai Museum. The mission hadn't passed the system check yet, spying on a girl changing clothes. The mission passed the system check. Do you want to declare it? Just accepted it. His eyes lit up, cheeks flushed as he hurried to explain. I said, it's just a joke, not real, not real. Big Dummy had been sitting there, still clueless about what was happening. Liu Yifei seemed to remember something. His eyes narrowed as he repeated the question about killing the boss in the Shanghai Museum. Sure enough, the mission passed the system check. Do you want to declare it? He pressed yes and looked at the mission rewards screen, chuckling to himself. Later, we can use this power to check if there's a boss nearby. The two of them moved again. Dummy, come on, let's go sweep for hidden bosses. Night fell. Inside an iron box, the two siblings were huddled up. The little sister's eyes were watery as she whispered, It won't come here, right? He turned to reassure her. She was sure but couldn't hide her unease. Probably not. The girl, with her sixth sense, felt something off, glancing to the side. A sharp red light flashed through the gap in the box, freezing her in place. Her face turned purple, tears streaming uncontrollably as she screamed out loud. Her brother quickly covered her mouth, whispering, Don't make a sound. They pressed close together, but she kept crying bitterly, unable to stop. He instinctively looked in the same direction. The zombie, looking like a human but reptilian, stuck out its long tongue threateningly, making him shiver. Its saliva dripped as it licked his face. The sister cried even harder but gritted her teeth to endure. The siblings hugged each other, her shaking more and more. They decided to get out of that creepy place. He shouted, Little May, run. The door appeared right before their eyes, giving the siblings hope. But it was too late. The zombie's tongue had already wrapped tightly around her leg. It dragged her away, tearing her from his arms, leaving them both stunned. Blood splattered the door and walls, the room filled only with her screams. Little Nee, the zombie, held her tightly. He trembled helplessly, unable to do anything, then spotted a broom in the corner and clenched his teeth. Summoning all his courage, he grabbed the broomstick and charged at the monster. You bastard, I'm risking it all on you. The moon was high, full, and bright tonight. Zila and Dummy just arrived at the door, ready to deal with the zombie. But unfortunately, both siblings fell down, no sign of life left. The zombie stuck out its tongue, acting like nothing happened. Zila didn't know what to say about this. He said blankly, Forget it, these kinds don't survive past the newbie protection period anyway. Dying now is a release, he added. If it weren't for those 2 moments ago, I wouldn't even know you were hiding here, right? The monster didn't understand why he said that to it. Congrats to player Zila on your first time. Zombie class change is underway, and the process is similar to humans. Zombies are evolving, developing their own growth paths. Bosses evolve the fastest. In the first stage of the game, mutated types can appear. Their killing style is like human assassins, with super high speed and powerful attacks, preferring to eat human brains. They can increase their intelligence by consuming brains. The reptilian zombie boss is at bronze level, rank 10, with basic attributes: strength 23, spirit 15, constitution 8, agility 23. Its reptile talent lets it freely crawl on smooth surfaces like walls. Skill: favorite attack is Claw Strike, which emits a claw attack causing damage equal to 17% of its strength attribute. If it hits the enemy's back, damage doubles. Its Shadow Illusion can instantly merge into the ground or walls to attack or follow the enemy's movements. Once attacking, it performs a sudden strike, causing damage equal to 80% of its strength attribute. Zilu smiled. Its talent and skills worked perfectly together. He put his hands on his hips, staring at the zombie. It noticed both of them moving simultaneously, Dummy standing nearby looking more confused. Zilu crossed his arms. System Tiz checked and saw player Zilu encountered a bronze-level boss, the reptilian zombie, triggering the reptilian zombie's grudge quest. The Golden Hand system checked and found the host activated the reptilian zombie's grudge quest, optimizing related quest issues. The reptilian zombie stared straight at him. The grudge of the reptilian zombie. The museum manager was falsely accused of stealing the sacred relic. He was scolded by the leader, turned into a zombie, and killed the leader. He wants revenge. He wants to kill all book lovers in the world, requesting the quest to kill the reptilian zombie. Quest rewards: 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, 1 set of bronze-level gear. Time limit 12 hours. Who knew this apocalypse game even lets you get revenge for others? Too bad, it's too late now. Zilu waved his hand. Dummy, you go kill it. Don't let other zombies come here. Work together and get close. Ow, Dummy, one-on-one with the reptilian zombie, raised his weapon high, ready to attack. Gao, somehow it dodged. Shadow illusion. Dummy missed his hit. You disappeared without a trace. The reptilian zombie clung to the corner wall, grinning at him. Dummy looked around cluelessly as it started sticking out its venomous tongue. 1 second later, the zombie lunged down. No one knew what would happen next. The reptilian zombie charged at Dummy, who still hadn't realized the danger nearby, but there was someone else in the room, Zilu. He seized the moment, jumped up with a sly grin. Scared now? You're nothing special. Zilu swung his blade down, landing together. The monster raised both hands to block. A series of slashes cut off both its arms. The reptilian zombie then cried, trembling like a child. He watched the little kid from behind. The monster ran for its life, crying like a river. Gao 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 roughly means, save me with someone killing the zombie. Zilu yawned, covered his mouth, then said, your chance. I'll count to 3 before chasing. The two tossed their blades into their mouths, squinted, smiled, and activated the pestilent wind skill. Activated the swift white wing skill. Zilu flew into the sky chasing the zombie. I'm coming. He was almost at the girl's location at breakneck speed. Tulak swung his blade back and forth several times with force, shouting loudly before striking. Each hit targeted the head of the reptilian zombie. It stuck out its tongue, leaning forward to snatch. The result was an explosion of wind and fire. Tulak casually turned on his heel and walked away with his achievement. Congratulations to player Tulak for successfully killing the level 10 bronze tier reptilian zombie boss, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Tulak for completing the reptilian zombie's grudge quest. Congratulations to player Tulak for receiving quest rewards: 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a bronze tier equipment. Congratulations to player for leveling up to level 10. Gain 1 free attribute point. Player Tulak has reached level 10. Since there is no class transfer yet, leveling up is impossible. All experience will be accumulated. Please patiently wait for the class transfer channel to open. Tulak smiled deeply. Go and looked at the system board. It seemed he had to quickly find the scroll. Din congratulated the player for successfully reaching level 10, gaining a chance to draw from the super rare Golden Hand lottery. Do you want to draw now? Tulak scratched his head and closed his eyes, thinking. The newbie period is almost over. If I'm the first player to successfully transfer class on the entire server, I might even get a server-wide announcement. He opened his eyes and drew. The screen showed the drawing in progress. Din was drawing the second super rare Golden Hand. The following lines shocked Tulak. Congratulations to the player for drawing the Yin-Yang twin super rare Golden Hand. The player can now have 2 classes. When the player has 2 classes, the first class obtained will be the one displayed externally. There are no limits on the content of the 2 classes, but if both classes increase the same fixed attribute, only the higher value will count. The free attribute points from the second class only get 50% rounded up. Zin congratulated the player for obtaining dual classes. Congratulations on acquiring dual classes. He was honestly totally stunned. Regaining his confidence, he grinned mischievously. Dual classes that defy fate, apocalypse style. Are you saying I'm gonna dominate the world in the future? After thinking it over, Lam Tulak burst out laughing, looking goofy, pointing at himself. Not so good, huh? Could this be unfair to other players? Suddenly, he seemed to hear something. His ears twitched a few times, then he angrily clenched his fist and shouted, Earth strike ambush, boom. Sharp spikes of earth and rock shot up through cracks, piercing the ceiling. The zombies couldn't avoid it and were impaled. A few that dodged got stuck between the jagged earth spikes. His vision dropped to the ground as if he saw something. Ignoring the zombies advancing toward the glowing silver-white box, he knelt, touched the box's lid, then hugged it and immediately moved, sliding past Big Dummy. He told Big Dummy to head straight upstairs. He remembered the last reminder. The silver treasure might be moved, but wild treasures cannot. He and Big Dummy moved up to the 5th floor via stairs. Now he was on the 5th floor. At the stairwell entrance, 3 zombies growled, slowly moving along the 5th floor corridor. Seeing them, he thought silently, all low-level zombies, so no need for me to intervene. He told Big Dummy to handle them. Big Dummy responded with a loud roar. Then he turned and walked backward, thinking as he went. According to the Golden Hand reminder, illusions boost strength and agility. So does that mean I still need to find a class that boosts physical and mental stats? He raised his hand to hold his head. Not none, it's the Hidden Saint Swordmaster class, only available across the ocean. It seemed Long Kingdom really didn't have any special top-tier classes. Standing in a corner of the corridor, fiddling with the system's virtual screen, his finger suddenly stopped. After a while, his hand moved slightly on the screen, then a hammer appeared. The hammer's face showed a lightning symbol. He gripped it tightly, looking at it with interest. Big Dummy seemed to sense something unusual and turned to look at him. Seeing the hammer in his hand, Big Dummy happily grabbed the hammer and bit it while he continued manipulating the system's virtual screen. A small rectangular box appeared with the words, "Recon I." He said it was definitely no problem. Behind Big Dummy, it bit the hammer hard, while he looked at the hammer expectantly, his hand opening it. Once opened, the system displayed a notification. Player NIXE successfully opened the silver treasure. When player NIXE opened the silver treasure, they received a boost from the treasure. Their personal item storage space increased by 0.3 cubic meters. An item appeared, named Reinforced Battle Pants. The system continued to notify. After opening the silver treasure, player Nazi received a boost and gained 50 experience points. Player Nazi searched inside the silver treasure and successfully found 270 gold coins. He took the gifted item. The item immediately displayed some information. Reinforced Battle Pants, Silver Tier Equipment, Elastic Pants. In combat, it greatly helps players, Strength +3, Agility +1, Function reduction by 20%. Duration of negative effects the player must endure. After reading the Battle Pants info, he pressed the Equip button displayed on the screen. Character Attributes, Na-Z. Special Forces Rank, Basic Attributes. Strength, 28, Spirit 20, Physique 23, Agility 25. After receiving the item, he turned to Big Dummy, patted his shoulder, and told him to pick up the props dropped by the zombies he killed earlier. When he got the order downstairs, Big Dummy responded with a shout. Then he left, still lost in his thoughts. The rookie protection period hasn't passed yet. The promotion system hasn't opened yet, so first, prepare for the illusion. The second trial, I'll study it carefully before talking. Hopefully, the Death Club members have gathered so we can clean out the museum quickly. On the afternoon of the 8th day, before the rookie protection period ended, the sky was clear and bright, sunlight streaming through every window. RH. The elevator dinged, and he stepped out with Big Dummy. His strong aura spread everywhere. He walked toward Big Boss Mao, asking, "When can we attack the museum?" Hearing the question, Big Boss Mao replied, "We haven't recruited anyone these past few days, but now the club has over 200 people. We can enter the Shanghai Museum this afternoon." He said, "If Brother Lin has arrived, I'll mobilize the brothers." He responded accordingly. Big Boss Mao silently smiled when he heard the answer. He thought that if this operation succeeded, no one would challenge him for the club president position again. "I gotta find a way to keep this useful pawn close." At that moment, the loudspeaker announced, "Dear members, today is an important day for our Death Club. Because we're about to launch a major campaign." He felt a bit suspicious hearing the announcement. A simple mobilization. All our members are about to head out to deal with the zombies in the Shanghai Museum. Ahem. To put it simply, everyone gather and prepare to attack the Shanghai Museum. The Death Club members shouted and charged. "I'm gonna kill zombies in the museum. I want to drop a bronze tier gear." Finally, the day has come. Big Boss Mao is about to rise. "I'm not just talking trash. This time, I'm definitely leveling up to 5. I want to kill 10 zombies this time." He exhaled, looking at the scene before him, thinking, this apocalypse game has really turned into a boring grind fest. Killing monsters to get stronger. Once the rookie protection period is over, who knows how many unlucky fools will die miserably. Suddenly, a strange object flew toward him. At this moment, a brawl broke out in the crowd. Shouts echoed. Someone yelled, "Where's my shorts? Who took my shorts? And my shoes? My shoes?" Big Boss Mao was speechless at the scene. Outside the building, a horde of zombies was advancing, growling. At that moment, a pair of glasses observed the zombies as they jostled each other moving forward. Big Boss Mao held binoculars and called out to him, "Brother Lin, are you sure your strategy will work? There are way too many zombies in here." He calmly replied, "It will work. As long as the speed of your arrangement is fast enough, there won't be any casualties." His hand lightly rested on Big Boss Mao's shoulder, saying, "It's almost 7 o'clock. If we miss this chance, there won't be another. Besides, everyone has agreed to this plan. Of course it will work." Big Boss Mao looked a bit worried but still said, "All right, let's see." He looked behind at him, then nodded slightly to the Death Club members, like giving an order. The Death Club members nodded back. Meanwhile, a piece of meat appeared floating from his hand. This was raw meat soaked in zombie virus. He said his agility in the club was pretty high. "Leave the first wave of zombies to me." He turned and told Old Brother Gao, "Big Dummy is in your hands." The one called Old Brother Gao replied, "Don't worry. Big Dummy is currently playing enthusiastically with the mace you gave him earlier." He looked over and thought, why is he playing with that mace everywhere? Is that thing really that attractive to him? Thinking that, he chuckled softly. Well, he did like that mace quite a bit. The mace seemed to suit him well. Then whoosh, he dashed past Big Boss Mao like a gust of wind, leaving only the afterimage of his cloak. Big Boss Mao muttered, "He's fast." Others excitedly said the first wave is the most dangerous. "Thanks for your hard work, Brother Lin." Another said, "His dedication is so strong that no matter what status or rewards he gets later in the club, I definitely won't be jealous." At this moment, he and a few others rushed out toward the zombies, holding the meat. The scent of the meat spread everywhere. Meanwhile, others took the chance to move toward another gate. The zombies smelled the meat and started moving toward him. He threw the meat to a Death Club member. With a righteous and heroic look, he told them to hold the meat and keep running. He would deal with the zombies. He ran toward the zombies, waving his hand at 2 Death Club members, saying, "When we get back to Gao, the club president, the rewards will be yours." One member looked at him, the other caught the meat carefully. Then both showed teary expressions and gave thumbs up, full of praise. Brother Lin is a good guy. He ran while smiling secretly, too easy to fool. Killing zombies? Ha! Just last time, I went looking for the scroll to avoid someone else stealing it. The 2 club members outside the encirclement watched the scene, mouths agape as zombies were knocked flying, shouting, "Damn, no wonder he's a big shot. Turns out he was just slowing things down before." At the entrance of a secret room, his silhouette appeared behind the door, directly taking over his role. At that moment, inside a transparent box appeared a scroll. He saw what he was looking for and whispered in awe. Sure enough, it was something that made many people chase after it like crazy, risking their lives. That was already a bit messy. Then he stepped closer while cracking his knuckles. His fist slammed hard against the glass box protecting the scroll, making a loud sound. Bam! The alarm detected an intruder and started ringing loudly. Red lights flashed. Hearing the noise, he looked up at the warning light. Then his fist accelerated and hit the glass box, holding the golden scroll even harder. The sound of a bomb exploding echoed. Then came the cracking noise. Cracks appeared on the glass surface of the box. His final punch shattered the glass cage into pieces, flying everywhere. After breaking the glass, he pulled back his fist and blew lightly on it, feeling a sharp sting. His hand reached toward the glowing golden scroll, and the system sounded an alert. Player Nazi discovered a strange scroll, apparently hiding a big secret inside. Player reputation increased by 500. The system prompted, "The scroll is calling the player, Nazi. Do you want to accept the scroll's call?" Hearing the system's command, he accepted. A beam of light radiated from the scroll, illuminating his face. At that moment, 2 lines of text appeared on the scroll's surface. Player Nazi accepted the scroll's call. About to enter the scroll, he felt a bit confused. Then his whole body was wrapped in a golden light, pulling him into the scroll. His body fell into another space. The system announced, "Player Nazi completed the program to enter the scroll." He slowly opened his eyes, his feet lightly touching the ground. Around him were flames. He touched a wall, emitting a blue light. His hand slowly slid deep into the space gate. He remembered correctly. This was the exact spot. The system announced, "Congratulations, Player NAAXE. Successfully activated the trial." His body gradually passed through the wall. A long notification appeared before him. The mysterious trial describes the challenge. Inside this scroll, some secrets seem to exist. It's always here waiting for someone worthy to inherit the scroll's power. Trial requirements. Pass 3 trials. Trial restrictions. During this time, all skill and power equipment are disabled. Trial rewards. Level increased by 1. Special profession. Illusion. Trial duration. Time flow. Speed here differs from the outside world. Please disregard. Trial punishment. Failure results in immediate death of the host. After reading the notifications, he felt it was just as brutal as before. The system announced again. Golden Hand system detected the host accepting the trial, starting program repair. Ding. Host failure in mission will not suffer any punishment. The system will protect the host and exit the trial space. The system detected the host accepting the trial, successfully activating the ancient trial mission. After hearing the system's announcements, he felt confused. Another notification appeared before him. The ancient trial is a legacy spanning thousands of years. It waits for someone strong enough to inherit it. Trial requirement: pass the trial from the scroll. Inherit the true power of the scroll. Trial rewards: random draw of a common golden hand, a silver-grade equipment. Trial duration: time flow speed here differs from the outside world. Please disregard. After reading the system notifications, he raised his hand to his chin, thinking, thousands of years? Is it strong enough? The illusion profession might be top tier, but it doesn't really fit that description. This illusion profession comes from a legendary assassin in the ancient Dragon Kingdom, but it only has a history of 1,000 years. Besides, at level 50, the illusion profession changes second class to Phantom Assassin, and at level 80 changes third class to Illusion God. It doesn't quite fit this description. After speculating, he turned to ask the system. Golden Hand system, what's going on here? The system displayed a series of ellipses as if silently answering him, making him feel like he asked the system nothing. Then the system disappeared, leaving him dumbfounded as a flock of black crows flew by. Feeling helpless and bored, he shouted out loud and went to accept the mission. The system confirmed receipt immediately. His mind was full of ellipses. Suddenly, a piece of cloth and a cave appeared before him. The system announced opening the first trial gate. On the cloth's surface appeared a shining golden orb. The system invited player Nya Xe to place his hand on it. Lei Chao. Hearing the system, he complied. His hand slowly placed on the Lei Chao orb. His hand touched the orb. Inside the orb, some power movements appeared, golden light flickering. Then red chains spread around the orb, wrapping his hand and the orb. He opened his eyes wide, staring at the orb, shouting inside. It's coming. Then his whole body was enveloped by red and gold power, lifting him up. Rays of light from the orb covered him, making his eyes ache gradually. Seeing that, he instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. After a few minutes, he slowly opened them, staring around in shock. He was surrounded by a space bathed entirely in red, lying on a transparent cushion supporting his body. He then dropped to his knees, scooped up some red liquid with his hand, and clenched his fist tightly as the liquid dripped down. He stood up and gazed into the distance. A swirling vortex appeared above his head, with a faint pink center. His body writhed in pain. His face darkened, trembling as he curled up, clutching his head. In his past life, he relied on his hatred for Qinghan to get through this gate. Passing through it was such a cowardly act. Back then, his hands were covered in blood, teeth gritted, enduring the pain. He silently vowed that this life, he would never be that weak again. Once more, a purple light shone from above his head, radiating immense power, forming a swirling shape. The red liquid began to move vigorously. He stood tall, chest out, hands relaxed, showing no trace of fear like before. His hands, body, and clothes gradually became coated in the red liquid. His face was also slowly covered by the red liquid. But unlike before, his expression now showed pure enjoyment. After enduring the sensations caused by the formation, he uttered each word clearly. I made it through. Then he laughed joyfully, fists clenched in excitement, shouting that he finally proved himself. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Good, 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 let's go home. Hearing this, he looked up at the faint pink light above his head, then assumed a defensive stance, shielding himself with his hand. A flash of light streaked past his eyes, and he was instantly transported back to his starting point. The system announced, Congratulations, player, you have cleared the first trial gate. Please proceed to the next trial gate. He reached for a small round object on a flat surface, tossed it a few times, then exclaimed, Whoa, I didn't expect such a tiny orb could trap someone in such a terrifying situation. A blue gate opened, and the system reminded, Opening the second trial gate, player, please move forward. He stepped through the gate, thinking as he walked that in his past life, he used hatred to push through the second gate but ultimately couldn't hold on and passed out on the ground. After waking, he had reached the third gate. This time, he was determined to see the dawn at the end. Suddenly, a series of gloomy voices echoed, urging him to give up. Just pass out and you'll get to the third gate directly. Give up, give up. Each step forward was met with terrifying sounds trying to pull him back. Give up, give up, give up. But his steps grew firmer, and his resolve stronger. No, how can I think like that? Absolutely not. Why give up? His face darkened, but he gritted his teeth and endured. This life I will see the end of this trial and wash away my past shame. I have a chance to start over, so why not persevere? Then he closed his eyes and walked calmly. a vision appeared of a scruffy bearded man standing with arms crossed, staring into the distance. He recognized it as his past self. That version of him looked middle-aged, eyes filled with sorrow. Seeing this, he thought about his current life. His body wobbled slightly, but he clenched his teeth, fists tight, and stomped his foot powerfully on the ground, moving toward the gap, emitting a blazing golden light. It was like a call to come forward. He struggled to steady himself and move toward the light. He stared in awe at a glowing rectangular frame. He questioned, "Is this really the final point? I actually made it to the end." Disbelief gave way to overwhelming joy, tears welling up. Finally, I finally did it. He had proven himself at last. Then he boldly stepped through the door ahead. This was the true meaning of rebirth. He moved swiftly forward. The scenery around him changed again. The system announced, "Congratulations, player. You have successfully cleared the second trial gate. Please proceed to the next trial gate." His eyes filled with hostility as he said, "Next is the final gate. It's just you left." The image of his past self appeared, suffering in pain, foolishly struggling against enemy attacks, then running away in despair. He held his head, voice grim, "The scars you left me in the past life. This time I'm coming for you. It's not too late to settle the score." With that, he pushed his arm through the next door, his body passing through the wall again. The system announced, "Opening the third trial gate. Player, please kill the guardian beast." He gripped his sword tightly and faced forward. His stance was defensive as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, a sound zipped past his head. A swirling vortex appeared in the air, and his expression darkened. From the vortex, a long-tailed black creature shot out. It landed softly and stared at him with contemptuous eyes. He shut his eyes tightly, sword pointed at the black cat. The creature thought, "After all this waiting, this is the guy who finally showed up." The vision of him then appeared, eyes shut tight as he used his sword to block the creature's attack. One of his eyes had been attacked, leaving a long red scar, but he still fought hard using all kinds of tools. At that moment, the system rang in his head, checking the realm of the player, Nai Shi, who had breakthrough abilities. The all-powerful zombie-slaying talent evolved into legendary all-powerful combat talent. The system began explaining to him what all-powerful combat meant. Legendary talent in combat means you reach unimaginable heights. In areas like fighting style and weapons, you can literally write the book on it. Suddenly, a blue square appeared around him. He shifted his stance, ready to fight. Flash! A golden beam shot up in front of him. He closed his eyes, gripping his sword tight and attacked. His sword clashed with the black cat. The blade cut deep into its face, spraying blood everywhere. The wounds he suffered in his past life. Now he returned them in this life. Then he slashed a few more times. The cat slammed hard against the stone wall, blood splattered everywhere. Then it fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The system announced, "Player Nai Si successfully killed the guardian beast. Congratulations, Player Nai Si, for passing the third trial gate. Congratulations, Player Nai Shie. You received the trial reward level up." A transformation scroll for class advancement appeared floating in front of him because the player hadn't completed the class change yet. The level up reward will accumulate once the player finishes the class change. He smiled lightly, then reached out to take the scroll. He looked around confused, clearly having completed the trial, so why was he still here? He started analyzing. In his past life, after killing the cat, he was teleported out of the trial. Why this time there was no sign of that? Could he be stuck inside the trial? He approached the rock wall, touching it to observe. Then he thought, unless this place isn't an apocalypse game but some kind of golden hand system. The system appeared, giving a mission to pass the trial from the scroll. The true power of the scroll hadn't been inherited yet. After reading the notice, he panicked, realizing he never truly inherited the scroll's real power from the start. He painfully called out, "Class Advancement Scroll." Is getting the scroll just the first step? The second step must be activating the scroll to unlock its power. A bold idea popped into his head. He slammed his hand into his palm to test it out. The system announced again, confirming the host successfully passed the trial and asked him to keep moving forward. To inherit the scroll's true power, he touched his head, relieved it didn't explode inside the mountain cave. Clenching his fist, he looked up and asked, "Where do I go now?" The system gave no response, pretending to be dead while he kept his fake smile waiting for a reply. Then his face turned serious, wondering what kind of scroll could silence the golden hand system like this. Or maybe this golden hand system is an old acquaintance of the scroll, or it already knows what he went through in his past life and is deliberately silent. Whatever, he thought, just follow its hint and move forward. He pushed against the stone wall, cursing as he went. Damn, he really didn't expect this crack. If it hadn't told him to go straight, he wouldn't have noticed this crack at all. What the hell is this for? The cracks connected like a pattern. He lightly touched the gap, which suddenly flashed with light. He stepped back a few paces, watching the golden light spread. Images of a bull and a bird appeared on the rock. Amazed, he said, "Aren't these the two patterns recorded on the scroll?" Then the two patterns shouted loudly, and the ground started to collapse, revealing a gate. After a shake, a stone door with patterns appeared. He gently pushed the door open. Creak, the door opened. In front of him was a stone table, on which lay the scroll and a glowing pearl. He walked in, observing, hands on hips, approaching the table. He grabbed the scroll and opened it. Light beams escaped from inside, making a crackling sound. A beam of light touched his hand, then wrapped around his wrist. The entire scroll lit up, as if trying to pull him in again. But then, something changed. The words, "Civil," appeared on the scroll. Confused, he read aloud, "CV." He felt a bit uneasy. Was this some big deal? But he thought the key info in the scroll was always patterns, the pearl, and the bird. Could it be the ox pattern and bird pattern of the nine-pair tribe? The words inside the scroll gradually appeared, and he read them out loud. Civil was killed by the emperor, who beheaded and buried him. The head turned into a blood-wind forest. Legend says, the cat demon can preserve the soul. Civil's soul was saved because it met the cat demon. The words floated out of the scroll, drifting in the air. Knowing his soul would dissipate, before it vanished, it created the trial scroll. The final gate of the scroll was guarded by the cat with the cat demon bloodline. The Great Master C wanted to test unyielding will, eternal spirit, and perfect combat, right? Your triple peak trial has fully met the highest requirements. You have earned the inheritance qualification, the strongest power of the Nine Lei tribe. Please place your hand on the scroll. After reading those lines, his hand instinctively reached out toward the scroll. In his mind, he finally understood that this was the true power of the scroll. He placed both hands on the scroll. The system then announced, detecting the player is receiving an unknown inherited power, currently testing an unknown ability. The power from the scroll radiated out, enveloping his body. The system successfully detected an unknown ability from Blue Star. The Apocalypse game system is now integrating this unknown energy with Blue Star culture. Along with the system's announcement, the power source grew stronger and stronger, successfully merging. Game transformation complete. The player is proceeding with the class transfer. Time passed, and finally, he fully received the new power. His body stepped back a few paces. The system continued to remind him, "Congratulations, player, class transfer successful." According to Blue Star culture, the Apocalypse game named this class Warlord. Please conclude the trial. The Warlord class requires one more step of data processing. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground. Looking up, he smiled faintly, originally only wanting to get the Illusion class scroll, but unexpectedly passed Civil's trial. Isn't this double happiness? Player's name, Warlord class. He raised his name to touch the system's virtual screen. This Warlord class is pretty interesting. A line of text appeared, making him a bit stunned as he said, "Huh." Suddenly, he waved his arm, looking panicked. Looking closely at his palm, a yellow gem clung tightly, refusing to let go. The system simultaneously announced, Nine Lei Pearl. A bronze-grade item, the wisdom treasure of the Nine Lei tribe, the most important item for the Warlord. Nine Lei is the Warlord's weapon. Players can, through Civil's trial after inheriting the scroll's power, bind the player's existence within their consciousness. Function 1 allows the player to freely change the form based on their thoughts, granting the player the class ability of that form. 2. It can absorb energy to enhance the attributes and abilities of the equipment. Holding the gem, he listened to the system's announcement, then carefully observed it. So this item can grow infinitely. Suddenly, the gem slipped from his hand, flying straight into his forehead. He sat down in pain, closing his eyes and holding his forehead. Sweat poured down his face fiercely. But when he saw the system's announcement that the trial ended, he still reached out and pressed the button. Pressing it, he thought, no wonder Civil's weapon, the survival method, is that unique. The space around him completely changed. On the ground, several zombies lay face down. He looked at the broken glass box. Inside, the scroll still lay quietly. He walked over and reached toward the scroll. The system sounded, "Player, trial ended. Your Warlord class is continuing data processing. Your base attributes without equipment or titles increased. Strength 18, Spirit 16, Constitution 12, Agility 19. Class data processing for Warlord complete. Player, each level up grants 3 strength points, 3 constitution points, and 3 free attribute points. Based on all previous experience and rank up quest rewards, the player successfully reached level 10. The player's attribute panel shows base stats, Strength 49, Spirit 24, Constitution 46, Agility 36. Free attribute points, 9. Hearing the system's announcements, he gaped and shouted, "These rebellious stats mean I can walk boldly among zombies later." Congratulations to the player for being the first to successfully transfer class in the Apocalypse game, earning the unique global achievement. The Pioneer, He raised his hand to touch the system's virtual interface. The class analysis was about to broadcast server-wide. Class. Warlord Introduction. Warlord, master of 10,000 soldiers, god of war, formed by the unimaginable power of the ancient Nine-Lay tribe's wisdom treasure, creating an extremely terrifying class. Those who don't undergo the terrifying trial cannot control the attributes. Each level up grants 3 strength, 3 constitution, and 3 free attribute points. Abilities. 1. Master of 10,000 soldiers. You can manipulate the Nine-Lay tribe's transformation into any warrior-type weapon, thereby gaining the abilities and skills of the warrior class. 2. Nine-Lay Pearl. You can inject power into the Nine-Lay Pearl to enhance its attributes and rank. When the system reached the third ability info, it stopped displaying and only showed a message. Specific ability not yet activated. After reading the system's announcements, he instinctively grabbed his cheeks hard, rolling in pain and shouting, "It hurts so much, I'm not dreaming." He stood up, clenched his fists, and yelled, "This isn't just some normal beast, this is insanely beast mode beyond all limits." Then he raised his hand and said, "Let me test the power of this Nine-Lay Pearl first." A long staff appeared in his hand along with a floating Nine-Lay Pearl. The virtual screen displayed the word absorbing. The power around the pearl was being strongly sucked into it. After a series of actions, the pearl shone brightly. A sparkling star appeared above it. The power source around the Lee Pearl was being sucked strongly into it. After a series of actions, the Lee Pearl sparkled brightly, and a shining star appeared above its head. He stared at it like he was deep in thought. At that moment, the system announced that the Nine-Flame Pearl had absorbed enough energy and successfully evolved into a silver-grade artifact. The gem began to radiate power. Inside the gem, the power fluctuated intensely. He reached out toward the gem. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, his pupils shrinking. The gem in his hand turned into a red liquid, then transformed into a blade resting perfectly in his palm. The Nine-Flame Blade, a silver-grade weapon, power increased by 4, stamina increased by 2, with a 10% chance to break armor on attack. The Nine-Flame Slash fired a blade of energy forward, dealing 130% of his power attribute as damage, and the pain inflicted by the blade energy could reach 200%. The Nine-Flame Heavy Slash dealt 200% power attribute damage to enemies but caused a 2-second stiffness debuff on himself. Finally, the system reminded him that players cannot acquire skills through the soldier class. These skills will change according to the Nine Flames transformations. After reading the system info, he felt a roar inside. This isn't just some ordinary beast, it's insanely tough beyond limits. His curiosity kicked in. Holding the blade, he questioned it. A bow. The blade in his hand gradually transformed into a bow called the Nine-Flame Bow. The Nine-Flame Bow, a silver-grade weapon, power increased by 4, agility increased by 2, can condense spiritual energy to form arrows. The flame arrow shoots a fiery arrow forward. Its power is 120% of his power attribute, and hitting enemies causes continuous burn. The ice arrow shoots a freezing arrow forward. Its power is 120% of his power attribute. Hitting enemies causes a temporary slow debuff. He immediately shouted, "Assassin," and the weapon transformed into a throwing dart. Seeing this, he got even more pumped and said, "Bring out a shield." Each command he gave made the flame pearl transform into the weapon he wanted. A swordsman's sword appeared. The Nine-Flame Bow, the flame pearl, tiredly dropped heavily to the ground. It emitted smoke from exhaustion after obeying his commands. At that moment, the system blared out. "Oh my god, the player's spiritual energy is empty. Continuing to forcibly change artifact forms will cause a stunned state. Changing forms consumes so much spiritual energy." He grabbed his head, thinking, "Why do I feel so dizzy?" Then he grabbed the gem, covered his mouth, and yawned deeply. World announcement. Congratulations to player NYAXE for becoming the first player to reach level 10 and successfully change class in the Apocalypse game. He kept walking down some path step by step. His speed was crazy fast, earning the only global achievement, the Pioneer title, and a huge pile of rewards. Other players were urged to keep pushing. Meanwhile, members of the Death Club grumbled at the world announcement. "Can this system stop already? I'm trying to sleep here." Another player holding an artifact heard the announcement and said, "Nah XE, that name again. The enemy is him. Can it just stop?" Another player who just hit level 6 gritted his teeth, telling himself to keep trying. Meanwhile, he sat in a corner, drinking potion after potion, little magic staff, meditation necklace. Absorbing them, he thought, lucky for the spirit recovery potions, that stun really sucks. Congratulations to the player for earning the global announcement, the Pioneer. Congratulations to the player for earning this reward, 1,000 fame points, 2,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, storage space increased by 2 cubic meters. The system screen displayed, Pioneer. The Pioneer title is unique. Only the first player to change class in the Apocalypse game can earn it. All attributes increase by 2. Players with classes get a 5% attribute suppression bonus. After reading the announcement, he thought, no effect, but maybe it's because I'm going against the order. Everyone else changed class first, then fought the bronze level boss. He thought that, then yawned deeply and ordered, no problem now, draw a silver grade equipment for me. The system received the command and changed the screen. A gift box appeared on screen with a message, drawing a silver grade equipment. At the same time, he reached into his pocket. The box opened and a mask appeared in his hand. Congratulations, host, you successfully drew silver grade equipment. Evil mask. Evil mask. Silver grade equipment, a mask with demonic evil power. Please don't let it corrupt you into a demon's slave. Spirit increased by 3. The mask can hide the player's basic info when worn unless the viewer's level is 5 levels higher. Otherwise, no one can see the demon's gaze. After 3 seconds of use, anyone looking at the mask falls into fear. When a fearful person attacks the player, their attributes and body coordination decrease. The evil mask transforms into a concealment mask. Do you want to switch? He touched the switch button, then the system displayed a message activating the uniform's camouflage effect. Do you accept? He pressed decline. Then he put on the evil mask. A gleam of demonic light flashed in his eyes. He stood by the window and ordered the system. Now draw the golden hand. He was wearing a black cloak, looking outside. The system then announced restrictions on breakthrough related to equipment. The limit is only 1 ring can be worn. The number of rings that can be equipped increased by 1. This means I can wear 2 rings at the same time, and both can be effective. This is like having 1 more piece of gear than everyone else. Totally insane. For now, I'll just hold off, wait until I get a better ring next time to wear. Then I clicked the cross to exit. This time, the system notified me that 12 free attribute points could be used. Seeing that notification, I thought, how should I use these 12 attribute points now? Like I came up with something, my hand quickly tapped repeatedly on the system's virtual screen. Strength is 52, Spirit is 33, Constitution is 49, Agility is 36. All right, let's head back and talk. After finishing everything, I calmly stepped out of the building. Elsewhere, on the rooftop, everyone was happily setting off paper fireworks all over the high platform. Gao Dong and Big Dummy walked over to the other platform. Everyone cheered excitedly when they saw them. Today's Shanghai Museum sweep campaign by the Death Club could go down in history. Let me introduce you to this big contributor, Big Dummy. After Gao Dong introduced him, there was a silence. No reaction from Big Dummy, except for his drooling, craving for the chicken leg he was holding. That's Big Dummy's cute side. Seeing that, Gao Dong called out to Big Dummy like a brother. Big Dummy thought he was trying to take his chicken leg and let out a yell. Then he turned away, looking at him like an enemy. Seeing that, Gao Dong said, that chicken leg is Big Dummy's lifeline, huh? At that moment, I walked in wearing my mask. Gao Dong saw me and called out, Lam Hui Nai. He happily said, finally, we found you. You probably don't know how long we've been searching. The kids even thought something happened to you. The Death Club members showed obvious admiration when they saw me. I didn't care about those looks, just looked at Gao Dong and asked, how did the fight go today? Gao Dong reported to me, not bad at all. We killed a total of 1,000 zombies, didn't lose many people, and got a lot of supplies. Then he pointed at Big Dummy holding the chicken leg and said, today, Big Dummy alone took down over 100 zombies, quite the contribution. Lamb brother, come with me. He and I went behind a door. Behind the door was a storage room. He said this was today's loot. He looked at me and said, Lamb brother, many new members joined today. This operation was tough for you. Got time later? Want to say a few words to the guys. Then he whispered to me, I'm telling you, many strong people, holding these brothers in hand, the future will be easier. Hearing that, I thought, many people means I can find more gear, right? 9 Flame Pearl leveling up and breaking through to Diamond is hopeful now. The club has lots of people, so the more resources we get, the more supply cards we have but can't use them all. Maybe I can trade these supply cards for their gold coins, or even equipment or items. After all, 9 Flame Pearls upgrade needs those things. After thinking it over, I looked at Gao Dong and said, let's talk business. Gao Dong looked confused when I said that. Then he put his hand on my shoulder. Business? What do you mean? Lamb brother and Big Dummy made a breakthrough contribution in this sweep. Just say what you need. I looked at him and said, I want gear. He said, ha. I thought it was something else. He put his hand on mine and said, this is a surprise I prepared for you. After he let go, a silver ring appeared in my palm. He said, gear, huh? Turns out you need it just right. Gao Dong put his hand on Zilei's shoulder and smiled, advising, if you need anything later, just tell the brothers. Our club has so many people, we can definitely handle anything. I agreed. If it's your intention, Brother Gao, I accept this ring. I'll come back at 8 tonight. Gao Dong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, with this gear, he'll probably stay by my side for now. Gao Dong looked surprised and asked, 8 tonight. I calmly explained that the newbie protection period ends then, and I need to learn the rules. Lam Zile added, around 8, I'll do some business with Death Club members, and then you'll be directly responsible for them. I already have a plan. That's enough for now. At that time, he probably won't go out, so I'll basically save his life. Thanks for the help at the museum and for giving me this ring. Gao Dong rubbed his hair and smiled reassuringly. I forgot about the newbie protection. But Lam brother, don't worry. We're no longer newbie players. We can handle it. Then he looked curious. Also, Lam brother, don't worry. Whatever you want, I'll make sure everyone is well prepared. Lam brother, what do you plan to trade with us? Zila whispered back, mostly supply cards, you'll see then. I thought better not say more. Other stuff is too complicated. Gao Dong looked confused. Supply cards? Our club has plenty of those. Zila turned toward the door, dragging Big Dummy behind. Let's go. Leaving the noisy crowd behind in the building. Back in the hideout, Zile took off his mask and leaned gracefully on the soft bed. The system notified. 9 Flame Pearl absorbed enough energy, successfully evolved into a golden grade item. I smiled with satisfaction. Zile looked at the little robot and marveled. Didn't expect this evolution to go so smoothly. I thought you had to be at least around 30 to kill a silver tier boss to even get close to this artifact. The 9 Lee Slash Blade has a power boost of B, +3 in physical strength. When it attacks, there's a 20% chance to break armor, and it also causes a fast bleeding effect. Zile was super hyped. His stats seemed to have leveled up. While he was resting, some scratching and groaning sounds came from outside the window again. Zila peeked at the zombies and muttered to himself, perfect timing for a pillow gift. You guys showed up just right. He quickly unleashed the 9 Lee Slash strike, swinging hard. The blade split into 2, releasing a sharp, slicing energy. Zile was a bit surprised, eyes wide as he watched the blade swiftly decapitate a bunch of zombies, blood splattering everywhere. Zile got way more pumped, shouting orders for Big Dummy to get to work. The buff zombie charged at its own kind, attacking nonstop, and Zile jumped into the fight too. Less than 10 minutes later, the whole zombie horde was down in a pile. Zila hit level 15. He glanced at his wristwatch and realized the time was almost up. He hurriedly ran, growling a signal for Big Dummy to retreat. But things didn't go smoothly. They hadn't gone far when they ran into a new wave of zombies. Zile and Big Dummy had to hold their ground in an abandoned house right next door. The bloodthirsty zombies tried breaking in. Zile checked his smartphone. It was exactly 7 p.m. The surroundings started turning a deep red, signaling the newbie protection period was over. This time, a booming voice from the main server welcomed them to the Apocalypse game. Based on absolute fairness rules once started, it's self-governed, no interference allowed. Time simply and easily ran out. I guess everyone's familiar with this warm, cozy setup by now, right newbies? Well, now the real apocalypse kicks in. Then came a bunch of new updates. 1. All zombie attributes got a massive boost. Their smell and hearing got optimized. 2. Zombie parts were granted various forms like Predator, Berserker, Poison, Super Heavy, and Cursed. Oh, zombies could reorganize anytime and launch large-scale attacks. Infection only worked on players with low total stats. 4. Nighttime was basically death's domain. Zombies actively hunted players' whereabouts. 5. Lamstar's geological structure, architecture, building materials, and natural environment all got reinforced in hardness and other aspects. 6. To ensure experience quality, all non-game food drop would spoil quickly. Rotten poison levels increased significantly. Eating or drinking these for long periods would slowly reduce players' base stats permanently. 7. Supply cards got a full upgrade. The higher the zombie level, the more filling the dropped food. 8. Climate conditions caused large-scale degradation. 9. The transmission channel was fully opened. 10. National leaderboard functions launched, starting with level, fame, and gear. Players would get big rewards and could join the upcoming regional domination contests. 11. The dungeon system got a full overhaul. 12. All cities were now divided and impassable. 13. Future updates would unlock upon meeting certain conditions. Zile frowned, muttering, ugh, just like last life. So brutal, the real apocalypse has truly arrived. Each line of text faded into nothingness. Zile stood still, listening to the server's last words, please try to survive. The zombies outside quickly morphed into different forms for the world ahead. They gathered, staggering forward, either to live or die. The chaotic scene cut off all escape routes for players, forcing them out to fight for their lives. Stored food reeked of rot, which was a huge problem since it directly affected humanity's survival. Screams pierced the air. Save me. Don't eat me. Zilu clenched his fists. It was literally life or death. This game was pure extremes. He glanced up, calling Big Dummy, but then froze in fear. Damn, how could I forget Big Dummy's my teacher too? The mutation process sped up. Big Dummy let out a deafening roar, forcing Zilu to step back several paces. He panicked and called the Golden Hand system. What the hell's going on? A notification replied, due to conflicts between player analysis and Big Dummy's zombie evolution, the system was repairing permissions. After repairs, Big Dummy wouldn't gain new zombie traits, but would get 50% of the enhancement effect as compensation. He also wouldn't be forced into instincts the Apocalypse game grants, could join actions like zombie waves, new talents, and could undergo job transfers. Zilu suddenly got an idea. If job transfers were possible, he'd hook Big Dummy up with a secret, top-tier class, even better than 100% inheritance. After scanning Big Dummy's talent analysis for a while, Zilu's face turned pale. This level of chaos was indescribable. The server sent him more alerts, reaching Dragon Nation rank based on 3,720 fame points, 2 Shanghai Order uniforms, 9 Lee/Blade topping the leaderboard, asking if he wanted to hide his name. Zilu didn't hesitate and declined no hiding at all. The current level leaderboard had 4 names. First was Nai Shi, second, Zhang Yuan Zhang, third Big Dummy, and fourth was Breaker. Zilu stared at the zombie's name in disbelief. He was ranked 3rd. The fame leaderboard still had him sitting comfortably at number 1. The rest is info about other people and equipment. Liu Zilu felt a bit hesitant inside. Should he hide his identity as a legendary recluse or be the masked panda surrounded and watched by other players? Tran Tu remembered that the time he hid his identity was because in his past life, the Lee family cast a huge shadow over him. He wanted to quietly and steadily take over the Lee family, but now they're still immature, basically no threat at all. Liu Zilu's bloody flute isn't hidden either, which is pretty good, but people just stare at him like he's some panda. Wearing a mask, what's there to fear? Might as well recruit a few little brothers under my wing, help me grab some more gear, and feed the 9 flame blades. With so many titles, it seems like the noise attribute is pretty loud. He smirked. Just these things alone could support a small squad. The reward leaderboard, players chewing respect. Based on your current level, if you stay in a certain spot for 24 hours, you'll get experience, gold coins, fame, and it increases over time. The next notification made him even more overwhelmed since he was always near the top. Not only that, Liu Zilu also got a zombie-level title, Peerless Stance, which boosts all stats and rewards by 10%. It reduces discounts at all shops, cooldown about 24 hours. The Big Dummy was confused seeing Liu Zilu throw a wild party. Seriously, too powerful. Can't even measure it. Oh man, even a level 90 war god coming here wouldn't hurt a single hair on me. The title must be held tight, always keep top 3 spots. He showed a cocky look, already wearing Peerless Stance, but it only kicks in after an hour. Liu Zilu reviewed the info again, suspicious. Drop rate increased by 1%, no way. Isn't my system already at 100%? Increasing it more won't do anything. Notification sent. When activated, the drop rate increase of 1% causes 2 items to drop. Liu Zilu was shocked. It could even do that? He waved his hand and called the Big Dummy. Let's go harvest the Death Club's chives and see if the system's telling the truth. Liu Zilu slowly twisted the door handle. Just as he leaned halfway out, a ghost lunged at him. Liu Zilu jumped back to dodge, drew his sword, face expressionless. The zombie was quickly defeated. Its head rolled off wildly. Liu Zilu paused a moment to listen to the surroundings. He chuckled. No need to go far. Zombies with assassin traits are hiding right outside the door. The sky was blood-red and terrifying. Zombies were rampaging on the road ahead. Liu Zilu sensed something was wrong and hurriedly ordered the Big Dummy. Oh crap, these zombies are toxic. Retreat. He showed panic, thinking damn, their fighting power sucks, but their grossness is top tier. Saliva's corrosive too. Running like this isn't the way to deal with these puke-worthy freaks fast enough. Moving out of the alley, something caught Liu Zilu's eye. Here it is. He signaled the Big Dummy and ran off. The zombies were seriously everywhere. No matter which path you took, you'd see them. Liu Zilu climbed down from a second-floor window. Below was constant moaning and cries for help. Bodies were scattered everywhere, plus the stench of blood made the scene more horrifying than ever. Liu Zilu stood at the door, suddenly hearing a bitter laugh. Ha ha, what's the use of trying? A young man stood in despair, struggling for a long time, only to get a notification. Zombies that were easy to kill now can fight back. The girl beside him clutched her head in panic. What else could they do? After this time, all supplies were gone, just waiting to die. Some were so scared their minds went crazy, constantly begging. So good, everyone come grab it, won't get to eat this again. Liu Zi suddenly realized this was his chance. He hurried to a good spot. Liu Zi loudly told everyone inside the house to help them live better and not lose hope. He pulled out countless supply cards. You heard right, just pay a little gold coins, and you get gear and items too. You can get food for the whole day, so hurry up and buy it. The crowd immediately went wild. I want some, boss. Look at me, I have a bronze weapon, want roasted chicken. Liu Zi smiled proudly, earning 1,000 gold coins today. He and the big dummy left right after. Before stepping outside, Liu Zi put on his mask and warned, keep noise down, it's late at night now. Loud sounds will attract zombies. Don't blame me if I tell the big dummy to smash you. Everyone shivered in fear. The room seemed a bit quieter. Gao Dong nervously peeked out. Liu Zi growled, old Gao, do you know who I am? Gao Dong, scared out of his mind, stammered, don't, boss. I should be the one calling you big brother. Please take me along next time. Whatever you say, I'll do it. Liu Zi leaned in, whispered, Gao Dong, got it, calm down. I promise I'll do just that. Liu Zi put his hand on his shoulder, signaling him to go. Seeing the young guy's panicked look, Liu Zi thought, hope Gao Dong's smart, but if this fails, even if he doesn't follow through, I won't lose much and still benefit. He locked the door. Liu Zi stared into the distance. Huh. A day protecting after the newbie period ended just like that. Tomorrow facing mutant zombies, making some more gold coins and gear. He held the item in his hand with anticipation. Later, gotta see if Gao Dong survives to bring back gear to exchange for supply cards. Liu Zi and the big dummy stood in the middle of the highway. The zombies, with their sharp sense of smell, quickly caught the scent of prey. There were both adults and kids among them, rushing fiercely to attack. Liu Zi still stood still, showing no fear or worry. He only used one move that wiped out the entire horde of undead. Liu Zi glanced coldly and ordered, go on, big dummy, let's clear out more zombies. It's just right to let other players get some fresh air. We're currently on the 5th floor. Liu Zi smiled. In my opinion, we should just settle down here. A man's voice echoed from the escape door ahead. There's a magical shop here. When people come to buy stuff, we'll charge a toll and definitely get rich. No need to worry. Yeah, all the zombies are dead, so safety's not an issue anymore. Big bro, if we collect supply cards, then we can eat and drink without a care. Liu Zi carefully stepped closer while the others kept going. But who killed the zombies here? They were lying all over the 34th B floor. Who could have done this? Must be a really strong team. They couldn't have missed the Shanghai shop, right? If we take over this place, what if they come back one day and cause trouble? The loud noise immediately caught the attention of the spiky-haired youth. The leader got defensive and snapped, asking who they were. Didn't they see people here? The spiky-haired youth quickly covered his mouth, stammering, big bro, wait, isn't that dummy back there? It took a moment to process, and the whole group gawked in shock. Holy crap, isn't that the number 2 ranked player in Dragon Nation? The real deal is right there. Liu Zi was just as confused. Number 2 on the leaderboard, he forced a smile, thinking he had no clue what was going on. Big Dummy has experience with zombie auto-growth, so beating that guy Zhang Yuan Zong is no big deal. The others flipped their attitude faster than a tortilla, shouting a welcome greeting. Big Dummy wielded his hammer, charging fiercely, scaring everyone. Liu Zi gently reassured, all right, Big Dummy, let's go buy stuff, don't mind them. Watching their backs, the spiky-haired youth looked tense and told the leader there's no way out. This Big Dummy looks like a local tyrant at first glance. He's strong, but we have numbers. The leader seemed to get it and explained, is it normal to be number 2 on Dragon Nation's leaderboard? And more of them, the number of zombies they've killed is more than we've ever seen. They can clean up easily. Them sparing us, this time is a huge act of mercy. Liu Zi sighed, stuff at this price has to be powerful. If we push harder, maybe we can gather everything before the city opens. Absolutely no letting others snatch it. He decided to buy. The notification popped up, successfully purchased the Shanghai Guard seal, paid 9,000 gold coins, with 754 left over, now packed into the card. Liu Zi excitedly pressed the activation button. According to the info board, this seal seems like a special item. Liu Zi attached it to his chest and successfully activated it. Introducing the Shanghai Guard treasure, a diamond-grade rare item. Only those with contributions can own it, boosting automatic equipment recovery speed. Unless it drops below 40%, it can summon a mechanical soldier to fight and survive for 10 minutes. Liu Zi's eyes widened. This little crawler is badass, not just his seal. Another warning popped up. Players, please note, you can only buy one seal. Be careful not to get duplicates. Liu Zi pondered. He thought once he had enough gold coins, he could grab all the seals. He slowly walked toward the door. Looks like he can't summon a mechanical guard army. But the shop hasn't said if it calculates based on player attributes or what. Whatever. He'll find out when buying the next item. The two then left the 5th floor. The outside scene gave off a creepy vibe. On the rooftop of a skyscraper in downtown, some characters shaped like swords or discs were carved. Suddenly, two forces clashed in midair. The youth holding a weapon stood high, observing the situation. Looks like all the zombies here are dead, so it's safe. He pointed at a glowing object and told his allies, "Is this the job transfer platform from yesterday's game update? Not sure what it does." Another guy suggested, "Let's circle around and check. Maybe we can find useful supplies." The red-haired girl added, "I think so too. There might still be good weapons." The innocent pink-haired girl curiously asked, "What's this glass orb for?" "It's the only special thing around here." The red-haired girl gasped and shouted, "Xiao Fei, don't touch that." But it was too late. A dark aura enveloped the pink-haired girl's body. It suddenly exerted pressure, pulling in a massive gust of wind from nowhere. The whole group was thrown back, screaming a few sharp cries. The explosion lasted a few seconds before fading. Such a loud noise would definitely attract tons of zombies. The allies angrily scolded, "Xiao Fei, why can't you stop touching random stuff? How many times is this now?" Xiao Fei, annoyed, tried to argue back. "I didn't know it would open. Next time, be more careful. Okay." Just then, someone softened the mood. "Come on, no more arguing." The youth with the weapon calmly said, "Let's find a way out first," unaware that danger was closing in. The allies panicked, reporting that behind the shattered oil lamp was the terrifying power of a giant zombie. It was the 18th ranked bronze-level boss. The remaining basic attributes were all unclear. The whole group seemed frozen in place, their limbs stiff, faces pale as death. The zombie seized the opportunity, lunging forward with a barrage of attacks. When it was done, it casually walked away, leaving a pool of blood behind. The sky blazed red as a blinding light suddenly appeared. The giant zombie stared intently, its jaws slightly clenched. It raised its blood-soaked hand high, seemingly deep in thought. It suddenly let out a roar of defiance. Behind the giant zombie, an aura resembling flames appeared. Thick black smoke began to spread all around. This sacred flame only engulfed a specific area, forming a box-like shape. Not far away, someone spoke up, "See that? This is the fate of Luo Mang." He snorted coldly, warning his allies in a harsh tone. "Next time you cause trouble, this will be the consequence." Ziluo's voice echoed from afar, "Dummy." The three-person squad over there noticed an intruder and quickly tried to escape. Ziluo and Dummy cautiously entered the job transfer zone, but first had to make sure no one else was around. The three-person squad watched in awe, clicking their tongues. "Great. Two more idiots showed up. We didn't even see how the others got swallowed earlier. This time, we gotta watch closely." "Did you catch what the guy in black called the other one?" Dummy was a beast on the Long Nation leaderboard. The only girl in the group asked, "Do you guys think Dummy can actually kill that zombie?" The captain replied coldly, "It's not that big of a deal." He added, "But those guys earlier were top tier among us. They couldn't even scrape a layer off the zombie's skin. Even if Dummy's stronger, he still can't beat it." The other guy sneered, "Who knows? Just wait to loot the gear. If those items on Dummy belong to us." Before he could finish, the zombie's roar cut him off. It smelled fresh meat but didn't dare attack yet. Ziluo signaled coldly, "Dummy, let's go." He thought to himself, another trio of naive players, no need to waste time. Ziluo stepped closer to the power gate, pondering. If he remembered correctly, the gatekeeper of the Shanghai job transfer was a berserk-type zombie protected by the Apocalypse game. In his past life, it was killed by the Assassin's Guild, so its true strength was unknown. In front of Ziluo was a guideboard explaining how to activate the mission. With some hidden conditions, Ziluo rubbed his chin, worried. He recalled that in his past life, the gatekeepers of the 4 small cities were pushed to level 40-something, but players still couldn't successfully transfer jobs, only reaching other zones when the limit opened. Looking at the blue orb hovering in midair, Ziluo noticed some supply tags scattered nearby. He hurried over to check. "Hey, as long as you don't activate the mission and there aren't 30 people around yet, it's not wrong to go loot the pit." It seemed the excitement made Ziluo careless, and he casually leaned on the orb. The three-person squad still kept their eyes fixed on the area. The system detected that player Naize had touched the spirit orb to transfer to the mage class, forcibly accepting the mission. There were only 2 players in the squad, but the rewards increased significantly. The Shanghai job transfer gatekeeper was about to wake up. "Please prepare." Ziluo silently heard a signal indicating the Shanghai job transfer gate was optimizing mission-related issues. According to the description, to counter the terrifying zombie attacks, each city had a job transfer gate for players. However, to proceed, elite talents had to prove themselves. The reward was 500 fame points, 2,000 gold coins, and 1,000 experience points with a time limit of over 10 hours to complete. Failure carried no penalties. Luo grinned, telling Dummy, "I'll withdraw the mage job to use. You're the fighter type." The giant zombie woke up from its short nap on command. Now there was clear info about it: 56 strength and physique, 30 spirit plus agility, and an extraordinary body talent. Its execution level could emit a sonic wave after a roar, boosting its own stats and reducing the enemies by 10%. Ziluo raised a few fingers excitedly, praising its power. Dude, this ability totally trampled on the word Titan. It wasn't an ordinary creature. But if you compare it to a human who's killed countless zombies and wielded the Nine-Blaze Blade and various buffs like you, wouldn't you be stronger? Just imagine Ziluo easily taking down the zombie. Right then, the system suddenly sent a notification, detecting the host facing the Titan zombie and successfully activating the mission, requiring the killing of the giant zombie guarding the job transfer gate. The reward was a random common golden hand loot and silver-grade equipment. The time limit was 24 hours. Ziluo signaled to accept. The Titan zombie licked its lips, clearly seeing him as a tasty meal. From the arrow Ziluo was about to shoot, a massive lightning burst erupted as he dashed toward the zombie at an incredible speed. The Titan zombie, caught off guard, couldn't react in time and had to defend with both hands. Seizing the moment, Ziluo roared, ordering Dummy to smash it. Dummy obeyed, gripping his hammer tightly, leaping high. He started attacking a fellow zombie several meters taller than himself without a shred of fear. The Titan zombie's left arm began to frost over, its nerves numbing. To its surprise, Dummy suddenly stopped fighting. Ziluo stood behind, guarding, quietly admiring his own precision remained sharp. The giant zombie seemed insanely pissed, its roar shaking the heavens and breaking the space around. Liu Yifei wasn't ready for this. Overwhelmed, he stumbled, one knee hitting the ground, his head pounding like crazy. Liu Yifei tried to think, but everything started to blur. This freak talent uses sound waves as attacks, triggering the Titan's stun effect. He looked up, panicked, yelling at Big Dummy when he saw him getting counterattacked by the giant zombie. The Titan zombie grabbed an arrow and snapped it in pure rage. The giant zombie went berserk, smashing everything, forcing Liu Yifei to keep moving. He smirked confidently, drawing his bow again. 6 arrows flew out, split into 2 types, fire and ice. The giant zombie spun around, every part of its body hit. Finally, it took a direct shot right on the bald spot atop its head. It rubbed the bald patch, groaning some weird sounds. Suddenly, it burst into loud sobs. Wah! Liu Yifei was straight up confused. Was this dude a construction worker when alive? Can't beat it, so just go back to the old job. He aimed, voice dripping with contempt, turning his back on the enemy. This was going to end badly. Each arrow was wrapped in fierce holy fire. The giant zombie smashed forward with a huge rock. Liu Yifei was speechless. No words to describe it. Out of options, he ordered Big Dummy to unleash his berserk trance. Pointing forward, Liu Yifei used a taunt move. When he passed out earlier, that pitch-black demon dude ate 5 of his roasted chickens. Big Dummy got even more pissed, hearing that, fully activating his berserk trance. He charged into battle like a bloodthirsty beast. The 2 zombies clashed violently. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei quietly found a good spot. Realizing the giant zombie wasn't paying attention to him anymore, he started his plan right there. Each arrow flew straight, but something felt off. The sharp pain made the giant zombie cry tears. Liu Yifei turned pale, instinctively clutching his butt. The giant zombie went mad, knocking Big Dummy down first. Its body trembled, bending at a 90-degree angle. It glared at Liu Yifei with bitter resentment. He awkwardly explained, "I really didn't mean it. Swear on it." Of course, that excuse wasn't accepted. The zombie roared, targeting Liu Yifei. Big Dummy jumped up to protect his master, grabbing the zombie's head tight. Using all his strength, he tried to slam it down. The giant zombie thrashed violently, grabbing one of Big Dummy's arms. The situation flipped fast. Liu Yifei stayed calm, just aiming his bow. Each arrow once again pierced the giant zombie's butt. Desperate, he imagined angels giving him a hand. The zombie looked at him with an unreadable gaze. Liu Yifei had to explain, 2 shots in the same spot. "I swear I didn't mean it, believe me?" The Titan zombie roared, then angrily pulled out its bow. Suddenly, it collapsed from exhaustion. At the same time, Big Dummy's berserk trance started to cool down. Liu Yifei grabbed 7 more bows, hurriedly signaling his ally, "Big Dummy, get out of the way." He obediently retreated before shrinking down. The giant zombie hadn't stood up yet when it got hit again. Liu Yifei staggered from the blast pressure. A warning sounded. "Attention all players. Due to your dirty tactics insulting the Titan zombie, its rage successfully broke through limits, fully activating its bloodline, evolving to silver rank." Liu Yifei was shocked, thinking, "I knew the boss would transform, but boosting power while dying?" The zombie was now several feet taller than before. The stats it generated also changed: 70 strength, 30 spirit, 65 agility rose significantly. Physical and magic damage taken decreased, recovery boosted. It could create shockwaves and attack non-stop. Liu Yifei gaped. Legendary talent form. Damn, the world's really messed up. You say this is silver rank boss? Gold is the same deal. The Golden Hand system detected the Titan zombie's successful evolution, raising mission difficulty and upgrading rewards. Liu Yifei sat thinking, confused about how to beat it now. The giant zombie was losing patience. He snapped out of it, realizing he didn't have time to check rewards, just had to fight based on feel. His weapon choice remained the bow. The giant zombie gritted its teeth from the attacks, instantly healing from wounds. Liu Yifei took stance, wielding the nine-blaze saber. He leapt, spinning midair, slashing to cut off part of the Titan zombie's upper body, but it barely seemed affected. Things just got way harder. Liu Yifei tensed, no longer counting on Big Dummy. He pulled out some supply cards, but he wasn't done. The robot arrived on command. Liu Yifei summoned again. His last ally was the zombie cat. Then he pointed his sword skyward, unleashing the nine-blaze heavy slash. Facing the giant zombie's overwhelming power, Liu Yifei showed no fear. He attacked head-on, drawing the sword upward. The Titan zombie was quickly knocked back several meters. The server flashed a red warning. The move entered post-interaction phase. The player froze for 2 seconds. The giant zombie's heavy body hit the ground, making a huge crater. As it struggled to get up, Liu Yifei's robot Lack appeared and landed a brutal hit right on the giant zombie's neck. But that wasn't all. The zombie cat wanted in too. With its tiny body, it moved so fast that in a blink, it vanished from sight. The zombie cat raised its claws high and slashed hard at the giant zombie's arm. Because of its corrosive attribute, blood gushed out wildly from the wound. Liu escaped the control, aiming straight for the zombie's shoulder blade before attacking. The force was so strong that he had to use his sword to block immediately after. Liu looked at the mindless zombie walking ahead and said, "Controlling these two with my mind is kinda exhausting." Now was when the Titan zombie truly unleashed its power. Liu was hit hard, temporarily stunned, and his dumbass body returned to normal. He was startled to realize something was approaching, and in the end, he got knocked out cold. Liu dropped to one knee, calmly assessing the situation. It didn't need to live anymore, and under these conditions, it activated the Titan Rage skill. Liu started calculating, focusing on its stubborn attribute. According to the skill description, the punch's power kept growing, and soon he wouldn't be able to block it. Escaping was also harder because the chase speed increased by 50%. But one of the zombie's arms was badly injured, so its attack speed couldn't reach perfection. Liu's counter was to dance on the blade's tip, dodging the giant zombie's punch right in front of him. He successfully evaded, concentrated force into one arm, and followed the Titan zombie's movement. One slash cut through it. 4 identical notifications popped up, showing that another player team had appeared, and the mission completion reward was reduced. Liu was confused and didn't understand what was happening. Not wanting to hesitate any longer, he quickly left the area. When he reached a higher vantage point to observe, a voice came from afar. "Hurry down." The other team realized Liu had actually won and wanted to share the spoils. The team leader urged, "Come on, you can really get a lot of mission rewards." He showed obvious excitement. "Damn, the first rank-up announcement will definitely broadcast worldwide. I'm about to blow up." The only girl worriedly suggested, "Everyone, let's get out." The old man barely killed that terrifying zombie. "How can we?" Before she could finish, the team leader cut her off sharply. "Shut up, money girl. I've been holding back for a long time. It's the apocalypse. No need to pretend to be pure. Wait till we're outside. I'll mess you up." The girl shrank back in fear, barely whispering, "Okay." Liu's tall silhouette was outlined by the setting sun. His whole body was wrapped in an extremely dense aura. The team leader started buttering up the old man. "You must be the Titan, right? Seriously, too strong. I've always been your loyal fan." The other two smiled and nodded along. "I watched your fight, so I insisted on bringing the guys to help." "No big deal. We all really admire you." Liu coldly asked, "Admire and help? Huh? Weren't you guys hiding around here all along? Why didn't you come down earlier?" The team leader, knowing he was cornered, stammered. "Ah, that's..." Liu swung his sword and cut him down. He casually judged the fake, watching the blood spray, which made the others scream in panic. Liu stood still but spoke slowly. "I hate fake people the most." As he turned around, a giant eye appeared, radiating a weird purple glow. The other team felt their minds sucked deep into that strange object and started changing. They attacked each other, shouting, "Mine, zombie, don't come near." Damn it, Liu was annoyed, disgusted by these scumbags trying to join the mission to split the rewards. The system detected one less player team and increased the completion reward. Liu thought doing this would not only split the profits, but if the mission's difficulty scaled with Challenger's power, these guys would get him killed. One guy shouted angrily, "Titan, your reputation now as the hero of Dragon Nation." He thought being a hero helping others was a given. "We just want to follow you and drink your soup, nothing else." The guy next to him quickly interrupted, "You better think clearly. If you kill us, no one will think you're—" 4 words cut off his chance to survive. The rewards kept increasing. Liu swung his sword back, warning harshly, "Remember, my name's Titan. I settle scores and I'm not your hero. Nor do I like moral chains or doing stuff for humanity. I just want to survive." The team trembled and quickly fled. Liu shouted, "Anyone who interferes, blocks me, or disgusts me will die. The server announces this mission can add up to 25 more players. Please arrange accordingly." Liu cursed in frustration, "Useless fools, trying to lecture me on morals. I haven't even checked if I'm worthy. When the Lee family hunted me, why didn't anyone say it was for humanity? They're just a bunch of hypocrites stepping on each other." Congratulations to player Titan for defeating the level 19 silver tier boss, Titan Zombie, earning 400 experience points, 500 gold coins. The only global achievement, Silver Spear, is about to be announced across the entire region, plus 2 golden hands and random gear. Liu was excited. Double rewards? Is there really such good luck? Suddenly, a big yang energy appeared. Zilu flew over and grabbed it immediately. A black pedestal rose from the ground, holding 2 sparkling treasures. The first was a scroll. Inside it said that after the city's job transfer station activates, players who chew the meat get the following benefits. 1. A Lin Zilu statue is cast, proving outstanding contribution, admired forever. 2. Zombies won't have higher difficulty. 3. Just pay the fee, and the commission is yours. Zilu quickly signed, the blood-red letters standing out on the page. The system popped up, congratulating the meat-chewing player for completing the Shanghai job transfer activation mission, earning 500 experience points, 3,000 gold coins, 100 experience, and the 10 Overlord scroll. Level up to 15, plus 3 points to strength, stamina, and free attributes. To reach the next rank, you need 2,800 experience, becoming the first player to activate in Lam City, earning the unique global title, Job Transfer Master, with an announcement coming soon. Zilu was over the moon. Is this the reward boosted by the system? The loud noise behind him caught his attention. Zilu thought hard, "Damn, how could I forget you guys need a quiet place to claim your rewards? Right now, I'm not in the mood to teach anyone." Zilu slapped the big dummy's face a few times to wake him up, then signaled softly, "Let's go. Chicken drumsticks." The 2 left like that. Meanwhile, the survivors here were totally confused. What the hell is going on? Didn't the meat-chewing guy already beat the zombies? Some panicked, thinking maybe he activated a higher-level mechanism, purposely leaving us here as zombie bait. Why would he be so ruthless? We just wanted a cut of the profits, but to him, we're nothing. The server congratulated Meat Chewer for being the first in the Apocalypse game to solo kill a silver-tier boss and activate the job transfer station. With his mighty power, shaking the world and earning a unique achievement plus huge rewards, other players are encouraged to learn from him. Since Shanghai was the first city to activate the job transfer station, all players there get citywide rewards. For 24 hours, zombie kills drop double loot with 10% extra experience and gold. A pillar of fire descended from the sky, and everyone stared wide-eyed at the 2 girls who looked super happy. We really leveled up. Yeah, from now on, Meat Chewer is my god. The others started fighting each other for the loot. The boy looked out the window, quietly said, "If I remember right, the job transfer station only appeared last night, and inside there's a bronze-tier boss that's super tough. We lost 30 people and still couldn't beat it, but they cleared it this afternoon." Meat Chewer's fans shouted excitedly, "I knew it. He just wiped out tons of other players. The old boss isn't satisfied with boring world announcements anymore. He went straight to 3 types, forever a god." In the pitch-black meeting room, the leader spoke, "I'm telling you, this player named Meat Chewer is truly a talent for our country." But before the apocalypse, Jiang Lin came to Shanghai and got locked up there. He smirked, but his heart still belonged to this territory. Sooner or later, he returned to the motherland's embrace. The silent night, the big dummy sat alone in the outer room working. Zilu carefully examined the rewards he got today. He now had over 12,000 gold coins plus 7 cubic meters of storage space. Zilu acted cocky, "Damn, level 16 already. This speed is even faster than before the newbie protection period. Now, being humble is impossible. Old rule, claim game rewards first." There were 3 scrolls in the desk drawer. Zilu calculated, mature profession, it will automatically upgrade when leveling up, so free attribute points can be allocated into spirit and agility. This basically means boosting my real power. He slowly folded the scroll back. Since Zilu already had the level 1 golden hand, Any new rewards would also be enhanced. He suddenly chuckled. Both of these are pretty good, making zombie and boss fights way easier. Luke suddenly remembered. Oh right, what was that double drop rate the world announcement mentioned earlier? Everyone gets 1% more? He stared blankly, meaning exactly that. Luke grabbed his head and yelled, I have a drop rate of 2,111. The system congratulated the owner for pulling silver tier gear, the hidden demon battle armor and the long robe. He was really happy, it's gear, so mysticism really works. Each treasure gave despite having different effects like resistance and counters, he touched the equipment button with his finger. After a quick review, Liu Lei made his decision. His agility and spirit energy had slightly dropped behind, so he decided to just give points for those things. He braced himself against the chill and evaluated. Not bad at all. Liu Lei happily requested to withdraw the 2 golden hand systems immediately. He pulled a supply card out of his pocket. It looked ordinary, but in critical moments, it could decide the outcome of any battle. Liu Lei gently stroked his hair, but overall, the 2 items in this set didn't have much effect, probably because he was too rich. Next, he moved to the titles, frowning as he considered. None were as good as the unparalleled stance. Could it be that unlocking the Overlord's fate profession also made all that vanish? These rewards were all average, but at least the agreement could soothe his wounded heart. Thinking too much gave him a headache, so Liu Lei had to decide. Now the golden hand system would withdraw the silver tier equipment for him. He closed his eyes tightly and began to pray. Infinite Heavenly Lord, Amitabha Buddha, please protect me. Amen. Introducing the butcher profession. Inheriting skills from his father, specializing in slaughtering pigs, cows, and buffaloes. Maintaining survival attributes. Every time he levels up, he gains 2 strength points and 1 stamina point. Liu Yifei pursed his lips. This was pretty normal. It didn't do much for him or Big Dummy. Better keep it for now. Maybe it'll come in handy later. When you're free, Jiang, you can sort it out. Liu Yifei checked his inventory, then opened the bright golden item he received, gaining blessings and tons of experience points. The treasure was at the very end. Something with a pretty cool name. A melon-slicing knife, activating a threatening effect for 2 minutes, lowering the enemy's attributes by 10%. Liu Yifei was confused but impressed. The blade was good, though saying this in battle sounded dumb. Whatever, he tossed it to Zhu Lezhu to swallow. Liu Yifei stepped into the outer room, clenching his fists, showing clear determination. No time to rest, only 24 hours left. He had to seize every chance. In his hand now was a stamina potion. Liu Yifei downed it in 1 gulp. Big Dummy was a bit startled, realizing his master was standing right behind him. He just smiled and winked. Let's get to work. Today, take down all the zombies, leave the leftovers for me. Liu Yifei wiggled his fingers. Every 2 fingers replaced by a demon. Tonight, Big Dummy would get an extra roasted chicken as a reward. Hearing that, Big Dummy got way more excited and scampered after him. Liu Yifei swung his hand to summon the holy sword, always volunteering to lead the charge. Outside, zombies had been waiting for a while. The noise caught Liu Yifei off guard. He scanned the monster from head to toe, silently judging. Damn, how much gear is this dude rocking? Liu Yifei decisively slashed, silently begging for 2 drops. No, make it 3 pieces of gear. The system congratulated the player for successfully defeating a level 6 heavy zombie. Feeling pumped, Liu Yifei shouted for allies. He quickly lured a few zombies over, smashing the ground with a hammer to make noise. Big Dummy obediently followed orders. The zombies, attracted by the sound, kept coming in bigger waves. Server announcements rang out non-stop, signaling today's loot was no joke. Liu Yifei paused for a few seconds, then smirked arrogantly. Hey, that's more like it. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city center, a giant screen displayed the leaderboard of essential gear. A guy with glasses from the Yun family calmly said, Looks like the new gear appeared because the player defeated the silver tier boss. The younger guy sitting next to him added, Well, no surprise there. Of course not. I'm curious who this guy really is. Li Haobo's father said coldly, The kid from the Yun family. If it weren't for your dad turning into a zombie, you wouldn't even have the right to be here. Now we're discussing serious matters. Keep it professional. Chi Min sneered, Haha, Master Li, are you saying my 2 useless kids are your problem? And In-Han Ho added, I think Li Haobo is in Shanghai, right? See, being far away doesn't help. Judging by his personality, I doubt he'll last more than a few days. The tension rose, so the guy with glasses tried to calm both sides. Old Li, don't forget today's topic is the player, not someone else's family drama. If the N family head has no questions, then stop asking. He recalled, Back in Long Kingdom, I never heard of this character. It's unbelievable a normal person could stay silent and suddenly get this strong in just a few days. Li Haobo's father concluded they must find this guy. Based on his name and influence, If he joins our alliance, it'll be a huge boost for the plans of all three families. Qinghan didn't show much interest but didn't deny it either. Yeah, the apocalypse is a huge opportunity. It seemed he already had a plan. The world's in chaos, so why not step up and become the masters of this world? The guy with glasses looked thoughtful. If the player can't be used by us, then just take his gear. Then Qinghan made a throat-cutting gesture, meaning kill him. The two men exchanged looks, apparently understanding each other, saying nothing more. Outside, chaos still reigned. Some players were reviewing their rewards. Today's haul was huge. Gotta kill more zombies. They didn't realize they were being targeted. At the hotel, where Liu Yifei chose to rest, he stood alone in his room, diligently practicing spells. Looking out the window, he could see a fierce battle below. Liu Yifei recognized Zhang Yuanzhong, who seemed to be ranked just below him on the level leaderboard earlier, now pushing himself hard. Liu Yifei rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I remember in my past life, Zhang Yuanzhong was still level 8 around this time, only leveling up to 9 tomorrow, and the day after would complete his hidden profession change. This life, he's got fewer world announcements about rewards, so leveling up will be much slower. He yawned wide, but, considering the situation, his reincarnation really had shaken things up quite a bit. Liu Yifei smiled to himself, but no matter how far things drift from the original path, as long as he had strength, he could face anything. He fumbled around looking for something. The system signaled he was leveling up. Liu Yifei pulled back his hand and accidentally caught a strange scent in the air. Curious, he asked Big Dummy, is that you smelling bad? The zombie growled in response but pointed at Liu Yifei, meaning it was talking about him. Only then did Liu Yifei realize the problem. He quickly grabbed new clothes, complaining he was doomed. Oh, usually only bathe once a month. Big Dummy scratched his head, confused by the rising heat. Liu Yifei happily scrubbed himself, and just as he stepped out the door, he saw Big Dummy about to take off his pants to shower. Ziluo threw the cloth right into his face and said, "Go to sleep." He leaned back on the soft mattress. Ziluo gradually drifted into a deep sleep. In his past life, everyone eventually got used to this situation and had long forgotten what it meant to take a proper bath. The moon reigned over the vast sky, and Ziluo's soft snoring echoed quietly. Suddenly, something strange appeared from the bathroom stall. Water gushed out in a flood. A pitch-black hole revealed a fierce, glaring eye, and a filthy, mutated rat slowly emerged. Ziluo suddenly snapped awake. The mutated rat was standing right beside him, glaring angrily. Its speed was terrifying, 10 times faster than normal rats. Ziluo calmly observed, thinking, not bad. Are all zombie rats this big? He spun around and sliced the monster's body clean in half with his sword. While Ziluo was figuring out what to do next, the ground suddenly trembled. Swarms of rats poured into the city from somewhere, their numbers so huge no one could even imagine. They gathered like a tidal wave, invading every corner. The terrified screams of the people echoed through the night. Ah! They were completely powerless against the mutant rat attack, all falling down one after another. Quickly, they swept past the hotel where Ziluo was staying. He and Big Dummy took defensive stances inside the room, ready to fight. Ziluo looked at the corpse of the big monster and guessed the source of the noise. Either a zombie wave had appeared or the mutants had gathered. But the game system hadn't given any warning. Plus, this sudden attack seemed to be just zombie rats. He carefully checked the hallway outside, wondering if his reincarnation had triggered a butterfly effect influencing the entire zombie world. It'd be better to investigate the situation thoroughly. If something unexpected happened, they'd be ready. From the window frame, a continuous screeching sound came. Ziluo frowned and concluded there weren't that many zombie rats after all. Maybe he was just overthinking it. His initial plan was to check out the situation first. A nearby echo sounded. Ziluo was confused. No, a few zombie rats wouldn't cause such a big commotion. He felt a bit scared. If the sound was that loud, the zombie rats must have formed a squad. The noise was huge. They were probably close by, maybe even on the floor below. Were they targeting him? Even more monsters were surfacing from the sewer. They moved in a straight line, very organized. Ziluo guessed from their disciplined formation that a boss-level zombie rat with special talents was leading them. Looks like a fierce battle was about to break out tonight. They couldn't stay here long. He coldly ordered Big Dummy, "Let's head to the rooftop." Picking the lock, Ziluo stepped out confidently. He and Big Dummy quickly moved to the edge of the rooftop. Ziluo put on his mask and silently observed everything through the bars. Something caught his eye. He had to admit, the numbers were overwhelming, but luckily, they weren't targeting him. Excitement surged. Like, if he killed that rat, wouldn't he make a fortune? But then Ziluo sighed in frustration. Too many of them. Survival was more important. He still didn't know why the zombie rats had gathered their minions over there, so it was best not to act rashly. He warned Big Dummy quietly to stay alive and not run around recklessly. Zilu opened his system panel and equipped the night ring. He jumped to the next building to find a better vantage point. There seemed to be fewer rats here, but suddenly a sorrowful human cry echoed. Zilu sneered. The apocalypse had been going on for like a week already. How naive could someone be? Did they really think running away would save them? He slowly looked back at the original hotel. He could have coordinated with Tathan and Doan to delay going to the opposite rooftop, but with such useful survival skills, using them here felt like a waste. Zilu told himself to observe first and then speak. About an hour passed, and Zilu sat still without a sound. He worried silently, hearing nothing at all. The noise disappeared without a trace. Could it be an invisible dungeon? Like the job transfer platform with a protective barrier separating it from the outside world? Zilu rubbed his chin, surprised to have such an unexpected gain today. Lucky me, my luck's not bad. He summoned Big Dummy with his mind. Come here quickly. It's time to work. The zombie obeyed and appeared immediately. Big Dummy was right behind Zilu and quickly sensed something was wrong. Countless black feathers fell from the night sky. It was a flock of crows flying back and forth over one spot with no clear purpose. Zilu whispered a warning. Big Dummy, don't disturb those animal zombies. There are too many of them, and I might not be able to handle it. Zilu looked down at the street where several crows were calling their comrades to feast on corpses. His face went pale. Damn it, such weird stuff happening again. The two types of zombie rats and birds not only coexisted peacefully, but even lined up obediently to enter the mansion. What the hell was inside this place? Zilu used a rope ladder and carefully approached the area. He landed safely. Everything around was dead silent. Zilu led the way, sword ready. The number of different zombie species swarming the mansion was even greater. Zilu was scared. Whether before or now, the destructive power of that bear couldn't be underestimated. There was an intermediate gate right before the main hall. The zombies passed through it to enter inside. They lined up in a long, unbroken queue. As dawn broke, Zilu slumped down, exhausted, thinking it was finally over. Waiting for the zombie horde to scatter, he finally started searching around. They all ran off. Nothing here either. Liu Yifei looked genuinely relieved. Sure, there was nothing left. He loudly signaled to the Big Dummy hiding nearby. The side door just popped up right in front of us. The system asked Liu Yifei if he wanted to enter, and he wondered. No hints at all for this dungeon, Extra info. Apocalypse game dungeons come in two types. First, player versus player duels where this battle is king. The environment and difficulty mostly stay fixed, but adjust based on the character's level. Next, mission delivery and appropriate reminders. Liu Yifei recalled facing plenty of dungeons in his past life, his experience pretty solid, matching his current strength, especially with his golden touch. Taking down this thing should be no problem. He was curious if entering the Apocalypse dungeon would have a protection mechanism like the mysterious trial. A prompt sounded back. The system's essence is to give the best experience to the player. If dissatisfied with the content, the mission can be ended anytime. Liu Yifei got hyped. Isn't this basically meaning I can bail anytime without taking damage? No hesitation, let's do this. I'm in. Liu Yifei hit accept on the dungeon. The server confirmed he successfully activated it. He looked at his ally. After all, he had the golden touch. The Big Dummy doesn't. He pointed at the zombies. Stay here and wait for orders. Liu Yifei silently judged the guy squatting so confidently, feeling a bit annoyed. The dungeon quickly opened. Liu Yifei gripped his sword tight, took a deep breath to summon courage. The space inside was enclosed by 4 walls, with some flames floating around. He tapped a few times to check, then slammed down on his blade, decisively slashing, the sand splitting into a long crack. The system congratulated player Chu Rider for activating the special dungeon, the Despair Maze. The screen showed legendary maze data. No one had survived this place in over 1,000 years. Will you be one of them? The objective: find the exit, kill lurking animal zombies, avoid traps. Inventory space locked. Time limit: 3,650 days. Warning: player Chu Rider entered the dungeon using a special method. Parameters need adjustment. Liu Yifei worriedly asked himself. Not open yet? That so-called special method must be the teleport door from earlier, right? He bit his lip, guessing that door wasn't the maze itself, but used to add animal zombies. It closed after finishing, and I happened to see it jump in with the zombies. Damn. Liu Yifei imagined himself diving headfirst into a fire pit, speechless. He dismissed that dumb thought. Liu Yifei pondered. The maze not being open yet meant the danger level was super high, not suitable for normal players, but that didn't apply to him. Plus, the animal zombies were probably just added and totally useless. He looked at his weapon. The mission said items lose effectiveness, but he still had the 9 Li blade skill ready, so maybe it's bugged. But it could also be because he was bound by the sword's soul. Whatever, having it in hand was enough. The server successfully adjusted the parameters, tailoring the dungeon's difficulty based on the player's strength. The space quickly turned blood red. Liu Yifei was thrilled. This apocalypse game actually had some mercy, helping reduce the difficulty. Because player Chu Rider entered early and messed up the normal order, the difficulty would increase by 50% this time. Liu Yifei freaked out and yelled, "Let's pretend I didn't say anything. This game really can't be trusted, changing punishments when you fail missions. If the host wants to quit, they can do so anytime." This maze had seen so much despair. Success would grant 2 random golden hands. Liu Yifei was pumped. He slowly moved deeper inside, surrounded by stone walls. Suddenly, an arrow shot out from a small nook. Liu Yifei wasn't ready, but luckily raised his blade to block, the force pushing him back a few meters, the arrow falling. Liu Yifei tensed up, thinking no wonder this dungeon wasn't open yet. He estimated the arrow's attack power matched a player's strength around 30. Few could block that. While distracted, suddenly many more arrows shot out, sharp points flying fast. Liu Yifei quickly dodged to the side. The path ahead widened, but there was no sign of life. Liu Yifei sighed tensely, twitching, thinking he might be able to grab some weapons. He swung his sword to check, but nothing appeared. He felt a bit relieved. Looks like it's really over. Carefully scouting the area, a fork appeared ahead. Liu Yifei told himself, from here on, it's all about instinct and memory. Why was he a little excited? He smirked. The right path seemed promising. Let's check it out first. Liu Yifei was ready with his sword when suddenly he stepped on something, surprised. A human corpse? Liu Yifei bent down to examine, calmly concluding it gave no clues or use, just a scare tactic. The heat inside the bunker drenched Liu Yifei in sweat. A door was nearby. He knocked lightly, no sound answered. He had no choice but to crack the door open. The heat inside the dungeon drenched Liu Lei in sweat. There was a door nearby. He knocked lightly a few times but got no response. He had no choice but to slightly open the door. The mutated rat spotted the stranger and immediately hissed. It lunged to attack Liu Yifei, who decisively slashed in a wide arc. The system congratulated player and Haobo for successfully killing the zombie rat, earning 6 experience points and 8 gold coins. Liu Yifei grabbed them and shouted excitedly, "Beef fried rice." He shoveled spoonfuls into his mouth, showing he was starving. The bowl was empty in no time. Liu Yifei casually dusted off his hands, wiped the rice grains stuck at the corner of his mouth, and grumbled, "Seriously unfair, just taking advantage of a slip-up. At least give me a napkin to wipe my mouth." Liu Yifei continued his journey. Luckily, he had already passed the soldier promotion trial, otherwise, he wasn't sure he could have kept going. He smirked as the old rule at the second right turn finally appeared. Liu Yifei tapped his treasured blade against the stone wall, seriously observing everything behind him. He was now standing between 2 different paths. He quickly escaped the deadly acid trap and cursed loudly. What bad luck. Liu Yifei opened the second door and immediately encountered zombie dogs, which he took down without hesitation, searching for more rooms. He scoffed coldly, 10 wooden doors for 1 rat zombie boss. Ridiculous. He ruthlessly slashed it to death and pulled out a royal grade 9 flame pearl from the rat's body. Liu Yifei decided to take a short break. The intersections ahead all looked the same. He started drawing blood symbols, 3 paths, 2 dead ends, one filled with all kinds of traps, the others empty. Behind the doors hid random animal zombies. Killing them dropped supply cards or weapons. Liu Yifei realized the number of zombie monsters matched the numbers on the doors, but many mysteries still remained. He let his arms drop and frowned, pondering. He figured out why this maze drove people to despair. Leaving the room, he thought the animal zombies he encountered would only get stronger, and he had no idea what traps lay ahead. He needed to be more careful. Liu Yifei forced open a wooden door. Inside were 2 bronze-grade bosses. He told himself, "Looks just like I thought." The fight broke out instantly. With just a few basic slashes, Liu Yifei defeated them and leveled up to 18. The system congratulated player Naixei for finding the quick fruit and gaining 2 extra points. Liu Yifei bit down hard. Excited, he used the supply card he just got called Trap. The animal zombies got taken out as soon as they invaded, without Liu Yifei even lifting a finger. Confident and chill, he moved on to the 3rd day in the maze. The next day, the power of his treasured blade had reached full completion. Upgraded to diamond grade with plus 10 strength, 4 stamina, and 25% armor penetration. The damage transformation from skills also boosted his killing efficiency significantly. Liu Yifei couldn't help but be amazed it was insanely powerful. This was a total transformation. He stared at his weapon, realizing that from now on, slashing low-level animal zombies would be even faster. From then on, Liu Yifei fought like a maniac. Even mid-level bronze-grade zombies were nothing to him. The maze wasn't as scary as rumors said. Meanwhile, in Shanghai City, A girl was drowning in happiness. Mom, I hit level 10. The server congratulated the player on successful promotion. The teens whispered among themselves. Do you guys have any news about idol Nize? Nothing. Like he vanished from the world. I think Nize found a good place, retired early, no plans to kill zombies for leveling anymore. Looks like he got assassinated. But I guess some organization found him, locked him up as a guinea pig for research. The next info popped up, shattering their baseless rumors. No way, he's still on the leaderboard. Isn't it said that once someone dies, they disappear? Even the big idiot hasn't moved. Still, at level 10, Liu Yifei unleashed the 9 flame slash. In front of him were 3 zombies with different forms. Liu Yifei moved lightning fast, gone in a blink. The pearl zombies stood dumbfounded and still. Liu Yifei sneered, "You guys still got something, but too bad I'm 1 level higher." He pulled the sword from the corpse, and a mutation immediately appeared. Under the pressure, Liu Yifei had to shield himself with both arms. The system congratulated player Nize for killing a level 9 boss, the gluttonous rat zombie, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. A treasure chest appeared behind, containing a bronze-grade relic. At that moment, 2 beasts charged in. Liu Yifei casually spun on his heel, watching them destroy each other. The stench of blood filled the room. Liu Yifei and Bao finished off the last zombie, and their loot skyrocketed with no signs of stopping. Liu Yifei also got a chance to draw from the Golden Hand Lottery, which he obviously accepted. This item was called Animal Insight, helping Liu Yifei check all info about creatures he didn't understand before. Liu Yifei looked hesitant. He tapped the computer screen, and the wealth of information made him excited as the host checked zombies related to creatures, revealing their weaknesses. He suddenly fell silent, though. That second vague point, how much could strengths and weaknesses really matter? He'd have to wait until next time he faced animal zombies to see the real effect. Liu Yifei rummaged through his bag, took out a mixed pill, and then absorbed it into his body. Calmly, he strode out of the dark room and headed to the next door, number 41. The stench from inside the dungeon hit Liu Yifei hard, making him extremely uncomfortable. He quickly activated Animal Insight. Using the fire attribute will counter the zombie birds. Liu Yifei thought to himself, so this is what they call a weakness. Turns out it's pretty useful. Standing before thousands of blood-red eyes, he quickly unleashed the 9-blaze strike. Liu Yifei single-handedly tore apart the swarm of zombie birds. He sheathed his treasured blade, then drew a bagua formation on a blank sheet of paper. Coldly, he realized there were still 14 gates ahead. Changing direction, he left the stinky remains behind. Moving slowly, Liu Yifei noticed a strange object blocking his path. It was a huge boulder. His face showed confusion. This path didn't have a wooden door after all. Liu Yifei slashed the sword a few times to test it, then tried to find a way based on the diagram he had drawn earlier. A creeping unease started invading his mind. He doubted whether his calculations were correct. He worried the path he took earlier was way too smooth. He had a bad feeling, like something was off. He was almost out, so he needed to be more careful. A light shone ahead. That was the way. Liu Yifei sped up, then suddenly froze. This area was completely different. The door had a huge dragon engraved on it. He showed clear determination, but that aura was seriously tempting, calling him step by step deeper inside. Standing still in front of the wooden door for a while, Liu Yifei sighed in frustration. He pushed with force, and a power manifested in the air. Liu Yifei's eyes widened in surprise. Is this the Heavenly Gate? System congratulates player Nize for finding the exit of the Despair Maze and successfully completing the legendary dungeon. The reward you receive this time is a unique product and culture of Lamb Star, currently being integrated. A few seconds later, another notification popped up, offering a random draw for 2 common golden hands, but Liu Yifei wanted to delay that, so he declined. The remaining gifts included the boundary-breaking herb, the Lee, and the inlaid statue essence. Liu Yifei took the key, a special one-time use item that could open the barrier for 10 seconds. He seriously assessed it looks easy, but better not let his guard down. Liu Yifei subconsciously recalled that in Bagua, Lee represents fire. Looks like this reward is related to fire. Finally, the inlaid statue essence obviously connects to water. The server congratulated player Nhaize on completing the challenge dungeon. Now, weapons and storage spaces could be used normally. Liu Yifei silently pondered the dungeon rewards were a bit weird, and the 2 orbs didn't have specific descriptions. Seems like there's still something else in the room he needs to find. Missing out on profits isn't a huge loss, right? He moved to another part of the dungeon. A treasure appeared, making Liu Yifei suspicious it was a scroll. He opened it. Fusai. The cultural origin of the Dragon Kingdom, one of the 3 ancient emperors called the God of Creation. This maze was created by Fusi, located at the foot of the Qinghan Mountains. Those who enter through the gate have a chance to inherit the Bagua power left by Fusi. Since the maze appeared, no one has ever reached the end. The rest have turned into dry bones. Liu Yifei exclaimed in fear, so this place might also be a job transfer station that lets you seize Bagua attributes. How could the power passed down from Fuxi be weak? This surprise came way too suddenly. He happily guessed this might be the trouble of the Dark Emperor. What do you want to do there? Damn, I'm still thinking about the second career. Isn't it time already? The jade ring was surrounded by a power shield. Liu Yifei took it with his mind. When the jade ring touched his skin, it suddenly lit up with all kinds of colors. Liu Yifei gasped in surprise as his whole body was blown up. His mouth hung open in shock. This was a power transforming into a big object, shaped like a cocoon. Liu Yifei was relentlessly attacked by 3 sources of energy, causing him immense pain. They pierced through his body, catching him off guard. Blood flowed more and more from Liu Yifei's head. He struggled to look forward, his expression full of agony. Before him was a large cocoon wrapped around, surrounded by pure blue energy. The stars in the sky twinkled and shone down. Suddenly, a huge energy beam shot straight onto the cocoon. The colorful energies from before surrounded him. Liu Yifei focused on absorbing the energy. The cocoon began to crack, and energy gradually leaked out. He was filled with power and broke free from the cocoon. Opening his eyes with determination, Liu Yifei gently wiped the blood off his face. The system notification sounded continuously, checking that player Nisei was absorbing unknown inherited energy. The system was conducting an unknown energy check. The system successfully identified the unknown energy as coming from Lam Star. Liu Yifei stepped forward to the marked spot for system inspection. The system was integrating the unknown energy with Lam Star culture in the Apocalypse game. The system's voice buzzed in his ears, integration successful. Game transformation complete. Player Nisei was undergoing a job transfer, and the system kept updating. The system's voice still hadn't stopped. Congratulations to player Nisei on successfully transferring jobs. Based on Lam Star culture, the Apocalypse game named the new job Azure Emperor. Congratulations to player Nisei for finishing the dungeon. The Azure Emperor job needs to undergo one more data transformation step. Liu Yifei looked at the system with curiosity. Azure Emperor, lost in wonder, suddenly a green jade amulet appeared before him. It blended 2 powers, red fire and blue flames hovering in front of him. Liu Yifei was amazed. He reached out and gently touched the jade. Immediately, both power streams were unleashed, surrounding Liu Yifei. His eyes were full of curiosity as he watched it. The system voice rang out again, congratulating player Nisei on acquiring the power to control fire flames and water flow. Other abilities were waiting for player Chuer to slowly unlock, so Liu Zilu immediately formed a spell with his hands. One by one, water flow and fire flame condensed, grasped firmly in his hands, and he smiled proudly with joy. Just these 2 abilities alone were already beast mode. If he fully unlocked them, what could the Apocalypse game still do to him? He clicked his tongue eagerly. Damn, he was actually kind of looking forward to what would happen next. Liu Zilu confidently moved forward, opening the stone door. Around him, cracked walls were beginning to collapse. He glanced around, feeling a bit confused. It seemed this room was held up by the 8 trigrams force of Fuxi. Sweating profusely, he observed carefully. Sure enough, it was a construction built on someone else's soybean curd. Liu Zilu opened the system, which immediately popped up a question. Do you want to exit the dungeon now? He instantly chose yes. The system quickly transported him out. Liu Zilu chuckled confidently and finally said, then reached into his pocket to pull out his phone, holding it in his hand. Liu Zilu was surprised. He frowned, his face full of worried confusion. He checked the notifications and saw the time displayed was 2 weeks. He was shocked to realize he had been in the dungeon for 2 whole weeks without feeling it at all. Liu Zilu hurriedly wanted to leave this place fast. Just as he turned around, a pale face suddenly slammed into his eyes, making Liu Zilu jump back in shock. Recognizing it was Big Dummy, he exhaled deeply and looked up at the person approaching him. Since I entered, you've been standing still this whole time. Big Dummy looked dazed, just nodding and yelling loudly to respond. Seeing drool dripping from the corner of his mouth, Liu Zilu was at a loss for words. He asked Big Dummy if he wasn't hungry. Seeing him nod cluelessly, Liu Zilu helplessly patted Big Dummy's shoulder. All right, once I'm done here, I'll take you out for some chicken legs. Big Dummy happily shouted in response. Liu Zilu looked back at the system ranking board, checking the current standings. Number 1 was Chuer, level 20. Profession, War Commander. Number 2, Zhang Yuanzong, level 17. Profession, Soul Soldier. Number 3, Soul Reaper, level 16. Profession, Fire Flame Manipulator. Number 4, Nickname Breaker, level 16. Profession, Breaker. Number 5 was Zimin Sufeng, level 16. Profession, Wind Warrior. After reviewing the rankings, Liu Zilu sighed. It had already been 2 weeks, and none of them had made any progress. Then he handed Big Dummy the notification. "Come on, Big Dummy, it's time for us to refresh our sense of existence." Big Dummy shouted happily, raising his hand to slap the character board. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the familiar system voice rang out again. Congratulations to player Zhang Yuanzhang for successfully leveling up to 18. He had finished fighting and was standing proudly on the battlefield, carrying a blade over his shoulder. Zhang Yuanzhang wiped sweat from his face, finally surpassing Chewer by 1 level, which was a matter of pride for our army. Then he opened the system. Zhang Yuanzhang's face turned pale when he saw the results. Damn, is this guy hacking? How did he level up to 20 in the blink of an eye? Contrary to Zhang Yuanzhang's frustration, 2 girls elsewhere cheered joyfully upon seeing the ranking results. Chewer is back. Finally, he's back. Our faith has returned. On the rooftop, a white-haired young man checked the results, scratching his head. Big Dummy had never appeared on the ranking before, and now he suddenly jumped to 5th place. What the hell happened these past few days? Many people were even more shocked while eating. Oh my god, the rankings changed drastically in just 1 minute. How the hell did the Grand Elder level up to 20 in the blink of an eye? While everyone was freaking out, their main man was chilling somewhere, casually eating. He was shoveling rice into his mouth, watching the system notifications pop up continuously. Player Chewer completed the Despair Maze dungeon, proceeding to digitize the stats for the profession Azure Emperor Player Chewer, optimizing the basic attributes based on the War Commander and Azure Emperor professions. Then it appeared again. The current level 10 basic attributes of Player Chewer were Strength, Spirit, Physique, and Agility, all at 40, with 50 free attribute points. The Azure Emperor profession data was fully digitized. Each time Player Chewer leveled up, all attributes increased by 3 points and 5 free attribute points. He checked the basic stats: Strength 90, Spirit 80, Physique 80, Agility 80. After reviewing the stats, Liu Zilu reached out to check his profession. The Azure Emperor profession introduced the Azure Emperor, one of the 5 heavenly emperors of the East representing the Azure Dragon, the most mysterious profession established by the dual heavenly Earth star formation of Taihao Fuxi and the 8 trigrams amulet, which contains the energy of the 8 trigrams force combined. Attributes. Each level up grants 3 spirit points, 3 agility points, and 3 free attribute points. Ability. The heavenly Earth star grants you the blessing of the heavenly Earth spirit. The brighter the spirit's light, the stronger your power grows. 8 trigrams force allows you to gather primordial pearls to replenish the missing energy of the 8 trigrams amulet, thereby controlling attribute powers related to the primordial pearls. A power so fierce, the universe can't absorb it. Reading this, Liu Zilu was shocked. 8 trigrams amulet. He actually got the 8 trigrams amulet card. Hastily setting down the finished bowl of rice, he reached out to catch the dropped item. It was a special 0-grade jade amulet carrying the 8 trigrams force ability. You can consume spirit energy to control the power of fire flame. The gem means you can control water power by consuming your spirit energy. Once you have the corresponding attribute, you can use your insight to grasp skills related to that attribute. Looking at the jade pendant spinning in his hand, Lin Ziluo was thrilled. This meant he had infinite skills. Even if he didn't know them all yet, he could control those elements however he wanted. Damn, is this what it feels like to be a powerhouse? Being way stronger than them, I kind of feel bad. Then he started training according to the system. All attributes perfectly balanced, the ultimate dual-class combat strategy combined into one, allowing him to learn tons of skills. Suddenly, a weak groan echoed. It was the dumbass. His state was off, looked like something was wrong. But out of nowhere, the dumbass jumped up, screaming and ripping his shirt. His level bar also broke through to 16. Lin Ziluo opened the dumbass's job analysis board. A bunch of familiar characters popped up. Overlord power, a single strike that breaks all laws. Strength is the root of all your powers. With enough strength, you can smash through tons of restrictions, curses, controls, and limits with your attacks. Looking at it, it was straightforward. No tricks at all. Lin Ziluo suddenly had an idea and told the dumbass, "Try 1 strike to break all laws." He blinked and agreed. The dumbass slammed his hand on the ground. His power shook the earth, cracking it, and rock fragments stuck to his hand from the force. Lin Ziluo smiled. Not bad. With your current strength attribute, reaching this point is already great. He thought to himself, considering that the Overlord job's conversion rate for strength isn't bad at all. Suddenly remembering something, he folded his arms. System, withdraw 2 common golden hands. The system immediately obeyed and started pulling back. Ding, withdrawing common golden hands. Ding. Congrats. Host, you successfully got Absolute Domination level 6 and a level 1 breakthrough rate. Since the host already has Absolute Domination level 1 golden hands, the level of Absolute Domination rose to level 2. Lin Ziluo happily said, This combo is insane. Who can stand against it? Looks like there's a pattern to withdrawing golden hands. Next time, if you pull two at once, you can get one new and one old. So from now on, just follow this rule. Next, Lin Zilu and the Dummies went outside, and the system announced, "Attention Shanghai players, attention Shanghai players. The Shanghai Individual Combat Power Tournament is officially over. The player who ranked first in the Shanghai Individual Combat Power leaderboard is Mo Yun. Based on the city's overall strength, the reward is 2 random elite silver-grade equipment and a large amount of gold coins, experience, and free attribute points. The player who ranked second is Zhang Xiaonian. The player who ranked third is Great Blade Guest. Based on Lin Ziluo's shock, the Shanghai Individual Combat Power Tournament has ended. Looks like while I was stuck in the maze, they were seriously leveling up. The world now sets the specific rules for the Combat Power Tournament. The condition to open the city's Individual Combat Power Tournament is that 30% of all players in the city surpass level 10. Within the time limit, all players who reach the designated spot will be considered registered for the Individual Combat Power Tournament. The tournament rewards are exclusive and based on each player's contribution. Then he said, "Dumbass, we leveled up, so let's go kill some zombies to liven things up. Use your hammer to smash the ground so they come to us," he shouted. And the dumbass turned into a hammerman with a big hammer and armor, smashing the ground hard, attracting everyone's attention. Zombies charged at them, and Lin Ziluo immediately attacked with a 9-blaze slash. That attack flew toward the zombies and wiped them all out in one hit. Then the dumbass charged, leaping high and slashing each one. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo searched the system for the fireball scroll. A fireball scroll appeared from the flames. Flames burst from Lin Ziluo's palms, luckily not burning his 9-blaze orb. Surprisingly, it actually worked now. His expression was serious. He condensed fire in both palms. Lin Ziluo closed his eyes, focused hard, and flames erupted around him, engulfing his large body. He smiled happily, watching the fire blazing from his hands. Suddenly, a bunch of fireballs flew at him, almost hitting his face. Lin Ziluo quickly tilted his head back, dodging the incoming fire. The spot where the fire hit exploded violently. He wiped sweat from his face. Damn. He trained until nightfall, smoke billowing all around. Lin Ziluo was panting, with various wounds on his face. Flames still roared from his hands. His gaze was unusually serious. Lin Ziluo continued condensing fire in his palms when the system notification suddenly popped up. "Congratulations, player Yao Shi, for mastering the fireball skill through the Azure Emperor job." Lin Ziluo smiled and clicked on the skill introduction in the system panel. Success. The system showed detailed stats: fireball, a mage-type skill that consumes a certain amount of spirit energy to condense into a fireball. When the fireball hits the target, it causes an explosion. The explosion's power equals 170% of the spirit energy consumed. A mage-type skill that consumes a certain amount of spirit energy to condense into a fireball. When the fireball hits the target, it causes an explosion. The explosion's power equals 170% of the spirit energy consumed. The drain is because the nature of consuming spiritual energy is different from using physical attacks. The damage from mage-type skills consumes a huge amount of spiritual energy. Liu Zilu retracted the fire in his hands. Seeing the system board disappear, he was satisfied. A skill scroll exchange. Liu Zilu slowly stood up, but the Shanghai shop had a lot of scrolls, so the shops in other cities were probably similar. "Let's check it out first. Buy some to prepare for when we need it," Liu Zilu said to the person behind him. "Big dummy, go find some chicken drumsticks." The person behind responded with a grunt. Liu Zilu went outside, gazing at the sky, deep in thought. The Shanghai Personal Combat Tournament had ended. Other cities were probably about to start soon. There was no guarantee that other places wouldn't have some promising rookies coming to scout their strength first. Elsewhere, where many people passed by, this was the Lee family capital. At the conference table, the head of the meeting spoke up. "The top three's pull isn't enough. I want you guys to grab first place, make a name for the Lee family, so players who haven't joined our organization yet can see our real power." Xu Jingshan stood up hearing that. "If it's top 2, I can still try. First place has that guy Zhang Yuan Zhong. I, Li Lixian, frowned seriously, resting my chin. No one said we had to risk everything like it's life or death in battle." Xu Jingshan hurriedly waved his hand, family head. "Behind Zhang Yuan Zhong is an army, us included." Li Lixian cut him off with a hand gesture. "Don't worry, listen. Our 3 great families have allied. If the opponent knows their place, they won't turn against us. Just focus on the task." Li Lixian said firmly and loudly. "Bring first place back here, by any means necessary." Everyone agrees on this. "Yes, Liao Dai will complete this mission," Li Lixian ordered. Alright, everyone get out. Hearing this, everyone left one by one. Li Lixian suddenly called Xu Jingshan back. Xu Jingshan turned around in surprise. Family head, Li Lixian sat proudly. Go check why Glory War hasn't appeared on the rankings yet and get some more gear. Good items are needed, especially for dealing with that Zhang Yuanzhong guy. No other business. Go now. Li Lixian respectfully clasped his hands. Yes, family head. Xu Jingshan stepped out under Li Lixian's gaze. After that, Li Lixian sat in the room, his expression hardening, feeling like something was off inside. As he paced, he thought, Hao Wen is gone. The Li family has already been through chaos once. There can't be a second time. We must use this chance to push the Li family to the top. Also find Haobo. After a moment, he pushed open a door and stepped inside. Li Lixian held a porcelain bottle, moving it, and a steel cabinet door revealed his secret domain. Li Lixian stepped in, and the door automatically closed behind him with a soft click. Meanwhile, Liu Zilu was still training hard with 2 fireballs in his hands. This place was the outskirts of Shanghai's border city. Liu Zilu used fire to burn zombies. A zombie charged at him, and the system notification popped up. Congratulations, player NIXCA, gained 12 experience points, 14 gold coins. Liu Zilu used the 9 blaze slash skill to kill the sneaky zombie. The system board appeared again. Congratulations, player Nai Xie, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, gained 11 experience points, 13 gold coins. A series of notifications appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, player Nai Xie leveled up to 21, all attributes +3, and gained 5 free attribute points. Liu Zilu pressed the button to increase spiritual points on the system board. Player Nai Xie needed 3,633 experience points to level up again. Done, he walked leisurely. The big dummy behind him responded. After walking a bit, a signboard appeared 500 meters ahead, marking the city border. Liu Zilu looked at the blazing red sky. Zombies gathered here in huge numbers. The system explained. The city has been completely sealed by a barrier. Players are advised to wait until the city's seal is lifted before moving to another city. Zilu then received an item, a key. As soon as Zilu took the key, a small spatial gate appeared, asking player Zilu if he wanted to use the key to break the barrier and enter the capital city. He immediately said yes. Then Zilu inserted the key inside, and the gate instantly expanded. On the other side was a black dimension. Zilu frowned suspiciously. Shouldn't the black behind the shield be the entrance? Could there be a guard post here too? Immediately, Zilu gave orders. Big dummy, follow me. The big dummy behind responded with a gow. As soon as they stepped inside, the gate slowly shrank and after a while closed completely as before. Zilu and the big dummy entered the undefined dimension. At the end of the path, he saw a small cubic room. After entering, Zilu assessed the surroundings. There was nothing in the room, but the system appeared again with a notification that left Zilu very confused. Player Zilu and Big Dummy have violated game rules at this stage. Movement between cities is forbidden. In 10 seconds, both players will be teleported back to 1-9. Wait a moment, Big Dummy, and I have applied to be transferred to the capital district already. He frowned, calculating silently. After the Shanghai Personal Combat Tournament ends, the next one to open is probably the capital. Being directly teleported to the capital to catch up with the Personal Combat Tournament would avoid a lot of hassle. Zilu clenched his fists, nervously watching the system notification. Player Liu Lei, the Big Dummy, has violated game rules at this stage. Movement through cities is forbidden. After 10 seconds, both players will be teleported to 198. Liu Lei hurried to explain. Wait a minute. Big Dummy and I have already applied to be transferred to the capital district. He frowned, calculating silently. After the Shanghai Individual Combat Tournament ends, the next tournament would probably be in the capital. Being directly teleported to the capital to catch the Individual Combat Tournament would save a lot of trouble. Liu Lei clenched his fists, nervously watching the system notification board. The applications of the two players were approved, and now they were being teleported to the outskirts of Capital City. Only then did Liu Yifei finally breathe a sigh of relief. Liu Yifei and Big Dummy continued moving toward the back of the room. After a while, Liu Yifei was suddenly speechless. Both he and Big Dummy were teleported right into the middle of a horde of zombies. Liu Yifei immediately drew his sword and slashed one to death. Big Dummy raised his hammer and smashed another one. They worked together smoothly to eliminate the zombies attacking them. After a while, Liu Yifei and Big Dummy were sitting exhausted on a pile of zombie corpses, drinking energy potions. The system then popped up with a notification. Congratulations to player Liu Yifei for successfully killing a level 11 zombie, earning 11 experience points and 13 gold coins. Liu Yifei wiped the sweat from his brow as the system continued. Congratulations to player Liu Yifei for leveling up to 22. All attributes increase by 3 and 5 free attribute points gained. Player Liu Yifei needs 3,845 more experience points to reach the next level. Suddenly, Liu Yifei sensed something was wrong. He immediately spun around and started running, still shouting, "Big dummy, run fast." Liu Yifei and Big Dummy hurriedly fled, sprinting away from the zombies chasing them. Right after, Liu Yifei quickly jumped down into a sewer. Big Dummy followed and didn't forget to close the manhole cover behind them. Liu Yifei landed on the ground below quickly, unaware that he startled Big Dummy, who hit his head on the manhole cover and collapsed unconscious right in front of Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei bent down helplessly, staring at Big Dummy, who was out cold with a bump on his head. Perfect timing to let him rest a bit before moving on. Liu Yifei then helped Big Dummy sit up, leaning against the wall, and opened the system menu to check. They could teleport players inside the zombie horde. Clearly, the system was trying to intimidate him and Big Dummy. Looks like this trip to Capital City was going to be a hell of a challenge. Liu Yifei cracked a grin as he looked at the system display. Basic attributes of player Liu Yifei: Strength 96, Spirit 96, Stamina 86, Agility 86. Seems like I'm starting to believe in myself a little more. Then he clicked on his inventory. Inside, items appeared one by one with illustrations, including the Wolf Fang wrist guards. Wolf Fang wrist guards are silver tier equipment made using 4 cursed wolf fangs. Attributes: Strength +2, Stamina +2, Cursed Power skill unlocked after activation. For 1 minute, each attack has a 10% chance to unleash Cursed Power, randomly inflicting effects like fear, terror, or disgust on the enemy. Countdown time is 24 hours. Not bad attributes, I'll take it. Next, the Bloodthirst Ring. Bloodthirst Ring is bronze tier, life-stealing ring. Blood is the source that ensures its normal function. Attributes: none. Passive skill: lifesteal. After each kill, strength increases by 1, adding 5 attribute points lasting 10 minutes. It can stack up to 5 layers, so the attribute can be pushed to the max. Though the conditions are a bit harsh, it might still work for me. Next, Claw Gauntlets. Claw Gauntlets are bronze tier equipment that can quickly make enemies pay. Attributes: Strength +2. Skill: Claw Shot suddenly fires a claw to attack the enemy. Damage of Claw Shot is 150% of Strength attribute. Countdown time 12 hours. Looks decent for now, I'll use it first. Then Liu Yifei picked up a ring and stared at the system display again. Mini Space Ring, bronze tier equipment. The ring contains a small storage space, Strength +1. Storage space is half a cubic meter, not easy to come by. Finally, Big Dummy has his own storage space. Liu Yifei smiled seeing Big Dummy still unconscious. Though the space is small, just enough to give Big Dummy some supply cards and food. They sat silently like that for a long while, backs against the sewer wall. After a bit, they left the sewer and strolled onto the main road. Suddenly, someone loudly called out, catching Liu Yifei's attention. "Big Dummy, sir, is that really you up ahead?" A guy with blonde hair approached, uncertainly asking, "Is that Big Dummy, sir?" Liu Yifei replied, "Yeah. What's up?" The guy then started probing, "Sir, are you also heading to Capital City's Sports Palace to join the individual combat tournament?" Liu Yifei smiled, not denying it. "Yeah, I was thinking. I've been searching everywhere with no luck, and now that I found it, might as well go." Liu Yifei immediately caught the meaning and said, "Then, let's go together." The guy was overjoyed. Could it be? But Big Dummy, sir." Liu Yifei put a hand on Big Dummy's shoulder and said, "Big Dummy doesn't talk much. If he doesn't object, that means he agrees." Liu Yifei glanced at Big Dummy and said, "We were asleep and didn't hear the system notification anyway." Just when they needed someone who knew more about the individual combat tournament, the blonde guy waved for Liu Yifei to come over. He looked around cautiously, then whispered to Liu Yifei, "I heard this individual combat tournament is the decisive battle shaping Capital City's power structure." Liu Yifei asked in surprise, "Huh, what does that mean? Who said that?" The guy shrugged, "My younger brother. He's a security guard at An Family, one of the 3 major clans. Yesterday, when he came back, my sister told me, and even told us to do our best." Liu Yifei frowned, thinking, rankings can decide influence. Could it be that now the government, the 3 major clans, or some other organization have reached a peaceful understanding? He remembered back when he was in Capital City before, listening to someone speak in his previous life. Capital City was the earliest pacified city of the Dragon Kingdom. He recalled the outer districts of Capital City. People were being attacked by zombies in another city while players were still fighting for their lives. The players in the capital had already started thinking about how to hunt down zombies. Liu Yifei thought about the cooperation between the 3 major clans, the military, and the government. And this ranking method that determines the right to speak was the negotiation condition of the three major clans, along with other organizations allied with the government and military. Liu Yifei was folding his arms, deep in thought and calculation. The upcoming time looked like the situation in the capital was temporarily similar to his past life. If that's the case, there would be a lot of mysteries to solve. Seeing Liu Yifei still lost in thought, the other person felt confused. How could a security guard know such classified information? There had to be some shady middleman. His words couldn't be fully trusted. He then told him, "Getting this info from you isn't bad at all for me, so I gotta repay you." Liu Yifei immediately pulled out a card. "You know supply cards, right? I'll give you 90 gold coins per card. Want as many as you want?" The other guy instantly lit up. "Really? Big boss, really?" Liu Yifei confidently replied, "For real." The guy happily pulled out his wallet. "Dude, everyone knows supply cards in the store cost 100 gold coins each now. 90 is basically charity." Then the guy pulled out all the money in his pocket. "Big boss, I trust you. I just happen to have 270 gold coins. Can I get 3 cards?" Liu Yifei answered, "Sure." Then it was a scene of one handing over cards, the other handing over money. Just as Liu Yifei turned around, he suddenly saw. He didn't know when 2 lines of people had formed, waiting there. Their eyes shone brightly, looking this way, making him speechless. A girl stood up and asked, "Big boss, I want to buy some supply cards too. Can you sell me a few?" Liu Yifei immediately pretended to hesitate and pointed behind him. "But this little bro already answered my question. I just gave him this benefit. What about you guys?" Hearing that, everyone there looked disappointed, realizing they weren't worthy. Seeing this, Liu Yifei gritted his teeth and decided. He pointed at the guy and said loudly, "All right then, as long as this little bro agrees, I can sell supply cards to everyone at 95 gold coins each. You can save half a day's trip to the capital's store." Instantly, all eyes turned to the guy, making him stammer nervously. I agree." Then a whole basket full of supply cards appeared before them. Liu Yifei squatted nearby and set the terms. "Within 1 hour, I set the price at 1 card per currency unit for sale. No limit on quantity." Immediately, everyone lined up to buy. Seeing this scene, the guy couldn't help but admire. Never expected the big boss he randomly met was such a good person. He used supply cards to pull in other players. In the capital, he wouldn't have to fight alone anymore. But in reality, Liu Yifei was calculating in Shanghai, missing out on the Shanghai Honor Medal because he didn't have enough gold coins. This time, he was determined to get the capital's honor medal. After a while, Liu Yifei and Big Dummy continued strolling down the street. The young lady holding the supply cards reported, "Boss, the guy selling supply cards seems to be in trouble." Watching their backs, another person asked, "Trouble? You're standing next to a top 5 player on the Long Nation leaderboard, and someone wants to mess with him." The young lady also looked their way and said, "Earlier, the death report sent people to find those 2. The 3 of them together can gather at least 20 or 30 super-level masters who've passed the rank up." Then the young lady happily turned back to talk to the hooded person. "Even if Big Dummy is stronger, 4 hands are hard to beat. Let's step in. Maybe we can score a good deal." But just as she finished, a knife suddenly appeared. The hooded person stabbed the knife into the young lady's body. "Young lady, you really disappoint me." The young lady collapsed to the ground. The blood pool beside her reflected the image of him wiping the blood off the knife. "I really want to see how many fools will follow the death report onto the pirate ship this time." He smiled as the knife gleamed clean. "But I'm also very curious." From the knife's reflection, Liu Yifei laughed happily and said, "Who the hell can make Big Dummy willingly follow? What kind of god are you?" Suddenly, someone appeared from afar, running after the 2 of them, calling out and catching Liu Yifei's attention. Big boss, wait up." As he ran up, he asked, "Big boss, are you heading to the city center at night?" Liu Yifei crossed his arms and looked at him, asking, "Why?" The guy looked back cautiously. Although the zombies on this road had been dealt with, there were still quite a few zombies around. Then he grabbed Liu Yifei's sleeve, urging him, "I know a rest stop in the suburbs. Big boss, come with me." Suddenly, a group appeared behind them. Liu Yifei glanced indifferently at what was coming, realizing he couldn't avoid it. The guy looked flustered, watching Big Dummy get ready to fight, while Liu Yifei stretched comfortably. "Come on, if you want to fight, hurry up. Don't miss my departure." Immediately, a group of people approached them, surprising the guy, while Liu Yifei calmly counted 1, 2, 3, 4. Then he looked at 2 people, a punk and a guy with glasses. 32 players had rank up status. They were really bold. The punk angrily asked, "You think having Big Dummy as your bodyguard means you can come here and do business? Have you forgotten something?" The guy with glasses added, "Getting so many supply cards means you must have a strong backing, but this is our turf. Doing business without a word is just too much." Liu Yifei scratched his ear and asked back, so the punk thinks he can use his numbers to negotiate terms. I know you probably have a considerable force backing you up, but this is our turf. Doing business without a word is just too much. Liu Lei twirled his ear and asked back, so that punk is bullying you just because we have numbers and setting conditions. Fine, we won't make things hard for you. Keep half the gold earned today. The rest of the supply cards will be split evenly among my brothers. That way, we'll pretend nothing ever happened. The group immediately raised their weapons excitedly, flashing wicked smiles. Don't even think about resisting. We're doing this for your own good. Big Dummy is alone. He can't protect you. That's right, boss. We can let you live. Leaving now is us showing mercy. Hand over all the gold, punk, or you might just lose your life if you're not careful. Liu Lei pulled a knife from his space pouch. Nothing had ever happened before. Holding the knife, he calmly stated, "But you guys have just wasted my departure time." The system board popped up, introducing a rusty dagger, a bronze-stealing weapon. The dagger had been used so long it was worn down, its blade rough and full of rust. The pain effect caused by this dagger would increase by 200%. Wounds inflicted by this dagger, if untreated, would gradually rot away. Then Liu Lei sent a mental command to Big Dummy, making him utterly furious. Big Dummy grabbed a hammer and charged at the group, shouting a release cry. Immediately, one of them took a hammer blow to the face. The glasses-wearing guy hurriedly clung to the angry punk when he saw his men fall to the ground. Damn fools don't know right from wrong. The punk shouted angrily, "Get up, don't kill him, just cripple him. I want him to understand what real torture means." His men obeyed and charged forward. "Yes, boss." Big Dummy held the hammer in front, while Liu Lei stood calmly behind. Even though these guys were top 10 players who had changed classes, fighting zombies still gave them a chance to survive. Holding the knife firmly, he smiled. "Too bad you guys ran into me today." Without hesitation, Liu Lei swung and killed one person. From the sky, a barrage of weapons appeared, aiming to attack him. Liu Li quickly condensed a water orb in his hand, swung it, and easily caught all the enemy weapons, then let the orb holding the weapons float above the group. Seeing this, Liu Lei clenched his fist. Instantly, the water orb above them exploded, splashing water everywhere, soaking them to the bone, leaving them in disbelief. "Here we go." Liu Lei stood opposite, arrogantly taunting. "Still want to keep going?" The punk, completely furious, ordered, "Damn it. Smash those two bastards for face, no mercy this time." His men immediately obeyed. "Yes, boss." They advanced again to confront Liu Lei's group. Liu Lei condensed his power to coat the knife, then spun around and threw it. The knife swept through, cutting down anyone in its path. Liu Lei watched everything with indifference. Meanwhile, the two guys were stunned, watching their men fall one by one. The glasses-wearing guy turned pale and shouted, "One knife, just one knife, too strong, too strong. How is this possible?" He immediately turned and fled. The punk looked back, panicked because he had also been hit by the knife. The knife spun in the air and returned to Liu Lei, making the punk even more terrified. Liu Lei gripped the knife handle tightly, smiled menacingly, and asked, "Why the scared face? Come on, bring it on." Instantly, the men clung to his legs, crying out in fear, "We were wrong, we were wrong. Please, great lord, have mercy on us. Yeah, spare us. We didn't see the legendary elder Tai Shan, neither the old nor the young. We beg you, Master Cao Dai." Only then did Liu Yifei smile, resting his blade on his shoulder and spare those guys. "No problem," the group asked excitedly. "Really? You're not messing with us, right?" Liu Yifei turned his head, raising an eyebrow. "Of course not. Everyone knows Liu Yifei never cheats anyone. I once swore that if I ever tricked someone, my whole family would die an untimely death." Then he set a condition. "But maybe you guys should pay a price to buy back your lives." After that, Liu Yifei looked at the group with an empty stomach expression as they hurriedly knelt on the ground and took out all their assets from the system. Without turning back, he asked the punk who was trying to run, "You want to die?" The punk immediately dropped to his knees, trembling. "Whatever you want, if I have it, I'll give it to you." Liu Yifei spun around and said, "Pull out all your stuff." A moment later, Liu Yifei collected everything into the system while the rest helped each other escape. Then, he stepped forward with a dark aura and gave the order. The big idiot didn't spare a single one. The punk turned his head just in time to see a hammer swinging down on him. The big idiot raised the hammer and kept pounding until blood splattered everywhere. Screams and curses echoed. Ah, your whole family won't die peacefully." After a while, the street was littered with bodies and pools of blood, and the victims' families appeared one after another. Some clasped their hands in prayer, others held their heads and cried out loud, "Dad, even though I can't avenge you, a benefactor has wiped out that heartless gang who killed you. You can rest peacefully in heaven now. Little Rui, I was powerless. It was my weakness that got you killed. Little Rui." They stole my supplies and caused my son to starve to death. You all deserve this, deserve it. From atop the city walls, a hooded figure watched everything unfold. He guessed. Looks like the capital's layout is about to change. Then he pulled out a gun and fired a shot into the sky as a signal. A glowing orb appeared, blinding Liu Yifei. He and the big idiot glanced at it and smiled. Humph, seems like we've stirred up someone we shouldn't have. In the capital's safe zone, where most players trade, everyone conducts their business here. Please cooperate with the inspection. Everyone passing by couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Liu Zilu crossed his arms, smirking. No wonder, this is the capital of the Dragon Nation. The safe zone was built in just 1 month. He leaned against the wall, watching the bustling crowd. I remember you have to verify your identity to enter the safe zone, so me and Big Dummy would be exposed. We still haven't fully figured out the Lee family's power and scale, so we can't reveal ourselves yet. Liu Zilu and Big Dummy turned and left. The safe zone was built so quickly. Once we find a way to sneak in, everything else will fall into place easily. 1 hour later, at an area marked with a warning sign saying, "Do not enter," a sly grin appeared on Liu Zilu's face. He licked his lips and pulled out his tools. Here, just a few pricks with tweezers loosened the door locks. Liu Zilu and Big Dummy put on masks. He worked on the system with his hands. The two sneaked quietly, stepping like thieves. They tried to stay close to the wall and slowly closed the door behind them. Ahead of them was a tall building with a slightly old-fashioned design. Liu Zilu rubbed his chin and decided, 3 hours left till the personal combat tournament, time to place bets. When Liu Zilu and Big Dummy entered, he studied the map, thinking the capital's personal combat tournament would be held in the capital sports palace, so they should head there first. The two quickly moved toward the main street. They saw a group happily chatting. The guys were talking about who would be first place in this personal combat tournament in the capital. Who else? It's got to be the pride of our capital. General Zhang Yuanzong just got promoted to general. Liu Zilu clenched his fists hearing this. But I heard General Zhang's health hasn't been great lately. It's not certain. He remembered something happened to Zhang Yuanzong's health. No wonder in the last life's capital personal combat tournament, Zhang was first in the rankings but only got 3rd place in the final. The group in front kept gossiping happily, talking nonsense. Like I said, that's just a rumor. I guess it's a rumor spread by those running the gambling den. Could be. So did you bet? Who did you put your money on? The guy with moss green hair grinned. Of course I did. I bet on General Zhang to get first place. Spent 500 gold coins on it. The blue-haired guy cheered. Damn, you're such a rich kid. That's when Liu Zilu stepped up to ask, "Excuse me, where's this gambling den? Who owns it?" The group turned, surprised to look at him. Huh? Little bro, you want to bet too? The moss green-haired guy pointed. It's inside that red building up ahead. This gambling den was opened by the 3 big families, but it might not be just them. It's considered a pretty official channel. After getting the info, Liu Zilu waved and said, "Thanks." Like a flash, he and Big Dummy dashed away, leaving the group behind. Before them stood a tall building with a slightly old-fashioned design. Liu Yifei rubbed his chin and decided, 3 hours left before the personal battle tournament, time to place some bets. Liu Yifei and the big idiot entered and saw. They saw a crowd gathered in front of the gate with a sign reading Capital Personal Combat Tournament Ticket Checkpoint. Big Dummy moved like a machine, pushing upward through the crowd. He bumped into quite a few people. A woman behind, bumped by him, showed a displeased face. But Big Dummy just kept moving. The gambling den staff saw the two and approached them. "Hello, what kind of tickets do you want to buy?" Liu Zilu smiled. "What are the odds for General Zhang Yuanzhong?" The staff looked at the stats board. The odds for Zhang to get first place were 1 in 12. Hearing that, Liu Zilu scoffed. Ha, they're exploiting people's trust in Zhang to inflate the odds. Whoever's controlling this behind the scenes is gonna make a killing. The ticket clerk asked again, "What kind of ticket do you want?" He held up 3 fingers. Liu Zilu's face was full of confidence. "I want to bet on Zhang Yuanzhong getting 3rd place." He pulled out his purse, but the clerk seemed shocked. He had to ask again. "You want to bet on Zhang Yuanzhong getting 3rd place?" "Yes, General Zhang Yuanzhong." Liu Zilu laid out a pile of glittering gold coins, catching everyone's surprised eyes. No mistake, 20,000 gold coins all in. Betting on Zhang Yuanzhong for 3rd place. The other players looked at each other suspiciously. 20,000 gold coins? Is he trying to cause trouble? Spending 20,000 gold coins, betting on General Zhang for 3rd place. If he wins, at those odds, he could get around 60,000 gold coins. Big Dummy also pulled out his purse. He ignored the whispers behind them. General Zhang's so strong, there's no way he'll get 3rd. This is just throwing money out the window. Big Dummy slapped the gold coins on the table. He was under Lin Zimo's mental control. Oh man, spending 20,000 gold coins on Zhang Yuanzhong for 3rd place. The ticket clerk was sweating cold dealing with these two big spenders. He stammered, "You two, are you sure? That's a total of 40,000 gold coins." Liu Zilu lost patience and urged, "Stop dragging it out, I'm sure." He curled his lip, "Hurry up, the personal combat tournament is about to start." Big Dummy leaned in to threaten. The ticket clerk turned pale and quickly handed 2 tickets to Liu Zilu. The arena floor was still empty, no players yet. When he stepped into the system display, player Liu Zilu entered the Capital Personal Combat Tournament Hall. His face showed clear triumph. Liu Zilu blended into the crowd, watching people line up at the spectator entrance, but he immediately turned and headed toward the player entrance. The system scanned again, confirming his player rank met the level 10 requirement, qualifying him to join the personal combat tournament. 10 players entered the combat preparation area. Waiting for the tournament to start, 2 of them just strolled in casually. The surrounding whispers and chatter made him feel pretty damn good. Liu Yifei looked at someone and muttered, "Zhang Yuan Zhang, announcement incoming. Capital time is 2 p.m. The individual combat tournament officially begins." The red notification screen zoomed in so all the spectators could follow the matches. Everyone stared intently at the announcement. The preliminary round would select 32 players for the finals out of 1,546 players currently in the preparation room. More announcements popped up one after another. The arena in front had a total of 32 fighting rings. Each player could choose to attack or defend. The maximum duration was 5 minutes. If it went over, the attacker would lose. Players who lost as attackers or defenders would be pushed out of this round. Time passed, and the matches had already decided winners and losers. Defensive players who held their ground on the ring for 1 hour were considered successful in defense, and the ring would be permanently closed. Successful players would advance to the finals. If no player met the defense success condition, then, after 4 hours, the last player remaining on the ring would earn the promotion spot. During attacks, players' lives were in their own hands. If a player wanted to surrender, they could press the surrender button on the control panel or say the 3 words, "I surrender," to successfully concede and leave the ring. All rings were made from special materials. Players could rest assured and fight freely. Now, we invite the contestants to enter the battlefield. Liu Yifei looked extremely chill again. One hand shoved into his pocket, he thought, "Isn't this supposed to be a free-for-all?" When the other players heard the signal, they shouted loudly and charged forward. Their battle cries filled the arena with energy. But Liu Yifei and Big Dummy just strolled in step by step, totally unbothered. Player Liu Yifei, please enter the preliminary area. Contestants who don't enter within 5 minutes will be disqualified. Heat and Big Dummy exchanged looks. The audience gasped as they looked at the ring. A pale blue shield appeared surrounding the arena. His hand still held a card. Match time could be controlled through the panel to secure spots in each ring. Liu Yifei added Big Dummy. The two sat back with legs crossed like rich bosses watching a show. Meanwhile, players who hadn't left the ring would maintain peace, no attacks allowed. Anyone who tried to attack would be teleported to the spectator area and lose their qualification. Big Dummy looked huge but sat with hands on knees like a kid. Liu Yifei looked around like a rebellious punk. Now the competition officially started. Players were invited to choose the ring they wanted to attack. He grinned smugly as the system randomly selected. When fighting on the ring, the button would turn red. Remaining time would show in white. Liu Yifei glanced at the arena, a bit surprised. That fast? On the ring, a guy carried a super long broadsword on his shoulder. Just looking at him was like night and day. Sure enough, only he could pick the first ring. Zhang Yuan Zhang looked down at the others like they were ants. He was the first on stage. Who dared to challenge him? Challenge meant death. That was Zhang Yuan Zhang. Looks like no drama today at the challenge. Female players obsessed with hot guys had hearts literally turning into hearts in their eyes. Are you Mr. Shi Jingshan, right? Today, can you teach me 2 moves? Liu Yifei glanced at Shi Jingshan, the war god Phantom Wind, one of the 3 great war gods of the Li family in his past life. He pressed his lips, surprised to meet him here. Not a wasted trip. Now someone should enter the ring. Damn, so many big shots showed up. He charged forward with one thought. Just seeing him was enough to feel safe. If I can't pass the prelims, at least I showed my face. I'll go first. The crowd below kept cheering non-stop. Go, go. Why are there only 2 people? Not enough to watch. General Zhang, kill him. Go up, go up, go up. Did all those people just go home to hug their moms? Trash. Zhang Yuan Zhang swung his blade once, and the other guy immediately gasped for breath. If you can fight General Zhang, I admit defeat with respect. Below erupted into loud cheers. General Zhang is awesome. General Zhang is awesome. Other players saw this and started picking their opponents too. Suddenly, mysterious men in black appeared on the ring. Liu Yifei's face showed discomfort. The Li family's death squad. He clenched his chest where his heart was pounding. On ring number 18, two players faced off. One from the Special Ops Unit Mountain Leopard, the other Lee 76B. The Death Squad, nurtured by the Lee family, their core strength, ranked 76th on the Death Squad leaderboard. The number 4 repeated in the name, so by order, it was named Lee 76B. He still looked relaxed watching the match. Lee 76's gear was clearly way better than Mountain Leopard's. Judging by his attitude, he probably gathered a bunch of people to prepare his equipment before stepping on stage. Just as the words ended, Mountain Leopard punched Lee 76. He immediately stepped back. Liu Yifei watched the fight, already putting on his mask. Mountain Leopard was definitely going to lose. Though he was a proper fighter, Lee 76 was just too ruthless. On the ring, Lee 76's face darkened. He wiped blood from his mouth, hiding a knife behind his back. His expression oozed cunning as he suddenly lunged at the Special Ops guy. Just when he let his guard down, he stabbed with a knife. The Special Ops team didn't hold back either, immediately kicking Liu 76 hard. He staggered backward from the force. Liu 76 launched another attack, but at that moment, the Special Ops guy swiftly moved behind him. One hand covered his wound, the other threw a punch downwards. What he didn't expect was a slash appearing on his neck. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Liu 76 spun around and stabbed him right in the neck. Then he kicked the Special Ops guy straight down to the arena floor. Everyone else instantly turned pale, protesting nonstop. The Liu family clearly didn't see others as human. That's right. It's obvious the Liu family doesn't respect the government or military, and they even dared to kill someone at the government-organized personal combat tournament. If we don't resist today, we'll be the ones killed next. Everyone was furious and shouted in unison, Liu family off the stage. Liu family off the stage. Protest, protest. The government officials watching from above frowned deeply. What exactly were they trying to do? Haobo frowned. Chief, are they planning to completely ruin the reputation? The chief was furious. We've been patient, listening to those old guys talk about maintaining order every day. Look at them now, what order are they maintaining? When this match ends, we'll immediately start the plan targeting the 3 major clans. Haobo bowed. Yes, chief, the order has been received. We'll leave immediately. In the meeting room, a chair was thrown across the room, and Jiming shouted angrily, Do you even know what you're doing? You've already pushed them to their limit. Liu Lixian just calmly laughed. Ha ha, he raised his cup. So what if he did? Do you think you can still hide it, or run away? Facing the furious opponent, 16 spoke calmly. Sorry, I accidentally killed your teammate earlier. That's my fault. I admit defeat. The other side fell silent, the air around him thick with killing intent. He was Chen Zhuo, head of the Mountain Tiger Squad. The police behind hurriedly tried to calm things down. Chief Chen, don't be hasty. He stretched his hand forward, face resolute. I'm here to be your opponent. Xiao Lei and Big Fool got hyped by the police's challenge. Leaning back in his chair, he said, No way, let me kill this guy. Wait a bit longer. He glanced at Big Fool, thinking that aside from roasted chicken and pig's knuckle, only the lure of a hammer could boost Big Fool's IQ. He reassured him, Don't worry, this hammer will definitely be yours. He looked down at match number 18 on the board. Once they finished, it'd be his turn on stage. The crowd above cheered happily again. That's Captain Chen from the Mountain Tiger Squad. I've heard of him. Over there is Xu Jingshan from the Liu family, also a powerhouse. Well, Chen Zhuo's definitely going to lose this time. He's not on the same level as Xu Jingshan. The crowd kept shouting, Fight, come on, hurry up. Why was that guy so cowardly? He looked up at the stands, feeling helpless at the cheers. Sure enough, the audience was quickly drawn to something new. The two fighters were too mismatched. Their equipment was totally different. Chen Zhuo gritted his teeth, then charged full force at Xu Jing. Xu Jing's sharp eyes lifted the hammer in his hand, still sharp and fierce. Then he slammed the hammer down hard, creating a huge ring of fire that blasted Chen Zhuo off the beam. The power was so overwhelming, Chen Zhuo couldn't react in time. Xu Jing scoffed at how weak he was, lifted his foot off the ground, raised the hammer high with a cold face aimed at him. Purple smoke drifted from Xu Jing's mouth, accompanied by a system notification from the Battle Demon Body talent system at the zombie level. Once in battle-ready mode, you become bloodthirsty, brutal, and the bigger your emotional waves, the greater your attribute boosts. Fighting for a long time will slowly make you lose your sanity. He immediately slammed the hammer down where Chen Zhuo stood. When he lifted the hammer again, Chen Zhuo was nowhere to be seen. Xu Jing stood there dumbfounded. While Xu Jing wasn't paying attention, Chen Zhuo sneaked behind, flipped, then stabbed his sword into Xu Jing's back. But Xu Jing was unharmed. He was shocked, couldn't believe his eyes, no damage at all. Xu Jing's eyes flashed red like lightning, and he smashed the hammer into Chen Zhuo's face. Chen Zhuo spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Blood splattered everywhere as he was knocked flat on the ground. He trembled, trying to crawl up. Xu Jing had no intention of going easy, raised the hammer, ready to strike again. Suddenly a voice shouted, "Enough." Yuan Zhong's face turned pale as he yelled, "Chen Zhuo, I order you to surrender." Chen Zhuo weakly said from the arena floor, "I surrender." He was immediately teleported off the stage. Only Jing Shan remained on the arena. He arrogantly threw Chen Zhuo's weapon down below and asked, "Any other trash not afraid to die want to come up and avenge Chief Chen and your dumb tiger?" Ziluo immediately tapped the screen for arena number 18. He was instantly teleported in front of Jing Shan. Other players watching were very confused. Why would he dare challenge Xu Jing Shan? Was he looking for death, trying to show off a bit in front of everyone? But he picked the wrong opponent, totally out of his league. The crowd kept gossiping. It was him, the same guy who earlier bought a 20,000 gold coin betting ticket at the tournament. Not just that, his bodyguards also bought 20,000 gold coin tickets. Oh man, who the hell has that much gold? The real question is why he wants to challenge Xu Jing Shan. What if he gets killed? He'd lose everything. On this side, Ziluo pulled out his weapon from the space. Jiang Shan was still insanely arrogant. "Looks like I gotta break every bone in your body before you stop pretending here." Behind Ziluo's mask, he felt super uncomfortable. Right after, Jiang Shan suddenly flinched, sensing the murderous aura of a demon radiating from behind Ziluo. His face went pale with fear. He instinctively stepped back. Then Jiang Shan quickly snapped out of it. He couldn't retreat any further. If he kept backing down like this, he'd probably lose his fighting spirit and end up losing. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take the risk. Immediately, Jiang Shan grabbed his hammer and charged, yelling. As he got close to Ziluo, he raised the hammer and shouted loudly, unleashing the blood-scarlet martial technique. The crowd watched the fight tensely. But Ziluo easily blocked Jiang Shan's attack with a single sword strike. He swung his arm, catching the hammer and making it spin multiple times in the air before sending it flying behind Jiang Shan. At this point, Jiang Shan had completely lost his cool and charged forward with a clenched fist, trying to find a way out, but his body was instantly sliced into multiple pieces. Ziluo, standing far away, turned his back and casually waved his sword, not caring as Jiang Shan's broken body collapsed to the ground. Right after, Jiang Shan completely fell to the arena floor under Ziluo's calm gaze. The crowd erupted all at once, shouting, "No way! Am I dreaming? Someone that strong can be killed. How strong do you have to be to create such a gap? This isn't just crushing anymore, these two aren't even on the same level." Suddenly, someone nearby spoke up, confusing the person next to them. "Huh?" That person suddenly stood up and pointed at the arena. "Hey, everyone, look over here." Ziluo smiled and slowly took off his mask. "Check out his basic info." The system board appeared above Ziluo's head. Basic info. Nickname Ziluo. Profession soldier. Title peerless martial artist. Level 22. Standing confidently on the arena, he introduced himself. "My name's Ziluo." Ziluo, who believes in repaying every grudge, watched the other players from the arena. Soon enough, someone would figure out he was the one who defeated Jiang Shan. Better to take the initiative. Seems like that works better than expected. He gave a mysterious smile. "Has the Lee family prepared to face my revenge yet?" From the stands, another person was watching Ziluo intently. The head of the guard crossed his arms, hopeful about the phrase "repay all grievances." Looks like the odds of winning against the three great families just got a bit better. Meanwhile, other players kept discussing non-stop. "Did you hear? Just now, news came from the sports pavilion that my idol wants to take on the Lee family." "Nonsense. I was about to join Lee family's recruitment, but now I can't go anymore." "I'm not going either. What's so great about the Lee family? Nothing beats being a statue." In a corner, someone was super happy. "Ziluo, big boss, blessed me today with 2 more pieces of gear." At the Li family's house, someone angrily slammed into a chair. Qiming asked Li Xian furiously, while the head of the Yun family sat there deep in thought. "Li Xian, is this the great news you mentioned?" "Yeah, it's a huge deal." While Qiming was still questioning, it wasn't enough to provoke Guanfang. Now they also had Ziluo. "If you want to die, you're dragging us down with you." Then the Yun family head spoke up. "All right, Li Xian," before we were still discussing how to pull Ziluo to our side. The Yun family head glanced away. "You're something else?" forcing the opponent straight to the other side. Li Xian hesitated. "I'll try to explain. This isn't urgent. Right now, Ziluo is just one person. He can't cause much trouble. We need to focus on Guanfang." Li Xian frowned, angrily thinking, "How do I know what that guy's crazy about? Just arrived and wants to find the Li family for revenge. Could it be Haobo stirred up trouble outside?" I tried to calm the atmosphere. "I've arranged enough guards in the sports pavilion to cause chaos. The elimination round just ended. We'll immediately return to reorganize the guards. Don't worry." Guanfang isn't in the right state to deal with us right now. At that moment, Qiming pulled out a chair and plopped down. Trust me, one more time. Zilu is your problem to handle. Our family doesn't want to get involved. The Yun family head beside him added, Brother Li, we're struggling too. We've cut benefits for the entire clan to support you. The Yun family is the same. Don't let us down. Li Xian immediately replied, Of course. Back to the sports pavilion. Ziluo was standing proudly on the arena holding a hammer. He looked at the hammer's info displayed by the system. Blood demon mace, silver-grade equipment. A large curse alloy hammer, must be used carefully. Attributes. Strength +5, Constitution +3, Spirit -5. The longer you hold it, the more your spirit gets chaotic, eventually losing all reason. Bloodthirst ability. After killing an opponent, it adds a layer of blood spirit marks on the hammer's surface. Each layer increases damage by 2%. Up to 15 layers can stack. Using skills with this hammer can increase power by 20%. Ziluo was pleased, thinking it's perfect for a big dummy. Then he read the info on a bracelet. Demon Energy Bracelet, silver-grade equipment. It continuously replenishes energy in the hand, timely restoring spirit power. Spirit attribute +8. Current spirit is 20 out of 100. Equipment type, Demon Energy. Ziluo instantly became happy. It's a very common but useful piece of gear. Spirits hovering around 20 out of 100. Classifying magical energy equipment. Liu Yifei instantly brightened up. It was a very common but useful item. Right after that, from the space, Liu Yifei pulled out a chair. Then he just sat right in the middle of the arena under the watchful eyes of many people. Immediately after, Liu Yifei glanced over at the battle happening in the next arena. The information system of a person appeared instantly. Basic info, nickname Li warrior of the Li family, profession Beastmaster who can summon wild beasts to assist in combat, temporary title, none. Level 16, rank 2, Death Sect warrior of the Li family, trained from childhood and one of the strong fighters of the Li family in the capital district. His strength ranks just below Su Jingshan, who excels in close combat. Beastmaster profession, summoning type, can summon wild beasts to support in battle. The summoned beasts vary depending on the player's spiritual power. Early career beasts are relatively weak if spiritual power is insufficient. Late career profession can summon a large number of beasts based on high spiritual power to surround and attack. Liu Yifei watched the battle from afar. Li This is the Li family's mounted horse racing tactic, mainly used to attack enemy soldiers weaker than their own. Liu Yifei rested his chin on his hand, wondering what the Li family was really up to. While the enemy soldiers charged forward, Li immediately summoned a spirit beast. Just as the opponent prepared to swing his sword down, Li pulled out his sword from space. He managed to block the opponent's attack in time. Li was pushed back a bit by the opponent, but he still smiled slyly when he saw his spirit beast appear behind to attack the enemy soldiers. Li's spirit beast attacked the enemy soldiers, who immediately spun around and slashed the spirit beast away. Just then, Li cast a spell, creating streams of black bones attacking the enemy. The bones flew up and covered the enemy's face completely, blinding him. Then, the black mist released a stream of black bones covering the head of the nearest opponent. This caused the enemy to lose vision for a while. This skill can be learned by reading skill books. The enemy soldiers wildly swung their swords in the air. As the fog gradually cleared, Li suddenly appeared behind the enemy, quietly slicing through his head. The enemy's body quickly collapsed to the ground. Li kicked the corpse away, then showed regret, saying it was a pity he could only kill one person. Looking at the corpse lying in a pool of blood with eyes wide open, Li blamed Liu Yifei, saying it was because Liu Yifei killed Su Jingshan that they ended up in such a passive situation. Hearing this, the entire audience was furious. Yuan Zhang nearby clenched his teeth in anger and slammed the wall behind him, causing it to crack and break. Yuan Zhang saw a big idiot appear on Li's arena. Damn, this brother is brave to dare challenge Li. Another idiot looking for death. Looking at the idiot in front of Li, he sneered and asked, Liu Yifei, do you want to send your underlings to kill me? Right after, he summoned a big bear. Well then, I won't be polite taking the lives of your underlings. But Li didn't know the big idiot was silently watching him with chicken legs, while his body was being controlled by Lin Ziluo's consciousness. The bear said nothing and directly charged to knock the big idiot away. Li spoke to Liu Yifei, who was watching the show from another arena. This underling is yours. He smiled contemptuously, turned around, and flipped him the middle finger. Weak. The big idiot stood trembling between the bear and the wolf. Immediately, the wolf opened its mouth and lunged at him. The big idiot suddenly panicked, flailing his arms and legs. Just as the wolf was about to pounce, the big idiot slipped. Not wanting to fall, the big idiot flipped over and accidentally kicked the wolf, sending it flying into the air. Meanwhile, the big idiot continued tumbling. Then he gained momentum and charged at the bear, startling it. Suddenly, part of the arena exploded in front of Li Er's eyes. He turned pale, unable to believe what he just saw. He had been hiding his true strength. If this kept up, he was definitely no match for him. Li Er fearfully raised his hand and said, "I surrender." But before he could finish, the big idiot rushed forward and kicked him away. Li Er then fell to the ground, legs sticking up. The system panel appeared. "Do you want to surrender?" "No." Li Er weakly reached to press the button, but the big idiot appeared and smashed his hand with a hammer, making him scream in pain. The big idiot swung the hammer and smashed Li Er's head. At that moment, smoke escaped from his body along with a notification. Liu Zilu ended the consciousness control. The big idiot's mask disappeared as he scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Basic info: nickname Big Idiot, profession Overlord, title Zombie Head, level 17. At that moment, the entire audience suddenly erupted with excitement. Damn, the big idiot ranked 5th on the Long Kingdom leaderboard. No wonder Liu Yifei is such a big shot. His little brother is also a top-tier existence on the Long Kingdom leaderboard. Boo-hoo. I want to be Liu Yifei's little brother too. My only request is to sit in the top 10 on the leaderboard. So it was the big idiot. That's okay then. I thought Li Er was strong enough to easily suppress him. Liu Yifei in the next arena casually tapped his thigh, satisfied, leaning back in his chair, counting the previous glorious battles, plus Su Jingshan today. The Li family had lost 2 future war gods, leaving only Li Yikong in the capital. Liu Yifei yawned bored. Now the Li family had also offended the enemy army. Their future looked bleak. At that moment, he continued watching other battles in different arenas. Some battles were back-and-forth exchanges of moves, some players stabbed without hesitation to injure others, and some were 2 girls trembling while holding weapons on the arena stage. "Hey girl, don't come over here." After a while, the system popped up another notification. The Capital Personal Combat Tournament preliminaries officially ended. This round had 1,546 participants, and 32 people were promoted in total. The promoted players are Zhang Yuan Zhang, Zilu, Big Dummy, Bai Tian, Disagree, Ra Di, and Hey. All promoted players, please proceed to the battle preparation area and save your current attribute data. The finals will take place at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Welcome to all spectators. The other players started getting hyped. Ah, it's over. Zilu kept checking the system info non-stop. He rubbed his chin, calculating. Promoted players: 14 from the army faction, 10 combined from the An and Yun families, and 6 from unknown organizations. Remembering the Li family's rewards from the last Capital Personal Combat Tournament in his previous life, their influence was pretty weak. This time, the Li family's situation is even worse than I thought. Suddenly, Big Dummy appeared behind him, drooling, and asked Zilu, Hey, where's my new hammer?" Without hesitation, Zilu pulled out the hammer he had collected. Feeling a bit sorry seeing Big Dummy holding his old hammer, he immediately reached out to take the new hammer. Big Dummy happily hugged the new hammer tight. Gao gao gao. My new hammer made Zilu standing nearby speechless. After a moment, Zilu stood in front of a room. "Players, please enter the small room ahead to save your data." He reached out and opened the door. Once inside, Zilu saw a data-saving orb. Then he placed his hand on the orb. The system announced, "Congratulations to player Zilu for successfully saving data. In this battle, the data saved now will be the official reference for the finals. Player Zilu can now leave." But just as he turned to go, another system notification popped up, checking that the host successfully entered the Capital Personal Combat Tournament finals. A special mission was assigned, Capitals number 1. The mission requires winning first place in the Capital Personal Combat Tournament. The mission reward is a random draw for a golden hand system and a silver-grade equipment. There's no deadline for the mission, which piqued Zilu's interest. Turning around, the system continued. The golden hand system assigns missions based on the host's strength to evaluate the mission's difficulty and decide the reward. After evaluation, the difficulty for the host to claim Capitals number 1 is as easy as flipping a hand, so the mission reward is relatively low. Zilu immediately smiled, tapped the system screen to accept the mission, then left the room where someone was already waiting. Yuan Zhang immediately introduced himself. "Hello Zilu, I am the Capital's number 1 general." But Zilu coldly cut him off. "General Zhang, no need for introductions. I understand you better than you imagine. If there's something to say, just say it straight." Yuan Zhang hesitated a bit. Today mainly 2 things. First, with the apocalypse coming, the nation faces disaster, and we urgently need strong fighters like you to serve the country. As long as you agree, we're willing to pay. Zilu turned back and interrupted again. General Zhang, he grew impatient. "If this is just wasting time, no need to talk. That's better for everyone, right? Yuan Zhang finally broke a sweat and revealed his purpose. The chief of staff admires your talent and wants to meet you. Only then did Zilu smile and say, so that's it, making him breathe a sigh of relief. Right after, Yuan Zhang stepped closer to Ziluo, looking around cautiously and whispered, the army faction wants to take on the three major families and wants to cooperate with you. Let's talk for a bit. Ziluo led the way for Yuan Zhang, and they arrived at a room. Ziluo waited for the other players to leave. Once he saw the door fully closed, he turned to ask Yuan Zhang, what kind of cooperation are we talking about? Yuan Zhang replied, the army faction has long wanted to move against the three major families, but before the apocalypse, their strength was too strong, and they controlled many top leaders of various nations. Yuan Zhang rested his chin thoughtfully. If we want to mess with them, it might cause social chaos and destabilize national leadership. Ziluo frowned, losing patience. He said, I know all that. Tell me something I don't know. Yuan Zhang then said, after the apocalypse, many leaders controlled by the three major families turned into zombies, so there are fewer obstacles now. He hurriedly explained, but the situation is still unstable. The army faction is focusing on setting up safe zones in the capital and clearing zombies. However, everything the Lee family did today completely enraged the army faction. Ziluo interrupted, so they decided to expand their plan targeting the three major families. They want me, as Ziluo, to help recruit players to target the Lee family. Yuan Zhang said happily, exactly. The army faction will also support you. If the Lee family wants to use force, the army faction hopes you can help us. For you, the benefit is that we can help you get revenge. Ziluo pretended to think. But then he refused. No way, you guys are too slow. Yuan Zhang was shocked. What? Ziluo stood confidently with his hands on his hips in front of his stunned face. General Zhang, I've seen your sincerity. Here's the deal. You go ask your superiors. Tell them I can get the job done in a quarter of the time with minimal losses. What kind of payment can you offer me? Yuan Zhang asked anxiously. 1/4. Liu Yifei turned around to leave. Right, General Zhang, I'll wait for your news. Suddenly, he turned back and smiled, saying, I'm just giving someone I trust a chance. To Yuan Zhang's surprise, Liu Yifei called Big Dummy and left together. Let's go, Big Dummy. Outside, a bunch of players were frantically running away. Liu Yifei stepped out and listened as they kept shouting while running. The corner of the city wall in the southeast safe zone had collapsed. They urgently needed a large number of personnel to protect it. Many zombies were rushing in from the southeast. Everyone, go there to stop the zombies from entering the safe zone. He watched the two people ahead running and chatting. Killing each zombie would be recorded as a kill, and then they could claim 50% of the bounty for killing zombies. Liu Yifei frowned, watching without noticing someone running up from behind. If you can go, then hurry up and go. This is a great chance to make some cash. Without hesitation, he grabbed one of the people ahead. That person turned angrily and said, why don't you go yourself? But as soon as he saw who grabbed him, he panicked. Big Boss Liu Yifei. He quickly blinked, embarrassed. Big Boss Liu Yifei, although I'm your fan, there are some pretty sensitive things. Before Liu Yifei could speak, someone else said, it's okay. Yuan Zhang appeared from behind and told him, I want to hear it too. Seeing him, the guy was even more startled. General Zhang, he then stood still and saluted to report. Reporting, General Zhang, the assembly just ended. We were informed by the chief official to block the Lee family head's path. But we haven't found the Lee family head yet. The sports arena gate became chaotic due to disputes, and now it's a mess. Liu Yifei asked, anything else? The guy hurriedly continued, it was tough to suppress the chaos. The Lee family people had already left early. We wanted to chase after them. But then someone at the city wall told us that the section managed by the Lee family suddenly collapsed. Liu Yifei silently listened as the guy explained everything. Moreover, after the wall collapsed, many zombies appeared. We had no choice but to summon guards to handle the zombies entering the safe zone first. Hearing this, Liu Yifei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder the Lee family head is ruthless. Right after, he guessed. Could it be that the Lee family dared to provoke the army at the individual combat assembly? Whether the plan succeeds or not, he can escape unscathed. The lives of others are simply not in his thoughts. At this moment, Liu Yifei called out, making Yuan Zhang turn back to look. General Zhang, he watched the players running with the crowd and shared his speculation. Maybe all the Lee family people have already fled. Yuan Zhang frowned, his eyes full of suspicion, as he looked at him. What does that mean? Liu Yifei didn't answer immediately, just stood silently for a moment, seemingly observing or considering something. Now is not the time to explain in detail. After saying that, he looked at Yuan Zhang and suggested, it's best if you send someone to check on the Lee family head now. There might be a pleasant surprise. Hearing this, He ordered the soldiers and advised the male lead. Don't act rashly. Don't find the Lee family head yet. Wait for my news. He agreed cheerfully. Got it. Then he and some soldiers set off. Seeing this chance given to others, Liu Yifei turned and walked away. This chance to make cash? Forget it. I won't join. In the bustling city center, tall buildings gleamed with golden hues. Shops displayed silks and brocades. On the busy street, a group gathered by the roadside. The lewd laughter never stopped. Let me tell you, Big Boss Naishi was always cool. Dressed in black robes full of solemn aura, his demon mask was flashy but wicked. The closer you got, the clearer the laughter. A bunch of young guys gathered by the road, their eyes full of admiration as the golden long sword appeared in his hand. With that stance, that posture, I almost knelt down to worship. One by one, they praised him nonstop. Damn, I was bleeding out. I thought it was just a normal fight. No way, I have to watch the final match. Is it Nice from Shanghai? Are you kidding us? It's just bullying us not to watch the match to prove that point. He turned around and looked around. Look, I casually grabbed someone to ask here. Then he chose the male lead. Look at those two passers-by. Do they look like the main character in your story? Nice she. Looking back, the other guy suddenly opened his mouth wide and shouted at the one in front. That's Big Boss, Nice CA. Then he quickly ran over and pulled the other two to run away. Don't stare straight at Big Boss, Nice CA. If the boss notices, your head will roll with one slash. Even though he didn't understand what was going on, Liu Yifei ignored it and walked away, leaving the group huddled together. Seeing him finally disappear and saying nothing, they sighed in relief. Under the vast sky rose a huge building shining with bright golden light. It radiated nobility and power. In front of the capital store, the male Lee was enthusiastically sought after by everyone. Though warm, their eyes showed respect and fear for someone with great power. What scared them was not just his strength, but the huge force behind him. He imitated human bragging, making Liu Yifei unable to consider. Looks like later he has to get Big Dummy. To be a bit more civilized to show appreciation for the warm welcome, he thanked the representative. Much appreciated. Seeing this, he panicked. The big boss is talking to me. After saying that, he started stepping into the shop. As soon as he reached the door, an automated system voice greeted him. Dear player, welcome to the capital shop, it said, displaying a bunch of essential gear right in front of him. Seeing the prices of those items, he couldn't help but frown. Why was stuff here more expensive than in Shanghai? The system immediately answered, due to factors like size, number of players, zombie strength, and other differences, the prices of hidden items in each shop vary. Knowing he'd be rich, he regretted not saving up gold coins. If he'd known earlier, he should have prepared and saved gold coins. After all, this money was paid by Confronting and the three major clans. Eventually, he still had to get a uniform and Shanghai's seal for the big dummy to wear. No time to waste, he tapped Create New. Instantly, all the necessary items were purchased amid the system's constant beeping. After buying everything, he stepped outside. It was already dark when he left the shop. He couldn't help but stretch and relax his body, feeling exhausted. Then he pulled out his device and checked the time. Damn, it was already 10 o'clock. The good hour had come. Liu Zilu beamed and turned to invite the big dummy. Come on, big dummy. Let's go eat chicken feet. They casually strolled past two patrolling cops. Didn't they know no one was allowed out at night? I'm telling you about fines and detention. You're in serious trouble now. Liu Zilu and the big dummy turned back. The blonde guy nearby freaked out when he saw them and smacked the brown-haired guy's head. Damn, didn't you see anything? Bang. Are you crazy? How dare you talk back, player? I didn't see anything. There was no one earlier, no one. Liu Zilu originally heard them but let it slide. Then an Yuan came out, and Ji Ming smashed stuff everywhere in anger. He was furious. Li Xin trapped me. I was all set, but in the end, he threw me in front of Quan Fang to get scolded. Then he turned around and cursed people. When we allied with the Li clan, every one of you talked big, but now you're all silent, huh? And Ji Ming was so pissed he lost his mind. He grabbed the servant by the collar, still fuming. How the hell do we deal with Quan Fang now? Speak up. Aren't you supposed to be the An family's advisory group? Silent now, huh? Breaking the tense atmosphere, the servant came out to report to the head of the family. The player came to greet, and Ji Ming paid attention. What, player? No way. He might have ties with the Li clan, but none with me. Why would he come looking for me? She said he told her the An family was about to fall. Don't you want to keep the An family going? Still, and Ji Ming listened patiently and lowered his tone. Bring him in. Tell people to clean up the meeting room. Yes, head of the family. He thought to himself, I really want to see what this guy wants from me. He sat arrogantly, legs casually on the table. The family head is still careful, huh? He's got sharp eyes and probably carries quite a few life-saving props. Lindsay Luo said excitedly. And Jiming said our and family and the player are top-notch, but apparently no mic chain. So why come to the in family now? What's the deal? Lindsay Luo said, I don't have a mic chain with you guys, but the An family does with the Lee clan. Then An Ziming emphasized, listen, player, if you want to break the bond between the An and Lee families, then please leave. You've got it wrong. I'm here for someone else, he said. The person in charge of your family's food and drink is named Fan Gaoji, right? Hearing that name made An Jiming furious. And Jiming recalled that this guy had been with the An family for decades, usually handling things pretty smoothly. In terms of food and drink, there hadn't been a single mistake in years. Could it be? Then he calmed down and said, You're not suspecting he was sent by the Lee clan, are you? Maybe you don't fully understand the inner workings of our three great clans, Lindsay Luo said. Brainwashing secret arts? Like since birth, they've been given some drug, then through certain dark magic, they nurture family members who are absolutely loyal to the clan. Like a parasite inside the belly, and Jiming was startled. Lindsay Luo continued, How would I know? That's not the point. The point is, where did you get the secret art you're relying on? Suddenly, and Jiming got a little angry. This secret art has been maintained in the three great clans forever. How does he know? Why would I tell you? Lindsay Luo pressed further. Whether you say or not doesn't matter. Now press 4 fingers under your stomach, then press your chest, then gently tap 4 times. He wanted to dismiss what the guy said, but An Ziming still wanted to try. He followed Lindsay Luo's instructions, and shockingly, the process made him cough up blood. He trembled. This can't be. This absolutely can't be. How is that possible? Lindsay Luo said seriously. Your secret art was bought from the Lee clan. The secret art itself is fine, but the Lee clan has a secret art that can control brainwashed people. So is there a problem or not? And Jiming covered his mouth, but his voice was still there. How can this be? We've used this secret art for hundreds of years with no mistakes. How did it end up like this? This absolutely can't be. The previous lives and family head, and Jiming recalled. In the end, I became the great Earth Law God. Ha ha ha. Until the final apocalypse, he became the great Earth Law God. His body successfully transformed and escaped the Lee clan's secret art control. But it was already too late. Most of the Yin family's power was taken by the Lee clan, and his wife and kids were held hostage by the Lee clan. He could only keep selling his life to the Lee clan. This life, I won't let that happen. He's a guy with a special law god talent worth using. And Chi Min quickly wiped his mouth and asked, So what's wrong with my body? How much longer can I live? Lam Tu Lak replied, You need to ask the Lee family about that. Maybe they have the antidote. Besides, how long you live depends on when you can get that antidote from them. And Chi Min answered, My situation's not your problem, bro. Thanks for your concern, but you should go. But Lam Tu Lak suggested there's a big deal going down where I am. You don't really think the Lee family only controls Fan Kaoji, do you? And Chi Min was suspicious. What are you trying to say? Then Lam Tu Lak put a paper on the table. This list might not cover everyone the Lee family arranged, but everything on it is 100% true. And Chi Min studied the paper. What do you want? Bottom line, 200,000 gold coins. He slammed the table. What, 200,000 gold coins? Why don't you just rob them? Lam Tu Lak asked. Then how much can you give me? And Chi Min had to answer. 80,000 gold coins, no more. Strangely, Lam Tu Lak gave a cold laugh. The scene shifted to another place. Lam Tu Lak stood with arms crossed, a sly look on his face, staring ahead. 80,000 won't cut it. There's actually someone here who can seriously affect, and family supplies. Your losses won't just stop at 100,000 then. The man opposite, Li Xian, slammed one hand on the table. Panicked. 100,000, max 100,000, not a cent more. Lam Tu Lak happily slammed his hand down, then casually put his hands in his sleeves and walked out, leaving Li Xian pale as death. A building appeared under a dark red sky. Inside, someone was opening a bamboo scroll with fire symbols. Lam Tu Lak held the scroll, reading the characters inside. Fire Oath Scroll, bronze rank, single use. Uses the power of fire to seal a contract with a weapon, granting it the ability of fiery flame attacks. After use, it can envelop the weapon in flames. Each strike with the weapon boosts attack power and adds a burning effect. He spread the scroll wide, lifting it high. The scroll now looked like a massive carpet. Lam Tu Lak sat on it, channeling huge flames with both hands. Time passed. Next day, noon, the sky was bright. Lam Tu Lak exhaled. The system popped up, congratulating the player, bro. Through the special profession, Flame Emperor, he successfully mastered the Fire Oath skill, then retracted his hands. The system displayed the Fire Oath skill, a mage-type ability. which consumes spirit energy to create a fire seal. Attaching the fire seal to a weapon grants it fiery flame attack power for a limited time. Duration depends on the spirit energy spent when activating the skill. He fused the fire oath with his weapon. The sword he pulled out was engulfed in blazing flames. The fusion was complete. Lam Tulak swung once, flames trailing the sword's path. He noticed a nearby table, slashed straight at it, lightly grazing a corner. That corner was now badly scorched. This skill is freaking awesome. Lam Tulak walked ahead, with Big Dummy trailing behind. Come on, Dummy. Time to join the finals. At some building, outside, a crowd gathered, buzzing with chatter. Think we'll get to see Bro today? Dude, heard the news. Last night, someone glanced at Bro and got their eyes gouged out. If you meet Bro on the street, don't dare look him straight in the eye. Inside the building was the competition hall. The announcer's voice echoed. All finalists, please enter the room immediately. Here are the stats from yesterday's preliminaries. The scene shifted to the players' area. Lam Tulak stood inside, looking out. A voice called him. Bro, behind you. Zhang Yuan Zhang was walking over. I've told the leaders your request. They hope to meet and talk with you after the Battle Power tournament ends. Lam Tulak turned and smiled. All right, then I'll trouble General Zhang. Inside, he thought this was a good chance to exploit Quan Fuang's weakness for some gain. Lam Tulak stepped up to the blue orb ahead, placed his hand on it, and a red board popped up showing info. After a moment, the board displayed the match rules. Lam Tulak looked at it confidently. Teleporting, he mentally prepared for battle. Lam Tulak was transported to the players' resting room, where Zhang Yuan Zhang and Big Dummy were already there. Outside, the arena was set up with zones for each player pair. The announcer's voice rang out again. Player Bro, your match number this round is 001. Now it's time to draw your first opponent. Lam Tulak confidently pressed the draw button. The number 003 appeared. Congrats, Player Bro, draw complete. Your opponent's number is 003. Lam Tulak seriously pressed the red box on the display. He smirked, totally chill. Lam Tulak was being teleported. Lam Tulak confidently stared at the guy in front, full of anticipation, then summoned his weapon. The man before Lam Tulak appeared, holding a blade with a wicked grin. This knife's coated in poison. Lam Tulak grinned at him. Seconds later, the guy's face turned pale, sweating profusely, fearfully blurted out, Bro. He immediately bowed down. I admit defeat. Lam Tulak just stared at him, frozen. The system popped up a notification. Congrats 001 on defeating 003, earning 2 points. He held his sword and looked down at the stands. People looked at each other, whispering. When I surrender, my speed is faster than yours by not even a split second, proving your reaction's slower than mine. The guy next to him laughed and said, Haha, speed means nothing. My surrender shout was 12 decibels louder than yours. I'm full of spirit. Bro, the big boss will definitely remember me. When I stopped surrendering, my speed was even faster than yours by not even a second, proving your reaction isn't as quick as mine. The guy next to him laughed and replied, Haha, so what if I'm fast? My surrender shout is 12 decibels louder than yours. I've got the spirit. The big boss will definitely remember me. Both of them finished speaking and then looked at the trap guy in front of them. He confidently stroked his chin. None of you stand a chance. When I shouted earlier, I used a super low voice. Didn't you notice quite a few female fans were giving me flirty glances? Liu Yifei was speechless, listening to their talk. Under the scorching sun, Liu Yifei waited so long it felt like mushrooms were growing on his head. He picked his nose while waiting for the brawl on stage. Turning around, he observed carefully, stretching out with intense interest in the fight. Zhang Yuanzhang calmly wielded his sword against the Li family's men. Liu Yifei quickly checked this guy's profile. Zhang Yuanzhang, level 18, title, Warrior's Will, basic attributes, Strength 60, Spirit 60, Stamina 55, Agility 40, Profession, Military Soul. Only players genuinely loyal to the military with strong capabilities can inherit this profession. Profession, Skill 1, Military Soul Unity. The more teammates in the same formation, the higher the attribute bonus gained. And it can also share part of the attribute bonus with teammates once a certain number is reached. This can trigger effects beyond the norm. 2. Immortal Military Soul. The military soul is permanently immortal. After activating this effect, you enter an immortal state. During this time, all damage taken is reduced and willpower increases significantly. But after the immortal state ends, the damage you avoided will be dealt to your body. Talent. Horizon Body. You have an extremely deep self-awareness. When facing suppression-type skills, suppression effects weaken by 30%. Suppression duration shortens by 50%. Skills like Phantom Triple Strike, Earth Shatter Great Sword, Military Soul, Bamboo Blessing, and Military Soul Chi, Liu Yifei silently assessed. The agility and spirit attributes of Big Dummy were a bit lower, but luckily the overall stats weren't far behind. He could fight. He looked toward the arena. Zhang Yuanzhong quickly took stance and charged, his sword full of energy, slashing straight at Big Dummy. Big Dummy blocked with his hammer. Liu Yifei watched their fight and analyzed. If the Li family hadn't used that drug last life, so Qinghan and Li might not have been able to defeat Zhang Yuanzhong. The guy pursed his lips and smiled, swinging his sword up to quickly use Earth's Shatter Greatsword. Big Dummy's big hammer had to yield. He staggered and slammed his face into the ground. Big Dummy quickly regained his footing. Zhang Yuanzhong looked at him with disdain. No wonder he's nice, he is subordinate. Even though he's 2 levels lower, he could still withstand my Earth Shatter Greatsword. He frowned, tiredly looking at the guy, thinking to himself he absolutely couldn't lose to him, or his military hopes would take a big hit. Zhang Yuanzhong looked at him and suddenly realized something. Big Dummy was now receiving info from Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei sat behind using a reminder skill. If you can't beat Zhang Yuanzhong, you won't get roasted chicken with pork knuckle for 3 days. Big Dummy's eyes lit up, his face full of rage, and he yelled loud. Ah, unforgivable. Big Dummy gathered energy from around and focused it into his hammer. He shouted at Zhang Yuanzhong and charged down, smashing the hammer straight at him. Zhang Yuanzhong raised his sword to block, grimacing. He quickly dodged, letting Big Dummy's hammer slam into the ground. He bent down using Military Soul Bamboo Blessing. While active, he gained 20% damage resistance and increased his recovery speed by 20%, like stamina and spirit recovery. His next attack would also grant damage immunity once. The duration of Bamboo Blessing depends on spirit energy consumption. He grabbed his sword and charged fast. Zhang Yuanzhong gathered his magic and aimed straight at Big Dummy, but he was immediately knocked back by Big Dummy's hammer. Zhang Yuanzhong struggled to block with his sword and retreated, his eyes cold, blood dripping from his lip. He smiled immortal-like at him. His body was quickly wrapped in energy from his reserves. It formed armor around Zhang Yuanzhong, looking mighty and fierce. He raised his sword behind him, confidently holding his head high. His military soul chi skill activated, and behind Zhang Yuanzhong stood a whole troop of soldiers. This skill was seriously impressive. Zhang Yuanzhong took stance, ready to fight anytime. Liu Yifei watched this and gawked in shock. Damn, I remember last life, Zhang Yuanzhong used military soul chi blast to crush an 80-level zombie. Just 1 step away from Zombie King. Didn't expect to see the military soul chi blast at Tai Shi level this life. Big Dummy wasn't intimidated and stared at him, shouting loud, his feet pounding the floor, sending dust and debris flying. Big Dummy's eyes blazed with fierce fighting spirit as he charged at Zhang Yuanzhong with his hammer. Zhang Yuanzhong frowned, gritting his teeth and launched a move. Phantom Triple Strike. Flames from his skill kept burning. It created a dramatic fiery clash, a powerful light burst that blurred everything. It shocked everyone around, making them shield their eyes and shout. The arena was filled with fiery sparks and swirling smoke. Zhang Yuanzhong looked miserable, his body covered in blood. His eyes squeezed shut in pain and exhaustion. The guy opposite him, Big Dummy, wasn't doing much better. His eyes were wide open, blood smeared everywhere, struggling hard. Big Dummy quickly regained consciousness and stood up. His eyes squeezed shut in pain and exhaustion. His brother opposite, the big idiot, wasn't much better. His eyes were wide open, blood dripping messily, struggling badly. The big idiot quickly regained consciousness and stood up. The system voice immediately rang out. Number 03 has 2 wins. Number 024 earned 2 accumulation points. Next match. Number 001 versus number 029. Big Dummy stood up arrogantly in front of a strong opponent like Zhang Yuanzhong. He looked at the struggling man before him, pressed his lips, and forced himself up with the strength of his sword. Big Dummy looked at him and laughed foolishly. Around the arena, cheers filled the air. Everyone kept shouting loudly at them. This was the real deal, a battle of the strong. Someone else cried out joyfully. Oh man, compared to them, I feel like a monster. Everyone cheered wildly. Real fighting means risking it all, using your full strength to beat the opponent, not picking on the weak. Relying on your advantage to kill whoever you want. Yeah, well said, well said. General Zhang is fierce. Big Dummy is fierce. Liu Zilu looked at the 2 men in front of him with full satisfaction. Big Dummy and Zhang Yuanzhong were taken to the medical room. Zhang Yuanzhong looked at the doctor and shook his head, refusing. Check Big Dummy first, I'm not in a rush. The doctor nodded immediately. Yes, General. Meanwhile, Liu Zilu also politely declined. Thanks, General Shang, no need. He then looked at him curiously. Why? If you're worried about supplies, he looked toward Big Dummy and smiled happily. No worries, we have enough medicine. Plus, Big Dummy's body is a bit special because of his profession. Just need to supplement nutrition. Zhang Yuanzong looked at him and agreed. Is that so? Then if you need anything, just tell me. Liu Zilu gave a thumbs up, no problem. He worried, sweating profusely, thinking, just kidding, or else big dummy zombie body would be exposed. Suddenly, the system voice blared. Players of Jingdu, please pay attention. Players of Jingdu, please pay attention. The Jingdu individual combat tournament is now officially over. The system announced City Conquest. Jingdu player ranked number 1 on the combat power leaderboard is Nai Xie. Based on the city's overall strength, they obtained a top-tier golden grade equipment. The reward includes a ton of gold coins, experience, and fame. Free attribute points for conquering the city. Jingdu player ranked number 2 on the combat power leaderboard is Big Dummy. Based on the city's overall strength, they obtained 2 sets of silver grade equipment. Player ranked number 2 on the combat power leaderboard is Zhang Yuanzong. The crowd under the stands was discussing. Haha, as expected, no surprises. Nai Shi is the top elder, and that guy sneaked in. No need for extra words, but Big Dummy got second place. I really didn't expect that. Pity for General Zhang. The person next to him chimed in. Big Dummy is the subordinate of Nai Emperor Elder, being that strong isn't too much. The other guy opened the system to check golden grade equipment. Right now, there's only 1 on the equipment leaderboard, but Nai C Elder got another set. That guy joined in laughing, golden grade. So what? I don't have it, but Nai Shi has 2 diamond grade sets, uniform and 9 flames saber. They laughed and joked, not paying attention to the figure behind them. A dark figure was watching, bowing his head and pulling his hood down. Li Xian covered his whole face, slammed his hand against the wall, the other hand pulling his hood, thinking angrily, Nai Xi deserves to die, Big Dummy deserves to die. His eyes widened with resentment. If it weren't for 2 unknown names suddenly appearing, now being talked about by everyone, the ones respected by all would be the Li family. Li Xian looked toward the arena and was startled. Everyone looked at him, curious. Huh, what's wrong? He looked at them, quickly lowered his face, pulled his hood, and turned to leave. Everyone continued chatting happily. Lindsay Luo reached for food, put it in his mouth, and chewed noisily. The system announced congratulations to player Hai Shi for achieving first place in the Jingdu Individual Combat Tournament. Lindsay Luo focused on the system drawing top-tier golden grade equipment. The system displayed a message in front of him. Congratulations to player Nai Ce for obtaining golden grade equipment. Congratulations to player Nai Ce for earning 5,000 experience points. The system kept flashing notifications. Congratulations to player Nai Ce for leveling up to 23. All attributes increased by 3 and gaining 5 free attribute points. Congratulations to player Nai Ce for earning 2,000 gold coins and 500 fame points. 5 free attribute points. Lindsay Luo was super excited. First place in the Jingdu Individual Combat Tournament. Such rich rewards, he looked at the system board, constantly surprised. Shadow Scale Battle Boots, golden grade equipment. A pair of battle boots containing spatial power, coveted by many brave warriors even in their dreams. Attributes: Agility plus 5, Spirit plus B, increases movement speed by 10%, reduces footstep noise by 30%. Skill attached: Shadow Scale moves forward a distance of 1 to 2 meters. During movement, it can resist 90% of damage taken. Cooldown time is 4 hours. Lindsay Luo was amazed and exclaimed, Battle Flower has spatial power, no wonder this game is the ultimate apocalypse. Lindsay Luo looked up at the system board. It showed basic attribute stats without equipment. Strength, 99. Spirit, 99. Constitution, 99. Agility, only 89. Below was the basic attribute stats with equipment. Strength, 121. Spirit, 113. Constitution, 114. Agility, 99. The system kept announcing congratulations to the user for successfully achieving first place in the Jingdu Individual Combat Tournament. Completed the Jingdu No. 1 mission. Congratulations to the user for receiving mission rewards. 1 random common golden hand, 1 silver grade equipment. Lindsay Luo looked at the system happily and chose to draw equipment. The system voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations to the user for acquiring the white silver level Hidden Demon Gloves. The screen displayed the gloves. Hidden Demon Gloves, white silver level equipment. These gloves were crafted specifically to counter mages. Their existence is a headache for every mage, with attributes adding 2 to strength, 2 to stamina, and hidden demon. Magic damage taken is reduced by 5%. Liu Zilu looked at the notification and gave a wry smile. Another hidden demon item from the same set as the clothes he's wearing. He sighed inwardly, wondering if the golden hand system was trying to tell him something, forcing him to collect a full set or what. Liu Zilu immediately pressed confirm. The system congratulated the player on successfully equipping the hidden demon gloves. activated the effect of 3 hidden demon items. All 3 hidden demon items add 2 to all attributes and can absorb 15% of magic damage taken. He looked at the system with satisfaction. This is more like it. These are the real 3 items. Looks like there's still a lot of room to improve the equipment's attributes. Big Dummy sat nearby, munching on a delicious chicken drumstick. Liu Zilu turned to him with a mysterious smile. Big Dummy stared back, puzzled. Liu Zilu slapped Big Dummy on the shoulder, making him turn around in surprise. Big Dummy looked at Liu Zilu awkwardly as he tapped the system and pouted, "Silver soft armor, soft gloves. Rank 2 is for this kind of trash gear." Big Dummy was speechless, while the system screen showed a glowing gem at 40%. Big Dummy looked away curiously and noticed 2 chicken drumsticks. He raised his hand to his mouth, thinking. Liu Zilu happily prepared to leave the room and looked toward Big Dummy's suggestion. "Let's go get bigger chicken drumsticks." In his mind, he thought, "I bet on Zhang Yuanshang. This time I might score a reward of 120,000 gold coins." The more Liu Zilu thought about it, the happier he got. This was a matter controlled by 3 major clans behind the scenes. Damn. Using the money the Lee family brought to buy fake prestige in the capital isn't pretty chill. Liu Zilu and Big Dummy stepped out of the house. In front of them was a bustling street and neighborhood. Suddenly, a soldier appeared out of nowhere. He ran while shouting, "Big Boss Liu, so you're here after all." He stopped in front of Liu Zilu and reported, "Big Boss Liu, all the leaders in the safe zone have gone to attend an emergency meeting. General Zhang sent me to invite you there." He said after this meeting, they plan to start targeting the Lee family. Liu Zilu calmly asked, "What happened?" The soldier looked tired and confused. He glanced at Liu Zilu and hurriedly said, "It's the Lee family. Those bastards from the Lee family took advantage of the battle power conference to bring hundreds of mercenaries, carrying over 100 pieces of raw meat, somehow luring thousands of zombies into the safe zone here." Liu Zilu put on his mask and smirked. "What?" The soldier lowered his head, gritting his teeth. At that time, most of the strong players in the city, including our military experts, were inside the sports arena. He trembled as he continued, "News from outside basically couldn't get in, and those inside couldn't get out." The soldier explained, "They really have no other choice now. Because the zombie-proof wall isn't finished yet, they can only rely on the defenders outside the safe zone." Liu Zilu's face darkened, glaring angrily at the soldier. The soldier stammered, finally saying no zombies broke into the safe zone, but looking closely, "All my brothers, all of them, are dead." Liu Zilu bent over, deep in thought. But judging by the Lee family's strength, using raw meat to lure some zombies is possible. He felt annoyed, but thousands of zombies in a short time. The Lee family couldn't pull that off. Liu Zilu looked at the soldier and ordered, "You said there's an emergency meeting? Take me there." The soldier immediately obeyed. "Yes, big boss, please follow me." He thought to himself, could there be someone else behind the Lee family? Or did he miss some important detail? At the meeting, they gathered around a rectangular wooden table. Chief Xe slammed the table. "Do we still need to discuss? The Lee family has already torn up their face. What happened today is a declaration of war against us." Haobo looked at him and carefully reminded, "Chief, first calm down. Aren't we still in the discussion phase? Their words aren't without reason." Lee 76 looked at Zhang Yuanzhang and gave his opinion. "That's right, Chief Xie. It's not that we don't want to punish the Lee family. Right now, the safe zone is still under reconstruction. Our main task is to complete building the safe zone. If we focus on dealing with the Lee family now, it will cause huge losses in manpower and resources." Someone else agreed. "That's right, I think so too. At this stage, we can expose the Lee family's bad deeds and destroy their reputation through public opinion. After the safe zone is rebuilt, then we strike a decisive blow to the Lee family." The person next to him also agreed. "Exactly, Chief Xie, the big picture is what matters. As long as the safe zone is completed, we'll have the strongest rear support. We're only doing this for the good of the safe zone, for the whole Long Nation. If both sides go to war, it will drain a lot of our manpower. This isn't good for the entire capital district." Zhang Yuanzhang angrily stood up, trembling as he slammed the table. Zhang Yuanzhang shouted furiously, "Rebuild the safe zone. Do you think the Lee family will just stand by and watch us finish rebuilding? Do you think they won't do this kind of thing again? By then, we'll still be using lives to hold the line, using the lives of our soldiers to hold the line." He glared at them with pure rage. General Zhang Yuanzhang gritted his teeth and said, "The bigger picture matters. I'm honestly pretty curious how much benefit have you guys gotten from the Lee family that you're even speaking on their behalf?" Haobo immediately stood up to explain, "General Zhang, our loyalty to Long Nation is absolutely no less than yours." "You can't say it like that." The elders there also spoke up. "That's right, General Zhang, you're going too far with those words. We're really just thinking from the perspective of the bigger picture. The old man overheard and exclaimed, "General Zhang, maybe because you're always fighting on the front lines, you don't realize the current supply situation in our rear is really not something to be optimistic about." A familiar voice came from outside the meeting room, and I totally agreed with General Zhang's words. Everyone was shocked, staring in surprise toward the meeting room door. Liu Zilu appeared confidently, his sharp gaze cutting through the room. Hamu shouted angrily, "How can you let someone else in during such an important meeting? What are the guards outside even doing?" Someone stepped forward to introduce. "This guy's name is Zilu. He just took first place in the individual combat tournament. His reputation is sky high." "Ha, Mu, you haven't been out for 2 days. You don't know him." Hamu clenched one fist tightly, the other hand pushing up his glasses. He came up with very reasonable excuses. Zilu wasn't allowed in either. This was a top-secret high-level meeting of Long Nation. Why let an outsider in? Are you telling me the entire Long Nation government is now in cahoots with outsiders? Hamu pointed and gave the order. Sai Bing was tasked with escorting this guy out. Zhang Yuanshang stood in front of Zilu. Compared to Hamu, who was losing his mind, he seemed calmer. "Zilu is here because I invited him. What's the problem?" Hamu stared straight into Zhang Yuanzhang's eyes. "General Zhang, you let someone in who no one even knows into the meeting room. Isn't that way too careless?" Zilu wore a mask, so no one could read his expression. "General Zhang, whether you were careless or not, I don't know. But I do know you guys are way too careless when dealing with the Lee family." Pausing briefly, Zilu stared at Hamu, and even though he didn't know who I was, "I know who you are." Hamu, standing opposite him, every piece of info he spoke hit right in his black heart. His wife died young, his daughter turned into a zombie. Yet you ignored your family's tragedy and stayed on the front lines building this safe zone. Because of that, you earned the merit to get promoted to your current position. The next question from him made Hamu completely speechless. "But I want to ask you, do you know someone named Lin Kuai?" Hamu's face went pale. He couldn't believe it as he looked around, stammering. Did Zilu see this reaction and immediately attack? He seemed to sneer at Hamu. "When the Lee family told you there's a son of yours in this world, how happy were you then? Moreover, as long as you quietly helped the Lee family, you could give Lin Kuai a ton of resources. Back then, you nodded as fast as a chicken pecking grain." After hearing this, Chief Tai slammed his fist on the table in anger, grinding his teeth. "Hamu, you too?" Sweat was pouring down Hamu's face. "Chief, I." At that moment, a bright red alert appeared in front of everyone. "Attention players in the capital area. Attention players in the capital area." The next info made Zilu's eyes widen. A wave of zombies will attack the capital area in 5 hours. This was like a warning for a bloody battle ahead. Because this time the zombies are acting on a large scale, the zombie wave in the capital area is moving early, and in 5 hours it will strike the capital safe zone. Right now, the capital safe zone and the surrounding area are about to enter a full lockdown phase. The lockdown will only be lifted once the zombie wave ends. During lockdown, players inside the safe zone cannot leave, and players outside cannot enter. Players in the capital safe zone are urged to prepare well. Defend against the zombie wave. After successfully defending, the capital safe zone will be recognized by the system. It will gain certain benefits as a safe zone. Hamu read the alert and couldn't help but rant like a madman. Zombie wave, again with the zombie wave. He was like a lunatic. "Ha ha, the Lee family's got some guts." He pointed at others and shouted, "This crappy safe zone won't hold up this time. You're all gonna die, all of you." As soon as he finished, Chief Tai slapped him hard. Hamu held his bruised cheek, gritting his teeth. "I've been crawling low in front of you for so long, just waiting for this day. Since I'm gonna die anyway, my son ran off with the Lee family, and I've got a few people backing me up. What do I have to fear?" Zilu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The zombie wave was triggered early because of the Lee family's previous actions. Looking at the bright red warning, he began analyzing the conditions to trigger a zombie wave in an area. First, the safe zone's construction level must meet the system's recognition standard. Second, the accumulated number of zombies must reach the appropriate threshold. Third, among the spawn zombies, there must be royal zombies capable of commanding others. He recalled the large base still under construction, way beyond the current strength of the safe zone. Liu Zilu adjusted his mask. It was another brutal fight. Then he grabbed Hamu by the collar. "General Zhang, I'm handing over this spy to you. This intel is a free gift from me in exchange. I'm taking this guy, no problem, right?" Zhang Yuanzhang folded his arms. "No problem. I just hope this traitor dies a miserable death." Liu Zilu agreed. "All right." He glanced at the people gathered in the room. "If anyone has any issues, come talk to me directly." The others stayed silent. Zhang Yuanzhang took the initiative. "No problem." With that approval, Liu Zilu dragged Hamu away. "You all carry on, I've got business." "I'll leave first," he said, pulling him toward the front yard. Liu Zilu forced Haobo to kneel on the ground, surrounded by young soldiers training with guns. Seeing this, they sneered and started chatting. "Isn't that Minister Haobo? I saw him talking just a few days ago." "Damn, the minister's being carried around like a chick by Liu Zilu. Has Liu Zilu gotten that strong?" "I don't care what minister he is, falling into Liu Zilu's hands and daring to go against the Li family directly. Pathetic." Haobo looked up at him defiantly, but Liu Zilu grabbed his collar again. He threw him like a sack of trash, slamming his face into the ground. In the crowded place, Haobo trembled in fear and begged, "Just kill me quickly. If the zombie wave hits, the safe zone will collapse completely. Then you all will go down with me." Hearing this, the young soldiers understood everything. "What? The zombie wave is connected to Minister Ha? He's a traitor. Someone tried to rush in, that bastard caused my brothers to die. Let me see if I don't smash you to pieces." His friends had to hold him back. Calm down, calm down. Let's hear what Big Boss Liu Zilu has to say." Liu Zilu pulled out a purple scroll, a one-time use copper soundproof barrier device that creates a 5-meter diameter soundproof zone. The barrier has no defensive power. Once broken, it's gone forever. But it's very effective at blocking sound transmission. It lasts for 30 minutes. He crushed the soundproof barrier. Instantly, a pale blue barrier enveloped the space around him and Haobo. To ensure the big idiot outside holding the hammer was on guard, but he wasn't scared and kept cursing everyone. "The safe zone is sealed off. No one's escaping. You all will go down with me to pay for your madness." Haobo kept threatening, but Liu Zilu punched him again to match the slap from Captain Shui earlier. "Everyone's going to die together." Two teeth lightly fell to the ground. Unlike Haobo's trembling, Liu Zilu calmly put his hands in his pockets and asked, "Where's the Li family head?" Li, right now." Haobo wiped the blood from his mouth. His voice was unclear from the air rushing in. "You want to find Li? I'm not telling you." Liu Zilu pulled out a rotten guy, his face turning into a psycho's. Tight-lipped, "I love people who keep their mouths shut." He pressed the bloodied knife against Haobo's neck, smiling lightly. "Speak or not." Haobo stayed silent. The knife stabbed straight into his hand, causing him unbearable pain. Liu Zilu still smiled brightly but didn't say what benefits the Li family had given him. Though smiling, he increased the pressure on the knife handle. Haobo couldn't stand it and screamed non-stop. "Kill me, just kill me, I beg you." Liu Zilu ignored him. "No way, I haven't heard you say where Li is yet." Haobo then threw a tantrum. "I don't know, I really don't. Do me a favor and kill me." Liu Zilu pulled the knife out. Liu Zilu frowned, wondering if he really didn't know or was just pretending. He pretended to want to stab the knife into Haobo's other arm. Haobo stuck his tongue out in fear. Liu Zilu was thoughtful. "All right, I'll change the question. What did Li order you to do?" Thinking of his son, he softened his tone. Haobo's face was now streaming with tears. He slowly recounted, "He told me to secretly help the Li family bring resources in, arrange tough missions for the army, and use the chance to get their people killed. After all that, no useful info came out." Liu Zilu got a bit angry. "Who asked you that? Yesterday he ran off. What info did he leave you?" Now Haobo dared not hide anything and stammered out everything. "Before he ran, he sent word telling me to stall time targeting the Li family. That's all." Liu Zilu smiled, "So the contact method with Li can't just leave a good pawn like you here." Seeing Liu Zilu's face up close, Haobo got even more scared. "There's a gathering point for soldiers at GD that's set up by the Li family's assassin chief. He told me, so I went." Liu Zilu frowned, repeating the words, "the soldier gathering point." He looked at Haobo's pitiful state. "Anything else you want to say?" Haobo stammered in fear. "No, nothing." His battered face showed wounds, but he was secretly relieved. "I told you everything. How else could I keep you here? If I didn't, how would I get a chance to escape?" Liu Zilu patted his shoulder. "Good job." Then he pulled the knife back. Liu Zilu didn't say much and gave him a brutal beating. Useless people don't deserve to live. After that, he quickly opened his umbrella and jumped back. Obviously, Liu Zilu had tons of experience handling this. Haobo's blood was all over him, but Liu Zilu stayed completely clean. The bloody scene, with an eyeball rolling out, made everyone shiver in fear. Haobo's blood was everywhere, but his clothes were completely clean. The bloody scene even had an eyeball fallen out, making everyone shiver in fear. Meanwhile, me and Big Dummy just casually bounced out of this skyscraper looking hella cool. That was the spot for the personal combat tournament predictions exchange. Liu Yifei slapped a ticket down on the wooden table, swapping it for a betting slip. The clerk grabbed the slip and started reading the info. "Yeah, hold on a sec." She put the slip back on the table. "Mr. Liu Yifei, since you nailed the prediction, Zhang Yuan ranked 3rd. Based on the odds, you're set to pocket a total of 123,556 gold coins. Even tinted glasses couldn't hide the two hearts shining in Big Dummy's eyes. Dude was straight up imagining himself swimming in a mountain of chicken thighs. The clerk quickly worked the system. Just a moment. Liu Yifei smiled, satisfied. Ding. Dear player, Liu Yifei, 123,556 gold coins have been transferred to your account. He happily tossed a shiny chicken thigh to Big Dummy. Let's roll, Big Dummy. The sky's clear, clouds drifting easy. At the capital's shop, folks around were pretty shocked seeing Big Dummy gnawing on that chicken thigh like a maniac. They got even more surprised when they heard the player's purchase notification on the system. Congrats to the player for successfully buying the Capital Honor Medal. Thanks to a special discount, there's a 10% price cut when buying currency from the Peerless World. You gotta pay 225,000 gold coins. People whispered to each other, dropping that much cash? Damn, is the guy inside some kind of local tycoon? That's a crazy amount of money. I feel like only Liu Yifei could afford that. Yeah, me too. Look, Big Dummy's here too. Maybe we should keep our distance for a bit. For real, have you heard? They say staring directly at the legendary Liu Yifei gets you killed. Liu Yifei didn't even care, just kept throwing money around like water. Congrats to the player for successfully buying the Capital Order uniform. The Capital Order uniform, thanks to a special 10% discount when buying currency from Peerless World, costs 256,500 gold coins. The other three shrank back scared, clutching each other tight. After splurging that much, he finally felt a little satisfied. Liu Yifei smiled, staring at the medal in his hand. This medal now had 3 stars. The Capital Honor Medal, special equipment rated at executioner level. According to the system's intro, this medal proves supreme honor and intellect in the Capital District. Only talents who've made unimaginable contributions to the Capital District can qualify to use it. It's never been available before. Once equipped, this badge permanently binds to the player. To boost player experience, the system also showed cute illustrations. 1. Honor Announcement. This ability can be used once every 2 days to send a broadcast. All players in the Capital District will receive this notification. 2. Place of Glory. As long as you're in the Capital District, activating this ability, emotional effects like intimidation, shock, and fear you cause to others will have their effectiveness doubled. 3. Wealth and Glory. While in the Capital District, killing zombies and completing missions or dungeons will boost experience and gold earned by 30%, but stupidity rate also increases by 5%. 4. Majestic Presence. While in the Capital District, any player attacking you will have their stats reduced by 15% for 5 minutes. 5. Divine Beast Protection. This ability can be used once every 7 days. While in the Capital District, you can summon a Phantom of the Capital's Guardian Beast to fight alongside you. The Phantom lasts 2 minutes. Its strength depends on the overall prosperity of the Capital District. By killing zombies with the Phantom, players get 10% of the benefits. Liu Yifei and Big Dummy stepped out into the trading zone. He stared hard at the medal. The Executioner rank title didn't even match this medal. Diamond rank was barely acceptable. Liu Yifei seemed pleased with the 5th ability, Divine Beast Protection, but the Phantom only lasts 2 minutes, and the conditions are kinda harsh. Wonder if later on he can extend the summon time? Thinking that, he looked at Big Dummy and just happened to swap him a set of gear too. He pressed use on the clothes in the system. Instantly, both had fresh new cloaks. A bright red system icon popped above Liu Yifei and Big Dummy's heads, refreshing their gear info. New Executioner-level gear appeared, owned by Liu Yifei. While eating, they were surprised to see the system leaderboard pop up in front of them. Quick, check it out. Check the gear rankings. Gear rankings? What's up? New gear dropped again? Someone clasped their hands, tears streaming down in 2 lines. Oh man, could it be a silver rank gear? Definitely Liu Yifei's idol gear. Others sighed, wishing. Damn, when will I ever get a silver rank gear? Someone next to them checked the info and said this time it's golden gear. Don't believe me? Check the leaderboard. The red alert spread everywhere. First place, Capital Honor Medal, Executioner rank, owned by Liu Yifei. Second place, 9 Ritual Blades, Diamond rank, owned by Liu Yifei. Third place, Capital Order Uniform, Diamond rank, owned by Liu Yifei. Fourth place, Shanghai Order Uniform, Diamond rank, owned by Big Dummy. Fifth place, Stealth Boots, Golden rank, owned by Liu Yifei. Sixth place, Evil Mask, Silver rank, owned by Liu Yifei. The patrolling soldiers chatted about the recent announcement. No need to guess. Trust me, it's gonna happen for real. When we can be that strong, that'll be awesome. They kept moving forward. Alright, patrolling's important, but we gotta do our jobs well. The sky stayed blue, clouds still floated gently, and a green flag fluttered atop the roof. In the conference room, a young officer rushed in to report. General Zhang, Chief Inspector Zhang Yuanzhang immediately asked upon seeing that person, "What's the situation outside? Have you checked thoroughly?" He assured us, "We've inspected everywhere. Any place within a 1,000-meter radius from the safe zone walls shows the Apocalypse Games seal, all transparent walls. They've tried every way to test the wall's strength and the situation outside the barrier. Every impact seems ineffective. We've tried many methods but still can't break through the barrier." Hearing his report, Chief Inspector's face grew thoughtful, and so far, no signs of the zombie wave have appeared, so we can't tell the scale or intensity of the zombie attack. The core military members joined the tough strategy discussion. Luckily, since it's linked to the Battle Congress, most players haven't left the safe zone, but the Lee family brought quite a few people along. Zhang Yuanzhang was worried too. The highest combat power we have now can only defend two directions. Someone quickly made a decision, so now we can only bet on which direction the zombie wave will attack from. Zhang Yuanzhang immediately took orders. He rubbed his chin, thinking, "So first, let's set defenses in the two most likely attack directions." Knowing an attack is coming, they acted urgently. If zombies appear from other directions, emergency personnel must be dispatched. General Zhang, don't just stand there, get to work. But that idea was quickly opposed. Emergency dispatch is possible, but without defensive bases, personnel losses will rise. Seeing no consensus, the chief inspector shouted, "Enough." He propped his chin and looked at everyone. No time to hesitate. Now we must decide which two directions to defend. In this urgent situation, he had to take a gamble. "General Zhang, your combat experience is rich. I'm listening to you." "Yeah." Zhang Yuanzhang was tense. East and west directions, he thought about the heaviest losses. The safe zone walls on all four sides aren't finished yet, and the east wall has a big gap because of the Lee family. If zombies really attack these two directions, the losses will be the worst. At the end of the line, the chief inspector sighed. "Go." The military quickly executed orders. Meanwhile, Ziluo was lying comfortably on his oversized bed. He looked at the system notification with irritation. Zombie wave incoming attack. If the safe zone defense fails, players will be punished. Safe zone defense failure consequences. All players inside will be downgraded. Zombie kill rewards in the capital area will decrease. Item prices in the store will skyrocket, and this applies unlimited times. Ziluo rested his head on his hand, half talking, half not. He could go out himself. But if the safe zone defense fails, the consequences are way too serious. Then he lightly tapped the speaker icon on the system, typing with a smirk, and finally hit send. Ziluo stretched comfortably. "Too bad. This message has a word limit, or else I could roast him with 1,000 words without repeating." He enjoyed reading while waiting for the notification to blast out loud. "Attention players in the capital area. Attention players in the capital area." Player Ziluo sent a capital area notification. Below was the message content. "Li Xian, head of the Li family. How can you run like a rat? Probably lost all face, and even lured the zombie wave here. You're the scum of humanity. You're a cowardly turtle. Seriously pathetic. Just go die." Standing in front of a shabby house, you could hear the angry voice of a man. "Damn it." Li Xian's face twisted in anger. He slammed into the chair. "Ziluo, don't let me catch you. When you fall into my hands, I'll chop you into 100 pieces." Li Xian roared. "No matter the cost, I'll kill you, kill you." But at that moment, the butler knocked nervously. "Master, bad news. Something big happened." Li Xian's face darkened, even darker than before. "What happened?" The butler trembled, seeing his expression. "Master, just now Ziluo's announcement said the zombie wave was caused by our Li family. This made many people start hating us, even saying they want revenge." The more he heard, the more distorted his face became. "Several large gathering areas we openly manage. According to stats, at least half chose to leave, but since it's night now, they're staying temporarily, and some places are erupting in conflict." He couldn't believe it. "What else? Anything else? Spill it." The butler saw his terrifying look and spoke softer. "Besides the public areas, we secretly manage other gathering zones. If people knew the Li family controlled these, they'd probably leave too. Just because of one guy named Ziluo, the Li family's reputation is wrecked." Li Xian staggered, unable to stand. He seemed deaf to the butler's next words. "This time, our Li family suffered serious losses because of Ziluo's announcement." "Master, what now?" Li Xian's eyes rolled back and he fainted. The butler rushed to catch him. "Master, someone come quick." The master fainted from anger. Two people ran in from outside, panicked, shouting, "Master, master." The Dark Factions player uprising in the safe zone capital's southeast corner at 8 p.m. The head of the family was so furious he fainted. Two people ran in from outside, panicking and shouting, "Master, master," playing the dark side in the capital's safe zone in the southeast corner at 8 p.m. 30. Zhang Yuanzhang was watching the soldiers prepare for the worst-case scenario. He was directly commanding everyone to gear up with the necessary equipment. Zhang Yuanzhang looked toward his subordinates who were still counting personnel. He saluted and reported the progress. Report, General Zhang, we currently have a total of 50,000 combat-capable soldiers. The Central Army has about 20,000 personnel. The An family and the Yun family sent a combined total of 15,000 strategists. The rest are all recruited volunteers, mercenaries, and small groups, totaling around 15,000 people. Seeing him pause, Zhang Yuanzhang asked, "Is that all?" His subordinate sighed. There are about 100,000 logistics personnel left, but their combat ability is extremely weak. They can't be considered fighters. Hearing the report made him even more worried. Moreover, time was tight. The 100,000 combined players and soldiers responsible for exploration and zombie elimination might not return. Zhang Yuanzhang closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Not enough. If they stay in the safe zone, there's nothing to fear from the zombie waves. The soldiers all showed determination. General Zhang, don't overthink it. The zombie waves probably won't easily reach us here. No matter what, we'll fight until the very end. Zhang Yuanzhang's eyes glistened with tears. At this point, there was no other choice. He folded his arms and stared straight ahead. The south and west are guarded by 20,000 local military personnel. The east is assigned to the An family and Yun family. If zombies come from the north, call for reinforcements from the east. They are brave but cautious and vigilant. Leaving a watchful eye, the An and Yun families might not be able to command, but the dispersed personnel command must be firmly in our hands. Yes, General. Just then, the system notification popped up. The zombie wave is about to attack the capital district. The wave will last for 5 hours. The notification was as long as a death sentence. Please prepare the capital's safe zone's defenses thoroughly. Now declaring the safe zone conditions collapse within a 10-meter radius outside the game building in the capital's safe zone. Once enough zombies enter, the building will be considered collapsed. After collapse, the building will be rebuilt within 7 days. If more than 50% of game buildings collapse, the safe zone will be considered fallen. If more than 50% of players in the safe zone die, the safe zone will also be considered fallen. A primal energy crystal will appear in the central square of the capital's safe zone. If zombies touch the crystal, it will be considered a total collapse. Note, once the safe zone collapses, all players' levels in the safe zone will drop by 3 ranks. Players' levels in the capital district will drop by 1 rank for 1 month. Rewards from killing zombies and completing missions will decrease by 30%. The gold currency spent on buying items, entering dungeons, and job transfers will increase by 50%. After the safe zone collapses, the surrounding seals will disappear. Surviving players can leave the safe zone. If the zombie wave retreats or all zombies are killed, the safe zone defense is considered successful. Successful defense grants many benefits during the safe zone defense. Players killing zombies will earn merit points based on the zombie's strength. Merit points can be exchanged for rich rewards in the merit point shop. The merit point leaderboard appears after successful defense. Players on the leaderboard can claim rewards based on their rank and merit points earned. After reading, Zhang Yuanzhang turned to look behind him, where the stronghold stood. The sky darkened over the capital square. For some reason, everyone gathered around the giant primal energy crystal, with continuous notifications above them the merit point leaderboard. No matter where anyone was, they all received this announcement. Zhang Yuanzhang didn't expect this. He hurriedly urged his subordinate, "Quick, didn't we say that the top-ranked combat masters on the leaderboard should stay here? Send the strongest few to protect the primal energy crystal in the capital square. The rest should guard the other buildings." The subordinate's face turned pale. "General Zhang, what about Zile and Big Fool? Should we call them?" Zhang Yuanzhang's expression froze, thinking about those 2 monsters. "Can I even command them?" He cleared his throat. "Don't ask if it's not necessary. Hurry and issue the orders." Luckily, the subordinate was easy to persuade. They split up to act. Zile was playing with a blue circle. He seemed to be controlling the battle. Congratulations to player Zile for successfully mastering the special profession Blue Emperor and acquiring the Waterfinger 3 moves skill. The special function of this skill appeared. Waterfinger 3 moves is a mage-type skill that consumes spirit power to form a water disc. After throwing the disc to a certain spot, it creates a whirlpool water state on the ground within a certain range. The whirlpool deals minor damage to enemies within range. It also slows them and pulls them toward the center of the vortex. The system vividly recreated that powerful blue whirlpool. Zile was extremely proud. He was just missing a large area crowd control skill, which was a great weapon for dealing with zombie hordes. Just as he was having fun, a new mission popped up. Xin specially issued the all-out battle mission. Then the system explained in detail about the all-out battle. It introduced the mission, the capital safe zone, which wasn't fully built yet, was already facing a wave of zombies. Moreover, the power gap between the two sides was huge. Mission requirement: the capital safe zone must successfully defend against the zombie wave. At the same time, the glory points the host earns will rank first on the mission reward leaderboard, with a chance to draw 2 common golden hands and 1 golden tier equipment. There's no time limit on the mission. Zilek looked at the small whirlpool on his palm, muttering, the power gap between the two sides is huge, but in his heart, an impossible thought crossed his mind. Could the golden hand system have counted him in already? It also said the power of this zombie wave was beyond imagination, no exceptions. Zilak grabbed Big Dummy, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, pulling his hat and clothes to drag him along. Dummy, let's work, stop eating. They went down the stairs and reached a small door that Zilak opened. Inside was pitch black with countless system fragments flying in the air. The blue square had now turned red. The zombie wave was about to attack. Players, please do your best to survive. Zilek's face darkened as he read the system board. It seemed the atmosphere shifted instantly. A red orb appeared amid the thick black fog. A horde of zombies stepped out from the mist. Their target was the skyscrapers ahead. Words appeared above their heads, showing they were being controlled. The zombies' eyes were blood red and dull. Moments after the black fog dissipated, the zombies became extremely agitated. They kept rushing forward to attack the fortress. General Zhang Yuanzhang stood high above, signaling to prepare. Zhang Yuanzhang swung his arm, and a dazzling golden orb appeared atop the fortress. An explosion erupted right in the middle of the zombie horde. Sharp ice spikes shot up from the ground, piercing through the zombies, while climbing vines blocked their path. He commanded the army's second squad to advance to the second defensive line. The young soldiers all wore expressions of fierce determination. He Dongqing shouted loudly and clearly. Though they had different roles, everyone united to push back the attacking zombies. The battlefield was painted with shades of green, yellow, and orange, but the zombies felt no pain and kept advancing like programmed machines. They quickly attacked the first defense line. The soldiers refused to back down, charging forward with their weapons to fight back. Zhang Yuanzhang observed the situation through his spyglass as his subordinate hurried over. General Zhang, our frontline brothers have temporarily held off the zombie attack. He continued to issue orders. The third defense line troops should temporarily retreat and rest, preparing for the next battle round. Clear. One group leaves, another arrives. Reporting, General Zhang, the northern safe zone situation is urgent. A large number of zombies appeared in the north, estimated between 6,000 and 7,000, requesting reinforcements. Zhang Yuanzhang didn't expect the incident to escalate so fast. He quickly asked about other areas. What about the west? The situation in the west, what he didn't want to see was already happening. The soldier gasped for breath. Due to the short time, no combat report had come from the west yet. Only the northern troops had arrived to report. The northern soldier added, panting, Zilak is already deployed on the northern fortress wall, but Big Dummy wasn't seen. Zhang Yuanzhang clenched his fists. Was he planning to fight the zombie wave alone? No other news had come from the north yet, so the subordinates were unclear. After hearing this, he waved his hand. Get to work. Report immediately if there's any news. Zhang Yuanzhang stood high, looking down at the chaotic scene below. Around him, only massive ice blocks and flashes of lightning were visible, while the soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, smiling. Ha ha ha, brothers, death is certain, but we must die in the light. Even if we fight until the last moment, we must protect the fortress for me. Little Wang has already been sent to report this to the general. Reinforcements will arrive soon. What we must do is prevent zombies from breaking the fortress before they get here. A soldier rushed over to report. 2nd Battalion Commander Zilek just charged out of the old city gate, stepping forward like he's flying through the air. Others are scared and shouting. Oh man, big bro Zilak, come back. It's dangerous out there. Their faces went pale as they watched him with worry. That's right, big bro Zilak, that zombie wave is deadly. Before the words finished, 2 soldiers quickly waved their hands, their faces turning even paler. We take back everything we said earlier. All they saw was Zilak wielding his sword, slaughtering in all directions, aiming straight at the zombies. Every swing of his sword unleashed a dazzling golden shockwave that seemed to burn all the zombies. In the darkness, his blazing golden sword strikes stood out even more. When the dust settled, the zombie corpses lay scattered on the ground. Wearing a mask, Zilak plunged back into the heart of the battle. The soldiers behind him couldn't help but exclaim. Damn, Zilak's charging in. How can we be cowards? They seem to be fueled with new strength. Brothers, let's go too. Even killing one zombie counts as a win. Everyone cheered each other on, and soon their morale soared. They kept increasing their attacks on the zombies, while Zilak calmly swung his arms, combining fire and water to create an unmatched power that crushed the zombies. The random folks only get a chance to boost their power in a flash, leaving me speechless. No wonder he's Elder Ziluo. An elder is truly an elder. His way of handling zombies is just as pure and transcendental. The whole crowd turned into fangirls when Ziluo pulled out a chair and a cup of tea. He stabbed his sword into the ground, then leisurely enjoyed his steaming cup of tea. A zombie rushed over, spewing a cloud of green smoke. The toxic gas was closing in, but he just casually lifted his mask and sipped the hot tea. He drank slowly and calmly, even as the poison cloud hovered right in front of him when he capped the cup. Ziluo jumped up and kicked the giant zombie. The flavor's pretty clean, and the temperature's just right. He pulled his sword back and stabbed the beast right in the gut, talking to it like it was some animal. You're pretty easy to rile up, huh? Am I not drinking tea on one side and fighting your zombie squad on the other? And you're already unleashing special form zombies from your attacks this fast? Behind Ziluo were zombies of all shapes and sizes. He swung his hand, using the water trident technique. Spirals of water blocked the zombies' path. The whirlpools gradually formed a cage around them, slowing their movements. Natural flames appeared, leaving the zombies stunned. In that moment, an explosion went off. Shards of zombie corpses flew everywhere. The soldiers on guard just stood there, mouths agape. The notification popped up again. Congratulations to player Ziluo for leveling up to 24, all stats +3, and earning 5 free attribute points. Seeing the zombies missing limbs, the zombie commander thought, how can such a strong human exist? If we delay any longer, our zombie wave will probably have to sacrifice a quarter of its numbers just to kill him. The zombie commander made up his mind. If this drags on too long, when the human commander arrives, this operation will most likely end in failure. I absolutely can't let my mission fail because of one human. Ziluo watched the scattered zombie group. If special form zombies can't hurt you, the regular zombies will just keep surrounding you. Ziluo stayed calm. But what if the normal zombies are too many? If this keeps up, the front line will break fast, and the main gate of the safe zone will be smashed by the zombie wave. The northern defense of the safe zone will be considered lost, forcing a quick, decisive battle. He glanced at the zombies slowly closing in. Looks like the northern zombie numbers are about to hit their limit. Ziluo took a running start and jumped into the air. He landed on top of the zombie horde. Ziluo put on the purple lightning talisman. Come on, it's time for you to show your power. The talisman immediately unleashed the guardian beast's strength. A purple light surrounded it. That tiny talisman? Ziluo boosted his power by drinking a spirit potion, and the purple glow kept expanding. It seemed sentient, constantly radiating that strange purple light. Golden lightning bolts struck straight into the sky, and light from above shone down, freezing the zombies in place. They didn't dare move, their bodies trembling. Among the thick black clouds, a special beam of light stood out. Ziluo absorbed the light, then struck back at the zombies. The entire zombie horde was engulfed in that purple glow. Nearby skyscrapers were also affected by the light. Even the humans and fighting zombies there were stunned. None of them knew what had just happened. What's going on? No one knew. At that moment, green moss-colored patches appeared on the ground. They looked like dust particles drifting in the air. Flowers bloomed there too. Everyone felt the golden light invigorate their souls. The sky promised good fortune. Ziluo ran past, knowing the zombies behind him were doomed. But he paused briefly as the purple Qinghan stomped on the zombies beneath its feet. That purple power shocked everyone. That's the Qinghan. Seeing it, everyone panicked and ran. What are you standing there for? Retreat fast. That's the Qinghan. When it unleashes its power, this battlefield turns into hell. Only Zilu stood there, cool as ever, hands in his pockets. He touched the purple Thunder Pavilion Sacred Qinghan Phantom's info card, labeled Legendary Level, one of the benevolent guardian beasts from Long Nation's mythology and protector of the capital district. The purple Thunder Pavilion Sacred Qinghan Phantom had attack power as terrifying as in the legends. The Phantom's inherited power could only last 2 minutes. Skills: Swift Thunderlight Strike, Purple Heaven Thunder Level, 10,000 Thunder Pavilion, Divine Punishment, Qinghan's Wrath. Conditions unmet, unable to unlock Thunder Grip Zone, Thunder Break, Dark Thunder Technique, or Thunder Clarity Technique. Looking at the powerful Qinghan, Ziluo silently praised it. The thing I summon isn't bad, but a phantom is still just legendary rank. He rubbed his chin, staring at the system panel. Am I really not seeing things? What kind of defiant existence is this? The Qinghan stared right back at him. This Qinghan understands human nature and even has consciousness. Is this really the phantom I know? But right now, he didn't have time to analyze every step. Ziluo snapped his fingers and moved on. Time was tight, no time to overthink. He'd study it slowly after he got back. For now, a bunch of zombies were trying to run away. Ziluo didn't bother. He wanted to control the Qinghan in front of him. It stomped and shattered the shield blocking its path. Now it was under Ziluo's control. Lightning continued to strike the zombies, leaving them powerless to fight. Ziluo just stood on the sidelines, watching the situation unfold. The electric core went wild, charging forward like a maniac, so powerful it shook the heavens and earth. The Qinghan stomped the ground, then leapt into the air, shooting out streaks of purple lightning, attacking the zombies head-on once again. Its eyes blazed brightly, the heavenly thunder peak ignited. After using that skill, the zombie horde became even more chaotic. The zombies clutched their heads and scattered in panic, sinking their expressions like royal zombies. The Qinghan's golden yellow eyes flashed again. It unleashed the heavenly extreme purple thunder once more. Maybe the zombies were pissed from getting hit so much, but that purple light struck the last group of zombies dead on again. In the blink of an eye, that entire zombie group vanished without a trace. Congratulations to player Zilu for leveling up to 25. All stats increased by 3 and gaining 5 free attribute points. Congratulations to player Zilu for leveling up to 26. All stats increased by 3 and gaining 5 free attribute points. When he saw this notification, he couldn't believe it, staring at his palm, realizing he'd just leveled up 2 levels at once. This mutated divine beast, this mutated skill, was insanely powerful beyond limits. When he looked again, the wedding Qinghan was riding the clouds, relentlessly attacking with lightning strike beams. It barely moved its hooves, and the zombies below got wrecked, stunned by the surprise. By now, the shield had shattered into countless fragments falling down. But another notification popped up. Congratulations to player Zilu for leveling up to 27. All stats increased by 3 and gaining 5 free attribute points. Smoke continued to spread through the air. A cheerful teenager looked at this flow of energy. Why does this energy feel so familiar? It made me want to come check it out myself. Turns out it's the aura of the Azure Emperor. So nostalgic. The people standing before the primal energy crystal kept wondering, why is the aura of that Psy guy here too? What's going on? Damn, the legacies of these two are both gathered in one person. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. To witness such a scene in one lifetime. Ha ha ha, no way. I'm about to die laughing. Gotta bounce. Ha ha. So the Qinghan really does have consciousness. A girl gasped seeing Ziluo's rank. Ziluo had leveled up from 24 to 26 in the blink of an eye, then immediately to 27. This is just defying fate. Right in front of Ziluo now were 2 original relics of the Purple Thunder Peak Sacred Qinghan. The Thunder Seal. The item info popped up. The Thunder Seal has extremely high lightning power, integrated into the 8 trigrams step. Players can control the Thunder Seal's lightning power. The original scale of the Purple Thunder Peak Sacred Qinghan, a special grade item introduced in the Executioner's Realm. The original scale of the Purple Thunder Peak Sacred Qinghan once blessed the Purple Qinghan. It has auspicious abilities that can activate special effects in certain situations. The ability can boost the player's luck. Basic stamina recovery speed increases by 20%. Basic spirit recovery speed increases by 20%. Negative status effect damage taken is reduced by 20%. Damage from all elemental types taken is reduced by 10%. After reading the scale's info, even Ziluo was amazed. They couldn't believe everything was solved just by a simple move. Ziluo the carefree left. The threat at the north gate was completely eliminated. Time to check out other areas. If I want more original scales, do I have to pluck the Qinghan's scales? Can they regenerate? I'll have to research that later. The zombies screamed again, drawing his attention. Ziluo didn't even bother defending, turning his back to the zombies. So fast and already scared, he opened the system skills to check. The Golden Hand Auto-Loot skill had lost its effect. System, why can the Auto-Loot skill pick up items dropped from zombies I kill, but not items dropped from zombies killed by the Qinghan? The system replied immediately. Because the equipment and items dropped were shattered to dust under the destructive power of the Qinghan's strength and violence, they no longer exist, so they can't be collected. Hearing this, he was a bit stunned. Its destructive power was even stronger than he expected. Ziluo rubbed his chin thoughtfully, wondering if golden-grade equipment or higher-quality supply cards could survive. He'd have to find a chance to test that. He looked at the scale again. As a Qinghan beast, the quality of these things must be like food. This thing is so small. Where's the best place to put it? If I just put it in my bag, what if it falls out during battle? At that moment, the system notified him. Special item detected. The original scale of the Purple Thunder Peak Sacred Qinghan has special abilities. Do you want to activate the illusion effect? Ziluo said yes, and the scale immediately vanished. A purple light appeared before his chest. A miniature Qinghan icon showed up, with no attributes. After adjustment, player Ziluo's stats were Strength 113, Spirit 108, Constitution 108, Agility 108. Everyone was stunned, staring at him. They couldn't believe everything was resolved just by his simple move. Liu Yifei left. The threat at the north gate was completely eliminated. Time to check other areas. Though their faces were filthy and grimy, they still smiled. Is this guy really the legendary Zilu? Can we say we fought shoulder to shoulder with the legend? I gotta work harder too. I have to follow the example of the legendary Zilu, but some tears still fell. Hundreds of our brothers are gone, but it's okay. We protected the city gate successfully. The souls of those hundreds can finally rest in peace under the 9 springs. All right, guys, get your spirits up. We absolutely can't let the others' sacrifices be in vain. Clean up the battlefield first, then get ready to switch shifts. Just then, a soldier rushed over to update the situation. What's going on? The north side ended so fast. Everyone on this battlefield is all smiles now. Tell them to help clean up the battlefield first. I'll report what happened to you. Then you report it to the chief commander. Got it. They started telling the story. I told this guy that at this moment, Elder Ziluo suddenly appeared, and everyone else looking at the system board was stunned. Damn. No wonder Elder Ziluo is my idol. That speed is insane. The Elder himself leveled up directly to 27, 8 ranks above the second chief commander. Totally abnormal. Even his merit points made others jealous. What's going on with this merit ranking board? This is way over the top. Are you sure it's not a mistake? Merit ranking number 1, Zai Luo, total merit points 80,470. Number 2, Triple Lotus 4 cards, Zhao Qiang, total merit points 473. Number 3, Can't Quit Smoking, total merit points 449. Number 4, I Don't Like Eating Herbs, total merit points 440. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, white streaks appeared in the sky. It was a group of zombies flying through the air like falling leaves. Below them was another horde of zombies. Mage players, you guys attacked the flying zombies. Everyone quickly gathered around the fire pillar. The Ice Thunder guy launched the next wave of attacks. The commander watched from above and ordered over the radio. Has the intel been transmitted outside yet? The news from the other side wasn't good. Reporting to Chief Commander, the intel agents can't break through the zombie blockade outside, so there's no way to send detailed intel out. But the news about the zombies attacking the crystal got out through the alert system. His eyes stared straight ahead. That's good enough. The remaining mission is to protect our front line. Yes, Chief Commander, we will complete the mission. At that moment, the railing shook. Even the soldier felt it. Looking around, black smoke plumes appeared in the distance. He couldn't believe what was happening. How did so many berserk zombies appear in such a short time? Where the hell did they come from? A hand suddenly burst out of the ground, followed by a bunch of zombies with rock-hard bodies emerging from the earth. Everyone fought while creating shields to protect themselves. But these zombies were way tougher than the previous waves. They struggled hard to hold their ground. It seemed pointless when yet another zombie horde appeared before them. Seeing the soldiers' shocked faces, the commander above kept yelling, push harder for me. We absolutely can't let these berserk zombies break into the square. Behind you is the crystal. Once it's broken, the deaths of tens of thousands of frontline soldiers will be for nothing. Got it? Hearing this, the soldiers gritted their teeth and rallied. Understood, Chief Commander. The massive zombie horde charged again. The soldiers stood firm, forming a shield. Suddenly, a fireball flew in from nowhere. The fireball hit the zombies, but they were in a frenzy. They wildly punched and kicked the soldiers, but the soldiers refused to give up, standing their ground. Charging forward, every zombie punch seemed to crush human resistance. A determined shout rang out, hold them back. Suddenly, someone shouted, their speed is slowing down. The commander encouraged, guys, hang in there. I've sent for reinforcements. They'll be here soon. Someone stepped on a thick liquid and immediately reacted. Watch out. The transparent zombies are here. The system displayed related info. Transparent zombies, an extremely rare and terrifying type. Their bodies are see-through. Light passes right through them without obstruction. Even if you pour dye or fluids on them, it only temporarily reveals their shape before they quickly turn transparent again. Their movements make almost no sound, usually only noticeable when they're very close. They immediately poured water on the ground. If you have water, pour it out now. The only way to track transparent zombies is by their footprints. Under the water, their footprints became more visible. The soldier warned everyone but forgot about what was behind him. Don't let your guard down. Watch where the transparent zombies appear. If you see ripples on the water surface, shout out. Before he finished, 3 transparent zombies attacked him. He fell down, causing panic around him. Zombies can hide. No. A spinning hammer swung through the air, then slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash. The hammer hit a zombie's head. Only then did everyone see the zombie clearly. They looked toward where the hammer came from. Big Dummy now looked exactly like a hero. He retracted his hammer. Actually, Big Dummy was still mentally controlled by Ziluo. Ziluo hid in a corner, arms crossed with a smile. Big Dummy charged like a storm. Zombies fell one by one wherever he went. Big Dummy's here, so is Ziluo coming too. Everyone couldn't help but hope. Ziluo's here. With him, we have a chance to survive. Charge! Morale just got a serious boost. A zombie jumped across the road. Its speed was so fast that only after images could be seen. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, it lunged straight at the primal energy crystal, the zombie hand just emerging. When the zombie jumped up to touch the primal energy crystal, its fingers were just a tiny bit away when suddenly a hammer slammed into its back, sending it flying. Big Dummy grabbed the hammer again and continued attacking the zombies, trying to get close to the primal energy crystal. Around the square, it was packed with both humans and zombies. Big Dummy led the charge up front, swinging his hammer relentlessly at the zombies, while the soldiers behind kept cheering each other on. Hold on, brothers, we're coming to back you up. Big Dummy always stood guard in front of the primal energy crystal. Hold on, brothers. The sky grew darker and the wind started to pick up, with only the rustling of dead leaves filling the air. They were checking the casualty count and let out a sigh of relief. That's a relief. And Qiu Duong held his blade, the power still radiating from the edge. Someone patted his shoulder, advising, "Old Anne, you should take a break. You've been fighting nonstop." People around started whispering. That was him just now, right? Charging headfirst into the zombie horde without a care. Old Anne is seriously strong. I saw him rush alone into the zombies and then disappeared. I remember now, he was one of the top 10 in the battle strength tournament. Impressive. Yeah, totally. I also saw him fight the zombies until the very end before crawling out unscathed. They looked at Qiu Duong. Old man, you're way too modest. Yeah, I want to be like you, but you don't have to be so humble. With your skills, if you join the army, who knows what you could pull off. Exactly, old man, take a rest. Who knows when the next zombie wave will hit? And Qiu Duong heard the encouragement but didn't show any arrogance. He found a corner to sit down and stared at his dagger. Suddenly, he was surprised to see a figure appear out of nowhere, making everyone around uneasy. Big Dummy, was he trying to get close to old Anne? Seems like all the old-timers share the same vibe. Big Dummy raised his hammer, and everyone turned pale again. Oh man, why do I feel something's off? Why does it feel like Big Dummy wants to smash Qiu Duong? What the hell is going on? Even he felt confused. But then Big Dummy swung his hammer down, and Qiu Duong's body shattered instantly. Big Dummy wiped the sweat off his forehead, sighing in relief as others stared in shock. Suddenly, someone pointed at Qiu Duong's corpse. Guys, look at old Anne's body. The flesh had vanished, leaving only his clothes stained with splattered blood. Now everyone clearly saw a white creature in the blood pool, with a grayish-white body and sharp claws. Damn. Qiu Duong was actually a zombie. The system reported this as a ghost-form zombie death, known as the sneakiest and most vicious boss in the zombie wave. It could absorb a person's corpse and transform its appearance to match. Items like gear and jewelry on it didn't have real effects, but from the outside, there was no visible difference. The zombie's unique aura completely disappeared compared to normal zombies. Its expression and demeanor were still pretty stiff, but the biggest difference was it couldn't speak. Everything happened so fast that everyone was stunned. Didn't expect zombies to have so many forms. We definitely need to set up a check and make sure to talk after this battle. Yeah, no one expected a comrade in arms to stab them in the back like that. Tulak folded his hands behind his back and calmly walked away. Big Dummy followed, receiving orders to head east. At that moment, Lam Tulak used his consciousness control to end the effect, shrinking Big Dummy back to his original form. Then Big Dummy watched Tulak's direction. In the safe zone on the battlefield's east side, piles of zombie corpses blocked the road. Nguyen Trung held binoculars, observing everything. He trembled in shock as his subordinates kept reporting. General Tron, the 5 defense lines we set up earlier have been breached one after another. Only one last line remains. Reporting, General Truong, our soldiers' combat strength is almost at its limit. The defense has weakened a lot. General, there are barely any comrades left. We can't keep fighting. General. Nguyen Trung sighed helplessly. He gave orders to retreat first. We'll fall back to the rear battle line, to the building area. With these structures as cover, we might get a chance to rest. The subordinate quickly said, General, absolutely not. If we retreat, the zombies could break through completely. He worried, if the zombie wave attacks from another direction, we'll be forced to fight passively. In the building area, many non-combat staff were hiding. Nguyen Trung waved his hand to cut him off. I know what you're saying, he said seriously, but now there was no other choice. They couldn't keep fighting, better to move into the buildings to survive. The subordinate bowed silently, then suddenly noticed Tulak wearing a mask, casually walking over. The subordinate became excited, patting Nguyen Trung's shoulder. General, no need to retreat anymore. Tulak, he's here. Nguyen Trung called out surprised. At this moment, the subordinate became excited, patting Yuan Trung's shoulder. General, we don't need to retreat anymore. Liu Yifei, he's here. Nguyen Trung suddenly called out to Liu Yifei, but he just brushed past without saying a word. He climbed over the wall and jumped down right in front of Yuan Zhang. Yuan Zhang couldn't help but smirk, then raise his sword to give the order. Prepare to counterattack. The subordinates eagerly accepted the command. Meanwhile, down below, another guy was still trembling as he fought with his sword. We can't back off without watching what's falling behind us. Ziluo suddenly placed a hand on the guy's shoulder, asking about the current battlefield situation. He turned around, excited. You're the legendary Ziluo. Ziluo signaled him to be quiet. It's me. Tell me what's happening here first. Hearing that, he quickly turned to report. The entire front line had already been broken, but reinforcements from the west gate had stabilized the situation. Right now, we can still hold on a bit against the zombie waves. The guy kept going. Then General Zhang sent a bunch of troops to reinforce the glass area and some others to the gate to shoot. The guy suddenly couldn't hold back tears. The soldiers left to defend were less than 10,000 now, already near their limit. Ziluo immediately thought it through. Zombies kept appearing at the barricade. The human situation wasn't looking good. Looks like the timing might just be right to turn this around. Behind him, another group appeared. The senior general called us to fight shoulder to shoulder with you. Ziluo pulled a spear from his space and the system displayed its info. The 9-flame spear is a diamond tier weapon, with +10 strength and +6 constitution. It has a 30% armor penetration on attack, and attacks deal 150% strength damage. After piercing through, the spear extracts some stamina from the enemy. It carries the greedy earth spear skill. When the spear hits the ground, it causes a powerful shockwave. The shockwave deals 100% strength damage to all enemies in range. The sky-shattering spear skill activates when the spear thrusts forward. It deals 17% strength damage and forces enemies backward. After pushing them a certain distance, it detonates remaining spear energy inside the enemy, dealing 70% strength damage in the area. Ziluo lit a small flame on his hand, then covered the spear in fire, making it blaze. Then he tiptoed and jumped. From midair, he held the spear ready and landed among the zombies. Roar! Ziluo slammed the spear into the ground, knocking zombies flying. His strike cracked a circular fissure on the ground, drawing the zombies' attention. One zombie's body bubbled violently, then exploded instantly. The spot where Ziluo stabbed flared with fiery power. Suddenly, Ziluo pulled the spear from the ground, twirling it in the air while guarding. When he swung, a blazing red flame shot forward fast. It immediately swallowed and burned the zombies. From the flames, a zombie tried to escape, but as it lunged at him, the spear pierced through and declared it dead. Ziluo squatted down, holding the spear in his attack stance. The bloody zombie's body fell, then exploded, and the spear flew back to him. Ziluo caught the spear smoothly. Everyone nearby was stunned watching it all. Ziluo charged forward again, spear in hand. After a while, the system popped up. Congratulations to player Ziluo for reaching level 29, all stats +3, and gained 5 free attribute points. Ziluo casually slung the spear over his shoulder, standing amid the zombie corpses. While others were still frozen, Ziluo strolled past. I feel like we're just extra baggage here. Yeah, me too. So what do we do next to not look clueless? The group was still shocked, silently praising. 4 levels gained in 4 hours. The legend lives up to his name, fighting zombies solo with no backup. Is this some kind of zombie slayer? A real game changer? Ziluo opened his system panel to check. Player Ziluo's adjusted stats without equipment. Strength 124. Spirit 119. Constitution 114. Agility 114. Ziluo fell into thought, surprised that zombie waves dropped so many skill books. Once back, he'd have to carefully check since his space was almost full. His spirit energy was low, no way to have the 9-flame pearl absorb these items, so he'd have to use the simplest method. He then clicked to temporarily disable auto-loot on the system. Ziluo squatted and waved away the other items. After a while, he came walking from afar. Yuan Zhang and the others immediately saluted military style. Thanks. If there's anywhere you need Yuan Zhang, I'll do my best to help. The others echoed, same here. Ziluo walked up and told Yuan Zhang, easy as pie. There are some weapons on the battlefield that might help you guys. Then Ziluo turned and left. Meanwhile, in a small room, Ziluo seriously examined a book in his hands, loudly begging, Zijin Thunder Pavilion Holy Kailin, bless me, let me pull out a powerful skill. Suddenly, some Kailin sneezed, and Ziluo nervously opened the book. As soon as he saw the contents, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Damn, inside this book, there's a card with an eye symbol called Blood Eye Technique. and the system just popped up to explain it. Blood Eye Technique is a top-tier skill, a super rare eye technique. Once you control the player's eye, it creates an irreversible effect. Your passive vision ability gets a serious boost, and you can adjust your focus distance just by thinking about it. The active skill is called True Sight. Once activated, you can see through certain obstacles and check out what's behind them. After using the second level, you can plant specific mental illusions in the enemy's brain. After the third level, you can use your mental power to see through illusions or hallucinations you encounter. Ziluo's eyes lit up instantly. This is seriously top-notch. Turns out the Qinghan's blessing is way more powerful than expected. Next time, gotta bring the Qinghan along for some badass moves. Wouldn't that be a game changer? Some damn Qinghan sneezed again. Then the system asked him. It detected the Blood Eye Technique skill. Does player Ziluo want to learn it? Ziluo happily grabbed the book and said, "Learn it right now." A surge of energy flooded his eyes, causing intense pain. He clutched his head, frowning, as blood tears started streaming from his eyes. Blood droplets kept falling to the ground while the system announced, "Congratulations to player Ziluo for successfully learning the Blood Eye Technique." Ziluo opened his eyes and looked at his hands, blood tears still flowing non-stop. He clearly saw his hands stained with blood. Ziluo looked around excitedly and exclaimed, "Damn, this eye armor just evolved straight from 360 degrees to 1,180. Then he pulled out a mask and a mirror. Ziluo looked at himself in the mirror and tested his new skill, Blood Eye Technique, True Sight. Then he looked up, and from the ceiling, Ziluo saw Yuanzong walking over. "Zhang Yuanzong, how is he so fast? Already back." Ziluo crossed his arms and checked the system board. There were 15 minutes left until the zombie wave ended. After the zombie wave ends, the counterattack vote battle will begin. He wondered why it took so long to learn the skill. Then Ziluo took out a pill and stood up to leave. Scene change. Yuan Zhang was waiting outside. Suddenly, Ziluo opened the door and called out, "General Zhang." He immediately turned toward him. Then Yuan Zhang bowed deeply. "Grateful? If it weren't for you this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Ziluo thanked him for everything he did during this zombie wave. But Ziluo just waved his hand. "General Zhang, don't worry about it. I actually want to ask. Regarding the top 10 on the merit leaderboard, do you know more than 4 of them?" Yuan Zhang was curious. Basically, he knew them all. "Are you looking for them for something?" Ziluo said. "If possible, General Zhang, call all of them here. Once everyone's here, I'll explain." Yuan Zhang frowned slightly and replied, "They're not far, but calling so many top players at once might attract attention." "Wait for me a moment," he agreed, ready to be bothered by General Zhang. A moment later, Ziluo stood before the other players and asked, "Did you guys know the zombie waves were controlled by royal zombies behind the scenes?" Everyone was shocked. "Royal zombies? I thought humans were behind it." Ziluo continued, "If you guessed that, then you should understand that besides the Lee family, the royal zombies are the ones causing the severe casualties today. Think about it." Zhang Yuanzhang's words reminded him the chance had come, and it was the perfect moment to deal a big blow to the Lee family. The other players immediately got fired up. "If that's the case, why don't we make the royal zombies pay a heavy price too?" "Ziluo, how do you think we can make them pay? My brother died in this zombie wave. I want revenge for him and the others." Ziluo explained to everyone. Once the zombie wave ends, the apocalypse game will trigger a counterattack measure. Ziluo explained how it works. This requires a vote from the top 10 merit players. He proposed, if more than half agree to counterattack, we'll launch the counterattack battle. The system then appeared with an explanation and illustrations. The counterattack battle is a small-scale fight between the top fighters on both sides. Winning the counterattack battle destroys the zombies involved and reduces the zombie power in the capital zone. Losing means all participating players will die. The safe zone can still be established but will be delayed by 1 month before its effects kick in. Ziluo continued, "If you don't believe me, you can check out the Apocalypse Game's counterattack intro later." The other players immediately hesitated. "Boss, we don't doubt you. Whatever you say, we'll follow." "Boss, if it's really like you say, then joining the counterattack means we'll die, right?" Others chimed in. Yeah. We just recovered and haven't adjusted yet." "I feel the same. These zombies aren't easy to handle," Ziluo went on. "That's why to keep things smooth, I'll be the only one fighting the counterattack battle. I'm confident I can win. Just work with me." Yuan Zhang still looked a bit hesitant, glancing at Ziluo, but Ziluo just nodded slightly, silencing him. Then Yuan Zhang turned and raised his hand, saying, "You guys team up with Zile." Everyone playing there looked at each other, then they made their decision. "Yes, General, just say what you need us to do." "Elder, can I learn to fight from you? I promise I won't cause you any trouble." Some other players even thought earlier that they were currying favor with a petty person to test a gentleman's heart. Later, they definitely want to help Elder Zile. Just as Zilu was about to say more, the system suddenly popped up with an announcement. The 5-hour time limit has expired. The zombie wave is about to retreat. Currently, the number of structures in the capital's safe zone has collapsed. The death toll hasn't exceeded the threshold, and the primal energy crystals remain untouched. The other players silently listened. The system confirmed the capital's safe zone successfully defended against the zombie wave. Congratulations on the successful construction of the capital's safe zone. At that moment, outside, the zombie horde suddenly stopped moving. Other players could easily use their weapons to kill them. Someone shouted excitedly, "Everyone, hurry up. These zombies won't fight back." Hearing that, the others immediately cheered up and all charged forward shouting. Meanwhile, at Zile's spot, the system kept announcing, "Congratulations to player Z. Lei for taking first place on the merit points leaderboard for this zombie wave, thanks to your successful defense of the safe zone. You can now initiate a revenge battle against the zombies that entered the safe zone." Zile looked at the system's question. "Do you want to launch a counterattack battle against the zombies? Yes or no?" Without hesitation, he pressed yes. Zile then watched the system continue announcing. Currently, 10 out of 10 players have chosen to open the counterattack battle, meeting the conditions to start it. The counterattack battle will begin. Please prepare yourselves well. Zile led the other players and started moving out. Yuan Cheng thought to himself, "I remember someone bought area intel from the hidden shop before and even unlocked the Platinum Yang treasure." He kept speculating. Could it be that Zile also bought related intelligence from the hidden shop? Otherwise, how would he know about the existence of the royal zombie and the news that after the zombie wave ends, there will be a counterattack battle? Yuan Cheng rubbed his chin, planning. Once this is over, I have to gather all related intelligence from the hidden shop. The more info I get, the better I can fight the zombies. A while later, on the main street in the city center, the system continuously announced, "Players in the capital's safe zone, please pay attention. The zombie wave has ended." After a vote by the top 10 players on the merit leaderboard, the counterattack battle against the invading zombies is about to start. All players saw the system announcement and got excited, cheering loudly. "Counterattack? We can counterattack too. Hell yeah, we should counterattack. Always being hit means we're stuck defending. This frustration is killing me." Some players were still doubtful. Counterattack? That's even a function? But our current state doesn't seem fit for counterattacking, right? Suddenly, someone pointed up to the sky. "Everyone, look up at the sky. Is that Elder Zile?" They all looked up. Some even pointed. At that moment, a group of people quickly appeared. The group led by Zile fully revealed themselves. Suddenly, Zile behind his mask froze, staring at the zombies led by the royal zombie and Feng. He was surprised to see a familiar face here. Zile smiled behind the mask, a ghostly grin. "You killed me last life." Looking at the mutated zombie before him, he thought, "Damn, didn't expect to meet you so soon this life." Now I understand the image of the storm. Among the post-apocalyptic zombies above level 90, they're called zombie kings, corresponding to the human war god and magic god. Their power is insanely strong, with extremely high spiritual attributes, combined with the special traits of their zombie bodies. Altogether, their strength is even greater. Storm can easily control other zombies, like puppets. Zombies that reach a certain power level also get enhanced consciousness and awareness. They form their own strength, develop their own preferences, and even give themselves names starting with the word zombie. They have huge suppressive power over other zombies, can control some of their actions, and earn their loyalty. They believe zombies are the evolution of humans, a superior species. Zile pondered. Last life, me and 9 other war gods agreed to sign and join the alliance for joint combat. He recalled holding the registration letter with his name on it. Among the 9 war gods, 3 were from the Guan faction, 3 from the Lee family, and 3 appeared to belong to no faction. Zile remembered his past self. The alliance's control was super loose, no rules, no demands. Inside, it was basically like being a free agent. He recalled watching from afar as someone rushed in to fight zombies. At most, seeing alliance members would help a bit or give some pointers. But then that person immediately looked around cautiously to get paid by someone else. In this alliance, as long as the money came through, they wouldn't hesitate to do anything. After that, the Lee family paid a high fee to hire 2 war gods and this royal zombie to kill me. Present-day Zile sneered behind his mask. Sure enough, any creature with active consciousness always puts profit first. So what if your skills counter my profession's shadow control? Today, you definitely won't make it out alive. The system board suddenly appeared, showing the battle rules. This counterattack fight is a deathmatch. Each round, both humans and zombies can send 1 fighter into the arena. No time limit, no restrictions on fighting style. The battle only ends when one side dies. After the fight, the winning fighter can't leave the arena, they must keep dueling. Only when all fighters on one side are dead does the counterattack end with a final result. The zombies whispered among themselves, staring at the human group led by Zhuo Lei. Storm glanced at one of his trembling zombie subordinates. Both sides, send your fighters to the arena quickly. If no one steps up within 10 minutes, the system will randomly select a fighter to die instantly. Zhuo Lei took a running leap onto the arena. His opponent was a berserk, bloodthirsty zombie. The system declared the battle started. Zhuo Lei immediately hit the check button. The system provided the zombies info. Bloodthirsty berserk zombie boss, bronze rank, level 18. Reading this, he was surprised. That weak, Zhuo Lei instantly pulled his sword from his space pouch. The bloodthirsty zombie saw this and turned to run, which confused him. Zhuo Lei rushed forward, guessing it was stalling for time or just plain cowardice. The bloodthirsty zombie got cut down by Zhuo Lei's slash. As he swung his sword to finish, the system announced. First, counterattack round, 8.36 seconds. Humans win. Storm silently watched from behind. Then he abruptly ordered his minions to change plans, no more hesitation. The longer this drags on, the slimmer their chances. Now, start the ritual. Immediately, another zombie appeared in the arena, Zhuo Lei's next opponent. His info popped up too. Stoneplate bone armor zombie, silver boss rank, level 21. Basic stats, strength 40, spirit 25, constitution 90, agility 35, talent. Stoneplate, when you don't move, your defense spikes significantly. Bone armor is metal enhanced, boosting hardness a lot. Skill, stoneplate resilience immovable like a mountain, ultimate defense, but with a weakness. Once it moves, defense drops sharply. Attacking from behind works well. Zhuo Lei couldn't help but admire the zombie's unique form. Weird, freaky. Zhuo Lei swung his sword at Stoneplate. He managed to cut a mark on its body, but Stoneplate immediately activated its resilience skill, immovable like a mountain, making the cut useless. Then Zhuo Lei stabbed his sword straight into the stone body. Stoneplate was shocked and screamed. Gah! Zhuo Lei smirked beneath his mask. Then he twisted the sword, driving it deeper. Stoneplate counterattacked with a punch, but Zhuo Lei easily dodged. Zhuo Lei channeled energy into his sword. His whole body was engulfed in a red aura. He jumped in to attack Stoneplate again. At that moment, Storm sent a mental command through brainwaves to his minions. The zombies quickly sat down and covered their eyes with their hands. Even Storm closed his eyes and raised his hand to block. The heads of some zombies exploded. One skull cracked open. It dropped its head, blood pouring to the ground. Storm then approached, spread his arms, shouted at the zombies, and without hesitation plunged his hand into their heads, pulling out 2 brains and devouring them greedily. The system appeared just then, announcing a ritual for royal zombies. To perform it, a zombie matching the requirements must sacrifice its life, boosting the ritual zombie's power. This kind of sacrifice consumes a ton of energy, and the boost lasts only for a limited time. Once the duration ends, the ritual zombie loses all the enhanced abilities and stats gained. Plus, the zombie's own strength suffers permanent damage, and its body takes heavy wounds. Zhuo Lei was startled, sensing something was off. He immediately focused and powered up. Something weird was happening, definitely some dark magic. He had to quickly deal with this annoying foe. Zhuo Lei unleashed a move at Stoneplate's shattered slash. Stoneplate immediately took a defensive stance, activating its ultimate defense skill. Ultimate defense lowers strength and spirit to the minimum but adds all that power to body defense. While adding defense, as long as the body doesn't move, it gains 20% damage reduction. Stoneplate took 2 heavy slashes, then it activated an attack skill with its hands, and its body exploded. Zhuo Lei didn't stop, continuing his assault. Stoneplate still struggled to stand despite his attacks. Zhuo Lei charged in again, stabbing through its body. He swung his sword and glanced at the system notification. Stoneplate was dead. Then he checked his new loot. Zhuo Lei obtained a stoneplate necklace and a guide. The silver-rank stoneplate necklace was made from an incredibly tough stone, possessing extremely high defense, physical attribute +7, spirit +2, physical damage received reduced by 10%, passive skill. The stone shield can form a stone shield surrounding the body. The defense capability of the shield scales with your physical attribute. Once the shield breaks, it can petrify nearby enemies for 1 second. Cooldown time is 18 hours. He sighed. No wonder it's a rare mutant zombie. Even the dropped gear is closely linked to it. This attribute isn't bad to have. At that moment, another opponent appeared behind Liu Zilu. A blue mutant zombie covered in mist showed up. It tilted its head and lumbered forward, its body continuously emitting a green poisonous gas, and it was introduced. Silver tier boss, level 19, pus-infected body. Its body is filled with highly toxic pus, But this pus has extremely corrosive properties, capable of dealing massive damage to human bodies, and it can also destroy architectural walls. It will also degrade the durability of equipment. Its weakness is extreme fear of high-temperature fire roasting. Its left leg is inflexible. Liu Zilu observed it and judged it was even weaker than the previous one. At this point, he took a defensive stance and continued channeling energy into his sword. No choice. If I want to clear them out, I'll have to step over their corpses. Immediately after, he charged forward, swinging his sword to slash the zombie's body. Then Liu Zilu raised his arm to block its highly toxic attack with his shield. He instantly used the active skill, All-Seeing Eye, and successfully targeted the weak spot on the zombie's left thigh. So that's your weak spot. The zombie's leg kept getting slashed. Liu Zilu stepped back and looked at the zombie's left leg, which was mangled, along with the system's death confirmation. Liu Zilu then collected an item, a potion bottle. Damn, the gear drop rate really scales with the zombie's strength. After that, Liu Zilu looked at the system and put the potion away. Then he stepped over to where Feng Yuan was turning his back, performing a ritual. Liu Zilu silently watched him, thinking, eating your own kind? Huh, just like your style. At this moment, Quang Feng also realized Liu Zilu was behind him. He stood up and said in broken words, "Today, even if I have to pay a bigger price, I will kill you." Liu Zilu sneered at him. "If it weren't for the shield blocking me on this arena, I would have already come down and chopped your head off." Immediately after, Quang Feng stepped toward him. When he was just a short distance from Liu Zilu, he stopped. Quang Feng unleashed his power. At this moment, the system appeared again, providing info about Feng Huang, the fake zombie boss, top-tier golden rank, level 24, with 8 basic attributes. Strength, 50 plus 30. Spirit, 145. Physical, 60 plus 20. Agility, 80 plus 40. Enhanced by the majestic talent of the golden rank. The talent at the death level reduces all attributes of creatures below his level by 10%, and he can control all zombie races beneath his rank. In battle, he creates debuffs like suppression, fear, and whirlwind body. You can control wind elements very well. Moreover, all wind elemental skills you cast are boosted by 10% in power. Temporarily, you can transform into the shadow of your target for a short time. Following behind the target, piercing through. Temporarily, all your attacks reduce the enemy's defense effectiveness by 5%. Your attacks can also apply a curse effect layer on the enemy. Once the curse reaches a certain number of layers, it activates, affecting the cursed target's status. Skills like Wind Eye, Violent Arrival, Wind Shield, and Wind Walk are included. But the golden rank zombie just finished the ritual and hasn't fully controlled his power yet, so his moves might have mistakes. His current state is only a temporary boost. All enhanced attributes will fade over time and disappear. Liu Zilu held his sword and said, "Strong enough, dangerous enough. It's been a while since I faced such a tough opponent." The system appeared again. It checked and saw the host was about to engage in a life-or-death duel with Feng Huang, the fake zombie. It specially issued the peak duel mission. Seeing Feng Yuan surrounded by a massive energy source, he didn't hesitate. Accepted the mission. Quang Feng was furious, almost spitting out every word. "I never expected you, Liu Zilu, would ruin the plan to attack the safe zone completely. Li Lixian trapped us, made us trust the intel and deployment. The team's strength inside the safe zone had no intel, all because of you." Liu Zilu was stunned hearing this. The Li family was cooperating with zombies. Watching Feng Yuan unleash his power before him, he suddenly understood. No wonder the zombie waves came so early, but what means did they use to contact these golden rank zombies? As long as they can separate humans, zombies can seize benefits. As for the trade discussions with Li Lixian, the foolish humans used as pawns don't even know. He hypnotized the players there and introduced himself. "All humans, listen up. My name is Quang Feng." Quang Feng condensed his power in his hands and declared, "The zombie race will eventually infect and slaughter all of you." He raised his hand, forming a gigantic energy sphere, encompassing you and Liu Zilu. Liu Zilu, opposite him, also condensed a sphere of energy in his hands. Just as Quang Feng launched his attack, Liu Zilu easily dodged and charged to attack. Quang Feng was shocked. The energy sphere in Liu Zilu's hands effortlessly absorbed the power surrounding Quang Feng. Liu Yifei easily dodged and attacked at the same time. The whirlwind was surprised. The energy orb in Liu Yifei's hand effortlessly sucked away the power enveloping whirlwind. Then Liu Yifei looked at him while retracting the orb, sneering, "Is that all the skill you've got?" Qu Fang gritted his teeth, gathering wind element, then slammed both palms down onto the ground. The wind element burst out to attack the opponent. The two forces clashed quickly, but his power was weaker and he was pushed back fast. A sword suddenly appeared from behind with a mocking tone. "That's all you've got." Liu Feng got stabbed by the sword just like that. He grabbed his body, hurriedly retreated, then swung his arms to use a technique again. The wind shield technique quickly formed a tall wall in front of Liu Yifei, accompanied by the system's explanation. Wind shield creates a wind wall formed by the wind element in front of the user. The shield's defense is top tier, capable of blocking damage very effectively. Liu Yifei dodged to the side, escaping the attack. Xiu Feng was also slowly retreating on this side. He planned to rest a bit after pulling back. Suddenly, Xiu Feng was stunned. Liu Yifei swung his sword and charged to attack. Nine Blaze Slash. As soon as he slashed, he immediately jumped up. Qiu Feng in midair sneered. You really think you can hurt me just by yourself? Liu Yifei on the ground taunted. Sorry to break it to you, but I already hurt you earlier, so consider that I force you out of your survival skill. At that moment, Qiu Feng clutched his head, confused. Why had he already used his most important survival skill after just a few moves? The system appeared to explain. Wind Walk is one of the survival skills of the royal zombie. After using it, the wind grants you the ability to float, allowing you to walk in the air for a while. Then, Qiu Feng continued using the decisive wind element. If there's no way back, then he'd go all in. He frowned, thinking that as long as Liu Yifei died, the others wouldn't be enough to threaten him. Liu Yifei below continued using the full return slash, throwing his sword upward. Qiu Feng also used a large amount of wind element to counterattack. His move quickly knocked back Liu Yifei's sword. Suddenly, Qiu Feng started bleeding from his nose. He roared and used the Windstorm Descent technique. Open it for me. The system appeared again. Windstorm Descent is one of the royal zombie's ultimate moves, creating a windstorm centered on the user that protects them from damage within its range. Outside the storm's range, it deals massive damage to enemies. Liu Yifei was surprised. He raised his hand to block Qiu Feng's destructive attack aimed at him, while the system continued to provide information. Qiu Feng's destruction, one of the royal zombie's ultimate moves, summons a windstorm blowing in a certain direction. The more mental energy consumed, the stronger the storm's power. The storm also has abilities like blowing away, corroding, and destroying. The attack forced Liu Yifei to retreat a bit. He looked up and wondered. Twin ultimate moves? They're that deadly? But in just a moment, Xiu Feng slowly fell to the ground, still mumbling nonsense. Liu Yifei, a human royal from the Crystal East clan, would not lose. Seeing this scene, Liu Yifei was speechless, gripping his sword tightly. Forget what I said. He stepped closer to where Xiu Feng lay and said, using two ultimate moves, you're still alive? Looks like your mental talent's pretty high. He added, but you played yourself to death. Your rewards are going down with you. Before Liu Yifei finished, Qiu Feng floated back into the air. His eyes were closed, bleeding from both eyes and mouth. Liu Yifei knew immediately. Lost consciousness? Huh. Other players below the arena turned their eyes to the battle where Liu Yifei stood, watching Qiu Feng hover as he spoke. Forget it. I've tortured you long enough without hurting you. For the reward, I'll send you off. Then Liu Yifei used the rock shield technique, creating a barrier between himself and the wind element. He calmly held his sword and stepped toward Qiu Feng. Liu Yifei looked at the swirling wind wall in front of him, boldly stepping inside. Then he stomped hard on the ground, completely destroying the wind element's power source. Liu Yifei continued to activate a technique, opening the blood-colored bronze's insight. He clearly saw Xiu Feng at the center of the power source, writhing nonstop. Liu Yifei thought, about to become a dried corpse. Gotta finish this fast. Behind his mask, he took a deep breath, then charged forward shouting, Shadow Step Claw, activating Shadow Step skill. Instantly, Liu Yifei appeared inside the whirlwind facing the unconscious Qiu Feng. Liu Yifei swung his sword and easily chopped off Qiu Feng's head. Then he sheathed his sword and stepped forward, touching the mask on his face, saying, Deactivate blood-colored bronze's insight. At that moment, the system flashed a series of congratulatory messages, making Liu Yifei turn around to look. Congratulations to player Liu Yifei for successfully killing Qiu Feng, the royal zombie with enhanced ritual, earning 10,000 combat points. Congratulations on leveling up to 30, all attributes increased by 3, and gaining 5 free attribute points. Congratulations to player Liu Yifei for becoming the first in the Apocalypse game to kill a golden tier boss, earning the unique global title. The Golden Spear announcement will be broadcast server-wide soon. The system's announcement quickly spread over all players' heads. It confirmed that the entire zombie formation was dead. In the revenge battle, the human formation achieved the final victory. A system announcement quickly covered all players' heads. It confirmed all zombie camps were wiped out. In the revenge battle, the human camp secured the final victory. The revenge battle victory granted the right to a reward. The evolution and level-up speed of all zombies in the capital zone decreased by 30%, all stats dropped by 15%, lasting 7 days. Experience and gold rewards from killing zombies in the capital zone increased by 30%. Item drop rates rose by 2%, lasting 7 days. Fees for all architectural systems, including shops in the 3 capital zones, decreased by 10%, lasting 3 days. Special Yang treasures will appear in the 4 capital zones. Special hidden architecture shops outside the main area invite players to explore. Reading this, Liu Yufei was delighted. Sweet, fame rising again. Then he continued listening to the system. Congratulations, user. You have successfully leveled up to 30 and earned 1 chance to draw from the Super Golden Hand Lottery. Would you like to draw now? Liu Yifei watched his system's constant notifications. Congratulations, user, on defeating the Royal Zombie and winning the counterattack battle. Mission Peak Duel completed. Based on your speed and style, congratulations on earning the common Golden Hand Mission reward, a top-tier golden grade item. Behind his mask, Liu Yifei felt a bit nervous. The Super Golden Hand. Now I have an absolute drop rate. Yin-Yang, Twin, and Dynamic Killing Eye. What will the 4th be? Screw this place, too many people. I'll talk when I get back. Scene shifts to a lively area where other players are constantly chatting. Victory achieved. We won. I knew it. With Ziluo here, we're definitely gonna win. Damn. The zombie leveling speed in 7 days slowed down, plus all stats dropped by 15%. Isn't this a massive chance for us? Not only that, experience and gold drops increased by 30%. Even the item drop rates went up. Starting today, I gotta go crazy hunting zombies. Anyone want to team up? I'm a level 11 warrior with 2 bronze tier gear pieces. They kept chatting non-stop. Heh. Item prices in the shop dropped 10% in gold. Now it's just enough to buy that blade. Even the job change fee is covered. Bros, let's form a squad, but I suggest we take a detour to unlock a Yang treasure. If we get silver tier gear, we're set. Finding a hidden shop would be sweet too. Then we can send news to the Quan faction and grab some seriously juicy rewards. This is the moment to get rich. Suddenly, everything around went weirdly quiet. The player group led by Ziluo appeared. Other players saw this. Their eyes lit up as they surrounded him, calling him the big boss. Big boss? But Ziluo just said briefly, Big Dummy at work. Right after, Big Dummy grabbed a hammer and charged ahead. They escaped through an alley while other players chased hard. Where's the big boss? Ziluo finally breathed out, thinking they'd made it. Another player stepped up. Big boss, your rep just hit a whole new level. He turned to the top 10 players and said, Big boss, thanks a lot this time. Big boss, this time we're trying to win the little guy's favor to test the gentleman's heart. Yeah, sorry big boss. If you need help later, just say it. I'd die for you. Me too, me too. Ziluo bowed. No one could see his expression behind the mask, but they heard him say, Been tough for a while. Get some rest early. Thanks everyone for trusting me today. Only then did Ziluo turn and leave with Big Dummy. The system board popped up in front of him again. Ziluo stared as it kept congratulating. Congrats on successfully building the capital safe zone. Congrats on winning the counterattack battle. You earned 1,000 prosperity points for the safe zone. Congrats on leveling the capital safe zone to level 2. Safe zone range expanded. A bunch of system info followed. The capital safe zone got an eternal primitive energy crystal. While it exists, all players' spirit and stamina recovery inside the zone increase by 10%. Every day, the crystal generates a certain amount of energy based on the safe zone's level. This energy can affect various game structures. 2 specific ranges of the capital safe zone were confirmed. All hostile races, like zombies, entering the capital safe zone have their entire stats reduced by 10%. 3 safe zone functions were unlocked. All players inside can spend a certain amount of gold to chat in the game interface. The gold cost depends on the length of the message. Leaving the safe zone disables the chat function. 4 mercenary halls were established in the safe zone. All players can enter to form mercenary squads. Squads get certain benefits, and the mercenary hall announces tons of mercenary missions daily. Check the mercenary hall for detailed rules. 5. The capital shop sells zombie virus serums. If infected but not fully turned, injecting this serum can prevent mutation. 6. The safe zone holds auctions periodically. All players can join or sell their items. 7. All game structure functions in the safe zone are optimized. Some game structures hire staff who can earn experience and gold daily. Since the capital safe zone is the first successful safe zone worldwide, a global announcement is coming. Ziluo turned and saw a beam of light shooting straight into the sky. Following that light, he thought the first wave of zombies was over. It was time to talk to Zhang Yuanzong. Standing under the night sky, Ziluo turned around and saw power gradually spreading out. Other players were stunned to feel their energy replenished. The entire city was filled with energy. Then, all the players looked up as the system issued an announcement. World announcement. Congratulations to player Ziluo for becoming the first solo player in the Apocalypse game to defeat the Golden Tier boss. With immense power shaking the globe, achieving the unique global achievement, Golden Chi Spear, along with a huge reward. Other players are encouraged to follow this example. Since Jingdu City established the first safe zone, all players in the city receive city-wide rewards. The reward includes all players in the Jingdu area leveling up by 1 for 24 hours, double zombie drop rates, and 20% increased experience and gold coins earned. At the same time, the Jingdu Safe Zone benefits successfully activated. Each benefit brings new advantages to people. Players in the area are urged to actively learn and strive to establish safe zones. Some players were amazed. That Golden Tier boss was hit dead-on by the City Slayer. Even the legendary Diamond Tier bosses, whether myth or not, are no match for Ziluo. Others just felt lucky to have survived. Some admired him, saying, "No wonder Ziluo is the big boss. I've been totally bent by his power. Ha ha ha, I wonder if the big boss has a girlfriend yet." Cut to a small room where Big Dummy sat below, non-stop gnawing on meat. Ziluo lay on the bed, eyes closed, resting, but then suddenly sat up. "No way. I have to tell Zhang Yuanshang I need a house. Not having a fixed place to stay is just uncomfortable." Ziluo crossed his arms and made up his mind. When he says it, he does it. He withdrew the super gold hand first, then went to find Zhang Yuanzhong. Pulling out the super gold hand, the system confirmed the fourth super gold hand was being withdrawn, then immediately announced. Announcement. Congratulations to the player for withdrawing the super gold hand of spatial expansion. The spatial expansion host will gain an additional storage space. The size of this storage equals the original storage space. Reading the system info made Ziluo puzzled. What's this? Spatial expansion? He propped his chin, suspicious, checking the details. Something that can be obtained through leveling up and can also be considered a gold hand. The system added more info below. This storage space will grow larger and larger depending on the original storage size. This storage space has abundant spatial power and can produce special effects when the host interacts with objects related to space. The host can enter this storage space. Reading this, Ziluo was stunned. Holy crap, this is insanely powerful. My system, I was wrong to doubt you. Big Dummy, eating, glanced at Ziluo behind him, cheering nonstop. Earlier he said he wanted to find Zhang Yuanzhong to demand a house. Now he's got a moving house. Right after, Ziluo opened the system panel again. It can produce special effects on objects related to space. The only spatial-related equipment on him right now seemed to be the stealth claw. Then he pressed the link displayed on the system. The system continued with more info. Cooldown time reduced by 50%, movement distance doubled, stealth claw's model number increased, golden tier equipment, a combat claw with spatial power that many warriors desire. Attributes: agility +5, spirit +4, movement speed increased by 10%, footstep noise reduced by 30%, skill attached. Stealth claw moves forward a distance from 2 meters to 4 meters. During movement, damage taken reduced by 90%, cooldown 2 hours. Ziluo cheered so loudly it scared Big Dummy, who fumbled and dropped his meat. "Oh man, upgraded to execution level. I take back underestimating the gold hand earlier. From now on, I gotta collect more gear and items related to spatial attributes." Big Dummy caught the meat again, just as Ziluo stood up, hands on hips, to put it into the extra storage space. When Big Dummy looked back, Ziluo was already entering the space. Ziluo closed his eyes as he was teleported. In no time, he arrived and stood inside the vast space. He then did some stretches, casually looking up to read the rules the system displayed. Rule 1 of extra storage space: teleportation requires some time. The host cannot abuse this space to quickly dodge attacks, but after a certain time, teleportation can leave the space. The air inside the storage space replenishes only when teleportation is activated. Once the air runs out, the host must leave the space or die. Calculating current air capacity, the host can stay from 3 to 4 hours. Regarding exit location, when the host enters extra storage space, a spatial mark is left at the spot. Upon exit, the host will appear at the marked location. The location cannot be changed. While inside, the host's spirit energy will continue to deplete. Summoning magic is useless in this space. Reading these system rules, Ziluo just crossed his arms and smiled. Though it can't be considered home, it's safe and powerful enough. Then he pulled out a small card labeled sofa. Instantly, a sofa appeared too. Ziluo casually sat down and started scrolling through his system's inventory. Right after, he pulled out a bottle identified by the system as a mutant zombie virus extracted through a ritual. The system added info about the item Ziluo was holding, a special-grade artifact introduced as a mutant virus left behind by the zombie emperor and his faction after performing the ritual. Because it contained a virus that could boost zombie strength. It had a strong attraction to zombies. Seeing the item in his hand, Zilu immediately jumped up. Damn it, this thing again. He recalled the previous life when humans traded with zombies. Even in the late apocalypse days, quite a few people managed to get their hands on this stuff. Mostly, it was used to lure zombies or trade with them. Thinking about the mutated zombies, like when the Lee family convinced the Void Emperor to besiege him. The Void Emperor brought a lot of mutant zombies, probably using a large amount of mutant virus to trade with the Void Emperor. Thinking about items similar to what he had, Ziluo knew these two types of zombie viruses were worlds apart. To humans, it was like poison. If humans came into contact with it, infection was very likely. Even if not infected, their basic stats would drop. Thinking about how zombies got their strength boosted by Luo Xiao. But for zombies, this was like a super tonic. After using it, zombies could not only increase their power, but also inherit the innate talents of the virus-extracting zombie. Holding the item, Ziluo was happy knowing it was perfect for Big Dummy. Then he spoke to the space. Teleporting out of the storage space, a beam of light immediately appeared, enveloping Ziluo. He was then taken back to the room where Big Dummy was sitting. By now, Big Dummy had finished his meat and turned to look at Ziluo, who raised the bottle toward him, making Big Dummy smile happily. Here, drink this. Then, Ziluo opened the bottle himself. Big Dummy took it and drank it all in one gulp. As he drank, his body began to change. Big Dummy's power suddenly surged, leveling up to 21. The system appeared beside Ziluo and announced, "Congratulations, player. You've reached level 31. All attributes increased by 3 and gained 5 free attribute points." Ziluo happily adjusted the system notification. "Congratulations, player, for obtaining the global golden notification. Congratulations on earning 2,000 reputation points and 5,000 gold coins as rewards this time. 5 free attribute points. Storage space capacity increased by 2 cubic meters. Congratulations, player, for ranking first on the merit points leaderboard in the recent zombie wave combat. Congratulations, player, for winning first place rewards. 5 free attribute points, an elite hidden profession, a top-tier golden grade equipment, and a bottle of zombie virus serum." The system continued displaying his info. Player Ziluo's basic stats without equipment: Strength 130, Spirit 130, Constitution 130, Agility 125. The system then asked if he wanted to draw a lottery. Ziluo smiled and replied, "Draw." Immediately, the system announced, "Congratulations, player Ziluo, for obtaining the hidden profession scroll, Thunderstorm Sorcerer. Congratulations, player Ziluo, for obtaining the golden grade elemental ring." Looking at the rewards he drew, Ziluo felt a bit disappointed. The Thunderstorm Sorcerer's lightning skills as a system mage were useless, but the other items seemed pretty interesting. The system then displayed info. Elemental Ring, Golden Grade Equipment. This ring enhances the power of elemental abilities, adds 8 spirit attribute points, spirit recovery speed increased by 30%, skill cooldown reduced by 10%. When using all elemental skills, elemental power increases by 20%. Chance to trigger extra effects beyond normal increased by 5%. Ziluo clicked on the ring image in the system, considering it a top-tier gear. Right after, Ziluo yawned and said, "Golden Hand System, now draw the 4th golden hand." He returned to his bed while listening to the system's announcements. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully assisting the capital's safe zone establishment and ranking first on the merit points leaderboard for completing the all-out battle mission. Ziluo leaned back on the bed as the system spoke. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving random rewards from 2 ordinary golden hands, 1 silver grade equipment. Since the host already has a level 1 breakthrough golden hand, the chance to break through to level 1 is increased, so the breakthrough level chance advances to level 2. The system kept handing out rewards in front of him. Level 2 breakthrough limits relate to equipment wearing restrictions. Now he could wear an additional ring and bracelet. The chance to break through level 2 for all professions, talents, equipment, and skills-related activation chances all increase by 2%. Danger Sense Level 1. When enemies with hostile intent appear within 10 meters, an alert will trigger. Dungeon Condition Level 1. After entering a dungeon, if you encounter a condition with a chance to obtain, you can choose an extra item beyond the norm. Instantly, Ziluo happily sat up. Nice. The system then showed 2 pieces of equipment before him. Ding! Golden Grade Elite Equipment. Silver Grade Equipment was still being drawn. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the elite golden grade equipment, Venomous Fang. Silver grade equipment, Hidden Demon Bracelet. Ziluo then pulled out a dagger from the system and asked, "Is this the golden grade equipment?" He rested his head on his hand lying on the bed, looking at it. The system was showing info about Venomous Fang, golden grade equipment. A dagger containing venom. Every strike is a deadly blow of snake poison. Attributes: strength +6, agility +3. The sense of self-existence dropped by 20%, while movement speed increased by 20%. A deadly poison, after hitting the opponent, leaves a layer of poison seal on them, causing them to suffer from poison corrosion. Within 3 seconds, stamina and mental strength will be consumed. Each layer of the poison seal lasts for 3 seconds. 2 critical strikes from the active skill, after consuming a large amount of stamina to swing the blade, deal 200% physical damage. Hitting the opponent also adds 3 layers of poison seal beyond the normal duration, with a cooldown of 48 hours. Next, the system displayed information about the Demon Veil bracelet. This silver-grade bracelet was created to counter mages, a nightmare for every mage. It grants +2 physical attributes, +2 mental attributes, and reduces magic damage taken by 5%. Liu immediately tapped on the Demon Veil bracelet and wondered why this golden hand system lately favored equipping mage-type items. But this bracelet really surprised him. He lay on the bed, continuing to look at the system notifications. Congratulations to player Liu for successfully equipping the Demon Veil bracelet, activating the effect of 4 Demon Veil items. Soon after, information about the Demon Veil equipment appeared. All 4 items grant +3 to all attributes. They can reflect 20% of magic damage taken. The active skill Demon Immunity Shield, when activated, grants a shield that can block magic damage. The shield's defense depends on the number of Demon Veil items equipped. It lasts for 3 minutes, with an 18-hour cooldown. Looking at the system information, Liu was extremely surprised. This was insanely powerful beyond words, but his eyes grew heavy with sleep. He didn't even realize when he dozed off. Meanwhile, the big dummy sat in a corner of the room, hugging a hammer and resting. At another location, Quan Fang's people were handing out items to players. This part is yours. Many players could only rest on the streets, while some happily left after receiving items. The next afternoon, Yuan Zhang sat on a chair, leaning forward to ask, "You mean the Lee family still has a place called the Xiyan Gathering Point?" Liu, wearing a mask, sat opposite and replied, "Exactly. If General Zhang helps me, the big dummy and I will leave the safe zone to destroy that gathering point." Yuan Zhang was still worried. "Though I know your strength is great, the Lee family can't be underestimated. How sure are you this time?" Liu was straightforward, 100%. Then he raised his hand to stop Yuan Zhang from speaking further. "General Zhang doesn't need to persuade me. He had no choice but to agree." "All right then, what do you need me to do?" Liu propped his hands and stated his wish, to summon troops and prepare supplies. "I'll first find the Lee family's hideout. I also want to make a deal with General Zhang." "Not sure if he'll agree?" Yuan Zhang was surprised. "What kind of deal?" Liu bent down and pushed a paper toward him. 100,000 gold coins for 1 piece of intel. General Zhang definitely won't lose. Yuan Zhang didn't hesitate. "Deal's done. He trusts you completely. He's the one who can get intel from the hidden shop. This trade won't lose." As Liu stood up to leave, Yuan Zhang immediately opened the paper to check. Seeing the info on the paper, he was stunned. Yuan Zhang smiled and ordered to announce below. Half an hour later, opened the commendation conference in the meeting room. Later, in a high-rise, a meeting room was filled with anxious and curious people. "Didn't old Zhang say he wanted to hold a commendation conference? Where is he?" "Yeah, it's been so late already. He really made a big achievement in this zombie wave, but that doesn't mean he should start showing off to us. But you're getting impatient." "Yeah, old Zhang's really losing track of time lately." Just then, Yuan Zhang kicked the door open and appeared. Without a word, he walked toward the furious head of security, holding the paper. The head of security took the paper, turned to Yuan Zhang, who gestured for him to read. As soon as he read the content, he was shocked. "Bastards. All of them are bastards." Then loudly announced, "This afternoon, we gather soldiers who hurried back from outside the safe zone to prepare to search for the Lee family's hidden intel." Then he turned to Minister Liu and asked, "Tell me why you said the intelligence department can't provide support?" Liu looked embarrassed and bowed his head. "Head of security, the intelligence department suffered heavy casualties in the zombie wave. The entire department's operations were affected." Then he smiled and looked up to report. "Also, zombies broke into the south gate, destroying the intelligence archive room. So, we lost a lot of intelligence related to the 3 major families. Now, we really can't hand unverified intel to soldiers going on risky missions." Immediately, the head of security threw the papers he was holding at Minister Liu, raising his eyebrows and loudly asked, "Do you need me to give you some face?" He then took a paper, pushed up his glasses, and read. Instantly, he was stunned, holding Minister Liu's paper trembling. It read, "Calendar date, May 16th, 473. A foreign bank card received a large sum of 21,400,000 coins withdrawn by your cousin from a U.S. bank. Calendar date, June 19th, 474. The Peony Tower, built by the Lee family, collapsed. The death toll at the scene was as high as 345. After Minister Liu arrived, the death count dropped to 0. Minister Liu really has the golden touch. The stampede at the art exhibition, the disappearance of village women. Chief Tiet angrily looked at Minister Liu and asked, "Do you have anything else to say now?" Minister Liu was suddenly grabbed by the collar. Nguyen Trung controlled the guy and angrily asked, "Has your conscience rotted away because of this money? Do you even know how many of my brothers you've ruined?" Minister Liu lay on the ground, still trying to make excuses. "No, I didn't. They forced me. They forced me to drink poison." Nguyen Trung grew even more furious, grabbed his head, and said, "If you willingly drank that poison, then you're lying. That's why you even asked the Lee family to help you become minister." Right after, he slapped Minister Liu hard. "I've got way more evidence here. Do you still want it?" Under the cold stares of Chief T and Nguyen Trung, Minister Liu muttered on the ground, "No way, no way. The Lee family won't shoot me down. I always did what they told me. This can't be." Nguyen Trung immediately pulled out a stack of documents from his space and slammed them on the table in front of everyone. Standing behind Chief Teet, he read out each name. Director Hoang. Everyone whose name was called out sat trembling like wet noodles. Year 454 of the Lam Tin calendar, a transfer of 10 million yuan from him. Need me to explain, including the case of 47 newborn babies who disappeared inside Mukdak Hospital. The meeting echoed only with Nguyen Trung's voice accusing them. Deputy Director, Year 472 Lam Tin calendar, his son lost 40 million yuan overseas. A week later, he happily appeared at home. Is this guy lucky or what? After a long pause, the last name was called Deputy Director. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned grim. Chief Tiet slammed his hand on the table and said darkly, "These are just the traitors who survived the apocalypse. Anyone else? Step forward. Maybe I can spare some of you." Nguyen Trung reported from behind. "Before the meeting, I sent people to arrest a large number of lower-ranking officials, a significant portion of the military." He added, "According to intelligence from Ziluo, the Yin family and Yun family have also stepped up." Chief Tiet turned and asked, "Are An and Yun families starting to regret now?" Nguyen Trung nodded toward Chief Tiet. "Looks like it. Messing with the Lee family is a matter of utmost urgency, or Long Nation will be doomed." Nguyen Trung clenched his fist and decided, "Chief, what we have to do now is cooperate with Ziluo and wait for his news." Chief Tiet held his head and wondered, is the future of a nation really resting on one person? Then he suddenly thought of something. Chief Tiet immediately ordered, "Recall half of the 100,000 soldiers previously assigned to handle zombies and rescue civilians. Once we have the Lee family's position, launch the attack immediately." Nguyen Trung accepted the order. Scene shifts to the Qinghan gathering point, where players are excitedly discussing. "Damn, that was so refreshing. Today's loot was crazy rich, even dropped some gear. Isn't that right? I've been here since dawn. Came straight to hunt zombies until nightfall. Originally, leveling up a temple took one whole level, but today it only took 24 hours. Too short." They chatted as they walked. "Have you heard the rumors?" Elder Ziluo waved his hand, and a shield covered the damaged safe zone. A Qilin descended from the sky, unleashing divine power that wiped out zombies in a battlefield area. "I swear, Elder Ziluo must be a celestial being." "No joke, my dream is to meet Elder Ziluo once." Heard he wears a black robe and a demon mask, smiling while holding a golden spear. One of them suddenly pointed ahead. "If you say so, you guys' description matches that guy walking up front." At that moment, Ziluo and Big Dummy appeared, startling everyone. Ziluo stood there and declared, "From now on, no one is allowed to leave here. If you want to find out what happens if you leave, feel free to challenge me." The others immediately froze, some even fainted on the spot, leaving him speechless. "Why do I feel like I just became the captain of a cleanup squad?" Then Ziluo continued, "Everyone on this floor, head down through the passage. The faster, the better." Suddenly, someone appeared and asked him, "Who's that? I haven't even come up yet but already hear such a loud tone." The tattooed guy standing in the middle sneered at Ziluo. "Who do you think you are, making everyone go down? Is our Ziyan gathering point that easy to mess with?" The tattooed guy shoved his hands in his pockets and said to Ziluo's group, "Our CN gathering point has never feared anyone since it was built. I really want to see who this guy is," but before he could finish, his subordinate whispered in panic, "Boss, look at his outfit. That's Ziluo." The tattooed guy raised his eyebrows, still not recognizing Ziluo. Then he immediately dropped to his knees, shocking everyone. "Which big shot just showed up?" Ziluo looked at the scene and said, "Not that big." Then he tilted his head, seeing that the guy looked like a local figure, so he assigned him the task to escort them down. The tattooed guy was helped up by his men, stammering, "Boss, don't worry. I will definitely complete the mission." Ziluo warned them, From now on, anyone coming up from below will pay the price. The tattooed guy and his gang trembled like wet noodles, stammering. Everyone rest assured. I absolutely won't let anyone come up here. We heard you loud and clear, boss. Then Liu Yifei turned to look at the people behind, still frozen in shock. You guys better run fast. The tattooed guy behind shouted loudly. Did you hear what I said yet? Everyone go downstairs and tell the people below that no one is allowed up here. Those guys ran like crazy while talking. Yes, yes. Liu Yifei leaned against the wall, watching each person go down, automatically activating his golden hand, sensing danger. After a while, when the last person finally went down, he thought, the last one's gone down too. If they're from the Lee family, they must have gotten orders by now, right? There's got to be some hostility towards me. Then Liu Yifei ordered Big Dummy behind him. You stay here and watch. Anyone trying to come out through this passage, smash their head with a hammer. Big Dummy nodded, and Liu Yifei kept calculating, though he didn't rule out the possibility that the enemy might be hiding their intentions really well or that their rank in the Lee family is too low to receive orders from above. Then Liu Yifei went down into the basement while Big Dummy stayed upstairs guarding with a hammer. He checked things out downstairs first and then spoke. After a bit, he went deeper inside. From afar, he felt the lively atmosphere. They hummed banners, laughing and chatting happily, warmly welcoming Elder Liu Yifei to the Qinghan gathering point to oversee operations. Seeing the scene, Liu Yifei suddenly felt a little awkward. Ming Liang stepped forward, rubbing his hands and smiling. Elder Liu Yifei, I'm the current leader of the Qinghan gathering point, Ming Liang. What brings you here? Liu Yifei stepped up and asked, if you're the leader, then you must know the staff here, right? Ming Liang smiled humbly. I wouldn't say I know everyone, but I'm familiar with 90% of the people. Liu Yifei continued. Do you know Minister Ha? Ming Liang broke into a sweat. Minister Ha, yes, I know him. Hearing that, Liu Yifei told him to explain in detail. Ming Liang immediately reported. Because of his status, I always have someone greet him when he comes, but most of the time, I personally attend to him. Liu Yifei asked, besides you, did he meet anyone else here? Ming Liang propped his chin, recalling, meet anyone else? Behind the mask, Liu Yifei glanced at the others. They were all intently listening to the conversation. Every time Minister Ha came, he told us to inspect the situation at our gathering point. Within his scope of authority, he arranged supplies to help us. Nothing else unusual. Liu Yifei frowned, thinking. No one around showed any odd signs. It didn't seem like the enemy sent messages through a contact. Could it be that Haobo's claim that the Xi gathering point belonged to the Lee family was slander to frame them? His goal was to make me clash with the Xi people. Then Liu Yifei rubbed his ear and turned around. So when did Haobo come here last time? Did he do anything special? Ming Liang hurried to say, 5 days ago, 5 days ago, Haobo came here to inspect something special. Then he seemed to remember something. He played cards in the basement's beer room on the 3rd floor for a while before leaving. Liu Yifei turned with some interest. Beer, huh? Take me there to check it out. Ming Liang agreed immediately. Sure, Elder Liu Yifei, follow me. Then he led the way, with the other players watching curiously. Behind the mask, Liu Yifei smiled because he knew the fish was about to bite. Ming Liang looked at Liu Yifei puzzled. The elder asked if he needed to send someone upstairs to guard the beer hall below. He said, no worries. I already told Big Dummy to watch the passage door. Anyone trying to get out, just kill them on the spot. Then Liu Yifei urged, let's go. Ming Liang continued leading, this way, please. The other players on the side couldn't help but wonder, what's up with that Haobo guy? It's all because of him that our gathering point got targeted. We're afraid he's a minister, so we don't dare mess with him. Someone sneered, Haobo? When Liu Yifei glanced at him earlier, I felt like my life was about to end. Why bother checking if he's a minister or not? No wonder I got woken up from sleep. Elsewhere, 2 guys, Old La and Old Zhu, overheard the entire conversation from the other players. Hope Elder Liu Yifei finishes his mission soon. If he just stands there, we'll be under huge pressure. I agree. Scene change. After leading Liu Yifei to the spot, Ming Liang turned and waved goodbye, while Liu Yifei continued into the beer hall. Suddenly, nearby the surroundings shook, a brick popped out quickly. Old La and Old Zhu appeared behind, pushing the brick aside and shining a light into the secret chamber inside. Old La led and said to Old Zhu behind, Old Zhu, we have to quickly report to the master. Haobo has been exposed, and Liu Yifei is investigating our hiding spot. Old Zhu came forward with Old La carrying the stone, puzzled. Who knows? Haobo has been hiding pretty well, hasn't he? Then they pushed the stone back to block the entrance. While Old La dusted off his hands, Old Zhu checked the stone's spot again. 5 days ago, it still marked the hiding place of some supplies. That spot is real. Old Le turned on his flashlight and urged, "All right, let's go." Right after, he was killed. Old Zhu held the flashlight behind, complaining, "Old Le, what's wrong with you? Why do you mess things up every time?" Suddenly, a robot appeared, startling Old Zhu. Then the robot knocked him out. Liu Yifei appeared behind the robot, assessing the two before him. "Humph, I thought there was only one fish. Turns out I got two. Too bad now only one person can speak." The Liu family really messed up choosing people. One explosion blew the guy away, not stable enough. Right after, he patted the robot on the shoulder. "Not bad this time. Your bugging device gave me a lot of useful info. Go take a break." Then Ziluo stepped closer to Old Zhu, grabbed his neck, and opened one of Old Zhu's eyes to use it. The blood-red comrade was thrilled, but suddenly, someone called Old Zhu's name, snapping him awake. Old Zhu." Old La held a flashlight, reaching toward Old Zhu, asking, "Old Zhu, are you okay?" Old Zhu was a bit suspicious. "Me." Old La hurriedly urged. "Don't just zone out, Old Zhu. There's no time. We have to send the message quickly." Only then did Old Zhu snap back. "Ah, right. Zai Luo is coming soon. We have to report this to the family head." Old La quickly helped Old Zhu up. Then Old Zhu rushed ahead. "Let's move fast. We might run into zombies on the way at night. We can't afford to waste time." Old Lei followed behind, still asking, "Old Zhu, I saw you faint earlier. What happened?" Old Zhu was startled by that. Old La frowned and said, "Next time, don't stay awake like that. What if you faint weirdly again like today? It'll mess up the family head's plans. Neither of us can handle the fallout." Old Zhu looked back nervously. Got it, let's go." They moved along the wall together. Old La watched around from behind, while Old Zhu led anxiously. "No way, there are way too many zombies on this path. Our time's running out." Immediately, Old Zhu grabbed Old La's wrist, saying, "Follow me, we're taking a shortcut." After a while, they ran deeper into the mountain. Old Zhu ran, panting heavily. Huff, huff, everything before his eyes started to blur. Old Zhu couldn't go on and collapsed to the ground, saying, "Old La, I'm not okay." He turned to look at Old La, who was also leaning on his knees, gasping. "According to the intel we both got, the hideout is inside the cliff of this mountain type. If you still have strength, jump down the cliff to send the message first. I'll follow after." Old La finally spoke, "So the hideout is inside the cliff of this mountain?" No wonder Junfang mobilized so many people but couldn't find it. Old Zhu on the ground was puzzled. "Junfang, what? Old La, aren't you going up already?" Old Zhu kept talking, worried the family head would blame them. "Neither of us can handle the family head's wrath." But Old La suddenly disappeared, startling Old Zhu. Old La smiled behind him, holding a spear to Old Zhu's neck. "Thanks for leading the way." Behind Old La, he swung the spear, and he and his good bro Old La set off to the Yellow Springs. Old Zhu was immediately killed. Old Lei held the spear, saying, "Blood-red comrade, the red hallucinations around are fading." Shutting down the illusion power, he instantly reverted to his true form, Ziluo. Zai Luo then rushed off following the directions, quickly reaching a cliff, standing high to overlook the whole surrounding area. Ziluo admired, "The Liu family sure knows how to pick spots. The scenery here isn't bad." Then, he started the journey to the Liu family's hideout. After a while, Ziluo stood on another mountain looking down. Suddenly, he spotted a lone flower on the cliff. Seeing that flower, Ziluo guessed this must be the place. Then, Zai Luo squatted cross-legged, took out a zombie cat's command horn from his space, and blew into it. Seeing a zombie cat appear, Zai Luo put the horn away and meowed. Then, Ziluo started controlling the zombie cat's mind, ordering it to jump toward a protruding rock. Immediately, the cat leapt down. It easily landed on a distant rock under Ziluo's control. The cat sat neatly, listening as someone called out from the cliff. Ziluo sent a mental signal to the cat to charge, making it instantly burst with power and rush forward. It smashed through the cliff where someone was hiding inside. It kept attacking, but the other person pressed a button just in time. Someone kept firing at the zombie cat, while another paled and called on the radio, "Get the boss level bronze." One of them shouted before getting killed too. "Save me, save me, save me." The guy with the radio kept reporting, negotiating with the steward, changing location and intel staff. Then he panicked and ran when he saw the cat raise its claws. Wah! Then a huge spray of blood shot up. The cat continued toward a nearby door. It charged and smashed the door to pieces. In front of it appeared a luxurious hallway. The cat turned and saw many people coming out to check the noise. It immediately jumped up, slashing throats of all who came to look. The cat then broke into another room. Inside, only 3 people were screaming at it. "Bronze boss, save me." Seeing that, the cat turned and left. Suddenly, Many more people appeared, blocking its path. Zilu muttered, "Damn, so many people, can't kill them all." Rough estimate, the Liu family has at least 5 to 6,000 people hiding here. Ziluo was still meditating on the cliff, controlling the cat with his mind. The cat jumped up to attack again. In no time, it killed all who blocked its way and sat on their bodies, observing 3 rooms filled with spears, shields, and guns. Ziluo also observed and evaluated. Looks like these rooms along the hallway are all for storing weapons. Then the cats heard more people running from afar. This boss is at exit number 4. Let's go. At this moment, Liu Yifei also controlled the cat to leave. Turns out, the gathering point controlled by the Li family stores all the supplies here. I bet the supplies those officials secretly transported are here too. It kept moving down another wide corridor. Suddenly, it stepped on a mechanism, and all the fires flared up, lighting the whole hallway. Liu Yifei immediately realized this place was himself. The Liu Yifei outside also jumped up in surprise. Passing the power, borrowing the cat to observe everything around helped him make a guess. The firelight on the wall looked exactly like Sybil's maze of despair. That was something only the inheritance base had. It kept moving toward a bend. The cat turned back and saw 3 figures chasing it. The cat then ran down the stairs leading to the basement. One guy blocked the way above and ordered the others. 5th rank undead can't enter the 2nd floor. Let's go back. The guards downstairs already know what's going on here. The people behind started gossiping. Damn unlucky. This is already the 3rd zombie boss to break in, and it's insanely strong. Who thought the capital's safe zone was destroyed? The army's morale will be crushed, making our victory day way easier. Who knew we have to defend here, forcing us to stay in this place? Blame that Liu Yifei guy, always targeting the Li family. Nobody knows what grudge the Li family has against him. Another guy kept thinking about the zombie cat while the others talked. I heard the 2nd young master in Shanghai offended him, so people traveled thousands of miles from Shanghai to the capital to report for defense. Asterisk. Cough cough asterisk. Forget I said anything. Right, we need to arrange people to quickly clean up the 1st floor. The bloodstains from the severed limbs must be dealt with. The undead killed by the zombie cat all committed suicide. They're beyond saving. The hidden exit was also damaged by the zombie cat and needs urgent repairs. We absolutely can't reveal our location. The cat kept dashing down the corridor, constantly moaning. It started slowing down at a bend. Both it and Liu Yifei outside had to witness an indescribable scene. A woman on the ground was forced to scream in fear. The man above was mentally unstable. Seeing this, Liu Yifei could only throw up his hands. Damn, this really turned into the anti-porn squad captain this time. Suddenly, 2 people came from afar to a guy cooking medicine. He scooped some from the pot and handed each a bowl. Those 2 just downed the whole bowl in one gulp. Then they charged back to attack the girls. The scene made Liu Yifei flinch. Are these guys gonna produce the undead seeds the Li family wants to keep breeding? Damn, such a twisted breeding method fits the Li family's image perfectly. Right then, another group burst in, shouting, "Attention all sectors. 1st floor alert." A bronze-level boss broke into the teleportation passage with extraordinary power. Everyone flood into the rooms and watch every door that connects to the upper floors. Liu Yifei was still outside, arms crossed, watching everything inside. The Li family's preparations are solid, but too bad you ran into me today. Others appeared in the room, shirtless and armed, heading toward Old Chu. They kept pushing forward, even trampling their own teammates. The medicine guy turned pale and shouted angrily, "Old Chu, what the hell do you want?" The pregnancy quota for this victory was already cut down due to supply shortages. If standards aren't met, the one the steward's after isn't me, it's you. Old Chu stood opposite, arms crossed, rebutting. This isn't a joke. The upper floors lost over 400 low-rank undead and still couldn't catch that guy. You think we need an alert? If you don't understand the outside situation, don't act recklessly. The medicine guy was stunned. What? Old Chu ignored him and gave orders. 5 people searched the corridor. Once they spotted the lion-sized cat, they immediately sounded the alarm. 4 non-combat undead were assigned to watch. The zombie cat was hiding in a corner, silently watching everyone disperse one by one. Then it suddenly lunged out, shocking everyone. It's here. It appeared in the square. The zombie cat lightly landed on the ground, while loud shouts came from behind. Damn it, it wants to storm the maternity ward. We can't let it get through. But the cat easily dashed past, slashing anyone in its way with claws. It slowly approached a room with the door slightly open, peeking inside, utterly shocked by the scene. Behind the door was a massive hospital, with many pregnant women and doctors visible through the windows. The Li family even built a hospital inside the gathering point. Damn. Those guys quickly ran over to request reinforcements. The boss was charging toward the third-class maternity ward. We're not sure if we can defend it. The zombie cat angrily turned around and immediately unleashed its own power. The Lee family's people instantly turned pale, seeing the cat's intimidating aura. They screamed and ran in fear. The cat kept dashing through them, knocking them all down. Watching where it ran, someone hurriedly shouted, "Not good. It's heading for the third-floor teleportation passage. Don't let it break into the important area on the third floor." The zombie cat was running toward the stairs down. The others kept chasing helplessly. Damn, how is this cat so smart? Way smarter than a normal boss. At this moment, the cat seemed to be seriously injured. It staggered down the stairs step by step. Suddenly, another room appeared in front of it, surprising the zombie cat a lot. The zombie cat casually walked forward. Through the cat, Zilu happily recognized the characters on the door, realizing it was the archive room of the Nine Lei clan's written records. Could it be that this place is also connected to the Nine Lei clan? And Sybil's words today were serious. The cat happily stretched and jumped around. What a coincidence! I'm the one who inherited the Nine Lei clan's legacy. What can the mechanism do against me? Right after, the cat used its paw to activate the mechanism on the wall, then directly destroyed it. The room then opened, emitting a welcoming light inside. The cat boldly stepped inside. The door behind it slowly lowered. The cat walked deeper into the room. In front of it was a bookshelf packed with countless books. Almost all the scrolls and documents were here. It circled around to the back and went to the bookshelf. It kept going until it reached the last shelf placed against the wall. Ziluo saw a single book placed separately on the shelf. These books were set apart, seeming important. Then the cat used its paw to take out a book titled Clan Technique Inheritance. The cat used its claws to read each page. Clan techniques were the racial skills of the Nine Lei clan. All clan members mastered sorcery. Especially, each had their own specialty field. For example, manipulating clan training, elemental control, weather manipulation, and so on. After the Nine Lei clan's defeat, the clan techniques were forced into exile. Later, these techniques evolved into strange arts like insect magic, ancient poison, and head-shaped magic in Dragon Nation. Ziluo was surprised through the cat's perspective. Turns out, thousands of years ago, everyone was one family. The past told how the Nine Lei clan members had to wander everywhere. The historical documents recorded in these secret books belong to the tribes skilled in potion making. The tribe's members brewed potions with special powers. They lived in exile for a long time, finally finding Kuei Sha Mountain in the Heavenly Dragon Mountain range. The book continued about the hardest times for the Nine Lei clan. They used secret arts to create a space where they could stay. From then on, they were basically cut off from the world. But every so often, a few people had to be sent out to observe the outside situation. However, all their people kept dying, including babies with pure clan bloodlines becoming harder to be born. All the Nine Lei clan's knowledge was recorded in a book that was also documented. Finally, the last person in the clan preserved the inheritance related to clan techniques and summarized it into this Clan Technique Inheritance book. Previously, the clan's elite warriors were used by the Lee family to train dead soldiers, renamed Soul Servant Soup. The cat lay collapsed on the book, accompanied by the system's announcement, entering countdown to disappear in 0 minutes, 142 seconds. The book described the method to make and the effects of Soul Servant Soup. The steps to create soul servants were based on the Lee family's foundation. Babies in the womb could be tested for talent. After birth, giving the baby Soul Servant Soup would transform them into a soul servant. Control rights belonged to the person who drank another bowl of soup. Note, if the baby was born over 48 hours ago, the soup's effect would be completely lost. Side effects. Soul servants who drank the soup had very short lifespans. The soul servant ranks were clearly defined. Rank 5 soul servants were the lowest, with physical quality equal to normal people. But their intellect might be slightly impaired, and their lifespan was shortest. They could be used as labor force. Rank 4 soul servants had slightly weaker physical quality than normal people, but very strong reproductive ability and extremely short lifespan. Rank 3 soul servants were rare, with physical quality higher than normal people. Except for short lifespan, they had no other defects. Rank 2 soul servants could be encountered but not summoned, with physical quality far beyond normal people. After training, they developed terrifying combat power. Rank 1 soul servants were extremely rare, with physical quality surpassing Rank 2. After training, their combat power rivaled gods. Reading this, Ziluo frowned deeply, lost in thought. The book then closed, and the zombie cat officially disappeared. Scene shifted to another place. Li Tam was still pacing back and forth searching for the cat. He searched endlessly but couldn't find the zombie cat's trace. Li Tam turned to ask his subordinates, "Found it yet?" One of them reported no. They searched Luan Fan's body for an hour but found no trace at all. Li Tam frowned angrily. Ridiculous. A bronze-level boss just barged into the third floor where our level 2 and 3 dead soldiers live. If it were a silver-level boss, wouldn't it even bother the master on the 4th floor? In his mind, he calculated, Su Jing, Shan, and Li are dead, so now I'm the strongest fighter of the Li family in the capital's territory. I become the key person responsible for the safety zone of this Kuei-san base. His subordinate guessed. Third brother, you don't think that cat went into those secret rooms, do you? The library, potion lab, and food cultivation courtyard are all possible. But Li Tam immediately denied it. Are you stupid? A zombie cat can get into those places. Those places are protected by the base's power. Anyone who can open those doors with magic can easily wipe us out like flipping a hand. Then Li Tam continued to order, hurry up, call the level 3 dead soldiers here. Keep searching for me. The one who can open the door with magic can also wipe us out like flipping a hand. Then Li San ordered, hurry up, call the level 3 undead here. Keep searching for me. I came to find the head of the family to confess my sins and conveniently discuss the next development strategy. The subordinate immediately took the order. Yes. Third brother. Cut to the secret chamber on the 4th floor. The last floor of the Kuei-sa estate was built as an incredibly lavish city. Li San Yin scanned his fingerprint, then he stepped inside from the door. At this moment, Steward Chu was already waiting for him at the entrance. Li San bowed from a distance and reported, Steward Chu, I have something to report to the head of the family. A zombie cat appeared at the cliff contact point. It's a Qinghan level boss. Steward Chu cut him off with a dark face before Li San could finish. Are you telling me that until now, we still haven't found the cat that caused us to lose hundreds of people? Li San dared not look straight and just lowered his head to reply. That's why I came to find the head of the family, to ask if there's any way to handle this, but Steward Chu turned and refused. No way. The head just suffered a huge shock. Hearing this now would only make him angrier. This can't be told to the head of the family. Keep sending people to search. Suddenly, someone called out, Steward Q, come in here for a moment. Steward Q turned his back to the warning door. I won't tell the head of the family about this for now. Send more guards to speed things up. If the head gets any more stressed, he'll snap, he signaled with a hand gesture. Li San just stood far away, bowing his head. Got it. Then Steward Chu continued inside. In the bedroom, Li Xian was angrily yelling at 2 nurses. Get out, all of you. Useless trash is just trash. Steward Chu entered and smiled, asking, Head of the family, how are you feeling today? Li Xian first raised his hand to the 2 nurses. All right, you 2 step back. Both bowed their heads and replied, Yes, head of the family. Then he turned to Steward Chu and asked, Li San is here already. I just heard him mention some boss outside. Steward Chu lied. Li San reported to me that the detective news today showed a bit of a surprise, but it's still under control. Li Xian looked satisfied. I trust your abilities have yielded results, he said to me. Steward Chu bowed. Yes, head of the family. Then he asked, What about the situation with the eldest young master? Hearing this, Steward Chu's expression immediately turned horrified. Seeing this, Li Xian grimaced and gritted his teeth, but because of it, he kept coughing violently. Asterisk. Cough, 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 asterisk. Steward Chu anxiously stepped forward to support Li Xian and reported, The situation with the eldest young master is unresolved. That creature called a zombie, based on Lam Tin culture, basically has no solution. Li Xian lowered his head, gripping the blanket tightly, muttering, No solution at all? Seeing him like this, Steward Chu immediately bowed and hurriedly said, But that person said, The zombie virus serum on yesterday's bulletin might be a turning point to solve the problem. However, it's said to only treat humans turning into zombies, but if the formula is altered slightly, it might be able to reverse zombies back into humans. Hearing this, Li Xian immediately saw hope and looked up, asking, Really? Steward Chu wasn't so sure. Maybe it's possible. Li Xian immediately grabbed Steward Q's arm, full of hope. Then what are we waiting for? He immediately sent someone to buy it in the safe zone. How when? Definitely. Steward Chu happily nodded and reported, I've already sent someone. Maybe it'll be back by tomorrow. Li Xian then pulled the blanket off the bed. All right then. You better go quickly. I need to take my medicine first. If Haowen comes back and I'm this sick again, no way, no way. Steward Chu hurried over to support him. Head of the family, please don't get agitated. It's not good for your recovery. Li Xian smiled and urged, All right, I won't get agitated. I won't. You better go quickly. Steward Chu bowed and happily said, Head of the family, yes. I'm going now, right now. Now only Li Xian was left sitting alone on the bed. Steward Chu looked at him and wondered if he should tell the head that he used the eldest young master's zombie body for experiments. Then he frowned, sighed, and decided to leave. Better not say anything. Even if I tell the head, there's no solution. It'll only make him angrier. I can't afford to offend either side. Cut to outside the cliff. Zi Luo was lying on the grass using a handheld oxygen tank. He breathed through the tank and sighed. Sure enough, this crappy game doesn't have a single useless supply card. After playing this apocalypse game for so long, I almost forgot that climbers run out of oxygen. Then Ziluo opened the system panel to watch the big dummy moving toward the designated spot. It had been 5 hours since departure. Outside the capital's safe zone, someone was approaching. Seeing who it was, the gate guards became excited. It's the big dummy elder. The elder is back. Hurry, hurry, open the city gates. They immediately rushed to welcome the big dummy. Big dummy, elder, you're back. Suddenly, the elder stopped. Big dummy stood at the city gate and said all at once, "Go tell Zhang Yuanzong there's something important. I'll wait for him at the Merit Point shop in the Eastern District." The guards happily agreed with Big Dummy. All right, elder, don't worry, we'll definitely deliver your message." Actually, Big Dummy was currently under Ziluo's mind control. After saying what he needed to, Big Dummy turned and left under the watchful eyes of the two guards. A while later, at the Merit Point shop, Big Dummy stood in front of the info board showing items for sale. The Battle Flower recipe cost 180 points, with 5,772 points in stock. The Yellow Blade cost 230 points, with 4,556 points in stock. The Battle Armor recipe cost 200 points, with 5,684 points in stock. The Qinghan level equipment enhancement scroll cost 300 points, with 986 points in stock. Big Dummy was intently scrolling through the system shop. He stood there, constantly checking out the info on the items. The system board kept showing a skill transfer scroll for swordsman priced at 5,000 points, 5 points in stock. A skill transfer scroll for Taoist assassins priced at 5,000 points, 6 points in stock. A skill book for Blazing Dragon Fist priced at 5,000 points, 2 points in stock. Liu Yifei also noticed some items displayed by the system. An equipment quality upgrade scroll from silver to gold priced at 10,000 points, 2 points in stock. A tool quality upgrade scroll from silver to gold priced at 10,000 points, 1 point in stock. A diamond grade Yang Guardian tool priced at 50,000 points, 1 point in stock. He wondered, this doesn't match the rare pet egg priced at 100,000 points in his merit points. Liu Yifei was on the cliff, holding an oxygen tank with one hand to breathe, while tapping his fingers calculating with the other. Then he suddenly realized, why did he forget the pet system isn't even unlocked yet? Without the pet system, where would the pet eggs come from? Forget it, buy something else first. Then Liu Yifei pointed at the screen calculating items. 2 equipment quality upgrade scrolls, 1 tool quality upgrade scroll, 1 diamond grade Yang Guardian treasure, all only totaled 80,000 merit points. Big Dummy's fingers kept dancing on the system board, rounding up to a full 100,000 merit points. The remaining 20,000 merit points would be spent entirely on status-boosting items like megapixel potions and HP potions. At this moment, the system showed the merit points back to 0. Big Dummy looked at the system in front of him, then reached out to retract it. Just then, a voice called from outside the door. "Big Dummy, bro, you there? Heard you wanted to talk to me about something important." Big Dummy opened the door and saw Yuan Trung appear. He quickly glanced around to make sure no one was around. Yuan Trung saw this and hurried inside. Liu Yifei was still unimpressed by Big Dummy's quick reflex to close the door. Big Dummy turned and said, "Found the hidden base of the Lee family. We strike tomorrow." Yuan Trung was shocked. "What?" Big Dummy crossed his arms, facing Yuan Trung and repeated, "You didn't hear wrong. We found the Lee family's hideout." Yuan Trung still couldn't believe it, nervously saying, "You guys left the safe zone just over half a day ago, not even a full day." Big Dummy cut him off, asking back, "What's the problem?" Yuan Trung held his head, still stunned. "Nothing. Just feels like you guys are moving too fast. It's not that we're weak, it's that Liu Yifei and Big Dummy are freaks. No one could find the Lee family's snake lair in just over half a day." Yuan Trung then said, "The high-level safe zone was cleaned out tonight. Even if there were slip-ups, no more than 5 people got through. Tomorrow's operation should be fine." He frowned, covering his mouth as he recounted. Since yesterday morning, the chief had summoned soldiers responsible for scouting and clearing outside. Nearly 20,000 soldiers have returned so far. Big Dummy nodded. Yuan Trung held up 3 fingers. After subtracting soldiers needed to protect and build the safe zone, at least 30,000 can be deployed tomorrow. Big Dummy asked, 30,000 people. How's their combat strength?" Yuan Trung replied, "Combat strength should be solid. Though half just joined us after the apocalypse, they've always handled zombie cleanup in the capital area. Their skills rank among the top players." Yuan Trung kept calculating but didn't know why their combat power was uncertain. "If 30,000 isn't enough, wait another day. I can probably gather a force of 50,000. Big Dummy nodded. "Enough. The Lee family's actual numbers are around 20,000. Then he explained about the people there, including masters, average fighters, and weaklings. 10,000 of them basically have no combat ability. Another 10,000 have pretty low combat skills, and the rest are close to the mainstream combat level. Hearing this, Yuan Trung was even more surprised. You know the Li family's exact strength? Liu Yifei, face covered with a mask and sunglasses hiding part of his face, mysteriously ordered Yuan Trung. Strike directly tomorrow, don't let the Li family react and cause trouble. Plus, they have several gathering points outside. Though he said that, seeing Yuan Trung's reaction, Liu Yifei thought maybe this info shocked him that much. If I spill everything, all the escape routes for the Li family will be exposed. Would he start doubting humanity? Yuan Trung smiled and waved. Got it. All right, I'll contact the chief to prepare immediately. Sorry for asking so many questions earlier. Liu Yifei stood there, clenching his fists. Yuan Trung frowned but smiled, smirking confidently, while thinking to himself, as a big boss, there are probably many tricks outsiders shouldn't know, like those old dramas where outsiders knowing too much get silenced. Yuan Trung laughed and asked, Big dummy bro, anything else? Need me to find you a place to rest? But in his head, he told himself not to ask more. Liu Yifei put his hands in his pockets coldly. Nothing else, no need. I gotta go find the driver. Yuan Trung raised his hand to say goodbye, opening the door happily. All right, big dummy bro, good job. I'll head out now. Liu Yifei heard the farewell, then without hesitation, leaned against the wall and suddenly jerked up, pulling out a chicken leg. Lin Zilu heard a farewell, then, ignoring his fatigue, his body jerked against the wall as he pulled out a chicken leg. His eyes turned into hearts staring at the chicken leg, then he took off his mask and devoured it like crazy. Outside the city wall was a silent space, only fog creeping through the air. Several soldiers dressed, neatly and armed stood guard. One reported to General Zhang Yuanshang. Report, General, this time we counted 48,865 people. Zhang Yuanshang nodded. He stepped closer to the wall, looking down through the foggy bones. Zhang Yuanzhang said the Li family colluded with zombies to leak intelligence and betray humans. Leading to the safe zone, we had to face a zombie wave, losing tens of thousands of brothers. Two soldiers behind silently listened as he continued. This time, the gods and humans are furious, no mercy. Today, on behalf of the Quanfuang Long Kingdom, I declare we must send troops to punish the Li family and make them pay for their foolish acts. Zhang Yuanzhang raised his hand and shouted decisively. This time, we must wipe out everyone in the Li family, no exceptions. Remember, those people don't deserve to be called our kind. They should be treated like we treated the Xiaodao kingdom back then, with zero mercy. Zhang Yuanzhang stood clearly on the city wall with the soldiers below, shouting the blood oath that they would die before retreating. The entire army below raised their hands and shouted in unison, swearing the blood oath that they would die before retreating. Swearing the blood oath that they would die before retreating. Zhang Yuanzhang raised his hand, signaling the start, and in the thick, dark night, the bones of the army below moved forward toward the snake. At Q Snake Mountain, Lin Zilu sat cross-legged on a rock amid the endless mountains, a white dove flapping its wings and flying away. He stood up, stretched, and shouted loudly to start. Suddenly, at Lin Zilu's feet appeared a map, the Q Snake Underground Labyrinth map. Lin Zilu put on his mask, held the map up, rubbed his chin calculating, thinking he had to find all the exits before the enemy troops arrived. By then, when they came to trap us, not a single one would escape. On the map, 2 points caught Lin Zilu's attention, one cave hidden behind wild grass and another blocked by a boulder. He circled those 2 points on the Q Snake Labyrinth map with a pen. While scribbling, Lin Zilu suddenly got startled because he noticed 2 people passing by nearby. The 2 were talking as they walked. I thought the royal army was just all show, but turns out they really are at Q Snake Mountain. The other nodded in agreement. No worries, no need to panic. Our operation speed is faster than theirs. We have to report this early so the steward can completely seal off the Q Snake Underground Labyrinth. They won't catch us then. Lin Zilu hid in the grass, eavesdropping on their discussion. They kept arguing, which made sense, there were so many of them. They couldn't just get involved with us inside the labyrinth. Once we get the chance, we can deal with them too. Now I want to know why the labyrinth's location got leaked. It definitely wasn't one of ours. One of them agreed. Exactly. Everyone who knows this spot is a loyal soldier willing to die for the Li family. No one would betray. The other reached into his pocket, saying, better to check if there's an ambush here first. Maybe after wiping out the enemy, the higher-ups will catch the traitor. The 2 suddenly vanished, and at that moment, a silent eye appeared in the grass watching Lin Zilu. Zilu quickly slashed the first guy's neck with a knife, blood splattering. The man immediately collapsed, and Lin Zilu pinned him down, still holding the bloody knife. Just then, he saw another man standing with his back to him. Zilu swiftly stabbed him. After killing those guys, he dug a hole and buried them. Done. Liu Zilu wiped his hands, thinking, didn't expect the Lee family to be so alert. Their message transmission between scouts is insanely fast. In one night, over 106 scouts went out. Zilu ran toward the other mountain, stood at the peak, looked into the distance, then took off his mask, staring at it with awe. This day has finally come. Elsewhere, Zhang Yuanzhang was using binoculars to observe far away with Big Fool behind him. The others were chewing on their food casually. Then he put down the binoculars as if sensing something and turned around. When he turned, Zilu was already behind him. He stepped forward and handed him a scroll. Receiving it, the man couldn't hide his joy. The two then walked off to talk somewhere else. After hearing the report, Zilu nodded slightly. The Lee family only has about 20,000 people. Now it seems we have a 10 out of 10 chance of winning. Then Zilu raised two fingers. But we can't ignore. First, stopping the Lee family's secret reinforcements at their gathering points. Then the over 20,000 mercenaries just arrived are stationed at the foot of Snake Mountain to block Lee family's reinforcements, but we also need some regular army leaders. Hearing this, the man quickly replied, no problem. Hearing that, Zilu raised his hand. The 50,000 others correspond exactly to the 5 exits of the Snake base. Each exit can be guarded by 10,000 people, and since the distances between exits aren't far, the teams can quickly support each other. He smiled, hearing this. You think like me. If they're inside the Snake base, can't we just set fire, pump water, or release smoke bombs inside the camp? Zilu immediately shook his head at that suggestion. No way. Those attack methods are useless against Snake's terrain. In his head, the system's voice echoed. The ancient civilization possessed extraordinary power, with functions like fireproofing, smoke prevention, bone protection, shock absorption, temperature control, air purification, and so on. Then he spoke up, saying the Serpent base has a fully sealed function. Once activated, unless you have the power to break through the large stone gates or special protection, you basically can't get inside. Let me think. The general arranged people at those exit gates first. I'll enter through the mountain cliff entrance to sabotage their sealed system. After that, you guys start from the exits. After hearing the plan, he smiled and responded without hesitation. He seemed to remember something and looked toward Big Dummy. Wait, Big Dummy is counting on you. And he looked your way too, no problem. After asking for help, Zile looked up at the sky, saying, cutting grass without removing roots, spring wind will revive it again. No one from the Lee family can be spared. He also looked your way, rest assured, no one from the Lee family will be left alive. Then he waved his hand. I'll talk to Big Dummy for a bit, the rest depends on you. He raised his hand to stop him. Got it, stay safe. Then Zila led Big Dummy to a hidden spot behind some trees, handed him another scroll, then summoned several cards, activating the item quality upgrade scroll from silver to gold. Immediately, a beam of light gathered in Zile's hand, and a scroll dropped from it. The item quality upgrade scroll from silver to gold. Gold-grade items can upgrade a silver-grade item to gold. It makes the item stronger. Then he opened that scroll and took out another card. Big Dummy stood there clueless. The system announced, congratulations to player Chewer for using the item quality upgrade scroll from silver to gold. This upgraded the silver rank zombie cat's horn to gold rank. After blowing the horn, the zombie cat can summon a fierce zombie cat warrior. Players can command the zombie cat in battle for 40 minutes. The horn's cooldown is 36 hours. The zombie cat inherits 70% of the player's base attributes. Experience and gold coins from killing zombies all belong to the player, but the zombie cat won't drop any items. He excitedly raised the card. There's an added gold prefix. Summon time increased by 10 minutes, cooldown reduced by 12 minutes, and attribute inheritance increased by 10%. Damn, this is powerful, my lucky roll. Then he summoned a few more cards. The system's upgrade congratulations sounds kept ringing. Congratulations to player Chewer for using the item quality upgrade scroll from silver to gold, upgrading the silver rank white-winged cloak to gold-grade equipment. Congratulations to player Chewer for using the item quality upgrade scroll from silver to gold, upgrading the silver rank evil spirit mask to gold-grade equipment. The gold-grade feather cloak, made from golden feathers, still has a special change on the back that lets players fly easily, adding agility, 5 spirit points, and speed increased by 10%. The skill grants flight power. After use, players can freely fly in the air for 2 minutes. Best to fly high to avoid falling to death when flight ends. The gold-grade evil spirit mask, examined carefully, the devil is smiling at you. Spirit attribute +8. The mask skill can hide the player's basic info unless the viewer's rank is higher than the player's ID rank. Otherwise, the devil's threshold can't be seen. For 5 seconds after use, anyone looking at the mask enters a fear state. Those in fear who attack the wearer suffer a 12-point attribute reduction. More than half of their body's coordination drops. Cooldown is 2 hours. The Devil's Smile causes opponents to fall into fear, creating a mental pain that torments players to the extreme. He excitedly raised the card, eyes glowing, feeling insanely badass, but then quickly regained composure. This can directly attack the opponent's spirit. Damn, words can't describe how badass this is. Then Zila put on the mask, and the system announced the evil spirit mask equipped. Then he took out a box and faced Big Dummy. Big bro, Qinghan. This time you gotta bless me. Big Dummy, clueless, pointed at himself, then went around behind him. Zile opened the box at the same time. This time the Yang treasure is worth 50,000, but it didn't give me a practical legendary treasure. Seriously, nothing to say. When the box opened, even Big Dummy was shocked to see some coins covered in spiritual energy inside. Zila reached out to grab a coin, and the system immediately popped up a notification. Fate coin, diamond grade item. When you toss this coin, fate is decided. Usage: toss the coin up. When you catch the coin, the fate coin's effect activates anytime. It can be used once every 48 hours. Effect: Angel's Blessing. For 10 minutes, your body receives the Angel's Blessing and the Devil's Curse. For 10 minutes, all damage you deal carries the Devil's Curse. He raised the coin, looking at the item's status effect, which can be reused. Seemed pretty good. He decided to test the effect later. Then Zile turned to him and reminded, "Time's almost up. Big Dummy. Now go down the mountain and meet up with the Central Plains Jiang group." He obediently nodded, then dashed down the mountain. As soon as Big Dummy ran off, Zile tossed the coin high and caught it. The moment the coin touched his hand, the system immediately. Looks not bad. Let's see how effective it is later. Then Zilu turned to him and reminded, "Time's almost up, big fool. Now go down the mountain and regroup with Zhang Yuancheng's team." He obediently nodded and ran down the mountain. As soon as Big Fool ran off, Zilu flipped a coin up and caught it. The moment the coin touched his hand, the system immediately. Announcement of the Demon's Curse. The wounded will suffer the Demon's Curse. Those cursed by the army's weekly patrol lose control over their bodies. Moreover, the wounded will continuously endure the corrosion of the curse energy flow. The pain sensation will be amplified by 200%. During the curse period, the effect of all negative statuses suffered will increase by 30%. The duration extends by 40% of the curse time. The length depends on the severity of the wound. Liu Zilu tightly gripped the demon face coin he liked to use for the first time. The effect better not disappoint me. Then he used his martial arts skill to quickly reach the foot of the mountain. He landed with an explosion of spiritual energy bursting from the smoke. He drew his sword and aimed at the enemy. "Lee family, your demon is here." He swung his sword surrounded by spiritual energy. The two gatekeepers saw him appear and without a word immediately charged at him. But before they could get close, all they saw was his afterimage. Panic filled the faces of the two gatekeepers. Before they could react, one slash from his sword killed them instantly. He turned his head and looked at the others with admiration. Looks like the demon's curse effect isn't bad at all. Thinking that, he summoned a flame wrapping around his sword. He aimed the sword at the rushing crowd. With each slash, more people fell down. The remaining crowd seemed to realize something and panicked, shouting out, "Nai Sie, that's Nai Sie. No doubt, that outfit is his." Nai Sie entered from the entrance. "Quickly go inform the elders." Hearing that the others wanted to run and report, he calmly sent them a death notice. "You don't get this chance." Then he drew his sword and cut down all of them. But just as one group ended, another came up. But none of them were a match for him. Soon, the ground was piled with mutilated corpses, soaked in blood. After dealing with them, he casually headed toward the door leading to the next floor. Inside, the people panicked and shouted at each other. The main force of the third-rank soldiers retreated. The fifth-rank soldiers stepped up, telling everyone to preserve their strength and quickly report that Nai Si had reached the second floor. Urgent report. Nai Si blew up the weapons room. On the fourth floor of the Kuei Sa base, Steward Chu paced anxiously. Suddenly, screams came from a room, making him nervously knock on the door. "Excuse me, how is your experiment going? Is it finished yet?" "Ah, the master wants me to ask about the status of the young master." A confident voice echoed from inside. "How is it?" "Very good." "Weren't you screaming just now? The thing I need. Have you got it yet?" He trembled and replied, "The blood, the zombie serum. I sent someone to buy it yesterday. Maybe the trip was too far, so it hasn't returned yet. Please forgive me." Hearing this, the person inside angrily shouted, "Not done yet. How dare you come to me?" He trembled and lowered his head. "The master ordered me to check on the young master." "The great young master." Then he wiped sweat from his forehead. "The great young master is doing very well." I understand." Seeing him like that, the person inside gave him a way out. "All right, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. This zombie specimen is truly amazing. My experimental samples are almost gone. Send someone to catch more for me." Steward Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, okay. I'll send someone right now. The other person urged, all right, go. Don't bother me anymore. He walked toward the hallway, thinking to himself, being the middleman between these two is tough. Hope that zombie virus serum really works. Hopefully, Steward Chu can meet you here. Really great. Nai Xie stormed in from the first floor entrance. He's too strong, we basically can't stop him. Hearing this, he asked in disbelief. What? Steward Chu asked blankly. Nai Xie who? The Li family subordinates helplessly explained that he was the one who killed Su Changshan and Li Er. Nai Xie fled the safe zone, sent a report that made the master faint, and is the only one who can destroy our Li family. He started to panic, then suddenly remembered and frantically grabbed his subordinates' sleeves, shaking them hard. Is Nai Xie really alone? They endured and replied, for now, he's alone, but we couldn't resist him. Steward Chu clasped his hands, pacing anxiously, analyzing the situation. I remember the intel said Nai Xie has a squad. His squad hasn't appeared yet, probably regrouping outside. Could it be that Nai Xie is the scout checking the base layout, sending info outside, then responding to any outside threats? A sneer appeared on his lips, showing contempt, trying to be a lone hero fighting the mafia without asking if the Li family agrees. His thoughts surfaced. This base is our Li family's trump card. How can one person easily spy on our secrets? Then he ordered his subordinates, immediately go to the control room on the 3rd floor and lock down the base completely. They all shouted in unison, then I really want to meet this lone hero who fights the mafia. Let's see what guts he has to challenge the Li family's authority. Steward Chu stood with arms crossed, confident of victory. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of Kuei-za base, Liu Zilu fearlessly strode inside. He used his blood-colored clairvoyance to scan the base's structure, but it was nullified because the base had anti-clairvoyance functions. Liu Zilu quickly closed his mask and focused his attention to the left. He took a powerful leap and dashed straight deep inside. The flame that foresaw the event vanished on its own. He was running when one of the rooms echoed with someone's voice. Quick, call your management team here. Liu Zilu stopped to observe where the voice came from. It turned out the Li family's henchmen were discussing among themselves, planning to search the entire 2nd floor of the business district, needing manpower. The person opposite asked curiously, search for what? Isn't it that damn zombie cat again? Last night it was because of that cat. I even made that group work overtime for an hour, and now I guess it's still unconscious. The other replied with a troubled tone, but this time there's a bigger headache. The big shots are outside the door. Liu Zilu was listening intently when suddenly there was an ominous shake, like a warning directed at him. Luckily, he managed to slip away in time. 2 henchmen were gossiping as they walked. Damn, who the hell barged in? Forcing the big shots to lock down the entire business district. The other glanced over and replied, don't care who it is. Quickly call your men. I gotta go alert others too. Hearing this, Liu Zilu quickly dashed off elsewhere, sealing off the entire business district, then started searching everywhere. So they plan to catch me? That's bold, but now I might just disappoint you. Liu Zilu hadn't even paused before he reached the business gate, only to unexpectedly run into Li family's goons. They spotted him and quickly alerted the others that Nai Xie had a suspicious employee here. In no time, they gathered fully just to catch Nai Xie, that is, him. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Liu Zilu confidently smirked with a look of disdain for the enemy's thoughts. Already spotted that fast? Liu Zilu unleashed the 9-blaze slash on the henchmen. The spinning blade cut through them one by one. He raised his sword with a threatening tone. Trying to block my path? Next time, send someone tougher. The bodies lay scattered on the grass. Suddenly, his eyes caught something, each one aimed straight at his chest, but luckily he dodged. Pretty good, but it's nothing. What, you think you're the main character? Sneaking attacks? His calm voice was full of deadly intent. Liu Zilu's hand glowed as he shot a beam straight at the archer who fired at him. Unexpectedly, they knew how to play dirty. A spinning stone flew straight from behind Liu Zilu. He quickly flipped his palm backward, creating a stone shield defense just for himself, then nimbly leapt forward. Wherever he went, blood spilled. Liu Zilu bounced off a rock thrown into the air and jumped to another spot. The rock shattered and exploded everywhere. Liu Zilu stayed calm despite being surrounded and attacked. He used momentum to swing his sword. None of his strikes were wasted. Then Liu Zilu used his ultimate flying chi technique against all opponents. He soared up. Golden feathers with terrifying power appeared one after another. That's a god. He can actually fly? The henchman turned pale and screamed. No one dared move seeing his form then. One of them tried to calm the group. He's just using some end-of-the-world game gear to get that effect. Don't get fooled. Liu Zilu said nothing. Behind the mask was a face cold as ice, eyes glowing blood red, mysterious like a phoenix of the sun. Some were so scared they fainted. collapsing as blood poured endlessly from their organs. They screamed in pain, even killing each other. It looked like a healing god, but the technique was actually cruel and sinister. Liu Zilu gently touched down, witnessing the bodies scattered before him, when suddenly a sharp pain struck his head repeatedly. After the fight, Liu Zilu's spirit energy was nearly drained. He stopped, took a sip of water, exhaled deeply to relieve himself. In an unstable state, he was fed up. For now, he had suppressed the undead. His spirit energy was almost gone. He needed to quickly get into a room. Even if he couldn't find one, at least find a place to rest and recover. A blue light radiated where he stood. Behind him lay a group of motionless people. Liu Zilu had descended to the third floor of the business district. The system notification popped up, confirming the host successfully reached the third floor of the business district and initiated the final battle with the Lee family. Special mission. End the previous life. Damn, you scared me. He looked up at the system board. Mission time was ticking. Liu Zilu confidently strode to the end of the hallway where a door stood. The sign read, Breakthrough Room, a place to enhance spirit toughness. He was surprised, just about to sleep, and now a pillow was gifted. Let's check it out first, maybe there's a surprise. Liu Zilu pushed open the door and stepped into what looked like the system itself. The scene shifted to another room on the third floor, the business district control room. A young man was grabbed by the collar, looking scared, while a loud voice shouted, Say that again, say it again for me. The one grabbing him was Steward Q. His face was grim as he spoke to the young man. Master Lee ordered me to urgently inform you that Nai Shi has passed through the passage to the third floor of the business district. Please be cautious. Steward Chu panicked loudly. How could he get to the third floor? That's impossible. I already locked the business district. Not only that, I sent almost all level 4 and 5 warriors to search for him. How could he break through the siege of over 10,000 people? Over 10,000 people, and they couldn't stop one Nai Xie. That dude looked like he was shaking. He was seriously terrifying. He shut his eyes tight, nodded a bunch of times. This was definitely a demon descending. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, endless darkness. Not even 10,000 people would dare to glance at him. Tons of level 4 and 5 cultivators died as soon as they got there. Hearing this, Steward Chu's eyes went wide. What? He froze, letting go, feeling both shocked and scared. The one who brought the news was a level 3 undead nurtured by the Lee family. They drunk the soul servant pill and absolutely couldn't lie. The only truth was that the power of the Gnoer had surpassed their wildest imaginations. Steward Chu shouted like he'd just realized something. This wasn't us, trapping the Gnoer in the pit. This guy was the one surrounding us alone. Quickly gather all level 2 and level 3 undead from the third floor. We can't let the Gnoer keep attacking. Behind him appeared Lee San. He said, I just went out to check, and the situation isn't looking good. Steward Chu said seriously, things have gotten this far, we can't hide it anymore. I'm going to go tell the master what happened. Lee San sighed after hearing this. Then let's split up and take action. Steward Chu immediately set off. Li Lixian sat on the sickbed, anxiously looking at Steward Chu and asking, Has Haowen's condition improved? He replied respectfully, Master, you should take your medicine first. I'll explain everything to you. He looked at the medicine cup with unease. Li Lixian quickly grabbed the cup and drank it all, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Steward Chu. He frowned and said, What I'm reporting today has nothing to do with the eldest young master, the Knower. Li Lixian clenched his teeth. What did you say? The Knower what? Steward Chu shook his hand to explain. The Knower had rushed into the base camp, causing serious damage to us. It all started last night when a bronze-level cat boss appeared in the base camp. Li Lixian immediately threw the cup of water. He loudly pointed at Steward Chu. Then why aren't you coming up with a way to stop the Knower? We've raised so many undead, where are they? Where are the people? Steward Chu clasped his hands respectfully and explained, We really can't hold them off anymore. We had no choice but to bother the master. We hope the master will decide. Li Lixian was serious and a bit angry. He shut the base camp door and summoned all the undead on the floors. He looked at Steward Chu and reminded him, Don't confront the Nair head-on. Just watch his every move, and report to me anytime. For everything else, observe and wait for my orders. Steward Chu bowed respectfully. Yes, master. Then he turned and left. Li Lixian thought about that name and shivered. The Knower was in the Kui Snake base camp on the third floor, in the training room. Lin Zilu looked around and thought to himself, This is a training room, what are we supposed to train with? Or maybe everything's already been moved out. He touched the mask and thought for a moment. Lin Zilu crouched down, touched the cool water, and curiously asked, What's this for? It looks like a bathhouse. Is it for bathing? He walked around the water pool and concluded that these stones were the last things left in this stone room. Looks like their quality isn't bad. He looked around and thought, This place clearly says training room, but there's no training machines. Instead, there are these weird white stones inlaid everywhere. He shook his head, looking left and right as if searching for something. Could it be that the Lee family developed some twisted training method? Anyway, he was bored. Might as well try to figure it out. Liu Zilu used clairvoyance and looked around carefully. Liu Zilu rubbed his head, then quickly grabbed the stone in front of him. After feeling it for a while, he discovered it had a mechanism. He tried lifting it with all his strength, but the stone created a strong suction and wouldn't budge. He got pissed. "You've got some skills, huh?" Liu Zilu cast the 9-flame skill, and a hall appeared before him. He kept shoveling the stones. Liu Zilu was exhausted but focused on honing his skill. He still couldn't believe it. Liu Zilu raised his flaming sword, amplified his power, and swung down hard. He pulled back the sword and made a series of quick, sharp slashes. Suddenly, the sword burst into flames all around. Out of nowhere, a golden orb appeared in front of him. Liu Zilu held the orb, shocked. There was some strange fluctuation inside it. He brought the orb closer to examine it. This stone also had the power of restoration. Liu Zilu shifted his attention and looked up at another orb floating in the air. That orb was gray like the stone, huge in size. Inside it, there were shifting fluctuations, like a gray stream similar to the orb but darker, slowly fading away. Suddenly, behind him, a bath-like place erupted, steaming heavily. Liu Zilu turned around and was speechless. It really was a bath. He had added a few mysterious black drops into the bath. Just a few drops turned the water jet black. Liu Zilu recalled the purpose of that black liquid he put in the bath. Spirit essence fluid was the extraction container. Because the speed spell consumed tons of resources, the death spell was perfect for each soul servant. The secret wings were enhanced by the clan's magic prepared for soul servants. On average, each container could extract 1 drop of spirit essence fluid every 10 years. Effects: 1. Supplement mental deficiencies. 2. Enhance physical qualities. He also recalled the image of the strongest, healthiest undead chosen. Every 2 years, the Lee family would pick the best undead and use a drop of spirit essence fluid to cleanse their bodies. The golden orb in Liu Zilu's hand still held that magic. In his hand, Liu Zilu replaced it with the original sword. "Damn, this is the precious treasure that the Lee family scrimped and saved day by day to leave for me, so I won't hold back anymore." He ran here, then jumped there, swinging his sword in all directions, slashing at the walls. After a relentless bout of cutting, drops of spiritual energy dripped into the bathtub, making the black water grow darker and darker. Liu Zilu stood aside, looking at the results, pressing a button to collect all the equipment. By then, it was already evening, stars shining across the night sky, and he stepped slowly toward the bathtub. Liu Zilu relaxed, soaking comfortably in the warm water. He let out a long yawn as sleepiness crept in. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, snapping him awake. Checking. He saw the player had received a special energy cleansing the body. Body attributes enhanced, all stats increased by 1. Hearing that, Liu Zilu was surprised and happy. Damn, is that even possible? He sat in the tub, gathering energy from the effects of the spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the system announced the attribute boost. At dawn, the water in the tub began to ripple. Liu Zilu stood up, got out of the water, and put on his mask. Fully equipped, he confidently stepped outside. The system announced that the player had completed the cleansing ritual. Liu Zilu glanced at the system's announcement and absorbed a massive amount of spiritual energy, successfully activating the pure execution talent at the gifted level. The system showed Liu Zilu a panel explaining the functions of the pure execution talent at the gifted level. The gifted level talent can be used several times with great energy consumption. At this point, your body has become extremely pure, and your life force has increased. Notably, the impact of all diseases on the body is reduced by 50%. Immunity to the effects of certain toxins from all poison-related attributes is reduced by 30%. The body's speed in absorbing and using energy is greatly increased, and the rate of energy regulation and usage also rises significantly. Wound recovery speed increases by 50%, while stamina and spiritual force recovery speed increase by 20%. Liu Zilu couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, this is sick." Top of the game, using Lee family skills to fight the Lee family itself. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open, stepping out eagerly, full of anticipation. Suddenly, there was someone waiting. From afar, Zilu spotted 2 masked guys talking. The 2 masked men walked toward Zilu. Zilu waved his hand mockingly, making both panic. Zilu smiled as he waved. The guy on the left immediately shoved the guy on his right toward Zilu. That guy started yelling, while the shoved one staggered toward Zilu. The hallway where the player was standing was the same hallway. Zilu lightly swung the sword in his hand, slicing the guy in front of him in 2. After the scream from the other guy, a bunch of masked men rushed over. The guy who yelled saw his backup arrive just in time, while Zilu raised his sword to face them, ready to fight. Then he sheathed his sword, slinging it over his shoulder, smirking at the swarm of pests in front of him. Sometimes, more people don't mean better, nor does it guarantee the upper hand. The masked guy got pissed hearing Zilu's words, clenching his fists tight. Player, don't get cocky yet. This time, we came prepared. Zilu laughed, and 3 giant hands made of frozen bone appeared around him. Those hands moved toward Zilu's head to attack, but Zilu conjured flames instantly on his palms. He flicked the fire behind him, igniting a blazing inferno. Zilu turned to look at the guy he just burned, lying flat on the ground, bleeding to death without closing his eyes. The masked guy beside him gritted his teeth in anger. Is that all your so-called preparation? Zilu smiled at the crowd before him, making the leaders shiver in fear. The whole gang charged to attack, but in a blink, blood sprayed from them as their eyes widened in shock. Zilu sliced one after another, tearing those guys apart. The leaders were ripped into pieces, then Zilu leapt up. Behind them, the rest just stood frozen, except one who pointed at Zilu and shouted loudly, "It's bad." He rushed into the medical room, and the people inside quickly shut and locked the door. Behind the mask was Liu Zilu, frowning and smirking. "So your medical room is here too?" They gathered in front of the door to block him. Zilu raised his sword again. There's a saying, "I bow to the dust today to teach you a lesson." He leapt up, sword raised high, ready to strike a guy below who stared at him wide-eyed. In a flash, he slipped past them effortlessly. All of them lay dead, piled on top of each other, torn to pieces. Zilu opened the door and laughed coldly. Inside, a bunch lay scattered on beds, one guy struggling to get up. Ah, pain, pain, pain. Ah, ugh. He unleashed the blazing fire again in his palm. It was a pity the last time they barely survived. Now they were about to face death for the second time. He shot the fire straight at them. Zilu casually stepped outside, quickly closing the door behind him. The door slammed loudly, sealing tight. He leaned back against it, flashing a cold smile, then cracked the door open to peek inside. All he saw was a raging sea of flames, smoke billowing through the crack and drifting outside. No wonder this place has been notorious for years, even equipped with its own fire suppression system. He stepped carefully, as if he had just discovered something. What he found was a door covered in countless secret symbols. Curious about what was inside, he touched the door. The moment he did, a beam of light burst from the strange patterns. Looking at those patterns, he couldn't help but analyze them. While he was thinking, a mysterious man behind him was watching. He ordered 1,000 soldiers to surround from the other side. Then he added another task, report the situation of the intruders here to Steward 9. At the same time, over at Steward 9's place, he was muttering fearfully to himself, "This can't be happening. No way this is possible. This absolutely cannot be." Before him lay a pile of ruins, and he couldn't believe what he saw. No one could just break the mechanism at the door and enter freely. He tried to comfort himself. "It's okay. As long as the spiritual energy of the Lee family remains, I'll find someone to clean this mess up." Then he looked up had the master discovered it. The shock left him speechless, and he collapsed to the ground. He screamed over the years of effort he put in. "It's ruined, all ruined." 30 years of the Lee family's spiritual energy accumulation was lost. Thinking about the punishment awaiting him made him age 10 years in an instant. There was no way to explain to the master now. The master would punish him for sure. While he was dazed, a guy named Jano ran in to report, "Steward 9, I finally found you. The intruders have broken into the secret chamber." He ignored Jano and sat there, desperate. "It's ruined, all ruined." Jano kept calling him, "Steward 9, I found you. Come with me to the secret chamber now." Suddenly, he stood up, startling Jano. After regaining his composure, he adjusted his clothes and said, "Let's go." Meanwhile, Liu Zilu suddenly caught a clue. He used it to try his luck on the secret chamber door. Unexpectedly, the door shook violently and opened right before him. When the door closed, a pair of feet stood exactly where he had been. It was the mysterious man from before, standing guard and ordering the soldiers. The secret chamber has only this one exit. Even if the intruders sprouted wings, escaping would be tough. "You all stay here and keep watch. Don't run around." Then he added, "I'm going to check something. Wait for me to come back before making any moves." The men in front all held skill scrolls, ready to activate any time. After giving necessary reminders, he left. Inside the secret chamber, Liu Zilu was admiring the massive wealth of the Lee family. Holy hell, isn't this the biggest secret chamber of the Lee family? With so much stuff, how long did the Lee family have to accumulate all this? Then he indulged himself for a moment. If the Lee family wanted to gift this to me, then I'll reluctantly accept. Having taken what he needed, he summoned his system and expanded the space inside it. In an instant, all the gold and jewels vanished, leaving 4 empty walls. To be sure, he opened the system and checked everything one by one. This base still had a limited capacity, a traditional space. Fine, Then I'll have to try the space beyond the golden hand's limit. He expanded the space again. Unexpectedly, the item's unusable skill disappeared. Surprised and feeling like he'd just found a godsend treasure, he was visibly happy. Damn, this skill can absorb the golden hand. Lindsay, who appeared in the system, he saw the entrance and thought it was a dead end due to restrictions, but it turned out to be a do-or-die scenario. He turned transparent using a preemptive skill and entered the system through the passage. He saw the screen light up. Damn. After searching high and low, it was right here all along. It was the main control platform. Lindsay, who recovered his form, approached and said, I really want to see the Lee family master's face when he finds out the control room is in my hands. Without hesitation, he pressed the button. Too bad you don't get that chance anymore. Outside, it was quiet. Zhang Yuanheng stood guard, while Big Dummy was munching on a chicken leg. Suddenly, Lin Zihu took control of Big Dummy's mind, making him lose control of his body. He jumped in front of Zhang Yuanheng. Zhang asked, Big Dummy, what's wrong? Big Dummy said, the 5 entrances to the base are about to open. The number of people on the first floor might be small, but the second floor will definitely have over 10,000 blocking us. Those people know the base better and can't be underestimated. Zhang Yuanheng looked pleased. Really? He said it wouldn't be wrong. Zhang nodded and smiled lightly. Big Dummy, I trust you. Then Zhang Yuanheng told the Legion to prepare for the next move. We're going to face the Li family's traitors head-on. Remember, we have the numbers, but we can't be careless. We must minimize losses. Destroy all remnants of the Li family. They shouted in agreement. Intelligence reported that 8 people in the front line moved to the other 4 entrances. Understood. They followed Zhang Yuanheng's lead. Stay safe. They turned back. Zhang Yuanheng suddenly sensed something strange underwater. He immediately drew his sword, ready to fight. He lowered his sword, shocked as the water level rose at the gate by the lake, catching them off guard. A voice inside said, What's going on? Didn't the steward say the entire base was sealed? Why is the 5th gate open? Have the brothers outside returned to the gathering point? Well then, let's welcome them. Suddenly, someone burst inside. Zhang Yuanheng shouted fiercely, Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Avenge our brothers. The Legion charged like a storm, slaughtering easily and gradually taking control of the area. Inside, things are chaotic. Butler Shepard is in trouble. The safety zone soldiers have brought killers here. All 5 entrances are taken over by them. He's panicking and has to quickly find the head of the family. At that moment, Lin Zihao moved again, basically disabling the basic water and fire protection measures of this base. Anything like lockdowns had been lifted. He looked at the computer tables, then it was their turn. Lin Zihao gently sparked a blue flame and vanished. This kind of feeling, causing chaos in the Li family, was seriously exhilarating. The weapon storage stone room was directly locked. Even if they wanted to open it, they couldn't. Why was this stone room so huge? If the dead soldiers hid inside and shut the door, it would be a real pain. Then just open it. The dismemberment room absolutely had to be sealed. They couldn't let anyone barge in. If they accidentally damaged those extraction barrels, the loss would be huge. Outside, a group of thieves quietly opened the door. They said, The weapon room mechanism is down. I can't open it. The lock's unlocking method definitely has no errors. If we can't get these weapons out, what do we do? Right now, except for the guys starting to sweep Naixie, the others have no weapons. The demon soldiers in the safe zone have already charged in. Are we supposed to fight them empty-handed? Then let's hide in the biggest stone room first. Suddenly, they were discovered. Some brothers here had no weapons and charged forward, so they ran for their lives in a mad dash, escaping. They fled. The mechanism lost function. You guys quickly blocked the stone door, absolutely not letting the safe zone soldiers find us here. But the soldiers took over, and there was blood and screams blocking the way. Li Yongshang struggled to grab a big chunk of meat and threw it straight to the hungry zombie. If it weren't for the fact you have Li family bloodline, I'd have ripped your vocal cords out already. Still, this side is better. Truly worthy of being my perfect masterpiece. Suddenly, he fell silent. Li Yongshang grinned slyly. Don't think I wasted my effort. Killing your parents, taking the noodles, you didn't disappoint me. I used the most mystical grafting techniques of the plant clan to splice many mechanisms from other zombies, even merged part of Li Haowen's blood into your body, so you inherit their talents. His eyes looked at the demon child. You'll become the most gifted mutant zombie, way stronger than that worthless guy. You're missing vocal cords, which for zombies are totally useless, but now you can kill silently, becoming a perfect killing machine. Got it? Too bad those guys haven't brought new zombies here yet. Looks like I gotta go catch some zombies to bring back. Li Yongsheng gently touched the demon child's cheek. Trust me, I can make you even more perfect. You're my best artwork, the king among zombies. Then his gaze shifted, making him interested. Good. I originally wanted to restore all your damaged nerves, but now it seems this fits the dark royal aura better. Right after, a strong aura came nearby. Li Yongsheng suspected the base's protective power was fading. Something was wrong in the base. That guy Li Lixian didn't dare mess with those training things, so someone must have broken in. Our Li family is really getting worse generation by generation. Whoever broke into the Li base must be formidable, probably extremely talented. Fully transformed into a zombie and using mechanisms, definitely top-tier material. He said, "King, wait here. I'll bring back some mechanisms." Then Li Yongsheng pushed the door open. While others were watching the soldiers outside, Master Li on the second floor said the base was about to collapse. Only some brothers remained to buy us time. What? They said they couldn't open the weapons storage door on the third floor. We basically can't get weapons. All exits are blocked. Over 300 scouts sent out haven't returned. What did Butler Shepard say? They said someone saw him go to the dismemberment room, then something happened. We want to go in to find him for solutions, but the dismemberment room door won't open. We don't know if Butler Shepard is inside or not. Take me to see what's going on first, then leave some people to make noise so Nai CA thinks we're blocking him. You guys arrange the higher-ups to lead subordinates to block the stairway entrances. Buy time, he also said. All remaining members of the death squad come to the fourth floor with me. You escort the head of the family out from the fourth floor. Risk your lives to seize the last chance to survive. Even if all die, open a bloody path to protect the head's escape. As long as the head doesn't die, our Li family won't fall. Got it? They followed Li Haoxian's orders. Take the spool. Once Nai Si goes out, immediately release it. What's the spool for? Don't worry. As soon as Nai Si appears, you activate the spool. Then when they sneak out slowly, they'll immediately see someone they don't want to see. Long time no see. Ziluo looked regretful, telling the still shocked group, "It's a shame we have to say goodbye right after meeting." Ziluo swung his sword and then took out a throwing dart, continuously hitting targets ahead. The Li family members kept getting killed, one by one suffering fatal wounds and dying. Ziluo sighed near the corpses. Damn, if I didn't have clairvoyant skills to see your moves beforehand, today I'd really have been toyed with by you guys. He looked regretful, turning to the bodies scattered on the ground. You guys almost had it. Too bad this world doesn't do what if. Suddenly, Liu Yifei noticed two guys slipping away fast, but he just stood there, letting them run off. A little later, Liu Yifei showed up somewhere else. He was standing on the fourth floor of the Kuei base, looking down at the miniature city built by the Li family, then headed into a building. He nearly bumped into a nurse, but he quickly ducked into a corner to watch, and the nurse didn't even notice. Suddenly, a door opened. Li Sam was leading, with Lap Hien being helped by two others behind him. The doctor saw this and immediately got worried. The current health of the family head meant going out like this was risky. Li Sam shot back, "So what can we do then? You go block the troops outside." The doctor was stunned. Lap Hien spoke up too. "All right, everyone disguise yourselves and head to my sick room. I'm still inside." Then he stepped up to give orders. Li Sam carried me away. Without my speed, I wouldn't keep up with you guys. Also, going through the third passage on the fourth floor, then down to the third floor, just 2 hallways away from the fourth passage on that floor. Li Sam bowed and replied, "Yes, family head." Right after, Lap Hien climbed onto Li Sam's back to be carried as planned, and their group formed a protective circle around Li Sam and Lap Hien in the center as they left. Liu Yifei stood in the corner, looking up and watching. Suddenly, a sword flew in and took out the lead guard. Watching him fall dead on the ground shocked everyone. Liu Yifei stood blocking the door, raised his hand, and pulled the sword back. He easily caught the hilt. Seeing Liu Yifei in front of Li Sam, they ordered to quickly use the scroll. One henchman hurriedly opened the scroll, unleashing a whirlwind from inside. The whirlwind immediately enveloped Liu Yifei's body. Standing inside, he used his skill. In a blink, Liu Yifei escaped the whirlwind, surprising everyone. Where did everyone go? Lap Hien lay on Li Sam's shoulder and kept giving orders. He had already left this place. Everyone held their skill scrolls ready once they spotted him. Activate immediately. No holding back. The henchmen echoed in unison. Yes, family head. Lap Hien frowned with determination. Even if I can't get out today, I'll make sure he goes down with me. Suddenly, someone turned and shouted, "The family head is back." The Li family crew panicked, immediately gripping their weapons and scanning all directions. Suddenly, someone spotted it. Fireballs kept flying in nonstop, instantly causing a huge explosion that blew their group away. Tons of small fireballs hovered in the air. Seeing this, someone quickly opened a scroll. A huge rock appeared, smashing a fireball, then crashed into a wall, causing a big explosion. One wall shattered, revealing another wall behind it. Another guy swung his sword, trying to cut down the fireballs. Seeing an arrow wrapped in a fireball flying toward them, someone shouted, Damn, it's a shadow cloud trap we're caught. From the arrow in the fireball's center, a bunch of other fireballs shot out at the Lee family, forcing them to keep using their scrolls. Another big explosion happened, breaking down another wall to reveal a bow hanging inside. Fell for it again, spread out fast. The group instantly got alert when they heard Liu Yifei's mocking voice. You guys looking for me? Before the explosion, something kept spinning and moving in the air. Damn, I've warned you plenty, yet you still can't find me. Wherever it goes, it slashes one by one. Then it turned back. Liu Yifei caught the sword hilt, swung, and instantly killed the Li family guys, not knowing his limits. Right after, a volley of arrows shot at Liu Yifei's back, but all the attacks were straightforward, making Liu Yifei sigh. The Li family's soldiers you raised sure are loyal. Then from his space, Liu Yifei pulled out a scroll. But it's not like only the Li family has scrolls. He opened it, launched a surprise attack, sharp rocks burst from the ground, stabbing the Li family guys to death. Whoa, Lap Hien immediately opened a scroll too, launching a surprise attack, but all the sharp rocks were destroyed by an explosion. Liu Yifei placed the sword on his shoulder and taunted, wasting a scroll just to live a few more minutes. Should I say you're dumb or just too kind? Right after, two sharp vines wrapped tightly around his legs. Lap Hien frowned, holding his open scroll, and asked, Liu Yifei, do you still think I'm dumb now? Liu Yifei looked down at his legs, asked, diversion tactics, that's it. The Li family guys holding scrolls heard him say that single target control skills that mages learn after promotion. The special part is they have a 100% hit rate. But even with a 100% hit, the duration of the vine's control depends on the player's mental strength. Hearing this, the guy smiled admiringly. No wonder you're top tier on the leaderboard. You know quite a bit. The vines choking Liu Yifei's legs snapped one after another. He swung his sword, but your mental strength is too weak. Suddenly, Liu Yifei heard him say, too bad you're celebrating too soon. In front and behind him, two swamps appeared. Looking at the bubbling muck, Liu Yifei asked, Poison swamp? Behind, the Li family guys emitted an energy source as the guy laughed. You figured me out again? Too bad, it's already too late. That sudden purple power struck the shadow of Ziluo. He turned his head, watching it clamp down on his shadow, thinking, all right, since you're so confident, I'll play along with you. After all, it's still early. Looking at his shadow being controlled by the system, information appeared. The scroll was called the Shadow Binding Scroll, a silver-grade item condensing into a dark spear. Once the spear pierces the enemy's shadow, it traps them in place for a certain amount of time. At that moment, another group from the Li family holding the scroll appeared, lighting a fire. Ziluo immediately understood their plan. First, use a skill with a 100% hit rate to prolong the time, then use the swamp to slow down the enemy. The spear's flight also required a certain amount of time to hit the target. Finally, changing the formation, Ziluo coldly looked at the people in front of him, amazed. No matter how many times he saw it, such coordination was still shocking. Ziluo raised his hand and said goodbye, see you in the next life. Li San was the next to be killed. Li Xian panicked and crouched down when he saw Li San's head severed from his body. But facing all that, Ziluo only gave a faint smile. Ha! Seeing that, both Li San and Li Xian were utterly shocked. Right after, a commotion broke out where he stood. Someone shouted loudly, Ziluo's name is still on the leaderboard, constantly attacking. He's not dead yet. Li Xian became even more terrified, unable to believe it. No way, no way. He was crippled and barely breathing, so how could he still be alive? That's right. He barely held on until now, only a breath left. Li San raised his hand and loudly ordered, the family head is right. Keep attacking. But all their moves were blocked by Ziluo's shield. Seeing him completely intact, wrapped in a circular shield, someone weakly said, how is this even possible? Ziluo stood there indifferently and asked, is that all? Then he casually said, fine. I'll grant your last wish before you die. Li Xian's face turned even paler when he heard that. For 1 second after activating this unmatched title, he could resist any damaging skill. During that second, I'll activate 2 scrolls, the Iron Bone Shield and the Demon Immunity Shield from 4 hidden demonic items. These can perfectly block all your undead skills. Ziluo looked at them grimly and asked, are you satisfied with this answer? Li San hurriedly stood in front of Li Xian, spreading his arms to protect him. Quick, protect the family head. Ziluo's body gradually burst with power. He stood there and asked, why didn't you run earlier? Now you want to protect him. Then he charged forward with the Spear of Momentum. Too late. Ziluo lunged forward, attacking each member of the Li family. They were all easily sliced in half and killed by him. Then Ziluo ran ahead. Soon, he stood before Li San and Li Shen, startling both. Ziluo raised his hand and said goodbye. See you in the next life. Li San was the next to be killed. Li Xian panicked and crouched down when he saw Li Sen's head severed from his body. Ziluo turned back to look. Li Xian begged in terror, "Don't, please don't." Ziluo grabbed Li Xian's collar and pulled him up to face him. "Now it's your turn." Then Ziluo used hypnosis. Li Xian trembled as he faced him. Afterward, Ziluo released him, and Li Xian crouched down, clutching his body, shaking uncontrollably. He started seeing hallucinations, trembling nonstop. "Hong Yufi, don't come here. I didn't harm you. I wanted you to kill your parents. But I didn't do it. If you want to find out, go after the undead who killed your parents." In front of Ziluo, Li Xian crawled on the ground, trembling and saying, "Damn Liang Jun, how are you still alive? This can't be. I clearly threw you into the meat grinder myself. Who told you to dirty my clothes during your speech? Wait, don't skin me alive." One by one, the people Li Xian had killed appeared before him. Li Xian started laughing madly. "Trung Nam, ha, you came looking for me too? I'm telling you, no matter who you are, if you dare block the Li family's path, you must die." Then he pointed at each person in the hallucination. "Lam Qian, it was because of your report that I was blocked from promotion, ruining the Li family's grand plan for domination. I'm telling you, out of anger, I killed your whole family." Li Xian kept backing up, looking around. Lam Ra and the others had no heirs left. "Lam Ziluo, Lam Ziluo?" Ziluo was startled when he heard this. Li Xian, still trembling, shouted, "Are you talking about that mutt you brought from outside? I spared it because it's not your child." Ziluo immediately intensified the hypnosis. Instantly, Li Xian fell flat on the ground, thrashing and screaming, "Ah, don't bite me. Why are you biting me? You too. Why are you stabbing me? It hurts. It's killing me." Ziluo stood coldly at a distance, watching. Li Xian's eyes widened, tears streaming down. Don't come here, you guys, don't come here." He kept reaching out, struggling, shouting crazy words. "So what if I killed you? Who told you to be stupid? You're just inferior." Then Li Xian couldn't hold it anymore and wet his pants. Don't blame me. Ziluo watched his body twist and deform, blood dripping from his eyes and mouth. He walked behind him, grabbed Li Xian's neck, and lifted him into the air. Ziluo said his final words, "Looks like you have nothing effective left to say." Then he easily snapped Li Xian's neck, leaving him dead. Ziluo turned and walked to the window, looking up at the clear blue sky outside. He wondered, is this what it feels like to avenge a great grudge? That's a relief, but something still feels off. Right after, Liu Zilu turned to leave, but as he stepped onto the courtyard, he suddenly sensed something. He immediately drew his sword and silently used his power to sense. Liu Zilu looked ahead, as if detecting some strange presence hiding nearby. He seemed to sense a different aura and turned to search, always holding a sword in a defensive stance. He took step by step to a fork in the path and unexpectedly encountered an old man dressed in rags hiding there. Li Yongsheng looked at him and laughed loudly. "Perfect. Absolutely perfect." Liu Zilu stared at the man before him, silently assessing. Strong combat ability. Su Chishan's physique seemed flawless. To have such a powerful elder in the family base. Li Yongsheng stepped closer to him. "I hid my aura, yet you still detected me in such a short time. Your fighting spirit definitely rivals mine." Liu Zilu instinctively stepped back, both shocked and angry. A qualified warrior would never waste time talking, giving the opponent a chance to think. He looked at the old man speechless. The guy even had the nerve to calmly say useless words here. Li Yongsheng continued approaching. "Before meeting you, I always thought Wang was the most perfect existence, the absolute best. Now I realize you're even more perfect than Wang by far." Liu Zilu analyzed and asked simultaneously. Either this guy is confident in his strength or something's off. Who the hell is he? He still didn't let his guard down with the strange old man in front of him, observing a bit longer to buy time and recover his state. He could even detect the old man's fatal weakness. Li Yongsheng's face wrinkled seriously as he said, "Who am I?" He clapped his hands once, acting like he understood. Li Yongsheng smiled and said to him, Li Xian, who you just killed, was the head of the Li family, my essence. Tell me, who else should I be?" Hearing this, Liu Zilu glared at him angrily. Li Xian was over 50 years old, so if you calculate carefully, wouldn't he be over 200 or 300 years old by now? "Are you kidding me?" Li Yongsheng frowned and shouted, "You don't believe me." Liu Zilu stood confused and still. The old man kept advancing. "I hate it the most when people doubt me." Liu Zilu, right. On this side, he seemed to dismiss the old man as crazy, schizophrenic, or multiple personality. Meanwhile, Li Yongsheng had no idea what Liu Zilu was thinking. He continued, "I smell the scent of the Jiulei clan on you, so you must be an heir who inherited the Jiulei clan's legacy, right? He pointed at him with a sly, somewhat proud expression. Do you really think I don't know you're stalling to recover your state? The sword in his hand flared up, but the old man seemed unfazed, still rambling on. Don't rush. Take your time to recover. What I need is the most perfect masterpiece. Li Yongsheng animatedly described his words with matching gestures, showing the aura of your mechanism. Wang's talent will rise to a whole new level. Liu Zilu thought the guy was hopeless. Crazy bastard. He smirked darkly. No wonder the Golden Hand system still hasn't given any missions, suddenly inviting the host here because there's a hidden boss. Then the system suddenly popped up with a notification because the host knew the hidden mission info and met this person. Now, using the super-level Golden Hand ability, the system clearly explains this person's info to the host. Following his gaze, the system also displayed info about the old man. Li Yongsheng, 216 years old and 56 years old, due to his weird personality and repeated serious violations of family rules, all direct members of the Li family demanded the death penalty. Then his father pleaded, and he was sentenced to imprisonment in the heavenly prison, assigned to guard the terrifying snake base until he died of old age. Li Yongsheng showed exceptional combat talent and self-training in the heavenly prison. Reading about Li Yongsheng, Liu Zilu was shocked, mouth agape. 216 years old, this fate really is a monster living over 2 centuries. The system also provided full images of Li Yongsheng's activity process. Scenes of Li Yongsheng training with the Li family's ancient texts. After Li Yongsheng was imprisoned for 30 years, his brother Li Yongming inherited the head position. Li Yongming saw Li Yongsheng's talent but couldn't let him out, so he shared part of the Thut clan's secret texts for Li Yongsheng to study. Li Yongsheng quickly mastered the secret Thut clan techniques. 20 years later, Li Yongsheng discovered the Thut clan's inheritance of the Jiu clan hidden in the heavenly prison. He revealed that inheritance, which contains secret techniques to sense energy and extend human lifespan. Along with practicing the secret energy sensing techniques, Li Yongsheng not only broke lifespan limits but also rapidly increased his strength. However, practicing these secrets caused major mental issues. Bound by himself, he rarely left the heavenly prison, relying daily on Thut clan medicines to enhance his physical qualities, even causing the Li family descendants to forget his existence. Liu Zilu stared at him intently, thinking that he also mastered the Thut clan inheritance and the Jiu clan legacy, plus had extremely high combat talent. He remained still, looking at the old man sitting cross-legged before him, and said, right after the apocalypse just struck Liu, how could there be someone with such terrifying strength at this time? And someone I never heard of in my past life? Apparently forgotten by everyone here. Li Yongsheng just sat cross-legged on the ground, smiling happily, while Liu Zilu's mind raced with thoughts. Even though I directly inherited the legacy, I still need time to train. If I didn't have the Golden Hand system and 10 years of apocalypse experience from my past life, I honestly wouldn't be sure I could win against him in a fight. Know your enemy, know yourself, and you'll win every battle. The system displays detailed info on Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng is level 11, title, Zombie Henchman, Profession, Secret Technique Branch. The profession's strength is deeply rooted when quantifying abilities related to the Art Clan, the 9-lay clan held by the player, and profession skills. First, Art Clan. You've mastered a huge number of secret techniques from the Art Clan and 9-lay clan and can flexibly apply them. Second, Art Clan Power. When using clan-related techniques, you can unleash blinding brilliance. I studied him thoroughly, memorizing every detail without missing a thing. Basic stats: Strength 270, Spirit 80, Constitution 200, Agility 200, Combat Instinct Talent, Top-tier talent. Your combat instinct is at its peak, able to maintain top-level fighting skill at any moment. Extreme Insight, Top-tier talent. Your insight is terrifying. Learning ability and comprehension beyond imagination. You can quickly grasp and unlock knowledge related to learning. Your bizarre longevity from your past life has increased significantly, but your mental state has become extremely unstable. Different mental states will affect your actions. Martial power, talent, top-tier talent. Martial power accumulated over 200 years. Can be used offensively or defensively, with flexible range control. Want it? Here's the power. 9-lay secret techniques. Art Clan's secret techniques. Lin Zilu pondered. Except for strength, the gap isn't that big, probably close enough. Li Yongsheng pushed off to jump up, standing and stretching while shaking his body. During this time, if you've thought of a way to deal with me, don't disappoint me. He reached back to warm up, his legs bouncing alternately. For over 100 years, this old skeleton of mine hasn't moved much. But don't get too excited yet. Li Yongsheng laughed happily at me. Let me slowly enjoy the thrill of battle. Lin Zilu said nothing, one hand touching his mask. Lin Zilu charged at him at lightning speed. Holding a pill in one hand, he tossed it up with a wicked grin, looking extremely amused. On the other side, old man Li Yongsheng jumped up with a powerful burst, throwing a fist straight at him. He wasn't any less skilled, quickly lifting his leg high to dodge Li Yongsheng's devastating punch. Lin Zilu lightly lifted his mask, lit the pill and swallowed it, responding smoothly without any usual fuss. Li Yongsheng seized every chance to rush at him, his power undiminished. Lin Zilu jumped back. 9 lay twin slash, a terrifying beam shot toward him. Li Yongsheng couldn't react in time, only barely turning to raise his fist to block. The massive force surrounding both of them caused a seismic shock. Li Yongsheng shouted, "Perfect." Lin Zilu didn't care much, focusing on his attack power. He pushed all his strength to blast Li Yongsheng back so hard the sword trembled unsteadily. Li Yongsheng only blocked with his bare hands, no protection or weapons. He looked at Lin Zilu thinking he was about to lose his defense. This kid's power is almost drained, but he's managed to fight me this far. This kid really is perfect. Lin Zilu no longer showed the earlier smug, proud look but a strained expression, his face soaked in sweat. If this keeps up, I'll definitely lose. I need to think of a way. Suddenly, his eyes widened, surprised to see Li Yongsheng emit a blinding golden light, grinning wickedly. "Kid, stop struggling." Moments later, a huge explosion erupted, throwing Lin Zilu far away. The blast grew bigger, but luckily he reacted in time to control his balance. Lin Zilu landed, dragged across the ground, leaving a long trail, smoke billowing everywhere. Li Yongsheng stood still, watching Lin Zilu. Lin Zilu staggered to his feet, while Li Yongsheng laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, perfect, perfect, truly perfect." He's completely unaffected, both fists still full of power. "It's just a pity your attack is your limit. You can only unleash it once at most, otherwise you really have a chance to beat me." Lin Zilu looked grimly at him, thinking, this old monster who's lived over 200 years can easily spot the 9 lay twin slash's weakness. No wonder. But it's a shame, he told Li Yongsheng what I wanted to say. As long as his energy doesn't run out, he can keep throwing punches like before. Even if injured, his power won't drop. Li Yongsheng smiled wickedly, his face darkening. "Exactly." Lin Zilu continued, "Buzz, look, maybe there's an answer that's different." Li Yongsheng looked confused as the power in his hand started fading. "Huh?" He panicked, shouting, "Girl, how can this be? This can't be. Absolutely impossible. I definitely won't be this weak." Lin Zilu stood aside, grinning smugly. That's the attribute of the Glory City honor trait, reducing the attacker's strength by 15%. If you want to blame someone, blame the Lee family for not telling you, but it's normal they didn't. He smirked darkly. After all, they've long forgotten about you. Li Yongsheng's veins bulged, his body trembling in waves. "Fine, you can still surprise me like this. I'm pissed now, really pissed. Don't worry, even so, I can still beat you." His eyes blazed red, both hands gathering power. He charged fiercely at Liam Zilak. "This time, I won't give you a chance to rest." He rushed forward at lightning speed, flying straight toward him. Liam Zilak was a bit surprised, blocking with his sword ready to fight. He raised his sword, the power bursting from the blade spreading intensely. "So what if I just use the 9-blaze twin slash and my power can't keep up?" My eyes locked onto Li Yongsheng's movements. "You're from the Li family. Even if you lack strength, your hatred is enough to defend yourself. I'll fight to the last man." Liam Zilak swung his sword and shouted. No one from the Li family will be left alive. His blade slashed through Li Yongsheng's body. The man flipped and spun around. Liam Zilak's sword slashed through Li Yongsheng's body again, but this time, he jumped to dodge. Li Yongsheng's hand was about to touch Liam Zilak. Just as he prepared to attack, Liam spun around, twisting the spear in his hand, and stabbed through Li Yongsheng's body. Blood sprayed from the wound. Li Yongsheng landed and jumped back, glaring at Liam with hatred. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. "You think that means you've won?" The wound on my stomach burns, blood pouring out non-stop. Liam Zilak stood there sarcastically. "You can only stop the bleeding, not stop the wound from spreading. Let me teach you something else. This is the tearing effect of the 9-blaze slash." Li Yongsheng clutched the bleeding wound, laughing excitedly. "A weapon that can constantly change form. Truly amazing. Your tricks are endless," Liam Zilak said darkly. "Too bad for you. With moves like that, you won't live to see a second round." Li Yongsheng ignored it and licked the blood from his hand. "Then I'll have to broaden my knowledge." They lunged at each other, exchanging attacks. Liam Zilak didn't hold back at all, and neither did Li Yongsheng. The spear in Liam's hand transformed back into a sword. He swung it to strike Li Yongsheng's arm, but the man blocked it with his hand. His other hand produced a dangerous-looking green poison. "I'll let you taste the deadliest venom in our clan's secret arts." Then he shot the poison at Liam, but it didn't fly straight, it curved to attack him. Liam Zilak couldn't react in time and got hit by Li Yongsheng's move. As soon as he was struck, Li Yongsheng jumped down. The poison had corroded one sleeve of Liam's jacket and seeped into his body. The toxin hit his brain, making him suddenly dizzy. Liam slumped, his body drained of all strength. What the hell is this? Now Liam Zilu lay trembling on the floor. Li Yongsheng said darkly and maliciously, "You've been poisoned by the unique mind-destroying venom of our clan's secret arts. Enjoy the slow destruction of your mind." Liam's complexion worsened, his condition looking grim. Mind-destroying venom. He looked up at Li Yongsheng with admiration. This guy really is a genius, able to create the mind-destroying venom. The mind-destroying venom is a special poison that causes mental agony, hallucinations, and gradually destroys the opponent. The key ingredient in this venom is spiritual essence. The crafting method for these two substances is extremely harsh, and very few in the clan can make it. The crafting technique is now lost. Liam Zilu sighed. What a coincidence. She just happened to open the door, just happened to come here. His hand clenched, his fingers scratching the floor, leaving marks as he struggled to move. But soon, Liam collapsed motionless on the floor. He couldn't believe his eyes, his face ugly. At that moment, the system notification popped up, shocking Liam. It checked if the player had undergone the energy cleansing ritual. The effect of the pure attribute innate body increase, reducing all poison attribute damage from 30% to 35%. He forced himself up. The black aura gradually dissipated, and the poison in his body lessened a bit. Liam supported his trembling body, reducing poison damage by 35% with hidden magic gear, and reducing damage by 20% with the primal lapis, which also lowered the effect of negative status by 20%. Calculated like this, the poison basically wasn't much left. His hand reached for the sword. Let's see how you perform. Using the sword to defend against the golden statue of the best Oscar on Lambstar, Liam acted smoothly, gripping the sword hilt tightly, trembling. As long as I have one breath left, I will never admit defeat to the Lee family. Li Yongsheng still thought Liam was too weak to fight back, treating him like an ant on the ground. Humph, overestimating yourself. He charged forward, swinging his fist. Liam spun his sword. Only then did Lee realize it was too late. He was trapped. Liam leapt and swung his sword, the nine-blaze slash cutting through Li Yongsheng, forcing him to retreat, screaming in pain. Liam stood firm, sword resting on his shoulder as if nothing had hurt him. The poison you gave me? I'm very satisfied. Li Yongsheng was stunned, unable to believe this. How is this possible? This can't be. You were poisoned with the mind-destroying venom, and there's no antidote. He clutched his head, face pale. No way, this absolutely can't be. I can't have made a mistake. His eyes turned bloodshot, his reactions chaotic. Kill him. Just kill him. If I kill him, no one will know I ever lost. Li Yongsheng gritted his teeth, trembling. Liam Zilu sensed something strange and activated his combat vision to analyze. Li Yongsheng suddenly started leveling up uncontrollably before his eyes. The situation is turning for the worse. Liu Zilu is confused. This is bad. Liu Zilu is in a tough spot right now. Could this be another kind of forbidden secret technique that increases lifespan recorded in the Lee family's books? Another kind of forbidden secret technique that boosts lifespan by consuming one's own lifespan, tapping into personal reserves to quickly enhance combat power in a short time. Right before the Nine Lee clan, they trained a troop through this forbidden technique that could extract a huge amount of their own lifespan to gain super strong fighting power. In the end, because it consumed too much manpower and harmed the harmony of heaven and earth, this secret art was sealed. He sighed inwardly. This must be Li Yongsheng's ultimate trump card. Liu Zilu raised his sword. Li Yongsheng suddenly exploded with power. Die, die, go on, die. In a flash, he appeared right in front of him. Li Yongsheng swung a punch down. Liu Zilu stepped back. Li Yongsheng looked up at him. Liu Zilu dropped the sword, which transformed into a hammer. He swung the hammer and smashed a huge rock into the air, dropping it right on Li Yongsheng's spot. But Li Yongsheng jumped away, chasing Liu Zilu, who was flying while carrying another big rock. Li Yongsheng was going crazy, losing control. He tore his shirt off. I have to kill you. Liu Zilu turned around. His hand condensed magic to form a water orb, now at level 2. Decent enough. He turned back to attack Li Yongsheng below, ready to finish it. Li Yongsheng blocked with his hand, gritting his teeth and glaring with bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, ice blocks sprouted from beneath him, surrounding Li Yongsheng. In an instant, he was trapped in a tight spot. Li Yongsheng couldn't react in time and took more attacks from Liu Zilu. Seeing he was helpless, Liu Zilu unleashed more moves on him. Suddenly, something pitch black hit Li Yongsheng's face. He immediately fell down, motionless. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Li Lixian, Li Yongsheng was killed. Mission Break the Cycle completed. Ding. Congratulations to the user for earning the mission reward. 2 random golden hands, a golden tier equipment, Liu Zilu asked the system, so he's dead? The system confirmed. To be exact, yes. He opened his inventory to check, wondering, I just used up my stock. How did he die so easily? After checking, Liu Zilu closed it and looked back at Li Yongsheng's scattered body parts on the floor, feeling sarcastic. Li Yongsheng, let me see if you really live forever or not. Liu Zilu stood in thick dust. The ground was splattered with Li Yongsheng's body parts and blood everywhere. Ha, don't blame me for being a rookie. Your Li Lixian hit me first with that skill book. I call it tit for tat. If you think it's unfair, go talk to Li Lixian. Wearing a mask, he looked cool backlit. I even offer you free cremation service. Even your bones will be dissolved in your base where you lived for over 200 years. The sky outside looks so clear, in times like this. Where else can you find someone as good as me? Maybe because of all the bitterness in his past life, Zilu still felt everything was happening way too fast. Only 30 days since rebirth, and the Lee family is already gone. Around him was still rubble and dust. He wondered why he suddenly felt empty inside. Pausing a bit, Zilu moved on to the next step in his plan. Next, he used the system panel to activate mind control. A blood-red eye appeared above Zilu's head. His eye was like a divine vision, able to see thousands of miles away. In his vision appeared an image of a man. Floors 1 and 2 had been cleared. You guys go to floor 3 and watch how he schedules his subordinates. Don't miss a single corner. No fish can slip through the net. Quickly, Zilu gathered useful information. Fish slipping through the net. He looked at the bloody mess of bones and finger bones nearby. It seemed like the guy had to sacrifice his organs for someone named Wang. After that, Zilu closed the mind control. From the pool of blood, he picked up the important remaining parts. No wonder this was the Lee family's headquarters. Looks like they hid quite a bit here. He explored around like an expedition. Zilu put those items into the system. They didn't break from the impact, maybe useful someday. Then he took out a book from his backpack. While walking, Zilu followed the book's detailed explanation of the inheritance of Wu arts. The other places were mostly blown up, no value in searching. He closed the book and then set his direction. Ahead was a gate reinforced with iron. This place looked like a sealed prison, very sturdy and not easy to escape. Zilu checked all rooms but found nothing, then stepped out to the door marked number 4. This was the final perfect place. Before opening this last room, he smelled a special scent. Zilu slowed down and entered. The smell grew stronger. No wonder the floor was full of bones. These bones were heavily decomposed. He quickly put on a gas mask. The small room was filled with a strong stench. This was where Li Yongsheng had stayed for over 200 years. So rotten? Damn. Anything can be considered biochemical weapons. Zilu's eyes widened as he saw a zombie that looked human, growling at him. His face showed no change as he searched for info on the system. The zombie's claws were level 11 basic attribute. Strength, 26. Spirit, 18. Constitution, 26. Agility, 25. Talent, sharp claws. Your claws became extremely sharp. No skills temporarily, but your claw points have been drained. He stared at the system for a long time but still didn't recognize that zombie as Li Haowen. Zile wondered why he keep a zombie with its claws ripped out. Zile kept his cool and stared at the zombie, restrained by iron chains. Now he used the system and noticed the zombie looked exactly like Li Haowen. Damn. Another kid of Li Lixian. Li Haowen had turned into a zombie. He thought about Li Lixian's strange actions. Your old man always rewarded players. Searching for an item that could turn zombies back into humans was all for you. The zombie Li Haowen went berserk seeing someone alive again. Too bad all the Li family members are dead now, so let me send you off properly. Zila slowly approached him with his sword, but at that moment, he felt something really weird. Zile turned to look in one direction, where another zombie was also chained up. This feeling made him glance right, then left. Finally, Zile's gaze locked onto that other zombie. It was totally different from Li Haowen's madness. This zombie sat still, lifting its head to look at him. Only then did Zile realize the Li family's plan sewing up and replacing internal organs. This had to be Wang Huanyi, the one Li Yingsheng mentioned. He wanted to remodel this little zombie into a killing machine. The zombie Li Haowen caught Zile's attention again, but it seemed like he wasn't as captivating as the obedient zombie in front of him. He used the system to check its stats. Shadow Demon Zombie, level 15, base stats, strength 50, spirit 25, constitution 25, agility 50, talent, body control. Legendary talent 1. Your body is extremely flexible, able to bend and fold to perform most super difficult complex moves. 2. You can precisely control every part of your body, even slightly altering your appearance, physique, and physical qualities. 3. You can freely regulate your body's sensory perception, boosting it up to 130% or lowering it to 50%. 4. You can quickly adjust your state, unify your entire body's power, and then unleash it explosively. Internal organ sewing. Talent level, corpse handler. Some organs are specially sewn into your body, allowing you perfect control over your body. These organs can also be forcibly manipulated by you. Shadow demon, you have a special affinity for shadows. If you're in darkness or shade, your attributes increase. Shadow demon skills, love to strike, prefer sudden attacks. Weaknesses. 1. The zombie's vocal cords are damaged, making the voice relatively weak. 2. The zombie's facial nerves are damaged. Facial movements are quite limited, unable to perform necessary expressions. Reading the info sheet, even Zilu was impressed. Legendary talent level, this really opened a new perspective and broadened his horizons. The zombie in front of him was obedient but actually insanely powerful. Even among the top-tier masters in Long Nation he'd met, none had corpse handler legendary talent. Now he understood why Li Yingsheng spent over 200 years without getting legendary talent, but this guy had it. No wonder he valued him so much. Zilu used the Blood Hubron's skill again. Clairvoyance, let's see what other surprises you've got for me. Pale golden light trickled through the zombie's body. In his eyes, every part of the zombie appeared crystal clear. Hidden skills inside the body surfaced, then the arm bones flexed freely. He looked at the surrounding parts when attacked. Nearby scales could shift to block damage. Zilu rubbed his wrist. Pretty interesting. He jumped up to touch the zombie. Although it sat still without moving, if you looked closely, the zombie's nails quietly grew longer. It also stretched out a fistful of sharp spikes. When Zilu's fist was just a bit away from the zombies, he suddenly stopped. He shook his fist. The reaction force and countering ability were top-notch in the current state. Zilu started asking the system if there was any problem with enslaving this zombie. System replied, no, the zombie's overall strength does not exceed the host's. The system asked back, are you sure you want to use absolute enslavement level 2's second position to enslave this zombie? After enslavement, position 2 will lock onto this zombie. Once the zombie dies, the absolute enslavement level will decrease. He looked at the zombie again, confirmed it, and immediately after, a consciousness bond formed between Zilu and the zombie, but he realized this zombie was resisting. Zilu rubbed his temples, a bit headache. I knew it. Except for that dumb honest idiot. Every zombie knows how to struggle. The zombie before stayed still, but now it's fighting back hard. He was a bit startled when the system warned, ding, host please prepare. Use spiritual force to suppress the zombie and speed up the enslavement process. A red-orange light emitted from inside the zombie. That light was blinding. There was more to it. Zilu raised his hand, and something strange appeared in his palm. It slowly transferred into the zombie, and in an instant, all the zombie's resistance shattered. Its eyes glazed over, but it had calmed down. The obedient little zombie placed its hands on its knees, sitting back in its original spot. Ding, zombie enslavement, successful. Please name your enslaved zombie. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Name it, huh? If Li Yingsheng called it Wang, and it has legendary body control talent, able to transform its whole body into deadly weapons anytime. Zilu typed a name into the system. Fine, I'll follow that trait and call it Ghost Kid. Could transform his entire body into deadly weapons anytime. Zilu wrote a name into the system, following this trait and named it Ghost Child. The system quickly processed all the procedures. The analysis report of the Ghost Servant is complete. Please click to check. The Ghost Servant player is level 15, with experience 1,280 out of 3,000. Reputation data is missing and cannot be accessed. The stored gold coin data is also missing and inaccessible. Basic attributes, Strength 50, Spirit 25, Constitution 25, Agility 50. No temporary titles. Talents include Body Control, Organ Stitching, Ghost Shadow Attack Skill, Bone Piercing Strike Technique. No temporary equipment. The system also issued an additional warning. Din reminded the user that the Ghost Servant player's analysis was forcibly implanted by the system, so it cannot inherit reputation or abilities, cannot communicate via text, and cannot accept missions. Experience is gained only by killing zombies. Its level is determined by the zombie growth method. The Ghost Servant also earns gold coins from killing zombies, just like a normal player, and has a percentage chance to drop equipment items. Liu used his sword to slash repeatedly, cutting through the iron chains. Song Dong seemed surprised that the chains that had bound him for so many years shattered into pieces. The loose iron chains seemed to enjoy this. He called out to the Ghost Servant. Zilu pointed at him and said, starting today, you're friends with Big Dummy. He tilted his head watching the Ghost Servant stand up. Luckily, this guy is cold and distant. If he were as dumb as Big Dummy, two dumb fools together would drive me crazy. The Ghost Servant nodded in agreement, but his appearance looked exactly like a dead person with red eyes. Still, that kind of look was a bit scary. I need to buy him a fake capital city order uniform to cover it up. Watching the ghost servant, Zile pondered for a moment, then took out a scroll. This illusion job transfer scroll you can't use right now. You followed me for 10 years in the last life. Now I pass it to you in this one. Combined with your talent, it's not like I'm burying you. He held the scroll, and the ghost servant obediently opened it on his command. Inside the scroll, black smoke mixed with red smoke surrounded the ghost servant, starting the job transfer. Lindsay Lay watched closely and nodded. All right, you transfer jobs, I'll check out some other stuff. Then he moved to another corner of the room and saw jars containing human organs inside. Lindsay Lay grabbed a nearby needle and went over to the cabinet to check. There was something else here. Lindsay Lay opened the cabinet door. Inside were all kinds of medicine bottles. He took one out, opened it, and examined the contents. Suddenly, Lindsay Lay shouted in astonishment, "Spirit-destroying potion, this old freak even has this." He looked up at the bottles on the shelf and exclaimed, damn, this old freak's got some serious skills and a ton of poisons." Lindsay Lay happily held up the bottle. The poison was carefully brewed and left for him. The zombie's devoted concoction also left behind. He gave a thumbs up. "Li Yongsheng, I swear I'll call you the only good guy in the Li family." At that moment, the system appeared on the ghost servant, showing the illusion job transfer was successful. Lindsay Lay turned to look at him, carefully observing the system information. Profession, illusion, introduction. Please remember, all are illusions. You are a shadow existing in the illusion attribute. Each time you level up, you gain 2 agility points, 2 strength points, and 3 free attribute points, plus abilities. 1. The illusion can be based on your meaning. It grants illusion attributes to all equipment you've touched, including your own body. 2. Your shadow is excellent at camouflage in shadows and can exist within darkness. Lindsay Lay put his hands on his hips and said, "Still the familiar combo, still the familiar flavor." He placed his hand on the ghost servant's shoulder. "Once we get out of here, I'll teach you how to use this illusion skill." The ghost servant obediently nodded. Lindsay Lay handed him a water bottle. "Drink this." He obediently followed, taking the demon elixir. Strange blue sparks appeared around the ghost servant. A long time later, Lindsay Lay stood there dumbfounded. He observed the ghost servant carefully, but saw no change. Then a beam of light appeared, surrounding the ghost servant. He was quite surprised. The system appeared above him. Lindsay Lay was linking consciousness. Blue light swirled around the ghost servant as he watched his body gradually transform. The stitches and scars on his wrists faded, and his skin color changed. After the transformation ended, the system displayed a message: "Congratulations to the Ghost Servant player for entering the Long Kingdom player ranking, currently ranked 7th. Suddenly, 2 blades sprouted from the Ghost Servant's elbows. The system displayed results, confirming the Ghost Servant received a special body energy boost. Lindsay Lay observed from the side, impressed, "Damn, special energy." Meanwhile, the Ghost Servant was still staring blankly at his transforming body as the system kept showing results. It was confirmed the Ghost Servant player matched a certain unknown type of energy strength, successfully inherited a new talent, illusion. The system checked the talent the Ghost Servant possessed. Illusion Ghost Shadow matched the shadow ability of the illusion profession. Under the regulation of special energy, 3 types of abilities will accumulate. Congratulations to the Ghost Servant player for acquiring the level Executioner talent. Illusion Ghost Shadow. Illusion Ghost Shadow. The level Executioner Dark Shadow talent is your power source. As long as your body is in darkness or shade, your attributes increase significantly. Your presence will be greatly reduced. At the same time, you can enter another person's shadow for a period, existing as their shadow. Lindsay Lay's eyes sparkled as he said, "Your kid really doesn't back down. Isn't this a super-level assassination skill?" He thought to himself, if only I had this talent back then, when I was surrounded by Shadow Killer and those 2 war gods, I might have had a chance to counterattack. Saying that, Liam Zilu flashed a wicked grin at Ghost Dawn. But wait, he's never actually killed anyone, right? He pointed at the zombie sitting on the ground and told Ghost Dawn, "That zombie right there. Use the killing method that Li Yong-sung taught you. Try it once on that guy so you can quickly master it. Go ahead." After his words, he became super pumped. His eyes rolled back, holding a knife as he moved toward the zombie lying on the ground. The system's voice echoed, "Acquire the deadly poison fang." A stream of blue spiritual energy appeared on the knife. Seeing that, he reluctantly accepted the system's response. The system withdrew the common golden hand, its robotic voice announcing, "Spirit is withdrawing 2 common golden hands. Level 2 breakthrough info is now available." The zombie attribute check level cap has increased from level 5 to level 15. Super level joy level 1 now allows selecting a surprise item every 3 days. Items can come from places like reality, animation, games, or illusions. Ding! Congratulations to the user for successfully drawing level 1 breakthrough info. Super level joy level 1 ding. Since the user already has the golden hand breakthrough info level 1, the breakthrough info level has upgraded to level 2. The moment he saw the upgrade notification from the system, he was beyond hyped and shocked. Damn, breakthrough info combined with deadly poison fang is unbeatable. Now, every 3 days, I can get a new piece of gear. This is some unbeatable apocalypse level rhythm. He immediately grabbed the info and asked the system how to use it. Can the super level joy effect be activated now? How do I use it? The user silently chanted super level joy to trigger its effect. He instantly chanted super level joy and a swirl of energy formed a ring on his hand, then a claw emerged from it. Seeing that, he got hyped. Damn, it's a claw. After confirming it was a claw, he turned back to the system. So what's the effect of the golden hand after upgrading super level joy? The system promptly updated him. Ding! Every time super level joy levels up, cooldown time decreases, and the chance to draw rare items increases. Each level up reduces cooldown by 1 day. The minimum cooldown is 1 day. Receiving this info stunned him. It can also boost drop rates and quality. This means it's not impossible to snag a world-destroying artifact in a flash. The same applies at higher levels. He placed the claw on his shoulder and said, "For the final reward, just pull a golden tier gear for me." Ding! Congratulations to the user for obtaining golden tier gear. Diamond wrist guards. A pair of gloves appeared in his hand, followed by the system's description. Diamond wrist guards, golden tier gear engraved with diamond patterns. They grant the wearer strength and destructive power that grows the longer the fight lasts. Attributes: Strength +5, Constitution +4. Passive skill: Endurance. You can gain strength attributes beyond the electric level. The longer the battle, the more the stats increase, up to 6 strength points max. Destruction. The destructive power of all your attacks against targets will increase. Then he started to change, passively gaining strength during prolonged fights. Passive boost to attack destruction. This gear is perfect for the big dummy. But I don't even have golden tier wrist guards yet. I'll give those to the big dummy when I get something higher. When he finished, he looked back at the kid and saw him already finishing off the zombie. Damn, this is a total transformation. Then he turned and said, "Let's go. It's time to enjoy the fresh air outside." The kid immediately teleported behind him, following along. He looked back at the kid, thinking there are quite a few people from Confronting in this base. How do I hide him? Zilu handed a cloak to Ghost Dong, saying, "Put this on." He knew the cloak wouldn't fit well, so he acted indifferent. Zilu put on a mask, and the two left together. Elsewhere, Shimin and the Qinghan family heads stared in shock at the scene before them. There was a huge hole in the ceiling. They could see the sky, flames blazing all around, and corpses and bloodstains on the ground. And Shimin gritted his teeth in fear. What the hell happened to Zilu? The Qinghan head's face looked no better. His face was covered in black streaks. "We were all on the 3rd floor just now, right?" His voice trembled. "Yeah, no mistake." Both stared at the hellish scene. So that guy used the strength of one person to slash this place into this state. And Shimin and Qinghan head both felt chills down their spines, sweat pouring from their faces. Qinghan head looked like he had no regrets left. Plus, think about it, when we were outside, we saw the whole big building destroyed. And Shimin still felt pale recalling that massive explosion. Qinghan head turned and asked, "We almost picked the wrong team, but he insisted it was us who were wrong." "No, it's fine. Things have come this far, he has no better options." And Shimin threatened. "Last night, when Lee family's people were hiding in the safe zone looking for us, wasn't there another way? We need not only the antidote but supplies. If you still plan to betray now, you won't keep anything." "Of course," Qinghan head just sighed. "Forget it, I'm old, can't understand the current situation. It's time to pass the position to the 3rd brother. He's always loyal to the country. Tell him to officially bring Qinghan inside the country and let chaos spread everywhere." And Shimin put his hands in his pockets. That's right, who would have thought the Liu family, able to suppress 2 major clans for years, would fall from grace just 1 month after the apocalypse hit? He stared at the hole in the ceiling. "Looks like Zilu is leaning towards the nation now. We should still go along with Shiju, or else the Liu family will be our downfall." The head of the Yun family also looked on, agreeing. The 3 major clans of the Dragon Kingdom need to completely vanish from this long history. And Shimin ordered his subordinates to search thoroughly, not to overlook any suspicious personnel. The subordinates shouted in unison, "Yes." Back on the other side, when Zilu and Ghost Tong casually stepped out of the detention area like they were just at the market, they saw a guy get knocked flying. In front of them, Big Dummy had already dealt neatly with the rest. Zilu pulled out a chicken. "Big Dummy, come here." The atmosphere around Big Dummy suddenly turned pink. He held the chicken in his hand as Zilu introduced him. "This is Ghost Tong. From now on, he'll be rolling with us. You can think of him as your little brother. Big Dummy is a name that fits him perfectly. Hearing that, he looked around. Zile got so pissed he grabbed his head down, bending over to glare. Now it was deadly silent. When Ghost Tong showed no interest, Big Dummy leaned in close, shocked, staring at him. Lin Zile's angry face locked on Big Dummy, snapping, "Can't you just sit down?" Big Dummy heard that and without hesitation plopped down. Then he brought his purple finger close to Ghost Tong's face, but Ghost Tong reacted fast, cold as ice, turning away. Seeing that, Zila smacked Ghost Tong hard on the head, voice mocking and scolding, acting all cocky in front of your own people. Poof, get over yourself and hang out with Big Dummy. Ghost Tong reluctantly stretched out his hand to Big Dummy, clearly not happy about it. The two shook hands to Zile's satisfaction. Then Big Dummy raised his hand, hesitated, and offered a chicken drumstick to Ghost Tong like an invitation to enjoy it. Ghost Tong didn't act arrogant and took it, surprising both Big Dummy and Zile. Zile put his hand on Ghost Tong's shoulder and said, "This is roasted chicken, help yourself. If you don't know how to eat it, learn from Big Dummy." Suddenly, a voice called out to Zile, startling the group. Turning around, they saw it was General Zhang. He was followed by two soldiers and greeted Zile. "So you're here." Zile saw a familiar face and turned to say to Ghost Tong and Big Dummy, who were eating the chicken, "You two take your time getting to know each other. I'll go handle some serious business first." Saying that, he walked toward General Zhang and greeted him. But suddenly, General Zhang bowed deeply, showing great respect to Zile, which shocked him. He said to Zile, "Zile, thank you so much," he explained. "The debts of the brothers have finally been repaid." Seeing this, Zile raised his hand, gently replying, "No need for thanks, I want to know how things are going." Zhang Yuanzhong was teary-eyed now, quickly wiping his tears, happily reporting, "The situation is extremely good. From the first to the fourth floor of the location, not a single Liu family member was spared, all were killed on the spot. But the situation at Kuei-Sham Mountain isn't looking so good." Yuanzhong stood straight and reported to Zile. He said after we besieged the Liu family, several gathering points under Liu family control in the shadows all rushed up the mountain. He estimated the total number of people was no less than 20,000. 20,000 at the mountain base was almost unstoppable. Once things stabilize here, I'll send 20,000 troops to Chiviet, Z, and root them out entirely. Zile then proposed, "General Zhang, what do you think about the Liu family's Kuei-Ze base?" Zhang nodded, placing his hand on Zile's shoulder, full of confidence. "Right." He looked around and assessed whether this place was suitable for the Junfang forces to live. Defending against zombies here would be pretty easy. He thought this was a good spot, warm in winter, cool in summer, bright and spacious. He told Zile there might even be a chance to turn this into the second safe zone of the capital district, a safe zone specifically for Junfang's people. Zile brightened up and cheered. Exactly. He was confident that nearly 30,000 Liu family members living here wouldn't be cramped. However, he hesitated a bit afterward, feeling worried because, unfortunately, controlling this location requires special methods and tactics. He feared that without those, this place would just be a mountain cave with wind blowing through all sides. As he spoke, he turned to look back. General Zhang agreed, saying that the Liu family people are all dead now, and restoring this place to its original state would be extremely difficult. Hearing Zhang's analysis, Zila remained firm in his thoughts and plans, frankly telling him, "I know you want the best for the safe zone and the army, but some things we just can't force." At the same time, to strengthen Zhang's trust, Zile revealed something to him. His face turned very mysterious as he said, "Luckily, I risked everything to keep part of the method to control this location." Hearing that, Yuan Zhang was extremely surprised, his face full of shock, exclaiming, "What?" His eyes were wide open now, startled but then trembling, stammering as he looked at Liu Yifei, who was now reaching out his hand toward him. "Why, you. But Liu Yifei suddenly explained, "General Zhang, I didn't say anything." This made Yuan Zhang sweat nervously, and he couldn't hide his surprise and fear, continuously stepping back. Liu Yifei didn't give General Zhang time to recover, immediately making a firm proposal, seemingly unshakable. "So, does General Zhang want to cooperate?" Hearing such a sudden request, his face showed hesitation, silent without giving an answer yet. The two faced each other, each hiding their own thoughts. Perhaps every decision they make from now on will directly affect the fate of Li family manor, so no one dared to rush recklessly. Yuan Zhang stared at Lin Liu Yifei, sweat slowly forming on his face, partly from fear, partly from nervousness. After a moment of hesitation, he made his own decision, not making Liu Yifei wait any longer. Yuan Zhang held up two fingers, showing the profit Liu Yifei would get if he agreed to this deal, exactly 200,000 in current currency. But how could Liu Yifei miss the chance to mess with General Yuan? This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He thought to himself, if I don't strike him hard today, I'd be betraying my own name. Without hesitation, he spread out 5 fingers, implying he wanted 500,000 gold coins from the general. This shocked Yuan Zhang deeply, his face turning purple with anger as he jumped up at Liu Yifei, hands raised as if he couldn't believe his ears. Not trusting the number Liu Yifei demanded, he shouted, 500,000? Are you trying to rob me or what? Liu Yifei completely ignored Yuan Zhang's furious purple face, cool and smug, calmly replying, robbery happens that fast. He was extremely composed, leisurely explaining his demand. If General Zhang and the Dragon Nation require, I can help with a few other tasks. For example, this time he said. Yuan Zhang shivered, grinding his teeth. But more than anyone, he knew that without Liu Yifei, nothing would go smoothly. He had no choice but to yield. Yuan Zhang's face showed satisfaction, scratching his chin as if scheming, but finally said, 450,000 gold coins. That's my absolute limit. Anything more must be reported to superiors. Liu Yifei didn't immediately agree but stepped closer to General Zhang and continued. General Zhang, he said. Despite the bargaining, Liu Yifei remained utterly calm, hands in pockets, bidding farewell without a hint of regret. General Zhang, goodbye. I'll be waiting for you. General Zhang seemed very surprised by Liu Yifei's determination, immediately turning back and desperately trying to hold him. Wait, I'll come talk details with you later. But as he turned away, General Zhang couldn't hide his dissatisfaction, helplessly thinking, this Liu Yifei isn't just good at fighting, he's damn good at bargaining too. Liu Yifei couldn't hide his smug satisfaction at the general's concession. He turned to look at his 2 friends, watching the 2 brothers closely, greedily enjoying chicken drumsticks. Oblivious to the surrounding situation, he couldn't help but comment, just a little while and you guys are already tight, but the important stuff hasn't even been settled yet. Liu Yifei stepped closer, advising, stop eating. He told the 2, you 2 head to the control room on the 3rd floor and help me open the stone doors of the other rooms. They looked unhappy, especially Ghost Kid, who acted even more childish, opening the data space but clearly forcing a sad smile. Seeing their gloomy mood, Liu Yifei warned them, Ghost Kid still lacks data space. Big Dummy knew this, all his fatigue and boredom vanished. Without hesitation, he jumped up and dashed off quickly. Ghost Kid still clung tightly to his shoulder. Watching this, Liu Yifei was very pleased. Big Dummy shot like an arrow toward the door. Liu Yifei couldn't help but wonder what was left after the Yuan Zhang group's rampage, and whether it would be enough to feed the 9 flame pearl so it could level up again. Thinking this, Liu Yifei used his supernatural power to open the 9 flame pearl. The golden lights shimmering around it, mixed with blue hues shining through, made it look powerful and mysterious. Without hesitation or further thought, Liu Yifei put his hands behind his back and walked toward the control room. There, Big Dummy and Ghost Kid were intently watching the data screen, because they knew even a small mistake could ruin everyone's plan. After a while, Ghost Kid decisively pressed his finger on the data screen. Immediately, the screen displayed the message, all stone doors are about to open, signaling that the brothers' operation was successful. Meanwhile, with the help of Ghost Kid and Big Dummy, Liu Yifei successfully stepped through the stone door, hands in pockets, standing with a majestic and calm posture. Before him, blue-haired enemies lay sprawled on the floor, piled on top of each other, each clearly terrified. Trembling, Liu Yifei calmly commented, 2 fish slipped through the net. Saying that, he didn't hesitate to raise his sharp, mighty sword and swung it down on the villains. The enemies couldn't react in time and had no choice but to accept their fate. It seemed like killing these 2 didn't even cost Liu Yifei much effort. He sheathed his sword, holding the stone hull casually. Swift as hell, he launched powerful strikes, skillfully swinging the hull towards the 4 stone walls. From the spots where he hit, 5 round stones were pulled out one by one. I, Zilu, ran my hand through my hair, clutching those 5 stones without a hint of fatigue, my face full of pride. Done with the job, I strode out of the stone gate, all regal and cocky. Meanwhile, General Zhang, after talking with Zilu, returned with his comrades. Everyone immediately raised their hands in salute. General, any orders? But under Zilu's pressure, Yuan Zhang no longer looked as dignified as usual. On the contrary, he had to ask his soldiers hesitantly, do you guys have any money? Hearing that, all the soldiers present were dumbfounded. They never thought the respected general would be in a situation where he had to borrow money. Thinking he misheard, one of them asked, General Zhang, you want to borrow our gold coins? To avoid awkwardness, he cleared his throat. Yeah, listen up, brothers. After saying that, he made the matter serious. Rest assured, this contribution will be recorded. Once we hit the safe zone, everyone will be fully compensated. Plus, those who lend gold coins will get priority opportunities inside the Qinghan base. Hearing this seemingly legit promise, the soldiers whispered among themselves. Is the general planning to set up an army inside the base? Maybe on our way here, the general never lied to us. Maybe one of those words sparked a bandwagon effect. Exactly. On the contrary, the general always protects us and avenges the brothers killed by the Lee family. I trust the army. What about you guys? Hearing something so certain from one of them, everyone agreed and shouted in unison, General Zhang, we trust you. Moved by the unity and trust of the soldiers, General Zhang couldn't hold back his emotions, thanking the brothers. And just like that, one by one, the soldiers lined up orderly and donated to their General Zhang. After the donations, General Zhang looked at the account balance, about 500,000 gold coins and 500 weapons worth roughly 1,000 gold coins. That's no small change. Seeing that amount, he couldn't help but smile. Thanks, brothers, for your help today. General Zhang will never forget it. Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder, and the devilish voice of Liu Zilu echoed, nearly scaring him out of his skin. General Zhang, are you ready? Regaining composure, General Zhang couldn't lose face in front of the brothers, so he beat the drum. Go check if anything's been missed. After the patrol, gather at the base gate. Hearing the order, the soldiers quickly went to their tasks. Yes, General. After giving the order, he turned back to flatter Liu Zilu. Nai Shi, I prepared 500,000 gold coins and 500 weapons worth about another 500,000 gold coins. We're ready to trade anytime. Have you got your stuff ready? The protagonist replied confidently. Of course. Right after saying the price, General Zhang regretted it. He should have just bargained with him for 50,000 gold coins instead of adding weapons worth another 50,000. Meanwhile, the protagonist schemed, thinking, if I haven't finished drawing the base control map, can I still come find him? Then the two made their deal, and naturally, everything went smoothly. Liu Zilu was not only happy but also wanted to get rid of the guy he traded with. Who knew the Lee family's base could fetch such a good price? Consider this my payment for sending them off to the afterlife together. As for General Zhang, he just hoped to secure a safe haven for his brothers. 50,000 or 50,000, good or bad, the brothers would at least have a safe place later. Just as he wished, Liu Zilu baited a juicy offer. I'll hand over this base to General Zhang. If you meet me later, you can contact me anytime. Overjoyed, he agreed. On the way, stay safe. Although we wiped out the Lee family, their entire force isn't destroyed yet. After chatting for a while, Liu Zilu said goodbye, and they parted ways. After a while, they reached the secret chamber. Before entering, Liu Zilu ordered the big dummy and the little demon to guard outside. After saying that, he waved. Outside, the dummy and demon stood silently without exchanging a glance. Inside, our protagonist began summoning the necessary items, hoping this place was enough. Liu Zilu sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was a pile of tools and a blaze of light like a huge fire. He focused intently, pondering which items were needed to create a powerful weapon. After much consideration, he risked putting a small knife and a hammer into the light. Not long after, a burst of red light exploded out. Then it started cracking and finally shattered completely. From the cracks, an extremely bright light shone out. It was so bright it turned into a glare, forcing him to shield his eyes. Eventually, the glare faded, leaving him sitting alone in a blazing red space. After a while, before him appeared the broad back of a man standing with the sun behind him. He stood tall, holding a sword with confident, heroic posture like a war god. He didn't turn around but shouted loudly. As he finished, a white smoke seemed to rise from him. Then the ground beneath the man shook violently. Then a thunderous sound echoed. A blazing red beam shot straight into the sky, carrying a terrifying pressure. The air twisted, like space itself was warped by an immense power. Facing that overwhelming force, he could only defend by raising both hands in front of him. He staggered a bit but quickly regained his footing. Without hesitation, he charged forward, stomping hard on the ground, ignoring the waves of energy still crashing down around him. He shouted, reaching out toward the silhouette of the man gradually engulfed by the brilliant sunlight pillar. Dude, everything suddenly reverted to the original state with the four walls. That blinding golden light vanished, and the wild energy currents around him fell silent, as if wiped away by an invisible hand, leaving an unanswered question hanging. The explosion just now seemed like the crystallization of this pill. It was a tiny pill, about the size of a plum, but its surface was smooth and shimmered with sunlight-like sparkles. Rays of light seemed to dance around it, creating a magical and captivating beauty. He muttered, bringing the pill closer to his eyes to inspect. To have such an aura, and to be able to summon the nine-flame pearl to display such a scene, only a superhuman could do that. That overwhelming might. Even if I had reached level 90 war god in my past life, it wouldn't compare to even 1% of this. Liam stared intently at the small pill in his hand, its sparkling light seeming to challenge him to do something. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to try channeling some energy into it. Instantly, light from the pill spread out like a flood. Within that glow, the pill's shape began to change. The condensed rays stretched longer and sharper. And in a brief moment, a sharp blade appeared in his hand. The blade was just the right length, thin but shining brilliantly like it was forged from sunlight, and its name was the Nine-Flame Spear. Looking at the blade's analysis, there was the Nine-Flame Slash Strike, the Nine-Flame Double Strike, then the Nine-Flame Shatter. Just seeing those made him lose his mind with excitement. Damn, this is insanely powerful. Looking at the blade with uncontrollable excitement, he had to try a few slashes. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint. Perfect. Seriously perfect. The thrill faded, and he turned to the two guards. Big dummy, Ghost Kid, the Lee family business is done. Revenge is complete. Let's head back to the safe zone in the capital. Then he led the way toward the exit, kicking off the start of a new future to welcome our rookie. On the other side, Zhang Zongyuan was heading back to camp. He worried about how to report the return of 1 million gold coins to the chief of staff. The more he thought, the more his head hurt, so he left early and spoke. Inside it was like that, but he still had to act like a reliable general to the brothers. Behind, Liam stood watching Zhang Zongyuan's soldiers and pondered, wondering if the Li family was truly gone. Who was the real rookie? Then he looked around, searching for something, and his eyes met Ghost Kid's, who was staring back. Don't worry about this, kid. If you don't know where to go, then solve the immediate problem first. Take Ghost Kid to buy a cloak that fits him first. Afraid the boy couldn't keep up, he told Big Dummy to carry the kid on his back to keep pace. A while later, the three of them arrived at the mall and successfully got clothes that fit perfectly. After buying what they wanted and leaving the store, Ghost Kid was so happy he raised his hand and made a peace sign at him, looking adorably cute. With business done, the three wandered the streets, when suddenly a voice called out, asking for the big boss. Hearing that, he turned to look and saw their faces clearly. Two soldiers ran over and delivered a message. General Zhang called us here to find you. Curious about the invitation, he asked back. Does General Zhang have something to discuss with me? Seeing their idol respond, the two eagerly competed to tell him they were guards at the gate who reported to General Zhang that he had safely brought his two brothers back. General Zhang told us to come give you the key. Both said in unison. The special villa, building number 01. We'll take you there. Then they both scrambled for the key, way too enthusiastic. Both spoke and stepped in unison. This way, that way. Seeing their over-the-top enthusiasm, he was speechless. Scene shifts to the upscale villa area. Each villa had a unique design, blending modern style with a touch of classic. These villas usually had 2 or 3 floors, with elegant domes or sharp, sleek corners depending on the style. Especially, they were surrounded by spacious gardens with lush green lawns, neatly trimmed trees, and stone paths leading to the main gate. After so long, the two soldiers finally led our main guy to his house. The big boss's crib was here. Before completing their mission, both bowed with all gratitude and respect. Big boss, you've worked hard this whole time. Thank you. We could only avenge those brothers because of you. Instead of arrogance, he just waved them off and humbly said, just lending a hand. I have my own reasons, so don't take it to heart. Seeing him not brag but greet them back made them like him even more. Big boss, if you need anything, you can come find General Zhang anytime. After saying that, both quickly left, leaving behind happy, cheerful backs. Watching them go, he turned to the two dummies. You two guard the door. I'm going inside to rest first. Call me if anything happens. They nodded in acknowledgement. As for Liam, after speaking, he opened the door to the villa, and inside instantly appeared the interior scene. It's dazzling and modernly luxurious but still gives off an old-school vibe. Without looking around, he just headed straight for the stairs. As he walked, he took off the mask he was wearing and put it into the space. Yawning as he went, the hallway was huge with so many rooms, but he didn't care at all, treating it like just a regular resting spot. Since he was here, he might as well pick a decent room, randomly chose one, and opened it. Glancing around the room, he thought it wasn't bad, too tired to care about anything else. He walked into the bedroom and tossed the mask down, then laid back for a nap. In a moment, he vaguely sensed a call. It murmured faintly, "Don't worry. Go on, Shihu. Maybe that pain just woke you up." In front of his chest, a fist-sized orb radiated a deep red glow, continuously pulsing with mysterious power. It kept repeating some phrase like it wanted to send him a message. "Don't worry. Go on." Shihu. Only then did he snap back to alertness and shout in caution. Before he could finish, a multi-dimensional shifting space appeared before his eyes. Before he could analyze it, it sucked him in. Back to the past, when he was Shihu, the world's top assassin, but unexpectedly was brutally killed due to a betrayal plot. What he saw first was his hands chained tightly. Then his throat was slit, facing his ancestors without blinking. Before dying, a sword appeared before him from the past called the Hanbing Bei sword, a death-grade weapon. Seeing it, he immediately escaped his original past soul and flew out. From afar, he watched that body collapse onto the ground. Nearby were Li Jianyuan and Han Shengzhan standing and watching. Instead of pitying him, they just sighed in relief. Almost got betrayed and killed, huh? Truly worthy of being the world's top assassin, Shi Hu. Seeing that familiar face, he couldn't help but remember someone, the ancient war god Li Jianyuan, one of the war gods from his past life who killed him. Then he saw him retract the sword and say something to the guy next to him. Right. Luckily this time, the Li family went all out with 2 legendary-grade artifacts. The guy next to him was none other than Han Shang war god Jiang Mingji. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed, "You guys are really tight-knit." Looking up, not sure when, a 3-headed monster appeared, big and muscular, standing before them. The monster told those two, "Next time, if there's a good chance, kill the human strongman. If you get the reward, remember to call me." Seeing it, he became even more sure that the illusory Qi Emperor's shadow was the scene of his death in the past life. No doubt. Hearing that, the Li guy replied, "This has nothing to do with me. Who said Shi Fue has a grudge with the Li family? We're just taking their money and doing their dirty work." He didn't even bother answering properly. "Then what does it have to do with me? I'm just like you guys, working for the pay." Suddenly, a woman's hearty laugh echoed from behind. She suppressed herself, called his name, Liu Zilu, then charged forward wanting to kill him. "Finally, you're dead, and you still want to kill me. Let me see if you even have the right to kill me." Just as she was about to touch him, a burst of power flew in and slammed her knife far away. Watching the knife stab down, she just sat there with her mouth open. The one who threw the knife was Li Jianyuan. He looked at her with contempt. "Get lost. The war god's body can't be insulted. You're not worthy." Not giving up, she tried again to attack and stab him. Before she could act, she was cut across the neck, ending her life. Han Xiangzhan held the sword and coldly repeated, "Not obeying the war god means conflict with the war god. Those who conflict with the war god should be killed." Looking at the 2 bodies in front of them, the 2 were discussing how to clean up the mess. A dog of the Li family really thinks he's a big shot now, just the right sacrifice to send off brother Shi Hu. Right, handle brother Shi Hu's corpse. After all, he was a war god. After saying that, the Li guy slammed his bare hands into the ground, making a big hole just enough for one person to lie in. Next to him, Han was carrying the past version of his corpse, after a while digging and filling the earth. Finally, both finished burying the grave. Afterward, they planted his sword to symbolize his achievements and sat down to remember him. Watching what just happened, he was pretty surprised that after dying, this was how things went. Turns out after he died, all this stuff happened. But was it really true? Thinking it over and over, he turned away, leaving behind a deep moment of remembrance. Based on what he knew about these 2, it was definitely possible. But before he could go far, something like a wall blocked his way. What the hell is going on? Looking at it, he felt uneasy. Could there have been other things happening after he died in his past life? 3 whole years passed in the blink of an eye. The tombstones were now buried under withered grass. They had to be destroyed, blown away by the wind as if they never existed. Human bones lay scattered, bleached white under the scorching sun. Cubes stacked on top of each other created a space, so suffocating it cut off all connection to the outside world. No natural light, no sound, no scent, only a cold blue hue covering everything. Lindsay Luo sat dazed inside that inescapable cube. After a while, he vaguely realized he was inside that space. He wondered if the echoing voice in the empty space was from a stranger. Has it been that long? Once again, Lindsay Luo slowly opened his eyes. In just a moment, it stunned him speechless. A blinding light appeared before him. A city appeared with a bustling, cheerful, and open space that left him stunned. It didn't just reflect behind him. It shone everywhere throughout that city. The space before him gradually expanded, as if loosening the tight limits he had been trapped in. The dazzling golden light spread, covering everything with a magnificent beauty, yet full of distance. Suddenly, a voice echoed, a sound unlike anything Liam had ever heard before. It wasn't a human voice, it was deep and melodic, like an echo from the distant universe. "Ha, still late again?" The voice gradually softened, but right after, an entity began to appear from midair. It was invisible at first glance, but then sparkling golden light started to gather, forming the shape of a human, not exactly a flesh and blood body. This entity seemed to borrow the human form to communicate but couldn't hide its strange nature. The blazing golden lines floated in the air like liquid light, creating a magical figure both familiar and alien. The entity stepped down from the sky, each step silent, then stopped in front of a lonely grave, his own tomb. It knelt down, touching the edge of the grave. Not human, yet its voice carried deep regret. "So you've been dead for 3 years." After saying that, it stood up and looked at the grave as if seeing it for the last time. Once again, this time the voice rang out with hatred. "Don't be afraid. Just think of it as a long sleep." It shouted, unleashing a massive burst of power. "Let time reverse." The space around Liam began to shift. The lines seemed no longer fixed. Blocks of golden energy twisted like an invisible force was ringing, stretching, then contracting, as if the whole world was melting and reshaping right before his eyes. What's the meaning of this? Is it trying to reverse time or change history? That suspicion grew stronger as he witnessed this scene. Could it be that he had been reborn through this method? Who the hell is this person? How can they be so powerful? Why are they doing this? From that terrifying power, golden rays spread out, flashing and flying everywhere. Flying over the grave, over countless places, then circling along with white birds. At the very center of this power explosion, he said nothing and just focused. Gradually, the power gathered into a huge sphere and exploded, creating blinding light. Slowly fading, he then noticed something, the invisible force weakening and fading, finally sealing all the effort and fatigue into the word reverse. After that, right above the grave, a space opened, a time reversal. That invisible force sacrificed itself to save his life. It's that strong. I have to be stronger. I have to surpass a mountain-shattering roar. I need to know who the golden figure really is, why it feels so familiar. I want to surpass that person who can reverse time. I want to know which god's joke this apocalypse game really is, whose pawn I am. Along with that negative feeling, anger flared up. I have to figure out what the golden hand system really is. Why does that golden figure say return to the original owner? One day, I'll use my own hands to overturn this ridiculous game you're playing. Use my strength to break these chains and uncover the whole truth. A determination slowly rose inside him. I want to know who I really am. In an instant, everything around seemed to shift back to its original state. The red veil gradually disappeared, and once it was completely gone, he opened his eyes and sat up. No regrets, just relief at returning the item to its owner. It finally returned to its original owner. Saying that, it placed the purple thing right on his chest. The moment it touched, it immediately flashed a bright light. Seeing them, that power spread more and more, while future him could only stand and watch in shock. Watching his body slowly absorb it, he hoped to become stronger. Only the strong can control their own fate. Otherwise, everything in this wild universe is just a pawn under the gaze of fate. That return to original owner item can help him grow stronger. Don't miss this chance. Doubting that statement, he wondered how it could help him get stronger. The golden hand system. Before he could question more, the invisible things vanished once again right before his eyes. "Hey, wait, you haven't answered my question yet." Immediately, he ran after it, trying to catch it, but every time it appeared, it was in a space full of deadly traps. Sadness mixed with desire. I want to be that strong. I have to be stronger. I have to surpass a mountain-shattering roar. I need to know who the golden figure really is, why it feels so familiar. I want to surpass that person who can reverse time. I want to know which god's joke this apocalypse game really is, whose pawn I am. Along with that negative feeling, anger flared up. I have to figure out what the golden hand system really is. Why does that golden figure say return to the original owner? One day, I'll use my own hands to overturn this ridiculous game you're playing. Use my strength to break these chains and uncover the whole truth. A determination slowly rose inside him. I want to know who I really am. In an instant, everything around seemed to shift back to its original state. The red veil gradually disappeared, and once it was completely gone, he opened his eyes and sat up. Don't know how much time has passed. How are Big Dummy and Little Ghost? Checking the status notifications, he was shocked it's already been a whole month. Well, whatever. He scrolled to find himself on the power ranking board. No clue what's happened in the world during this time, if the rankings change, or what the capital's safe zone looks like now. Looking at the ranking in front of him, he sighed. Alright, seems like some changes, but also kinda like nothing changed. Suddenly, the system notification rang out. A large amount of negative emotions in the host's body have been fully processed. Please stay firm on your future path and keep pushing harder. As it finished, he asked, so you're the one who caused my previous death. Instead of answering, it dodged the question. It's an illusion I set up for the host, meant to reactivate the host's belief. Because after the host avenged the great enemy, he fell into a dead end, coincidentally witnessing the terrifying Seal Mountain's destruction, generating a huge amount of negative emotions inside, losing belief and fighting spirit. Reminder, emotions can affect a person's existence the most. Host, don't be easily controlled by emotions. Hearing that, he just laughed it off. Thanks. Now I know what I want to do. I'll push even harder. Suddenly, a red notification popped up. Frustrated looking at you, Liu Zhongyuan, he opened the world channel and said to the main guy, "Look at this." Right after, a bunch of info appeared on the screen, like the Lee family's collapse. The talent for revenge changed. Congrats to the player Nai C, whose revenge talent evolved into the legendary level Rampage talent. Seeing all those notifications, he double-checked. Rampage talent, talent upgrade, skipping the execution phase, directly leaping to legendary talent level. Seeing its effects, he couldn't help but grin. Immunity to all psychological impacts. You're making me so bad as words can't even describe it. Bro, done with that, he put on his mask. Still gotta find Big Dummy and Little Ghost to calm down first. Just stepping out the door, he immediately spotted those two idiots sitting there sulking with puppy eyes staring at him. Nai CA came out smiling. Sorry for keeping you waiting, now let's get going. Just leaving his area, he ran into a familiar figure. Seeing him, he asked, "General Zhang, why are you sitting here?" Startled by the voice from behind, Zhang turned around. After a month of waiting, he finally got to see his boss and kept asking non-stop. Seeing him so anxious, he got nervous too. "What's up with me?" Spotting that figure, Zhang San came closer, scanning him from head to toe. "What have you been doing in the mansion all month?" Nai Si ignored him, only looking at the two idiots in front. With Big Dummy brothers and this kid protecting him, he didn't go out, and no one else got in. "Do you know how much the outside world changed this past month?" Hearing that, he scratched his head, thinking, why? Earlier, he only cared about talent upgrades, didn't check the world channel. Frustrated looking at Liu Zhang, he opened the world channel and said to the main guy, "Look at this." Right after, a bunch of info appeared on the screen, like the Lee family's collapse, then rumors about who that person really is, if it's Nai Shi or not, nothing in the world they couldn't gossip about. Looking at that message, he was speechless. The latest message made him go silent. In the end, he just laughed and said to General Zhang, "I just overexerted in battle. The red coma light was a prop. I know you're explaining, but that Zhang guy can't fix the situation outside." "Yeah, but I feel you don't need to explain to me. You need to explain to them." Zooming out, a bunch of images showed soldiers running and screaming. That man went out and saved lives. Sighing, he could only endure the boredom. It's fine, after a long time seeing human nature, these things just get worse the more you try. Liu Zhang gave up too. Fine. Just try not to clash with others when you go out. Thanks for the reminder, he asked back. All right, General Zhang, you're waiting here for me. What's up? Didn't expect him to talk to Huge Choach like that, which surprised and made him a bit uneasy. Spent over 1 million gold coins buying a map to control the base at his place. The boss lectured me for a long time, but that was a month ago. Thinking that, he still said to him, "Nothing much. Just some citizens reported weird stuff at Mansion Number 1, so I came to check it out. Since I couldn't get inside, I've been waiting here for a few days." Saying that made him seem stingy. Seeing it wasn't important, he replied, "Yeah, all right." After saying what needed to be said, Zhang said goodbye. "Good that you're fine makes it easier to explain to the boss when I get back." They parted ways, each going their own route. Over at Liu Zilu, he told the two idiots, "Let's go, take a walk with me." Saying a walk, but around the three of them there wasn't a single soul on this long wide street, only footsteps and the wind whistling. "I'm the one famous enough to break this silence first. I'm a good young man. You guys can't talk trash about me, right? Hey, look at this safe zone. Ruined by rumors, Prosperity District keeps shrinking." Instead of continuing the walk, he opened a space and went to a shop. Seeing how convenient it was, he couldn't help but praise that entering dungeons without waiting in line is pretty dope. With that said, he stepped forward and entered. The space and dimension were definitely different. In just a moment, he had already crossed to the other side. When they first entered the shop, all three could only stand there, dumbfounded. Then the shop system announcement rang out. "Dungeon waiting room. Please select the dungeon you want." It showed the player's info, and he clicked on the group chat join option. After completing the entry process, it displayed a special world-type dungeon and reminded once again about the danger and the fee required for the player to confirm. Without hesitation, he hit confirm. Upon receiving the player's confirmation, the system opened another three-dimensional space door. Player Nai Sia confirmed entering the dungeon, preparing to scan the basic attribute data of the three players and initiate the spatial jump. The system panel appeared before them, scanning the player's basic info. The system displayed a series of lines coordinating the player, with a world that matched their basic attribute data. Coordination complete. Dungeon mode is processing. This dungeon is called the Second Crisis of the Wasteland. Player Nai Shi, please pay the fee along with your squad to enter this dungeon, totaling 100,000 gold coins. Lindsay Luo was shocked. 100,000? That much? The system explained that this dungeon is a pure primal dungeon with a pretty high difficulty level, and no player has ever entered before. Therefore, a large amount of gold coins is required. If the player is dissatisfied, paying 10,000 gold coins allows immediate re-coordination. Otherwise, the three players cannot continue coordinating the dungeon for 10 days. Liu Zilu chuckled. Once the money is collected, the reminders are much clearer. He stroked his chin, thinking. The second crisis of the wasteland looks like a place with extremely harsh conditions and intense conflict. Based on past life experience, this type of dungeon will have plenty of opportunities to score big. The system panel jumped again. The original price of 100,000 gold coins can be reduced by 10% due to the player's unparalleled posture, so just pay 90,000 gold coins. Confirm payment? After a moment of hesitation, Liu Zilu pressed confirm. The system confirmed that player Nai Shi successfully paid the dungeon fee. Enjoy your dungeon scan. The guide panel appeared with a long list of the dungeon's name, the second crisis of the wasteland. Dungeon setting. That Mao Star was once a prosperous planet, with a large population and highly advanced science and technology. But during a large-scale war, this planet was devastated by highly destructive weapons. The system said the entire planet's environment was completely destroyed, with massive radiation and special energy spreading across the surface. Under such harsh conditions, humans relocated underground and successfully built several large underground cities across the planet. Just when humans thought it was over, a large number of zombies appeared on the surface, mutated by extreme radiation, and humans exposed to radiation transform as well. This situation plunged humans into despair again. Facing this crisis, humans split into three factions with different ideologies. The aggressive faction advocates total war against the radiation creatures, even if it means mutual destruction. The conservative faction advocates abandoning the underground fortresses and moving deeper underground to avoid radiation creatures. The neutral faction currently has no solution and prefers to adapt based on the situation. The guide panel jumped again, reminding of the mission. First, remember the radiation on the surface and the existence of special energy. Prolonged exposure will turn you into a zombie. Second, radiation creatures and zombies are extremely interested in humans. Please protect yourself well. Third, long-term resource shortages have caused humans to develop a dark mindset. Beware of them. The mission limit in this dungeon, the player's storage space will be completely sealed. Titles will lose their effects. Mission rewards depend on the main quest line. Mission time, 30 days. Liu Zilu was startled. Damn, that's intense, he asked curiously. The title lost its effect. The mission reward will be based on the main quest. Mission time, 30 days. Liu Zilu was startled. Damn, that's a surprise. He asked curiously. So the zombies created by radiation here have a 100% drop rate? The system replied, scanning the dungeon world behind the traditional door, matching the basic characteristics of zombies, the absolute drop rate can be activated. Liu Zilu nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, then no need to worry about supplies. Suddenly, the system asked him to choose for player Nai Shi. You now have the right to choose. Please select one of the following 5 temporary conditions as your dungeon buff. The guide panel appeared with images, reminding that these conditions only apply inside the dungeon and will be revoked upon exit. 1. Vitality body reduces radiation effects by 50%, extending survival time in radiation. 2. Extraordinary clone allows you to create an extraordinary clone inside the dungeon. 3. Loyal servant grants you an absolute servant who obeys your commands. 4. Wealthy armor lets you obtain a significant amount of extra supplies beyond the limit after entering the dungeon. 5. Special charm. Your body has a special charm that easily secures others' loyalty. The beauty threw herself into his arms. Liu Zilu decisively selected 1. Player Nai Shi successfully chose Vitality Body. The system appeared again. The Golden Hand system is producing effects. Please select the second condition. Liu Zilu followed and selected the second option. The system panel confirmed player Nai Shi successfully chose Extraordinary Clone. Please select dungeon buffs for teammates Ghost Kid and Big Dummy. He scratched his head, confused, and said, System confirmed player Nai Shi successfully chose the Extraordinary Body type. Please select support conditions in the dungeon for teammates Ghost Child and Big Fool. He scratched his head, confused, and said, Hey, Big Dummy and Little Demon are both zombies, so are they still affected by radiation? The system replied immediately. Since Big Dummy and Little Demon have zombie bodies, they aren't affected by radiation, turning them into zombies, but staying in radiation for a long time will still reduce their basic attributes. Liu Zilu also selected the second condition for teammate Little Demon, teammate Big Dummy. All 3 of them cut their hands and looked straight ahead. They stood in a line surrounded by a network. The dungeon prep work was done. Players are requested to enter the dungeon on time. The door ahead glowed bright yellow. Liu Zilu stared at the door. He was skinny and thoughtful. Let me think. He opened his system inventory. Liu Zilu took out a card from his inventory. Still shocked, it was stored in the game system space and couldn't be taken out. But could he hold it in his hand? The system warned that during teleportation, supply cards would be destroyed by teleport energy. Warning: players should not trust or try to exploit loopholes. Liu Zilu reluctantly put the card back. He and his teammates Big Dummy and Little Demon stepped through the teleport door. He stepped out of the door. Around the three of them were electric currents, keeping them floating midair. A notification popped up. Congratulations player NIXE on successfully entering the second risk dungeon of the Yellow Earth. The player's body has been adjusted by the system, automatically adapting to the dungeon world's gravity factor, and has grasped the basic language of the world. You have acquired a negative status. Radiation is continuously affecting your body. It is predicted that in 60 minutes, you will be affected by radiation and turn into a zombie. You can find the underground city to avoid danger and reduce radiation effects. The light around Liu Zilu gradually faded, and the three of them appeared in a room. Their clothes changed. Liu Zilu took out a flaming sword to be ready. In front of them was a wall hanging a map divided into many colors. On a wooden table nearby lay a stack of documents. Big Dummy was about to grab the documents, but Liu Zilu raised his hand to stop him. Don't move recklessly. He opened his system panel and took out a bag of supply cards. Liu Zilu opened the bag and was happy to see cards still inside. Nice. I knew the storage space beyond the golden hand limit wouldn't be affected. He took out another bag labeled with his name. Opening it, he held his info sheet: title, gear, identity, the three-person death squad, team leader. Inside were more details. The three-person death squad's mother, talent with legendary mercenaries. Their mission completion rate was 100%. A legendary existence in the underground world, your teammates. Big Dummy is a saboteur. Little Demon is an assassin. The mercenary group formed by the three of you always operates alone, never interacting with anyone else. For now, that's it. No survivors have ever seen the true faces of anyone in the three-person squad. Liu Zilu flipped through his inventory. There were a few miscellaneous items. He put the bag back into the system panel. All three stared seriously at the map. Above the map was written, "How beautiful the world was before the war." Liu Zilu pulled the map down and sighed, speechless. The difficulty was already hell level. He folded the map neatly and put it into a slot in the system panel. Liu Zilu walked up, pushed the door open, and said to the other two, "Little Demon, Big Dummy, let's go." Beyond the door was a desolate place with piles of old junk scattered everywhere. Seeing this, he thought, looks like this place has been abandoned for a long time, probably no danger. Liu Zilu snapped his fingers and ordered, "Big Dummy, Little Demon, check the other rooms to see if there's anything useful." Both obeyed immediately and ran off to investigate. Liu Zilu took a few steps forward, planning to check around. Suddenly, smoke drifted out from an alley, and the system panel popped up beside him. Liu Zilu turned and saw Little Demon walking away. Understanding the hint, he followed Little Demon into a room filled with scattered debris. Inside the quiet room, what caught Liu Zilu's eye immediately was a dry skeleton slumped over a table. Its hand was holding a piece of paper. He pulled the paper out. It read, June 27th, 10 o'clock, Sugu City, north of Yunhai City South. Ticket price, 298 yuan. Liu Zilu was surprised by Sugu City. He pulled out the map to check the route. Little Demon stood beside him, also looking. Liu Zilu pointed to a spot on the map, checking the Sugu subway station, the underground city entrance, right here. He raised the map and said, "Not far, 10 minutes to get there, and it's the entrance to the underground city, usually a safe place with suitable terrain." He folded the map and turned to Little Demon. "Little Demon, go get Big Dummy. We're leaving." The three of them headed to a deserted place, dust swirling. Each held a sword. Liu Zilu led, shielding his eyes from the sandstorm. Probably 6 more minutes to reach the spot. After walking a bit, it started getting darker ahead. Liu Zilu turned and signaled to prepare to retreat and hide. Suddenly, a whirlwind approached them and a dark foot appeared. The whirlwind transformed into a huge demon, a radiation zombie, radiation level 35%, talent, blood pact. The blood in its mouth contained a small amount of basic attribute poison, strength 148, spirit 69, constitution 130, agility 116, weakness, zombies fear direct light. Liu Zilu raised his sword into an attack stance, thinking to himself, just looking at the basic stats, it's stronger than Big Dummy and Little Demon, but still quite a gap with me, might as well try. He jumped up and attacked the monster head-on. The monster raised its chubby hand toward Liam Tulok. He jumped and slashed its hand off with a sword strike. Liam Tulok directly used fire to slash the monster. It blazed hot, and he swung his arm from behind. Liam Tulok slashed again with a burst of flames. After the strike, he stepped back to avoid the impact. The flames flared up fiercely, making the monster scream. Liam Tulok left a warning, "Don't overestimate yourself." Ghost Dong struck another palm, causing the monster to explode into a cloud of smoke and dust. Big Dummy looked up at where Ghost Dong stood. Liam Su-lak gave a thumbs up in praise, making Ghost Dong shyly turn away. Nice job. Liam Su-lak glanced around. No wonder this place was full of fog. Turns out zombies here can't go out into the sunlight. As he raised his hand, he suddenly felt dizzy and stunned. After the fight, Liam Su-lak pressed down on his sword and knelt, startling Big Dummy and Ghost Dong nearby. The system appeared. Your body's instinctive strength is dropping. Please quickly move to a safe zone. Liam Su-lak seemed to realize why he felt uncomfortable. He quickly pulled out some cards from his bag, and the info board popped up. Wrist guards, agility type. Silver grade gear that makes your wrists more flexible. Agility attribute +3. Wrist flexibility increased by 10%. He marveled. No wonder it's a high-level zombie, directly dropping silver grade gear. Liam Su-lak tossed a card to Ghost Dong, who caught it with 2 fingers. Let's keep moving. At the Tsuko subway station, the 3 of them headed toward a base in the wasteland. Their footprints were still imprinted in the sandy ground. Suddenly, Liam Su-lak called out, "Ghost Dong, use Phantom Ghost skill." Ghost Dong immediately vanished. Liam Su-lak rubbed his chin, impressed. Liam Su-lak and Big Dummy continued toward the base. The sign at the entrance read, Tsuko subway station, Tianlian City, entrance number 38. Liam Su-lak looked at the sign and said, no wonder it's called a subway station. It's actually a renovated underground subway entrance. He stepped in, noticing the steps were covered with various footprints. Seeing that, he guessed there were quite a few people inside. He and Big Dummy went down the stairs into the underground city, heading straight to a tall wall with a hole smashed in the middle, the surroundings eerily quiet. Inside the hole was a series of steps leading down. This dungeon really knows how to hide spots. Normally, no one could detect this place. Liam Su-lak lifted his foot and stepped down the stairs. Both their chests suddenly displayed a skull emblem. Deeper inside was a bustling city filled with lively chatter and laughter. Really don't want to go outside today. Heard the radiation levels outside have gone up again. If you turn into a zombie, that's a big problem. I think you just didn't have the heart to buy that little slave. Last night, I heard from the opposite door. They played for 3 straight hours. A noisy group of 3 or 4 guys gathered. Old King, damn it, if you're lucky, just laugh quietly. The most beautiful girl among the runaway slaves from Tianshang City was bought by you dirt cheap. Who wouldn't admire you? Nah. It's all brothers who value each other. Like that, your Wangka isn't petty either. What do you guys want with Lu Ti? I'll give you a discount. One of them quickly jumped in. Lu Ti is the slave Wangka bought last month. With an E-cup chest that big, how could Wangka resist? All right then, I'll buy. Another quickly offered. I heard some insider news from the slave market. There's another batch of runaways coming from Tianshang City to sell here, and there are quite a few good ones. Liam Su-lak and Big Dummy passed by them. One kept babbling while the others looked toward Liam Su-lak. Really? Then I'll definitely reserve one at that price. Liam Su-lak turned his head and shot a cold glance. Their group trembled in fear, not daring to say a word. They whispered nervously. Too dangerous. Today, the troops were unlucky to run into 3 death squad members outside the city. Luckily, they reacted fast. If they clash, they'd be dead for sure. 3 death squad members. Just now were those 3 death squad members? Hey, how come only 2 dared to go out hunting? Why aren't they wearing radiation suits? They just yap away, probably too bulky and heavy to move easily. All right, stop talking about them. S-rank mercenary Duan Ling isn't someone we should mess with. Big Dummy turned to look at them. Liam Su-lak thought angrily. Heard that? When you guys talk, can't you keep your voices down? Walking like this, I wonder what kind of people live in this underground city. Plus, their imagination is wild. They even look down on radiation suits as some system trapped to mess with gear crafting. But it was good to meet them before entering the underground city. At least we got a heads up on the threat level of this identity. Liam Su-lak glanced back at the noisy group in dark robes, but the system definitely wouldn't let him run into these guys without a reason. From what they said, what news did they actually give me? Thinking about it, he suddenly realized something shocking. Runaway slaves from Tianshang City. Liam Su-lak propped his chin, pondering. In this world, what could make people in the underground city start running away? Besides radiation creatures and zombies, probably nothing else. He watched the people on the street. Some looked up at the sky. Others stared down at the ground with their hands clasped behind their backs. This city has collapsed, the situation is grim, and on top of that, people can openly buy and sell humans here like it's nothing. Looks like the management here is a total mess. Better stay sharp. Gotta figure out what's really going on before making any moves. The 2 of them were walking when suddenly a little demon shadow darted past. Liu Zilu and Big Dummy quickly reacted and gave chase. They pushed through the crowd, rushing forward to catch that shadow. They chased it down an alley where someone was waiting ahead. Liu Zilu and Big Dummy stopped in front of a door. Next to it sat a blonde dude looking pretty clueless on a sofa. He lazily propped a big stick between his legs and said, "Please proceed with the radiation level check." Liu Zilu was full of question marks, totally confused about what he meant. Radiation level check? Without a word, the guy grabbed Liu Zilu's wrist and pressed it against a panel by the door. His hand was placed there, and the system displayed info. Radiation level at 24%, a light level that allowed passage. The door swung open. Liu Zilu put his hands in his pockets and stepped inside. The guard raised a hand, pointing inward. "After you." Once inside, the door slammed shut behind them. There was an old man slumped over a table. Liu Zilu and Big Dummy walked in without paying him any mind. The old man raised his stick to block them. Still holding the stick, he frowned seriously and said, "ID card." Without hesitation, Liu Zilu handed over his ID. Seeing the info, the old man blurted out in surprise, "Fake green rank." His eyes blazed with fire, and his whole body seemed to burn as he fiercely wrote something on Liu Zilu's ID card. Then he respectfully bowed 90 degrees and handed the card back with a slightly fearful look. "Welcome back, honorable fake green rank." Liu Zilu clasped his hands behind his back and kept walking, with Big Dummy trailing behind. He pushed open the next door, revealing a bunch of people chatting loudly inside. Seeing someone arrive, the crowd lit up like they hit the jackpot and rushed over to Liu Zilu, eagerly pitching their wares. "Boss, just got back, right? 10 silver coins to eat at my place." "Boss, don't listen to him. I only charge 9 silver coins." The blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl from Heavenly Commerce City struck a super seductive pose. "Just 20 silver coins for a good time, don't miss her place." Suddenly, 2 hands slowly crept up behind Liu Zilu. He immediately sensed an ambush, his eyes flashing. In a flash, 2 blades sliced cleanly through the air. The 2 attackers' hands were cut, and they collapsed onto La Shicheng. One of them gritted his teeth angrily. "You cut off my hand? You're dead meat." Suddenly, the system popped up. Liu Zilu ignored the guy and turned to look at the system board. "Congratulations, player, you've unlocked a side quest." The other guy kept yelling, "Did you hear that?" Liu Zilu glanced at the system board. The destruction of the 5 Yang Gang. The system flashed more info. The 5 Yang Gang was looting crowds, trafficking humans, forcing prostitution brutal as hell. But they ran into a brick wall. You. Objectives: 1. Kill no less than 100 5 Yang Gang members. 2. Completely dismantle the 5 Yang Gang. Rewards: 1,000 silver coins, 2,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, plus a white silver grade item. Liu Zilu grinned, thinking, this reward's actually pretty sweet. The troublemaker was helped up by 2 others. He asked, "What's your name? Which faction do you belong to?" Before he could finish, Liu Zilu slashed across all 3 their necks. "Name yourself." One head rolled out. Liu Zilu held his sword and said, "You're not worthy to know it." Then he ordered Big Dummy to stomp on him. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Gutsy move." He pointed right at Liu Zilu and Big Dummy. "You're challenging the 5 Yang Gang." Liu Zilu's eyes flashed. The guy who was all talk just now cowered in fear. The fat guy beside him looked just as scared. You dare challenge the 5 Yang Gang? You don't want to live." Suddenly, a hand clamped over his mouth. A short, chubby guy trembled. "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding, sir. You probably have business to attend to. Please go ahead. Please go ahead." Liu Zilu stared at them for a moment, then just turned and walked away. The fat guy sighed in relief. The other asked, "Why didn't you guys arrest the guy who killed people right in front of everyone? Looks like he's given you some serious benefits, huh?" Turns out the fat guy was the manager here. Hands in his pockets, he barked, 5 Yang Gang, you guys traffic people. I've been lenient, haven't I?" He pointed to his chest. "Don't you see the badges those 2 wear? That's the 3 Death Squad. If you're so tough, go ahead, don't drag us into this." Hearing that, everyone around started whispering. The 3 Death Squad. Damn, that's terrifying. If we watch the show, we won't get caught up in his mess, right? Plus, that bald old man seems to be out of the city now. If this gets handed over to those reckless fools, it's gonna be total chaos. A bunch of idiots with no manpower, and they even dare mess with the 3 Death Squad. That bald old man recently recruited a bunch of useless guys for the bakery. This time, he's totally screwed. Meanwhile, Liu Zilu held the map, walking and talking, with Big Dummy and Little Demon following. Damn it, why the hell did this crappy apocalypse game put me in Heavenly Lotus City? One hand in his pocket, the other holding the paper, he said, "Even though I know you left me here because something's about to go down, couldn't you have just told me straight up?" Liu Zilu crossed his arms in frustration, pissed off that he wasted a ton of cash buying info from others, but still couldn't get the right scoop. He looked back at the map. checking the mercenaries' center where info flowed best. As the three moved forward, a foot appeared. A gang of thugs, dozens strong, one stepped forward and asked, "So you're the one who killed our 5 Yang gang brothers earlier?" Liu Zilu didn't hesitate to claim it was him. The system board popped up info about the guy in front, swaying back and forth. Ho Jia Cheng, enhancement level C, basic attributes, strength 70, spirit 5, constitution 6, agility 80, excessive desire, stance a bit unstable. The system also explained that an enhancer is a power system formed by human combat strength in this world. Because this planet has special energy, weapons don't work at all, so people use enhancement drugs to boost themselves, gaining power and raising their strength. Basic attributes from 0 to 20 are called normal people, from 20 to 50 are enhancement level D, 50 to 100 are level C enhancers like Liu Zilu right now. After that, every 50 units is a new level, with the highest player attribute in this world being enhancement level A, extremely rare. Suddenly, a shadow stepped forward, raising his hand to introduce himself. "This friend here, let me introduce myself. I'm the deputy leader of the 5 Yang gang. Detract." Liu Zilu lazily didn't care and cursed. "Spit it out quick. If you've got crap, just drop it. I'm in a hurry to leave." Detract's eyes narrowed, showing annoyance, but he still smiled brightly. "First, I want to apologize on behalf of our gang members who deliberately robbed you. Saying sorry, it really was because they lacked knowledge and didn't recognize your S-rank mercenary squad identity." He put one hand on his hip and continued, "But surely you don't think just because someone's in an S-rank mercenary squad, they can kill our 5 Yang gang members at will, right?" Liu Zilu's face darkened, thinking his assassin identity must have been exposed already. This 5 Yang gang was a joke. The deputy leader lacked experience, so he crossed his arms arrogantly and said, "I'm killing at will. What can you do about it?" Detract smiled slyly with one eye half closed. "You're really hot-headed. I guess I insulted you." He grinned craftily, ordering his men, "Don't kill him. Find a chance to capture and bring him back." The men immediately surrounded the three of them. Detract glanced at a tall guy nearby. "Luo Yuan, I guess he's a level B enhancer like you. Keep an eye on him. Be ready to strike anytime." He nodded. "Deputy leader. Understood." Liu Zilu jumped forward a step, quickly drawing his sword. Without a word, Liu Zilu charged, slashing at them non-stop. Holding his sword, he turned toward Detract. The guy stepped back in shock. This dude was strong. No wonder he was so cocky. Trying to stay calm, he clasped his hands and lowered his voice. "Sir, we agree to compensate and apologize. Please consider." Liu Zilu angrily raised his sword. "Too late. Now I want you all dead. Use your lives to apologize to me." He swung a 9-blade slash, cutting through the group who spat blood and screamed. They scattered, yelling, "Run!" Liu Zilu gripped his sword, ready to attack. He lifted it with both hands, then slammed it down with the 9-blade shatter, sending rocks flying. The group froze in fear, dust rising. Liu Zilu released one hand from the sword when suddenly a voice called out, "Run! Run! Luo Yuan, carry me and run!" Liu Zilu put his hands in his pockets, turned around, catching a few stragglers. He slung his sword over his shoulder, followed by Big Fool and Ghost Kid. "Then let's change the game." Liu Zilu turned to Big Fool. "Big Fool, southeast direction. Those stragglers are yours. Don't spare a single one." Hearing the order, Big Fool immediately sped off like the wind to catch them. Luo Yuan ran step by step forward, dragging the terrified Detract along. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in the sky. Big Fool landed quickly, blocking them. Detract teared up. Luo Yuan shouted, "Brother, our 5 Yang gang admits defeat this time. Please spare us. If you do, we'll give you the only level A enhancer in our guild." Big Fool ignored it and charged at the two. He rushed forward like a storm. Luo Yuan leaned back, gritting his teeth in fear, while Detract was scared senseless. Luo Yuan carefully set him down as Big Fool kept coming, blocking Big Fool's attack with his hands. Big Fool smashed Luo Yuan with his hammer, leaving lumps on his head, then slammed him, flying far away. Big Fool raised his hammer to hit Detract, blood splattering everywhere. Liu Zilu and Ghost Kid leaned against the nearby wall, mocking, "Too slow, clumsy fighting like that is just wasting time." Liu Zilu pointed sternly. "Where are your skills? Why don't you use your skills? Tonight's dinner is roast chicken." Hearing that, Big Fool jumped in horror. The three kept moving, with Big Fool only thinking about roast chicken. Liu Zilu turned and said, "Seeing your pathetic state, if you learn to use your skills flexibly, I'll give you another roast chicken." Hearing chicken made Big Fool jump for joy. Liu Zilu sighed. He was really easy to please. Suddenly, a voice came from ahead, "Honored enhancers, greetings." Looking up, they saw a group busy cleaning. led by the manager, who respectfully said, "I'm the captain of the patrol team on this road. We deeply apologize for the trouble you face in our patrol area. We sincerely thank you for eliminating the rotten 5 Yang Gang pests, contributing to the peace of Tianlian City. To show our gratitude, we've credited you 2,000 points. Mercenary troops credited to your mercenary account. 1 point of mercenary troops equals 10 gold coins." Liu Zilu thought to himself, this dungeon's worldview really is survival of the strongest. Killing people in front of everyone can be glorified as protecting the people, but that's just ridiculous. He responded to that guy, "I got your point, so what else do you want?" The manager awkwardly said, "I wonder if Lord Green has had dinner yet. City Lord, we'd like to take this chance to invite you to dinner." Liu Yifei thought it over. Dealing with high-ranking officials might land him a better mission, so he decided to check it out first. He replied, "Lead the way." The guy bowed and raised his hand, "Please follow me." The underground city was eerily quiet. Through binoculars, Liu Yifei observed 3 skinny people standing outside, all glancing at them. A guy with bright blonde hair smiled and said, "Lord Green, I assume this is your first time visiting our Heavenly Lotus City." Liu Yifei just coldly acknowledged with a grunt. The guide continued, "Then let me introduce the situation of our Heavenly Lotus City to you." "All right," he happily went on. "The place you entered earlier is the entrance to the square. Every entrance has a square, convenient for newcomers." He pointed in another direction. "Leaving the square leads to the outskirts, which is exactly the road where you dealt with the 5 Yang Gang earlier." Then the guide pointed straight ahead to the suburban residential area where we were currently located. 90% of the city's population lived in the residential area. Seeing people approaching, the few beggars with pale gray faces all turned to look at them. Seeing the scene of people standing and sitting all over the street, Liu Yifei thought silently, what kind of neighborhood is this? This could only be called a slum. The guide kept babbling. The areas above are what we call the outer city of Heavenly Lotus City, covering half the area of the underground city. Liu Yifei put his hands in his pockets, looking around, thinking that in this dungeon setup, 50% of the land was used to support 90% of the people, and the remaining 50% was naturally reserved for the top 10% of elites to live and use. This kind of extremely standard post-apocalyptic distribution system made seeing such scenes unsurprising. The guide clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "The 5 Yang Gang you dealt with is a third-rate faction in the entire outer city, always a headache for us. So we truly thank you for your righteous intervention." Liu Yifei turned his head and replied softly, "No need for thanks." Then everyone continued walking. The guy kept babbling non-stop. The ghost kid hiding in Liu Yifei's shadow received a system notification. The illusion ghost skill was cooling down. The ghost kid quickly dashed into a nearby alley. Hearing the movement, Liu Yifei turned to look. The ghost kid sat coldly curled up in the corner of the wall. He and Big Dummy kept walking inside until they reached a large gate. The 3 stopped, and the guide introduced, "Lord Green, this is the gate to our inner city." The huge door slowly opened. The guide smiled and said, "My lord, opening the city gate is the highest ceremony in Heavenly Lotus City. Only when someone conquers the city, Lord, do we perform this ceremony." Liu Yifei responded, "Not bad." The 3 passed through the city gate. Inside was quite spacious and grand. The guide bowed and said, "Please, this way." In front of Liu Yifei was a luxurious carriage with the driver standing beside it. Liu Yifei approached, patted the horse's head, and said, "This city lord has some heart, even keeping horses inside the city." Hearing this, the guide breathed a sigh of relief. He respectfully said, "Lord Green, since the distance to the city lord's tower is still quite far from here, the city lord has prepared this carriage for your convenience." Liu Yifei was startled and pointed at himself, asking, "Prepared for me?" Liu Yifei put his hands in his pockets, looking around, thinking that in this dungeon setup, 50% of the land was used to support 90% of the people, and the remaining 50% was naturally reserved for the top 10% of elites to live and use. This kind of extremely standard post-apocalyptic distribution system made seeing such scenes unsurprising. The guy clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "The 5 Yang Gang you dealt with is a third-rate faction in the entire outer city, always a headache for us, so we truly thank you for your righteous intervention." Liu Yifei turned his head and replied softly, "No need for thanks." Then everyone continued walking. The guy kept babbling nonstop. The ghost kid hiding in Liu Yifei's shadow received a system notification. The illusion ghost skill was cooling down. The ghost kid quickly dashed into a nearby alley. Hearing the movement, Liu Yifei turned to look. The ghost kid sat coldly curled up in the corner of the wall. He and Big Dummy kept walking inside until they reached a large gate. The 3 stopped, and the guide introduced, "Lord Green, this is the gate to our inner city." The huge door slowly opened. The guide smiled and said, "My lord, opening the city gate is the highest ceremony in Heavenly Lotus City. Only when someone conquers the city lord do we perform this ceremony. Liu Yifei responded, not bad. The three passed through the city gate. Inside was quite spacious and grand. The guide bowed and said, please this way. In front of Liu Yifei was a luxurious carriage with the driver standing beside it. Liu Yifei approached, patted the horse's head, and said, this city lord has some heart, even keeping horses inside the city. Hearing this, the guide breathed a sigh of relief. He respectfully said, Lord Green, since the distance to the city lord's tower is still quite far from here, the city lord has prepared this carriage for your convenience. Liu Yifei was startled and pointed at himself, asking, prepared for me? Liu Zilu walked over, patted the horse's head, and said, this city lord is quite thoughtful. He even keeps horses in the city. Hearing him say that, the guide breathed a sigh of relief. He respectfully said, Lord, since this place is still quite a distance from the city lord's tower, the city lord has prepared a carriage for you to travel in. Liu Zilu was startled and pointed to himself, asking, prepared for me? That guy replied too. Yeah, you greenhorn. Liu Zilu stepped onto the carriage naturally, so I stopped being polite. The big dummy hoisted his hammer on his shoulder and followed him to get on the carriage. Suddenly, his hammer hit the carriage door, and the roof popped open, flying off onto the ground. The atmosphere went dead silent. The guide forced a smile, not knowing what to say. The big dummy still climbed onto the carriage. The other guy said, these horses are professionally trained. They'll take you straight to the city lord's tower. He raised his hand with a light laugh. The city lord is already prepared to welcome you. All right. The horse quickly dashed off on command. The two sat silently inside. The carriage jolted, making them sway. The coachman cracked the reins, whipping the horses as they sped down the road. Upon arrival, the trained horse stopped. The coachman bowed in a corner. Liu Zilu and the big dummy stepped down together. Before them stood the massive, towering city lord's tower. The door opened. They entered, where Tao Zhishan was already waiting. He raised his hand and said, Greenhorn, sorry, I can't welcome you properly. Tao Zhishan approached Liu Zilu and shook his hand, saying he'd long heard of the Greenhorn's great name and was finally meeting him today. Liu Zilu awkwardly replied, No, I've also heard of the reputation of the Tianlian city lord for a long time. Meeting you today feels like a dream come true. They shook hands. Tao Zhishan casually said, now that we've met, no need to call me city lord. He introduced himself. My name's Tao Zhishan, probably a few years older than you. You can just call me Brother Tao. Liu Zilu thought, he's over 70. I'm barely over 20, and he wants me to call him brother? Who's bossing who here? Tao Zhishan also introduced the man beside him, the vice city lord of Tianlian City, Shang Yu, wondering how the brothers would address each other. Greetings, Greenhorn. I'm the vice city lord of Tianlian City, Shang Yu. Liu Zilu politely pointed behind him, Brother Tao. My name's Li Harper, and this is my younger brother, Li Big Strong. City Lord Tao Zhishan pulled Liu Zilu inside. Li Harper, that's a cultured name just by hearing it. I'll call you Little Brother Li. Come on. Little Brother Li and Big Brother Strong, please come this way. I prepared a lavish dinner to welcome you. Inside the banquet room was a giant round table, flanked by two hot girls. Tao Zhishan waved the girls away. They bowed and left. He clasped his hands under his chin and asked, Little Brother Li, I remember the three who died were 3 people. What about the other brother? Him? Liu Zilu answered immediately. Oh, you mean the one who likes killing? He went somewhere else to handle something, not coming with us. Tao Zhishan sighed, looking a bit awkward. So, Little Brother Li, did you come from Tianhuan City to Tianlian City mainly because you didn't like the situation in Tianhuan? Liu Zilu continued, being city lord means managing people, so we wanted to switch cities and start fresh. He raised a glass of wine with both hands, smiling warmly. As the city lord of Tianlian City, I invite you to stay. Liu Zilu tilted his head. Invite us to stay? Tao Zhishang's face turned serious. Yes, I'll arrange the finest house for you, and set up all the mercenary group's info at your mercenary center, giving you the best treatment. Liu Zilu glanced at the big dummy. I'm fine with that, but my brothers are used to roaming free. I worry they won't handle being tied down. Tao Zhishang considered seriously. I understand, Little Brother Li, he promised. I guarantee this. As long as you stay under Tianlian City's jurisdiction, you and your brothers can live like before. No restrictions. You can come and go freely. Just give me a heads up about what you want to do, and I'll make sure everything's ready. They happily clinked their glasses. Isn't that a lot of trouble for Brother Tao? I thank him in advance. Not at all. After the toast, they downed their drinks. The big dummy just sat quietly watching. Tao Zishang looked troubled and confided, Hey, Little Brother Li, I won't hide it. I agree with your terms, but only here in Tianlian City can you make it happen. Liu Zilu thought, No wonder he painted such a big picture for me earlier, it was all waiting here. Out loud he said, Brother Tao, what do you mean by that? Tao Zhishang said worriedly, I'm afraid Tianlian City won't last much longer. Hearing this, Liu Zilu was shocked. How could that be? Tao Zhishang explained that people were fleeing everywhere. A month ago, Tianchang City was attacked by radiation creatures and a massive zombie horde. Amid the thick smoke, a few fled to the base. Some inside the city were killed, some turned into zombies. Only a few escaped, all heading to a nearby underground city. Tianlian City is one of those places. High-level zombies covered in blood stared ahead, Tao Zhishang continued. But a group of radiation creatures, after wiping out Tianchang City, didn't disperse, they gathered and charged toward Tianlian City. Liu Zilu asked, confused, why would they do that? Little brother Li is terrible. He jumped up passionately. I won't hide it, little brother Li. I didn't recruit you out of selfishness. I want your help. Protecting Tianlian City. Besides what I promised earlier, whatever else you want, I can give you. Faced with this, Liu Zilu had to think carefully. Tao Zhishang saw his silence and frowned deeply. I knew it, facing such a massive campaign, everyone would hesitate. Maybe this is the fate of Celestial Lotus City. Liu Zilu crossed his arms and rested his chin, deep in thought. I originally thought we came to boost our strength first, see if we could fight, and if not, then talk more. He didn't agree immediately but asked Elder Su to explain the situation in detail again. Su Zhishang looked puzzled. What? He whispered. Liu Ziluo nodded too. You mean you agree? He raised his hand and added, but I have one request. I want Elder Su to tell me everything about the situation here. Su Zhishang smiled. Of course, naturally. He waved his hand and ordered, go quickly, and bring the top-secret documents we've sealed here. Shang Yu complied as well. Yes, City Lord, I'll go right away. Su Zhishang said seriously. After years of research, we understand radiation creatures and zombies very well. Humans have a special attraction to radiation creatures. This attraction grows stronger with more people. The more people, the greater the pull, and the more radiation creatures will swarm. So, we will limit the number of people on the surface. He continued. Liu Ziluo listened carefully. With such restrictions on population, every high-level strategy becomes incredibly valuable. Raising his eyebrows, Su Zhishang stroked his chin seriously. The most important thing now is that radiation creatures have evolved. They don't just hunt humans on the surface anymore. They're starting to try to find humans underground. If they locate the underground city, the whole city will be wiped out. Celestial Lotus City is now in such danger. After hearing this, Liu Ziluo asked, So, Elder Su, how much do you understand about these zombies? The documents are all here. Xiang Yu brought over a stack of papers. Now, the radiation creatures that destroyed Celestial Commerce City are heading towards Celestial Lotus City. Among them is an S-rank powerhouse named Akdari. This Akdari has the ability to locate underground cities. Celestial Commerce City was discovered because of him. He placed the papers in front of Liu Ziluo, who picked up a few sheets to read. Su Zhishang raised his hand and said, All the info about him is in these documents. Elder Li, you look them over first. Got it. The room gradually fell silent. Liu Ziluo started focusing on the documents. After a while, Liu Ziluo put the paper down and said, Elder Su, I've finished reviewing the documents. Hearing this, Su Zhishang immediately asked, Elder Li, what do you think? Liu Ziluo raised his hand and asked, Facing these radiation creatures, what's the best move? Should we fight head-on or run? Su Zhishang crossed his arms and lowered his head to think, run. Only cowards from the conservative faction would choose to run. He slammed the table and stood up. Su Zhishang's fierce spirit blazed like fire. Even if we can't kill them, we'll at least tear their flesh apart. Hearing this, Liu Ziluo guessed that Su Zhishang was from the progressive faction. Isn't this the perfect chance to launch the main mission? Right now, the dungeon is split into 3 factions. The conservative faction. The main mission might just be to command people to retreat, complete the construction of the new city's infrastructure, which is the safest, most stable, and most beneficial. The neutral faction's main mission is the most complex, requiring interaction with many people. Completing this kind of main mission mostly depends on luck, finding the right team, and being progressive. The main mission is the simplest, completing combat tasks based on strength. Liu Ziluo also stood up and agreed with Su Zhishang. I think so too. Elder Su is right. We can't be cowards. We have to stomp on them. Fighting radiation creatures shouldn't stop or retreat. Even if I fall alone, it's no big deal. Thousands more will rise. Seeing someone agree with him, he happily pointed his finger. Yeah, what Elder Li said is awesome, really inspiring. In a pink bubble, the two ran over and shook hands. Elder Su, Elder Li, why didn't we meet sooner? Shang Yu and the big dummy forced a smile. The city lord hasn't met like-minded people in a while. Getting so fired up, isn't he afraid of scaring people off? Su Zhishang cheerfully said, Elder Lee, I just happen to have a spot for you. He handed over a faction badge. From now on, you're part of our progressive faction. Liu Zilu immediately put on the badge, and energy strands radiated out. Then, the system popped up a notification. Congratulations to player Celestial Rider for joining the Progressive Factions battle formation. Players who earn the Progressive Factions Identity Medal will gain a high status within the faction. Another system board appeared, asking the player to confirm the current battle formation. The main mission officially opened. Please complete the mission within the time limit. Main mission, Progressive Faction. 1. Join the Progressive Faction and achieve a certain level of fame within it not completed. 2. Kill no less than 1,000 radiation creatures. No less than 1,000 zombies. 3. Participate in Progressive Faction actions at least twice. After reading the mission, Liu Zilu whispered, all right, not hard. Then he crossed his arms and said to Su Zhishang, Elder Su, tell me your plan now. Su Zhishang put one hand behind his back and said, Elder Lee, our Progressive Faction can't just sit and wait to die, nor can we let radiation creatures come knocking at our door. He raised a finger with determined eyes. I want to take the initiative, execute the decapitation plan. Liu Zilu held his chin, pondering. Decapitation plan? Su Zhishang added, right, the decapitation plan. Our goal is to kill Akstari and other radiation creatures far away from Celestial Lotus City. Liu Zilu agreed with him. Your plan is great, Elder Su. So where the hell is that Akdar now, and how many radiation creatures are hanging around it? Don't worry, little bro, I've scoped out the location real good. He pointed and added, and here's some good news. The zombie horde that was attacking Heavenly Commerce City with it has temporarily backed off. Lin Ziluo asked cautiously, really? He propped his chin, thinking, no zombies means way less trouble. Su Zhishang spoke confidently, one hand on his hip, the other holding up 4 fingers. Yeah, as long as the location of Heavenly Lotus City isn't exposed, they won't come here. Now we just have to fight 4 S-rank radiation creatures, led by Akdarn. Hearing this, Lin Ziluo was shocked. What? 4 of them? And all S-rank? Su Zhishang blinked. What's up, Lin? Sunlight streamed through the door, shining on Lin Ziluo's hand resting behind his back. My fighting power and my brothers max out at A rank, barely scraping S rank with near top-tier gear. Su big bro, I'm honestly trying to help, but that doesn't mean I'm sending my guys to die. Su Zhishang hurriedly said, Lin, don't panic, we've got preparations too. Lin Ziluo crossed his arms, then spill it. Su Zhishang forced a smile. I sent someone to find the city lord of Heavenly Walk City recently for some gear and meds. He's a seasoned S-rank powerhouse himself. He knows how cutthroat this world is, so he agreed to join us. Regaining confidence, he put a hand on his hip and continued. He and I captured 1 S-rank radiation creature. You and the big bros will capture another. Xiang Yu leads 4 A-rank fighters who can hold their own against the rest, so we won't leave you guys fighting alone. After saying that, he looked at Lin Zilu tensely. Lin sighed, then nodded in agreement. As long as Su Big Bro isn't using us, leaving us to face Akdarn alone. Su Zhishang bowed respectfully. How could I? This is our Heavenly Lotus City's business after all. He smiled. Lin, your reinforcements we invited from outside, not a suicide squad. If things get dangerous, I'll make sure you stay safe. Lin Ziluo also laid out his reasoning. You gotta be responsible for your Heavenly Lotus City, and I gotta be responsible for my brothers. Hope you understand. Su Zhishang frowned but forced a smile. I get it. Of course I do. Inside, he felt relieved, like he calmed the storm. That guy's not easy to fool. Right then, the system panel popped up. Player Nai C successfully activated the raid battle mission. This mission belongs to the Progressive Faction's actions. If you accept this mission, the system also displayed other info. Raid battle background. Once Heavenly Lotus City's location is discovered, it'll be flooded with disaster. The urgent mission is to successfully kill the radiation creature Akdarn, stopping the radiation creature's assault. Target: kill radiation creature Akdarn. Rewards: 10,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, a golden grade item that boosts player reputation in the Raider faction. Lin Ziluo thought silently, the rewards aren't bad. Then he turned to Su Zhishang. Honestly, I just need one promise from you. If you agree to face the enemy with us, I'll also be willing to risk my life for Heavenly Lotus City. Both Su Zhishang and Xiang Yu were a bit surprised by Lin's words. Su smiled brightly and shook his hand. All right, Lin. With that from you, I'm at ease. Then he turned and ordered Xiang Yu to bring something over. Su Zhishang handed Lin Ziluo a gift box. Our meeting is kinda rushed. The welcome gift Big Bro prepared for you is a bit hurried too. Lin Ziluo opened the box and was shocked to the core. Inside was a severed human head. Su Shang said, "This old prick's head is the welcome gift I'm giving you." Holding the box, the Heavenly Lotus City Lord hesitated and quietly asked, "This is Su Shang," then quickly explained, "Didn't the Five Yang gang mess with you before? This head belongs to their gang leader who got wiped out. This head is the welcome gift I'm giving you." Su Shang raised his head proudly and said firmly, "I'm keeping my promise to you here in Heavenly Lotus City. No one will mess with you." Lin Zilu thanked him sincerely. "Thanks, Su Big Bro, for backing me and my brothers up." Looking at the player's severed head in the box, Lin Zilu thought, didn't expect the first dungeon mission to be completed like this. The system immediately popped up a notification. Player Naishi successfully completed all conditions of the Five Yang Gang's disbandment mission. Mission complete. Congratulations on receiving mission rewards: 1,000 city coins, 1,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, and a silver-grade item. Reminder: storage space is full and cannot be opened. Please choose a suitable location to claim your rewards. After fully accepting the box, Lindsay Luo greeted warmly. "Su Big Bro, let's have a good cooperation." Lindsay, Luo, and Big Dummy were led to their resting place. At the door, a maid turned back politely inviting them in. As Lindsay, Luo, and Big Dummy stepped inside, the servants lined up respectfully to welcome and honor the high-ranking player. Lindsay Luo was a bit stunned by this treatment and quietly asked, "This is the maid who showed the way earlier." She quickly replied, "All this is the welcome gift the city lord prepared for you. Whatever you need in daily life, we can provide it for you." Lindsay Luo, looking sleepy, led Big Dummy inside and casually instructed, "All right, don't bother me. I gotta sleep." Stepping up to the foot of the stairs, Lindsay Luo asked, "Which floor is my room on?" The maid squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly. "You are the most honored guest of Celestial Lotus City. All our rooms have been cleaned thoroughly. You can choose whichever you like." Lindsay Luo kept walking, expressionless as he instructed. "All right, none of your business anymore. Step back. If I need anything, I'll call you." The maids all replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Lindsay Luo reached a room at the end of the hallway and gently opened the door. After a moment of observation, he muttered with admiration, "This dungeon setup isn't bad. The player's living conditions are decent too." Finishing his thought, he jumped onto the soft, comfy bed. Lindsay Luo lay down but didn't forget to open the system panel to claim his quest rewards: 1,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, and congratulations to the player for acquiring a white silver-grade item, the reinforced straw scarecrow. Done with that, he leaned back and mumbled, "Time to sleep, gotta rest up. Gotta fight tomorrow." When the sun was high overhead the next morning, Lindsay, Luo, and Big Dummy woke up, stretching their arms. Suddenly, Lindsay Luo glanced towards Su Shang standing at the foot of the stairs. "Old Su, are we heading out now?" Su Shang smiled slightly, clapped his hands to signal, "No rush. Let old Lee have you put this on first." Two maids immediately brought out 2 sets of pitch-black protective suits. Lindsay Luo's face was cold as he asked. Su Shang smiled patiently and explained, "Old Lee, this is the highest-grade radiation isolation suit in Celestial Lotus City. Wearing it lets you move longer on the surface and weakens radiation effects, slowing down attribute degradation." Lindsay Luo and Big Dummy listened intently, inspecting the suits. Su Shang's expression turned serious as he gently reminded them, "As long as your body is stable, you can stay in radiation for up to 12 hours. Lindsay Luo felt grateful and thanked Old Su immediately. Su Shang pointed at the suits and said, "Old Lee, you and Big Bro quickly change. Time's coming. We're about to set off." "I'm changing too," Lindsay Luo replied quickly. Both he and Big Dummy changed into the suits fast. Once all three were suited up and ready, Su Shang shouted the signal to depart. The scene before their group was full of wreckage and dust. Lindsay Luo carefully scanned the area, thinking to himself that the air no longer smelled metallic. Looks like Celestial Lotus City's high-grade isolation suits were well developed, even filtering the air effectively. Su Shang whispered from behind, "Old Lee, no immediate danger around here. We can breathe a little easier for now." His gaze drifted into the distance as he sternly warned, "This is the closest exit to the radiation creatures from Celestial Lotus City. It's also where a large number of zombies and radiation monsters gather. Everyone must keep noise to an absolute minimum, but your mind doesn't have to be so tense. Don't overexert your spirit. That won't help in the battles ahead." Lindsay Luo agreed and spoke up, "Old Su's right." After that, Su Shang carefully observed the surroundings again and told his group to keep moving forward. An hour later, as Su Shang's group and Lindsay Luo were cautiously scouting, suddenly, an A-rank radiation monster appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. The creature charged uncontrollably towards Su Shang's group. Su Shang immediately unleashed his magic to suppress the monster, letting it thrash wildly. He quickly bound it tightly with chains. Monsters are always monsters. They'll always fall for this trap. Trying to run won't be that easy if you don't know your limits. Su Qishang's face was cold, voice firm. Suddenly, Su Qishang's eyes flickered, staring wide at the roaring monster. A moment later, his expression settled back into seriousness. He threw out a long yellow chain, gripping the chain that held the monster tightly and pulled with force. The monster was instantly defeated, its bodily fluids splattering everywhere. Su Qishang's team quickly surrounded the corpse to examine it. Su Qishang calmly said, "Old Li, the lure group extracted a special fluid from this radiation creature. This fluid is one of the key ingredients for making enhancement serums." Liu Zilu nodded in agreement. "Got it. This fluid is also found on zombies, but even the fluid from over 1,000 zombies doesn't compare to that of an A-rank radiation creature." The dungeon setup notes mention this. Liu Zilu turned to Su Qishang with some praise. "I just didn't expect the Deputy City Lords group to carry tools like this." Su Qishang smiled modestly. "It's tough getting to the surface city even once. Of course, we have to be fully prepared." Su Qishang made a smug, joking face. "So, Old Li, would you call my earlier move the Old Blade's protection?" Liu Zilu laughed and happily joined in the praise. Su Qishang's chain handling was not only agile and free but also extremely powerful. Suddenly, a team member ran over to report, "Our city lord has finished extracting the radiation creature's fluid. We can move forward anytime." Su Qishang immediately turned serious and started walking again, continuing their journey. After a while, Su Qishang's group and Liu Zilu met up with the city lord. Tianxing City's Zhang Feiyue is leaning against the wall. Tao Zishang suddenly noticed him and called out. Zhang Feiyue shrugged and teased, "Old man Tao, are you too old to fight now? Or did you use up all your energy in bed? Why are you moving so slow?" Tao Zishang helplessly retorted, "The old man Zhang is a few years older than me, yet he's calling me fake." Tao Zishang stepped forward and lightly punched Zhang Feiyue's shoulder with a scowl. "You took a win before taking your 99th concubine and even took a level A enhancement potion from me. Forgot already? Now tell me, who are we if we don't handle official business every day?" Zhang Feiyue laughed heartily. "You're just jealous of my charm, no hiding it from you. If it weren't for Actari showing up, I'd already be marrying my 100th concubine to round the number out." Zhang Feiyue patted Tao Zishang's shoulder and turned to the group, saying, all right, let's get to business first, or the people you brought will need a good spot to bury themselves." Zhang Feiyue laughed loudly at the troop, who were all tired of his jokes. Suddenly, Zhang Feiyue stepped forward politely to greet Liu Zilu. "Greenhorn, I've heard of you for a long time. Didn't expect a mercenary captain to be an S-rank powerhouse. I'm Zhang Feiyue, the city lord of Tianxing City. Drop by and visit when you're free." The two shook hands warmly and continued chatting. "Greenhorn Li Haobo, city lord Zhang Feiyue, I've admired you for a while. No other talk, my concubine, you can pick whoever you want." Tao Zishang jumped in to cut the love talk in front of brother Li. He's not the type to be dazzled by beauty. Tao Zishang thought to himself, I arranged so many beauties for him, and he didn't fancy any of them. Why would he like Zhang Feiyue's concubines? Zhang Feiyue made a helpless face and explained, "Look at you, I'm just being nice to brother Li. Why are you so impatient?" Tao Zishang draped his arm over Liu Zilu's shoulder and frowned, waving him off. "Cut the crap. Now's not the time for your jokes to sway people. I already have my own plans. The person I struggle hard to keep won't be given up to you." After finishing, Tao Zishang turned to his group and continued, "The nearby cities only have a few of us powerhouses. Right now, we're all here." Zhang Feiyue interrupted with a reminder. "Brother Tao, you understand this well. If this operation fails, it means the underground city here will be destroyed by the radiation creatures." Tao Zishang clenched his fists and spoke with determination. "Exactly, so we have no way out." Zhang Feiyue quickly provided information. "Then I'll share the intel we have first. According to our intelligence, Actari is near the Tugu City High School." Tao Zishang listened and immediately gave orders. "All right, everyone head there." He pulled out a detailed map. Tao Zishang and Liu Zilu wore serious expressions, deep in thought. The survival of the underground cities depended on this. "I'm really looking forward to meeting you, Actari." Tao Zishang pointed carefully at the map, then turned to clearly announce to everyone. According to the intel, Actari's group found a place to sleep deeply near Tugu City High School, so they don't disturb each other and can absorb more radiation energy. Tao Zishang continued to entrust. The S-rank radiation creature Oda, famous for its speed, is resting in the building opposite on the left. "That one's on you, old man Zhang." Zhang Feiyue happily agreed immediately. "I've been wanting a one-on-one duel with it for a while. Let's see who's faster." After that, Tao Zishang assigned tasks to Liu Zilu's side. In the other lecture building, on the right, the S-rank radiation creature K-Tofu, known for its destructive power, is there. We need strong close combat skills to suppress it. That one's for Brother Lee and Big Brother Daegu. Liu Zilu and Daegu quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, no problem for me and Big Brother Daegu. Next, Tao Zhishang assigned tasks to the rest of the team. You guys just need to suppress the S-rank radiation creature Green Food King inside. It's the largest, made of plants. It moves pretty slow, so use your numbers to hit and run. Wait for us to finish with those guys, then we'll come help you. Everyone echoed in agreement. No problem. After finishing, Tao Zhishang folded the map and declared in a low voice, Akhdari is in the central teaching building. I'll handle that one. Tao Zhishang carefully held a watch, making sure the start times for our fight were synchronized. To prevent other radiation creatures from rushing to help, everyone must act exactly when the countdown hits 0. Then he handed out watches to each person, reminding them, fight fast. Don't give them a chance to react. Nearby, there's a small station that can block radiation. After fighting, you can recover there or take off your radiation gear if needed. Everyone joined hands and shouted loudly, this battle is about the life and death of the underground city. We must win, no failures. Got it? After that, Tao Zhishang smiled warmly and said in a deep voice, rest up a bit, build your strength, then we move out. Everyone quietly rested and regained strength. Soon after, they set off immediately. Tao Zhishang waved his hand to signal everyone to quickly carry out their missions. The group dispersed in different directions to complete their tasks. Liu Zilu and Daegu carefully and quietly moved toward their assigned spots. Liu Zilu silently and gently checked the situation. Let's see who's faster, me or it. After finishing, Chief Huang turned to assign tasks to Liu Yifei's group. In another lecture hall, on the right, the level S radiation creature K.T. Sopo, famous for its destructive power, was present. We need to use strong close combat skills to suppress it. Is it assigned to Brother Lee and Big Bro? Liu Zilu and Big Dummy quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, me and Big Bro got this. Next. So Zhishang assigned tasks to the rest of the team. You guys just need to suppress the S-rank radiation creature, the Blue Food King inside it. Its body is the biggest, made of plants. Moves pretty slow, so you guys just need to use your numbers to hit and retreat repeatedly. Wait for us to finish off those guys, then come help you. Everyone shouted in agreement, no problem. After that, he folded the map and declared in a deep voice, as for Akhdari at the central school building, I'll handle that. So Zhishang held the watch carefully to make sure our battle start times match perfectly. Otherwise, radiation creatures from other spots might come to reinforce. Everyone must strike exactly when the countdown hits 0. Then he handed out watches to each person with extra instructions. Fight fast, don't give them a chance to react. Nearby, there's a small station to avoid radiation. After the fight, you can recover or remove your radiation gear if needed. Everyone put their hands together, shouting loud. This battle is about the underground city's survival. We must win, no room for failure. Got it, done. So Zhishang smiled warmly, said, let's rest a bit, build up strength, then we move out. Everyone sat quietly to rest, then immediately set off. So Zhishang signaled for everyone to hurry and do their missions. The group scattered in different directions to carry out their tasks. Liu Zilu and Big Dummy carefully stepped toward their assigned spot. Liu Zilu silently checked the situation. Finding you was pretty easy. Both me and Big Dummy stayed silent, watching carefully. Liu Zilu quickly stepped out, thinking to himself, did you think no one would find you, making such a big scene? I carefully told Big Dummy, who was behind me, to stay here and not act recklessly. Liu Zilu held the precious sword in his left hand, tiptoed lightly, and checked cautiously. In no time, I reached the lair of that radioactive creature. I carefully hid behind the wall, silently observing. The giant beast was sound asleep, completely unaware of the situation, when the system popped up. The radioactive creature's basic stats: Strength, 240. Spirit, 110. Constitution, 220. Agility, 160. Innate radiation body talent. When you're in a high radiation environment, your basic stats increase, your evolution speed accelerates when your body takes damage, and your recovery rate rises based on radiation concentration. When dealing damage to enemies, your absorption of their radiation speeds up. The body armor is a bear-tiger-wolf-dog hybrid. You can possess the powers and traits of one organ from this strong physical armor body. Your ability to resist attacks increases, allowing you to reduce damage taken. Skills include Giant Beast Smash, Tiger Claw Force, Wolf Claw Strike, and Dog Bite Blade. Weakness: a mismatched body linkage part will be quite fragile. Direct hits can cause higher damage, plus, due to the large body, movements are slower and less agile. Liu Zilu stared at the beast in surprise, wondering silently, where's the dog part? It's got to be somewhere on it. Then Liu Zilu immediately got into a ready stance. He pulled out his watch, gripping the countdown timer tightly. Liu Zilu quickly scanned, carefully observing the surroundings and the hallway's position, which was a bit wider. He yawned and then quietly dashed off. Not a sound. He stood still, cautiously considering the bookshelf. Liu Zilu quickly opened the system panel. Facing such a huge creature, its obvious traps should be used to save time and energy. After some thought, Liu Zilu decided on a trap that could break the barrier. Liu Zilu immediately activated the barrier-breaking trap function. The countdown timer hit the moment to act. Liu Zilu frowned and punched the wall hard, waking the sleeping beast in anger. Then he quickly launched a barrage of fireballs at the creature. The beast went completely berserk, its eyes bloodshot, mouth roaring loudly. Liu Zilu showed no fear, staring straight at the beast, grinning with satisfaction. Nice. I said you had dog parts somewhere. Turns out you were hiding them in your mouth. The furious monster blocked Liu Zilu's fireballs with one hand. That arm was nearly burnt to smoking ash. Suddenly, a small flame flew, hitting the dog head hanging on the beast's chest, burning a patch of it. The dog head immediately howled angrily. This two-headed creature turned to glare at Liu Zilu with blazing eyes full of rage. Liu Zilu squinted, smiling challengingly. You got guts. Come hit me then. The beast roared loudly, gathering internal energy fiercely. Then it bared its teeth in hatred at Liu Zilu. Instantly, the beast radiated killing intent, still roaring non-stop, charging wildly. It raised its claws to strike Liu Zilu. Liu Zilu didn't flinch, smirked slightly, and stepped back lightly. As the beast swung down its powerful blow, Liu Zilu vanished. The missed strike shattered the walls. While the beast looked around, Liu Zilu taunted mockingly. The beast's eyes blazed with fury as it searched. Liu Zilu gleefully kept provoking it. Your old man's right here. The beast looked up immediately when their eyes met. Suddenly, a huge rock fell straight onto the beast. It gritted its teeth, struggling to hold the massive stone. Its eyes were bloodshot, veins bursting with blood. Its legs started trembling, unable to stand firm. But it refused to give up, forcefully throwing the rock far away. The beast growled, eyes blazing with rage, staring up at Liu Zilu. Liu Zilu suddenly lunged forward, pointing his sword straight at the beast. The beast was momentarily shocked but managed to dodge Liu Zilu's thrust. That stab was enough to crack the entire floor. Liu Zilu stood proudly, holding his precious sword, ready for the beast. The beast's eyes filled with hatred, quickly gathering power. Liu Zilu calmly watched the two-headed beast roar wildly, activating Giant Beast Smash, Tiger Claw Force, and Dog Bite Blades simultaneously. Liu Zilu found it fascinating that the armored body allowed it to use 3 skills at once. The system panel immediately displayed detailed info. Giant Beast Smash creates a powerful shockwave forward from the creature's body. Tiger Claw Force swings the Tiger Claw arm forward, causing massive single-target burst damage. Dog Bite Blade is a skill that weakens the enemy's basic stats while boosting your own. Liu Zilu squinted, thinking, Alright, let me show you what I can do against those skills. The beast raised its claws and charged at Liu Zilu with a move called Nine Flames Twin Slash. Liu Zilu yawned and swung his sword straight at the beast's hand. The collision was so fierce that both Liu Zilu and the beast were thrown back. Liu Zilu quickly gathered strength and landed safely. The floor behind him suddenly showed cracks. A huge section of the floor instantly collapsed, causing Liam Tzu to suddenly fall down. Then a deafening explosion erupted, and the triumphant beast angrily roared, aiming to kill Liam Tzu. Human, you will pay for this. Using the 9 Blaze Overkill skill, entering a rigid state, Liam Tzu calmly glanced, signaling the big dummy that now was the moment. As the beast prepared to pounce, Big Dummy immediately smashed through the glass window to break free. Big Dummy swung his massive hammer hard at the beast. Frowning seriously, Big Dummy focused his strength, putting the beast in a critical state, using the Overlord Hammer skill. The pressure from both sides was so intense that the floor collapsed again, causing Big Dummy and the beast to fall straight down to the lower level. Seeing the beast unconscious on the ground, Big Dummy raised his hammer high. Big Dummy delivered a powerful blow to the dog's head on the beast. Suddenly, a spark flashed in Big Dummy's eyes as he looked down. The beast was painfully struggling to recover. Immediately after, its giant hand grabbed Big Dummy's leg tightly, then it aggressively lifted him high, roaring wildly. The beast ruthlessly threw Big Dummy into the corner of the wall. Thinking it had surely won, the beast roared triumphantly. Suddenly, Liam Tzu appeared from behind, sword in hand, charging straight in. Liam Tzu's sword strike quickly shook the floor, leaving the beast momentarily unable to react. It immediately fell freely along with the rubble. The scene was left with Liam Tzu silently observing and Big Dummy sitting slumped in the corner. Big Dummy soon regained consciousness, Liam Su immediately finished it off with a massive explosion. Both he and Big Dummy safely escaped outside. They were intently watching the outcome. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, the ruins gradually appeared. Liam Su quickly activated Blood Hue surveillance to assess the situation, needing to confirm if Po was really dead. Looking at the beast lying in pain under a pile of huge stones, Liam Su thought silently, "It's really not easy to survive with such fierce will." Suddenly, it snapped its head toward the two of them, eyes blazing with rage. Liam Su stood still, slightly puzzled. Could it have noticed him watching? Seeing the beast turn away, struggling to crawl out from under the stones, Liam Su breathed a sigh of relief. No, he really did respect its intelligence. Suddenly, Liam Su turned to Big Dummy and spoke. Big Dummy went to report the situation. The beast, covered in stones, was painfully crawling bit by bit. Suddenly, Big Dummy slammed a heavy blow right on its head. That strike completely knocked the beast unconscious. Liam Su next to him could only sigh in amazement. Surprise! Then Liam Su drew his sword with a sharp glare. It was time to settle our score. He quickly sliced off the beast's head. Big Dummy swiftly followed with another hammer strike to the beast's head. Done. Liam Su and Big Dummy wiped sweat from their brows, cracked their shoulders, ready to continue the mission. All right, next. Liam Su spoke seriously and quietly. Absorb the corpse. Big Dummy froze, confused. Liam Su lightly punched Big Dummy's chest, reassuring him, and Big Dummy nodded in agreement. You heard right. Absorb Po's corpse. I need it. After saying that, Liam Su climbed onto the rubble while Big Dummy tried to drag the beast's body out. Liam Su started clearing the rubble above to reduce pressure on the beast's body. After a while, Liam Su finished clearing the rubble on top, calmly wiping sweat from his face. He looked down at Big Dummy, watching him pull the beast out. But after a while, there was no movement. Liam Su angrily jumped down, explained the method again to Big Dummy, grabbed him, and tried to pull the beast out. Then Liam Su stepped back to observe, waiting for Big Dummy to stay and keep pulling the beast's body. Big Dummy gripped the beast tightly. Using all his strength, he pulled the beast out from under the pile of dirt and stones, then threw it to the side. The heavy impact made the beast bleed. Seeing everything was settled, Liam Su praised Big Dummy. Good job. The system popped up, Blood Hue, Surveillance, Clairvoyance deactivated. He approached the beast, opened the system panel, and clicked in. The space expanded. Liam Su absorbed the beast's body into his system, only keeping its head. Seeing everything resolve smoothly, Liam Su thought for a moment. He and Big Dummy handled Po so quickly, which didn't fit the character's setup in others' minds. He'd wait a bit before meeting with them, so hiding some of his true strength to overshadow Zhang Kuai's air was a good move. Liam Su turned around and suddenly Ghost Boy appeared behind him. The sudden appearance shocked Liam Su, making him step back. For the past 2 days, he'd been so focused on discussing radiation creatures with Tony that he forgot about Ghost Boy. Remembering before, he had told Ghost Boy, I plan to hide our strength, so starting tomorrow, you must conceal it. Not done yet, Liam Su continued to remind him, fearing Ghost Boy might forget. I'm giving you a task. Go find the leader of the 5 Yang clan causing trouble for them. You lack combat experience, so bring back some useless clan stuff here. Ghost Boy not only obeyed but also brought enhancement potions, the method of self-enhancement used by humans in the post-apocalyptic game world. Liam Su took the bottle and inspected it. I didn't expect Tony to directly finish off the 5 Yang clan leader. Looks like Ghost Boy just swept through the 5 Yang clan. But to be fair, the 5 Yang clan is really poor. Such a huge faction, and this is all the valuable stuff they've got? Seeing Ghost Boy not wearing protective gear, Liu Zilu quickly warned him, put on this radiation protection suit first. Zilu also packed all the medicines into his bag, saving them for later, just in case they might be needed. Then, Liu Zilu used the system to suppress Ghost Boy's consciousness. While suppressing his mind, Ghost Boy agreed to join the robber sect. After a moment, the system popped up a notification. The main quest dungeon for the teammate of Juan Ghost Boy has been unlocked for the player. You and your teammates now have the entire main questline unlocked. Please complete the missions quickly. Everything's settled, so he told Ghost Boy he could leave now. Back in a safe spot, Liu Zilu stared at the ghostly figure for a moment, then reminded him to hide. Cough, cough. Before they notice you, you better get out of here first. Ghost Boy then shrank into a corner and activated his Phantom Ghost Shadow skill. Zilu and Big Dummy headed out. Big Dummy, come on, let's check out how the others are doing in the fight. Nearby, a giant tree monster was causing chaos. The Deputy City Lord was here trying to hold it back but got slammed away by one of the monster's whips. He flew back and landed right at Liu Zilu's feet. Seeing a figure in front of him, the Deputy City Lord strained to see who it was. It turned out to be Big Dummy and Liu Zilu. Zilu quickly updated him on the situation. We've already dealt with the radiation cat tofu. Coming to help everyone now. The deputy city lord stood up, stunned. You assassins and saboteurs are that strong? You handle the cat tofu that easily. They managed to take down an S-rank radiation creature in such a short time. Seeing the deputy city lord's doubt, Liu Zilu thought he'd arrived too early. If he'd known, he would have stayed longer. Zilu helped him up and explained. We got lucky. After some chaos, we found cat tofu's weak point, so it ended quickly. The deputy city lord was convinced by that explanation. So that's how it was. He blamed himself for almost misunderstanding them, thinking they were hiding their true strength from the city lord and had some ulterior motive. Turns out it was just coincidence. Liu Zilu then asked the deputy city lord to explain the current situation. Deputy city lord, you should tell us the details first. The deputy city lord was about to explain. The tree monster knocked another person flying. The deputy city lord quickly flew over to catch them. The tree roared, and Liu Zilu drew his sword and charged. He swung hard, slicing the monster in two. But suddenly he realized something was off. This was one of the talents of the Green Food King. The plant's regeneration ability allowed it to rapidly heal by absorbing normal nutrients when damaged. The flower bud on the monster's body opened into a huge mouth. Its healing speed was faster than their attack speed. They hadn't found its weakness yet, which is why they were slow. Zilu paused to assess the situation. The tree shot out a bunch of flying leaf arrows, which Zilu burned with his fire. The flames from his hands incinerated all the leaves. Zilu kept spitting fire. The flames grew larger, surrounding everyone, and the monster screamed in rage as the heat burned it. Zilu signaled Big Dummy. Big guy, buy me some time. Big Dummy charged in, swinging his hammer at the monster. Big Dummy swung but missed everything and got slammed away by the monster. Taking advantage of the opening, Zilu flew in with fire to attack. He spread his arms wide behind him, focusing the flames. Then he raised his hands to the sky, and a growth effect appeared around his body. The flames in his hands became more powerful than ever. Liu Zilu used that fire to scorch everything in front of him. The monster howled in pain after getting hit by Zilu's attack. The system popped up, showing he was using the slime spit skill. Then a system explanation appeared about the slime. Slime spit consumes a certain amount of the monster's nutrients. It spits out slime with considerable power and strong corrosive properties. The slime flew toward them, starting to corrode Liu Zilu's flames. Zilu clasped his hands together and surrounded himself with a protective barrier, activating a hidden demon shield. The demon immunity shield seemed ineffective as the slime kept corroding his barrier. Zilu took out a necklace with a red gem and activated another, sturdier shield, the Onyx Shield necklace. The Onyx Shield blocked the slime after it pierced his first barrier, but it could only hold out for a little while longer as water stains appeared on it. Zilu realized he couldn't hold out much longer. The monster ramped up its firepower, launching more corrosive attacks at him. But it didn't notice it was surrounded by flames. Feeling trapped, the monster screamed in pain as its parts kept burning. To avoid more damage, it cut off all the burning parts. But that wasn't enough to stop Liu Zilu's flames. The fire kept engulfing the monster, causing it agony. Sensing the chance, Liu Zilu gave the signal. Now's the time, everyone attack the monster. Zilu stood back to observe. Finally, he could breathe easy until suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder. The city lord immediately praised Liu Ziluo's moves. His and Big White Brother's moves were fast, still managing to help Brother Xiang Yu. The city lord recounted, I just finished killing and stepped outside to see a huge fire at the Tho Chang's place. I thought something else had happened, but it turned out Brother Li was controlling the flames. After saying that, he asked Liu Ziluo, Brother Li, how exactly did you manage to control that fire? Ziluo was a bit stunned, wondering how to answer. Facing the city lord's eagerness, Liu Ziluo hesitated about how to explain. Suddenly, the deputy city lord collapsed, and Ziluo nearby rushed over, asking, Deputy city lord, are you okay? Both then turned to look at the monster. The monster roared, clearly angry and evolving. Ziluo told the city lord, Brother Zhang, now's not the time for this. We have to deal with the Blue Food King first. The city lord agreed with Ziluo's words. Brother Li, you're right. Saying that, he charged forward. Ziluo helped the wounded to safety, then vanished quickly, leaving only a shadow behind. Ziluo appeared above the city lord, and together they charged into battle with the monster. Ziluo unleashed a flurry of fire-cutting strikes, slashing countless wounds on the monster before jumping out of its attack range. The city lord praised him, Brother Li, you really got skills. By now, everyone had gathered. Liu Ziluo asked Brother Zhang, Brother Zhang, something might have happened. Brother Zhang, knowing what he meant, said, I know what you're getting at. Something definitely happened to Old Man Su. Li Jianyuan stood up to object. No, we have to. The city lord stepped forward, waving his hand to explain to Li Jianyuan. The news from the main hall, the school building there, didn't show any big disturbances. Old Man Su is probably holding out against Akdari. Ziluo started thinking. Luckily, we chose to kill the Blue Food King first. Otherwise, not just the deputy city lord, but all of them would have died. After wiping out the Blue Food King, we'll rush to join forces with Akdari. At that point, our strength won't match theirs, and this mission will be a total failure. Someone else in the group added, Brother Xiang Yu's team is badly injured, can't keep fighting. Ziluo recalled his previous character setup, realizing he couldn't say too much now, so he just updated on everyone's condition. Big White and I are fine, plus Brother Zhang, we should be able to take down Akdari. The city lord reminded everyone that those badly wounded shouldn't move around, going wouldn't help. Seeing this, Li Jianyuan stepped up, wanting to keep fighting. City Lord Zhang, the city lord reminded Li Jianyuan that even if he didn't think for himself, he had to think for the three others. After the city lord's reminder, everyone fell silent. After a moment, Li Jianyuan agreed and obeyed the city lord. The city lord then decided to go with Liu Zilu and advised the others to stay. Li brother and I will check on Old Man Su. Big White, you stay and watch over them. Don't let them run wild. Saying that, the two ran off. When they arrived, the eerie silence was terrifying. Suddenly, Ziluo sensed a powerful aura. They both entered the building, but everything seemed normal. Ziluo scouted the first 3 floors, while the city lord checked the 4th and 5th. The 4th floor was just like the 3rd, with no signs of battle. He reported the situation downstairs. Floors 2 and 3 were the same. The city lord thought Akdari had fled, so Old Man Su chased after him. Not sure though. Ziluo added that on the 2nd floor there was a strange classroom, but since he was alone, he went back to call the city lord to come along. I don't dare act alone, so I'm bringing Brother Zhang. The city lord urged Ziluo. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. They ran quickly to the spot. The city lord opened the door first. The scene shocked him. A person was pinned under many large stones, only an arm sticking out. Looking at the marks on the arm, the city lord recognized it as Old Man Su, and fear made him rush forward, shouting, Old Man Su. Ziluo hurriedly grabbed his arm. That's not Old Man Su, Ziluo explained. Only one arm was broken here. Now it seemed the whole building showed no trace of Old Man Su or Akdari. The city lord disagreed. It has to be Akdari. His power is too strong. Old Man Su's arm was broken by him, but Old Man Su has some strength. Akdari couldn't have killed him quickly, and he guessed we exist, so he chose to run. The city lord was more convinced of his own thoughts. Everyone knew Old Man Su was fierce toward radiation creatures, and since he blocked Akdari's escape, causing the plan to fail, he definitely chose to follow him. Ziluo added, I think so too. Now we just have to follow the trail Old Man Su left. They'd chase and see what really happened. Hearing this, the city lord looked a bit helpless. Easier said than done, this is a foggy area. How can we find them? Ziluo took on the task. Leave it to me. I've been planning something myself. I'm really curious how strong this S-rank radiation creature is to break the arm of an S-rank powerhouse. After saying that, Lin Ziluo immediately turned away. The hallway was empty at this moment. Ziluo then added to Chief Zhang, northeast direction, they just left a few minutes ago. At the door, Ziluo continued, explaining to Chief Zhang, now if we chase after them, we can still catch up. Old Brother Zhang, let's move. They arrived at a huge building, surrounded by lots of faint bones. The two were now standing at the entrance of that big house. Lin Ziluo replied, there's definitely the aura of a radiation creature here. Ziluo seriously warned, Old Brother Zhang, don't forget, I'm a mercenary. I've encountered quite a few radiation creatures and pay close attention to details. Lin Ziluo analyzed the situation. Old Brother 2 and Akdar are probably curled up inside the workshop. They must have stopped here for about 3 to 4 minutes. Zhang Fi Duok then checked the floor. This was a radiation workshop from the old city of Tsugu. Though it had been abandoned since the Great War, the radiation level was still much higher than outside. Lin Ziluo kept his hands in his pockets, calm as ever. Maybe this was why Akshar chose to stay here curled up with Old Brother 2. Both were stepping close to the door. Lin Ziluo drew his sword and asked Zhang Fi Duok, Old Brother Zhang, how's your recovery? No chance to rest from here on. Zhang Fi Duok replied firmly, Little Brother Li, don't worry. Though I'm not back to perfect condition, after such a long trip, I've recovered at least 70 to 80%. After confirming Zhang Fi Duok's state, Lin Ziluo proposed, all right, let's split up. Whoever finds Old Brother to first sends a signal. Zhang Fi Duok immediately agreed without hesitation. So the two guys split up to search. Following a straight path, Liu Zilu reached a room with some fresh-looking blood stains. He observed carefully, then used his skill, blood hue vision, to see through. The blood trails clearly show the location of Old Brother 2 and Akda. Turns out they had confirmed the situation and found their position. Liu Zilu retracted his vision skill. He looked around to send a signal to Zhang Fei Duok without alerting Akda. Shortly after receiving the intel, Zhang Fei Duok arrived. He put a hand on Liu Zilu's shoulder, asking, "Little brother Li, what's your situation? Our old brother 2 and Akda over here." Lin nodded. "Old brother Zhang, your guess is right." Zhang Fei Duok added, "I've been here before, pretty familiar with this place." After a quick look around, he guessed they were here. Liu Zilu continued, "I found traces here and heard some noises. Was about to send you a signal." After chatting, Zhang Fei Duok tried to open the door. "Little brother Li, ready?" Liu Zilu replied, "Of course." Just as they were about to step in, a voice startled them. "Come in, you two." The door opened, and Zhang Fei Duok and Liu Zilu came to back up to Ji Shang. But instead of relief, he looked scared. "Old brother Zhang, little brother Li, you need to leave fast. Akda has evolved to SS rank, not something we can handle." Liu Zilu comforted him. "Old brother 2, don't lose hope. With us here, who wins or loses isn't certain yet." Zhang Fei Duok agreed with Tu Shang. Though standing to shield him, he warned, "Don't underestimate this big threat ahead." Liu Zilu added, "Old brother Zhang, don't stress." Moving closer to Akda, sword, ready for battle. "You knew we were tracking you all along." Following the question, Akda replied, "At first, I couldn't believe my own discovery, but now I'm damn sure." Akda sneered, "I'm curious how you managed to track me through the fog." Both Ji Shang and Zhang Fei Duok wanted to know too. They stared at Liu Zilu, making him awkward. "I basically can't explain this clearly. Should I just drop it or not explain at all?" Akda mocked, refused to say, "No rush. When you feel the joy of torture, you won't be able to hold back from talking." Its taunt made Liu Zilu furious, knowing exactly what he'd do. Zhang Fei Duok and Ji Shang hurried to stop him. "Little brother Li, don't go over there." Liu Zilu ignored them and stepped forward, then used his skill to scan Akda. The radiation creature's basic attributes: strength, 260, spirit, 255, constitution, 160, agility, 270. Liu Zilu read the info, impressed. Akda had evolved to SS rank, followed by a list of talents, skills, and weaknesses. Talents included 3 super radiation bodies. Talent rank, corpse handler. When under high radiation, your basic attributes increase. Evolution speed increases when the body takes damage. Recovery speed accelerates based on radiation concentration. When dealing damage to enemies, absorption speed of enemy radiation increases significantly. Body parts include armor, human, termite, snake, shark. You can possess the abilities and traits of any armor body part. Moreover, these abilities grant enhanced and expanded super strong perception. Talents come from termite abilities after mutation. Can sense nearby enemies and human presence. This effect doubles for skills. Skills include extreme slash, poison stare, furious sand claw, flying wing slash. Of course, every creature has weaknesses, 2 notable ones. Weakness 1. Linked body parts with different structures are quite fragile. Direct hits can cause higher damage. 2. Since the main body parts are human, his stamina was relatively weak, could be drained through fighting. Liu Zilu thought, turns out he has super strong sensory power. No wonder he could detect me and Zhang Pu tracking him. Just as these thoughts flooded in, Akda launched an attack. The 2 brothers shouted worriedly. Brother Liu Zilu skillfully dodged, making the strike go straight down, then used his skills to land beside Zhang Pu and Ji Shang. Liu Zilu instructed both. Zhang bro attack the elbow joint of Akda where it's connected. So bro, drain Akda's stamina so it won't attack you. Taking the order, both shouted in unison. Seeing the situation was promising, Liu Zilu thought up a new strategy, eyes sharp as knives. Liu Zilu judged instantly. Zhang bro locked the left path. So bro wrapped his hands on the right, then Zhang Pu struck with his sword, while Ji Shang used chains to bind its hands. This forced all of Akda's movements to stop. With no use of hands or feet, it had to watch with its eyes, while Liu Zilu's flaming sword approached fast. In a flash, the sword slashed across Akda's hand, cutting it off. Not stopping there, after landing, Liu Zilu jumped close again and swung his sword, cutting off its other arm, cracking the floor too. Liu Zilu finally stopped. Akda glared down at him from below. "I find you interesting. Fine, I'll play with you." It frowned, but that didn't mean it angrily charged. I agree to let you injure my body. Liu Zilu raised his sword and shouted, right now. Akdari spread its wings and lunged at Liu Zilu. It pierced through, then flapped up, but suddenly glanced down. From Liu Zilu, countless magic circles gathered around his arm, forming a fireball flying toward Akdari, who couldn't react in time and rolled eyes, falling face first before Liu Zilu's attack. So Qinghan used chains to pull the monster up. Akdari's limbs were tightly bound, unable to move. Old So pulled the chains with all his might. The demon dragged on the ground, groaning. Then Zhang Pui jumped up and stabbed, aiming for the demon's neck. Though in danger, somehow Akdari laughed. It had used snake skills. So when the strike landed, it easily dodged a big explosion. Zhang Pui immediately looked at Liu Zilu for the next command. Liu Zilu calculated. Akdari only has snake eyes and can mimic snake movements with its body. Right now, Akdari's body was stretching to escape. Liu Zilu was even more sure. Looks like this is what the armor inside mentioned, the enhancement and expansion effect these powers bring. Akdari sped up proudly, observing as it went. The hardest to deal with is the youngest one. Take out these two old guys first, then talk. So Qinghan folded his arms and advised, Old Zhang, Brother Li, Akdari is an SS rank radiation creature. You absolutely can't ignore it. Zhang Pui waved his hand. Old So, I've told you, you've been in Tianlian City too long. Now you fight radiation creatures so slow and sloppy. You're injured, so rest nearby. Wait for me and Brother Li to finish cleaning up, then it'll bring you back for treatment. Lost in conversation, they didn't notice Akdari had disappeared. Liu Zilu shouted, Big Bro Zhang, turn back. Zhang Pui heard the command, spun around and swung his sword down at Akdari. A decisive slash, but the sword was easily blocked. Without hesitation, as he landed, he immediately retracted his sword and stabbed forward. Akdari kept retreating defensively, seized the moment, and gathered strength. Pui took a solid punch. He was slammed back, blood splattering everywhere. Akdari was thrilled, useless human. Liu Zilu cursed silently in his heart. His teammates had lived this long. Could they really not know that being reckless leads to a bad end? Especially when facing an enemy far stronger than themselves. Just catching one person and Akdari was already bragging to the skies. Sure enough, humans are all weaklings. Only this freak isn't scary at all. On the battlefield, Liu Zilu and Su Qinghan were clutching their arms in pain from behind. Looking at his movements, Liu Zilu realized the next target he was aiming for was Su Qinghan, wanting to take him out first. He slung his sword over his shoulder, acting cocky. Is that so? Liu Zilu's thoughts were just as sharp. Did you ask if I agreed? Liu Zilu stepped up to fight, telling Su Qinghan, Brother Su, leave the rest to me. You take care of Brother Zhang first. Liu Zilu focused on quickly finishing this, dragging this old duo out any longer and they wouldn't survive. Su Qinghan spread his hands to object. Brother Li can't. Liu Zilu ignored him, flipped a coin in his hand, then slapped it down to leave fate to chance. It landed heads up. Angel's Blessing. If you get the Angel's Blessing, the player receives protection. All stats increase by 10%. All damage taken is reduced by 10%. Stamina and spirit recovery speed increase by 50%, wound healing speed by 40%. Negative effects during the blessing are completely immune. Other debuffs are reduced by 30%, duration cut by 40%. Clenching the coin, Liu Zilu said seriously, Angel's Blessing lasts 10 minutes, so I'll finish you in 10 minutes. How could Akdari be insulted by a human? He immediately sneered arrogantly. But when he looked closer, Akdari was stunned. No, how is this possible? He assessed the situation, realizing this guy had used some trick. How the hell can he boost his stats in such a short time? He's still calculating his moves, but dragging this out will only make things worse for him. Gotta finish this fast and dirty. With that thought, Akdari unleashed his system skill, the Furious Wrath Claw. He was ruthless and cunning, attacking a single enemy. Once locked down, the target was trapped in place, unable to move for 2 seconds. The damage dealt by biting was 130% of his strength attribute, and the wound inflicted caused pain at 200% intensity. Plus, damage equal to 5% of his strength attribute every second, lasting for 10 seconds. Based on info from the system, Liu Zilu realized the Angel's luck was just right. He happened to be immune to this binding effect. What the hell? Why is this machine so easily triggered? Akdari charged without hesitation. Liu Zilu got into a defensive stance, ready to counter. He activated the skill 9 Flame Twin Slash. But the attack didn't hurt Akdari because he dodged by leaping sideways. Avoiding the strike, he smirked arrogantly, jumped aside, and used the momentum to spring up. But instantly, Liu Zilu appeared behind him before he could react. Damn, got played. Using the Hong Tai Lang Claw gadget, he slashed Akdari's head, leaving him stunned. his face twisted, spitting saliva. The claw felt pretty solid. The gadget was practical. Just 1 second of dizziness was enough. Not stopping there, Liu Zilu appeared behind him again, sword blazing with fire. Turn around, I'm right behind you. Akdari's eyes followed the sword's arc and tried to block, but it was too late. The blade sliced through his hand. Cornered, Akdari tried to escape but was blinded by dazzling light beams surrounding him. Liu Zilu sneered coldly, trying to run. Think again. He scanned the area, then crouched and slashed with a fiery technique to trap him. Akdari's eyes widened in alarm, sweating after barely dodging that powerful strike. He slammed his claws into the ground, pulling up a magic blade to counterattack. Zilu's sword pierced through, forcing him to abandon the move to dodge. Just as planned, he smiled mysteriously and landed lightly in front of Zilu. At that moment, he summoned hundreds of magical blades and quickly leapt high into the air. Akdari narrowed his eyes and shot a chain towards him. The chain wrapped tightly around one of Akdari's legs, preventing him from flying. Zilu punched him in the chest, making him cough up blood immediately. Under pressure from both sides, Akdari was flung backward. With a loud crash, Akdari slammed into the wall. After the impact, he collapsed to the ground badly injured. Spitting blood, he silently assessed the situation. Those 2 old guys were easy to handle, but this young guy, scary and downright freaky. Akdari forced himself up, gritting his teeth. If this keeps up, I'm dead meat. But the forest always has wood to burn, right? Thinking fast, he spread his wings and took off. Liu Zilu watched closely. Running won't be that easy. He closed his eyes, focused his energy, and in a flash, the fiery wings of Tao Zhishang appeared behind him, ready to assist. What the hell is this old man's background? Akdari panicked and fled quickly. Right behind him, Liu Zilu flapped his wings and chased, making Akdari's eyes bulge. You're not the only one who can fly. You really think you can stop me? Akdari glared, revealing his red snake-like eyes with the venomous snake gaze. Using his snake eyes, he unleashed a terrifying, petrifying stare that could plunge opponents into fear, horror, and awe. Once the enemy falls into these states, their body freezes for 2 seconds and takes damage equal to 50% of their spirit attribute. His state shifted from calm to panic. The system notification made him grimace. The legendary talent skill, Rampage Heart, was activating its effect, switching to another attribute. Akdari eagerly charged after evolving. But little did he know, this skill had already lost its effect. Liu Zilu's sharp eyes caught on. With your acting, I see right through you. He targeted Akdari's psychology. You think you're immune to any mental state from my Rampage Heart talent? That attribute's fake? Fear? I don't even know what fear is. Akdari panicked. How is this possible? Immediately, Liu Zilu vanished like the wind, sword blazing on his shoulder. He swung and chopped Akdari's huge wings, burning them to ashes. The wings detached from the body, slowly burning away and disappearing. Akdari screamed in pain, losing momentum and crashing hard to the ground under Zilu's judging gaze. He lay motionless, face full of terror. Taking advantage, Liu Zilu rushed toward Akdari, who lay muttering nonsense. If these guys want me dead, then so be it. Veins bulged in his blood-red eyes as Akdari shouted. Then we all die together. Liu Zilu landed and stepped back. In a flash, Akdari vanished without a trace. As expected, he charged toward Tao Zhishang to attack. The system announced, Super-level Golden Hand Earthquake Eye is activating its effect. Tao Zhishang flinched as Akdari sped toward him at lightning speed. The system continued, currently Akdari is struggling on his sickbed. Burning life and power can temporarily restore strength in a short time, but he will soon die from energy depletion. Liu Zilu frowned, realizing it was just a simple explosion. At the same time, Tao Zhishang closed his eyes, face scrunched in fear. Akdari, with blood-red eyes, charged forward, bearing cold steel teeth. Liu Zilu jumped out and caught Tao Zhishang, startling him to move away quickly. Akdari kept charging headfirst, unable to stop, face-planting hard into the ground. Even in the danger zone, he slid, bleeding and screaming. He lay on the ground, trembling with rage. Akdari struggled to get up, his eyes flashing. He bitterly shouted, "How can this be?" Liu Zilu flew in the air holding 2 chains. One side was a clone, the other was old, so. He hadn't even gathered his thoughts and didn't understand what the hell was going on. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Am I dreaming? Liu Zilu looked down at Akdari with contempt. Based on you, you deserve to be wiped out along with me. His head was bloody, eyes lowered. Akdari was truly broken. This time, instead of fighting back, he just lay flat on his back waiting to die. Akdari laughed loudly. I'm a legit SS rank and I'm dying at the hands of 3 S ranks. Liu Zilu spoke coldly. It's over. He dashed toward the chains and then vanished. Akhdari wondered why. How did he manage to deny his last words? I cursed, but before finishing, Liu Zilu cut him off, nullifying the curse. The monster's foot that was standing on the ground was also killed. Because the chains were gone, Old So and the clone also landed, and the fiery wings disappeared. The system sent a notification. Player Nai XCA successfully killed the SS rank radiation creature Akhdari, fulfilling the mission requirements and completing the raid battle mission. Congratulations to player Nai Shi for earning 10,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, a golden grade item, and 1 cubic meter of storage space. Congratulations on leveling up to 32. All attributes increased by 3 and gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations on leveling up to 33. All attributes increased by 3 and gained 5 free attribute points. Besides, Liu Zilu's attribute rewards also increased. The basic stats of player Nai Shi without equipment were Strength 151, Spirit 146, Constitution 146, Agility 146. He marveled. The risk was high, but the rewards were worth it. Old So was extremely happy. We really succeeded in killing an SS rank radiation creature. Liu Zilu confirmed, yeah, Old So, you weren't wrong. Old So shouted joyfully, we really did it. We killed Akhdari. Tianlian City won't be destroyed, and we can continue to be city lords. Liu Zilu then noticed the badly injured Zhang lying on the ground. He's dead. Old So continued. This time Zhang's death wasn't in vain. Before finishing, he could exchange 1 Akhdari for that. That was a promise. Reporting his actions to the Federation could even earn him the title of hero. Liu Zilu added, actually, Zhang put in a lot this time. Old So, should we bring Zhang's body back? No rush. After a moment, Old So inspected and then pulled out something that looked like a badge and asked Liu Zilu, Brother Li, do you know what this is? Liu Zilu replied, looking at the writing on it, it must be a medal from Tianxing City. Old So nodded. That's right. This is the City Lord Medal of Tianxing City, symbolizing each City Lord underground. Then Old So happily handed over the badge. Brother Li, then I have to congratulate you first. He looked at Zilu to confirm, you are the next City Lord of Tianxing City. From calm to confused, Liu Zilu said, what? Old So turned to face Nai Shi directly and asked, Brother Li, don't you have confidence? But he frowned slightly, standing still, continuing to think. Could it be he didn't agree? But now the threat of Akhdari was gone for the peace of Tianlian City. Tianlian City could only have 1 S-rank powerhouse, but if he refused, Old So's deep gaze and resolute thought meant only one thing, permanently cutting off future troubles. He looked at the other and questioned himself, is being City Lord of Tianxing City really that easy? That simple? Endless thoughts surged. Losing an arm in battle, fighting strength damage, his existence was a threat to him. So he wanted to use this way to make me leave Tianlian City, but if with his help, holding the City Lord position of Tianxing City could reduce a lot of trouble for me, and also bring many benefits. After a long silence, Zilu suddenly spoke up to object. But Old So, a resident of Tianxing City. Before he could finish, Old So sighed and interrupted. Of course, Brother Li, you contributed so much to the Federation. Of course, it must be reported to the Federation. With the Federation's support, Brother Li, you can rest assured no one will dare to say anything. Hearing this, Zilu replied, That's good. That's good. It's my first time as City Lord. I have no experience. I still need Old So's help. Don't worry, you saved my life. As for becoming City Lord of Tianxing City, I'll definitely help you. He clenched his fist and punched his chest seriously. You need manpower for fighting, supplies, talent management. Just tell me, including people in Tianxing City. If the Alliance has anything, leave it all to me. I guarantee you won't have any worries later. Those words immediately reassured Liu Zilu. Then I'm relieved. Next, he pinned the golden badge onto his black outer robe. I really didn't expect I'd have a chance to be City Lord, he added. Old So. Let's bring Zhang back first, but only got a dismissive wave. No rush, I still want to ask Brother Li something. Then he pointed at the silent figure standing aside and asked, This is Liu Zilu. Unable to help but blame himself. How could I forget the little devil? Quickly answered. This is another member of our 3-person team. Assassin Li Tizu is also my brother. Hearing this, Old So seemed to understand and bowed. I see. Many thanks to Brother Tizu for saving my life. Then the mouth was faster than the brain, asking and scaring the little demon into sweating bullets. Earlier, when we were fighting, I didn't see Brother Iron Pillar anywhere. Where has he been all this time? Meanwhile, at another corner, Zi Luo stood still, like a stone statue, deep in thought, staying alert just in case. Before he finished thinking, he spoke up to bail the other guy out. The reason this brother of mine is still called the Assassin is because he loves hiding in the shadows, surprising the enemy, explaining while waving his arms around. Meanwhile, the big tough brothers who follow me face the enemy head-on. The three of us always coordinate like that. After hearing that, Chief Wang standing in the middle nodded repeatedly in agreement. So that's how it is. Having brothers who sync up this well is truly the luck of my life. Ziluo continued. Since we already know each other, we've wasted too much time in this factory. So let's head back. I don't even know how the deputy city lord is doing. You're right, let's get back. Saying that, the three of them headed out together. One dragged the purple-bodied monster, another carried someone else, and the last held its severed arm. Suddenly, the person lying on Tu Chi Huang's shoulder slipped down, so he just turned his head back to reassure our younger brother. Xiang Yu and the big tough suddenly turned around and quickly ran to the three in front, one after another. At this moment, Xiang Yu showed a worried look and asked, City Lord, what's with the arm of the Zhang City Lord here? Tu Chi Huang quickly replied, Old man Zhang sacrificed himself killing Akdari. Before dying, he handed over the position of Tianxing City Lord to Brother Li. My arm was cut off during the fight with Akdari, but it's nothing serious. Hearing this made Xiang Yu extremely confused. What? But a voice cut him off. First, don't ask anything. Let's take the old man Zhang's body first, we'll talk on the way. Saying that, Tu Chi Huang slowly transferred the lifeless body from his back to Big Tough's back. He then turned to Na Zi, who was holding the dead monster's leg, and asked. This was the answer from Tu Chi Huang. This is the corpse of Akdari, an SS-level radiation creature. The corpse of Akdari scared Xiang Yu again, who stammered in disbelief, an SS-level radiation creature's corpse. Tu Chi Huang remained calm and said, Brother, you heard right. Akdari evolved to SS level. Luckily, Brother Li managed to pick up a mask this time. Hearing this, Xiang Yu seemed like he wanted to say something but just went along with it. Unfortunately, old man Zhang had already seen Brother Li's power, so when he was seriously injured and knew he wouldn't live long, he asked Brother Li to inherit Tianxing City. After a while, both Xiang Yu and Ziluo respectfully bowed one after another and said, Greetings, City Lord Li. Greetings, Deputy City Lord Jiang. Nazi added, Old brother too, we've been in this city for a long time. Just now during the fight, the radiation suits got damaged. Maybe we should find a hidden place to talk. As soon as he finished, Tu Chi Huang quickly turned around and laughed in agreement. Right. Look at me. I was just too excited earlier. Sorry for dragging you guys along, follow me. In another scene, thick white smoke surrounded a tall building. Judging by the number and position of feet, there were at least more than one person here. Just as expected, two people in full black protective suits with full gear walked toward the clock in front. They moved carefully, one after another, slowly supporting two exhausted bodies leaning against the wall. Tu Chi Huang turned to Na Xi and asked, Brother Li, do you have time now? I want to tell you about Tianxing City. Yes. The two sat facing each other. Na Zhe placed his hand on the table and spoke first. Old brother Tu, go ahead. Tu Chi Huang didn't hesitate and began the story. Compared to Tianlian City, in terms of environment, population, resources, and layout, Tianxing City wasn't much different because the 36 cities in our alliance are all balanced to the same level in these aspects. Tianxing City has its strengths and weaknesses. Its strength is that it has many masters, imagining this as he spoke. But old man Zhang liked beauties, married many concubines, and had many mistresses. Remembering the others' bad habits, he didn't pay attention to managing Tianxing City and sometimes even forcibly took women from the people. Actually, the residents of Tianxing City had long been dissatisfied with him, but because he had S-level power, they were afraid and hadn't kicked him out of the city lord position yet. Hearing this, Nagzi touched his mask thoughtfully and asked, So old brother too, you mean I should suppress those with ill intentions first? While Tu Chi Huang placed his severed arm on the table, he looked seriously at the other and asked, Brother Li, do you trust me? Hearing that, Nazi quickly said, Why would I not trust you, old brother too? If I don't trust you now, who else can I trust? Hearing this, Tu Chi Huang smiled and replied, Brother Li, because of your trust, I'll help you to the end. The two brothers, Big Tough and Iron Pillar, are pretty strong, and your own strength is also great. The rest is winning people's hearts and suppressing those with ill intentions. Leave that to me. What do you think? Nae heard the proposal and trusted him completely. If old brother 2 is willing to help me, that's really the best thing ever. Tu Chi Huang planned the strategy, but there will be some trouble then. We split into two teams. Brother Li, you go suppress the people of Tianxing City. I'll take people to report to the Federation to confirm your identity as City Lord from the Quanfong side. After finishing the conversation, Ziluo stepped through the door, and he along with two other companions headed back to the room. As soon as they entered, Nai Ca stretched out comfortably and flopped down on the bed. Seeing such a relaxed move with zero restraint, Daizan couldn't help but lean against the door and laugh out loud. Meanwhile, Taizhu chose to curl up quietly in a corner. Just as they were chilling, the game notification popped up right in front of Nai C's eyes. Player Nai C, do you want to claim your mission reward now? Hell yeah. The system screen started displaying info. Player Nai Xie is claiming the mission reward, a golden tier item. Congratulations to player Nai Xie for obtaining a golden tier item from the golden tier refining potion. Holding the reward in his hands, Nai Xie spoke up. Didn't expect to pull this out. Looks like I'm pretty damn lucky today. The reward he got was from the golden tier refining potion. This equipment can perform a one-time attribute #refinement on a golden tier or lower item. Selecting to modify an attribute hashtag can randomly grant a new hashtag. Right after receiving this juicy info, he stared hard at the details of the silver shoes, the shadow step boots, a golden tier equipment, a battle flower containing special abilities. Brother Lee, here's the support staff lineup I arranged for you. What do you think? Without hesitation or doubt, Nai Si replied straight up, sounds good. Then he grabbed the book and started reading each person's info carefully. While moving, you can be immune to 90% of incoming damage. Cooldown time is 4 hours. The 30% footstep noise reduction seems useless. He dumped the box holding the silver shoes out. Immediately, a notification popped up. The 30% footstep noise reduction hashtag of the shadow step boots has been successfully refined. Jump height increased by 30%. The shadow step boots gain a new hashtag. After each jump, you can jump again before touching the ground. The second jump's max height can't exceed 30% of the first jump. Seeing the info on the screen, Zilu was surprised but happy. Damn, am I really this lucky today? Then he comfortably rested his head on his hands, lying back on the soft bed to relax. Time slowly passed until the second day. On top of a building, Old Master Su calmly stepped out. He loudly announced to the gathered crowd, the residents of Tianlian City. Everyone here today, I have a big announcement to make. Then he raised his voice. Thanks to the efforts of myself and the previous city lord of Tianhang City, Zhang Feiyu, and the current city lord, Du Lu Jia, we have successfully killed the SS-level radiation creature that has been a huge threat to humans, Akshda and 3 other S-level radiation creatures. Hearing his announcement, the people below looked at each other confused. To prove his words, Old Master Su turned around and commanded in a serious tone, bring it up here. At Old Master Su's request, a series of footsteps echoed from behind. Then his subordinates carried out a huge headless advanced zombie. While the crowd was still bewildered, the guy with the hat couldn't help but blurt out, that's the SS-level radiation creature. The guy in blue was equally shocked, looking genuinely terrifying. An SS-level creature just got killed like that. Unlike those two, the guy in brown behind thought it was obvious. What's so weird about this? With the city lord here, we don't need to worry about this stuff. Instantly, all the residents of Tianlian City cheered loudly. City lord's power! City lord's power! Seeing everyone so hyped, Su Jishang didn't get arrogant but calmly signaled for silence. Then he said, we have sent Akta Air's head to the Federation. Today, I want to talk about 2 things related to myself, the former city lord of Tianhang City, Zhang Feiyue, and the current city lord, Du Lu Jia, who have killed radiation creatures. Hearing Su Jishang's declaration, the guy in brown below excitedly turned to the guy in blue and asked, have you heard of Lu Du Jia? And got the reply, right now, the entire Tianhang City, even the whole Federation, who doesn't know Lu Du Jia? Because of this, in a wasteland area of the city, a guy wielding a staff was stomping hard on Zhang Feiyue's lackey. Along with a mocking challenge, I followed Du Lu Jia, and you're just Zhang Feiyue's lackey. In a certain room, Zhang Feiyue's concubines were chatting about this morning's news. The pink-haired girl exclaimed, I heard the new city lord is way cooler than that old geezer Zhang Feiyue. The blonde girl pondered, not sure what kind of type he likes. Back in Su Jishang's office, Nai Si opened the door and stepped in, suspiciously asking, Old Master Su, you wanted to see me? Seeing him enter, Su Jishang said, Brother Lee, here's the support staff lineup I arranged for you. What do you think? Without hesitation or doubt, Nai Shi replied straight up, sounds good. Then he grabbed the book and started reading each person's info carefully. After finishing, Nai Xie closed the book and smiled brightly at Su Jishang. Old Master Su, with these talents you gave me, I can rebuild Tianhang City. Saying that, he clasped his hands and expressed gratitude. I accept this post-service gift from you, Old Master Su. You've really put in effort. Seeing this, Su Jishang quickly waved his hand, saying it's no trouble. Absolutely no trouble. Speaking of trouble, Liu, little bro, there's one more thing I need to bother you about. Hearing that, the driver immediately said, Old bro Su, just say it. What kind of relationship do we have anyway? Upon hearing that from him, Su Zhishang immediately explained, I heard that when Liu Little Bro was dealing with a food king, he unleashed a 10-meter wide wall of fire with bare hands. That wall of fire burned the food king, who screamed nonstop. So I'm really curious, Little Bro, how did you manage to do that? Hearing his question, he didn't answer right away but said, Old Bro Su, have you ever thought about attack weapons having elemental attacks? This new idea surprised Su Zhishang a bit. He asked suspiciously, Elemental attacks. The driver immediately explained, right, because the environment we're in now is perfect for using elemental attacks, but we don't know how to control the elements. Hearing this method, Su Zhishang hurriedly asked Liu Little Bro, if you don't mind, could you explain it to me in detail? He casually replied, of course, I don't mind. Then he started telling me that when he went out on missions, he got a treasure called the Elemental Orb. After hearing the driver's explanation, he asked in surprise, so this is the completely new cultivation system you summarized from your mission experiences, a totally new fighting method. The driver nodded and said, exactly. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that his apocalypse experience from past and current lives was enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fooled this old man. As if worried Su Zhishang wouldn't believe him, the driver continued, explaining, and it's not just fire. Since everyone's physique is different, the elements they can control vary too. Water, ice, wind, lightning. As long as old bro Su fits the conditions, you can control them. Upon hearing that from the driver, unexpectedly, Su Zhishang fell silent and contemplative. This made him a bit worried, thinking silently, did I say something wrong? Although it took a long time hearing Liu Zilu say that, Su Zhishang finally agreed excitedly and shook hands, then probed, Liu Little Bro, really? He replied, really, really. At that moment, old man Su put on a serious face, Little Bro, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Can you teach me this cultivation method? He withdrew his hand and said, I can, but slowly rubbed his wrist before adding, Old Bro Su, if you want to learn, of course I'll teach you. But, old man Su hurriedly asked, but what? He continued behind his mask, it's just that my two brothers, Big Strong and Iron Pillar, are a bit weak now. I wonder if old Bro Su has any way. Hearing him, Su Zhishang took out something. Surprise, he asked, Old Bro Su, what is this? He showed two bottles labeled S and replied, Liu Little Bro's brothers are naturally my good brothers too. How could I treat them badly compared to my own brothers? After placing them on the table, he continued, I have two precious S-grade enhancement potions, just enough for each brother, one bottle. He touched the bottles and asked again, Old Bro Su, two S-grade enhancement potions are equivalent to the entire reward for killing an S-level radiation creature. He answered, 2 S-grade enhancement potions. So what? Is that more valuable than the brotherly bond between you and me? Holding the bottles, he scratched his head. 2 bottles, Old Bro Su. You don't know how big and rough Big Strong is. He slowly added that 1 bottle's worth of enhancement potion for him is only half as effective, so he said nothing. Of course, Su Zhishang understood. His face darkened, doubting silently. I've lived 70 years, and this is the first time I've heard that enhancement potion effectiveness depends on body size. Though knowing Liu Zilu was probably exaggerating, he convinced himself for the sake of the goal. But because of this so-called elemental attack thing, he gritted his teeth and took out 1 bottle. Liu Little Bro said it made sense. So for my brothers, he took out another S-grade enhancement potion. He didn't take the potion immediately but added, 3 bottles. Old Bro Su, maybe you don't know. Iron Pillar is pretty mischievous. He usually drinks half and spills half. So to stop him from complaining more, Su Zhishang pushed the bottle into his hand. Enough said, that's all I have, just 3 bottles for you. Not letting him have his way, he pointed at his face and added, oh, but usually after I'm done, I like to rinse my mouth with A-grade enhancement potions. Old Bro Su is very angry but still agrees. Fine, I'll take out 3 A-grade enhancement potions for Liu Little Bro to rinse his mouth. He gathered all the potions into his personal space, then turned to smile at Su Zhishang. Then I won't cause any more trouble. Liu Zilu created a blazing fireball in his hand and said, Old Bro Su, this is the fire attribute elemental orb. Looking at the ball, he couldn't help but admire it. Calmly, he continued, now I'll start testing you for the element that suits you. He quickly replied, all right. After a moment, the fireball gradually disappeared, replaced by a blue aura rising to the sky. He said, I've tested you. You're suited for the wind element. When I return, I'll create a cultivation technique set for you. He pointed at him and continued, Old Bro Su is very diligent and can easily summon the element. When that happens, your combat power will increase significantly. Who knows? It might be your chance to break through to SS rank. Hearing that, all anger turned to joy. He looked at him rubbing his chin and said, thanks, Liu Little Bro. He politely replied, Old Bro Su. Actually, I'm also a human heart type. The more people who know elemental techniques, the less we'll have to fear radiation creatures. Liu Zilu rubbed his chin and added, Old bro Su, you know a lot of people. If others need it, you can introduce them to me. You kept tempting old man too, saying that as long as he was someone introduced by old brother too, you'd take out an A-grade enhancement potion from the same rank's offerings for old man too to taste. Really? You seriously replied, that's right, old man. To said, why be so polite, brother Lee? This is our contribution to boosting human combat power. He started to relax and said, honestly, I can't hide it from Heavenly Fierce City. I'm also quite familiar with the city lords of Heavenly Dark City. Thinking of this, old man, too excitedly added, I'll send someone to spread this good news right away. Lin Zilu reached out and placed his hand on his shoulder to show sincerity, saying, thank you, old brother too. Meanwhile, old man, to happily thought, brother Lee is righteous, not only wanting to make money himself, but also pulling others along, and old man too, had no idea about your scheme and walked right into the trap. Definitely hooked. After they shook hands and successfully negotiated, Lin Zilu politely said, pleasure cooperating with you, old brother too. To Jishang quickly replied, pleasure cooperating with you, brother Lee. Now you're adding more. Old brother too. I plan to first check out Heavenly Walk City to assess the situation. The talents you gave me, I won't bring them along. When the time is right, I'll still need to invite old brother to bring them to Heavenly Walk City. Hearing this, old man too was stunned and hurriedly said, but Lin Zilu cut him off. Old brother too, no need to persuade me. I've already decided. He leaned in to explain, what if Heavenly Walk City is still unstable now and those talents lose their lives? That wouldn't be good. Completely convinced by you, old man, to responded cheerfully. That makes sense, brotherly. If you run into trouble, you must come find me immediately. You calmly answered, of course. Thinking of something, he added, but since you're the city lord of Heavenly Walk City and still unfamiliar with it, after a brief pause, he smiled and said, how about this? I'll find someone to guide you around. You just casually replied, no need. Then bowed respectfully to show gratitude. Thank you, old brother too. See you next time. He happily laughed and said, there'll be plenty of chances for us to meet again. At that moment, he shared his experience as a predecessor, advising Lin Zilu to pay attention to Heavenly Walk City. In another space, there were sounds of hurried footsteps, led by Lin Zilu, followed by two others. He entered a cave door with a wooden sign that read Heavenly Walk City. Shi Hu was the guide who led them into the city. City Lord, this is the largest entrance to Heavenly Walk City. I've arranged your accommodations here. Just follow me. Hearing this, you only casually replied, thank you. So the group went deeper into the cave. After passing a long tunnel, an iron door opened, and Shi Qiu again led the way. City Lord, please. Shi Qiu went to a desk and raised something for the identity checker. This is my certification, the other person replied. You also stepped forward and handed over a paper. Unexpectedly, the checker, upon seeing it, immediately detained the person, looking at the photo and the words top-tier alchemist on the ID card. He stood up abruptly and hurriedly asked, are you really the legendary top-tier alchemist? You just casually answered, that's me. The checker bowed his head and handed the paper back with both hands. Honored top-tier alchemist, welcome to Heavenly Walk City. You took back the ID calmly and just replied, yeah. You pocketed the paper, thinking that since he called you an alchemist, it seemed they still didn't know you had become the city lord of Heavenly Walk City. Lin Zilu turned and left, thinking this was pretty interesting. It'd be best if a group like the Five Yang Gang came here to stir things up. That could be a great entry point. After completing the procedures, the identity checker bowed and watched them enter another door. Si Qiu pointed the way again. City Lord, please. At that moment, he pushed the door open. Because of that, the scenery behind the door gradually came into your view. The sight not only surprised you but also shocked the two people behind. When you stepped inside, Lin Zilu couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't old man, to say Heavenly Walk City was more chaotic than Heavenly Lotus City? Then shouldn't there be more people here than in Heavenly Lotus City? Isn't that right? Looking through the mask of abandoned houses and deserted streets, you couldn't help but wonder, why is there not a single person here? Could there be some other rule? Or maybe this square is the largest entrance, so the management is super strict. Below, voices spoke. Are you two young men from outside here? Yeah. The two young guys came to talk. The grand meeting is about to start. Hurry over. When those two approached, they recognized Xie. One said, I thought they were newcomers, but they'd been here half a day, and they're the ones Xie brought. Brother Jiang, what's going on? I just got out of the city 3 days ago and didn't see those old foxes in the square anymore, and now there's some grand meeting. The guy named Jiang replied, you came back just in time. Today, if you join the grand meeting, each person can get a pound of food. Chu asked in surprise, A pound of food? The other person finally spoke. You heard right, a pound, and you just have to show up to get it. Shichu still didn't understand and quickly asked the two, Brother Jiang, what's this about? Do you have inside info? Jiang replied, Do you think I don't want to know? This was urgently announced by the Deputy City Lord. Given our status, we wouldn't dare eavesdrop on the Deputy City Lord's thoughts. Jiang Ka replied, You think I don't want to know? This was an urgent announcement from the Deputy City Lord, and with our status, we wouldn't dare eavesdrop on his thoughts. But what if when the time comes, we still don't know what's up? Jiang sighed heavily, sounding bummed out. But there's something I can tell you. He paused for a few seconds before continuing. At noon, the Deputy City Lord hurriedly announced that there would be a grand assembly that evening. All government staff on duty must attend. Others just need to show up to get a pound of food as a reward. Just the promise of food got everyone hyped. Now, the lower district center had gathered at least 100,000 people, with most of them heading over there. I feel like the food might not be enough for everyone. Jiang Ka patted Shi Chu on the shoulder, warning, if you want to go, better hurry up. Like old Zhao said, if you're late, you're out of luck. Si Chu glanced back at Liu Zilu, hoping for his opinion. Then he turned back, clasped his hands politely. Brother Zhao, Brother Jiang, thanks, but I've got some stuff to handle. I'll catch you guys later. Jiang Ka responded politely too. All right, get to work and don't forget to join the assembly. Got it. Then he spun around and quickly caught up with Liu Zilu's group. On the way, tons of people were rushing toward the assembly spot. From afar, Liu Zilu could see the crowd thickening ahead. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The people were so packed that they were pushing and shoving, making a loud ruckus. Stop pushing. Who touched my head? Who stole my bitter tea? Move aside, let me through. Stop pushing, don't block me. Si Chu's face went pale as he froze at the chaotic scene. Watching the endless crowd jostling, Shi Chu hurriedly explained, Our Tianxing city isn't usually this wild, not like this. Liu Zilu sized up the crowd in his head. There were about 20 to 30,000 people. One big idiot alone could handle this. Then he gave the order, Big idiot, get up. Big idiot, piggyback the little demon and break through. Anyone blocking the way gets kicked out. Liu Zilu offered a bag of sunflower seeds. Want to share some? My bro still has to fight a bit more. Then the two slowly pushed into the center. Many people had fainted, sprawled out on the sides. Thanks to the big idiot's enthusiastic path clearing, others voluntarily stepped aside to make a narrow path. Si Chu watched the big idiot's show and turned to ask Liu Zilu, Boss, do you usually use such rough and simple tactics in fights? Pretty much. After saying that, he leaned forward from the front line to observe all around. Looking ahead, there was still no sign of action. Seeing the beaten-up people at his feet, he thought, no wonder these folks don't dare to get wild when food's on the line. Suddenly, his attention shifted as someone approached him. The man stood before the crowd and shouted, Silence. The Deputy City Lord is here. Everyone bowed their heads at once, but Liu Zilu stayed standing, looking sideways. Suddenly, a hand from beside yanked his head down. Don't look at the Deputy City Lord's group, or you'll lose your life. Liu Zilu didn't resist but couldn't help feeling moved inside. So the free food had this hidden agenda. Footsteps near the crowd. The leading man spoke first, Dear residents of Tianxing City, thank you for coming to this grand assembly. He paused a few seconds, then continued, I am Deputy City Lord Vincent Bai of Tianxing City. I believe none of you are strangers to me. The crowd raised their hands, shouting, Deputy City Lord, mighty and respected. The Deputy City Lord went on, Please raise your heads. I'd like to introduce some old friends. Liu Zilu observed from within the crowd. Vincent Bai introduced a brown-haired man and a silver-haired woman. They were in charge of the supply management department. Mr. Ye Kang was responsible for financial management. Along with the sharp-minded lady, every citizen wore an expectant expression. The Deputy City Lord kept introducing. A man with curled eyebrows, Mr. Zheng Feihan, head of social welfare, and a man with a sly face, the captain of the S-rank mercenary squad, Mr. Ba Zhan. After these names were introduced, the crowd buzzed with discussion. These guys represented power over supplies, finance, security, and the S-rank mercenary squad of Tianxing City. Yeah, these are basically the top dogs with the highest stakes in our city. Aren't they usually holed up inside the city? Why suddenly show such goodwill today? Giving out food to us? Who knows what's really going on? Let's just wait and see. No matter what, we're not losing out. Ignoring the chatter, the Deputy City Lord continued. Today, we have important news for every resident of Tianxing City. That one sentence silenced everyone, making them listen closely to what he said next. You are the masters of Tianxing City. You have the right to know every major decision about our city. He spoke solemnly. According to intelligence from our spies in Tianlian City, our city lord, Zhang Feiyue. The deputy city lord choked up, saying 2 words. He. Mr. Ye Kang patted his shoulder to comfort him and spoke on his behalf. When City Lord Zhang went out on a mission, he met with misfortune. Once again, the crowd erupted in noise. What? The city lord got into trouble? Our Tianxing city doesn't have a single S-rank powerhouse left, right? Yeah. So, are we gonna get taken over by other cities? What if the next time those radiation beasts attack, what do we do? The deputy city lord frowned and shouted, silence. The 5 of us have found a way to protect Tianxing city. His face was full of pain. We've already lost the city lord, but we can't lose the peace of Tianqing city. Then he pointed at the pile of people stacked up and gave a direct order. From now on, anyone who continues to debate or talk about the city lord's death will be executed on the spot. No one spoke up, and the atmosphere went silent. At this moment, Vice City Lord is very satisfied. We're not exactly sure about the cause of the city lord's death, but even without him, no one needs to worry about the safety of Tianxing city. Vin Jianbai pointed to the 3 elders beside him and explained, because our 3 elders are invincible warriors. Their extraordinary talents have already broken through to become mid-level S-rank fighters. Add me, an early-stage S-rank enhancer. Tianxing City also has 2 other S-rank enhancers. The citizens below, hearing this news, were thrilled and cheered in unison without planning. That's great. Vice City Lord smiled proudly at the outcome, then continued his show. But today, I'm not here to praise the former City Lord's achievements. The old man rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth, yelling to expose his cruelty. Vin Jianbai clenched his fists and started listing his crimes. He was a tyrant. The crimes he committed couldn't even be fully recorded in the city's annals. First, after he went on and on, the City Lord is dead now, and the crimes he committed we decided to punish him by destroying his tomb in the City Lord's cemetery. The misled citizens shouted loudly in support, chanting, support, support. Liu Zilu couldn't help but sneer inside. Acting without investigating the full situation? Stupid, he concluded. So the full name of this assembly is the City Lord Selection Assembly. But in his mind, no matter how good the former City Lord was, the Alliance would still award him the title of hero for punishing Aksha Duoyi. Now destroying the tomb of the former City Lord is basically slapping the Alliance in the face. Vice City Lord raised his hand to show his determination. Right now, the radiation creatures and zombies on the surface are becoming more active. We need enough strength. People capable of protecting Tianxing City's development. For the sake of Tianxing City, for the sake of protecting our citizens, we must choose a new city lord through this assembly. The people in the stands didn't understand his words and asked, What, Vin, you're holding this assembly to pick a new city lord? He replied, That's right, Tianxing City can't go a day without a city lord. Then he turned back to the 4 of them and said matter-of-factly, It's better for us to pick our own person than passively let the Alliance send someone to take over Tianxing City. Hearing this, among the 4, Elder Ye Kang spoke first. I agree. Someone leading with the same mindset also nominated, and I think Vice City Lord Vin is the best candidate. Elder Zhang Feihong added, Exactly, I feel the same. Is there anyone stronger than Vice City Lord Vin in all of Tianxing City right now? The 3 elders nodded in agreement. Exactly. Then all 4 clasped their hands toward the Vice City Lord. Vice City Lord Vin, please accept the position of City Lord. Vin Jianbai politely declined. No, based on my abilities, I've already lost face serving as Vice City Lord for years. How could I have the face to be City Lord? Elder Yi Kong beside him said, Listen, Vin, don't refuse anymore. If we really wait for the assembly to pick a City Lord, when will we ever find the right one for Tianxing City? He started to refuse again. But I and the thinker interrupted. Vice City Lord Vin already said it. Citizens of Tianxing City have the right to participate in every matter of Tianxing City. Why not let the citizens choose this time? Zhang Feihong and the 3 elders also chimed in. Right, the 5 of us are basically the strongest fighters in Tianxing City. Everyone else isn't even on our level. I think picking one of us 5 as City Lord is the best choice. Everyone agreed with this idea. Madam Kung Sudi stepped forward and said, Dear citizens of Tianxing City, I'm in charge of the Finance Management Office. Kung Sudi continued, Today I invited everyone to participate in the vote to select the City Lord. She raised her hand to vote. I vote for Vice City Lord Vin. What about everyone else? Now you can talk and discuss. Hearing this, the citizens started buzzing with chatter. I think Vice City Lord is qualified. Right? In other cities, isn't it usually the case that the City Lord is dead and the Vice City Lord takes over? No doubt, I support this decision. Liu Zilu remained silent, not saying a word. As if agreeing with the decision, the entire crowd shouted loudly. We support Vice City Lord Vin as City Lord. We support Vice City Lord Vin as City Lord. Hearing these voices, I support Vice City Lord Vin as City Lord. "We support Vice City Lord Vin as City Lord." He quickly responded, surprised that everyone trusted him so much. Madame Kung Sudi turned back and said, "Vice City Lord Vin, see how much everyone loves you. Don't be modest anymore. Come accept the City Lord position." He acted as if accepting. "If everyone trusts me this much, I'll boldly take on the City Lord role." Then he faced the crowd and said, "If no one objects, then I." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "I object." He turned toward the voice and saw Liu Zilu jumping onto the stage with a solemn stance. From afar, 3 figures approached. Among them, the Lin family wore bizarre outfits and masks, causing a stir among the onlookers. Who the hell are they? How dare they oppose the Vice City Lord? Are they crazy? Suddenly, a notification popped up before him. The player has successfully activated the quest to become the City Lord of First City. Do you accept the quest? The objective is to successfully become the City Lord of Tianxing City. The reward is 5,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, 1 cubic meter of storage space, and the activation of an exclusive quest for the City Lord. Lin Zilu didn't hesitate for long, of course, he accepted. After he made his choice, the notification disappeared, but another one popped up, adding a new quest. No one can take what's mine. The requirement was to kill Vin Jianbai and other scammers. Winning this grand selection tournament would reward him with a golden hand. A random common golden hand plus a legendary grade equipment. Lin Zilu smirked lightly, thinking the golden hand had been sitting there forever without a quest, assuming it had vanished and wouldn't come back. Activating 2 quests at once, exclusive City Lord and the golden hand, he couldn't hide his smugness. Damn, he was seriously unstoppable. But to outsiders, the expressions on their faces were full of arrogance and contempt. Vin Jianbai, standing opposite, was boiling with anger. He asked again, "Are you saying you oppose me?" Zilu shrugged and looked at him. "Yeah, I oppose." "Got a problem?" Vin Jianbai frowned, pointed at him provocatively. "This is an insult to our Vice City Lord. Look at your medal, you're just an S-rank mercenary member. Maybe to normal people, an S-rank mercenary is untouchable, but you're way overestimating yourself." He gritted his teeth and hissed, "Compared to an underground city, an S-rank mercenary is nothing." Vin Jianbai raised his hand and shouted, "Guards," he ordered in a deep voice. "These 3 are disrupting the tournament process. Kill them on the spot." A group of people appeared from nowhere and immediately surrounded Lin Zilu's group. He just sneered quietly in disdain. His right hand instantly emitted a bright purple electric spark. A gust of wind swept through along with his move, forcing the crowd to instinctively step back. Seeing this, Vin Jianbai shouted, "Who told you to retreat? Get up here." The guards gritted their teeth and charged forward, but the small electric spark in Zilu's hand suddenly grew bigger. It shot straight into the air and then fell like a thunderstorm. The electric bolt targeted precisely those who tried to block him. A loud explosion rang out, accompanied by the groans of the enemies. The crowd nearby gasped as they saw people thrown to the ground by his attack. Is this death? The crowd's eyes turned to him, curious, who the hell is this guy? And he can control lightning on his palm? Zilu blinked, and a thunderball appeared. Meanwhile, Vin Jianbai, standing opposite, was filled with fear. How is this possible? This is an S-rank powerhouse. A terrifying image of Lin Zilu flashed in his eyes. When did I get tangled with such a strong enemy? Lin Zilu stomped forward firmly, his entire presence radiating a clear, oppressive aura, making Vin Jianbai sweat bullets. Vin Jianbai tilted his head to look at Lin Zilu, swallowed hard, and instantly changed his attitude. "Brother, I was wrong earlier, but today is very important to me. Please give me a chance." He immediately made a request. "After this is settled, I will give you an A-grade enhancement potion as compensation." "What's that about?" Lin Zilu was confused, reaching for the sword on his back. "An A-grade potion to kick me out? Who do you think you are?" He drew his sword, and lightning immediately crackled threateningly all around. Lin Zilu calmly swung his sword in a single move, but that was enough to make Vin Jianbai struggle to defend. In the end, the sword in his hand couldn't take it anymore and was knocked into the air by one of Zilu's strikes. The 2 swords clashed fiercely, and Vin Jianbai's long sword plunged straight into the ground before him, causing him to fall back in fear. He frowned and shouted, "Look at your sword, it's full of cracks," cursing silently. This was a B-grade long sword he'd had for years, now broken by 1 strike from this guy. This guy's strength is definitely not just an ordinary S rank. He trembled as he gripped the sword hilt, realizing he probably couldn't beat him alone. Vin Jianbai called for help from the man beside him. "Captain Ba, please lend me a hand." Ba Zhen was the leader of the Breaker Mercenary Squad, a mid-level S-rank fighter. He glanced at Zilu standing opposite, who radiated a very oppressive and irritating aura. Ba Zhen could only shake his head and quietly replied, "Sorry." Vin Jianbai exclaimed in shock, Captain Ba, if you help me kill him, I'll double the reward I promised before. Ba Zhen firmly held up 3 fingers in front of Vin Jianbai. He coldly demanded, I want triple. Vin Jianbai immediately choked on his words. Jianbai gritted his teeth, hesitating. Suddenly, he said, triple it is. But before he could finish, he was knocked out by one of Zilei's moves. Vin Jianbai's whole body flew into the air, then Ba Zhen caught him. Ba Zhen landed calmly and stood opposite Lin Zilei. Ba Zhen looked at him coolly and said, Brother, you heard it too. Today, Brother Jianbai is under the protection of our breaker mercenary squad. He raised his eyebrows, not knowing which mercenary squad Zilei belonged to. For my sake, let's just leave it at that today. But Liu Yifei immediately cut him off, saying, For your sake, do you even deserve it? He instantly unleashed his sword strike aimed straight at Ba Tran and Vin Qian Bak. Ba Tran raised his sword to block with great effort, the whole area trembling, filled with the fierce, raging lightning aura from Liu Yifei. Ba Tran gritted his teeth. This is bad. This guy is even stronger than I imagined. With no other choice, he let go of Vin Qian Bak to the side. Ba Tran used both hands with full strength to block the strike, sweating profusely. While defending against Liu Yifei's deadly intent, he shouted loudly, All FACOM members, attack now. Each person who strikes any of these 3 will earn 50 mercenary points, causing damage doubles the reward. The crowd immediately buzzed. 50 mercenary points, risking their lives for half a year to earn that much? Many got hyped and charged forward, thinking that just causing damage would double their pay, even if they couldn't beat the big shots above. Could the big dumb guy and the kid below not handle this? But Big Dummy had already moved, causing the crowd to freeze, unable to move. Liu Yifei glanced at Big Dummy and Ghost Kid, silently impressed. He smirked and said to the 2, You guys handle these people. Beat one. Get a chicken leg. Saliva immediately dribbled from the corners of Big Dummy and Ghost Kid's mouths. They excitedly stared at the crowd, charging like a swarm. Both rushed forward simultaneously, each taking one side, taking down enemies one by one. Meanwhile, on the platform, Liu Yifei also knocked Ba Tran far away. Ba Tran used one hand to brace himself on the ground to avoid falling. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he used his healing skill. Liu Yifei casually raised his right hand to his eye. Instantly, a flash of light appeared. After activating his Scout Eye skill, the strength of Ba Tran's people became crystal clear before him. From Khan to Ji, Diep Khan to Trin Fai Hong, Hoa Q, all were elite fighters of grade A. Only Ba Tran and Vin Qian Bak themselves were mid-level S-rank and base-level S-rank fighters respectively. Liu Yifei relaxed his posture, observing the next moves of these old men. Vin Qian Bak then stepped forward, respectfully bowing. Though your strength is not to be underestimated, the masters of Tianhang City are like clouds. Suddenly, he turned, flipping his face with contempt. You won't get any benefits. Leave Tianhang City now, and I won't bring up the past. Liu Yifei narrowed his eyes, replying darkly, You're right, Tianhang City's strength really can't be underestimated. There are 6 top-tier masters and a group of mercenaries with formidable power. He tightened his sword hilt, but suddenly Liu Yifei launched a sword strike toward Vin Qian Bak's group. What I fear most is a crowd. Ba Tran reacted quickly, raising his sword to block the strike. Vin Qian Bak also didn't dare underestimate, quickly assisting Ba Tran. But in a blink, Liu Yifei was already behind these 2 old men, taking them down directly. Hoa Q angrily charged from behind with his sword, but Liu Yifei silently despised him, knowing his limits. Liu Yifei spun around, and Hoa Q's sword pierced his chest in one strike. He bowed his head, spitting blood. Liu Yifei pressed the attack and completely defeated him. Hoa Q weakly knelt on the ground, collapsing onto the floor, using his last breath to glare in disbelief. How is this possible? The crowd below the platform whispered among themselves. That's an A-grade master. One strike killed an A-grade master. What kind of power is this? Liu Yifei stepped closer to Deep Khan. Blood dripping along his sword made him pale. He pointed the sword tip at him and gave a wicked smile. Your turn now. Deep Khan's face went pale, hastily retreating. He scrambled to run, stammering, Don't kill me. Liu Yifei suddenly felt a bit hazy. So he's running? I just glanced at him. Am I that scary? He pointed at Deep Khan, then turned to Big Dummy. Let the fish slip through the net, 5 chicken legs. Big Dummy happily raised both hands and shouted loudly for the extra reward. Vin Qian Bak, nearby, cursed bitterly. Damn it, why run? Let's all fight together while we still have strength. Running will only get you killed by him. Ba Tran beside him agreed. Right. We can't just defend passively. We must attack proactively. Ba Tran dashed forward with a swipe. Fa Kong followed. Ba Tran's group jumped high, all attacking Liu Yifei simultaneously. He just snorted coldly, his sword flashing with brilliant sparks. He swung the sword ablaze with fire, carrying deadly intent, unleashing a fierce twin slash. Kong 2D and Trin Phi Hong were the unlucky ones to receive this brutal blow. Ba Tran turned just in time to see both comrades fall, but another fiery blade shot at him at lightning speed. Ba Tran barely reacted, raising his sword to deflect, but his comrade was already taken down by Liu Yifei in the blink of an eye. Ba Tran screamed in pain. Brothers, he charges recklessly at his comrades, his voice hoarse from crying, "It's all my fault, I brought you down." His eyes bulged, locking his gaze on Liu Yifei. "You killed my 3 brothers." Ba Tran gritted his teeth. "No matter who you are, I will make you pay for their lives." Liu Yifei slowly activated his Death's Edge demonic energy skill. After regaining his spirit, he casually commented, "Many words indeed." Suddenly, wings sprouted from his back, and he flew up, surprising everyone. "Oh my god, this guy can fly. Mom, look, there's a superhero." A fiery bow gradually took shape in his hands. He smiled, slowly drawing the bowstring. But Vin Qianbok on the ground looked up trembling and said, "Oh man, how the hell do you fight like that?" Liu Zilu released his grip, and each arrow formed and shot straight toward Vin Qianbok's group. One fiery spirit arrow shot through the air like that. This skill fires a fiery spirit arrow forward. The power of the fiery arrow equals 100% of strength attribute plus 40% of spirit attribute. After the fiery spirit arrow hits, the enemy triggers a fiery explosion effect dealing 60% of strength attribute damage. The fire explosion causes a burning effect lasting 5 seconds, and the fire won't be extinguished. Ba Tran stood frozen, eyes locked on the fiery arrow. Then his eyes turned red. He looked down and saw 3 arrows stuck in his body. Ba Tran turned to look at Vin Qianbok like he wanted to say something. But before he could, his whole body turned to ashes in a blink. Vin Qianbok's eyes fiercely stared at Zilu in the air. He calmly landed with a smile on his lips. Seeing him approach, Vin Qianbok trembled uncontrollably. His face full of fear, he looked at Liu Zilu, and suddenly dropped to his knees, grabbing the corner of his robe, begging, "Spare me. Please, spare me. The position of city lord, all the supplies in Tianqing City, all the treasures are hidden for you. Please spare me, okay?" Liu Zilu just smiled without a word, then suddenly a long sword appeared in his hand. Vin Qianbok immediately turned pale. "I know how to manage a city. I can be your subordinate and help you run Tianqing City." Despite his continuous begging, Liu Zilu calmly raised his sword high. "I can be your beast of burden." One swift slash cut off Vin Qianbok's head cleanly. "Please." He stepped over the corpse, the head rolling wildly on the ground. Vin Qianbok's whole body collapsed, fresh blood spreading on the floor. Liu Zilu suddenly stopped walking. He raised a badge high. "I accept the trust of Elder Jiang, the former city lord here. I hereby become the new city lord of Tianqing City. Anyone oppose?" The crowd below immediately buzzed nonstop. This guy killed 2 S-rank masters. Who dares to oppose? He even has 2 subordinates who can kill A-rank masters. No one dares to oppose, plus he can fly. Finally, the chatter died down, and silence swept over. Liu Zilu showed a satisfied look, nodding twice. "Good. Looks like I've used my special charm to win everyone over." Since no one opposed, it passed with 100% votes. He raised one finger straight up. "From today on, I am disciple Li Haobo." He loudly declared himself the city lord of Tianqing City. Immediately, the system announced mechanically, "Host successfully killed Vin Qianbok and Ba Tran, winning this grand tournament. Mission complete is mine, no one else can take it." He stared at the system message. "Congratulations to the host for earning the mission reward. 1 random common golden hand and 1 golden grade equipment." The system asked if he wanted to claim the reward now. Liu Zilu calmly pressed cancel, not claiming it yet. Tai Shu rushed up from the crowd below, wearing a flattering smile. "Congratulations, sir." "No, congratulations, city lord." He held out a wooden tray and said, "Need me to pin the medal on you?" Liu Zilu smirked slightly. He bowed his head watching Tai Shu carefully pin the medal, whispering, "Later, you guys go back to Tianlin City and tell Elder Suo to bring my people here." Tai Shu immediately saluted in military style, promising to complete the mission. Liu Zilu glanced at the excited faces of Big Dummy and Ghost Kid, chuckling aloud. "All done?" Ghost Kid threw a sack on the ground, revealing a human head inside. Liu Zilu stretched and sighed in relief, having dealt with all the stragglers. He tossed a chicken leg to Big Dummy. The 2, Big Dummy and Ghost Kid, followed him, cheering happily. "Big Dummy, Ghost Kid, come see our new house." The 3 stopped in front of a big mansion, unsure what expression to make. Liu Zilu looked up and exclaimed, "Guys, this new house is way too flashy." The The huge mansion doors slowly opened as Liu Zilu and Big Dummy carrying Ghost Kid stepped inside. They stopped in the living room. Liu Zilu thought to himself, these jewels are valuable. The old master must have made a lot of money before. Looks like Jiu Lezhou can level up experience now. A well-dressed servant bowed and greeted them, thanking the city lord for coming. You protected the dignity of our old city lord after he died. The bald old man beside also bowed, saying, if not for you, we would have been wiped out long ago. Liu Zilu replied to their thanks, no need for formalities, just keep doing your job. Both answered in unison, yes. Liu Zilu turned to Tai Shu behind and said, Tai Shu, take them back to Tianlian City and tell Elder Suo to bring my people here. Tai Shu saluted with a military smile, mission guaranteed. Liu Zilu instructed the two servants, I'll be in seclusion protecting the city lord tower. No one is allowed to disturb me. Right, prepare some food for Big Dummy and Ghost Kid. Hearing this, the two servants replied loudly, yes. Then the three moved on. Liu Zilu loudly entered the city. After a while, the two servants whispered, seclusion, what's that? Outside the big mansion, the sun was high. Liu Zilu had already gone to his room and pulled the curtains to welcome the sunlight. Then he jumped onto the bed to rest. While lying down, he opened the system to check things out. The system pulled out a common golden hand. Then it displayed, congratulations to the user for successfully obtaining super-level Joy Hand Level 1. The system showed some notifications. Liu Zilu smiled on his lips. The system displayed two notifications. The first notification confirmed the user already had super-level Joy Hand Level 1. Super-level Joy Hand Level 1 upgraded to Level 2. Liu Zilu still wore a proud smile. Pulling once every 2 days felt pretty decent. Now, let's try pulling once more. Then he pressed the pull button. When he saw the item he just pulled, the smile vanished from his face. A notification popped up saying, congratulations to the user for pulling the Cloud North Black Medicine Bandage. He held the bandage confused and said, no special item description. Looks like just a normal bandage, nothing special at all. He angrily stood up from the bed, threw the bandage on the floor, and shouted, what the hell is this? Just a normal bandage? I thought I was lucky today. Forget it, I'll pull again tomorrow. Then he told the system, pull golden tier equipment. When the system pull screen appeared, he pressed the pull button. The situation didn't look promising. He thought, I can't believe I'm this unlucky today. The equipment must be trashed too. Then 3 notifications appeared, one after another. The first notification said he was pulling golden tier equipment quest rewards. The second notification congratulated the user for obtaining Elemental Spirit Realm golden tier equipment. The last notification said the Elemental Spirit Realm golden tier equipment was a ring that could enhance elemental effects. This was one of the items from the Elemental Attribute equipment set that boosted spirit power. It increased spirit power recovery speed by 20%, and when using elemental power, it could boost effectiveness by 20%. After reading the notification, Liu Zilu couldn't believe his eyes. Damn, did I just pull a full equipment set? Still a bit stunned, he thought back. In my previous life, what year did I get Elemental Spirit Realm? He grinned slyly, thinking about what he just did. This life started off with a piece of equipment. This is too damn strong, ridiculously strong. He switched to the new equipment section. While switching, he kept thinking, if I collect enough elemental equipment, the elemental attribute bonuses will skyrocket. Then he transferred his +2 lifesteal ring to the Elemental Spirit Realm golden tier equipment slot. He smiled contentedly, then lay back on the bed. Looks like I gotta hunt down more elemental equipment. Liu Zilu tossed the ring up and caught it. Holding the ring, he admired it. I have the Flame Oath skill and now Elemental Spirit Realm gear. Maybe I can craft a Thunder and Lightning seal using this method. Looking at the ring, Zilu told himself, let's try. He jumped up from the bed and started summoning a flame in his palm, gathering energy to make it blaze bigger. After a while, the flame suddenly went out. Zilu frowned, puzzled. The effect dropped way too much. The seal's power was far weaker than the Flame Oath seal. Observing the ring, Zilu told himself, whatever happens, it's still a success. Looks like using Elemental Spirit Realm to supply elemental power and create unique elemental seals is doable. Zilu gripped the ring with determination. As long as he kept trying and found a way to merge them, that would be best. He seriously sat on the bed and continued testing different spells with strong will, trying again and again, determined to find the perfect method. 10 days passed, and Zilu was still seriously experimenting nonstop. He kept creating 2 flames, but after a while, they faded. Then water magic appeared, condensing to evolve into a water dragon surrounding Zilu. Seeing this, Zilu smiled, satisfied, knowing he succeeded. Zilu opened the notification panel to check. The message showed that player, writer, through the traits of the Azure Emperor class, successfully comprehended an unknown effect. Preparing to quantify the effect, the next notification said, Congratulations to player Ryder for successfully comprehending elemental transformation through the Azure Emperor class trait. Elemental transformation is a unique trait of the Azure Emperor class that allows quick conversion between elemental powers the user controls. To achieve this effect through all types of elemental skills, note that Azure Emperor's inheritance is like CV inheritance and is unaffected by the Apocalypse game. After reading the notification, Zilu was a bit confused. What does that mean? Does it mean even if the Apocalypse game ends, I can still keep the power of Azure Emperor inheritance and CV inheritance? A skill upgrade notification popped up, allowing Zilu to choose one of 3 Fireball skills to upgrade to Elemental Fury. Flame Oath upgraded to Elemental Oath, and finally, the 3 Water skills upgraded to Elemental Triad. Zilu chose to upgrade his Fire skill to Elemental Fury. The skill description said, Elemental Fury is a mage-type skill that consumes a certain amount of spirit power to condense an elemental magic avatar of fire, thunder, and water. When the avatar reaches a certain point, it will explode. The explosion's power equals 70% of the spirit power consumed, and it also applies burn, paralysis, and slow effects. Zilu stroked his chin and said, the original fire avatar skill will change into an elemental magic avatar, so depending on the avatar, different explosions will occur. Zilu smiled quietly, thinking, now I've tested it. Flame Oath Seal and Thunder Lightning Seal can almost condense simultaneously. That means as long as the attributes differ, this skill won't cool down at the same time. Zilu focused intensely, channeling fire and water energy at once to try again. He merged 2 elements in the palm of his hand. Liu Yifei channeled the combined elemental energy forward, causing an explosion. He was stunned because he had dented a corner of the door. That was seriously terrifying. But Liu Yifei laughed because this skill basically meant that as long as he had enough spirit power, he could wield a mage fortress with unlimited firepower. After testing the new skill, he immediately opened his skill menu to check it out. Elemental contracts through elemental seals of different attributes produce varying elemental effects. The 3rd elemental motion summons a vortex. The flame vortex has the ability to sustain damage over time. The electric vortex deals instant damage, and the water vortex has elemental control capabilities. Note that when using vortices with different attributes, you should be cautious. For example, the water flame vortex will evaporate and disappear after coexisting. Meanwhile, the electric water vortex enhances the damage capability of the electric vortex. After reading the skill description, Liu Yifei shouted loudly, "This is awesome!" Then he pressed to learn the skill, grinning wickedly as he clicked. Finally, the skill scroll in his storage space could break free from elemental limits and learn everything. After selecting the new skill, a secret manual appeared in Liu Yifei's hand. Once he got the manual, he thought, strike, while the iron is hot, better learn it right now. Liu Yifei was about to move but tripped and dropped the manual. Sitting on the floor, he thought, right, I haven't slept for 10 days and nights. My body can't take it anymore. I should get some rest. So he decided to set the manual aside and study it after waking up. Then he jumped onto the bed comfortably. Liu Yifei shouted, finally, some rest. Just as he lay down and closed his eyes, there was a knock on the door. Liu Yifei, extremely annoyed, opened his eyes and sat up. He heard a voice from outside, Lord City Lord, I heard an explosion in your room. Are you all right? Liu Yifei stayed silent for a moment. After a while, he finally spoke. I'm fine. The soldier outside replied, that's great. Lord City Lord, you're finally awake. The soldier bowed politely and said, 3 days ago, officials from the Alliance sect came to us. They need you to hand over items related to the City Lord to officially confirm your identity. For some reason, the soldier struggled to finish his sentence. You see, is it? Before he could finish, Liu Yifei lay back down on the bed. He told him, I've waited 3 days already. Tell them to wait 1 more day. From now on, don't bother me anymore. I want to sleep. Hearing Liu Yifei's answer, the soldier froze, thinking, damn, no wonder he's the city lord of our Skywalk City. The soldier turned toward the window, thinking, normally, the city lord treats visiting Alliance sect members with respect and courtesy. Coming to our city lord, waiting 3 days wasn't enough, they have to wait 1 more day. 1 day passed, and our Liu Yifei woke up. Stretching, he thought, sleeping feels so good. Then happily grabbed his mask. It was about time to go meet those old guys. Liu Yifei got up, put on his mask, and as he walked he thought, but first, I gotta feed 9 Flame Pearl. He moved into the City Lord Tower's underground chamber, where many sparkling things were stored. Liu Yifei thought to himself, wow, so many treasures, looks like I'm gonna get rich. Then he used his skill to suck everything in the room into one solid mass. After sucking everything up, his experience bar appeared, increasing just a tiny bit. Seeing that, he thought, that's it. Leveling up, 9 Flame Pearl is gonna be tough now. Liu Yifei then moved to the reception hall to meet guests. A man greeted Liu Yifei. Greetings, City Lord Li. The middle-aged man was Zhang Liangqi, captain of the Alliance's basic S-rank enhancer team, and the young platinum-haired scholarly-looking man beside him was Jiang Qiji, deputy captain of the Alliance's A-rank enhancer team. Hearing this, Liu Yifei thought, according to subordinates, after the surface city Thenmao Star was destroyed, 36 underground cities were established. These underground cities form an alliance centered around the city lord of the central continent's Sky Sun City. This captain is a basic-level enhancer, already a top expert in Skywalk City. Suddenly, Liu Yifei put his hand on his chin, looking skeptical. He heard that in Sky Sun City, he was just a high-ranking official, which shows the background of Sky Sun City is pretty strong. After thinking that, Liu Yifei said, "Brother Zhang, Brother Jiang, please sit." With that, he sat down while the other two remained standing. Li Yangqi handed Liu Yifei a notebook and said, "City Lord Li, this is the document confirming your appointment as City Lord of Skywalk City." He extended his hand and continued, "From now on, you will officially become the City Lord of Skywalk City and enjoy all the privileges of a City Lord." As Li Yangqi finished, Liu Yifei reached out and took the notebook. Holding the notebook, a notification popped up. Player Nai Si has successfully become the City Lord of Skywalk City, meeting the mission requirements and completing the One City Lord quest. Congratulations to player Nai Si for earning 5,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, and 1 meter of spatial storage smoke. Liu Yifei's experience increased slightly. Then Liangqi summoned 3 vials of potion and said, "City Lord Li, these are SS-grade enhancement serums extracted from SS-grade radiation creatures called Akdarn, priceless treasures. Their effects are much better than level 5 enhancement serums, and the usage interval is shorter. 3 S-grade enhancement serums. One as a reward for killing an SS-grade Akdarn, the second as thanks for quelling the internal rebellion in Skywalk City, and the third as a congratulatory gift from the Alliance prepared for you as the City Lord." After saying that, the man respectfully handed over to Liu Yifei. After receiving 3 precious enhancement potions, he thought, adding the 4 he already had, that made a total of 8 enhancement potions. He'd try them out tonight. And he replied to Liang Qi's sincerity with a simple thanks. Seeing Liu Yifei show no emotion, Liang Qi was surprised. No wonder he's the City Lord Li, staying so calm in front of enhancement potions worth a fortune. Only the devil knows how much temptation he had to resist just to safely bring these potions here. Master Liang Qi looked at Jia Liu Yifei and asked, "Then Captain Zhang, please help me express my sincere greetings to the Alliance's senior officials and thank them for their generous support." Hearing Liu Yifei finally speak, Liang Qi felt relieved and said, "Actually, there's no need for me to repeat it. City Lord Li can say it himself in front of them." Hearing this, Crown Prince Liu Yifei was curious about what he meant. Liang Qi bowed respectfully and replied, "It's like this, City Lord Li. Due to recent events, the Alliance plans to hold a City Lord conference. If none of the underground City Lords have urgent matters, they all must go to Tianyang City to attend the conference." Not understanding, Liu Yifei asked for more details about what Captain Zhang mentioned. Liang Qi then straightened up, looking troubled. Surely City Lord Li knows that the destruction of Tianshang City was caused by Akhdari, and that only happened in the northern district. The area I'm talking about is currently occupied by zombies. Liang Qi continued explaining. Then he pressed the button to accept the City Lord mission. Liu Yifei was shocked when he saw the mission details. The mission belonged only to the City Lord's residents, who had all faced zombie and radiation creature attacks and ultimately met tragic ends. Zombies gathered in hordes, causing chaos in the city. During this time, under unknown influences, large numbers of zombies and radiation creatures exhibited violent behavior. The massive zombie hordes gathered together as Liang Qi continued. Radiation creatures preferred to relocate from their original spots. These events led to massive human casualties on the surface. Somewhere on the surface lay the corpse of a demon, lying still. But that's not all. The evolution of radiation creatures also started showing problems. Researchers discovered many radiation creatures developing abilities related to detecting underground cities during their evolution. This is the main reason underground cities have been wiped out. It's very likely the current situation has reached its most critical point. Therefore, the Alliance decided to hold a City Lord conference to discuss how to solve this problem. After finishing his explanation, Liang Qi bowed his head, anxiously waiting for Liu Yifei's decision. Liu Yifei hesitated and said, "So basically, I can't not go now, but I need some time to think." Seeing his hesitation, Liang Qi said, "The Tianyang City Lord Conference is in 4 days, and it takes 2 days to travel there. I hope City Lord Li will seriously consider it." Liu Yifei reassured Liang Qi, "Don't worry, I'll definitely give you an answer beforehand." Liang Qi thanked him. "Then I thank you in advance, City Lord Li." Liu Yifei replied, "No problem." As Liang Qi left, a notification popped up. Congratulations to player Chewer for activating the City Lord only mission. Then he pressed the button to accept the City Lord mission. Zilu was surprised to see the mission details. The mission was only for the City Lord's residence census, a long-term mission to improve the happiness of the city's residents and increase the settlement strength of residents in Qinghan City. When each resident's favorability towards the city reaches a certain level, the City Lord gains 1 experience point. The Safe City mission is long-term, improving the combat strength of every fighter in the city. Build a strong enough army for the mission rewards. When each fighter reaches a certain level, the City Lord earns 10 gold coins. When every 100 fighters reach a certain level, the City Lord gains half a cubic meter of storage space. Reading this, Liu Yufei laughed brightly and said, "Damn, 2 long-term missions. This is like sweeping up divine artifacts and taking all the rewards." Continuing with the notification, the rest of the message, Radiation Creature Elimination Mission refreshes daily, 16 kilometers from Qinghan City, 673 meters away. An A-rank radiation creature is hunting. Location marked. As City Lord, you need to actively handle such threats. Mission rewards, 500 experience points, 300 gold coins. After reading the mission, Liu Yifei laughed so hard he rolled on the ground. The favorability requirement per resident isn't high, but Qinghan City has tons of people. Plus, the storage reward can double. Isn't this an endless profit? Later, he opened his bag and picked 2 kinds of medicine, thinking that since there's no place to use the enhancement potions here, he could reward the fighters of Qinghan City and win their hearts. Increasing favorability, he looked at the notification appearing and thought, looks like I definitely have to go to Qinghan City. I can use my teaching skill to get supplies back. When the notification board was fully displayed, the favorability of resident Zane towards Qinghan City reached the goal, rewarding City Lord Chewer 1 experience point. Then he ran outside and shouted, "People, we need a radical reform. I have to make the advanced system in the sparkling star realm shine bright." Soon after, everyone gathered at the dining table. Everyone just sat there, while Ziluo was happily eating a chicken drumstick. Once full, Ziluo said, "First, immediately open the gates of Tianxing City. Except for some structures, all other buildings must be demolished and the land distributed to the people based on their contributions." Someone spoke up, "City Lord, you're not joking, right?" Hearing that, the male lead thought, only a few high-ranking people truly care about the goodwill of the citizens. If it weren't for the fact that Suji Shang sees you as a talent, I would have dealt with you directly. Then he angrily replied, "Do you think I'm joking?" Before that person could explain, Ziluo cut him off sharply. "No buts. Not only that, I will also implement a contribution exchange system. Whether you're a commoner, rich, or a government official, everything will be based on contribution as the basic standard. As long as you contribute, you can exchange for food, supplies, even housing." Hearing this, no one dared to say a word. After finishing, Ziluo glanced around at everyone. Seeing no objections, he continued, "Starting now, you guys will draft the fairest contribution exchange system and hand it to me tomorrow." The people around could only tremble and shout, "Yes, sir." After the threat was done, Ziluo softened his voice and said, "One more thing. Starting now, investigate the assets, supplies, land, and so on of all Tianxing City officials. If there are violations, confiscate everything." Hearing this, someone questioned, "City Lord, the other things are easy to say, but if you do the last one, it's very likely there will be a rebellion." Seeing someone question, he shot them a bullet-like glare and threatened, "I'm telling you, this isn't up for discussion. If you can't do it, then don't bother." Hearing that, they all said in unison, "Don't worry, City Lord, we'll give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow." Hands clapped loudly. Then, the steward, standing in front of a few people, spoke up, "Good then, leave these matters to you guys." He immediately turned to leave but was stopped by one of them, "City Lord, if what you say is true, our supplies will only last 1 month. Then what?" Hearing this, the steward didn't flinch. "No problem, someone will bring more then." Leaving the confused people behind thinking, "Dare to rebel. They'll be sleeping too soundly at night." After a moment, as if remembering something, the steward turned back and whispered, "Right, don't forget to build the supply warehouse. It's going to be very useful soon," leaving the enemy confused and clueless. "What? Yes." At the same time, the steward didn't hold back, covering his mouth with one hand, his voice extremely sleepy. "No way, no way. Gotta catch up on sleep first." After saying that, he immediately vanished without a trace in midair. Yeah, the starry sky appeared clearly in the night. The system suddenly sent a few notifications while the steward was still sleeping. Snooze, the goodwill of Fan Vin An's residence towards Tianxing City reached the target. Reward, City Lord Steward gains 1 experience point. The goodwill of Thieu An's residence towards Tianxing City reached the target. Reward, City Lord Steward gains 1 experience point. until another system notification congratulated the player on leveling up to 34, all attributes +3, gaining 5 free attribute points. He suddenly woke up from his nap, eyes wide open, then yawned sleepily and asked himself, slept and leveled up just like that. Then, Steward lightly touched his forehead, then moved his hand closer to his temple. At that moment, his face suddenly aged. He pointed his index finger at the red screen in front of him, ordered the system to turn off notifications, then smirked with satisfaction. Ah, leveling up feels so damn good. People in the real world can only stay up late and get up early to hunt zombies. After touching the screen, showing stats, Strength 154, Spirit 154, Constitution 149, Agility 149, he immediately gained 5 points. Steward then touched his chin and whispered, "This period's experience points must be because he just implemented a new policy. These commoners are way too easy to manipulate, and the rewards haven't even been handed out yet." A thought flashed through his mind. Research the enhancement potion first, see what supplies I can give them. Suddenly, a bottle labeled A appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he grabbed it tightly, raised it to his lips while thinking, a bit sweet, and the system didn't warn about side effects. Then Steward quickly gulped it down and happily exhaled, praising, refreshing. At that moment, a golden light appeared, swirling around him, accompanied by a calm voice saying it's not super effective on him, but should be enough for ordinary soldiers. Then another bottle labeled S appeared, and he didn't hesitate to drink it too. Immediately, his face showed deep satisfaction with captivating eyes. Looking at the red screen notification, it showed the player's Steward used an S-grade enhancement potion. The Star Realm's body attribute increased all attributes +2, praising, definitely refreshing. He looked at the 4 S-grade potion bottles in front of him and grinned slyly. Isn't this way faster than leveling up to increase attributes? If I drink all of these, won't my attributes increase? After saying that, Steward didn't hesitate to open the first bottle and chug it down. After finishing the potion, he exhaled deeply, but when he saw the glowing aura fading before him, he panicked and shouted, "Damn, why does it feel like the effect is getting worse?" At the same time, a system notification popped up, checking showed player Nai used an S-rank enhancement elixir. Body attributes increased, all stats +1, making Nai so pissed off he yelled and cut the boost in half. "System, you're way too stingy." No sooner said than he chugged down the other 3 elixirs in a flash. Then his face and voice got all lit up, amazed, like, why does this stuff taste like booze? While his body was still lying in bed under the blanket, another notification appeared, showing player Nai used 3 S-rank enhancement elixirs. Body attributes increased, all stats +2. Reading this, he put on a super annoyed face, asking if 5 elixirs only add 5 points to all stats. Done. Nai smacked his head and ordered the system to open the full stats panel. Instantly, huge numbers slammed into his eyes. Strength no boost, Spirit no boost, Constitution no boost, Agility no boost. While Nai nodded quietly at the panel, now even without So Chi Fuang holding him back, he could fight the SS rank Ak Da Ni. Suddenly, outside came a noise and a voice announcing the City Lord, "You're awake. So, the City Lord of Lian City has been waiting for you at the dining hall for a long time." Hearing this, he paused for a few seconds, wondering why So Chi Thuong showed up. Then he grabbed a mask and replied, "Got it. I know." A moment later, seeing the man eating a chicken drumstick at the table, Nai slowly spoke. Old So scolded his subordinates for being clueless. "I just found out you came." As he said this, So Chi Thuong held the half-eaten drumstick and smiled awkwardly. "It's fine, Brother Lee. I'm not here to bother your rest." Then he pointed his index finger forward mockingly. "After all, Brother Lee, you inherited 99 concubines from that old manor." While Naigze stayed calm and asked back, "What about them?" Sitting down, he continued, "I saw their strength was weak, so I told them to go to the City Lord's tower to plant veggies and raise pigs." He pointed at the food in So's hand and added, "The meat you're eating, Brother So, might just be the pigs they slaughtered." Hearing this, So Chi Thuong sighed, "Brother Lee, you really are different from everyone else." But Naigze just asked an unrelated question. "Why did you come here, Brother So?" So Chi Thuong immediately answered, "It's the City Lord Conference of Thien Duong City. I thought it was on the way, so I came by to drop off some food." Naizhe thought to himself, "Convenient means you're here to find me, right?" Then he calmly propped his chin with his hand and said, "All right then, let's go there together tomorrow afternoon." As soon as he finished, So Chi Thuong raised both hands to chest level and agreed, "Sounds good, I'll come." But before leaving, he hoped Brother Lee could teach him about using elemental power. Immediately, someone's arm shot up fast. It was Naizhe, with a long iron chain and a swirl of blue aura around it. making So Chi Thuong give a thumbs up. Nice. Brother So, you've started training, but when you heard Nai Xe's question, Brother So, I have a skill that can quickly unleash elemental power. Interested? He sighed and quietly considered. You're a regular customer, I can give you a 20% discount. So Chi Thuong tiredly thought, here it comes again, that smile, he's here to scam my goods again. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his head, then he nervously asked, Brother Lee, what's this elemental skill you're talking about? How powerful is it exactly? Instantly, in Nai's hand, appeared a blue orb crackling with lightning, answering, this is the elemental skill. It scared So Chi Thuong into looking terrified. Naize still held the orb and threw it, making So Chi Thuong freak out. Looking at the smoking spot, he said, this power must be 10 times stronger than simple lightning. The blue orb in Naize's hand faded away, and he immediately replied, right. This is the power of the elemental skill. It only consumes the same amount of spirit energy, but the power multiplies. Hearing this, So Chi Thuong bit his lip and whispered, it's really that strong? How should I learn this elemental skill? But Naize just snapped his fingers. Then So Chi Thuong spoke again, Brother Lee, didn't I give you 3 S-rank enhancement elixirs last time? Before he finished, Naize cut him off, refusing, no way. Brother So, this skill isn't like your elemental training, it's a different price, making So Chi Thuong slump and reply, Brother Lee, honestly, I don't have any enhancement elixirs left. Still, he got punched hard on the shoulder by Naize, who tried to persuade him. Brother, So, what are you saying? Don't you think I know your situation? How about this? I don't need enhancement elixirs this time, just give me supplies. Hearing this, So Chi Thuong couldn't help but shout out loud, adding, I get it. When I came before, I thought Qinghan City was reforming and needed tons of supplies, but where would the supplies come from? Then tears streamed down his face as he realized, turns out I'm the fool who got tricked. As soon as he finished, Naize immediately comforted him. It's okay, brother, So, no supplies means no deal, but friendship's still here. When supplies finally arrived, So Chi Thuong hurriedly shouted at the other, stop talking, I'm the fool who got tricked, just name your price. So Naize calmly seized the chance, using both hands to gesture seriously, food for 100,000 common people for 1 month. This made So Chi Thuong panic and yell, are you trying to rob me? 20,000 is the max, otherwise no deal. Instantly, Naize raised his whole hand to negotiate 50,000, but Su Chi Thang still wasn't satisfied, holding up 3 fingers to bargain for 30,000. As soon as he finished speaking, his wrist was grabbed tightly by the other party, and with a serious tone, the deal was sealed. Thanks, Elder Su, for your loyalty and trust. A moment later, Su Chi Thang and the people beside him darkened their faces, issuing orders and sending someone to Tianlian City to fetch supplies. Yes, sir. After hearing that, Naize looked up at the sky and laughed loudly in approval. Elder Su was truly straightforward. He opened his hand, lifting a green orb surrounded by dense energy, saying, Elder Su, that's how wind orb technique works. Naize let the dense green energy spread wider, then said, the thinner the wind ring, the sharper it is. It doesn't follow the clockwise rule. After a while, Su Chi Thang asked tensely, Good, Brother Lee, is there more? But he only got a dull reply, that's it. That's the entire principle of wind orb technique. Suddenly, Naize spoke slowly, but then he looked at Su Chi Thang's confused face, unsure if Elder Su was still interested in elemental skills paired with chains. Hearing this, Su Chi Thang seemed to realize he'd been played. He pointed at Naize's face and angrily asked, you're still hiding skills? How many more do you have? I turned and walked away, leaving just 3 words, not coming anymore. Seeing Elder Su genuinely pissed, Naize hurriedly sweet-talked, come on, Elder Su. Then he tried to tempt him. There's a move that can condense the vortex, a skill to trap enemies without mercy. Isn't that something? No matter what Naize said, Su Chi Thang ignored him coldly and turned away. Then he walked off quickly, while Naize kept running after him, saying, Elder Su, I'll give you a huge discount. Seeing Su Chi Thang speed up, Naize got desperate and started offering price cuts. Buy both skills at once, the second one's half price. Naize even hurriedly added, really, no joke, what kind of skill do you want? I'll create it for you. At this moment, the main gate of Tianhang City number 6. In the afternoon, a group stood in front of a tall building that was Naize's crew. He was currently sweet-talking Dai Zhang. Big dummy, remember to help me deal with the little monsters near Tianhang City. They've been eating chicken legs like crazy these days. Hearing that, Big Dummy couldn't help but get excited thinking about the delicious chicken legs waiting for him. Then Big Dummy happily nodded to agree with Naize. Behind the two stood a man in protective gear, looking around as if assessing the situation. Soon after, he stepped forward and said to Naize, Chief Lee, our people are all gathered. When do we depart? Nai-Si immediately replied, I have no problem. Ask Elder Su when we leave. When facing Nai-Si, unexpectedly, the man in protective gear quickly turned away. He thought to himself, I can't look at Lam Sulak, otherwise, I won't be able to resist buying him. He was trying hard to hold back and told Nai-Se, my crew's also gathered. Let's go. Seeing the man act like that, Nai-Se fell silent, covering his mouth, deep in thought. Then Nai-Se stepped up and shouted, all right, let's move out. His group calmly and confidently headed to their mission. At that moment, suddenly a sound echoed from somewhere, making many people confused about what it was. Immediately, a loud boom rang out, dust and smoke swirling as dark shadows appeared right in front of them. Powerful footsteps thundered outside the city walls. Nai-Se's group stood still, as if ready to face a huge battle. Suddenly, the sky cleared up. A beam of light shone directly on him, as if announcing something. The area where Nai-Se's group stood suddenly brightened amid the thick smoke. And then dark shadows began to appear before them. A horde of massive monsters gradually emerged after the dust cleared. As they charged to attack, Nai-Se started casting his technique. At the same time, he shouted, Elder Su, don't just stand there. Then, a blue light from his hand formed a small tornado. It grew into a sphere of power, surrounded by electric sparks. Seeing this, the group in protective gear gasped in surprise. At this moment, Nai-Se was casting a technique to trap the black monsters, but the real shock was yet to come. Sure enough, with just a bit of power, Nai-Se successfully trapped and knocked them down. Not stopping there, the tornado he created kept growing and swirling around them. This scene stunned the group in protective gear. Moreover, the tornado spun stronger, lifting the black monsters into the air. Seeing this result, Nai-Se confidently thought, I don't believe this won't make them crave death. Then he cast another electric orb. He threw it hard at the black monsters. The orb shot through the air like lightning, as if it could tear the sky apart. Instantly, the black monsters were jolted so hard you could see their bones inside. This left everyone speechless. Suddenly, one black monster's head dropped heavily to the ground. Then the heads of others followed, falling with loud thuds around where Nai-Se stood. At that moment, the notification screen popped up. Congratulations, player. Nai-Se successfully killed 1,000 zombies and 3 radiation creatures. Completed the second rank of the main quest dungeon, the second risk of the wasteland. The screen kept changing again. This time, a notification congratulated player Nai-Se for successfully completing all the main quests of the second risk dungeon in the wasteland. Do you want to submit the quest and leave the dungeon? After reading it, Nai-Se thought silently. Not submitting means not leaving. Then he happily turned to the group in protective suits and said, So, how's my elemental skill? But contrary to his thoughts, everyone responded in unison. Not worth buying. Not worth buying. We're not worthy. Leaving Nai-Se stunned for a moment. After finishing the fight with the black monsters, Nai-Se's group continued their journey. At this moment, Nai-Se asked, Captain Zhang, roughly how much longer until we reach Tianyang City? He immediately replied, This place is the outskirts of Origin City, about another hour's travel to gate number 49 of Tianyang City. Hearing Captain Zhang's answer, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief, that's a relief. If it took longer, my radiation level would hit the limit, though honestly it wouldn't really matter. Seeing this, to Chief Huang could only say, no choice. This place is the center of the entire continent, the area with the strongest radiation. Meanwhile, Captain Zhang was also observing the surroundings. He said, another 10 minutes ahead, there's a resting room. Let's stop there to rest first. Nai-Se agreed wholeheartedly. Not bad, let's go. Then the group continued on. When they reached the resting room, it was deserted, not a soul in sight. They slowly and quietly moved deeper inside when suddenly Nai-Se seemed to sense something. He raised his hand to stop everyone, suspiciously saying, Something's off. It feels like someone's inside. Hearing this, everyone turned to look in one direction. There was a huge iron door. Captain Zhang slowly approached it. As he slightly opened the door, a voice came from somewhere. Murakami Kogoro, you make a good point. Playing the ladies is right. The more the better. Isn't that so, In-Out-Kun? He. Not just one voice but several others. Jiro Tanaka's mouth said, Hasn't it been a while since the door was pushed open? Go check it out for me. Noticing the people inside paying attention to the noise outside, Nai-Se's group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Then he whispered, They're here, be alert. To Chief Huang grumbled irritably, Trapped in a narrow alley, and it's those bastards again. His tone surprised Nai-Se a bit, who asked suspiciously, Old brother too, what do you mean? Then he got the explanation. They're the conservative faction of Tiandao City, the faction that surrendered and supports handing weapons over to radiation creatures. He solemnly added, So our enemies aren't just radiation creatures, but also these conservative factions. Hearing this, Nai Si confidently nodded, got it. At that moment, T'Chi Thuong tightly gripped the chain in his hand and pressed down. Just as he was about to act, Captain Zhang stopped him. Lord 2, the situation is urgent now. We can't make enemies. This was the Elder's order. Hearing that, T'Chi Thuong reluctantly locked the chain back. Then he put it down and could only respond dejectedly. Understood. Nai Shia's group didn't notice that while they were standing there talking, a group of people from afar were staring at them. That person was also reporting to Fukawa Umi, who belonged to the progressive faction. I only see T'Chi Thuong from Tianlian City. Inside the spacious waiting hall, he coldly replied, understood. The one standing coldly answering was Fukawa Yomi, the city lord of Tiandao City, a top-tier S-rank powerhouse. He angrily cursed, the fools of the progressive faction, truly unlucky. While Nai Shia's group was quietly thinking, a figure stepped forward. As soon as T'Chi Thuong saw this person, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, luckily Nai Shi stopped him just in time. Then he hid the badge right inside his shirt and said to T'Chi Thuong, old brother, don't get worked up, we have to think about the bigger picture. Seeing his smile as he reminded him, old brother felt a bit happier. Here it comes, that smile. Then he whispered into Nai Shia's ear, Brother Lee, just help me calm this anger down. I'll buy all your 2 skills, no discount needed. Nai Shi immediately replied confidently, don't worry, old brother 2. Then he slowly approached Fukawa Yomi, who looked at him with some suspicion. Just then, T'Chi Thuong came beside him and explained, you're facing Tiandao City Lord Fukawa Yomi, a top-tier S-rank powerhouse. This surprised Nai Xie immensely, and he couldn't help but exclaim, what? Fukawa Yomi chuckled quietly, saying it out loud might scare you to death. But strangely, what Nai Xie said wasn't what everyone expected. A pervert not wearing underwear like that? Which even made old brother to chuckle. Murakami Kogoro angrily shouted, you idiot! Disrespecting the city lord, what kind of scum are you? Seeing him, T'Chi Thuong said to Nai Xie, this guy is Murakami Kogoro, a top-tier A-rank powerhouse. After hearing this, Nai Xie just mumbled a reply. Meanwhile, Fukawa Yomi, who witnessed everything, laughed and looked at him with a challenging gaze. At this moment, Murakami Kogoro continued mocking, sure enough, filthy people, no manners at all. But suddenly he stopped his actions and stared at Nai Xie in shock, because right now, Nai Xi's whole body was radiating a fierce, murderous aura. The mechanical sound of this system echoed simultaneously. Player Naize triggered the mission insult, punish Murakami Kogoro. Seeing this, Fukawa Yomi hesitated before speaking. He asked him, are you the fake assassin who killed Dali, the lord of Tianhang City? Naize smiled fearfully, like a predator, ready to strike. Then he raised his badge and said to Fukawa Yomi, Lord Fukawa, my subordinate insulted a city lord. Since this is an offense, I'm helping you discipline him. That's not too much, right? At that moment, Fukawa Yomi could only agree. Lord Lee, you may discipline him as you wish. Then he hesitated and added, but just a light punishment, okay. Before he could finish, Naize immediately moved in front of Fukawa Yomi, making him exclaim in surprise. So fast, lightning fast, he swung his hand and slapped Murakami Kogoro right in the face. Blood splattered onto Fukawa Yomi's face, shocking him as he touched the blood. Fukawa Yomi fell silent for a moment, then angrily cursed, Naize, you deserve to die. But Naize calmly replied, Lord Fukawa, did you gently ask if you were satisfied with my discipline? At the same time, the system announced, congratulations to player Naize for completing the mission Punish Murakami Kogoro, earning 3 A-grade enhancement potions. Hearing Naize's question, Fukawa Yomi furiously shouted, you green scum, you're way out of line. He and his entire group raised their blades toward him, ready to kill the great general of Tiandao City. Naize immediately drew his sword, calmly responding, didn't Lord Fukawa say I could punish as I see fit? Speak louder, my brothers can hear you too. T'Chi Thuong also spoke up, Lord Fukawa, although we're in a ceasefire now, your subordinate provoked Lord Lee's group first. Even if they caused chaos in the alliance, our response is justified. Hearing this, Fukawa Yomi gritted his teeth in anger, then he reluctantly accepted reality. Fine, you guys did well. Then he angrily pointed at Naize's group and said, this time, I admit defeat, but I will report to the alliance. Just wait for the wrath of our conservative faction. Fukawa Yomi then told his subordinates, let's go. Naize stood there, smiling, watching their backs. T'Chi Thuong laughed loudly, walking over to Naize and saying, refreshing. No wonder you, Brother Lee, took down the top A-grade Murakami Kogoro in one move, leaving Fukawa Yomi speechless. He must be heartbroken right now. Naize humbly replied, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. To Chief Wang smiled and told Brother Li to be humble. I haven't felt this good in a long time. When we get back, I'll send people to deliver supplies to Tianhang City for you guys. Captain Zhang nearby also agreed enthusiastically. Right, Lord Li is too modest. After a moment, Tu Chief Wang hesitated and said, but Fukawa Yomi will definitely report to the Alliance. Naize calmly said, no rush. He casually added, maybe today they're just unlucky. As soon as they step outside, they get surrounded by radiation creatures and all die. Hearing this, the people in protective suits burst out laughing. If that's true, then justice is served. Others chimed in, yeah. Suddenly, to Chief Wang seemed to sense something. They all stood still to listen more carefully. Then he panicked and looked at Naize. Could it be he only got a triumphant smile and a definite answer in return? Outside, Fukawa Yomi angrily shouted, idiot, idiot, he kept yelling, idiot. Seeing this, Oda Inukiba, Deputy Lord of Tiandao City Island, an S-rank peerless warrior, couldn't help but intervene. Lord Fukawa, if you shout too loudly, you might attract zombies or radiation creatures. Hearing this, Fukawa Yomi glared at him angrily and immediately punched Oda Inukiba hard in the face. The blow knocked him flat on the ground, unable to get up. Fukawa Yomi cursed furiously. Idiot, are you trying to teach me how to do my job? After such a hard hit, Oda Inukiba could only weakly raise his hand to the ground. Shaking, he said, I have offended you. Suddenly, Fukawa Yomi noticed something unusual about the radiation creatures, so he hurriedly helped Oda Inukiba up and laughed, saying, No, you're right. Fukawa Yomi happily said, we can use radiation creatures to deal with the green scum. Oda was totally confused after being hit. Mr. Yumi looked eager and asked the other, bring out the item Elder Bai secretly gave you. Oda naturally didn't dare and immediately knelt down to refuse. No way, Lord Fukawa, this item can only be used under Elder Bai's orders. Absolutely no exposure allowed. Hearing this, Mr. Yumi immediately gave Oda another hit. He angrily looked down on him, forcing Oda to keep apologizing. Idiot, how dare you disobey my orders? Sorry. Then Oda quickly handed him a red potion. Not daring to disobey, Oda could only offer it with both hands. Humph. As long as this works, the progressive faction will lose 3 S-rank powerhouses. This is what Elder Bai wanted to reward me with. After snatching the potion, he immediately told his subordinates, just apply this test potion on yourself and the wandering SS rank radiation beast in this area will notice you. Now I need everyone to complete this great mission. The subordinates looked shocked at the item. Anyone willing? As soon as Mi finished speaking, they immediately scrambled forward. Lord City, Master, I'll go. So Mi randomly picked someone from the group to be the medicine user, and that was you. He reminded him of a few things before handing over the medicine, telling him to remember 1,000 times over not to die, or else the medicine would lose its effect. The other guy immediately shouted excitedly and took the medicine. Yes, I understand. As soon as Mi handed the medicine to him, he immediately ran straight to where he needed to go. Mi watched him go and thought about the distant future, then smiled with satisfaction. Ha, the SSS-level ruined land Mad Master is a force that the entire Heavenly Yang City dares not mess with. This time, let's see how you all survive. Ha. Lord City Master is cunning and resourceful. The group of fake 6th-rank warriors will definitely die. A moment later, the lucky guy who got the speed-boosting medicine ran to the big tree ahead, then reached out to lean against it to slow down. He still felt pretty scared about what he was about to face. Ahead was the lair of the ruined land Mad Master. Could he really survive? But no matter how scared he was, this had become an unavoidable situation. Just then, a hand slammed hard on the back of his neck, knocking him down and hitting his head on the tree, knocking him unconscious. It turned out that Z-Lock had appeared and launched a surprise attack, linking minds with Lin Z-Lock. Whoa, people from Heavenly Treasure City even have this kind of stuff. He decided to appear, bow close to the other guy, then took the red bottle of medicine toward himself. Z-Lock observed it for a while but didn't do anything yet. Then he opened the cap and poured out all the medicine. He grabbed the other guy's leg and started dragging him away. Z-Lock used his speed to drag the guy crawling on the dirt road for a long stretch, helping the other guy scrape his face to get a layer of dirt. He ran like he'd never run before, kicking up dust. Just then, black smoke appeared from somewhere, and a lion with glowing red eyes suddenly showed up. The lion sniffed its nose and caught their scent. It immediately stood up and followed the smell to their location. This scent was a delicacy. It started speeding up and roared with bright red eyes and a crazy expression. Meanwhile, Mi was still clueless about what was about to happen and was very happy. Ha! Just thinking about those pathetic guys dying miserably under the claws of the ruined land, Mad Master. I'm already so damn happy. This time, Elder White will definitely reward me. One of his subordinates took this chance to flatter him. Awesome, Lord City Master. This time we can definitely make the progressive energy sect submit. Then our plan to dominate will be much easier. Truly the luck of all the people. Me heard this and got even happier, his smile growing wider. Very good, you know how to talk. Tell me, what reward do you want? The other guy, having achieved his goal, rubbed his hands gleefully. Thank you, Lord City Master. I have 2 little concubines as beautiful as flowers in Heavenly Yang City. With such high skills, I only ask for 1 bottle of B-grade enhancement potion. Me immediately granted the reward upon hearing this. Very good. A man with self-discipline like you is rare. All right, tonight I'll enjoy your 2 little concubines. Thank you, Lord City Master. He proudly ordered everyone to move forward. Go, 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 speed up. I can't wait to find those 2 little concubines. Just as they were moving, suddenly someone rushed toward them. Thanks to sharp instincts, Oda quickly sensed something was wrong. So he drew his sword and swiftly slashed in that direction. Careful, enemy attack. Oda's sword immediately cut the attacker down. After Oda defeated the opponent, Mi stepped forward to see that he had kicked the upper body of the attacker. Unexpectedly, that was the subordinate he had just sent out. What the hell? Isn't that Sakata Dato from earlier? Everyone stared at the attacker in disbelief. No one could believe what had just happened before their eyes. Impossible. How could this be? Just then, a scent hit Mi's nose, and he immediately realized the problem. Mi turned and shouted a warning to everyone. Not good. This is the bait for the SS-level Rune Land Mad Master Radiation creature. Fall back. Oda also suddenly noticed something and shouted, Not good, everyone prepare and leave here quickly. The scent grew stronger and spread toward them. Some were so scared their bodies curled up and legs trembled, and finally, the opponent fled in terror. Wah, hey you. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Soon the guy returned to the group but was missing his lower half. It turned out the ruined land Mad Master had tracked the scent and chased them here. The ruined land Mad Master was several times bigger than them, standing right in front of them. Looks like I finally found you. The ruined land Mad Master was still biting the remaining half of the man from before. Mi's group was so scared they just stood frozen. The SS-level ruined land Mad Master radiation creature. Some were so scared they shook and pissed themselves on the spot. The whole group started panicking and scattering. Oh God, save me. Lin Zloc's group kept moving toward Heavenly Yang when suddenly, a gray mist surrounded them. Everyone be careful. Quickly suppress your aura. Looks like there are footprints of a radiation creature here. However, the footsteps didn't stop. He asked, Did I just hear a terrible scream? Is this really the way to Heavenly Yang City? The person behind quickly answered, Lord City Master Lee, please trust me. Everyone in the group wore full protective gear, and one of them guessed this wasn't the footprint of an SS-level ruined land Mad Master radiation creature. Then 2 people in the group shouted in unison, Aren't these the people from Fukawa's conservative sect? In his head, he was also wondering if Fukawa was already dead. He coughed and pointed down at the pile of corpses on the ground, saying, This is the destructive power of an SS-level radiation creature. Fukawa's group seemed to have no resistance at all, way stronger than Ak Danny. The guy in the protective suit with white hair guessed, maybe they were under the orders of Brother Lee, but then he contradicted himself. No way. Absolutely no way. This is an SS-level radiation creature, a wasteland berserker. Looking at the scene, he tried hard to suppress his laughter until he was shaking, showing a cruel smile at others' pain. Looks like this wasteland berserker finished its hunt. Let's go check if any unlucky survivors are left. The Scarface guy frowned and replied, This is way too risky. He sat down and observed for a long time before making a decision. Let's go check it out. Judging by the direction of these footprints, the depth and concentration of the blood stains, it's probably been about 9 minutes. Then he looked back at his group, deliberately staring at the Scarface guy to put pressure on him. Besides, this path is the only way to get to Tiandiang City, right? Holding a strand of hair in his hand, he analyzed further. Look at these hairs and the depth of these footprints. This wasteland berserker definitely chased after them. The route it took is actually farther than we thought. After speaking, he casually glanced back at the Scarface guy. So we move on at a normal pace for 9 minutes. If we don't find anything, we drop it. The Scarface guy reluctantly agreed. Since Lord Lee said so, let's go check it out. 9 minutes later, through the fog, a group of 9 kept moving forward. The Scarface guy seemed to sense something and quickly shouted, Everyone, be careful. The blood smell here is strong, and the deeper you go, the more it stirs the creature's interest. Looks like this is the spot. Seeing a severed hand lying on the ground, the white-haired guy warned, Be careful, everyone. I'm afraid Fukawa's group ran into some bad luck. Then footsteps followed the lead. The group followed him toward the sunset. Their steps were steady as they passed mangled bodies, bloodied limbs torn apart. The chipped swords and blades showed the tragedy and loss. Suddenly, the white-haired guy was stunned when he saw a sword stuck in the ground. It was Oda Inakima's fighter sword. He was a mid-level male enhancer, then pretended to be sad and continued, still sneaking glances around. They're dead, all of them. Liu Zilu rummaged through the pocket of a nearby corpse. After a moment, he shouted, "Ah!" Then the transference sect guy pointed at what he found. This is Fukawa's City Lord medal. Could it be that Lord Fukawa died heroically? Looking at the item and remembering the person, the scar-faced guy trembled, pretending to have tears in his eyes, closing them tight and trying to hold back. The City Lord's sacrifice, I will report it to the Alliance. The others paired up and showed their emotions. Unexpected rain out of nowhere, didn't think Lord Fukawa would die like this. Truly pitiful, they were warriors. Suddenly, someone couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing. Hey, like a signal to start, others laughed along. Hey, hey, the laughter echoed nonstop. In Tiandiang City, where skyscrapers towered, a display board showed radiation levels at 39%, mid-level, allowing passage. The door opened, and Liu Zilu's group went deeper inside. A guy in blue with glasses stepped forward and asked, "Captain Cheng, welcome back." The captain straightened his collar and replied, "We are." He continued explaining, "On our way back, we saw many corpses at Guangming Gate. Investigation revealed they were Lord Fukawa and his subordinates." The blue-shirted guy turned and shouted, "This is bad. You two quickly report to Chief Jiang. Something big happened." Then he pointed at a headless corpse and added, "Judging by the damage, could this be the work of an SS-level radiation creature?" Captain Cheng answered, "After investigation, it's an SS-level radiation wasteland berserker. I don't know why it appeared nearby." He looked back at the corpse covered with a blanket, "But it's definitely our city lord." A gloomy, tragic atmosphere engulfed them. He finally finished speaking. He died heroically, on the battlefield. From afar, a man dressed all in blue ran over Chief Jiang. He looked at the bodies and quickly gave orders. "You guys carefully investigate the bodies of Lord Fukawa's group for me." Then he turned toward them and saluted. "Captain Cheng, Lord Li, Lord Su, on behalf of everyone in Tiandiang City, I thank you for bringing Lord Fukawa's body back so we can prepare to deal with the wasteland berserker." Captain Cheng replied immediately, "Chief Jiang, we also deeply regret not meeting Lord Fukawa. Otherwise, with 5 S-rank fighters, we could have fought the wasteland berserker." Understanding the situation, Chief Jiang extended his hand invitingly. "I'm aware of the details now. Please come inside Tiandiang City to rest first." Then he led the way. From a distance, a giant statue caught their eyes. Seeing Liu Zilu looking, Lord Su said, "Brother Li, this is the pioneer of our new era. The Golden Era. If the Golden Era had lived a few more years, we wouldn't be in such a dire situation." The statue carved the Golden Era, an SSS-level fighter standing proudly. Hearing Lord Su's introduction, Liu Zilu replied, "Yeah, I know." He was a respected man, the first SSS-level fighter. Yet, in Lord Su's eyes was a cold sadness as he said, "That's right, his story could fill days and nights. Old Li, let's go claim the inheritance from Lord Zhang and the Alliance rewards first." Seeing the massive building ahead, Lord Su shouted loudly, "Old Li, it's this way," pointing to the house and adding, "This is Lord Zhang's house. I've already sent someone to handle the paperwork, so you can stay here as you like." Lin Ziluo replied coolly, "All right." Just as he was about to go inside and rest, Mr. Su raised his hand to stop him. "Old Li, wait." Seeing him pause, he continued, "You have 2 things to handle right now." Curious, he asked, "What things?" "Brother Su, just say it straight." Su raised his index finger. "First is your business. When you taught me cultivation before, I leaked it out." Taking a deep breath, he went on, "By now, quite a few city lords are interested in this, but since you were in seclusion, I didn't let them come to Tianhang City. Instead, I arranged to meet them in Tianyang City. They probably arrived already." He then raised 2 fingers in a V sign. "Second, Elder Lei wants to see you now. He's the top leader of the progressive sect and one of our 3 SS rank elders. Just lucky, thanks to Elder Lei's spiritual tea energy." Recalling for a moment, he replied, "It's not about my tea. Since you entered the room, I sense your power is beyond peak S rank, and you could break through any time. That's why I gave you the spiritual tea." After a pause, he added, "But now I realize your body's potential just broke through to S rank." As if realizing something about his process, he hurriedly voiced his guess that he had a method letting him kill SS-level radiation creatures at just S rank. "As for the other city lords, I'll use the elemental technique against them and see if they still dare mock my tactics, whether they're worthy of being city lords or not." At this point, he called out, Demon boy, go check on Elder Su. So they split up and went separate ways. Minutes later, at the Elder Tower overlooking the luxurious high-rise, Dugu introduced Lord Lee. This is the Elder Tower for all the spirit energy. Only 3 SS-rank powerhouses can be appointed elders. The leader of the progressive sect, Elder Lei, is inside. He only replied with one word. A man stopped them. Please show ID and appointment proof. Dugu snapped back. Lord Lee is the new city lord of Shinran. No appointment needed. Elder Lei invited him personally. You can ask anyone. The man remained firm. No, I can't leave my post. Suddenly, a girl ran up and pushed the guard aside. Sorry, Lord Lee. The guard doesn't know the situation. Seeing her panting hard, he raised an eyebrow. I'll have him apologize right away. But you still say it's fine. I don't mind. The guard bowed his head. Sorry, Lord Lee. Seeing this, he reassured, it's okay. You did well. The girl watched every move and concluded silently, this must be Lord Lee who killed an SS-level radiation creature and is still so young and easy to talk to. Back on topic, she gestured. Lord Lee, please this way. Elder Lei has been waiting a long time. He didn't waste time, nodded, and followed her into the elevator, then out again. Where she stood seriously, she called out, Sir, the city lord of Tianhang City is here to see you. Then his voice echoed back, let him in. The secretary opened the door and gestured for Lord Lee. Please come in. She watched him enter a conference room with long rows of chairs and a man sitting at the head. That was SS-rank powerhouse Elder Lei. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, radiating killing intent all around him, silently admiring Elder Lei. Unexpectedly, Elder Lei was that old, yet had such a strong spirit. The room stirred slightly as he quickly walked to Elder Lei's side and sat down fast, forcing him to turn and look. In Elder Lei's mind, he couldn't help but think, interesting, and no impact at all. Then Elder Lei laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, good, good. No wonder Lord Lee killed an SS-level radiation creature. Youth really knows no limits. He trailed off. He grabbed a teapot and poured tea into a cup, pushing it toward him. Here, try this tea. It's good stuff. Just smelling it, he recognized the energy in the tea was no less than S-rank enhancement serum. Seeing Elder Lei smile kindly, he drank it all in one gulp. No point being stupid and not taking advantage. Just then, a golden glow appeared as the system panel popped up, checking the player's use of Spirit Energy Tea with Spirit Energy Attribute +3. Seeing the stats, he was stunned. Damn, that powerful? Seeing this, Elder Lei voiced his thoughts. This is an S-rank breakthrough wave. He continued. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Lee just broke through to S-rank. He didn't hide and replied. Just lucky, thanks to Elder Lei's spiritual tea energy. Recalling for a moment, he answered, It's not about my tea. Since you entered the room, I sense your power is beyond peak S-rank, and you could break through any time. That's why I gave you the spiritual tea. After a pause, he added, But now I realize your body's potential just broke through to S-rank. As if realizing something about his process, he hurriedly voiced his guess that he had a method letting him kill SS-level radiation creatures at just S-rank. Seeing him silent, staring at the teapot, Elder Lei scratched his head and said, all right, kid, you're greedy. I gave you the spiritual tea already, but you have to tell me why. He didn't beat around the bush and replied straight up. I'm not hiding this method. I already told Elder Su about it. Pouring tea himself, he added that it was an elemental control technique. But to level up and kill monsters, you still have to learn elemental skills. Elder Lee laughed happily at his words, while he just kept pouring tea, gripping the pot tightly as he drank. All right. With a young guy like you, humanity still has hope. Show me your moves. Liu Zilu started casting. Blue rays slowly appearing, gradually forming a small dark blue sphere. Seeing the sphere floating in the air, he asked, what skill is this? The power increase isn't just tenfold, but the energy consumption is low too. He didn't hide it and answered, that's right, exactly like that. Then he asked again, but just like that, it's still tough to break through 2 levels to kill the archdemon. He didn't answer immediately, but cast the sphere as a reply, with red rays slowly entering the center of the small sphere. The sphere absorbed a huge amount of energy, glowing on its own, drawing in surrounding light to create layered beams, wrapping it. This was the rare elemental Thunderball skill. Elder Lee gawked, witnessing this skill. Is it hard? Hearing this, he clenched his fist, making the sphere fade before answering, not hard, just trade for the materials. Elder Lee grabbed his wrist to scare him. Aren't you worried I'm forcing you? He calmly replied, not scared at all, partly because the system panel showed a level 1 danger alert with no hostile intent. Elder Lee let go, extremely satisfied. Good. Humans like you are geniuses. That's humanity's luck. Thinking that, he felt richer inside, but if only there was a bit more time, we could return to the surface. Meanwhile, he didn't notice that he was still checking the system panel, monitoring the player Liu Zilu using spiritual energy T to boost body attributes. All stats increased by 2. He smiled, feeling great. Seeing him not paying attention, Elder Lee said, "This spot will be yours after some time." He showed a quick question mark but answered, "How could that be? You're still young, and I don't have your reputation. At least a few more years." Hearing this, Elder Lee's thoughts and words were as one. "You're too humble. You don't need to be. I believe you can do it." Meanwhile, he kept drinking tea, thinking to himself, "I'm humble, but 1 month is already a lot of time. But I can't stay here forever. I have to refuse." Then the system panel popped up again, checking Liu Zilu's use of spiritual energy tea to boost body attributes, values being calculated. While he poured tea, drank, and poured again, Elder Lee kept persuading him. "You don't know the danger humans face now? Radiation creatures and zombies have started hunting humans too." After a while, the teacup was empty, and the pot had no drops left. He stood up, cutting him off. "All right, Elder Lee, you've gained from elemental training. It's getting late. I should head back." Seeing he hadn't listened all along, Elder Lee asked sharply, "It's late. I see you finished the spiritual tea, huh? Young thief," he laughed happily. Of course, then quickly ran off. While Elder Lee leaned on his cane watching his back, he was happy because the value panel kept changing. The calculated increase in spiritual tea energy was done. Basic attribute 169 plus 37, strength 169 plus 37, spirit 169 plus 40, constitution 164 plus 33, agility 164 plus. He also tagged Elder Lee as a good guy. All attributes plus 10. Dungeons really are a good place. Elder Lee truly is a good man. In a room, Liu Zilu crossed his arms and said, "Elder Lee, I know the situation you mentioned. The city lord election results will be out tomorrow." The man mentioned replied, "Fukawa's mission went well, left no trace, and weakened the conservative faction's power." Hearing this in his head, he couldn't help but think, did he already know? That intelligence ability is impressive. He then pretended to be heartbroken. "Elder Lee, don't say nonsense. City Lord Fukawa sacrificed himself. I'm heartbroken too." Saying that, he decisively turned and headed to the door. "I'm off." Watching him leave, Elder Lee felt grateful inside. His vigilance was strong, work flawless, and no info could be squeezed out. Then he commented, "Maybe this is the kind of talent that shines in chaotic times." The sky was clear and blue today. Leaving the skyscraper, he wondered how Elder Su was doing. Let's see how he's showing off. The scene shifted to a meeting room. A man holding a glass of wine said, "Is that all? Coming here to mock me in front of 5 city lords? Didn't I beat you to a pulp?" Looking at the 5 city lords' faces, he put down his glass and scolded, "Kid, you gave me a one-armed female statue and called it art. Now isn't your face a masterpiece too?" Someone couldn't hold back anger. "Elder Su, don't be arrogant." The speaker was City Lord Qinghan Lucian. After a pause, he continued, "I admit your wind elemental skill is powerful, but once I master this ability, I'll definitely crush you flat on the ground." City Lord Sunji chimed in, "Right, if your skill wasn't chained with that sudden speed boost, how could I lose to you?" Elder Su calmly sipped his wine. "Ridiculous. You want to learn elemental power, but do you even have enough cash on you?" Lord Qian gritted his teeth and replied, "Don't worry, I'm not afraid to pay any price just to beat that guy once." After downing his drink, Lord Su casually answered, "Is that so? Me and Elder Lee are like brothers, super tight. I had to pay a hefty fee to buy elemental power too. If you guys want to buy it, you'll have to pay extra." Insulted, 2 guys in the group yelled at Lord Su, "We're the Southern City Lord's supplies. Can't we even buy elemental skills? Just wait." Opening the door, Liu Zilu slowly stepped in, silencing the whole room. They all thought the same thing. Never expected Elder Su to be so dedicated, putting in all that effort just for 1 A-grade enhancement potion as payment. He was thinking, "Damn, I'm here now." But out loud he said, "No doubt, with the financial power of the 5 city lords, how could we not afford elemental skills?" All 5 city lords froze, thinking at the same time, this has to be Lord Lee who created the elemental skills. But why does he look so young? Lord Su burst out laughing when he saw him. Haha. He quickly came over and greeted, "Elder Lee, you're here." They exchanged looks like they were having a conversation. All good. Elder Su was relieved. "No lack of profit for you." He walked to the center and said, "City lords, I'm here to teach you elemental operations and skills. But the rule is first come, first served. Whoever prepares the enhancement potions and supplies first, I'll teach them first." Sometime later, inside Liu Zilu's house, he sat in a chair talking. Lord Qian's tuition paid with enhancement potions was just enough to get this far, When will the rest of my supplies arrive at Tianxing City? Lord Qinghan sat cross-legged on the floor and answered immediately. Soon, within 10 days, they will definitely arrive at Tianxing City, he replied calmly. If that's the case, Lord Qinghan, please take your time. We'll meet again in 10 days. Lord Qinghan hurriedly said, Not Lord Li. I still don't fully understand the weapons with elemental attachments. Please explain it to me one more time. He bluntly said, Lord Qinghan, come back in 10 days. Lord Qinghan quickly replied, Lord Li, I'm not some punk. Lord Su came over to push Lord Qinghan away. Lord Sun hurried up. Lord Li, it's my turn to learn now, right? He answered, Of course. Sometime later, he spoke to Lord Sun, who was training. Lord Sun's enhancement potions were enough to learn this far. He knew what he was asking. Sun Jicheng quickly laughed and said, My part will definitely arrive at Tianxing City within 5 days. Then Lord Sun quickly stood up and waved goodbye. Haha, I'll head out first. Lord Li, see you in 10 days. He waved back. Lord Sun walked slowly. It was already night at Liu Zilu's place, and sounds of joy came from the room. He opened his bag to check and count how many supplies he had. Looking at the finished products on the table, 15 S-grade enhancement potions, 27 A-grade enhancement potions. Lord Su, next to him, reminded Elder Li, these are the resources from 7 city lords. Except for 2 neutral city lords who secretly came here. At night, there might be a conservative city lord wanting to buy stuff too. After listing all that, he got to the point. Elder Li, it's time to share the cut with me. He reached for some potions. Don't worry, I mean what I say. Lord Su was shocked when he heard him say, Elder Su, since you worked so hard earlier, besides the cut, I'll give you an extra A-grade enhancement potion, 8 in total. He quickly stuffed them into his bag, smiling wide. Elder Li even gave me an extra potion. Thanks a lot, Elder Li. He replied gently, You're too polite, Elder Bro. If you can help me pull in more clients, we'll split the profits. Lord Su got happier and replied, All right, all right. Seeing him tilt a potion and pour it out, Lord Su panicked, but he was calm. Elder Su was just too careful. These enhancement potion vials are super sturdy. Seeing all the potions thrown into the bag like that, he didn't bother to grab them. Hey, stop messing around, Elder Li. I can't watch this. Finally, he decided to remind Elder Li. Since he wasn't here, he didn't know how expensive basic stuff like rice and oil was. He explained thoroughly, 8 A-grade enhancement potions could boost 2 top-tier A-grade fighters from my 1,000-year city. If they get a breakthrough, they might become 2 S-grade enhanced fighters. Hearing this, he just agreed to move on. All right, I get it. Seeing him stop messing around, he sighed in relief, then reminded, Right, Elder Li, you have so many enhancement potions this time, be careful. He became serious, his words heavy and moving. These enhancement potions would make even elder-ranked fighters jealous, but one sentence made him freeze. Don't worry, Elder Su, today I'm gonna bathe in these enhancement potions. By then no one will remember anything. He was still excited inside, causing trouble for me, and there's even good stuff like this. Before leaving, Lord Su added, Hey you, forget it. I'm going back to contact some city lords. Gotta hustle for tomorrow's city lord meeting and pull in some new clients. He waved goodbye. Elder Su, thanks for the promo. After Lord Su left, he called the little demon boy. The kid appeared quickly, and he tossed him the potions. Use these enhancement potions, train hard. Then added, I'm gonna go carry some stuff over. He took off his strange clothes and left, while the demon boy started drinking the enhancement potions. As he soaked in the bath, he thought, I said I'd do it, now it's time to bathe. Then he saw the enhancement elixir poured straight into the tub and thought to himself, who says bathing isn't a kind of secluded training? Soaking his whole body in the elixir, he felt totally refreshed. The system popped up, checking the player, Ni Xi. Using an S-rank enhancement elixir, the essence model's body attribute increased. All attributes went up by 1. Then he grabbed a bottle for each finger and poured them directly down. Those bright yellow words kept flashing as the system announced, checking player Nashi using an S-rank enhancement elixir, essence model. Body attribute increased, all attributes +1. This repeated over and over, eventually triggering a notification about speeding up elixir absorption. The silence around made him notice the system stopped announcing anything, and he couldn't help but ponder. Looks like the enhancement elixir's effect is about to wear off. 10 bottles of S-rank enhancement elixir only added 5 points to all attributes, with smaller gains the further he went. He grabbed a towel, wrapped it around his waist, and stepped out, still deep in thought. 5 points is 5 points, I'm done here. Looking at the stats board, base strength 174 plus 37, spirit 174 plus 40, constitution 169 plus 33, agility 169 plus 15. He laughed happily at his own thoughts. I've been in this dungeon for 10 days, and all my attributes have increased by more than 30 points. If people in the real world knew this, they'd be jealous to death. When he left the bath, he saw Ghost Kid squatting, holding a bottle of elixir but not drinking it. He bent down, chuckling. What's the deal? No need to finish it all. Then he comforted him. Don't worry, there'll be plenty more later. Watching the kid gulp it down, he felt helpless. After saying that, he stood and headed back to his room but didn't forget to remind. All right, you should get some rest too. We all need a good sleep. Tomorrow's City Lord tournament's gonna have some great action to watch. The kid replied, yeah. On the second day, bright sunlight poured into the room along with the alarm ringing, waking him up. One hand turned off the alarm, the other held his head, thinking, damn, I'm still dizzy. I didn't even drink that S-rank enhancement elixir yesterday, so why am I still dizzy? He shook his head and called out, System, activate super level joy. The system panel appeared, Absolute Defense Shield, a special item from the illusion world, can block 100% of damage from a single physical attack. He held the small sturdy shield and asked, can it really block 100%? He hugged it tight, feeling like he was about to burst with joy. Damn, finally got a good item. Before this, all I got was crap. Rotten toilet paper, flip-flops, mop heads. I even thought super level joy was a scam. He stored the item in his space and wiped the corner of his eye. Looks like today's my lucky day. Nothing can stop me now. Turning to Ghost Kid, he said, all right, while our luck's good, let's check out this City Lord tournament. Yes, sir. The kid replied, yes, sir. At the tournament venue, they entered a tall building and saw two people greeting them. You must be Lee, the City Lord of Heavenly Walk City, right? They welcomed him in. The corridor stretched deep, and after a long walk, they reached the gathering spot. The guide invited them in. He couldn't help but exclaim, damn, the City Lord tournament's this intense. People who saw him were stunned, all thinking the same thing. This guy is Lee, the City Lord who killed the SS-level radiation creature and created the elemental cultivation method. Among the Dongsu City Lords, someone waved to Lee. Then a man tried to stop Mr. Su. Hey, sir, but Mr. Su quickly approached him. Lee, my brother, I'm over here, come quick. He reminded Ghost Kid beside him. Ghost Kid, looks like we've stepped into a power struggle. Some good drama coming up. The City Lords Lee helped started chatting with him. Lee, bro, your skill yesterday was super useful. Think you could teach me some more tricks now? Another chimed in. Yeah. This caught him off guard. This was nothing like the imagined drama. Lindsay Luo was politely chatting with the group. No can do. Rules say we can only teach after the supplies arrive. No exceptions. City Lord Su also helped him out. That's right, Lee, bro. It's for everyone's good. Then he clapped him on the shoulder and said, we have business. We'll go ahead. Walking down an empty corridor, he chatted, we have a total of 28 underground cities, but after this upheaval, only 21 remain. Pausing a few seconds, he added, this City Lord tournament has to be progressive, you could say. Not necessarily. This time, the progressive faction has 8 City Lords attending. The conservative and neutral factions only have 6 each. He asked curiously, one City Lord missing? The man reminded him, you forgot? Fukawa from Heavenly Island City of the conservative faction died. Hearing that, he asked, meaning this City Lord tournament is only progressive, right? The man answered, not necessarily. The neutral faction and mercenary group stances are still undecided. Still, he was confident, as long as his strength showed, they'd understand his position. Fearing he caused trouble, the man quickly warned, Lee, bro, no chaos allowed. This is the City Lord tournament. He agreed, don't worry, I always keep it in check. Suddenly, someone called from behind Lee. The newcomers were conservative faction City Lords. Heavenly Desolation City's Sekli Ba Lu and Heavenly Staff City's North Emperor Jiang. He scratched his head, puzzled. You too. This is City Lord Su introducing your old City Lord, Heavenly Desolation City's Sekli. Both men looked extremely proud hearing City Lord Su's introduction. The other declared that enhancement elixirs, underground cities, costumes, and festivals were all their inventions. City Lord North Emperor Jiang of Heavenly Staff City was the origin of the universe. Lord Park raised his hand to greet. Dear fake Greenie, it's been a long time. But he just crossed his arms and asked back, what do you want? Knowing he was being looked down on, the guy said nothing. To ease the tension, Elder Saik and Elder, to both burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. But Lord Buck was too proud to take the insult. The fake Greenie originally forced them to leave for a reason, but no matter what, we're family, so I hope you can forgive me. Though he said that, inside he was cursing him 100 times. What a damn nuisance. If it weren't for Elder Bai's request, he felt like he was starting to get it. What did I say about leaving the place where Heavenly Wandering City was born after entering the dungeon? Turns out it was because he forced it, so that made it easy. Then he probed, asking how he wanted him to forgive him. Lord Buck felt like he'd just won the lottery. As long as he returned, he'd hand over the position of city lord to him. With such greedy thinking lumping everyone together, I don't believe one heavenly wandering city would satisfy him. Even Lord To saw this as a sweet deal. Heavenly Wandering City is the third largest city in the underground world, so attractive. Elder Lee wouldn't side with the conservative faction, right? He still crossed his arms and asked, "Are you serious?" Upon reaching Heavenly Wandering City, he couldn't hide his smugness. Of course, as long as Elder Lee agreed to return, the city lord position would be his. With that thought, profit really does move people. Lord 2 was stunned when he heard him say those two words. Fine, he hadn't even bargained yet, so hurry up and send people back to organize all the citizens of Heavenly Wandering City. Tell them to prepare quickly and move directly to my Heavenly Wandering City. Lord Buck hadn't even processed it before blurting out, all right, I'll send people right away. That's when he realized, wait, this is my Heavenly Wandering City. So he yelled, "You're messing with me," and laughing. But what about me? Elder Seok nearby chimed in, "Lee Haobo, don't forget you inherit the bloodline of the Heavenly Bong tribe. That's how I reached my level today." Then he added, "If you return to the right path and join our conservative faction, I might overlook your past mistakes. Just come back to our great Heavenly Bong tribe." After scolding, he switched to threatening him. "If not, I'll erase you from the Heavenly Bong tribe's records, so you'll live a lifetime full of regret." He towered over him with his heightened presence, adding with a smirk, "I have your bloodline. Do you think I'm some stock that can hit rock bottom and bounce back?" The more he spoke, the more pressure he put on him. "If I were to join your tribe's records, that'd be the real lifetime regret." Then he turned and left, leaving the guy fuming and speechless. You, Lee Haobo, you'll regret this." Not backing down from the provocation, he said, "Wait until you're strong enough to make me regret it, then we'll talk." The two were left behind, furious beyond words. Elder P spoke first, "Lord Seok, if we can't subdue him, we have to kill him." Elder Seok immediately replied, "Right, we must kill him." At the meeting, when Lam Sulak walked in, someone guided him and invited everyone to sit according to their nameplates. The conference was about to start, with 3 elders set to speak. He sat down and observed, then concluded that everyone here had an attribute score of 249, meaning everyone in the room possessed top-tier S-rank strength. Elder 2 was right. This grand meeting was crucial. Presiding was Elder Lee, flanked by Elder Bai from the conservative faction and Elder Fian from the neutral faction. Elder Bai opened the meeting. "Fellow city lords, the dire situation we face is extremely serious, far beyond what it seems." Hearing this, everyone started whispering. The news had truly been sealed off. "What's going on?" Elder Bai held a dossier and said, "You guessed right. The documents I hold contain SSS-level classified intelligence, roughly detailing the strength of radiation creatures and zombies, including a sheet that lists the first 2 SSS-level enemies we face." Hearing this, Lord Sun Chi asked first, "To defeat an SSS-level radiation creature or zombie, don't we need at least 2 SSS warriors?" Someone else added, "How is that possible? 2 SSS-level enemies? And another one, this is bad, really bad. SSS level means we humans basically have no chance to fight back. Joining the conservative faction was definitely the right call." Looking at the documents, he said, "One SSS-level radiation creature we know is the Demon Emperor. The other," he handed the paper around, "is the Soul Fragment, which just evolved into an SSS-level zombie, caused by one of our ordinary elders back then who got infected and transformed." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Ordinary elder. I remember that guy just evolved into an SSS-level zombie now." Recalling the scene back then, an SS-level ordinary elder went out and encountered a wave of zombie attacks. After struggling for 10 hours against the zombie wave, he couldn't take it anymore and, due to his high radiation level, transformed into an SS-level zombie. Back to the present, Elder Bai continued. "Because of the existence of the Soul Fragment, a large number of zombies have started to riot, and the Demon Emperor, the Soul Fragment, have agreed to break the peak treaty we established earlier. They're launching a final all-out assault against humanity." He recalled what happened yesterday. Earlier, Elder Lee told him the peak treaty was an agreement between the only human SSS-level powerhouse, Fang Huang, and the Demon Emperor. Then he thought back to how the ordinary elder handled. Using zombies as an example, it explains why SS-rank martial artists can't lay a finger on zombies and SS-rank radiation creatures, unless it's radiation creatures and the underground city, because humans are really weak. They're forced to sign this unfair treaty. He rubbed his chin, thinking, unlike radiation creatures, high-level zombies can perfectly control lower-level zombies, making the difficulty way higher. He decided he absolutely had to kill this SSS-rank zombie soul, or humans don't stand a chance. Elder Bai read the data again. Except for SSS rank opponents, the data also compared other combat powers. Humans have 3 SS rank fighters, radiation creatures have 4, zombies only 1. At the peak S rank, humans have 33, radiation creatures 34, zombies 14. Hearing this, someone sighed. This is totally unbeatable. We're done for. Others agreed with him and kept going, so I want to say, do we have to sacrifice for nothing? We should know Elder Bai is trying to pull Elder Lee, who sternly demanded to stop. Enough, Elder Bai. Before the City Lord conference results come out, please don't disturb the City Lord's thoughts during the meeting. Before voting, all City Lords attending the meeting were asked to present their strategies and proposals. Elder Lee stood up directly to speak, and at the same time, his system activated. Din accepted the temporary City Lord mission during the City Lord conference, breaking the conservative faction's prestige. Before the conference ended, City Lord experience plus 200. He pressed the system activation button. The screen popped up again. Zin successfully accepted the temporary City Lord mission. Deadline to complete before the City Lord conference ends. 4 hours left. Elder Lee said, there are 2 options on the ballot. 1. Fight all cities and prepare for full-scale combat. Once the Alliance gives the order, launch total war on the surface. 2. Defend by abandoning normal cities, concentrate forces in major cities, use terrain advantages to defend, while non-combat personnel continue going underground to build deeper underground cities. Looking at the attendees, he continued, after the City Lord speaks, it's the final voting phase. Not every City Lord's vote counts as 1 point. City Lord votes count as 2 points. Elder votes count as 3 points. First, let's invite the City Lord to speak. A guy with green hair immediately asked. Over 20 years ago, Emperor Shang pushed back the Demon Emperor and finally signed a peace treaty with us. So can we sign another treaty now? Another person quickly added, makes sense, we can still sign a treaty. City Lord, to protested angrily. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor was at his peak, but was forced to sign an unfair treaty. Now that radiation creatures want to tear that treaty apart, and there's an SSS rank soul, do you think they'd agree to sign with us? Pausing to catch his breath, he added, today they take 1 city. Tomorrow 2 cities, and eventually hand all human cities over to others. Continuing to sign treaties will only weaken our human strength. How stupid do you have to be to think this is a good idea? Someone dissatisfied immediately objected, hey, how can you insult people? He applauded enthusiastically, calm under everyone's gaze, saying, well said. Just as he put his hand on the table, Sasley sarcastically praised City Lord Lee, truly a man who fights wholeheartedly for humanity. He whispered, but a title is just a title, let's see the truth. Don't you agree? City Lord Lee. Sasley slowly spoke. I heard City Lord Lee Haobo of Tianxing City mastered a secret elemental cultivation technique. His eyebrows furrowed, voice serious. If you publicly release this cultivation method for free, so everyone from the Tanam Star can cultivate, using this to face the coming threat, then the odds of humans winning against radiation creatures could increase. Hearing this, some present quickly agreed, no doubt. Exactly. That's right, if we fight, we must act. At that moment, Sasley bowed his head slightly, glanced sideways and added, City Lord Lee, I won't hide it, your elemental cultivation method is a secret technique our Tianbong City researched for over 1,000 years, but it was lost for some reason. So even if you reveal it, our Tianbong tribe is willing to follow. While the others sat with arms crossed, listening seriously, Sasley waved his hand and kept talking non-stop. I think City Lord Lee, you'll directly announce this blessing cultivation method at the conference, right? Everyone will remember your contribution. But Na Xie still smiled lightly, when suddenly a red-black liquid appeared, surprising him with an O, while others wondered what the hell was going on. City Lord Lee hadn't even processed what was happening before it quickly moved towards Sasley, making him whisper nervously, what is this? Meanwhile, Elder Fret saw the scene and thought silently, Lee Haobo is SS rank. Elder Lee in another corner also thought, he could make me feel a deadly fear aura. Could City Lord Lee be fully SS rank now? At that moment, Na Xie suddenly slammed both hands on the table. A black glove appeared in midair as he raised his hand. Seeing it neatly placed on Na Xie's arm, Sasley felt terrified. Gritting his teeth, he silently wondered what was going on. Why did Liu Haobo seem even scarier than the 3 Elder Masters? Meanwhile, Na Xie was slowly walking toward him. Then, he adjusted the glove he was wearing under Sally's shocked gaze. Here comes the monster. He raised his hand to shield himself and shouted at Liu Haobo, what do you want? This is the City Lord's Grand Assembly. But Na Xie didn't care, silently locking eyes with his opponent. And all of this was witnessed by Su Zhishang. He guessed Liu's intention, he wanted to kill. Looking at his clenched fist wearing a ring, and continuing to kill at the City Lord's Grand Assembly. Wasn't that a bit reckless? Meanwhile, Sally was still kneeling in front of Naishi, terrified, trying to warn Liu Haobo. What do you want? Don't cause chaos here. This is the City Lord's Grand Assembly. All three Elder Masters can see you. But Naishi only responded with a mocking smile, asking, What do you think I want? Immediately, Sally quickly asked again, What do you want? No sooner had he spoken than Naishi slapped him hard across the face, making him spit blood. A few drops of red syrup splattered onto his mask as he looked at Sally trembling on the ground and continued, Isn't my intention clear enough? I want to. His serious gaze and tone struck Suji Shang. At that moment, Suji Shang sat down, holding his head, breathing a sigh of relief. Luckily, Liu only hit someone. Before he could recover, Suji Shang panicked and shouted loudly. Liu could hit someone at the City Lord's Grand Assembly. Meanwhile, Sally was still sprawled on the ground, screaming and yelling, You hit me. You dare hit me. No sooner had he finished than a black-gloved hand grabbed his collar. Naishi once again delivered a thunderous slap, making blood spurt out. Sally immediately crashed to the ground with a loud thud. He wore the most pitiful expression, trembling and stammering. You. Meanwhile, Naishi clapped his hands together, and two of the city lords behind sneered with contempt. But when Sally looked at them, he felt deeply uneasy. He raised his fists, crawled up, and shouted, I'm going to kill you. But before he could do anything, he took another blood-spurting slap. Naishi smirked and quietly asked, You want to kill me? Are you happy now? Making his opponent sit trembling in fear on the ground. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, physical strength 249, power 190. At that moment, Sally quickly pulled out a knife clipped to his pants, raised it high, and ran forward cursing. Damn it, today, I'm definitely going to kill you. But suddenly, he screamed, pulling the knife out of his hand. On the opposite side, Naishi looked at him and said, You're just a useless punching bag. You want to kill me? Sally can only clutch his arms and cry out, You. Before he could say anything else, Naishi's knee struck him with brutal force. He kept pounding the opponent's head with his hands, hitting Sally's head repeatedly, smirking. If everything belongs to the Heavenly Staff clan, then these slaps belong to me. Sally was exhausted and begged, Stop hitting me. Yet another slap hit his cheek, making him spit fresh blood. Then he spun around and collapsed to the ground, so he could only bow his head and stammer, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Suddenly, one of the 5 city lords anxiously stopped Liu. That's enough. This is the City Lord's Grand Assembly. You have to maintain your image. But Naishi only responded with a sarcastic remark. You want to speak for him? I'll beat all of you too, he said, making everyone extremely terrified. Elder Bai couldn't take it anymore. He stood up sternly. Enough, Liu Haobo. This is the City Lord's Grand Assembly. If you keep causing chaos, don't blame me for stepping in. While Naishi was still slapping Sally, he scoffed and sarcastically asked, You want to die too? Everyone else fell silent. Suji Shang watched Naishi walk away calmly, thinking, Damn, Liu is really going all out. Elder Bai angrily shouted, Liu Haobo, pointing at Naishi, who was punching Sally's chin. Do you know what happens if you provoke the Elder's authority at the City Lord's Grand Assembly? So he reluctantly let go of the opponent's collar, grabbed the whip handle near his left cheek, and quietly asked, What consequences? Then he cracked the whip in front of 3 of the 5 city lords, making them worry. This is bad. Offending the 3 elder masters. If trouble starts, you're on your own. At that moment, the fiery whip wrapped around Naishi. Seeing this, Elder Bai's eyes widened in shock. A blue aura appeared, blocking his view, while the bystanders all thought the same thing. Is this a casual strike? Is this the destructive power of SS rank? Elder Bai's gaze grew even more tense. Meanwhile, Naishi smirked calmly and taunted him. Come on, show me. Then Elder Bai clenched his jaw and shouted, You're asking for death. Suddenly, a giant steel arm appeared, punching straight at Naishi's position, but his face remained calm as he swung his fiery whip forward, his tone sinister. You're the one looking for death. The 2 weapons clashed, causing a terrifying explosion. At this moment, Naishi's fiery whip tore through the steel fist, splitting it in 2. Elder Bai couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, How is this possible? Suddenly, a huge fire broke out before him. Suddenly, a hand slapped someone on the shoulder. The old man with long white hair standing nearby hurriedly said, What are you spacing out for? Help save him. Do you want to watch Elder Bai get into trouble? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people on the right used their inner strength to put out the fire, and the left side was no different. But no matter how much effort they put in, and manpower, the fire was not easy to control. It kept rushing wildly toward Elder Bai, making him panic again. How could this be? Quickly, he pulled out his defensive shield to block in front. However, the shield cracked quickly, forcing Elder Bai to take the unexpected hit. His body engulfed in flames slammed straight into the nearby wall. After a while, the fire finally died down, leaving Elder Bai lying there. He looked at Nai Sie, shouting in shock, "No way. How can someone so young be this strong?" The others watching silently also muttered in disbelief. While Nai Sie stood firm on the floor, the system then showed a message congratulating the player for completing the temporary mission. In the City Lord's reputation-breaking tournament, the player earned 200 City Lord experience points. Meanwhile, Lord Lei behind just silently stroked his beard. One of the 5 City Lords and he each had their own thoughts. That guy, he casually landed a hit that seriously injured an elder. Is this even human strength? Could Liu Haobo really become this strong after just one night? Is he truly a genius, or is it that our SS-level strength can't even withstand a single hit like that? While Xie stayed silent, standing ready to attack, thinking the stiffness behind that move was ridiculous, just for show. Saki slightly twitched his ear, chuckled sarcastically while trying to sit up. After a moment, he shakily pointed at the figure slammed against the wall. "Good. Liu Haobo, you've pissed me off." Saki gritted his teeth, blood dripping from his mouth, shouted, "Now you're stuck to the wall by Elder Bai, right? If I were you, I'd be so embarrassed I'd kill myself right here." But a familiar voice suddenly rang out, unfortunately disappointing him, and with a strong flick from Nai Shi, Saki staggered, coughing up more blood everywhere. Nai Shi calmly replied, "The one who got hit isn't me, it's your Elder Bai." Saki was dumbfounded again and fell to the ground. Looking at the one slammed into the wall, he yelled, "What did you say, Elder Bai?" He continued, "Elder Bai got slammed into the wall by you." Hearing this, Elder Bai angrily pointed at Baidi O Sang and shouted, "You dare mock me?" then quickly walked away, cursing him as an idiot, leaving Saki still kneeling and muttering, "Elder Bai, I'm not blind. It was Liu Haobo. He hit me so hard I couldn't even open my eyes." Meanwhile, Elder Li stayed out of it, silently judging this brat. Though he pissed people off, his strength wasn't ordinary. With him here, the plan wouldn't have any problems. Nai Zia stood in the cold room, his voice sharp. "Anyone else want to teach me rules or warn me about consequences?" No one dared to answer, so he was very pleased and praised himself, then grabbed Saki's collar again, lifting him high and threatening. "This guy of mine has no other strengths, just petty and vengeful. Anyone trying to teach me how to be a person, trying to bind me with morals? Sorry, I'll make them regret living in this world." Saki seemed exhausted, trembling softly, begging Liu Haobo, "I was wrong. We're all Tianbang clan. Please spare me." Immediately, Nai Xie quickly let go. Luckily, the opponent's feet had already touched the ground, so he could play the noble role perfectly. "No worries, I accept your apology. After all, there are only 2 outcomes when someone pisses me off." While saying that, he extended the hand holding the golden orb to continue beating me to death. A strong orange-yellow aura engulfed Sakali's body. Only then did Nai Si add, "Either they die by my hand, or those watching from outside can only doubt and wonder. Did he really kill the Heavenly Chief? And Elder Bai just happened to witness everything?" Gritting his teeth and growling, "That brat's words have meaning. Now that he's killed North Emperor Oksang, next he wants to kill me." Elder Lei beside him glanced sideways and spoke, "Elder Bai, you're overthinking. As long as he fights for humanity's cause, he's still our ally." Hearing this, Elder Bai asked, "So when you threaten me, do you expect an answer and provocation from him?" He was warning him, then turned and left, leaving only one sentence behind. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's continue the City Lord Assembly." Someone from the back of the warehouse just managed to say, "You." Just as Nai Sie sat down, a system notification popped up congratulating player Nai Sie for completing the hidden mission to punish North Emperor Oksang. Besides eliminating a villain in Tan Mao Star and obtaining 3 S-grade enhancement potions, he wondered if the City Lord Assembly had more hidden missions. Then the screen displayed a few lines saying the City Lord Assembly still had many hidden missions, requiring the player to search for them personally. Nai Si thought about it and decided to slowly explore the City Lord Assembly. Back at the conference table, Elder Li spoke. "Who was supposed to speak earlier? Now, let's continue." The conservative City Lord faction somewhat objects. "I can't deny that City Lord Lee of the progressive faction has extraordinary strength. But one person's power has limits. His ability can't change the strength of radiation creatures and zombies after they unite." City Lord Lee argues that back then even the SS-level top fighters weren't affected by radiation. How can turning into a zombie, even an SSS-level zombie, pose such a huge threat to humans? Lam Ziluo smirked on one side. Leader Lee continued, "The greater the power, the greater the danger. If the outer faction really fights and kills their own people, How can we dare to fight back? Lam Ziluo suddenly stood up, shocking Leader Lee. He raised his hand to continue. He's not wrong. I killed Park Emperor OK to weaken humanity's fighting strength. So here's the deal. That useless guy Park could simultaneously block 2 top-tier S-rank radiation creatures or zombies. Feeling proud, he added, then I'll kill 4 top-tier S-rank radiation creatures or zombies. Isn't that the missing strategic reinforcement for North Dio? OK? Leader Lee stammered. If you can, that's great. He sat down looking confused. Lam Ziluo glanced at Leader Lee with a smug look. No way, Leader Lee thought to himself. Is this guy planning to kill me first and then take on 6 top-tier S-rank enemies? He kept pondering and shared his opinion. The 4 top-tier S-rank enemies are scattered in different locations. I'd have to run back and forth, which is way too annoying. How about this? I'll go out once, settle the fight, and take care of the SSS rank revenant. Everyone was stunned by Lam Ziluo's decision. Silent. Leader 2 shouted loudly, Lee, are you crazy? What do you mean killing 4 top-tier S ranks is too troublesome? You'll take on the SSS rank. 2 elders fell silent, then the old man shouted again. Don't you care about your life? Suddenly, Elder Lee spoke up. Leader Lee and Leader 2 were right. You probably don't even know how terrifying the SSS rank revenant is. Honestly, even Elder Bach and I combined aren't enough to fight it, let alone with the radiation infection spreading to our people outside. Lam Ziluo smirked proudly. Elder Lei, do you think I'm scared of the revenant now? I've been active on the surface for a long time. Have I turned into a zombie yet? Feeling confident, he continued, Elder Lei, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just tell me, does one SSS rank revenant count as 4 or more top-tier S rank enemies? Elder Lei hesitated. Of course it does, but Lam Ziluo immediately cut in. Then there's no problem. Let's vote. With a helpless tone, Elder Lei agreed. Fine, let the city leaders vote. Later, the screen showed a total of 41 votes for attack and 18 for defense. Elder Lei slammed the table, announcing the conference results. Most people chose to attack. Jumping up, Elder Lei shouted, then from now on, all cities go on full alert and wait for the Alliance's signal to launch the attack. He continued shouting, and the city leaders responded immediately. A space screen displayed the mission progress bar. Lam Ziluo excitedly thought, finally, activating the final battle mission on the progress bar. The system set the objective to face the oppression of radiation creatures and zombies, with the goal of humans securing the final victory and the player's battle rewards. Despite the warning about the mission's difficulty, the huge rewards made Lam Ziluo confident. The rewards were insanely rich, gotta take them, no doubt. Leader Lee spoke up, addressing the leader of Celestial Walk City. Lam Ziluo straightened up and shouted, I'm in. Leader Lee asked if he could accept the mission to face the SSS rank revenant. Lam Ziluo was determined, no problem. He guaranteed he'd complete the mission. He received a system alert that the final battle was officially starting. Suddenly, loud laughter came from the door, grabbing Lam Ziluo's attention. Someone outside called out, good, if you want to fight, fight. Fighting the strongest enemy of our race shows real guts. Some elders wondered if the voice belonged to the 3 elders celebrating loudly together. The resurrected Lord Shang Huang dropped what he held and said, I'm fine now. Hearing that this kid killed Fuka, he went to deal with him. Too late now. Elder Les sighed with relief. Good that you're okay. You're our main force against the Emperor Demon. Shang Huang added, I'm fine against the Emperor Demon, but adding the Revenant makes it really tough to resist. Looking at Lam Ziluo beside him, he was pleased. Now I hear someone volunteered to kill the enemy and get rid of the Revenant. How could I not meet this young hero? Lam Ziluo respectfully greeted him. Mr. Shang Huang expressed admiration while shaking hands, having long respected the great name. Silently evaluating the elder, Shang Huang was definitely not someone to mess with. He calmly discussed, now that 2 SSS rank monsters have someone handling them, humanity must unite and fight the enemy together. It was said that elemental cultivation techniques greatly helped humans fight radiation creatures for survival. Determined, he gritted his teeth. Our alliance will pay the cultivation fees for all city leaders present here. Lam Ziluo was thrilled inside. Damn, paying for dozens of people. I'm making bank now. Completing the city leader mission beyond expectations isn't just a dream anymore. Enjoying the concrete benefits, he couldn't refuse. I agree. Within 2 days, everyone will master elemental power. Elder Lei spoke reassuringly. With Leader Lee's promise, our ancient victory has expanded. We're determined to confirm that if we win this battle, future generations can return home, and humanity will welcome a new life. Humanity will win this battle. In another scene after the conference ended, Shang Huang calmly shared, didn't expect our first meeting to be here. Liu City Lord Lin Ziluo read Fang Huang's thoughts and said, Fang Hoang was joking. We actually met yesterday at Elder Lei's place. That's also why you agreed to let the Alliance cover the elemental cultivation tuition. Amused by his answer, Fang Hoang continued. A young guy like you already seeing through my secret move. That kind of strength makes me feel a lot more at ease. Lin Zilu seemed to know his mind. Was it true he was suppressing an injury and had less than a month to live? It shocked him that you could see through that too. Little Yi really hides his depths well. Thinking that, he said, this place is for talking. Follow me. Scene shifts to the Qi Yuan Emperor's palace. Fang Hoang spoke up. This is where I train. If no one comes, I'll get you a cushion. Lin Zilu immediately refused. No need. Then he conjured 2 chairs in the middle of the room and said, Lord Fang Hong, please have a seat. Fascinated by his cultivation method, Fang Hoang got excited. Is this the elemental cultivation method you created? As he sat down, Lin Zilu said, It's decent, an application of spatial elements. Fang Hoang was thrilled, so mystical. Now I fully trust you can handle Thiefak. Then he added, About my health, please don't tell anyone. Also, I want. Someone above was watching their conversation. My health as the Demon Emperor. Lin Zilu smiled and agreed willingly. I accept Lord Fang Hoang's request. And I also have a favor to ask you. After successful negotiation, Fang Hoang replied, I agree with Little Yu's request. 2 days later, Ziluo wore a mask and showed them some moves. He turned to everyone and explained, All right, the current method to combine elemental skills is these. As long as you can combine them, damage increases significantly. Then Ziluo held out his hand to Elder Lei. Elder Lei, I'm done teaching. Where's the rest of my pay? Elder Lei was angry, but couldn't show it, just clenched his fist. You've drained decades of the Alliance's resources. In the end, Elder Lei just pointed to the medicine cabinet for him. Ziluo laughed heartily while Elder Lei was fuming. Hee, thanks Elder Lei. 50 bottles of S-grade enhancement elixir, 2 bottles of SS-grade enhancement elixir. I'll hold back. While Ziluo gathered the bottles, Elder Lei looked regretful, only hoping he could help hold off Thiefak until we wipe out all the zombies and then come help. Elder Li closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and reminded, Liu City, Lord. We officially start the war in 7 days. Hope you prepare well. Ziluo agreed cheerfully right away. All right, since we still have time, I'll go into seclusion first. But then he didn't leave immediately, staying to add. Elders, there are some secrets about my background I haven't revealed. I sent you letters. After you return, you'll understand. We meet in 7 days. As Ziluo turned to leave, Elder Lei suddenly leaned on his cane and stepped forward. He approached, asking while seeming to hold him back, Are there secrets you can't say here? Also, if you want to go into seclusion, why not manage things in Tianqing City? Ziluo didn't answer directly but said vaguely, Elder, just read the letter when you return. There's a big fool in Tianqing City. No problem will happen. In the bath, Ziluo looked at his stats board. Level 35, Strength 177 plus 37. Spirit 177 plus 40. Constitution 177 plus 34. Agility 172 plus 15. He thought while pushing his hair back, hoping this time to break through to 250 and become an SS-grade powerhouse. Ziluo immediately reached for the medicine. A bunch of yellow bottles and scrolls appeared. The next mini-goal was to bathe for 3 days, fully absorbing 2 skill enhancement elixirs. He calculated internally while raising his hand. The yellow bottles instantly poured into his bath. He even grabbed 1 bottle to drink it all. Ziluo coughed, cheeks flushed with excitement. After psyching himself up, he immediately unrolled the scrolls to study skills. While relaxing in the bath, Ghost Boy next to him also drank a bottle. Just then, the system notified. Detected player Nice using S-grade enhancement elixir, spirit type, body attributes increased. All stats +1. While Ghost Boy drank a few more bottles, a flash of light appeared. Looking back, Ziluo was wrapped in dazzling radiance. Turns out Ziluo was in a super absorption state. It took 7 days before he woke up again. His body was gently lowered by that glow. He vaguely asked, Ghost Boy, it's been 7 days already? Yeah. He quickly dressed and put on his mask. Good, Ghost Boy. We're ready to move out. He adjusted his mask and added, They must have received the letter and know my true identity now. As Ziluo walked forward, he recounted, In this dungeon, I always use the name Li Haobo. I forgot I'm actually the #1 ranked Nice in the world leaderboard. Everyone believes in me. Time to show my real face. Lin Ziluo walked on proudly and cockily. I've revealed my cards. From now on, I'm Nice Lin Ziluo. Strength 200.7 plus 43. Spirit 200.7 plus 40. Constitution 200.7 plus 37. Agility 200.2 plus 15. Lin Zilu reached the base and let the system scan his identity. Tianxing City Lord. Lin Zilu confirmed his identity successfully. The iron gate immediately opened for Ghost Boy and him to enter. Not bad. Looks like the elders have updated my real name. Otherwise, after killing Thiefak, you become a hero and turn into Leo Harper. After entering, he opened another door. This time, he met some other elders. Elder Lee stared intently at Liam Zilak. You really are Lord Liam now. I barely recognize you. Of course, I am. So, have you found Emperor Ma and Soul Pierce yet? He began sharing the intel he had gathered, intelligence that 17 scouts risked their lives to deliver. Emperor Ma and Soul Pierce are at the rear of the zombie horde, right at the location of Wildwood Village on the surface. Elder Lee pointed to a spot on the three-dimensional map. In this zombie army, there are also 2 SS-rank zombies. They're both stationed at the very front of the horde. He added more info for Liam, saying that once the zombie forces from the Tao clan and Golden Valley clan join with the Wildwood Village horde, they'll invade Tiandiang City. After finishing, Elder Lee looked up at Liam Zilak. Lord Liam, Elder White, and I will handle those 2 SS-rank zombies. Tianqi City will also try to block the Golden Valley clan zombie army. Soul Pierce and Emperor Ma will have to rely on you and Lord Thorn. There's still 5 hours left. Liam Zilak then turned to ask Lord Thorn. We're totally fine on our side, but I don't know how ready you are, Lord Thorn. Thorn smiled confidently in response. I'm good too. I'll definitely survive to see humanity's victory day. The Supreme Lord used an unknown method to activate his full potential, with only 7 days of life left. The other 2 immediately bowed respectfully, hoping they'd secure the win. Return victorious, Lord Thorn, Lord Liam. We're counting on you both. Thorn then stepped forward, slinging his arm around Liam Zilak's shoulders, happily giving a thumbs up and saying, Rest assured, humanity will triumph. Rest assured, humanity will triumph. After we win, make sure to carve statues of us. Then, the 2 suited up in protective gear and headed out. Thorn turned back to discuss with Liam Zilak, Buddy, our target is huge. We'll have to split up to search. All right, then let's split up for now and meet back inside enemy lines. Thorn agreed with this plan, calculating they'd reunite in about 4 hours inside enemy territory. Today's definitely the day you and I kill Emperor Ma and Soul Pierce. They immediately clasped hands, no surprise there. 4 hours later, meeting inside enemy lines, they split up to search. Liam Zilak sped up, rushing forward. According to the map, he was close to his target. The system announced, Zine check shows the host is about to engage in combat with SSS-rank zombie Soul Pierce. Special mission, Zombie Slayer. While running, the system kept notifying him, opening the mission briefing. The Zombie Slayer mission introduces the upcoming decisive battle against the 3 clans. You've chosen to face Soul Pierce of the zombie race. The outcome of this battle will affect the entire war's direction. And you're the most important person. Mission requirement. Kill SSS-rank zombie Soul Pierce. Mission reward, 1 random common golden hand, 1 royal grade equipment. I accept. After a while, he finally stopped. He stood before Jiangchuan City, Wildwood Gate, hearing the zombies' howls. Zombies were everywhere inside. He stepped in and suddenly raised his hand. Then he snapped his fingers, making a noise. The zombies immediately focused on his location. They crazily charged at him right away. Some even lunged to bite him. One of those zombies swung a huge axe. Liam Zilak quickly dodged behind it and twisted its arm. He managed to handle this one while avoiding another zombie charging at him. After tossing that one aside, he arrogantly said, Don't come at me one by one like that. You're not even worth my time. Liam Zilak stomped the zombie's head flat. Let's go. The other zombies gathered but froze at the sight. Liam Zilak patiently repeated, Don't you understand what I'm saying? Then he charged at them with his flaming sword. I'm going first. Meanwhile, Soul Pierce was dumping humans to the loose zombies. He threw people on the ground like trash, while piling up the bodies like a mountain, he told his zombies. Number 28, humans are really getting impatient. Soul Pierce turned to instruct the other zombies on his side. They're in a rush. They never expected us to know their underground locations. SSS rank radiation creature Soul Pierce. Another intelligent zombie nearby warned, Don't let your guard down. Emperor Ma laughed and warned Soul Pierce. Humans are a very cunning species. SSS rank radiation creature Emperor Ma. Soul Pierce snapped a human's head off and handed it to Emperor Ma. Fresh brain? You want some? I don't like eating brains. Emperor Ma bit into the human flesh and criticized. This corpse isn't much of a delicacy. He started complaining about the bodies he just ate, saying B-rank enhanced humans aren't that great. Emperor Ma blushed thinking about his favorite meal. Only the bodies of S-rank enhanced humans are real delicacies, with tasty meat and rich organs. Hearing this, Soul Pierce tossed the human head aside. If you say so, this brain's boring too. Soul Pierce talked to Emperor Ma about the future. If the plan succeeds, after we break into Tandiang City, S and SS ranks will be edible. Maybe we can even raise a group of humans to supply endless food for us. Emperor Ma got so excited imagining this that he hugged himself. S rank is fine, SS rank too, but the best is SSS rank. The Supreme Lord's body is probably the tastiest. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, making them all turn around. Shipak was the first to sense the disturbance. Someone had arrived. Outside Wildwood Village, someone was killing my slaves, and among them was a top-tier S-rank powerhouse. Besides the Martial Emperor and the 3 Elder Chiefs, who else could kill an S-rank? The Demon King perked up when he heard it was a top S-rank. Could the one daring to come here be the Martial Emperor? Shipak dragged his slaves forward, chasing after. The Demon King sneered from behind, thinking they were too reckless. Then it pushed off with its legs and sprinted after the zombies. The Demon King and Shipak soared high into the air, then landed where the battle had just taken place, but all they saw were ruins, no sign of anyone. Damn it, did he really get away? Is this guy that strong? One was worried about the fight, the other just wanted to know who did it. He's weakening our elite forces. Judging by the damage, it's definitely the Martial Emperor, and from his prime era too, Shipak said. The Demon King agrees. It's the perfect time to kill that old Martial Emperor. Right on. They immediately tracked the trail and gave chase. Shipak and the Demon King arrived at a place with only zombie corpses left. Shipak was furious, while the Demon King was hyped. He's definitely here. Let's surround him and don't let him escape. Shipak shouted angrily, smoke rising from the holes in his body. He blasted off at rocket speed, leaving the Demon King unable to stop him. Wait, this guy's really dumb. As Shipak moved forward, a white smoke surrounded him. What the hell is this? The Demon King got alert and readied his weapons. Then he threw the strong martial claw into the white smoke. Shipak shouted, "Wait, I'll come save you." But the smoke didn't even flinch. Shipak openly mocked the Demon King's weakness. Big bro, if I rely on you to save me, I probably won't last half a minute. I've never seen this kind of demon before. Some new human invention? Could it be a threat to us? Shipak was so pissed he punched through the smoke. Rookie. No invention can stop me. After breaking free from the blinding white smoke, he fell from a height. Gritting his teeth, Shipak told the Demon King, "Let's go find the Martial Emperor and kill that old brain eater." Meanwhile, another zombie got taken out. The Martial Emperor, with his weapon, had already dealt with several zombies, just as Shipak and the Demon King arrived. Long time no see, Martial Emperor. He looked at the zombies before him and sighed inwardly. The Demon King healed his wounds. The Elder Chief had also turned into this form. Luckily, Liu Zilu joined us. Otherwise, humans wouldn't stand a chance. The Martial Emperor immediately focused on Shipak and questioned, "Elder Chief, you used to hate zombies the most. How could you join their ranks now?" Shipak wasn't ashamed at all and mocked back, "Elder Chief, who's that? Haha, remember this? Soon I'll be the one killing you." The Demon King and Shipak split to surround the Martial Emperor. He stopped struggling. "Even if you ambush the zombie army, you'll still die here. Just surrender and take it. I might even give you a merciful death. Dream on, you don't even know whose day is coming." Shipak angrily swung his fist and charged. "How dare you provoke us and look for death?" Shipak's punch cracked the ground where the Martial Emperor stood, but he dodged just in time. "Go die." His body slowly began to vanish. "Killing me won't be that easy. Catch me first, then we'll talk about fighting or killing." Shipak roared in fury as the Martial Emperor tried to escape. Not so fast, but when Shipak flew over, the Martial Emperor had disappeared. "Just die, and don't go alone, watch out for traps." But Shipak ignored the warning and went after him. The Demon King was pissed but could only follow along. "Then let's chase him for a bit." While chasing, the Demon King didn't notice someone watching from above. Liu Zilu smugly thought, "Gotcha." They landed quite far away. The Demon King nervously looked around. "Is this place safe?" "Safe. 10 minutes ago, my squad checked here. Nothing." Hearing this, the Demon King relaxed, released some zombies, and gave orders. "Good. We'll chase him here and kill the Martial Emperor here. Anyone. Don't spare forces to trap the Martial Emperor." Some zombies immediately surrounded him. Facing this, he couldn't help but worry. "Lin Xiaoyu, where are you?" He anxiously searched for Lin Ziluo's figure. "Isn't Lin Xiao, you still not here? Without Lin Ziluo, I'm about to get caught by the Demon King and Shipak here." Meanwhile, they laughed loudly and taunted him. "Ha ha, Martial Emperor, where you running this time?" He glanced at his watch. The number 59 was still displayed. The Martial Emperor silently vowed, "If I don't leave, I won't leave. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I'll keep these two here." He immediately aimed his weapon at them. "Who said I want to run? Today, I'll settle this with you once and for all." In the blink of an eye, the martial emperor wiped out the zombies around him. The demon king sneered, "Settle this. You think I'll give you time to drag this out?" Even Sheepak laughed at his words. "Right, the two of us against you. Ha ha ha." The demon king couldn't wait any longer and charged at the martial emperor. "Today, you're definitely going to die." He unleashed his power and attacked him. But instead of dodging, Fang Hoang just stood still, closed his eyes, and miscounted. 2. The moment he reached 1, Fang Hoang immediately opened his eyes. He used his weapon to force Emperor Demon to leap into the air and launch an attack right away. "Lam Tiu Hu, you're late. If you don't show up now, I really won't be able to hold on." Just then, a huge explosion suddenly went off, blowing all the zombies apart. The shockwave pushed Fang Hoang back, and Emperor Demon was affected too, forcing it to retract its attack. It angrily turned and called for Thai Fax to assist. "Let's go up together." Both Thief Fax and Emperor Demon lunged forward like starving wolves. Even though Fang Hoang raised his weapon to block their strikes, he couldn't dodge in time and got hit. White smoke appeared again, helping Fang Hoang escape once more. He slipped behind Thief Fax. Seeing Fang Hoang injured and trying to flee, Emperor Demon hurried to chase after him. "Fang Hoang, you won't get away." While chasing, Emperor Demon roared and stopped. At that moment, Fang Hoang turned back and attacked Emperor Demon. He restrained both of Emperor Demon's hands. Emperor Demon grew even angrier and shouted louder, "I'm gonna kill you." "Wait, that's not quite right." Suddenly, hearing Thai Fax speak like that made Emperor Demon turn confused and look at Thai Fax. "A human ambush our zombie army. My army is in chaos." "What?" Then Lam Tulak finally showed up, and you guys finally noticed. He stood coolly on a tree branch, looking down at them, only now realizing the army was in disarray. "Aren't you a little late?" Fang Hoang was overjoyed seeing Lam Tulak arrive. "Ha ha ha, Lam Tu Hu is here." The more he spoke, the more excited he got. "Today is definitely the day you all die." But Emperor Demon saw Lam Tulak was just a small fry like the others and told Thifak to step back. He looked like just an SS rank human. "You go back and stabilize the troops first, then command the fight. Fang Hoang and him are in my hands. I trust you." Emperor Demon was extremely confident of victory. After taking a hit from Thifak earlier, how much longer could he hold out? Fang Hoang wasn't scared and even threw a challenge back. "Let's see if you can." He swung his weapon at Emperor Demon's hand, injuring it. Emperor Demon stared at the wound in shock, unable to believe it. "What? How is this possible? Where did you learn this dirty trick?" While Emperor Demon was confused and stunned, Thifak got knocked back to where Emperor Demon was. That shocked him even more than before. "It hurts." "Who hurt you? Is there really someone who can injure you?" Just then, Lam Tulak slowly approached. "Of course, it's me." He appeared and didn't forget to throw some shade. "Your radiation creature sensing ability is ridiculously bad. I'm a grown man, can't you see me?" Thifei stepped back and immediately took a fighting stance. "This brat also has SSS rank power. We must focus all our strength to kill him first." Emperor Demon agreed with Thifak's decision. "Right, Fang Hoang's strength was already tough to deal with. This brat looks like a newly promoted SSS rank master. Better to kill him first." "Fine, then kill him first." Just as they agreed, they charged in. "Die, you damn bastards." Lam Tulak stayed calm and summoned the zombie cat's command horn. He blew into the horn once, flames surrounding it, and the zombie cat immediately appeared behind him. It roared as Emperor Demon lunged at it. It reached out and clawed Emperor Demon's face, shredding it instantly, making him roll several times and slam into a tree. Emperor Demon was utterly confused. How is this possible? "What the hell is this?" Thifak swung his fist at Lam Tulak, but Lam Tulak caught the punch barehanded, then pushed him down so Thifak's fist hit the ground. Thifak immediately backed away from him. He was a bit annoyed and threatened in a low voice. "I'm an SSS rank fighter. You think you can kill me? You think that cat can permanently bind Emperor Demon?" Lam Tulak instantly summoned his sword and taunted Thifak back. Of course, he looked at Thifak like he was looking at something about to die. "Killing you will take 10 minutes tops." Thifak wasn't scared, just thought Lam Tulak was crazy. "This brat's all talk and will pay for it." He immediately made his body sharper and tougher. "Earlier, I wasn't using full power." Thifak charged again, ready to mess him up. While the opponent swung claws at Lam Tulak blocked the attack with his sword. The force was so strong, Thifak sank slightly into the ground. Didn't expect this sword to be tougher than Thifak's claws. He immediately changed his sword strike. "I'm the real boss here. I think you're the real boss." Then he used his strength to slash Thifak, sending him flying from the shockwave and slamming hard onto the ground with a thud. The zombie cat finished off Emperor Demon and gradually disappeared. Can't deny that brat's got some skill. The zombie cat vanished, leaving Emperor Demon silently resentful. But I don't believe your treasure is infinite. Lamb Tulak replied kindly, the treasure isn't infinite, but it's enough to kill you. Then he turned to ask Fang Hoang for help. Fang Hoang, hold Emperor Demon off for 10 minutes, no problem. Emperor Demon was shocked hearing that. 10 minutes. He stood up and laughed scornfully, pointing at him. You want to use 10 minutes to beat us? Ha ha ha. T-Fatch, what are you waiting for? Emperor Demon looked at Thief-Fatch from afar, power surrounding Thigh-Fatch shooting up to the sky. Waiting for this reckless bastard to taunt us? Thief-Fatch was at the center of the power like a blazing fire on the plateau, gradually standing upright, then opened his mouth and roared with fierce spirit. Thief-Fatch moved toward Lam Tulak. Dream on. Emperor Demon angrily swung his fist and charged forward. Your life and Fang Hoang's both have to end now. While it was attacking me, Fang Hoang moved too. He suddenly stood in front of the Demon Emperor and struck it with his power. He warned the Demon Emperor with a stern face. I accept the challenge. Demon Emperor, for the next 10 minutes, your only opponent is me. The volcano-like holes on Thigh-Fac's body spewed fire. Lam Tulak stared seriously at the enemy, checking Thigh-Fac's attributes with the system. The system immediately displayed the info. Radiation creature T-Fac, diamond level boss, radiation level 97%, base stats, strength 340, spirit 270, constitution 320, agility 270. The zombie radiation body talent increases base stats in high radiation environments, plus it can use radiation to rapidly heal itself, called the Soul of Steel. When hit by mental type attacks, damage taken is reduced by 50%, like a piercing wind. Death Hand talent level, the sharpness of claws and fangs increases significantly. Pain is amplified by 200%. The Rock Hard Skin talent level boosts the hardness of claws and fangs considerably. After taking damage, recovery speed increases by 100%. He saw this and got a bit annoyed. Damn hexagonal warrior. Lam Tulak immediately took a fighting stance. He gripped his sword tight and unleashed his power on it. By then, Thief-Fatch had finished transforming. It charged straight at Lam Tulak like a wrecking ball. Damn, he called this a breakthrough to SSS rank. He silently felt lucky as he attacked. Luckily, Thief-Fac's weakness was obvious. He slashed straight at Thief-Fac's SS rank belly, the export demon of Angon. He said nothing, just focused hard, stabbing the sword right at Thief-Fac's head immediately. But it didn't seem to do much. So naive. You think I'm scared of blades and spears? The wound on Thief-Fac instantly healed. That's it, he replied sternly to Thief-Fac's words. Suddenly, flames surrounded Thief-Fac, making it roar. That's all you got? Thief-Fac's head burned fiercely. It clutched its head in pain and anger. You little punk, what kind of fire is this? Why won't it go out? Ha ha. He slashed another fiery strike. Thief-Fac flinched in fear. He was using the blazing sword technique to finish it off. Thief-Fac barely blocked with bare hands. The holes on its body started spewing smoke wildly, helping it fly up fast to dodge the attack. Quick reflexes. The fire element attack worked normally on it. Thinking that, Lam Tulak landed immediately. He remembered Thief-Fac blocked barehanded earlier. Luckily, he had a plan. He stood calm against the wind, counting down the last 3 seconds. Thief-Fac was still burning but not scared. Today, you will die for sure. When he reached 1, the electricity and fire symbols on Thief-Fac's hands lit up. It shone blindingly, making Thief-Fac startled and look down. It finally exploded into pieces, but after the thick smoke cleared, though badly wounded, Thief-Fac still clung to life like a cockroach. Lam Tulak looked at Thief-Fac's intact upper half in the pit. Sure enough, it could withstand my dual-element attack. Thief-Fac raised its hand and decisively stabbed into its chest. Its body immediately recovered. I don't care what power you still have. Thief-Fac's claws sharpened even more. It healed its lower half in a flash, but I guarantee you'll die horribly today. It screamed madly and released smoke. Its legs dug into the ground with force. As it gathered power to charge at him, he marveled at its defense and healing abilities, wondering what gear it would drop when it died. He immediately reached out and used the flowing water shield technique. A giant water sphere appeared instantly. Pure elemental power, a magic-type skill that consumes a certain amount of spirit to create an elemental shield anywhere within a 2-meter radius around the user. The shield's defense equals 150% of the spirit consumed. Moreover, the shield produces different effects depending on the element. He quickly added more moves: lightning shield, flame shield. He cast spells while monitoring his spirit power, using the rock shield. Before him was a circle of multiple elemental powers. Thief-Fac sneered contemptuously. It stood inside the elemental sphere he made, unharmed. Pathetic, so pathetic. His elemental power slowed it down, but it didn't care and kept advancing to fight. Useless, useless. It got a bit scared seeing his next move. What? That move again. It sensed danger but couldn't escape in time. Thief Fact was stunned by electricity, that damn thing. It tried to block with both hands. When the elemental sphere hit and exploded, Thief Fact was thrown far away. Even an SSS-rank Thief Fact screamed in pain. Lam 2 Lack signaled perfect satisfaction. The third bomb in the chaotic sky. He continued controlling the bullet in his hand. The Ban Fact cluster shot. Dozens of large stones relentlessly pounded Thief Fact, leaving it stunned and unable to react, panting heavily, using its hands as a shield to defend against the relentless assault. Suddenly, it slowly lifted its head, growled, and looked dazed as if bottling all its rage, then unleashed its power, shattering the stones into fragments flying everywhere. Witnessing that, Lam 2 Lack was surprised. He hurriedly gripped his weapon, gathering his strength, and rushed forward. The monster dared to challenge, still wanting to use that move. With a wicked grin, he added, "Useless. This petrification will only take me 1 second." Then, he opened his mouth and sucked in the golden energy radiating around Liam 2 Lack, smugly thinking, "Let's see what you do without your weapon." Liam 2 Lack immediately pulled out the zombie serum and quickly threw it into the mouth of the SSS-level monster. The monster panicked. What? The pill sat snugly in his mouth. He was confused, thinking, "Damn it, what is this? Absolutely can't let it get inside my body." The medicine was slowly absorbing into him without his knowledge, and he kept taunting, "This kind of trick is useless." Liam 2 Lack smugly replied calmly, "Is that so?" By now, the medicine was fully absorbed. The monster Thief Fact immediately realized and roared angrily, "Huh, what did you feed me?" The SSS-level Thief Fact almost couldn't stand, shocked, asking, "Why is my power weakening?" Liam 2 Lack casually answered, "To make you sacrifice yourself into human serum. But actually," he thought, "just messing with you. This serum only works on those who haven't turned into zombies yet." The monster seemed to go crazy. No way, I don't want to become human." At this moment, Liam 2 Lack charged forward, thinking, it can only weaken the zombie's power. The SSS level 5 Fact was going mad, and his stats gradually appeared. Strength, 306, Spirit and Agility both 243, Constitution 288. At that very moment, seizing the opportunity, Liam 2 Lack rushed straight to the monster's position, using the 9 Flames strike technique, and in a flash, slashed his weapon down. The energy from the blade radiated out quickly toward the monster. He was terrified but reacted fast with the Blood Crystal Claw technique, desperately trying to block the golden energy with his hands, but struggled as the blade's energy seemed overwhelming. Liam 2 Lack unleashed a dazzling move and struck Thigh Fact. Thigh Fact couldn't dodge in time and was blasted far away, crashing hard on the ground with massive damage. Fang Huang and Emperor Ma, who were fighting nearby, were shocked by the scene. The huge blast forced them to retreat from the explosion. After the smoke cleared, Liam 2 Lack appeared calm and collected, hands in his pockets. Fang Huang was stunned and shouted loudly, "Damn, Liam, your bro is that strong?" Emperor Ma, standing beside him, was also shocked and looked toward Thigh Fact. Seeing Thigh Fact lying unconscious, Emperor Ma shouted, "Hey Thigh Fact, wake up." He turned, panicked, thinking, "No way. This guy's moves are too freaky." Thigh Fact was almost killed. He looked at Fang Huang, holding a whip, full of power, though similar to Fang Huang's wind skill. But Fang Huang was still unskilled, and this brat, Emperor Ma, clenched his fists angrily, thinking he must kill this guy first. Then Emperor Ma suddenly charged at Liam 2 Lack, making Fang Huang realize and run to his side. Fang Huang used the whip's power, angrily shouting, "Emperor Ma, get back here." Emperor Ma kept charging at Liam 2 Lack with a furious glare, but Liam 2 Lack didn't dodge and used his power, "Bring it on," then launched a spell with his hands, sending 2 spheres flying straight at Emperor Ma, catching him off guard. The magic hit Emperor Ma before he could react. At that moment, Fang Huang's whip also struck. His right arm was burning fiercely from a poison injury. Emperor Ma looked over his body in panic, scared, thinking the elemental attack was too strong. They had to team up with Thief Fact. They couldn't split up. After thinking this, he rushed toward the motionless Thief Fact. Emperor Ma hit Thigh Fact hard, urgently saying, "Wake up. If you don't, you're dead." Emperor Ma slapped Thief Fact hard in the face. Thief Fact suddenly moved and opened his eyes wide, waking up. He jumped up and used reverse blood while letting out a loud roar. Liam 2 Lack saw Thief Fact going all out like a mad dog and thought, "So he's ready to risk everything to take me down?" Thief Fact ran so fast. His afterimages disappeared as he surrounded Liam 2 Lack, making him mutter, "Too fast." Suddenly, Thief Fact stopped behind him, ready to strike. "Die, brat." He charged his brutal mace head toward Liam 2 Lack, who dodged and jumped back, shooting a disdainful look. "Naive." Thifak angrily said. You're the naive one. Suddenly, a blue illusion-like aura appeared around Liam Zilu, surprising Thifak. What's happening? What's going on? Thifak swung his attack, but Liam Zilu suddenly vanished. Realizing he had fallen into an elemental trap, Thifak slowed down and got bogged down. He couldn't hold back his anger and yelled, "Damn it, it's a trap." A mocking voice rang out. "Congrats, you answered right." Liam Zilu leapt and cast a spell targeting him. The Demon King's eyes rolled back as he guarded with Blood Crystal Claw. "You won't escape." Liam Zilu used a lightning trap on the Demon King. As expected, he bared his sharp teeth, absorbing Liam Zulu's ultimate move, then evolved into Elder Fang Demon Claw, leveling up. A chaotic glow appeared in midair as lightning shot out. Liam Zilu ended the fight by cutting off his head. He turned to look at the corpse, assessed it, finished one, then walked back to the blood pool. Mission complete, the system kept notifying. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the SSS-level zombie Thifak. Congrats to player Nai for killing the diamond-level boss Thifak, earning 10,000 experience points and 3,000 gold coins. Congrats to player Nai for becoming the first to kill a diamond-level boss in the Apocalypse game, achieving the unique global achievement Diamond Spear, with a server-wide announcement coming soon. The white-haired demon's face showed a hint of panic. He squinted, silently assessing this punk actually managed to kill the soul shard that activated the Berserk Blood Frenzy. Even he had to temporarily back off. How could some unknown nobody kill a soul shard? Suddenly, he launched a strike from behind, instantly pulling him down with a lightning strike. "If you want to fight Lin Xiaoyu, you gotta get past me first." Lin Zilu felt grateful. "Thanks, I'll rest a bit." The uncle charged in excitedly. "Xiaoyu, don't worry, go ahead." He sat down to rest as the system notified. Spirit power at 257, skill overuse detected. You need to slow down a bit. Suddenly, an explosion distracted Lin Zilu. Seeing the demon always trying to attack him, the uncle shouted urgently, "Lin Xiaoyu, this place isn't safe. Better take your rest somewhere else." He replied, All right. Lin Zilu stood before the Demon King's glare, thinking it seemed Shang Huang could hold on for another hour, no problem. Then he bent down to loot the corpse. His spirit power wasn't enough. He needed a chance to grab equipment from the dropped soul shard. How lucky. Lin Zilu was full of surprise. Damn, gear dropped. So is this gear diamond tier? Even more shocking, it was like the Water Emperor had gotten used to touching electric wires and got hooked. Because he got a rare item, the system kept spamming notifications. Wait till Uncle Chi Kai equips the diamond tier illusion armor, engraved with full authority symbols on the surface. Anyone attacking the armor will suffer a terrifying curse. 13 points to Constitution, 8 points to Strength. First Strike Curse. After being hit by an enemy, they lose 3% of their Strength attribute. This effect stacks up to 4 layers. Second Strike Curse. After being hit, 10% of the damage is reflected back. Third Strike Curse. After being hit, the enemy's agility drops by 5%. Lin Zilu cursed silently. This was truly a hidden gem. It didn't specify physical or elemental attack. Any hit would be cursed. Knowing the item's top-tier attributes, he got hyped. Sorry, Hidden Ghost Gear, don't contact me again. I'm afraid Uncle Chi Kai might get the wrong idea. He dove back into the pit to finish off the demon's corpse, scene shifting to the safe capital of Lamstar District. World announcement. Congratulations to player Nai for being the first in the Apocalypse game to solo kill a diamond-tier zombie. His overwhelming strength shook the globe, earning the unique global achievement and massive rewards. Other players should learn from this example. Lin Xiaoluo's old teammate also appeared here, smiling proudly at Lin Zilu. I told you, been stuck in the dungeon for almost a month with no drops. Turns out you were doing this big thing. Nice job, real Nai. The system kept spamming notifications, congratulating player Nai for achieving the global diamond announcement. The achievement rewarded 2,000 reputation points, 10,000 gold coins, 10 free attribute points. Storage capacity increased by 5. The diamond achievement title is unique, only awarded to the first player. To kill a diamond tier boss in the Apocalypse game. All attributes increase by 10. Against diamond tier or lower bosses or players, it reduces their base attributes by 5%. Lin Zilu silently skimmed the notifications, waiting for full recovery. The white-haired demon clenched his teeth tensely. This punk recovered so fast already? He was furious and a bit resentful. No way, I don't believe it. Some unknown SS tier nobody killed a soul shard and recovered this fast. Could he still have enough strength to kill me? Lin Zilu glanced at him irritably and warned, Unknown nobody, remember my name. I'm Lin Zilu, but you can call me Nai. Without hesitation, he used the remaining soul shard energy, splitting it in two to attack the demon Hong had just now. Within moments, Uncle Shang Huang teamed up with him, striking the demon repeatedly with lightning. The Demon King accepted death, knowing he couldn't fight two demons at once, mainly dodging attacks and trying to run. Seeing this, the uncle frowned and shouted, "This is bad. He's trying to escape. If he gets away, humanity will face unimaginable disaster." The uncle hurried after him. "No way you're running." Even the monster laughed gleefully, running and teasing the uncle. "Shang Huang, we fought long enough. You know, if I wanted to run, you wouldn't catch me." He leapt out of sight, leaving Uncle Shang Huang grinding his teeth in frustration, watching the demon escape helplessly. Damn it. The uncle was full of worry. His time was running out. Just then, Liu Zilu landed beside him, swiftly crouching down. Liu Zilu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The uncle was anxious and restless. "Chase after him." "You run so fast, why are you looking at me?" He replied calmly. "I'm thinking about something. You better hold on tight." Before Shang Huang could understand, Xiao Luo spread his wings, surprising him. "You can fly too?" Liu Zilu lifted them both with his wings, quickly catching up to the demon. The demon glanced around searching, and as expected, he was shocked, mouth agape. The little demon just kept running straight ahead, thinking, "Just get there, just get there." Liu Zilu's eyes glowed as he chased the demon desperately. Liu Zilu sensed something was off and quickly warned, "Shang Huang, are you ready?" The uncle, full of suspicion, asked back, "Ready for what?" Seeing this, he clarified for the uncle, "Of course, for battle." The uncle was still doubtful. Liu Zilu threw Shang Huang down below, making the uncle scream in terror. Damn it. But after all, he was an experienced fighter and landed very lightly. The Demon Emperor stood tall behind. "If it weren't for that brainless zombie dying so fast, you guys wouldn't have had a chance." Shang Huang dusted off his clothes calmly and replied, "No, you're wrong. You underestimated me and Liu Zilu. Being fiercely countered like that, you also underestimated the potential in facing the human's explosive limits." The monster angrily cursed. "What use are these guys? They're nothing against absolute SSS-level power." Ziluo pulled out a dagger without hesitation and stabbed hard into the Demon Emperor's kidney. It groaned in agonizing pain. "My kidney." The Demon Emperor angrily swung a fist backward, the damn human even attacking sneakily. Liu Ziluo easily dodged the blow and appeared right behind it. The Demon Emperor still had the nerve to scold. "You humans gang up 2 against 1 and still sneak attack." He answered with a teasing tone. "Warriors aren't bound by honor." Suddenly, the Demon Emperor unleashed electric power, eyes bulging and nostrils flaring as it roared. Too naive. The monster charged at Liu Zilu. Against a desperate attack from an SSS-level master, you're not guaranteed to survive. The monster's speed surged insanely, but Ziluo still easily countered. He moved behind it at lightning speed and stabbed another dagger into the Demon Emperor's body. It quickly turned around, cursing loudly. Suddenly, Liu Zilu sat down, aiming to stab the monster's big ass. But the Demon Emperor refused to give up and kept fighting. It growled, "I'll kill you." Yet no matter how hard it tried, it was easily countered. The Demon Emperor choked on the blade, groaning painfully. It rolled its eyes in humiliation. Time passed. After exactly 15 minutes, Liu Zilu killed the Demon Emperor. It knelt, about to collapse. The monster's body fell heavily to the ground. Zilu ended this chase with the words, "Now you know I'm no nobody." He swung his dagger. A golden flash appeared, and the blade cut off the Demon Emperor's head, blood splattering everywhere. The head rolled on the ground, looking pathetic. Behind, Shang Huang laughed joyfully. He nearby confirmed, "The Demon Emperor is dead." He just sat stiffly, repeating, "The Demon Emperor is dead." After the fight, the old man and the young man quickly ran off. Shang Huang turned to ask, "Little you, the Demon Emperor zombie is eliminated, but what about the rest of the weak generals? How do we win fast?" The other replied. His hand unleashed a surge of power. Ziluo shouted, using lightning to smash the darkness. Then he sent power toward the zombies. They screamed in pain, mouths wide open. Shang Huang was amazed, praising, "Damn, Lam Xiaoyu's elemental attack was so effective against groups." He happily shouted, "Human victory is right in front of us." After a while, many had successfully defeated the monsters. They cried tears of joy. "Humans win, humanity wins." Lam Ziluo sighed in relief as the system announced, "Congratulations, host, on completing the dungeon mission." The archivist has written a chapter about Lam Ziluo in the book. June of the 136th year of the Wasteland era, the zombie tribe produced the first SSS-level zombie. The zombie had the power to control all zombies. The zombie and the SSS-level Demon Emperor radiation creature leader secretly conspired, spawning many radiation creatures to search underground cities. This led to 7 underground cities being destroyed, with human casualties exceeding 1 million. In the same month, the group led by City Lord Tianxing, Liu Zilu, killed the SS-level radiation creature Duo on the main street of the Eastern City District. This was the first SS-level radiation creature killed by humans after signing the Peak Treaty. In July of the 136th year of the Wasteland Era, the Demon Emperor completely tore up the Peak Treaty, and together with the zombie leader launched the final extermination battle against humans. Nearly 50,000 zombies and 10,000 radiation creatures gathered across the continent. Humans had to pay a terrible price to seize crucial intelligence on zombies and radiation creatures. On the 21st, the City Lord was summoned to Tianyang to attend the City Lord's Grand Assembly. Through the assembly, the human progressive faction established a policy of proactive offense against zombies and radiation creatures. With the slogan, "Humans will win," the final decision was made after 7 days of war preparation to risk everything in the last battle. After setting the goal, Liu Zilu was the first to comprehend the elemental cultivation method and taught it to everyone. This was a completely new cultivation system. Detailed info can be checked in the archives. Elemental Encyclopedia. Elemental cultivation effectively boosted human combat power before the final battle. 7 days later, human leaders Shang Huang and Liu Zilu infiltrated the zombie tribe. At the 6th minute, when the ultimate battle began, Liu Zilu led the charge, beheading the zombie tribe leader. At the 24th minute, the battle erupted fully, and Shang Huang went all out to kill the radiation creature leader, the Demon Emperor. A massive battle involving 102 fighters, including 4 SSS-level masters, ended completely in 24 minutes. This battle also laid the foundation for the final victory. After the ultimate battle ended, Emperor Shang Liu Yifei brought the heads of Thief Fetch and Emperor Ma to the largest battlefield in Tianyang City. For a moment, the high-level zombies and radiation creatures suffered severe blows, and human morale soared. Finally, under the leadership of Emperor Shang and Liu Yifei, they successfully drove the enemy away. After this battle, the human leader Emperor Shang personally erected a hero monument for these heroes, furthermore demanding the final battlefield be turned into a national hero mausoleum, with a monument for each hero. After the battle, Emperor Shang quickly departed. The Alliance wanted to elect Liu Yifei as the new human leader of Tianhang City. The offer was rejected. Liu Yifei only accepted money and didn't care about any high-ranking titles. In the final battle, Liu Yifei developed an elemental cultivation method, killed the 2 leaders, Thief Fash and Emperor Ma, led the battlefield of Tianyang City, and many other campaigns with great contributions, influencing human development. Eventually, he earned the title Elemental King to commemorate the start of a completely new era, a brand new popular cultivation method, a new world belonging to humans. The City Alliance declared the end of the Wasteland Era, and the Elemental Era belonging to humans officially began. Liu Yifei closed the book and happily said, "This is my troll chapter for the Star Demon. It fits the standards pretty well." The system reappeared, announcing the dungeon time was about to end, asking the host to prepare to return to reality. A moment later, in a large house, 3 figures appeared in the yard. Liu Yifei sighed wearily. "I really respect this." He turned to question the 2 sitting beside him. "Big dummy, couldn't you wait a bit before eating chicken feet? Your hands are all greasy. And you too, little devil snake kid, can you just bring your poisonous tricks out to play whenever you want? You're an assassin. Do you even get what that means?" The system welcomes the return of the host, player, welcome back. It announced new info, unsealing all attributes increased. Liu Yifei stretched and said, "Finally back." Suddenly, he thought of something, silently thinking, "Right, I gotta check my enhancement serums." Snapping his fingers once, Liu Yifei ordered the system to open the storage space. At that moment, a bunch of glass bottles containing enhancement serums appeared. He wondered in confusion, did I successfully hack into a game glitch or what? Liu Yifei reached out and grabbed a glass bottle from the pile. At the same time, the system screen displayed info about an A-grade enhancement serum, a Star Demon artifact of silver grade that can slightly boost the player's current physical attributes based on their body quality, while also producing some side effects depending on the physique, but nothing lethal. After reading, Liu Yifei smugly thought, this thing's pretty badass. These enhancement serums had become legit items, big deal now. Putting the glass bottle back into storage, he continued to give commands. Suddenly, the system adjusted and settled the reward calculations. The system screen immediately accepted the request for the Golden Hand reward to boost charisma. Level 1 can increase the charisma effect the host displays by 10%. Stroking his chin, Liu Yifei quietly calculated that this Golden Hand was what made his aura, power, and mental prowess stronger. Not bad, not bad. Thinking that, he said it out loud. Then he pressed his thumb on the display screen. A system item appeared right in front of Liu Yifei. An elemental bracelet. a golden-grade equipment that can enhance elemental power. It's part of the elemental attribute gear set, adding 5 to spirit, increasing spirit recovery speed by 20%. When using elemental power, it boosts strength by 20%. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate to wear the bracelet on his wrist, happily thinking, 100 spirit points, doesn't that make me look super cool? Lost in thought, suddenly the system interrupted with elemental equipment info. 2 pieces of gear add 3 to all attributes, and the elemental gear can store an extra 100 spirit points beyond the limit. Then, the system screen shifted from blue to red. Liu Yifei curiously thought, bring it on, let me see my rewards. On the frame was info about world influence points. Defeating the 5 Yang Gang earned 117 points. Killing CA to Po earned 360 points. Killing the Green Food King earned 210 points. Killing Akshar earned 1,127 points. Watching closely, Liu Yifei continued to check the displayed info. Killing High Fact and Emperor Ma earned 11,240 points. Teaching the elemental cultivation method earned 21,777 points. Total world influence points 52,788. Thinking back to his past life, Liu Yifei was a bit surprised. In his last life, assassinating a country's king only got him 1,000 points, but this time he got 50,000. Leaning on the wall, he puffed up his chest proudly. I remember in the last life, the best 10-year apocalypse record was Zhang Yuan Zhang with over 20,000 points. I've got 50,000 points, so my rewards are about to explode, right? Not daydreaming too long, Liu Yifei returned to reality and seriously analyzed. Right, I did 2 major things affecting the Star Demon realm, with widespread impact on the entire Star Demon realm. That makes sense. Meanwhile, the system continued calculating, distributing rewards based on the player's world influence. Hearing that, Liu Yifei clasped his hands in prayer. Here it comes, here it comes. Jade Emperor bless, Buddha bless, God of Wealth bless. But the system info. The statistics again exceeded expectations because this player's world influence value was too high. They surpassed the props from previous reward stages that could be unlocked and are now seeking solutions. Furious, Lam Tulak swung his hand repeatedly at the big idiot, growling, what the hell? At the same time, the system announced that the solution had been coordinated. Player Nai Shi, do you want to claim your rewards now? Lam Tulak acted all high and mighty. He crossed his arms and coldly ordered to claim them. After receiving the player's request, the system immediately announced that player Nai Xie gained 250,000 experience points, 100,000 gold coins, 3,000 reputation points, 50 free attribute points, and 10 cubic meters of storage space. Hearing this, Lam Tu Lak gaped and asked, what the hell? How much? 250,000 experience points. Isn't that me? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by machine sounds. Congratulations, player leveled up to 38. All attributes +3 and gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations, player leveled up to 39, all attributes +3 and gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations, player leveled up to 43, all attributes +3 and gained 5 free attribute points. Impatient, Lam Tu Lak quickly checked the Long Kingdom ranking board. On the screen, from highest to lowest, the strongest in Long Kingdom. First place, Nai Si, level 43, profession, Warlord. Second place, Big Idiot, level 31, profession Tyrant. Third, Ghost Child, level 30, profession Illusion. Fourth, Zhang Yuan Zhang, level 26, profession Soul Soldier. Fifth, One Leaf, level 25, profession Divine Archer. After checking, Lam Tu Lak thought to himself, not bad, I'm almost 20 levels above Zhang Yuan Zhang. If I push harder and drink more enhancement potions. Before finishing his thought, he pinched his own cheek to sober up. Damn it, how can I be so evil? Old Zhang is still a top 4 in Long Kingdom. I gotta show some respect. Pressing the screen, Lam Tu Lak reminded himself to allocate attribute points first. In front of him, now were his own stats. Basic attributes, no equipment, strength 251, spirit 251, constitution 251, agility 251. After seeing this, he smugly thought, not bad, I'm already an SSS level powerhouse. The Fak and Emperor Demon are just units of measure. Suddenly, the system reminder sounded. Player Nai Shi, after deducting rewards from this mission, you have a total of 1,188 wish points. Please use your wish points to select the items or equipment you need. Warm reminder, wish points cannot be accumulated. If you miss the reward collection time, all points will be forfeited. Countdown time 300 seconds. Hearing this, Lam Tu Lak was completely speechless. The system showed the number 250. Lam Tu Lak was a bit confused. System, How many wish points do I need to exchange for a zombie-level pants equipment? Not long after, the system quickly answered, zombie-level pants equipment requires 800 wish points. Do you want to exchange? Lam Tulak thought about it. Zombie gear is valuable, but wish points are more precious. He must exchange for something he can't get otherwise. After thinking a bit, Lam Tulak realized, right, what I'm missing is the origin pearl. Lam Tulak asked the system, what about exchanging for one elephant tusk origin? The system started searching, running data urgently. Exchanging for elephant tusk origin requires 10,000 wish points. Players' wish points are insufficient, exchange not possible. Lam Zilu was a bit shocked. That expensive? The system popped up a reminder, saying the price of props outside the game is based on the required time and difficulty to obtain the prop plus the prop's own value. Lam Zilu quickly realized, meaning some props are super easy to get, so is there any that's easy to grab? Lam Zilu quickly asked the system about other equipment. Where's the Kunxiang essence? The system was searching for Kunxiang essence. Soon, the system displayed the info. Lam Zilu got hyped. Hey, maybe the system will let me trade essence. The system is now checking the essence. Finally, the system's answer came through. The essence that players can trade is the Sun Xiang essence, which requires 1,150 aspiration points. Do you want to trade? Lam Zilu answered immediately. Trading. The system is collecting. Please wait a moment. In a flash, the Sun Xiang essence appeared, surrounded by a bright blue light. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the outside of the Sun Xiang essence, then boom, everything exploded. Who's screaming? The Sun Xiang essence appeared with blazing eyes. Who the hell is screaming? The Sun Xiang essence was furious about losing the wind pearl. My wind pearl? Lam Zilu sat aside, grinning like a boss. Damn, the wind is so noisy today. Lam Zilu summoned a sphere. Everything around started spinning, quickly rearranging the elemental forces beautifully. Now I've got 4 elemental powers: water, fire, wind, and lightning. Totally unstoppable. Lam Zilu rubbed his chin. System, the rest. Let me exchange for spirit potions to restore spirit power. System is collecting. Aspiration points on the system are 0. Lam Zilu took the spirit potion, thinking silently. Before finishing the mission, the Big Dummies group helped out, so there's a reward. The Big Dummy got excited, hands twitching uncontrollably and eyes wide open. Receiving the Mystic Gold Heavy Hammer, a super heavy golden grade equipment, people without great strength must use it with attributes like strength plus people, physical plus 4, agility minus 6, destructive power increased by 20%, toughness increased by 20%, active power instantly increases weight. After activation, for 2 minutes, it can follow the user's thoughts. The body's maximum hammer weight boost is double, with a cooldown time of 8 hours. The magic gloves are golden grade equipment. One glove is packed with miraculous effects, plus 4 strength and plus agility. Movement speed increases by 10%, attack speed by 10%, and absorption ability can perfectly conceal items of a certain volume. Items hidden in the gloves cannot be detected by others. You can pull items hidden in the gloves out from either the left or right hand. The Big Dummy hesitated between 2 items. The Big Dummy chose the Mystic Golden Heavy Hammer, praising it. Whoa, dude. After some time without messing around, Liu Zilu suggested, all right, we should get going. The Big Dummy happily held the Mystic Golden Heavy Hammer, grinning ear to ear. The Big Dummy was munching on a chicken drumstick like it was the best thing ever. Liu Zilu walked ahead and could only warn, Big Dummy, wait until we get home if you want to eat as much chicken as you want. Don't eat any more now. Someone passing by heard this and immediately turned to look at the Big Dummy. The moment he saw this guy, he freaked out and fell to the ground. Big Dummy, so you're Zilu. He raised his hand to greet the guy. That person instantly jumped up and ran off yelling loudly. The driver's back, everyone run. Passers-by heard this and shouted to run away too. Run fast. The news of his return was immediately broadcast on the big news board outside on the street. Liu Zilu showed a regretful expression. Even though he didn't meet one guy, they still feared him that much. But suddenly he realized something. He put his hands on his hips, looked over the whole city, and smirked. 1 month without meeting, the capital's safe zone was about to upgrade to level 3. Liu Zilu's fingers tapped rapidly, a sly smile spreading across his face. So when the safe zone hits level 5, won't I be able to earn merit points then? The 3 of them, Liu Zilu, the Big Dummy, and Ghost Kid, returned to his house to rest. Ghost Kid stared greedily at the potion bottle Liu Zilu was drinking. He smiled softly and said, all right, I'll leave the rest for you. Zilu finished the last few sips and then handed the bottle over to Ghost Kid. Ghost Kid brought the bottle to his lips to drink, while Zilu sat cross-legged on the bed with his weapons. He thought to himself, hoping Demon Emperor and Soulbreaker wouldn't disappoint him. This was the only SSS-grade enhancement potion made by squeezing those two dry. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the bed, leaving Ghost Kid and the big dummy stunned. Satisfaction showed on Liu Zilu's face. Even if the effect was slow, it was fine. On the second day, Liu Zilu woke up with a pounding headache. He looked down his body and smiled. Not bad. Not bad at all. Demon Emperor and Soulbreaker still deserve some praise. He opened the system control panel to check his basic stats. All attributes had increased by 10 points. He stood up, put on his cloak, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go find Zhang Yuanzhang." He led the big dummy and Ghost Kid behind him, thinking to himself that the auction was about to start at this time in his previous life, so it was a perfect chance to score something big. In a spacious tea room, Liu Zilu sat back, legs crossed on the chair. Zhang Yuanzhang sat opposite him, hesitating before speaking. That thing. Liu Zilu frowned. "What's up? You want to ask about my level up?" Yuanzhang nodded immediately. "Yeah, I'm really curious." Liu Zilu just replied with a vague answer, wanting to see Zhang Yuanzhang lean forward excitedly. "Will you tell me?" Ziluo decisively raised two fingers. "The fixed price is 200,000 gold coins." Zhang Yuanzhang choked and coughed several times. "No way. Even after not seeing you for a win, you still scam like this." He sighed, leaned his head back, and walked away. "I don't have 200,000. What do you want from me?" A gleam flashed in Ziluo's eyes. "I'm looking for you because I have good news. I immediately thought of you." Yuanzhang gave a wry smile. "Last time when you sold me the underworld snake's lair for 500,000, you said the same thing." Suddenly, Liu Ziluo threw a potion bottle over to him. "Check this out." Yuanzhang slowly evaluated it. An A-grade enhancement potion that can boost basic stats, but he immediately shouted in surprise, "You're giving me this good stuff?" Just as Zhang Yuanzhang finished speaking, Liu Ziluo grinned smugly, thinking, "I've thought it through before giving him good stuff. I'm basically so broke, I want to sell it for cash." Watching idiot Zhang Yuanzhang fumble, Liu Ziluo pretended, "Aren't we friends? When I get good stuff, I think of you first." Zhang Yuanzhang nervously admired the bottle in his hand. "Yeah, the equipment will discard basic stats permanently." Then he slammed his hand on the table with determination. "If I get this enhancement potion, I'll want all the others you have." Liu Ziluo remained indifferent to Zhang Yuanzhang's greed. Who does he think he is with those bottles? Turning to one side, the scene before them was stacks of cardboard boxes filled with enhancement potion bottles, arranged in blocks that stunned Zhang Yuanzhang. His mouth hung open in shock at the massive quantity. 33 bottles. Contrary to Zhang Yuanzhang's strange attitude, Liu Ziluo calmly reminded him, "General Zhang, watch your image." Swallowing hard, Zhang Yuanzhang's face darkened as he made a decision. "That's too many. I have to ask the commanders for instructions. By the way, are all these enhancement potions the same or are there differences?" Liu Ziluo answered smoothly, "There are differences. What I gave you is an A-grade reactive potion. I also have lower grade B and C enhancement potions." He pointed upward thoughtfully and continued, "Of course, there are even rarer S-grade and golden grade enhancement potions too." Zhang Yuanzhang went speechless, staring at Liu Ziluo. Damn, thinking about it, Zhang Yuanzhang got a little flustered that there were even higher grade types. "So you're planning to sell them?" Still calm, Liu Ziluo said slowly. "Of course, I'm selling. Just give me your starting price." Like a fish caught on a hook, Zhang Yuanzhang immediately agreed. "All right, wait for me a sec. I'll find the commander right away." Turning around, Zhang Yuanzhang thought to himself, "The treasury of Bongquan now has 5 million gold coins. I wonder what Lin Zilu wants to price it at." Pondering further, "Please don't be a lion with an open mouth, making it impossible for us to buy." Cut to the commander's office. The commander laughed heartily, holding up a strengthening potion. "My stats have increased. The effect is real." The old man beside him kept praising, "Really not bad. Buying this only brings benefits, no harm." The soldier wearing a helmet also chimed in. "Such a good deal, Yuanzhang. What are you hesitating for? We just buy it." As soon as he finished, Zhang Yuanzhang spoke seriously. "Commander, mainly the street vendors won't give a price. I'm worried the treasury won't have enough." Listening carefully to Zhang Yuanzhang's every word, the commander replied, "Haggle." Seeing Zhang's dumbfounded face, the commander continued, then turned and walked out the door, leaving Zhang Yuanzhang looking confused. "If there's not enough money, just recruit more soldiers, right? As long as we increase our strength, money isn't a problem." In Zhang Yuanzhang's office, Lin Zilu was already waiting, and the commander called out loudly, "Lin Xiaoyou." Lin Zilu calmly greeted, "Hello, commander." The commander sat beside him, laughing loudly, probing. "Ha! I wonder how many gold coins Lin Xiaoyu plans to sell for." Receiving a cheerful reply, "A flat price of 3 million gold coins." he answered while thinking to himself that he should quote a bit higher, or else they'll haggle him down to a fool's price. The commander felt a bit awkward after hearing that. Well, Lin Xiaoyu, our treasury doesn't have that many gold coins right now. Can you give a group discount? Lin Zilu looked straight ahead, insisting, no second price. If you don't want it, I'll just sell to someone else. Playing on the commander's psychology, Lin Zilu pointed and continued to remind him. Remember, this is an exclusive treasure. The commander was stuck with that firm attitude. Or do you want it that way? Lin Zilu immediately cut in. Of course, I can sell other stuff cheaper for you guys. Lin Zilu led the commander to the item display area. These things are a bit cheaper. Selling for over 2 million isn't too much, right? The commander's crew showed clear surprise on their faces, holding the treasures in hand, struggling to say, well, we need to renegotiate this. Lin Zilu replied smugly, of course, I'll wait for you. Meanwhile, back in the commander's office, Zhang Yuanzhong anxiously broke the awkward silence. Lin Zilu advised, old Zhang, stop sulking. Isn't getting the strengthening potion a good thing? Yeah, didn't the Apocalypse game mention when the national auction event would be? Feeling a bit lighter, Zhang Yuanzhong continued. The commander shouted angrily, nonsense, of course we do. While speaking, he slammed his hand on the table and continued, old rules, have each soldier in the safe zone hand over gold coins. The gold coins handed over can be exchanged for contribution points, then use those points to buy this strengthening potion, boosting our combat power. Zhang Yuanzhong stood up and obeyed. Yes, at that moment in Zhang Yuanzhong's room, Lin Zilu excitedly looked at the large amount of gold coins displayed before him, holding some in one hand with delight. Not bad, not bad. Seeing gold coins always makes me happy. Beside the commander negotiating, clearing his throat, Lin Xiaoyu, we also want to buy some equipment. 5 million total is really too much. Lin Zilu provocatively challenged. The commander probably doesn't want me selling to others, right? Flustered, he kept justifying, shaking his head. No. I just want to ask if you can cut us a little discount since we're old friends. Hearing the commander, Lin Zilu smiled warmly and considered. The commander thought about how much money would be appropriate. After some thought, the commander said loudly, including the 4 million supply scroll, is that okay? Lin Zilu smirked at his attitude, suddenly replied, deal done, making the commander suspicious, thinking to himself, why do I feel like I'm being trapped? Lin Zilu looked at the gold coins in front of him, unable to hide his joy. Checking the transaction amount credited to his account, Lin Zilu confirmed with relief. All right. Turning around, he waved as a goodbye to the commander while the dumb Zhang beside him remained strangely silent, as if trying to ease the tension in Zhang's heart. Saying goodbye to the leader, the dummy named Zhang beside him remained strangely silent, as if trying to ease the heavy mood inside. Lam Zilu advised, old Zhang, don't look so gloomy. Getting the enhancement potion isn't a bad thing, right? Yeah. Recently, the Apocalypse game probably mentioned when the national auction event will be, right? Feeling a bit lighter, Zhang Yuanzhong added, yeah, that's true. 5 days from now, the national auction dungeon will appear, then people from all regions nationwide can enter. We're planning to check out the local military zones to see their situation. Catching Zhang Yuanzhong's mood, Lin Zilu thought to himself, just like my memory, right after this auction event comes the next dungeon. Waving goodbye, Lin Zilu said casually, hurry up and boost your strength. This 4 million definitely won't be a loss. See you at the auction in 5 days. A few days later, transactions took place one after another at Yoon's place. The account showed receiving 400,000 gold coins, then at Anne's place another 400,000. Finally, at the CN gathering point, the system recorded another 200,000 gold coins. In a blink, Lin Zilu's account had increased to 5 million gold coins. Outside the safe zone, Lin Zilu shared his mood while walking, big dumb demon kid. I'm seriously pumped. I've never been this rich before. Meanwhile, the demon kid and big dumb kid just kept stuffing their faces greedily. Turning back, Lin Zilu proudly asked, you guys don't get it. You know how many chicken feet you can buy with 5 million gold coins? Silence was the only answer. Liu Zilu shouted, countless, but still faced the quiet atmosphere. Suddenly, the shadows of bloodthirsty zombies appeared behind Liu Zilu without him noticing. What's going on? At the stroke of midnight at the zombie gathering point, Liu Zilu excitedly looked left and right, observing the chaotic scene of the massive zombie horde advancing, amazed at the scale. Liu Zilu laughed excitedly and wondered, there must be over 5,000. At the same time, the zombies surged forward. One was easily taken down by Big Dummy's kick. The demon child unleashed a special move to defeat another zombie. They seemed fed up with attacking one by one. Liu Zilu sighed, killing them one by one is too much hassle. First, he needed to gather the zombies together. Using his power, Liu Zilu created a big loudspeaker and said, After gathering the zombies, call the Qinghan to handle them, then spend a minute collecting Qinghan scales. Talk is cheap. Liu Zilu flipped the switch, holding the loudspeaker on his shoulder as music blasted out. How lonely is the undefeated? The music echoed through the dark, foggy night. How empty is the undefeated? Alone at the top, the zombies gradually paid attention to the music. The cold wind kept blowing, and the music kept playing. The music kept ringing. Liu Zilu happily voiced his satisfaction. That's good enough. Holding the 9-flame shatter weapon, he slammed it into the ground, cracking the earth and rocks, creating a fierce whirlwind witnessed by the zombies. The cracked earth broke into chunks, causing the zombies to stagger and fall one by one into the deep pit, some bodies piling up. They surrounded from behind, but Liu Zilu didn't flinch. Head held high, Liu Zilu shouted to summon the spirit beast. In the quiet space, he placed his hand on his chest. Purple lightning flashed and burst, surrounding him. Come out, Qinghan. A golden beam struck down powerfully, revealing a massive creature with a dragon's head and horse's body, growling with glowing eyes and sharp iron fangs full of majesty. The chaotic scene mixed with golden lightning shook the earth and sky. The world trembled as Liu Zilu's voice echoed, Qinghan, big brother, it's me. Qinghan looked down as if searching for someone and replied, Who is it? Who's calling me at this hour? Liu Zilu panicked, Qinghan, big brother. It's me saving your life. Qinghan responded in surprise, It's you, kid. Amid the chaos, Liu Zilu's people were happy and excited. Qinghan calmly continued, No way, with just a few zombies like this, last time with tens of thousands, you weren't this freaked out. Qinghan looked up and growled a few times. A massive thunderstorm struck everywhere, lightning bolts piercing the ground where the zombies swarmed. Liu Zilu looked up at Qinghan with delight and laughed. To Liu Zilu's expectation, Qinghan calmly said, all right, this time there's quite a bit of energy, so my moves will flow smoother. Suddenly, Qinghan paused, puzzled. Wait. Suspicious tone. You gave me this much energy. Why did you still need to call me? Liu Zilu laughed loudly. Hey, right now on the info board for the Golden Thunder Holy Qinghan Phantom level popped up. He panicked inside, too ridiculous. His level 43 could see a level 58 info board, but couldn't see Qinghan's level. Confused, how strong is this thing really? Behind his mask, Liu Zilu looked smug. Qinghan, the saint silently assessed. With just 2 victories, his strength multiplied several times, truly a monster. No wonder this kid was chosen by both Super and Fu Hui. It'd be crazy if I had a Qinghan like this. Qinghan, the saint, glowed and raised his voice. Kid, if you dare call me here, just to blow up a girl. Liu Zilu's eyes sparkled as he whined. 2 demon shadows appeared behind him, making Qinghan hesitate and leave without teasing him. Really can't mess with him. Qinghan, the saint, boasted loudly. Don't come to me for everything from now on. Disturbing my sweet dreams, I'll lose my temper. Liu Zilu used a flattering tone. Qinghan, big brother, I actually have some questions for you. Qinghan was pleased after a few flattering words and asked, Go ahead. He then said, Didn't big brother give me a thunder core? You want to know where I got it? Of course, I stole it. He pressed with questions after Qinghan's answer. What about the other cores? The images of the cores appeared along with Qinghan's calm words. Since Fu Hui disappeared, these cores have been ownerless. Ownership depends on strength. After I stole the thunder core and cultivated it fully, I didn't need it anymore. I only gave it to you because you inherited from Fu Hui. Liu Zilu lowered his voice suspiciously. Then what about the wind core? Didn't someone else steal that too? But Qinghan confirmed the guess. It seemed to have been taken by the ox demon. Zilu's mind was messed up. My elephant core wasn't stolen by the apocalypse game, right? I won't get revenge, will I? He asked further. What about the heaven core and earth core? Qinghan changed topic and answered, Don't know. Even Fu Hui couldn't control those 2 cores. Don't think about it. Liu Zilu didn't give up and patiently asked, What about the mountain core and swamp core? Rolling his eyes, Qinghan answered, Mountain core was taken by the secret sect. Swamp core, I'm not sure. Many want to steal it. Liu Zilu felt a bit regretful and changed tone to tease. Come on, Qinghan big brother. It's so hard to meet once. Give me a little gift. Qinghan the saint gathered energy and interrupted. Kid, don't think I don't know you're after my scales. I'm telling you, no chance. The spirit beast image vanished into the air, leaving a final message. That's right. Fu Hai gave Fan Long quite a lot of good stuff, saying it was for the heir. You should go find Fan Long and demand it. Zilu frowned, then shouted out with a sigh. A blood shortage is a blood shortage. Big bro Qinghan is really petty, so he had to accept the grim condition. He could only yell at his comrades. Although this time he gained a lot of experience, not making any real profit was super annoying. Don't even mention Kanzhou. Don't even think about it. The only hope is to check the soul orb impression of Bai Hai. Lin Ziluo suddenly remembered something, gasped, and reached up to touch the ancient character on his chest. That's right, speaking of Fan Long, what big bro Qinghan mentioned seemed to be the protective spell of Ma Du. Looks like I gotta swing by home when I get the chance. He called up the system board with a loot statement list, and while Qinghan was still in good shape, the system let me draw a super grade golden hand number 40. In my heart, I clasped my hands and prayed to all directions. Heaven bless me, Jade Emperor. Buddha bless me, big bro. Qinghan bless me. Drop some good stuff. The system popped up a notification. Congratulations, user, you have drawn a super grade golden hand soul orb. Zombies killed during gameplay. Always drop soul orbs beyond the normal limit, which surprised me a bit. In my sight, a monster appeared early with a fierce look. Lin Ziluo guessed it might be an experimental subject, then laughed coldly. The total number of promoted players has reached a certain level. Over 80% of the districts have unlocked related dungeons. Entry requires participating in the dungeon and paying 300 gold coins. The crowd outside the hall shouted angrily. 300 gold coins? Do you take me for a fool? Where are normal people like us supposed to get that much? Ziluo silently listened to the conditions, while in each safe zone, live broadcasts of the auction's progress would be streamed. All players not in the dungeon could watch live to keep up with the auction. Watching the dungeon auction gives lucky players random system gifts like supplies, gear, and items. Specific details would be announced upon entering the dungeon. Players were welcome to join. At this point, he firmly believed the super auction only happens once every half year. Missing it would be dumb. He put on a disgusted yet pleased tone, making everyone glance over. They recognized him immediately and blurted out, "Damn, it's the big boss Nai Shi. If he's at the auction, he's gonna win big. If we could get on his good side, that'd be awesome. What are you thinking about?" Nai Shi is super fierce. Lin Ziluo was shocked and denied the rumors, saying he was actually pretty chill. The guards swarmed him, making him awkward. From afar, a man appeared and said, "Lin Zi, ha, what you need is ready." Lin Ziluo pulled out a magic potion for exchange. "Thanks, this is for you." The man replied, "I really don't get why you changed the signature in these books to Lin Luo." He laughed off the question. "Of course it's because I love them, but deep down I deny it. Also, I'm preparing for the next dungeon to be the savior who reforms everything." The man frowned but accepted it. "All right, if you won't say, then fine." It was 10 in the morning at the arena center. Zilu said goodbye to the man. "I'll take my leave now." The super system announced, confirming if player Nai Xie would pay 300 gold coins to enter the super auction dungeon. Over 100,000 players had already entered the dungeon. Without hesitation, he replied, "Yes, enter the dungeon." With that, Lin Ziluo stepped forward, followed by Big Idiot and Demon Kid. The system displayed a notification. Player Nai Xie, congratulations on being the first to enter the super auction dungeon, winning the dungeon rewards, a luxury shop room. When joining the dungeon auction event, lucky players will randomly receive items like materials, equipment, props, etc. Specific details will be announced upon entering the dungeon. Players are welcome to join. At this point, he silently confirmed the super level auction event only happens once every half year. Missing it means you're sleeping on the job. He mocked with a disgusted but satisfied tone, catching everyone's attention. They realized one by one, damn, it's the big boss Nai Xie. If he's at the auction, he'll definitely win big. If you can cozy up to the big boss Nai Dai, that'd be great. What are you thinking about? Nai Xie big boss is super fierce. Lam Zilu panicked, denying the nonsense rumors. Clearly, I'm a total softie. The guard squad swarmed around him, making him awkward. From afar, a man appeared and said, "Lam Ziha, what you need, we've prepared it." Lam Ziluo took out the magic potion for trade. "Thanks, this is for you." The man replied, "I really don't get why you want these books and change the signature to Lam Luo." He laughed off the question. "Of course, it's out of deep love, but secretly, I can't say I'm preparing for the next dungeon to become the savior and reformer." The man frowned in resignation but accepted it. "All right, if you don't want to say, fine." It was already 10 in the morning at the arena center. Lam Ziluo said goodbye to the man. "I'll take my leave now." The super level system announced, confirming if player Nai Xie paid 300 gold coins to enter the super level auction dungeon. Currently, the dungeon has gathered over 100,000 players. Without hesitation, he replied, "Yes, enter the dungeon." With that, Lam Ziluo stepped forward, followed by the big dummy and ghost kid. Their shadows entered, and the system displayed a notification. Player Nai Xie, congratulations on being the first to enter the super level auction. Win the dungeon rewards this time, a luxury shop space. Welcome to the super level auction dungeon. The rulebook is super long. This dungeon lasts for 8 hours. After 8 hours, the dungeon closes and everyone will be forcibly teleported out. Remember, this dungeon is a peace mode dungeon. Any actions judged by the system as non-peaceful, like stealing, looting, or fighting, will get you blasted by heavenly thunder with a voltage of tens of thousands of volts in the dungeon's punishment zone. Liu Zilu quickly skimmed through the long rules, his finger stopping at the confirm button. Then he hurriedly clicked it. The system announced again that this dungeon is divided into an outside shopping area and an inside auction area. The inside auction will open 7 hours later. All players entering need to pay a 5 to 1,000 gold coin entrance fee. The auction lasts 1 hour, with a total of 12 high-grade items up for bid. Hope you have a perfect experience in this dungeon. But wait, the system added conditions. Also, players are asked to leave the teleport room within 1 minute to make way for the next player. Exceeding the time limit will result in severe punishment. Liu Zilu felt a bit rushed. Let's go, dummy. Ghost Kid. They boldly marched toward the auction building, not wasting a second as they passed through the door. Right in front appeared Nai Xie's item booth, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Let's get started." Upgrade items were neatly arranged on the shelves. Boxes of goods were also lined up shiny and tidy. The sly boss Liu Zilu kicked back and relaxed early on. The plain folk crowd chatted around a few fancy booths at the super-level auction. Even items worth 40,000 gold coins had buyers. All right, Nai Xie's booth is surprisingly good, huh? Another answered, yeah. Nai Xie's booth makes total sense. They entered inside, hoarse from talking. Damn, the dummy is second-rate and the ghost kid is third-rate. So the items here must be top-notch. Let's check it out. They scanned the display of gold coin cards, mouths dropping open non-stop. One pointed and said, "Damn, look at this supply card. Dim sum chicken rice costs 220 gold coins. That's crazy. Why can't we buy it?" He picked it up, inspecting it. But look at the satiety level on this supply card. It's at least something a boss-level zombie would drop. You get what I mean, right? The blue-haired guy patted his shoulder, urging him. Yeah, that makes it look way cheaper. Buy it. The system screen popped up in front of them. Dozens of items displayed for players to choose freely. The man's voice rushed. Buy it all. Spend all the gold coins for me. While speaking, he kept hitting the add to cart button non-stop. Buying now. The system board showed a notification. 2 gold coins left. They looked satisfied and casually left. Let's go. Mission accomplished today. Time to head home. Let's go. That's more than fair. The upgrade items that were once piled high on the shelves were sold out in a flash. Ghost East quickly arranged the items. The shelves were full and shiny again. While the underlings bustled about, Liu Zilu calmly checked his account as the gold coin balance kept increasing. Congratulations to player Nai Xie for earning 220 gold coins. Finally, it had begun. Crowds swarmed to visit the item booth. Come here, right here. Nai Xie's booth. They buzzed with excitement. Damn, it's really way cheaper. So good. The people in front left some for the players behind them. Once again, the display shelves were wiped clean from top to bottom, leaving Dummy stunned with a dumbfounded look. Ghost East did his best to fill the empty spots on the shelves. Dummy stood there awkwardly, clueless about what to do. Liu Zilu's account kept notifying continuous gold coin additions. Congratulations to player Nai Xie for earning 180 gold coins. After 3 hours, the system finalized the stats. Player Nai Xie's balance was 7,200,000 gold coins. At that moment, Zilu woke up refreshed. Aha, feeling great. He spun around and called his 2 disciples. Cheerfully, Dummy, Ghost Kid, stop sleeping, let's go spend some money. Suddenly, he radiated main character energy. If you see something you want, just say it straight. Tonight, I'm paying. They laughed foolishly, their minds only on finding toys and hot chicken legs. The 3 reached the door and bumped into old Zhang from the neighboring booth. Liu Zilu teased provocatively. Ahem. Old Zhang, don't be so mad. Aren't there still 4 hours left? Plus, 10,000 gold coins isn't much, right? Old Zhang's face turned pale. I could have taken this booth for free. More than enough. You better call your gang quickly. I'm leaving now. No need to see me off. Outside the main hall, they stopped in front of a crowded shop. Let's pick this booth first. Liu Zilu was already sure there was good stuff in this booth. Liu Zilu nodded after the system's enthusiastic intro. A silver-grade space ring containing a storage space attribute with 5 cubic meters of storage, priced at 10,000 gold coins. A silver-grade equipment repair potion that can fix damaged parts of equipment, priced at 10,000 gold coins. Without hesitation, he added both the space ring and repair potion to his cart. So cheap, just buy it. Perfect for storing chicken legs for the dummy group. Leading his 2 underlings, Liu Zilu confidently waved his gold card, thinking, buy everything. I've already earned the set anyway. While Ghost Kid and Dummy diligently gnawed on chicken legs, Liu Zilu seemed to have an epiphany. He looked at the system board displaying a rare potion. Isn't this Earth Root Elixir? Liu Zilu turned to ask the shop owner, Boss, how much for this Earth Root Elixir? The owner brightened and held up 2 fingers as a signal. Lamzi Luo immediately agreed and pressed the button. 200 is 23, we'll take it all. He snarled, clenching his fists and shouting, Get lost, get lost, get lost. To what? These are second-tier Qinghan props worth 200. You want to rob them? Lamzi Luo's eyes gleamed as he spoke sharply. That's right. He darkened his face, stroked his chin, and spoke with a hint of threat. I've already robbed the unguarded. Before he could finish, the shop owner crouched down, tears streaming, pointing at Lamzi Luo, stammering. You. He slammed his hands on the floor in regret. Hey, brother, 1,200 gold coins for 3 jars for you. Lamzi Luo patted the owner's shoulder with a cautious thanks, while the owner kept lamenting. Ha, no need to thank me. Suddenly, a group of guards appeared, shouting boldly. Do you think this place is a safe zone in the capital? What's up, Yang Yue and the Lee family, still wanting to make a move? Lamzi Luo quietly waited in the crowd to catch the drama. Yang Yue and the Lee family? Why are they arguing with Zhang Yu and Zhang's men? He glanced at the blue-haired and red-haired crowd, silently judging Yang. Yang Yue and the Lee family don't just have Hua Du. They also have a stronghold with people living there, right? Scanning around, he noticed a one-eyed man waiting. Wasn't that Li Yi? He fell into deep thought. It's said that the Glory War history Jing Shan also has Li Qi, one of the 3 pillar-level existences during the 10-year apocalypse, the second strongest war god of the Li family nationwide. Though this life, the Li family is destroyed, Li Qi can only occasionally make the national top 10, but I still have to find a way to root out the weeds. One of Li Qi's men challenged loudly, Come on, make a move, hit me if you've got the guts. Marquis Junfang Yang Day's face was cold, arms crossed as he retorted, Ha, why should I act? Your clan is wiped out, why bother with a bunch of scum? The other side, furious, snapped back, Shut your mouth. What good is that? This stall doesn't belong to you. You're causing trouble. I caused trouble, clearly, it's you guys. Lamzi Luo's thoughts cut in. So that's it. Junfang wanted to rent this stall, but Yang Yue and the Li family blocked the stall, not letting Junfang rent it. And in this dungeon, no fighting is allowed. Even cursing counts as breaking the rules and gets you struck by heavenly thunder. So Junfang had no options. Suddenly, a heavy foot slammed down on the ground. Who dares provoke Junfang? Junfang Pa Jun appeared, blocking Li Yi's view, sneering. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's Pa Jun. Lamzi Luo watched the situation closely, the future war god Pa Jun. But even Pa Jun's arrival was useless. No fighting is allowed in this dungeon. Another soldier from Junfang's group spoke up. Pa Jun, this is a no-fight dungeon. Saying that, he looked at Pa Jun's face but got no response, which made him nervous. He silently left his signal and stepped back. Having noticed early, he asked, Dao Lao, why are you here? Lamzi Luo grinned, baring his teeth. Don't mind me. Just tell me if you want to vent some anger. He frowned and replied immediately. Of course, the Li family is being outrageous. Lamzi Luo leaned in whispering. I'm telling you, if you act like that. Hearing this made him almost have a stroke. Can the elder really do that? Hurry up, don't dawdle if you want revenge. He was a bit doubtful, mumbling. All right, I'll try, but if it doesn't work, isn't that on me? Lamzi Luo reassured him, relax, follow my plan. Kill 3 or 4 of the Li family, and Zhang Yuan Zhang will definitely reward you. Hearing this was somewhat convincing, he nodded, all right, I trust you, elder. Lamzi Luo smiled slyly, scheming inside, hoping to use this chance to kill Li Yi. The tension rose as Pa Jun and Li Yi refused to back down. Junfang's men shouted, Did your brain swap places with your colon or what? Your mom must have been cursed to give birth to you. Li Yi snapped back loudly without yielding. Is that a tumor on your head? If you've got guts, fight me. Are Junfang's men really this cowardly? After 10 minutes of chaos, a voice suggested, making everyone itchy, Please give way, please give way. An old man brought out a stinky basin of urine, grinning slyly. The noisy crowd got even more chaotic. Damn, that smell is real. Your piss is golden, you win. Careful not to step on the stones or you'll splash urine everywhere. The old man cursed loudly. The Li family's men panicked, cursing and quickly scattering. Li Yi vanished into the crowd. The urine splashed on their hair and faces, causing panic. Dry heaves and the strong stench didn't stop. Damn. Oh, Junfang lay flat on the ground, sighing. This is way too filthy. Next time, I definitely won't do this again. Pa Jun looked speechless. Damn it, Will Marquis Yang Day not get punished by heavenly thunder? The group urged each other, hurry, take off your clothes, it stinks too much. They stripped, revealing muscular bodies. Ah, much better. Yang De glanced around, commenting, what are you guys doing? Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck the auction house dome. They froze, eyes wide, watching the scene. One of them was hit by the light, causing panic. In a blink, the system processed and erased him. Yang dissuaded, secretly admitting this was part of the Elder's plan. Pa Jun raised a finger, signaling, well done. Junfang's men laughed triumphantly. Li Yi's group remained silent, embarrassed by the mocking laughter and insults. Lam Zilu smiled inwardly. Marcus Yang did just wanted to use urine to force the Li family's men to leave, not actually splash it on them. Of course, before this, would they really not let Ghost Kid accidentally drop a stone? When the Li family guys took off their clothes, didn't they bring along a spark of hatred? Liu Zilu ordered his crew to leave early. Let's roll. Too bad, Li Yi ran too fast and got away clean. Over here, Li Yi is pissed and threatening, two of them serving Yang Day. Just you wait. Yang De refuses to back down. What's he gonna do? I just slipped by accident. Who knew you guys like to eat and still stepped up to gang up? The Li family got surrounded by mocking laughter and could only grit their teeth. Fine, fine, fine. Think back to what Ziluo said. Keep the Li family folks locked up for a while until the auction starts, then let them go. Right away, Yang Day orders his men. All right, comrades, the auction's about to start. Let's rest here for a bit, they all shouted in unison. Li Yi looked at the guards with some resentment, cursing silently. Duke Yang Day is dead wrong for stopping me from joining the auction. Isn't that like stealing my thunder? Li Yi's crew stank so bad it could knock you out. Passers-by covered their noses and pointed. Li Yi clenched his teeth. Jun Fang, traitor, Duke Yang Day, you bastards. This humiliation today, I swear I won't forget. He ordered his men to slap the onlookers, but the guard quickly stepped in front. The thug got zapped instantly. Li Yi knew he couldn't just charge in. He told his men, ignore the stairs, surround me so no one can see me. After a few hours, only 10 minutes left until the final auction round of the auction dungeon. A soldier reported the current situation to Duke Yang Day. The front and back guards switched positions as ordered. Duke Yang Day held his nose from the stench of Li family's crew. He stepped back and handed everything over to his subordinates. Li Yi peeked through a gap, secretly thrilled to find an opportunity. He charged forward, slipping through the defense line. His men rushed after him to back him up. Duke Yang Day wanted to stop them, but the soldier beside him said, going now might get struck by lightning. Duke Yang Day crouched down, frustrated. Li Yi even turned back to mock. 30 years in East Ha, 30 years in West Ha. Once I'm out, you'll pay for this. He laughed smugly and dashed off. The soldier reminded, they're already far away, while Duke Yang Day felt a headache coming on. The soldier helped him up, excited. Turns out it was all an act earlier. I thought you slipped up for real. Duke Yang Day wiped the dust off, smiling slyly because now they just waited for the grand finale. At the auction site, people came and went in crowds, buzzing with chatter. The president of the Bin City Wild Horse Association ranked 9th on the honor roll as the mighty Grand Elder, basically ruling the city. Li Yi gritted his teeth in hatred. If it weren't for that bastard Nai Xie ruining the Li family, right now, we'd be the ones admired by everyone. He swiped his card and entered, the machine announced. Player Li Yi spent 5,000 gold coins to buy the auction ticket. Nai Xie, Big Dummy, and Ghost Kid entered amid applause. Liu Zilu thought smugly about luring the top two, feeling proud. Big Dummy loved chicken legs, and Ghost Kid needed care. He was hyped for the upcoming drama. This trip wasn't wasted. Li Yi's fate was sealed. Nai Xie also spent 5,000 gold coins to get in. Big Dummy and Ghost Kid didn't need tickets since they were zombies. The machine voice announced, Player Nai Xie, welcome to the auction. Your auction number is 13. Please proceed to your seat quickly. The auction will last 1 hour. Wish you luck in getting your desired item. He smiled fiercely, thinking, Li Yi, you better pray for luck. The trio, Liu Zilu, Big Dummy, and Ghost Kid boldly stepped inside. Seeing Li Yi ahead, he thought silently, I won't let you slip through my fingers. As he walked, he suddenly shivered for no reason, feeling a chill down his spine. The auction room doors opened wide. He shook off his nervousness and strode in boldly. He was the first to arrive in the auction room. Li Yi sat down, grabbed a bottle of water on the table. He drank while recalling the elder's advice. According to black market intel, this auction had an item that could resurrect the Li family head. The whole clan's gold was pooled together, so they had to get this auction item. Li Yi suddenly startled, seeing a familiar figure enter. Master Liu Zilu stepped forward. He crushed the water bottle in anger, gritting his teeth. Nai Xie, this grudge won't go unavenged. The trio, Liu Zilu, Big Dummy, and Ghost Kid ignored his intense expression. Li Yi stared at Liu Zilu, trying to calm himself. It's not that I won't get revenge, just that the time isn't right yet. Liu Zilu sat right next to Big Dummy, who was crazily stuffing food into his mouth. He was helpless, not knowing what to say since this wasn't a buffet, but Big Dummy and Ghost Kid kept eating non-stop. The auction robot stepped out and announced, "Welcome 157 honored guests to this auction. I am the official gavel hitter for this auction." Outside, people buzzed about this super-level auction. They were eager to see the auction inside, but the live screen was still dark, unsure if it hadn't started or for some other reason. Outside was packed, and now the screen finally lit up. The modern display dazzled the crowd, who praised the luxury before them. This was truly a major event. The Zhongfang and Duke Yangde group looked at the screen, hoping the Grand Elder would get good stuff. Everyone praised Nice's coolness and felt super hyped. Someone marveled at the strong energy but was quickly shut down by a friend. "What do you know? 157 Grand Elders gather are even stronger than this." Zhang Yuanzhong also stared tensely at the screen. Someone exclaimed how strong this energy was but was immediately shut down by a teammate. "What do you know? 157 Elder Qiju is even stronger than this." Zhang Yuanzhong also stared tensely at the screen. The live screen popped up with comments calling him handsome, making him a bit shy. Liu Zilu appeared on screen, getting non-stop praise from fans. His mouth said there was no need for a global livestream, but deep down, he clearly loved it, his smile refusing to fade. Big Dummy was randomly chosen by the auction house as a lucky audience member and was rewarded with 10,000 gold coins. Liu Zilu sighed, "Dumb people really do have dumb luck." The sound of a gong echoed, grabbing everyone's attention. The auction officially started with the robotic auctioneer's mechanical voice. The robot host began introducing the rules and auction duration. This auction would last 1 hour, featuring 12 items. Each item's bidding time was 5 minutes. When time ran out, the highest bidder would win. If no one bid, the auction would fail. As the auction sound stopped, the first item was immediately presented, the spatial orb. The robot started explaining its features, catching everyone's interest. The spatial orb was a special prop that could maintain and expand storage space for 24 hours, covering a range of 15 to 20 cubic meters. The auction robot announced the starting price and rules. The spatial orb started at 50,000 gold coins, with minimum increments of 1,000. The bidding began. Guests immediately got hyped and shouted, "I bid 51,000. The person next to him secretly felt relieved. Normal folks only had 1 to 2 cubic meters. Masters had 5 to 6. This thing had over a dozen cubic meters, definitely gotta have it. The robot's voice rang out again. Number 122 bids 51,000. He eagerly raised his bidding paddle, thinking, can this treasure really be snatched so easily? Meanwhile, the price was pushed up to 55,000. Everyone watching live in the square couldn't help but be shocked. The first item was that powerful. It'd take me half a year to even reach the starting price. No contest, no heartbreak. The poor brother's imagination was limited. These people were all top-tier players. Soon, more bids came in. The robot quickly announced, "Number 13 bids 130,000 gold coins." Lee glared angrily, then hesitated about whether to bid. After a moment, he gave up but remained extremely arrogant inside. "If you abandon your family's interests, someone will take you down." Zhang Yuanzhong sat behind, smiling quietly and looking up. "I'm letting you have this, brother. Surely no smart person wants to go against you." Silence fell for a while, then the announcement sounded suddenly. "Time's up. Congratulations to number 13. Liu Zilu finally got the item in hand. He held it, unable to hide his joy. To others, it was just a dozen cubic meters, but for me, it was over 30. After 24 hours, our combined storage space could break 200 cubic meters. The robot auctioneer introduced the second item, the hidden profession transfer scroll for the alchemist class. Starting price was 60,000 gold coins, minimum increments of 3,000. The bidding began. Everyone glared intensely at him. Liu Zilu evaluated this item for a moment, then shook his head, making everyone sigh in relief. This profession maxed out at golden rank, similar to his Thunder Sorcerer class, no need for it. Then the crowd started bidding loudly. The item finally sold for 270,000 to bidder number 59. Everyone was super hyped for each item. Lightning Storm skill books, golden weapons with single-element control. Liu Zilu sat there, constantly evaluating. These things were useless in fights against these newly rich big shots. Even the national auction didn't care about them. How's anyone supposed to survive later? Next, the robot presented the next item, the contract scroll of power. Starting price 100,000 gold coins, minimum increments of 5,000. The bidding began. He was slightly startled, hearing that. Such a treasure at this stage, the robot started giving an overview of the contract scroll. The power contract was a special item that allowed players to link through the contract, connecting them. Hearing this, Liu Zilu got excited. In other words, his mood soared. This was the legendary team formation scroll. Liu Zilu kept evaluating the item. Forming a team on your own was no problem, but forming one through the contract scroll would be recognized by the guild and grant special benefits. The crowd in the square seemed to realize the contract scroll's power. From what I know, this was the first contract type to appear in the Apocalypse game. It was probably going to be fought over like crazy. Everyone bid fiercely, no one backing down. Liu Zilu started bidding. Number 13 bids 400,000. The live chat exploded with comments flying across the screen. Then someone raised their paddle to fight back. Number 66 bids 450,000. Liu Zilu found it interesting. Looks like titles and fame don't mean jack when money's on the line. He sipped his tea calmly, then bid again. Number 13 bids 500,000. Zhang Yuanzhang was shocked, eyes wide. Even our idle funds in Capital City are only 500,000. I really underestimated his financial power. While he happily waited for the item, the robot's voice startled him as he turned around. Number 6 bids 505,000. Liu Zilu quickly raised his paddle, thinking hard. Number 13, 550,000. Congratulations to number 13. He exhaled quietly inside. Almost got snatched. Don't let me catch you stealing. Holding the item, he couldn't stop marveling. Spending 550,000 to get this was a huge win. The auctioneer's voice continued introducing the bloodline scroll. This thing couldn't help but make Liu Zilu ponder. This bloodline not only had a ton of side effects, he silently weighed it, even changing his body, appearance, and even his talent. A superior bloodline like the Titan bloodline probably didn't exist at this stage. After a moment of thought, he couldn't help but look back in confusion. Li Yi hadn't bid once during all this time. What exactly was he waiting for? Liu Zilu was pretty sure about his suspicion. Could it be insider info? The sounds of successful bids rang out one after another. Congratulations to customer 77 for successfully bidding 400,000 gold coins on item number 10. The auction robot then announced that 10 items had been sold because the bidding was too fast, with 20 minutes remaining. Its eyes gleamed with excitement. So the last 2 top-tier items would each have 10 minutes. Liu Zilu eagerly awaited the next item, hoping it would make him say, top tier. This thing was probably no joke. A dazzling ring of light appeared after the robot's introduction. Liu Zilu was stunned when he saw it. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Liu Zilu immediately turned to look at Li Yi, who was nervously smiling. Looks like this is what the Li family wants, so I can't just sit this out. The item's description slowly echoed. The Wish Golden Pearl, a special golden grade item, a special tool that makes wishes come true. Liu Zilu listened thoughtfully as it explained that the Spirit Pearl would develop according to the player's wish, and after 30 days, it would transform into the item. Zhang Yuanzhang beside him looked worried as he heard the auction robot mention precautions for using the Spirit Pearl's power. This thing was way too abnormal, an item that lets you make your own wishes. The benefits for us were countless. In Liu Zilu's mind, many mini versions of himself were shouting to buy this special item, making him thoughtful. Li Yi clenched his fists, grinning smugly. As long as he could wish for an item that could resurrect, then wouldn't that be perfect after 30 days? Liu Zilu sat there, understanding his desire, and sneered quietly. You want to resurrect your family head? Don't really think an apocalypse game would have a resurrection item, do you? Liu Zilu was lost in memories from the past. Someone had used a diamond-grade Wish Spirit Pearl for something similar before, but it only worked as a fake death potion. But his opponent didn't even respect his corpse, and Liu Zilu couldn't help but sigh. Even a golden figure can only be done by reversing time. Everyone in the auction hall was shouting excitedly. Liu Zilu was still deep in thought, but how the hell do you know this kind of secret? The auction robot's voice rang out again, announcing the Wish Spirit Pearl, an item that makes dreams come true. Starting price 200,000 gold coins, minimum bid increased 10,000 gold coins. Now, let the bidding begin. As soon as it shouted start, everyone scrambled to place bets. Li Yi gritted his teeth and raised his bid paddle. The entire family had sold all their assets just waiting for this moment. Zhang Yuanzhang beside him refused to back down and placed a bid. For the comrades who died, I can't let the Li family burn everything down. He frowned at Zhang Yuanzhang's bid but then smiled faintly and continued bidding. As long as the family head is alive, everything will get better. We must crush you bastards in one go. Immediately, the whole hall fell silent at his 1 million gold coin bid. Zhang Yuanzhang sadly assessed the whole situation. Spending all that gold on the Wish Golden Pearl didn't benefit our safe zone in the capital. Comrades, I'm sorry. Then he looked at Liu Zilu and thought, the boss has to rely on you now. Li Yi looked excited seeing Zhang Yuanzhang give up with a sigh. He happily reached for a glass of wine on the table. looking at the auction robot but seemed puzzled. Then it turned away in another direction, confusing him even more. And Qinghan, at the last moment, raised his bid paddle. Number 3, bidding 1,500,000. Then he glanced at Li, gritting his teeth in anger. I borrowed hundreds of thousands from Yun Tianlu just for this rage. Seeing this, he was furious, mouth agape. Then he kept raising the bid paddle, biting Jiang Yi. Even if the entire Li family starves, as long as we resurrect the family head, it's all worth it. His actions left An Qinghan speechless. Everyone in the hall turned grim and silent. The hall maintained a long silence. Li Yi smiled smugly at this. At the same time, Liu Zilu beside him chuckled softly, breaking the silence. He immediately raised bid paddle number 13, bidding 1 million gold coins. His move shocked Li Yi to the core. Li Yi turned pale and stunned, terrified and silently cursing. The space pearl and contract scroll had already cost 650,000. How does he still have so much money? In the square, watching the auction, everyone was horrified and whispered, "The boss hasn't even formed a faction yet. Could he really have over 2 million? The Li family took out 1 million. And I'm supposed to believe the boss alone has a few million." Li Yi looked at Liu Zilu, furious and confused. The Apocalypse game really recognized that he had that much gold. He wasn't willing to accept it. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and shouted his name. Liu Zilu turned to him and replied casually, "Why call me? Got a problem?" He looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Selling the whole family wouldn't even get 1,500,000 plus your small stash, at most 1,800,000. You want to bid against me? Lam Zilu sneered contemptuously, staring at Li Yat. You bastard. The countdown was ticking down, making him panic. He rubbed his forehead, deep in conflicted thought. Then Li Yat gritted his teeth, trembling, and kept raising the bid. Because the owner would get better, he was sure of it. Number 12 bid $1 million. Lam Zilu watched with great amusement. Li Yat glanced at him, silently furious and threatening. I've remembered this bidding grudge. It's not that I won't repay it, just that the time hasn't come yet. And Qinghan sat there, utterly confused. What's going on? Is Nai Si giving up? He can't be without money. Zhang Yuanzhang was stunned too. We've already scooped up 3 to 4 million gold coins. What the hell is happening? Time was up, and the robot's announcement rang out. Congratulations to customer number 12 for winning the auction of Huanian Spirit Pearl. Li Yat was shocked, eyes wide, then suddenly dropped to his knees. Li Yat laughed maniacally. Owner, you're saved. Lam Zilu stood up ahead, catching his attention. He immediately drew the long sword from his back, wearing a mysterious expression that terrified him. On the live monitoring screen outside, Li Yat's face was full of excitement. Our sacrifice was totally worth it. Owner's blood feud isn't forgotten, just waiting for the right moment. His voice grew urgent as the spirit pearl was brought before him. Suddenly, a beam of light slashed across, and before Li Yat could react, the sword sliced through his neck. His head was severed instantly. Lam Zilu swiftly struck Li Yat before he could grab the pearl. Everyone watching live was horrified. They gawked, speechless. And Qinghan's eyes widened at the scene. Zhang Yuanzhang was just as shocked, and the whole area erupted into chaos. Li Yat's head fell quickly, his face still wearing a smile as it hit the ground. Lam Zilu turned his back, indifferent, and spoke calmly. It's not that I won't repay. On the big screen outside, his face was clear, his words distinct for all to hear. The time has come. The people of Tianlian City all looked up, some unable to believe their eyes. They whispered while staring intently at the screen, emotions of surprise and happiness mixing together. Praise for Lam Zilu quickly appeared on the screen. Zhang Yuanzhang's face was filled with extreme fear as he cursed inwardly. Nai Si, are you crazy to attack inside the dungeon? Alongside this thought, An Qinghan hurriedly searched for an escape route, panicked. He thought, especially in a dungeon, scolding someone could get you punished. Lightning bolts flashed violently, striking the ground repeatedly. Ho Yangde urgently ordered everyone to flee the scene. The lightning grew fiercer, as if trying to swallow everything whole. The game's announcement sounded while Lam Zilu remained calm. Player Nai Si killed someone in front of everyone. He still held his sword proudly as the reprimand announcement continued. Serious violation of the dungeon's peaceful rules. The Super Auction Guild was about to face the highest level of thunder punishment. Everyone had reached the door by now. The situation was dire because the door wouldn't open, trapping them inside. The sky darkened. Thunder and lightning converged from all directions. Now the lightning struck inside the building. Everyone recoiled in fear, only able to stand and wait for a chance to survive. From afar, Zhang Yuanzhang saw Lam Zilu still motionless and was baffled. Lam Zilu raised his hand, casually covering his mouth with a long yawn. Then suddenly a massive destructive lightning bolt crashed down from above. Everyone knew that beautiful blue light killed in seconds. Lam Zilu stood in the eye of the storm, showing no pain but a mysterious smile. Suddenly, he raised his hand, ready to do something. With a snap, lightning bolts swirled around him. A deafening explosion scared everyone, forcing them to turn away from the blinding light. The thunder punishment ended quickly, leaving a deep, large crater in the room. Everyone sat motionless on the ground. Zhang Yuanzhang's trembling voice came with tears as he called out Lam Zilu's name, and Shimin tried to comfort him from behind. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanzhang's eyes widened because before him was a miraculous sight. Lam Zilu flew off with phoenix wings, then turned back to face them. His mysterious smile never faded. Everyone unconsciously knelt down. Respectful words echoed repeatedly. Naixie, you are my god. A long line of people knelt neatly along the road, repeating the phrase. Lam Zilu slowly lowered to the ground, satisfaction on his face. He observed everything happening, paying special attention to the chair numbered 13, staring intently. He seemed to be scheming something, smiling softly. Lam Zilu casually sat down, grinning with satisfaction as the system screen showed. An announcement, unmatched skill activated for the title, Peerless World. After activation, immune to all damage for 1 second, cooldown 24 hours. Watching the people trying to 1. Escape the auction dungeon, he couldn't help but feel contempt. Giving you a chance and you don't take it. From start to finish, Lam Zilu remained relaxed. Under guaranteed damage conditions, the thunder would not exceed 1 second. The game screen flickered, announcing automatic recovery. He smiled brightly because no matter what, he was still winning. An unbeatable skill traded for the last pillar of the Liu family and a promised treasure pearl. What a loud deal. Now Liu Zilu just had to sit back and watch the play he'd set up from the start. Everyone around began cheering for him. Suddenly, all eyes turned to the robot as it started announcing. Please, everyone, return quickly to your seats for the auction meeting. It continued, explaining the game rules. Next up was the final items auction phase. After hearing this, everyone immediately reacted harshly in disagreement, wanting to back out after what just happened. At that moment, the robot radiated a threatening aura. Please do not disrupt the dungeon system flow or face the consequences. The previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. It slammed the bell hard to start. A glowing blue orb floated up into the air, and that was the last item of the auction. The robot quickly introduced the Diamond Grade Pet Certificate, the only Diamond Grade item in this auction. When the time is right, it will hatch a pet with Diamond-level talent. The pet will assist the player in battle and many other actions. The robot announced its value. The starting price was 500,000 gold coins. With a minimum bid increment of 50,000 gold coins, the auction officially began. The screen displayed an additional notice. The Diamond Grade Pet Certificate will hatch an unknown type of pet with Diamond-level talent after a set time. The pet's loyalty to its owner will increase by 10 points. Liu Zilu looked satisfied and silently watched the screen. He focused, piecing together the chain of events, meaning he had to wait until the pet system opened before officially hatching it. This Diamond Grade item was probably something no one had seen before. Even most War God level characters were only Diamond rank. Then he suddenly remembered his pet had perished alongside the Son of Glory War. Immediately, Liu Zilu raised his bidding paddle. Number 13 bid 500,000. Everyone sweat nervously, too scared to compete with him. Everyone canceled their bids because they didn't want their lives threatened. Liu Zilu sat alone in the middle, suddenly feeling a bit awkward. The robot wanted to confirm once more and asked, "No one else bidding?" The room responded with an eerie silence. Finally, it found the last owner of the item, decisively struck the gavel to signal the auction's end, and everyone sighed in relief. Liu Zilu held the treasures in his hands, quietly thinking he got a huge bargain. This time, not only did the item fly up, but the gold coins flew up too, totally worth it. Zhang Yuanzhang saw him sitting so calmly and slowly approached. "Good thing you're okay. I was really worried about you." Liu Zilu rubbed his head and replied, "Just lucky, General Zhang." He spoke with concern. "I went out to evacuate those crazy fans first, to keep you from being bothered." Liu Zilu didn't refuse and agreed. He looked at the imp and the little demon being teleported on the big fool's back and teased, "You drink that much hoping to grow taller? No chance now." The three of them walked out together. He naturally wondered inside, could even the janitor be one of his crazy fans? Just as they stepped out, the system politely announced the player had exited. "Thank you for participating in this super-level auction dungeon. We welcome you to come again." The evening sunlight shone down as he thought about his next plan, which would definitely come. But for now, it was time to collect his legitimate harvest. Late at night, quiet in Liu Zilu's house, he carefully observed all the praise and fan comments online. Liu Zilu felt quietly heartbroken. With this spam speed, couldn't they spare me some gold coins? The screen quickly closed. His mood was now cheerful, and he didn't take it out again. Just waiting for the effect time to kick in was fine. So much storage space felt awesome. He silently watched the beautiful blue orb in his hand. Liu Zilu's face showed satisfaction as he read its notification. He held the paper tightly with both hands, his eyes shining with determination. He had never used it in his past life. This time, he had to make good use of it. Neatly written words were signed on the paper. Because the system required it, if he wanted to fill the upper limit later, he just needed to add through a supplementary contract form. He stood aside watching the big fool and little demon diligently sign, feeling a bit guilty. He manipulated them into willingly signing. Surely that wouldn't break the rules, right? Suddenly, a blazing red flame appeared along with continuous system notifications. Player exited. Congratulations. You, as the contract master, along with players Big Fool and Little Demon, have completed the power contract. All three focused on the shared space ability. Liu Zilu silently vowed he'd become a war god faster than last life, leaving chicken legs for Big Fool and milk for Little Demon. Golden light flew around them, announcing the final contract skill, borrowing power. The system also specially noted the usage time and cooldown. He propped his chin, thinking although it was only 10 minutes, good steel on the blade and a hidden energy reserve made it worthwhile. He smiled fondly at the sparkling gem in his hand. Liu Zilu closed his eyes, thinking he needed a tool to teleport to Madu. The dragon suddenly sensed something wrong, panicked and fled, but he chased after it. The orb hovered on the ceiling. Liu Zilu focused, the dim light gradually fading until it went out completely. He wore a thoughtful expression, imagining a good ending after 30 days. Liu Zilu lifted the blue orb in his hand and sighed. Based on this treasure's energy, a teleportation tool to Madu was already the limit, but unfortunately, some people didn't even know and risked their lives for it. He wore a thoughtful expression, imagining a good ending after 30 days. Lamzi Luo lifted the blue orb in his hand, sighing. Based on the energy of this treasure orb, teleporting to Mado is already the limit, but unfortunately, some people don't even know and risk their lives for it. He stood up lazily, thinking about the pet system. Probably wouldn't need it before unlocking the pet system. Surprised to see a notification pop up on the screen. 1 day left before the cooldown period for the world-type dungeon. Liu Zilu's eyes showed clear fatigue, so finishing a dungeon in 30 days shouldn't be a problem. Then now, what should I do? He quickly jumped onto his comfy bed and took a good, deep sleep. 1 day later, the sky was clear and super cool. Tons of messages popped up, gossiping about him like it was everyone's habit. Liu Zilu sat scrolling through all of them, feeling pissed off inside. They call me a god, but end up treating me like some plague god. Saying they like me but hating me deep down, right? He opened the door, looking embarrassed as he explained to Big Dummy that he ate way too many king crabs earlier and got a stomachache. The three of them quickly entered the space, striding in with confidence and swagger. Liu Zilu was selecting the world-type mode. The screen warned him about joining the world dungeon. Without hesitation, he quickly confirmed. The system then categorized the tasks and showed the fees. He was shocked to see the fee, 200,000 in-game currency. Liu Zilu hesitated, thinking it over carefully. Too bad the dungeon's name this time didn't reveal specifics like the second risk dungeon of the wasteland. Last time, he only knew his status was probably a slave. After a long wait with no response, the screen blinked to get his attention. Finally, he reluctantly raised his hand and hit the agree button. Then it started notifying him that all payments were successful and the game was ready to begin. Liu Zilu's face suddenly changed color when something terrifying caught his eye. He couldn't help but shout in panic, "Why is it this type?" A meteorite was falling from the sky toward the city, grabbing everyone's attention. The system announced the game had started. The dungeon's name was the final struggle of the slaves. The Star King realm was once a planet with highly advanced technology. Everyone focused hard on the storyline, but the game master decisively hit the start button. A spaceship the size of a city flew in and collided. A giant missile launched into the sky. All the nations of the Star King realm united to launch a full-scale military attack. That meteorite carried an extremely destructive energy, spreading across the city. The system left 4 words: try to resist. Suddenly, the meteorite exploded into pieces, lighting up the sky red as debris rained down, accompanied by the system's indifferent tone, but it was useless. Meanwhile, in outer space, trouble struck too. After the collision, the reserve chamber on the ship malfunctioned, releasing an unknown toxic gas into the air. Worse yet, humans were no longer human. The infected turned into zombies, craving human flesh. The story continued. Not afraid of pain, still keeping their intellect while alive, they were ready to slaughter each other. Under such carnage, humans, now food, were on the brink of extinction. Even if terrified, humans had to die. High-level leaders immediately reacted, issuing a series of laws to protect their rations. Thousands of zombies marched forward in a line, hunting for humans. They lay motionless, unconscious, and soulless. Images of humans crawling on the ground were common in shops and streets. 200 years passed, and most humans gradually got used to living as livestock and slaves. A few people survived in the city, wearing armor and floating like they were observing something. A group of humans, indifferent, chose to fight the final battle in the ruins. The three of them, Liu Zilu included, listened attentively from start to finish. They called themselves the Resistance Army. The main mission line would open after officially joining the Resistance. Finally, a notification appeared on the screen. All necessary notes for them, and the mission completion limit was 60 days. Liu Zilu recalled the past and pondered deeply. In his previous life, most people assigned to this type just gave up and quit immediately. Mainly because now, due to rules, no one used guns anymore, which was extremely disadvantageous. He also analyzed that in the science tech dungeon type, you could borrow technology to become insanely strong, but once you left the dungeon, everything vanished. Liu Zilu glanced at Big Dummy, realizing he couldn't teach him the elemental cultivation method in the science tech dungeon to earn rewards. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. His face brightened because he found a way. But in this life, he already had extra storage space beyond the limit that could be open inside the dungeon. What if he took stuff like exoskeletons and mechanical armor outside? No need to wait long. The screen notified players to enter quickly. Liu Zilu cheerfully stepped in with Ghost Boy and Big Dummy, thinking excitedly, plus the enemy is zombies, so I can definitely make some easy pocket money. A multidimensional space appeared with dazzling blue light. As usual, the game announcement sounded, congratulating player Chewing Car on successfully entering the final struggle of the slave's dungeon. It also informed them of all the changes happening to their bodies. Liu Zilu felt a bit reluctant. Last time it was the metal room. This time, straight to the prison cell. This sucks. He was moving toward the door when suddenly an alarm sounded. Checking revealed number 523 approaching the fence. He immediately moved away or would face a level 3 penalty. He looked at it with annoyance. You got a plan, or should I handle this? Liu Zilu's smile was mysterious. Then his eyes turned orange. Think I don't have a way? Blood-red prison windows. He watched without blinking, refusing to believe what he was seeing. A long row of cramped cells lined up side by side, stretching endlessly. How many people are actually locked up here? Liam was lying leisurely on the bed, eyes shut tight, thinking about this dungeon mission. Forcing a retreat to find resistance troops and activate the main line seems impossible now. Now it's the new guy's turn to go straight into the boss room. He focused all his thoughts. Suddenly, Liam's eyes snapped open, as if he remembered something. If he ran into something tough, he'd freeze up cold. A harsh announcement blared from the speakers. Damn it, you piggies still haven't woken up. In 10 minutes, if you don't gather in the hall on your floor, every pig on that floor will be turned into sausages. After hearing that, everyone quickly left as ordered. Liam looked annoyed at his current state. His body was decent, but compared to zombies, he was weak as hell. People gathered from all sides, which was convenient for him to quietly estimate this squad had no less than 3,000 people. A girl stood on the balcony watching the crowd approaching. She arrogantly shouted down from above, "When you hear the Lord's voice, get your asses down here and gather immediately. If you're late, you won't see tomorrow's sunrise." A bunch of pigs. She looked displeased and continued, "Even if the Lord spares you, I'll still turn you into sausages." Liam stood aside, uninterested in her smug face, silently thinking traitor. Suddenly, her attitude shifted. But today there's big news, so no more gloomy talk. The Great Zombie Fury appeared before them, introduced by that girl. Then please welcome the Great Zombie Fury Patrol Lord to make an announcement. Seeing him for the first time made Liam think of Vonderm. He studied him carefully. The screen showed his info. Zombie Fury, level 49, zombie race. Gifted with sharp smell senses, greatly enhanced olfactory ability. Base stats, strength 180, spirit 120, constitution 190, agility 195. Weakness, responsible for zombie food storage, so his combat power is relatively low. Disappointment flooded Liam's face. This guy doesn't even drop golden grade items. Zombie Fury's Zhang Shang spoke up, breaking the silence. You piggies are damn lucky. In 1 week, it'll be the 200-year anniversary of the great zombie race's birth in the King Star realm. The zombie henchman glanced at the leaders, making them shudder. His massive body descended the stairs as he spoke. To make this ceremony please the lords above, Zombie Fury interrupted, then approached someone, touching them and saying, "The meat resource department asked us to pick the piggies with the best, finest meat." The chosen one sweated cold fear as he inspected their body, smugly saying, "Send them to the final processing factory. This is one of the few contributions you can make to the zombie race." The female guard from before handed him a glass of bright red liquid. "Lord, this just got freshly squeezed and tastes amazing." Zombie Fury drank while asking her opinion. "Do you have any suggestions?" She cursed silently inside. "How should I know?" But kept a smiling face and pointed out a few names. Zombie Fury's eyes gleamed with calculation. He pointed at the bald guy and said, "So this is the pig you think is the best?" She sensed something bad was coming when Zombie Fury said with disgust, "Daring to play me." At that moment, she immediately knelt before him, radiating killing intent, her voice pitifully begging the Lord for mercy. She panicked and quickly gave a convincing excuse. "I remembered wrong." She recalled the bald guy's words. "Actually, those three are the prison lords no one dares touch. Keeping me alive is very useful." She wanted to save her own skin, so she pointed at Liam and quickly said, "Actually, numbers 409, 523, and 573. Each one is a delicacy, even I want to try them." By now, he had figured out the game's trick, his eyes showing determination. The people around didn't want to get involved in trouble and scattered. Liam kept his usual calm attitude, not scared, wanting to see what they'd do next. Then he cracked a mysterious smile. "Someone better watch out, not that I'm talking about you." Zombie Fury's pupils dilated wildly as he thought. He touched the big fool's body and smiled with satisfaction. The meat looked top tier. Then he glanced at the demon kid at his feet. Zombie Fury couldn't hold back drooling onto his shirt. Absolutely exquisite, concentrated with the finest essence the lords love most. Finally, he stared at Liam with a judging gaze. "And this one looks ordinary. What's so special about him?" Zombie Fury moved closer to inspect, his eyes about to burst from excitement, eagerness mixed with hunger rising inside him. "This scent. I've never smelled such a top-tier aroma in my life." Then came the fantasies Zombie Fury imagined. Once he offered this guy up, he'd definitely get a huge reward, maybe even a promotion. His stomach growled loudly, making it hard to focus. He ran shouting, "Get the hell away from me, wait over there." Zombie Fury's face was grim, always thinking about Liam. If he got any closer, he wouldn't be able to hold back his bloodthirsty instincts. Liam looked at him with a pained expression. A smirk appeared on his face. "Come any closer, and I won't hold back from helping myself attack." From a distance, he saw the guy handing something to the female guard, and, along with that, he whispered something mysteriously into her ear, making others uneasy. Her expression changed completely from before, smiling as she said to Liam Zilu, "Honorable Lord, number 523, this is a gift prepared for you by Lord Thidok No." Without hesitation, Liam opened the thick books and thought to himself that they wanted to fatten him up like a 5-star Wagyu beef. The female guard reluctantly spoke the words she was told. Lord Thidok No said, "As long as you keep a good mood, the meat will become even fresher." From afar, he shot a heartful glance toward Liam. Liam Zilu seemed to have come up with a clever plan, his face cunning as hell, clearly knowing his mood was crucial. He then threw those books to the ground without mercy, crossing his arms arrogantly, making her awkward. "Is that all?" The guard lowered herself completely, asking about his condition. "Lord, number 523. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with something?" Liam casually made his request. "Staying in one place is too boring. I want to take a walk." From start to finish, she was afraid of upsetting Lord Thidok No and quickly agreed. "No problem, Lord Thidok. No must still need some time to choose materials. I'll take you for a walk." She guided them attentively under his watchful gaze. Thidok No misunderstood Liam's intention and was pleased, thinking he was quite sensible. Walking more would make him stronger. The guard introduced the amenities and interiors of the surrounding area one by one. Liam Zilu sized it all up. "Still zombies at the king level, you guys know how to play." She also introduced a special place where you could see a projector displaying beautiful landscapes, reserved for special forces or the lords of the Thai clan. After hearing that, he started using his abilities to verify. Liam began observing around him, secretly happy that he could finally use his blood-colored bronze eye to see outside the prison room. Liam connected the dots and understood how things operated here. Apparently, this place was the M floor of a primary training factory. After selection, they would be sent uniformly to the processing factory inside Lord Thidok No's mouth. Suddenly, something caught Liam's eye, making him stop. His handsome face lit up with excitement, thinking he had been searching high and low for this. When he finally saw it, it took no effort at all. Somehow, Liam saw the Thai clan zombies lined up neatly, holding guns ready inside the room. The guard noticed something off about Liam when she saw him constantly staring toward the inner corner. She ran out to block his way. "Lord, you can't come any closer here, or it will trigger an alarm and make the Lord angry." Hearing that, Liam pretended not to understand, making her nervous, thinking to herself that revealing them now wouldn't be good. Seeing Liam's displeased face, she quickly changed the subject to distract him. "Lord, please use this treasure that normally only lords can use. Hopefully, it will calm your anger." Hearing that, he got excited, thinking it was something good. 20 minutes later, Liam stood up, stretching his arms high, looking very fit, waving his hands to activate a few times, his face brightening up. Indeed, the treasure was just a little bit of strength. He innocently didn't realize it was because his own attributes were so high that he was resistant to the MAS chair. T-Docno saw Liam was quite satisfied and asked, Lord number 523, the entertainment devices here aren't bad, huh? He just coldly replied. He laughed savagely. It's really nothing. T-Docno then seriously announced to everyone, when we reach the final processing factory, we will distribute female humans to you for reproduction. Your ancestors loved this process. They got excited, their eyes shining. Of course, T-Docno's main target was Liam Zilu, continuing. Especially you, all the high-quality female humans. Liam's eyes widened in anticipation, but inwardly he was snarling. Good breeds and good nurturing were all in their hands. If they were that scary, he'd cooperate a bit. He immediately ordered the female guard, I've chosen my person, you go back and hand the number slip to the manager. She dared not delay and replied, understood. Lord Truk was smooth sailing, definitely rising in rank and wealth. After finishing, everyone followed behind T-Docno. The elevator suddenly announced as he approached the zombie's 6th level. T-Docno took the elevator. Inside, the elevator was really spacious, even had plenty of extra room. T-Docno was surprised and looked at the person next to him. How come you finished filtering so fast? The guy gritted his teeth and answered. The 19th floor basically had nothing worth my time. What else could I do? The guy's face was excited as he continued. My Thai King is a real masterpiece. I can't even imagine how tough he is. T-Docno snorted lightly after hearing that. This is my trophy. Don't even think about it. The guy's expression changed, radiating a fierce aura. His greedy face was terrifying. And it even has a scent like that. Are you hiding some treasure from the brothers? T-Docno denied it, thinking to himself, how could he let him know about such a masterpiece? He observed Liam Zilu and continued mocking the guy. I'm huge, and you act like you don't see me. Finally, they reached the floor, and the elevator doors automatically opened. T-Docno led the way out. Liam Zilu had already sensed something was off. You're a careful zombie. Too bad you met me. He used his blood-colored bronze eye to observe. In front of the elevator were zombies guarding, holding weapons tightly. He observed Liam Zilu, continuing to mock him. I'm huge, and you just pretend not to see me. Finally, they reached the floor, and the elevator doors opened automatically. Shi-Du-Nu led the way out. Liam Zilu already sensed something was off. You're a careful zombie, but too bad you ran into me. He used the blood-color bronze power to observe. In front of the elevator were zombies guarding, gripping weapons tightly. Liam Zilu watched from start to finish, thinking to himself, these guys must be the most basic zombie soldiers. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and he looked up. Above, zombies were rushing forward quickly, making Liam Zilu curious. Looks like they must have taken some action already. T-Docno ordered, you all get on the truck willingly. The outcome of running away doesn't need me to say much. Those pig people. After hearing that, Liam Zilu's eyes gleamed with calculation. As he was walking, he suddenly got blocked. Now he was definitely in the spotlight of them when T-Docno quickly said, Number 523, come out and follow me to meet the transport chief. He'll give you a better situation. His tone was respectful as he spoke to the guy sitting in the truck, Lord Guang. I found a top-tier material, reporting to you. The screen displayed a notification. Mechanical walking disorder, external armor shell, capable of moving across different terrains like flat ground, and also with extremely high speed. Liam Zilu was surprised. Is this the external armor shell of the King Star realm? From the truck, the transport officer of the Thi clan, Guang, slowly stepped down, using all the strength of his nose to sniff and detect something. Guang lunged right at Liam Zilu's face, confidently saying, You belong to me. Guang wildly praised with his long, saliva-covered tongue, so fragrant, a prime human. Liam Zilu quickly stepped back, feeling very angry inside now. Are you serious with that tongue flick? Guang turned back to warn his subordinates, Don't talk about this, or I won't spare you. The truth is, in the zombie world, jungle law and internal fights are tacitly allowed. Then he whispered to T-Docno, After this, I'll reward you, but now put him in the truck behind. Follow me, we're leaving immediately. T-Docno looked worried, hesitating to say something. Then he gathered courage and spoke. The team is still selecting food. Guang got pissed off like he was poked and slapped him hard in the face. T-Docno's head kept banging on the ground as he begged and pleaded. He turned to the people standing on the other side and ordered irritably, All special mission squads get on the trucks and leave immediately. Don't ask about anything else. Gritting his teeth, he told Liam Zilu, number 523, to get on the front truck right away. Liam Zilu's face lit up teasingly. Your pathetic look just now was tragic, but now you actually look pretty handsome. T-Docno got so mad he couldn't reply. Suddenly, something strange caught Liam Zilu's eye. He stared at the driver next to him, thinking, has a human from the King Star realm really become like this? Thi Guang at the back ordered immediate departure. The trucks lined up and sped off quickly. Someone watching from afar said, "The captain's off." Now they've started gathering the wide area cover team. The captain also felt confused and asked, "Leaving now?" There are still many trucks not full yet. Watching a bit more, sensing something was wrong, the captain immediately sent someone to contact the outer squad to report the situation. He also noticed a suspicious sign. One truck was heavily guarded, probably very important. Looks like they found a genius with extremely high potential. The two happily discussed, "Doesn't that mean his armor has very high adaptability?" "Exactly. Looks like this mission might not be wasted." On the other end of the phone, someone suddenly asked, "An early operation?" The captain confirmed the earlier time, same location. The trucks had already rolled quite far. Liu Zilu's lead truck finally reached the gate. Sitting inside, he couldn't help but worry. If the resistance doesn't act, I'm gonna have to give birth. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and a fierce fire blocked their truck ahead. Thick smoke billowed, heat spreading everywhere. Thi Guang quickly kicked open the truck door and rushed out. He angrily shouted, "Damn it, what happened?" Then he focused his power, blue lights radiating around. Thi Guang moved toward the fire. A mysterious blue energy radiated out. The dazzling light suppressed the raging flames. Liu Zilu sat inside the truck without reacting, puzzled thinking, "Who taught these guys this hostage rescue method?" It was time to act. Liu Zilu pulled out his powerful sword. Thi Guang noticed something that made his face panic. He poured all his strength into concentrating firepower, muttering, "This is bad." Thi Guang unleashed a strong energy blast from his palm. That power emitted a blue light. While using his power, he mumbled, "Caught up. Lucky I have mechanical walking disorder." He laughed triumphantly, shouting, "So the target is me. But too bad you guys are no match for me." Suddenly, he froze, his face showing confusion. Thi Guang yelled defiantly, "You humans don't talk about martial virtue." A huge explosion happened, dust and debris mixed into a haze. Something got pushed far back. Liu Zilu's expression was indifferent as he commented, but with a slight ripple in his tone, "You scared me for a second. I thought you wanted to blow me up." The driver next to him shouted angrily, "Pig guy, you're hiding weapons again. I got a report to the Lord to kill you." As he finished, the cold steel sword slashed across his neck. That was Liu Zilu. He wiped his sword lightly, speaking with disdain. "Living to suck up is worthless. You're the real disgrace for being a traitor." At that moment, a horde of zombies appeared in the basement. The guard was stunned. In front of him was a group of soldiers. Screams echoed through the air, ending with bodies sprawled everywhere. A bunch of the undead. They rushed forward in a frenzy. Gunshots mixed with screams created a chaotic scene. Suddenly, a zombie crawled out from somewhere, holding a huge hammer in hand. It turned out to be the big dummy. He charged straight at the zombie in front of him. Kudong appeared with a few swift moves, and the zombie was sliced into pieces. The Quang Ho Khan angrily thought, "Why are there humans here?" Someone's furious voice cursed, asking what the useless wall guards were even doing. Even the signals were blocked. He sneered mockingly, "You guys missed that bunch so much. Don't worry, you'll be seeing them soon." As he spoke, he transformed. The spirit flower bounty of 5 million appeared amidst the smoky haze. Thi Quang gasped, "Phoenix armor." Liu Zilu opened the car door, silently assessing, "Isn't this suit better than Lam Tin's old sci-fi flick?" He quietly stepped out, watching the two fight. Then it was the Storm Team's turn to take the stage. He glanced at the horde of zombies ahead, thinking, "If you leave your back to me, then I won't hold back." A flash of light streaked by, and the zombies were wiped out. Spirit Flower stared wide-eyed in amazement. Truly, every genius with top-tier talent has a unique ability. Then a voice cut through his thoughts. Thi Quang shouted at Spirit Flower to fight seriously, but before he finished, he got punched hard in the face. He fell to the ground, looking utterly pathetic. Meanwhile, a guy was using his power to defeat the zombies. A massive explosion erupted in the middle of the horde, throwing them into chaos. It was Liu Zilu. He raised his sword high, wearing a sly, triumphant grin. The full slash combined with elemental synergy was the perfect area skill. So damn satisfying. Liu Zilu's cold gaze flicked as he waved his fingers, casting magic. The zombies were instantly destroyed. Thi Quang was shocked, sweat beading on his scary face. He loudly ordered the person in front of him. Thi Quang commanded, ignoring the ragtag group, "Go kill number 523. Thi Hong Leap was the deputy transport officer, responsible for logistics, and his combat strength was second only to Thi Quang. Hearing this, he complied immediately. A purple light of power radiated, enveloping his mechanical arm. Thi Hong Leap was pumped, thinking he finally got a chance to taste this guy's ultimate power. Lin Zilu had also noticed him by now. He glanced over with a look of contempt, thinking, once I warm you up, you're just digging your own grave. Suddenly, a system panel appeared midair, giving a brief intro about Thay Hong Leap. Lin Zilu looked at the guy before him, full of questions. This control panel showed an SSS-ranked chance, and this was only a squad leader. His eyes glowed a blue light, analyzing the guy from head to toe. Lin Zilu gripped his sword tightly. His mechanical transformations were comparable to the Nine-Blaze Ring. You might as well say you've met the real deal. Thay Hong Leap sneered with disdain. You rebel, I'll turn you into a pile of corpses. At least your death will mean something. Lin Zilu mockingly asked if they craved his body that much. Both sides fought fiercely, but Thay Hong Leap was no match. His weapon was damaged by Lin Zilu's sword. Trembling and unwilling to accept defeat, he thought, this can't be. How could he have power equal to mine? Lin Zilu kept attacking Thay Hong Leap. Ignoring what he was thinking, the guy gritted his teeth in fear. Suddenly, a warning sounded, snapping Thay Hong Leap back to reality. It said the opponent was about to draw his blade. Please immediately retract your power. Lin Zilu sneered. You can retract power? Too bad you won't be able to pull it all back. The twin slash was unleashed as he sliced through him. Thay Hong Leap stared at the blade in his hand in shock. The warning sound continued, making him realize something, and he yelled, this is bad. He couldn't react in time and could only scream helplessly. Lin Zilu's handsome face turned terrifying. He created a large shield to protect himself from the explosion. Everyone around stared in disbelief. Thay Hong Leap wasn't dead yet but was badly injured, breathing heavily through clenched teeth. The shield cracked from a force because Lin Zilu had just formed a sphere in his palm. Thay Hong Leap stammered in shock. What kind of high-tech crap is this? The sphere quickly flew toward him, accompanied by Lin Zilu's words. This is a secret that can't be revealed. A blinding light filled the space. Thay Hong Leap was beaten until he had no strength left to resist. Lin Zilu jumped up, eyes unwavering. Now let's see if you can still predict my moves. He swung his sword at him, creating a beautiful slash aimed straight at Thay Hong Leap. The guy couldn't react fast enough and could only scream. The slash glowed a fiery orange-red. The nine-blaze slash carried terrifying power, staggering him back several steps. After blocking Lin Zilu's strike with his shield, he sneered. Is this your full power attack? Bring it on. Thay Hong Leap suddenly froze as if realizing something. Why am I slower now? Lin Zilu calmly lifted something with both hands and replied, you're not even close to my full power yet. Then he threw those two things forward. They flew right in front of Thay Hong Leap, catching him off guard. Suddenly, the two glowing stones expanded wide. That thing unleashed a magical force that froze him in place, leaving him only able to shout angrily. Liu Zilu's eyes turned cold as he raised his sword high, ready to use his old move, Nine-Flame Double Strike. The sword in Liu Zilu's hand emitted a bright light, a white glow that lit up the whole area, and smoke spread everywhere from it. The dust made everyone cough uncontrollably. Thay Hong Leap looked utterly pathetic now, creating a shield to protect himself from that energy. He trembled but still shouted loudly, what's the chance this analysis eye can block it? Hit right in the head, he screamed out loud. The eyepiece attached to his eye shattered, causing him pain as he gritted his teeth. Liu Zilu raised his sword to the sky, his face unreadable. Liu Zilu's face darkened, showing a dangerous edge. This strike is my strongest single-target skill. Don't even dream about surviving. He swung multiple slashes at him. Thay Hong Leap could only helplessly stand behind his shield, but the power was too strong and cracked it. When the shield broke, that force flew straight at him. Thay Hong Leap screamed in despair. The people around were both shocked and scared. Liu Zilu didn't care what they thought and glanced at the control panel to check the items he got. Inside, he was pumped. The first good omen over level 50 dropped a golden tier piece of gear. Liu Zilu didn't hesitate and swallowed the items. Looking at the pile of trash in front of him, he thought, if this was really a direct hostage rescue, these people wouldn't be in such a bad spot. Liu Zilu quickly charged forward. His condition wasn't great, skills were cooling down, so he decided to handle the grunts first. Seeing the person ahead, a question popped in his head. Isn't that Thay Doc No? Liu Zilu's handsome face cracked a slight smile, his tone soft. Long time no see, so how about a greeting? Snapping out of his thoughts, Liu Zilu made a beautiful sword slash that ended Thay Doc No's life. His head fell to the ground, eyes still showing surprise. Liu Zilu greeted him. Hey, long time no see. Thay Doc No's soul cursed angrily. Meanwhile, Spirit Flower was still fighting Thi Quang, shouting loudly in rage. Damn you humans, aren't you all pig people? Thi Quang threw punches at Spirit Flower, but he dodged every one, making Thi Quang furious and curse wildly. Spirit Flower said, no need to go head-to-head with you now. Gotta save some energy. Thi Quang sneered with a mocking tone. You think you can run away? This is the city, not your crappy hideout. He kept ranting, ready to run off, a wanted criminal. Suddenly, a light caught his attention. In front of him was a military truck with soldiers. Thi Quang roared in shock. This can't be. This place is Thi City, and these useless guys. Click. A door opened and a graceful figure stepped down, speaking softly. Sorry for the delay. A beautiful girl named Wu Nam Ting showed up, ran into a horde of zombies, which made us late. Spirit Flower softly waved off the apology. No worries, we still have the upper hand here. Wu Nam Ting stepped forward, surrounded by white smoke swirling from head to toe. Then her body was covered in sleek black armor. Thi Quang shouted in disgust. Another armored human. What the hell do you all want? Wu Nam Tin ignored him and ordered her subordinates to reinforce. They quickly obeyed, her eyes sharp with hatred. Her hand was covered by a magic circle, which summoned a large, long weapon. Only then did she pay attention to him. Wu Nam Tin said, Obviously, we want your life. She cracked the whip in her hand toward Thi Quang. The sharp tip flew fast at him, making him flustered. A loud smack hit Thi Quang's face, twisting it. He yelled furiously at them. You really bold, pig person, daring to whip me. Spirit Flower ignored him and charged with a fist strike, but Thi Quang blocked with his shield. Long thought, this is bad. Wu Nam Tin and Spirit Flower stood before Thi Quang, nodding to each other in understanding. Spirit Flower struck from the right, then Nam Tin punched from the left, catching him off guard. She also noticed the soldiers beside her, surprised. What's going on? Didn't you guys go for reinforcements? Why are you back? The 4 zombies were all wiped out, so they returned. Hearing this, Thi Quang's face was full of confusion, mouth agape. All the wealth he'd built over the years just vanished. Spirit Flower and Wu Nam Tin exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. She powered up her whip, surrounding it with blue energy. Spirit Flower quickly did the same. The whip in her hand flew fast like a blade toward him with great force. Spirit Flower followed with an energy blast from his palm. Thi Quang screamed in pain from the punches and kicks. Both powerful energies hit him at once, leaving him unable to resist and fall down. Wu Nam Tin suddenly realized something and looked up in horror. Thi Quang got slashed up mercilessly by someone, and it was Liu Zilu who did it. When the soldiers saw him, they immediately started complaining. That dude is the squad leader. By the time we got here, he had already wiped out all the zombies over there. Both of them paused for a moment upon hearing that. Hua Spirit took off his armor flag. He clasped his hands to thank Liu Zilu. You must be the one who was locked up by Thi Quang in the back vehicle earlier, right? He turned to introduce Liu Zilu to Wu Nam Ting with admiration in his tone. This is the high-level genius I mentioned in intelligence. He single-handedly killed Thi Hong Leap. She didn't really believe it and hesitated, asking again, all by yourself? Liu Zilu casually replied, killing one Thi Hong Leap is nothing worth mentioning. Outwardly calm, but his thoughts said it all. Right now, he had to fake it a bit. Otherwise, how could they respect him? Wu Nam Tin heard him say it like it was obvious, and a spark of admiration appeared in her heart. Even I would need effort to kill Thi Hong Leap. But from his mouth, it's like it's no big deal. She turned to Hua Spirit and said, he's really someone we should act on early, considering so many people have already died. Hua Spirit wanted to discuss more with Liu Zilu. This brother has a lot going on. Let's talk outside. This place isn't good for chatting. We still have a lot of missions to carry out. Liu Zilu nodded in agreement, ignoring the old man behind who kept rambling. Hua Spirit asked if he wanted to join them. Liu Zilu paused for a moment after hearing that. He glanced at them and smiled lightly. Everyone's human. Humans should stand on the same side. Behind him were Ghost Kid and Big Dummy. Liu Zilu put his hands in his pockets and calmly made a request. Of course I'll join you, but I've got 2 brothers with me. Hua Spirit immediately responded. More people means more strength. No complaints about joining. A blazing red system panel appeared before him, congratulating him on joining the resistance. Liu Zilu sighed. This main mission is pretty simple. Just find the door yourself. The control panel displayed a series of notifications and missions. Liu Zilu silently wondered when the first mission would actually start. Hua Spirit broke the silence. Brothers, wait a bit. We'll go destroy their energy base. He clenched his fist, turning into a cloud of dust. Liu Zilu just smiled lightly, saying nothing. Hua Spirit solemnly ordered his subordinates. Squad 3 took the elevator to the central control room on the 3rd floor. Haobo was in charge of opening all the prison doors and broadcasting the situation to all our comrades. Squads 1 and 2 were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and finding more vehicles to source energy. Squad 4 headed to the energy storage room on the 20th floor to handle emergencies. After finishing, Hua Spirit glanced at Liu Zilu's group. He looked at them fondly, thinking to himself, since birth until now, they've either been working hard or slaves to zombies, or maybe they should rest first. Hua's spirit was moved, tears streamed down his face. 200 years have passed, and humans have gotten used to being locked up. But there are also heroes who rise up to resist fate, like you three. Hearing this, Liu Zilu thought silently, but among the three of us, only I'm human. In the dark corridor, a group of people gathered and moved forward. Hua's spirit stood opposite them, explaining the harsh truth. He bowed his head in sorrow and said, "They enslave humans, committing crimes that Zhunan Mountain can't even record all the sins." Hua's spirit clenched his trembling hands, trying to hold back his rage. Standing high up, he declared clearly, "Today, all our teams unite to wipe out the zombies in Sector 9 of Thai City and save everyone." Liu Zilu stood facing Hua's spirit, who then introduced himself. "My name is Hua's spirit, and she is Wu Nam Tin. We are both company commanders in the resistance." He softly asked, "I'm not sure how you prefer to be addressed." Liu Zilu shook his hand with a gentle tone and introduced himself. "I only have a code number, but you guys have temporarily given me the name Liu Zilu." Hearing his name, Wu Nam Tin smiled approvingly, and Hua's spirit happily placed a hand on his shoulder with excitement. "Then I'll call you Brother Liu. You just got freed recently. If you have any questions about the situation, we'll answer them." Liu Zilu wasn't shy and immediately asked, "We're in Sector 9. How many zombies are managed here, and what's the actual strength of our human side?" After hearing the question, Hua's spirit and Wu Nam Ting exchanged uneasy looks, unsure how to answer. He gloomily told him, "I won't hide it from you. Right now, our city is surrounded by zombie territory." He began recounting the past. That year, a spaceship crashed on Wang Star, and the shockwave from the crash destroyed 2/3 of the continent. Hua's spirit laid out what the zombies had done. A third of the area was ruled by them. The zombies built Thai Hoang City at the center and constructed 10 Thai cities around it, numbered accordingly. He continued, explaining their purpose to Liu Zilu. Hua's spirit expressed the hardships he and his comrades faced back then. After hearing it all, Liu Zilu stroked his chin thoughtfully. At least humans on Tan Mao Star still have underground cities. Below Wangjing, there's not even a human city left. Hua's spirit continued explaining, because the Haoang City is about to hold the 200-year anniversary celebration of the martial clan's founding. This has led their top strategists to scatter across 10 cities collecting tributes. Lin Ziluo's brows furrowed. Even though the humans united, it was just a move to sneak into 2 cities they could see the distance clearly at a glance. Seeing him like that, Wu Nanqing forced a smile and said, "But there's no rush, right? Didn't we already start the operation this time?" Lin Ziluo chuckled lightly and shared his view. "I have a feeling the 5-team captain roles are about to change." At that moment, a soldier approached to report to Hua's spirit. "Captain, all the building defenses have been activated, but most humans have no intention to resist. They're just hiding in their cells, refusing to come out." Hearing this, Hua's spirit's face darkened as he ordered the team to withdraw. The military vehicles moved out one after another, his calm voice steady as ever. After tearing through the zombies, "These volunteers are our best reserves." Wu Nanqing's worried face asked, "So what about the humans who refuse to follow us? Should we just ignore them?" Lin Ziluo didn't look at them. Resting his chin on his hand, he stared out the window, slicing across the scene, and muttered irritably, "If it's the apocalypse, don't play the saint." Zombies lay scattered on the ground with a pile of wreckage. Inside the vehicle, Wu Nanqing was driving while Hua's spirit sat beside her. Suddenly, she stomped the gas hard and sped forward. Outside the car, 2 patrol soldiers approached, and he briefly introduced the plan to Lin Ziluo. "Our attack assignments this time are crystal clear. Each team has its own job." Lin Ziluo asked, "So what's my job with the energy base?" Hua's spirit quickly explained, "Whether it's electricity, laser weapons, or exoskeleton armor, they all need the energy core generated by this base to function." Lin Ziluo guessed they might keep some energy as a hidden reserve. According to Hua's spirit, if the energy bases of City 9 and 10 are destroyed, the zombies' energy output will drop by 30 to 40%. So this is the biggest gain in Hua's spirit's operation this time. Lin Ziluo thought silently. Looks like that energy core is like Lamstar's oil, a strategic resource. Then the system popped up in front of him, showing the host was about to join the mission to destroy the energy base, with a special task assigned. Then the system started explaining the mission, which surprised him. Last time, it was like randomly fixing a gear set. This time it really fixed it. Nothing new here. As long as there's a reward, Lin Ziluo will do it. Any piece of the elemental gear set is definitely worth more than the shattered golden tier gear dropped by Thai Hong Lieb. While Lin Ziluo was thinking, Hua's spirit spoke, "Brother Lin, get ready, we're almost there." He wondered if Lin needed a normal laser weapon. Lin Zilu looked at the sword beside him and smiled. No need, I've got this. Hua Spirit was stunned that someone would refuse a laser weapon just to use a sword. He trembled inside, recalling that this long sword must be the legendary fated exoskeleton armor rare beyond reach. Finally, they arrived, and Wu Nanqing slammed the brakes decisively. They stood before a huge wall, silently assessing, unable to see inside. Then a member came from behind. Sister Wu Yinghua, the captain told me to wait here and report the situation to everyone. Wu Nanqing was suspicious, not understanding the sudden situation. The member explained they had underestimated the zombies' firepower, so they didn't use all their energy. Wu Nanqing angrily shouted, the wall defenses haven't been closed yet. Waiting for Thihoang City's reinforcements to arrive so they can trap us all in one net? Hua Spirit seriously asked about Old Tan's side. The member replied, Captain Tan, no new methods, told me to wait here for everyone. Wu Nanqing frowned, feeling they were truly out of options. Behind her, Lin Zilu cleared his throat a few times, signaling he wanted to say something. He intended to send his people in but thought silently, don't drag me down, I'm on a mission. Hearing that, Wu Nanqing scolded Lin Zilu harshly. You could have ignored the warning and snuck in. No sense of limits? He confidently asserted his ability, making Wu Nanqing's face darken. Then she pointed to the sky, stammering, take control of the central command room. Meanwhile, Hua Spirit still doubted Lin Zilu's capabilities. Lin Zilu seriously demanded the position. Wu Nanqing doubted, can your people get in? Lin Zilu grinned proudly, my people are already inside. Suddenly, they realized the ghost child had snuck in long ago without them knowing. Lin Zilu crossed his arms and looked at the member. So can you tell me the location of the central command room now? The member said they knew everything clearly. Seeing that, Hua Spirit raised his hand and ordered the member to quickly fetch the equipment. Lin Zilu wanted to head back to the car then. Wu Nanqing worried, where did that kid disappear so mysteriously? Hua Spirit placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. She shook her head and stood solemnly. I was rude, but we need to prepare to move to the front line first. A member of the group approached and handed Lin Zilu a blueprint. Hua Spirit placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. She shook her head and stood upright. I was rude, but we have to prepare to head to the front line first. A guild member approached and handed Lam Zilu a blueprint. He grabbed it and examined it. Better not let the janitors come around. I need absolute silence. Then Liu Zilu stared at the blueprint for a while, closing his eyes, thinking hard about how to make sure everyone checks it carefully. A mysterious shadow lurked beneath Liu Zilu's silhouette. Turns out it was Ghost Kid holding the needle flower skill. After equipping the skill, he slipped through the wall like it was flowing water, smooth as hell. He dashed like the wind, so fast the guards didn't notice. Ghost Kid quickly hid in a dark corner. His eyes suddenly lit up. Liu Zilu was trying to link up with Ghost Kid's body. Liu Zilu wasn't used to this new body yet since it was his first time. Before he could think much, he controlled Ghost Kid to run somewhere else. When a guard approached, he made Ghost Kid hide against the wall. Ghost Kid sped to the door like a gust of wind. There were tons of guards here, but Ghost Kid's small frame made it easy to dodge detection. He quickly slipped into a guard's shadow. Luckily, with so many guards around, Ghost Kid shifted shadows back and forth a few times. Finally, he made it to the cave entrance. Lucky too, because the soldiers were distracted by a fight at the main gate and didn't notice Ghost Kid sneaking in. Liu Zilu kept controlling Ghost Kid to open the ventilation pipe. Ignoring the vent's size, Ghost Kid slipped through with his tiny body. Eventually, Ghost Kid reached the vent leading to another cave. He cupped his hands together and used a technique to turn himself transparent. Closing his eyes, Ghost Kid mentally mapped out the entire layout to find the control room. But then he reached a room full of laser beams designed to detect humans. Luckily, Ghost Kid was a zombie, so he wasn't detected. Liu Zilu thought even his past self couldn't pull off what Ghost Kid was doing now. Finally, he arrived. Through Ghost Kid, Liu Zilu spotted a zombie sitting in front of a computer screen in the middle of the room. The computer screen displayed the message, all systems operating normally. One zombie thought simply, nothing's wrong here. Another zombie turned and said, this place has been running smoothly for over 10 years without a single glitch. How could anything happen today? The zombie at the computer grumbled. Times have changed. Those pig people dared to attack the energy base. We need to stay alert. While the other zombie kept rambling, General Shi Hai arranged us here because he values us. Why don't you pay attention to me? But this time, the zombie's words got no reply. Suddenly, Ghost Kid appeared from behind, pressing a knife to the zombie's neck, scaring him. The zombie tried to hit the alarm button, but before he could, Ghost Kid's blade sliced his head clean off. Ghost Kid quickly put on gloves and kicked the zombie's body off the chair decisively. Then he sat down and typed on the keyboard like a pro. Meanwhile, Liu Zilu suddenly opened his eyes wide in confusion, then scribbled something on the blueprint he was holding. He got out of the car and handed the blueprint to a team member, telling him to find someone who knows how to operate the equipment. Then he announced they were preparing to break through. Long silently sighed, totally clueless about all this high-tech gear. The team member spoke up. It's only been like 10 minutes since I gave you the design blueprint. Liu Zilu cut him off, saying, go now. Soon after, another person arrived with flower spirit and 5 self-love. Liu Zilu immediately handed the blueprint to that person. Check if the control panel looks like this. The guy took the blueprint and smiled. This was definitely the control panel. He quickly marked the different control buttons on the panel. At this point, Flower Spirit suspected Liu Zilu was infected with zombie poison. Otherwise, how could he have such psychic connection powers? Liu Zilu felt a bit uneasy. Finally, they arrived. Bro, did you find something off? He waved his hand explaining, what psychic connection? It's just inner dialogue with them. Flower Spirit tried to explain why Liu Zilu had these powers, especially since he was a chosen child. Liu Zilu smirked. How do you make my power guesses sound reasonable? Let me find a way out already. Flower Spirit started explaining. After the virus chamber was breached, everyone got infected. Most turned into zombies. A few became new humans. Each person's body changed, gaining some special, even absurd abilities, especially the chosen children, who could even earn recognition for top-tier external bone armor. Flower Spirit pointed at Liu Zilu's blade as an example. Liu Zilu held the blade, inspecting it, thinking it made sense enough that the 9-flame ring fit well with the external bone armor. By then, the team member had finished the blueprint and handed it to Liu Zilu. He grabbed it and quickly used psychic connection to inform his friends. Flower Spirit and 5 self-love said in unison, wait until we finish transferring the armor. Liu Zilu was fascinated by the armor. If he got the chance, he definitely wanted to take it. After they finished transferring the armor, Liu Zilu closed his eyes again. Once activated, Liu Zilu controlled Ghost Kid's consciousness. All sensor checks and high-voltage electric systems were shut down, then Flower Spirit and 5 self-love sprang into action. In a flash, they climbed the towering wall while Ghost Kid remained under Liu Zilu's smooth control. All cameras, energy storage warehouses, weapon storage, dormitories, and staff were all locked down under Liu Zilu's command. He shut the car door. Liu Zilu jumped 2 steps over the wall and thought to himself, finally, time to shut the door and lock the dogs out. Qinghan sat in front of that model block, deep in thought. He laughed loudly and ordered his subordinate beside him, go grab the energy core block from my warehouse. Then he turned to the subordinate on his left and commanded, release it and attack without hesitation. Don't bother asking me about losses. In his mind, he calculated silently, now it's do or die. Let the humans take the hit. The subordinate seemed to notice something and quickly reported. The 2 human generals seemed to have retreated already. He heard and couldn't help but be startled. Qinghan pondered deeply, wondering how to settle this score now. The system kept flashing danger warnings non-stop. He was fixated on the alert panel as the energy cage quietly sealed shut. Qinghan observed everything and wondered if this wall represented that our defense measures were now offline. The subordinate nearby panicked and blurted out, General, it's bad, the defense system has been shut down. He glared and shouted, Qinghan, what's going on? Qinghan stood up, roaring, of all times, the defense system goes offline, useless trash. Meanwhile, Guidong sat in the control room, surrounded by splattered blood and flesh. The trembling subordinate reported to Qinghan, General, the energy core block in the warehouse has been sealed off. Many of our men are trapped inside, and now the energy core can't be moved either. Worried, he looked at the battlefield that was slowly hitting a dead end and muttered, the central control must have fallen. But Qinghan refused to accept defeat and quickly gave clear orders. Bak, hold this position at all costs. I'm heading back to help defend the energy core base. I arranged so many guards, how the hell did they sneak in? He couldn't stop wondering. Over here, a zombie spotted Lin Ziluo sneaking in and shouted, intruder ahead. He secretly looked down on him for being alone and armorless. Ziluo easily dodged and blocked the shot. Swiftly, he dashed forward and slashed with his sword a few times, knocking the zombie down. Wu Namtin tensed up and said, look, the main energy generator device is right in front of us. Lin Ziluo glanced and casually replied, got it. Guidong kept tapping away because Lin Ziluo was controlling his consciousness. Their group quickly advanced a short distance when the zombies blocked their way. They all shouted, kill, in unison, then unleashed a barrage of bullets aimed at them. After a while, black blood splattered everywhere, and the zombies collapsed like leaves under her feet. Lin Ziluo stood before a massive system and asked, is this the energy generator device? Hua Tin. Fan frowned and slowly pulled out the blue cube. He looked at it with some curiosity. Old Hua, what raw materials does this energy generator use? I don't see any. He turned around and explained slowly, you just have to put anything that can produce energy into this thing. After refining, you get the purest energy core block. Lin Zilu looked at the system's refining calculations. His storage space should be able to hold it, so isn't that like carrying a nuclear power plant on him? After thinking for a bit, he turned to ask, "Wait, old Hua, if that's the case, why not just give this device directly to our people to use?" Hua Tin gave a bitter smile and replied, "But the zombies figure that out too, so none of these devices can be moved. We can only destroy them." Lin Ziluo looked at the system with regret. He regained his composure and reassured, "But Thi Huang City has a workshop that produces these. Before the armor is installed, they can probably be moved." Knowing this, he secretly rejoiced inside because unlimited energy was coming soon. A subordinate came in to report the situation. "Captain, all bombs have been set. They will detonate at 5:30. He nervously announced, 30 minutes left, let's retreat." As everyone left, Lin Ziluo placed something inside. Those blue cubes, so his trip here wouldn't be wasted. The corridor was littered with fallen zombies, black blood flowing thick. Suddenly, they stopped moving. He glanced carefully and silently confirmed there was an ambush. Wu Nam Tin asked Hua Tin then curiously, "How do you know?" He slowly analyzed for her. "The laser guns in those zombies' hands are missing 3. Nam Tin immediately grew worried. Lin Ziluo glanced at Hua Tin and admired silently. His observation and memory skills weren't bad, but he still missed some details. The face was slightly tilted to the right, the elbow angle wider. This only proved this place had been handled by humans and they tried to restore the scene. He observed around and slowly analyzed. A voice rang out not far from them. Really didn't expect it. Just grabbing a few more weapons and already exposed. No wonder he's recognized by the armor corps. Thi Hai and a group of zombies approached together. The subordinate whispered to Ziluo, "Brother Lin, Thi Hai is one of the 12 great generals of the zombie army and also the manager of City 9 and this base." Hearing the words great general made him curious. The subordinate explained briefly. "Simply put, he's a zombie with full armor and one of the strongest protecting the 11 cities." Lin Ziluo quickly found Thi Hai really interesting. He calmly listened as Hua Tinthan explained that human and zombie physiques differ. Last time, 3 armored captains could only match 1 zombie great general, so be careful. Suddenly, the zombies launched an attack ahead, accompanied by green laser beams shooting toward them. Last time, 3 squad leaders with new mecha fought evenly against a zombie general, so be careful. The zombies suddenly attacked forward, accompanied by a green light shooting out. The crowd quickly scattered to dodge the laser beam. Liu Yufei gently landed in a hallway, glanced around, and cursed silently. "This path only has about 15 minutes left. How the hell are we supposed to get out of here?" Those zombies aimed their guns at others, continuously firing, but they couldn't hold out long before collapsing. The soldier, while fighting that zombie, tried to dodge the corpse's relentless attacks but slipped. Hua's spirit shouted in panic, "Xiao Feng, Xiao Yang." The corpse laughed loudly, satisfied, then mocked him. "You're already pissed off for killing 2 of my subordinates, and now you're attacking my energy base? You don't know the fury you're messing with." He quickly spotted Lin Ziluo hacking away over there. Without hesitation, he leapt forward to engage directly. Lin blocked and asked the corpse, "You're not fighting him? You want to fight me instead?" Liu Yifei had already wrapped a whip around the corpse's leg. She yanked hard, making him fall flat on his face. Hua's spirit shouted orders, "If we can't move, then hold him down. Our lives are worth the risk." Lin Ziluo came up from behind, heard that but didn't bother to reply, keeping his thoughts to himself. "Big bro, if you don't want to live, I still do." He frowned, advising the others, "If we get a chance, we gotta finish this fast, so Hai can get out." Hua's spirit gave Lin Ziluo a judging look, thinking, 15 minutes to deal with a general-level zombie? This guy's hallucinating. One subordinate rushed over urgently to report, "Bad news. Zombies appeared at the other end of the tunnel too." Without wasting a second, Lin Ziluo dashed off immediately. Still, he didn't forget to remind them, "Listen, don't be scared. One side falls back, the other fights." The others were stunned seeing Ziluo leave and hearing his advice. Right then, a ghoul's claws lunged, and the corpse crazily tore a young guy in half. Instantly, Hua's spirit and Liu Yifei attacked, supporting Ziluo's easy escape. He wasn't just running, he was fighting off zombie bullets too. After a while, the scene was desolate, corpses and zombies strewn everywhere, only 3 people left. Lin Ziluo stood there, deep in thought. At the place where Ghost Child was being controlled mentally by Lin Ziluo, he was ordering the big door to open. He tossed Liu Yifei a box and reminded her, "Sister Liu, you gotta use your thorny rope to trap him. That's our only chance." Liu Yifei immediately noticed something off. She raised her thorn-covered rope and swung it hard at the corpse, creating a huge clash that sparked. The corpse's arm got instantly wrapped by her thorny rope. Then Liu Yifei jumped high, swung the rope fiercely, splattering the corpse's blood everywhere. At the same time, Lin Zilu raised his sword, looking toward Liu Yifei, shouting. Sister Liu held on a bit longer. Controlling the corpse had drained her completely. Both Liu Yifei and Lin Zilu were giving their all to take down this corpse. Suddenly, a quick step approached, then jumped up and punched the corpse hard in the stomach. The corpse looked down, seeing Hua Spirit had landed a punch, grinding his teeth in anger. He wasn't scared at all, just turned and shot a sharp glare, then powerfully kicked toward him. But something seemed to confuse him as he stared at the corpse. Lin Zilu, watching all this, struggled to hold back laughter, his face turning red. Turns out Hua Spirit's punch and kick hadn't hurt the corpse one bit. Right after, Lin Zilu snapped back to serious mode and said, "Enough for now," silently ordering Ghost Child to close the door. Liu Yifei also glanced toward that direction. The corpse turned half around, smiling, trying to run. As he finished, two horns on his back shot out, blocking the door from closing. The horns, covered in sharp spikes, formed an X shape stabbing into the ground, then continuously shot glowing spikes toward Liu Yifei and Lin Zilu. She tensed, raising her hand to shield herself, while he gently spun his sword into a circle, creating a vortex to block the spikes. Hua Spirit watched the scene and concluded. At that moment, as he prepared to attack, the door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang, making him stop and turn around. Lin Zilu looked at the closed door gloomily and said, "Now, the Tang family's only option is to kill him." Both Liu Yifei and Hua Spirit tensed up, silently steeling their resolve. The corpse, surrounded by the three, sneered, "Just the two of you and some kid, without even armor." He paused, then turned to Lin, standing there, and continued, "Smells good, but too bad you won't be served up to the king." Right in front of Lin was the control panel for the zombie armor's remains. Reading it, he tensed, thinking, this innate attribute, if not for the golden touch, I wouldn't even see it. We gotta finish this fast. Lin Zilu analyzed that he was only level 43 now, and this dungeon's general level zombie was around level 57, a huge gap. He finally concluded, strike fast and win fast. Then Zilu gave orders to the other two. Hua Spirit was in charge of ranged attacks. Liu Yifei was to assist. Lin grabbed the weapon in his hand and charged at the corpse, saying, "I'll handle close combat and hold him down." The corpse immediately raised his blade, blocking defensively in front of his chest. His dark, fierce eyes glared and said, "You're overestimating yourself." He looked at the long blade and thought, "This blade is way too long. If I recklessly throw myself at it, I'll definitely get sliced first." Before Liu Zilu could even react, the corpse's blade stopped right in front of his neck. But before it could strike, a blue aura suddenly enveloped and controlled the blade. Unable to control his own blade, the Hai was thrown into panic and fear. Shit's about to hit the fan, better pull back the energy first. Liu Zilu seized the moment and swung his blade hard at him. The blade sparked with dazzling golden lightning. The bolts kept striking him, making the corpse scream in pain midair. Hua Spirit instantly seized the opportunity. He immediately launched an attack toward Hai. Having just endured a brutal strike from Liu Zilu and not yet recovered, he saw the incoming blow heading straight for him. The three of them stopped to watch the corpse. After taking the combo hits, he finally realized these were humans who could use elemental powers. Lucky he didn't mess with them earlier. Liu Zilu stared at the wounds he'd left on the corpse, deep in thought. Despite his insane defense, he wasn't just relying on brute force to fight. Liu Zilu then locked eyes with him and concluded that his fighting style was somewhat similar to his own. Suddenly, something zipped by, catching Ziluo's attention. It was the corpse wildly screaming and charging forward. He abruptly stopped to observe Wu Nam Tin blocking his path. The corpse immediately slammed down something like a huge nose onto the ground. Liu Zilu rushed toward Hai, shouting, "Elemental shield, speed up." Then he raised his massive blade and struck hard at the corpse's body. Liu Ziluo's eyes flashed as he lifted the blade and charged straight at the corpse. He then gathered all his strength behind him, ready to strike. Instantly, Ziluo swung a powerful slash at him, causing some parts on the corpse's back to break off and scatter. At that moment, a sharp bone spike was flying toward him. He casually caught it with a smirk, thinking, "Got caught in my trap, now die." Another bone spike on Hai's body quickly shot toward Ziluo. His cold gaze used a shield to block the attack, making the corpse panic, wondering why this protective shield suddenly wouldn't break. At that moment, Ziluo gripped his blade tightly and focused on him. Then, he shouted, "Nine flames slash," cutting off the bone spike heading his way. Hai roared in anger, while Ziluo thought happily, "If you got a hard shell like a turtle, I'll just rip off all your spikes and turn you into a turtle with no legs." Just then, the corpse suddenly jolted, sensing something was off. Liu Zilu suddenly released the bone spike he'd been holding and jumped back to stand with his teammates. Liu Zilu looked at him and said to Hoa Spirit and Wu Nam Tin, "Even with just one spike left, it won't change the situation. Now, let's start attacking Thigh High's shell." Hoa Spirit added, "As long as we can hold Thigh High down, I'll burn him to ashes." Hearing this, Wu Nam Tin nodded in agreement. The corpse arrogantly sneered, "You're the ones in a hurry. I'll just sit back and wait for your armor to run out of energy." Ziluo raised his blade into an attack stance, thinking, "Stopping losses right in front of me? No way." Wu Namtin looked at the corpse and suddenly noticed something surprising. A small square-shaped bump had appeared on its body. He grabbed the square block in his hand, and Liu Ziluo immediately focused on it, recognizing its function from the system's info. Instantly, he created a void space, and attacking spikes appeared. Just as Thigh High hurled the bone fragment at him, the attacking spikes flew toward the corpse. The collision caused a massive explosion in midair, making him wonder how this guy knew how to counter his bone bombardment. Suddenly, a thick bone smoke surrounded where they stood. Seeing this, he thought it was a fog machine. Thigh High suddenly became fierce and disdainful of this trick. He smirked proudly and activated his infrared scanning ability. Soon, the smoke began to blow away from him. Ziluo kept watching the scene intently, glancing at the smoke drifting toward him with a slight smile. Instantly, he flew up high. At the same time, a yellow-green whirlwind appeared beneath the corpse. Simultaneously, Wu Nam Tin's thorny whip swung hard at him. Seeing this, Thigh High tried to dodge immediately but was restrained by the lightning circling his feet. He trembled, looking at them, thinking, "Shit, they must have some serious power weapons." But the pull of these whirlwinds wasn't that strong. He found a breakthrough. After a moment of thought, he finally figured out how to escape. But before he could rejoice, his entire body fell backward, dropping into a smoky pit filled with blue lightning that made him tense. How could this place be so dense? Liu Zilu watched him with satisfaction. "I already used the fog's visual obstruction to set up 2 traps behind you, water flow and electric shock." Thigh High looked at Hoa Spirit, thinking, so they were prepared. Immediately after, a huge flame burst from him using Phoenix Flame. The energy blasted straight at Thigh High, causing him to be thrown far away in pain. He quickly used his hands to brace his chest, angrily thinking, "No way I'm losing to you pig guys." Right after, he raised his arm and shot a small sharp spike toward Flower Spirit. That spike immediately blocked the Phoenix Branch's fire breath, leaving him totally shocked. Because the fire source was blocked, the Phoenix Branch's flames backed up, swelling bigger and bigger while making non-stop noises. Unable to hold on, the Phoenix Branch officially shut down, making him frown and worry. Suddenly, slow-moving red auras surrounded Flower Spirit, who stared tensely at Thigh High. He was using the Flower Bone Curse. Seeing his gaze made Flower Spirit instantly fall into fear and collapse to the ground. But right after, Lin Zilu appeared behind, swinging his sword forward. Lin Zilu still channeled magic, slashing the ground fiercely, unleashing an immense force. While he was pissed off thinking, "Daring to come close to me. You're asking for death." Thigh High saw Lin Ziluo's magic display and couldn't help but feel scared. Then, the power from Ziluo's sword radiated a growing blue magical aura. Seeing this, he screamed in terror, "What the hell is going on?" Lin Ziluo coldly stared at him and used the 9-blaze shatter technique. Lin Ziluo glanced at him, thinking, "Your turtle shell armor is just another kind of gear." The power from his move caused Thigh High's body to slowly crack and break apart piece by piece. He rushed at Lin Ziluo, gritting his teeth and yelling, "I can't die." Seeing he couldn't win, Thigh High begged desperately, "I can't die. I'll give you all the silver you want. Just spare me." Ziluo didn't bother and immediately absorbed little souls to boost his fighting power. Thigh High saw all this but didn't hear a single reply, so he got even more scared and begged pathetically, "I've been greedy for years. I can definitely satisfy you." Right after absorbing the little souls, Lin Ziluo said cheerfully, "So your national treasure without turtle shell armor looks like this." Without hesitation, he swung his blade hard, creating terrifying pressure. Ziluo's cold eyes locked on Thigh High and then he charged forward, slashing so hard that Thigh High's head flew off his neck, while his body slowly faded into smoky bones. Right after, Lin Ziluo saw a system notification pop up, congratulating the player Devourer for killing a diamond-level boss, along with a bunch of loot. His hand still tightly held Thigh High's head as he thought, "Finally killed that damn turtle." Then, through the smoky haze, he raised his loot high, announcing Thigh High was dead and this place was about to explode. Time to get out. Seeing this, the two were shocked by Lin Ziluo. This was the first general of the Thigh tribe to die fighting humans since the tribe's creation. Before they could recover, Flower Spirit immediately grabbed Thigh High's head. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo hoisted both up and quickly ordered Ghost Child to open the door, then dashed out. But just as he stepped outside, he suddenly stopped. Turns out, outside the door, countless red laser beams were aimed at them by a crowd. Ziluo calmly cast magic, looking at the crowd, smirking and thinking, "Can't let you guys drag this out." Seeing this, Flower Spirit reconsidered the supreme external armor and quickly, before they could react, he hoisted the two and jumped toward the door. Ghost Child phased through the wall, looking at the empty space ahead. From above, Lin Ziluo was jumping over the wall to escape. After landing, he let go, making the two fall hard to the ground, panting, finally out. Just as they escaped, a loud explosion erupted behind them. Watching the smoke and fire, he thought, no wonder laser bombs need huge energy storage. If I get the chance, I'll make some. Flower Spirit and Wu Nan were so happy at the explosion they were tearing up. Flower Spirit rejoiced, "The Hai is dead, the legend passed down since we were born." Ziluo smiled quietly, thinking, "Legendary level big boss, lucky you didn't see this or you'd freak out." Meanwhile, in Sea Emperor City, Sea Emperor clenched a skull cup, grinding his teeth angrily. "Those sewer rats actually succeeded. What use do I have for you all?" The useless bunch angrily scolded when suddenly someone panicked. "Your Majesty, bad news." He ran quickly to report. The energy core of General Thihai's bone armor shattered. The Emperor couldn't believe it and shouted, "What's going on? Why?" Clenching his teeth, he thought, "My most loyal general." Furious, he squeezed the skull cup until it shattered. Then the Emperor stood up shouting, "I'll make those pig people pay blood for blood, hunt them down until they're dead." His subordinates shouted in unison, accepting the order. The convoy turned back, and in a black car that looked different was Lin Ziluo. Uncle Bang beside him folded his hands in thanks. "Thanks to you, little brother Lin. We completed the mission and even killed Thihai." Lin Ziluo regretted the tight timing. Otherwise, they could have been more relaxed. Uncle Bang said, "Don't worry, this time back, you'll be richly rewarded for your great achievement." Meanwhile, Flower Spirit kept praising Lin Ziluo. Little brother Lin not only mastered all kinds of supernatural powers, has the legendary external bone armor except for supreme weapons, but also wings to fly. His words made Lin Ziluo a bit uneasy. Uncle Bang reminded Hua Spirit to be careful about the impact while reaching out to take the severed head. Uncle Bang planned to keep the head to boost morale among the troops. Lin Ziluo seemed eager to have the head, but the two skeletal armors and the remaining Yang treasure were the real prizes. Looking over at Wu Nanxing, he suddenly realized he couldn't keep risking his own body recklessly with the armor, so he wondered where Wu Nanxing and Sister Hua got their complete armors from. Uncle Bang recalled the moment and said, "Actually, all the skeletal armors and complete armors were found inside the Zhangmian spaceship." Lin Ziluo asked if it was the spaceship that crashed. Uncle Bang confirmed that, but in reality, only the virus cargo hold was damaged, the rest of the ship was intact. Inside, there were extremely advanced scientific technologies. Back then, everyone had moved the equipment out, and those technologies have been in use ever since. After hearing this, Lin Ziluo said, "So there's nothing good left inside?" Uncle Bang immediately replied with excitement, "How could that be? There are still over 50 armors without hosts." Hearing this, Lin Ziluo grinned slyly. If he grabbed all of those, wouldn't that be a huge score? Uncle Bang explained that the armors were stored inside rooms protected by a layer of power, so to open the doors, one had to pass a trial from the armor itself. Around each armor was an aura. If the host met the standard, that power would envelop the chosen one. It was like a trial to accept the host, and the armor would never change hosts afterward. This was pretty tough, so Lin Ziluo could only use them himself. Wu Nanxing also shared her experience. Her initial trial was to kill a wild beast in a cage. She recalled how she handled it and said she kicked it right in the balls to pass the test instantly. Uncle Bang added that the trials and the armor's features were closely linked. He remembered the image of the spirit burning in a sea of flames and said, "The phoenix armor of the spirit simulated the feeling of being burned for a whole day and night, and only by enduring that could one be recognized." Lin Zilu recalled how he had to struggle and bleed to succeed before. Could there be a trial harder than the 3 gates in the inheritance dungeon? Then Lin Ziluo asked Uncle Bang to take him to the Zhongmian spaceship to get an armor. But Uncle Bang helplessly said, "The Zhongmian spaceship is protected by a heavenly shield that can't be broken." Lin Ziluo asked, "Then how did you get inside?" When the power shield around Zhongmian was broken, it had completely drained its energy. Uncle Bang said, "It takes a month to recover, so that's the best chance to get in." Lin Ziluo pondered what he just heard. However, he knew players only entered the dungeon world when something big was happening, so he confidently waited. After 3 seconds passed as Lin Ziluo guessed, Hua Spirit suddenly announced joyfully, "Brother Lin, you're lucky. The heavenly shield will close in 2 weeks." Lin Ziluo smiled smugly because he knew everything would go smoothly. 3 hours later, the convoy finally arrived at the Enterprise base. While traveling, Uncle Bang explained, "To avoid pursuers, we'll head to the Hucknat headquarters in a few days." Hearing Lin Zilu's question, "How many bases does the Resistance Army have?" Uncle Bang added that the other branch of the Resistance was the Wild Sensitivity Base, responsible for attacking Fortress Number 10. Lin Zilu felt a bit emotional. Are humans really that tough inside? After arriving, he started to observe his surroundings. Lin Zilu hinted to Uncle Bang that he wanted to take a walk, and Uncle Bang agreed but warned him not to go too far. Lin Zilu quietly slipped into a dark corner. When he was sure no one was around, he took out the armor shell from the corpse, then used fire elements to burn it. After a while, the Yang treasure appeared. Lin Zilu was very curious about what he'd get this time. Lin Zilu stared thoughtfully at the damaged armor. Armor? If I can't wear it, then I'll use it to recharge the 9-blaze pearl. No way I'm wasting it. He pulled out a large sword to perform the transformation, and the spirit pearl appeared in his hand. Then the pearl emitted light, absorbing the damaged armor. Lin Zilu couldn't help but get excited. 1 armor equals 1% progress. If I grab them all, I can speed up the 9-blaze pearl's progress. Wouldn't that be legendary level? In my past life, I never had a legendary weapon. A sly smile appeared on his face. If I can't wear you, then I'll absorb all of you. Zilu sat down, opening the Yang treasure. Let's see this treasure mirror first. It's been a while since I opened it. Come on, give me some good stuff. The system voice rang out. Lin Zilu kept opening many Yang fruits, but he probably still hadn't found what he really needed. He quickly spotted a book inside the Yang treasure. Lin Zilu clasped his hands, silently begging, hoping it was a warrior skill book because he was seriously lacking. He didn't look at it but sighed as he picked it up. This book didn't seem like a skill book. Then the system voice rang again with a reminder. It was a skill mutation book, a diamond-grade item. Seeing that, he felt relieved. It was a precious skill mutation book after all. Lin Zilu started to think. Both moves were zombie-level skills, so upgrading either to diamond grade would be beneficial. He quickly pressed the separate button on the system panel. The recovery slash could kill small monsters. After the slash was carved, it was controlled by the 9-blaze duplicate slash and became a support skill. A long feature notification popped up in front of him. Lin Zilu chuckled quietly, feeling pleased. Both of these moves are execution-level skills, so upgrading either to diamond level will bring many benefits. He quickly pressed the separate button on the system panel. The recovery slash could kill small monsters easily. After the fierce slash, it was controlled by the 9-flame overlapping slash, turning into a support skill. A long feature notification popped up in front of him. Lin Zilu quietly smiled with satisfaction. Now, on the surface, 2 slashes can grab 2 layers of seals, which basically means infinite attack power, right? His face showed a dumbfounded smile as he held a pair of pants in his hand. The final loot wasn't too shabby after all. Right after, its stats popped up, making Liu Zilu secretly admire the 30% damage reduction. His face still wore a smirk as he tossed the pants aside. Even if it's just underwear, it's still good. After all, the rest of his body was already equipped with elemental gear, no shortage of that. Liu Zilu's expression turned serious as he held the elemental necklace, followed by the elemental gloves. Liu Zilu's face lit up with pride when he saw the system notification. It definitely didn't disappoint. Immediately, he pondered deeply, should he pull the golden hand or not? Pulling it now with this kind of luck? The moment he used the golden hand, he got an automatic loot card instead. Zilu jumped up in frustration. Seriously, the umbrella just pulled an auto loot again. Next time, I gotta save up twice before pulling. Otherwise, I won't get the new common golden hand. Liu Zilu stared at his stat board. Deep in thought, strength still had to come first. He angrily spun around and left. Liu Zilu opened the door and stepped into a room. Everyone inside was happily enjoying food while watching him. Thanks, Brother Liu. It's because of you we get to eat such delicacies. Hearing that, Liu Zilu couldn't help but turn his face away. This kind of food already made them this happy. Everyone around was super hyped and cheerful. But Liu Zilu frowned in confusion, standing there thinking 200 years of civilization for the Star King realm had been cut off. Even his grandma would have scoffed at these smiles. He held a small book in his hand and silently made a decision. How can this be okay? Suddenly, a big book appeared in Liu Zilu's hands as he chuckled softly. I gotta give them some spiritual food to boost my world influence. The book on free discourse was handed out by Liu Zilu. Everyone eagerly passed it around, and as they read, they seemed to hold back something. Suddenly, someone shouted, sparking everyone to yell in unison. Brave sacrifice, blood and bones spill for a new dawn of the Star King realm. Liu Zilu smiled faintly, turning his back on their passionate cries. Because tomorrow at dawn, the free world would fight. Everyone kept passing the book around. That night, someone appeared outside his tent. Mr. Liu, there's a point in this book I don't get. Could you explain a bit? Liu Zilu chuckled softly. No problem. It's just a matter of defining freedom. But inwardly, he thought, once back at base, don't let my world influence rise too fast. 4 days later, everyone woke up full of energy. They sang happily as they walked together. They patrolled around excitedly, but what they saw next shocked them. A massacre scene unfolded before their eyes. Liu Zilu sat in his vehicle, looking out in awe. Looks like the zombie horde was unleashing its fury here. At dusk, Uncle Bang began explaining to everyone that this place used to be the Global Federation headquarters, but the apocalypse came. Then he pressed a switch. The underground cave shelter was built before the end times, and this spot was the only place zombies hadn't found yet. The cave door slowly opened, and Uncle Bang welcomed Mr. Liu to the Sunrise Forest base. Liu Zilu watched Uncle Bang step down, feeling moved. Compared to here, the Lambstar people are way luckier. At least they don't have to live underground. Uncle Bang led the way, introducing as he went, making Liu Zilu form some opinions. Mr. Liu, don't lose heart. Though we lack everything, we have no fewer than 20 power armors. He sneered inwardly, thinking, but that guy can fight all three of us alone. As the group entered, a worried voice suddenly rang out inside. Thank heavens, Uncle Bang. We were so worried you'd die. It's good you're okay. He felt sad hearing that, but the little Ta team couldn't return anymore. The other person quickly comforted him, and the two stepped forward to shake hands amid Uncle Bang's introductions. This is Liu Zilu, the top hero of this operation. He's the commander of our Sunrise base. Uncle Chu inside spoke to calm everyone down. What's there to be sad about? Our operation succeeded. The sacrifice of the little Ta group was worth it. Liu Zilu added, yeah, so many bones buried in the ground. Wherever you go, there are mountains of green. Chu Yiqian sighed and gave orders. Uncle Chu was right. This success was something to celebrate, not mourn. Uncle Bang announced. Uncle Bang raised the wrapped zombie head excitedly. Zombie General Shi Hai was killed by Mr. Liu. Everyone cheered, spirits soaring. Surrounded by everyone, Liu Zilu chuckled helplessly. It's just a small thing, nothing to brag about. Chu Yiqian stopped everyone and led him away. A hero returning from afar must be exhausted. I'll take you to rest first. You walk and give me a rundown of this place. Our place is pretty good beds, food, and plenty of space to move around. Liu Zilu looked around, evaluating as he listened. Mostly, it was freedom. No one forced you to work, no heavy labor. Chu Yiqian hesitated, then said, the new group was super happy earlier. Liu Zilu looked at them thoughtfully. After all, they were people with a bright future and the happy life he described to enlighten them. After walking a bit, he handed me over to Uncle Bang and instructed, Uncle Bang, take Liu Hero to rest for a while. We'll hold the meeting tonight. I turned to the group with confused looks. New brothers, follow me. I'll assign housing and supplies for everyone. Then Chu Yiqian added something that got everyone hyped. The brothers with good potential even got assigned partners. Liu Ziluo watched them from afar, puzzled. Is this really that interesting? Both Uncle Bang and Liu Ziluo were speechless. I told Uncle Bang to head straight to the conference, thinking, if we don't sweep the world's influence now, when will we? Uncle Bang asked, Mr. Liu, are you going to pick a wife? I said I wanted to respect the other's free will, then thought, why does everyone want to breed with me? This kind of assignment isn't supposed to be forced. Uncle Bang still respects everyone's free will, but the kids of elite parents will definitely be elite. Liu Ziluo smiled mysteriously. Learning goes hand in hand with action, right? Liu Ziluo seemed to have figured something out. Thinking, I agree to call these guys Liu Ziluo's #1 loyal followers. I walked into the conference room where everyone greeted me warmly. 6 hours had passed, and Flower Spirit was still waiting for everyone to arrive. Xiao Ziqiang was one of the 10 people owning the armor of the Scarlet Sun base, with 3 water-controlling armors. Uncle Bang said, maybe it's just delayed by the sandstorm. Flower Spirit hopes so too. Halfway through the meeting, Chu Yiqian suddenly stood up to update everyone on the comrades' situation. He pointed at the board and said, this operation not only killed Thi Hai but also brought back a lot of resources. He continued, explaining the tactics for the battlefield. Suddenly, Liu Ziluo clapped, grabbing everyone's attention. He stood up and asked, I want to know if the martial clan's bicentennial celebration is only held in Thai Hoang City. Then they discussed which Thi city was the weakest. Liu Ziluo worried that if they attacked reinforcements from Thi Hoang City, they'd arrive quickly and capture them all. Chu Yiqian sighed, it probably won't take more than an hour to get there. Liu Ziluo slammed the table and stood up. Then today I'll teach everyone a battle tactic called strike east to attack west. Everyone still didn't get what Liu Ziluo meant. Someone at the meeting asked if he meant attacking a fake target first, then hitting the real one. Liu Ziluo explained they needed to wear down the enemy. He went on, Thi City number 8 was heavily guarded, but what if we attacked Thi City number 5, which was far away? Chu Yiqian worried because the Scarlet Eye Military Academy was also attacking Thie City number 5. Liu Zilu wanted to use 40,000 rookies as decoys. He just needed them to know to retreat, then his main force would attack Thie Cities 8 and 6. In case of failure, Liu Ziluo proposed a decapitation plan, and Flower Spirit was the first to agree. Liu Ziluo was fired up, and we have to master the battle details. For example, how the decoy troops should delay, how the main force should strike. This was the warfare strategy Liu Ziluo's Dragon Kingdom had summarized. Liu Ziluo also introduced another tactic called 10,000 miles across the sea. After explaining, he clapped his hands, wanting everyone to understand the 16-character motto. Liu Ziluo said loudly, "It means when the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy stops, we trouble them. When the enemy tires, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we chase." After hearing this, someone at the meeting nervously raised a hand, asking why Liu Ziluo didn't explain the decapitation action in detail. Liu Ziluo smiled, "Because I plan to lead the team myself." Hearing your answers, everyone seemed reassured, and no one spoke up again. Liu Ziluo was serious. "I've finished presenting my plan, whether you agree or oppose." In the end, everyone supported Liu Ziluo. Chu Yiqian started preparing. For the night base, he would send word first to the first company, who would take responsibility. Liu Ziluo silently admired. No wonder the Heavenly Springs top players were far beyond them. Liu Ziluo was relaxed, thinking this mysterious Eastern intelligence would surely scare the fools. Then he received a counterattack order from the system. The system began explaining the mission. It checked that he was about to enter Thie Hong City to complete disruption, so it specially sent the mission called Drill Water, Fat Grass. The system continued introducing the mission, making Liu Ziluo want to take all the tasks. Chu Yiqian felt worried for him because Thie Hong City had CCTV and thermal sensors, making sneaking very difficult. Liu Ziluo promised he'd find a way to infiltrate. Chu Yiqian hurriedly clarified, "You misunderstood me. We have some invisibility suits from prehistoric civilization. They're perfect for you to use during the operation." Hearing this, Liu Ziluo felt intrigued. He knew it was good stuff and agreed immediately, but said it needed the company commander's approval. Chu Yiqian asked, "You want to be a squad leader?" Liu Ziluo casually replied, "My 2 brothers and I forming a team is enough. No need for other members." Chu Yiqian continued, "You misunderstood. Since the squad leader is in trouble, I plan to let you take the position of company commander of the 5th company." Originally, Liu Ziluo planned to bring his 2 brothers, so he reluctantly accepted the company commander role. He thought this would complete the mission, but elsewhere, Flower Spirit was silently angry. The company commander was just below the battalion commander. Chu Yiqian then took out a card and handed it to Liu Ziluo, then quickly ran off. Liu Ziluo smiled, "Commander Chu is slow. If there's better gear, I'm not picky." The system popped up again and assigned Liu Zilu the task of squad leader, making him smirk. "This mission is just like the City Lord task from the Tanchu Star. I can use the same old tricks." A while later, at the 5th squad gathering point, Liu Zilu said clearly, "I think only by following the advanced ideas of Mr. Duck and Mr. Trey can we take a step forward." While everyone was praising Liu Zilu, he quietly thought to himself that his mindset had already gathered the best of the house. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group was plotting to take out Liu Zilu. He suddenly turned around and saw a few weapons aimed at him. One guy in the group sneered, saying someone without armor still deserves to be squad leader. Liu Zilu looked down on them and didn't bother to respond. From behind, Ghost Kid and Big Dummy wiped them all out. Witnessing the scene shocked everyone. Liu Zilu firmly stated that anyone disrupting the unified front against zombies would be killed without mercy. The whole team shouted with Dong Fan. Captain Uwe Vu agreed, saying fighting zombies is the top priority. Thinking about petty stuff is just asking for death. After that, Liu Zilu urged everyone to train hard to chase off zombies. Watching them train, he thought he was almost full with over a dozen cubic meters of experience points. A team member came over to order Liu Zilu to the conference room. He wondered silently, are they prepping for action? Chu Ni Tian handed him an invisibility cloak and told him to take good care of it. Liu Zilu quickly got ready. Chu Jingthian informed him that he had found the guide Liu Zilu needed. He told the guy to wait for him at the door in half an hour. Chun-gi, Thian sighed. "If something happens to you, what am I supposed to do?" "Here's the invisibility cloak, plus a set masking device and a map of the Thie Hoang city structure." Liu Zilu promised himself to guard these carefully, then tossed 2 invisibility cloaks to Ghost Kid and Big Dummy. Finally, the 3 of them put on the cloaks and headed to Thie Hoang City together. Liu Zilu pushed the door to leave, but suddenly a voice called from behind. Seeing who it was surprised him a bit because that kid actually had a death-handling talent that reduced presence. The kid stepped forward and introduced himself as Dai Zhangqing. Liu Zilu smiled and told him to just bring him close to the guard post. Dai Zhangqing happily agreed. Liu Zilu was a bit thoughtful, thinking killing the zombie general would get help, but the kid had zero stealth skills. After showing proof of identity with the formation, a really long staircase leading outside appeared. Liu Zilu was the strongest, so Sung Fong led the way. After confirming safety, he informed the others. He pulled out a small, exquisite purple square box. The metal box flew out, and in no time transformed into a huge vehicle. Liu Zilu thought silently, no wonder little Wu could throw punches recklessly. He holds the core tech. They quickly got in, and the car sped like crazy on the main road. A lost zombie tribe was wandering and singing casually, not noticing the car speeding at insane speed. He jumped and sang on the road like usual. When he realized something was off, a strong wind blew past. The zombie spat blood and died on the spot. They stopped the car at a big meadow. Dai Zhangqing told everyone to follow him because the car couldn't go further. In no time, Liu Zilu was speechless at Dai Zhangqing's snail pace and asked him to carry Big Dummy. Not disappointing him, Big Dummy carried someone on his back but still moved almost as fast as the car. By night, they reached the target spot. Dai Zhangqing whispered they couldn't go further or they'd be detected. Liu Zilu quietly asked, "Does he know their shift change time?" Dai Zhangqing answered enthusiastically but couldn't guarantee it since the info was from 6 months ago. Liu Zilu said he knew and told him to go back, secretly praising his great work. Dai Zhangqing didn't linger and turned to leave, leaving a reminder that the operation was tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. After he left, Liu Zilu took out a translation mask and aimed it at the distant zombie to identify the target. Next, Liu Zilu pressed it on his face, and a deep blue light spun continuously over him. He looked in a mirror and saw himself as Vonderm, knowing. It worked because the reflection was how zombies would see him. He looked at Ghost Kid and Big Dummy and had to adjust theirs too. The appearance was fine, but there was another problem. Liu Zilu didn't know how to handle their identities yet. Suddenly, a car horn blared, sparking an idea. He happily thought, this is just what I needed when I'm sleepy. Inside the city gate, 2 zombies were talking about goods. After confirming no living things were in the car, they approved it. The zombie driver left, hiding his irritation inside. The gate controller was no better. He was annoyed and swore he'd mess up the driver next time. As the zombie's silhouette faded in the rearview mirror, a knife suddenly appeared from the shadows. It pressed against the zombie driver's neck. His eyes went wide and red in disbelief. Liu Zilu gripped the dagger tightly and looked at the guy in front of him, smirking silently because he had an identity now. Liu Zilu looked at the barricade ahead, feeling a bit contemptuous. The planet had advanced tech, but the defense was so simple. Suddenly, steel pipes appeared on both sides of the city walls. They all simultaneously shot dangerous energy beams toward the city gate, making Lin Ziluo silently pull back his recent thoughts. A member of the Thai tribe spoke up to confirm the goods, pulling Lin Ziluo back to reality. For the mission's sake, he played his role perfectly, introducing the products with flattery and promising benefits so the zombies wouldn't cause trouble. Thus, Lin Ziluo and the demon children passed through easily. He slowly drove down the road, while the system's reward sounds echoed in his head for clearing a super hard dungeon. Lin Ziluo looked at the reward points, feeling like he was about to pop a victory flag inside. The vehicle's wheels rolled into a place called the Human Meat Market. Seeing naked humans locked in cages like animals, Lin Ziluo's heart sank. Is this what it means for a whole race to become food? He rubbed his chin, lost in thought, realizing that only witnessing the tragic death of his own kind could trigger fear and courage. Lin Ziluo took out paper and pen to note the market's location while silently planning his next move. Then he drove off again, the next target being the hall. Lin Ziluo stopped the car after a non-stop drive. He looked at the bizarre statue outside the plaza with some surprise. It was strange because the statue resembled the king. Before he could zone out for long, a zombie asked him to drive, according to instructions. During the goods inspection, the zombie urged him to hurry. The zombie also asked for his name to register him officially. Lin Ziluo said his name was Thi Luo, which shocked the zombie, wondering why he was the cargo driver. Lin Ziluo cursed silently, forgetting that names with Thay were reserved for high-level zombies. Luckily, the zombie came up with a reason for Lin Ziluo, saying he had some secret business to find the Thai king. Lin Ziluo went along with it. He knew passing so easily was because of the Thai tribe's bloodline worship of the Thai king. The zombie pointed toward the big idiot, and the demon children wondered if both were coming with him. Lin Ziluo smiled and flattered that both were his friends. This time, he came to Thai City, just to see how life was. Suddenly, the zombie changed tone, saying, "So no money for transportation help? Send it to your branch warehouse." Lin Ziluo sweated, seeing the zombie's suspicion and silently cursed because he hadn't received that intel. Luckily, the zombie didn't intend to make things difficult, forgetting that his place was small. This is the new tech of Thai King City. giving you such little thigh money. Lin Ziluo escaped a close call, silently thanking his luck. Leaving the warehouse, Lin Ziluo and the demon children decided to split up because time was tight. Lin Ziluo stopped by a stall, saying it was his first time in the royal city, so he didn't understand much. The zombie vendor was enthusiastic, saying if he didn't understand anything, just ask. Lin Ziluo waited for a moment, then asked if there was any fun place in the city. The zombie recommended a restaurant, but Lin Ziluo waved it off, wanting somewhere fun and exciting. The zombie hesitated, saying he couldn't think of any right now, making Lin Ziluo silently think this guy was really cautious, but he kept up a polite front. Maybe swayed by Lin Ziluo's sincere vibe, the zombie thought a bit then said, "Well, I do have something, but you might not like it." Lin Ziluo pretended not to care, saying as long as it's fun, he'd like it. The zombie pinned a few human eyeballs on the counter, asking if Lin Ziluo had heard of the dark market. It's where goods that can't be openly traded appear. Even deadly human duels happen there. He tried to suppress his excitement while telling Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo finally got the important info but acted indifferent, just responding with a casual sound. Lin Ziluo stood in the huge hall to buy entry rights to the dark market. The seller left the counter, telling Lin Ziluo to follow him without even looking back. At a door, the seller told him to put on a mask. Lin Ziluo said nothing and complied, following the person inside the dark market. He handed a big bag of thigh money to the gatekeeper. Lin also thought, luckily it was thigh money, or else he really wouldn't have the heart. Watching zombies crowding the arena to watch humans kill each other while eating human-made food, Lin Ziluo silently admired how the Thai tribe knew how to enjoy themselves. His thoughts were cut off by someone's arrival. Seeing a young man full of righteous anger step out, Lin Ziluo knew he had found the final piece of the puzzle. A bunch of zombies gathered eating human meat in front of a stall. The owner was extremely rude, waving them off. They argued back, saying the Thie King said human meat was free all day. The zombie told Khan Dian it was about to start and ran off. The others dropped their food and chased after him. At 2 in the afternoon in the central stands of the royal city, all seats were filled. The noisy excitement was silenced when a welcoming voice rang out. The Thai King's hologram appeared in the sky, slowly delivering a formal greeting. Under his lead, the Thai tribe gradually grew excited, shouting in response. He looked down at his people and said this time all gifted subjects could follow him to the central mothership. His words quickly stirred up a storm in the crowd. They couldn't believe they had such a blessing. But at that moment, a zombie stepped forward to report from Sector 5. Attacked by humans, which triggered the wrath of Lord Thie. The Elephant, the commander of the 5th city, angrily stood up from his seat, then knelt down to ask permission to lead reinforcements. Liu Zilu quietly sat in a corner of the stands, smirking because he knew the real fun was just getting started. His hand pressed the switch on Lord Thie's statue above the stands, which lit up as if responding. With a loud bang, the statue shattered into pieces in a brutal mess. Nearby zombies activated their defense skills to block the supercharged light bullets blasted from the explosion, looking at the shards leaking a liquid that carried the foul stench of the Thai tribe's human waste. It was so disgusting it was suffocating. Then a strange event happened as a series of curses against the Thai emperor blasted at max volume, followed by an explosion with mocking shapes and insulting words appearing in the sky during the grand ceremony. Inside the palace, the Thai emperor sat on his throne, his face flushed with anger, yelling at his subordinates to quickly find out who did this. Somewhere in the royal city, Lin Ziluo awkwardly laughed and pushed the blame onto Thai Luo. On the other side of the shadow market, the young man Lin Ziluo, whom they met in the arena last night, also felt the disturbance. He gritted his teeth, determined. Although this mission was a do or die for the brothers, they had to give it their all to seize the chance for freedom. As he spoke, he pushed open the arena door, leading a group toward the light. They grabbed weapons from the unconscious zombies and ran off together. Only then did the young man feel certain he wasn't being tricked. They quickly reached the exit, seeing only one zombie guard standing there. The guard reacted instantly, aiming his gun at them and pulling the trigger. But unfortunately, the energy core had already been stolen by Lin Ziluo, so the shots had zero threat. The escapees took advantage of this moment to open fire. Within a second, the zombie gatekeeper was blasted to pieces. The young man pulled out a map, explaining it was given to him by a mysterious person. He commanded everyone to split into teams and head to the human meat market to rescue their people. They arrived quickly. Those burned inside the cages cried tears of joy upon seeing them. He glanced at the fully armed zombies, guarding the other side of the warehouse, feeling tense. Still, he clenched his fist and smashed the cage lock. Hurry, rescue them. This is our only chance. Though his face was fierce, this was actually the first time in years he felt hope. The prisoners in the human meat market rushed out of the warehouse. Lin Ziluo blended into the crowd, smirking coldly, thinking, sweeping through 100,000 slaves will take forever. What will you do then? Lin Ziluo sent out a mental thread to control the demon children, pressed a switch, and a deafening explosion erupted. Inside the palace, the Thi Emperor hissed furiously, eyes wide, calling out to Thi Gui and scolding, "Why is the energy base malfunctioning too?" Thi Gui was drenched in sweat, saying he and Thi Ma would quickly check it out. The Thi Emperor then named 4 generals, ordering them to suppress the rebellious humans. They, of course, obeyed respectfully. The rest were ordered back to the city under his command. Finally, the Thai Emperor's anger slightly cooled, and he softened his tone. He frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking, no end in sight, huh? Thi Bao noticed the Emperor's displeasure and volunteered to patrol, following orders to find the mastermind. He wanted whoever caused this to suffer the harshest punishment. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo smirked coldly, knowing everything was going as planned. He didn't even know who was hunting whom. As long as he wiped them all out, no one would know he was the infiltrator. Thi Bao heard reports from his subordinates that they observed everything but found no one. Knowing this person couldn't be underestimated, he activated his mech armor, jumped into the inspection room, and kicked away a subordinate who was intently watching the panoramic screen. Then Thi Bao pressed a switch, triggering a welcoming sound from the system. The secret door slowly rolled up, revealing a figure waiting on the other side. From the aura and weapon, Thi Bao quickly confirmed it was a human. Lin Ziluo was also assessing Thi Bao's stats. Once he was sure the opponent was a fast, agile warrior, he gained more confidence. Outside, Thi Bao sternly questioned Lin Ziluo, accusing him of causing the chaos. Inside, he was extremely cautious, noticing Lin Ziluo hadn't summoned his mech armor. Lin Ziluo thought silently, these dungeon zombies are such a pain, then leapt up swinging his sword, deciding to strike first. Maybe it was Thi Bao's first time meeting someone who didn't argue, so he was caught off guard and raised his hand to block. The mech armor's hand cracked instantly upon contact with the sword, but it wasn't a big deal because it recovered to normal in a blink. By then, Thi Bao had regained his composure and unleashed the torture claw strike to counterattack. Unfortunately, his skill hit only empty air because Lin Ziluo anticipated his move and pulled back his hand. Thi Bao kept using several skills, but all were pushed back by Lin Ziluo's flames. He looked at his smoking mech armor in confusion. Even without it, Lin Ziluo had elemental manipulation powers. You're the chosen one among humans, then I'll kill you at all costs. Thi Bao crouched, preparing a full-force attack. A streak of light appeared. Thi Bao had reached a speed few could match, but as he closed in on Lin Ziluo within inches, the other didn't move at all, making Thi Bao's heart pound, thinking, could this be an ambush? Actually, he overthought it because Lin Ziluo only needed to use 2 skills, Demon Smile and Evil Gaze to win. Lin Ziluo sneered, mocking, too slow. His blazing, flaming longsword slashed into Thi Bao's chest mech armor, forcing him to recoil a long way. Lin Ziluo sheathed his sword, readying a new attack stance. Remember the 2 blades I snuck in when you opened the door? As soon as he finished, he unleashed a brutal skill and struck, perfectly hitting Thi Bao head-on. Many damage marks appeared on Thi Bao's mech armor. He gritted his teeth, vowing to kill Lin Ziluo once he got close, but Lin Ziluo ignored him and casually threw out a few skills, saying, "Wait for me to wipe the ground clean with Boney." A few blue orbs gathered into a massive energy cluster, slowly approaching Thi Bao. He sensed the aura of the move and knew it was bad news. Unexpectedly, the orbs vanished before touching him, but they left behind a strange energy clinging to Thi Bao's body. At that moment, Lin Ziluo suddenly flipped his hand to activate his elemental enhancement gear. A loud explosion erupted from Thi Bao's body, drowning out his desperate, unwilling scream. As the dust settled, Thi Bao lay motionless on the ground. Lin Ziluo jumped down from above, thinking, finally dead. Let's see what treasures he's got. But just when it seemed Thi Bao was dead, he suddenly opened his eyes, a smug look spreading across his face as if to say, "You're too weak." He swung his hand, aiming to assassinate Lin Ziluo, who was just inches away, with a sharp iron blade. But was Lin Ziluo going to let him win? He was one step faster, slashing a sword that made Thi Bao spit blood instantly. He fell again onto the tiled floor, muttering his unwillingness. Lin Ziluo lightly pushed the mask aside, revealing a contemptuous gaze underneath. Inside the Thai Emperor's palace, the Emperor was listening to his subordinates report that half the rebels had been suppressed, and assured that the rest couldn't escape. Hearing this, he coldly uttered a few words of disdain. At that moment, a zombie rushed in urgently, announcing that Thi Bao was dead. Outside, the moon was high, but with the loud shouts, everyone heading to Energy Base Number 3 knew this night was going to be sleepless. Back to Lin Ziluo, he was intently studying the information from the rock ice scroll, thinking maybe he didn't need to waste a diamond-grade scroll. After some internal struggle, Lin Ziluo took out a soul crystal and a blue bottle from his space. He sat in a corner, using all the functional items in 2 minutes. After leveling up, a stats interface appeared. This time, Liu Zilu decided to increase his spirit stat. Then came the part he was really looking forward to. The system quickly withdrew the diamond-grade gear. The screen in front of him displayed info on the flying dagger equipment. Liu Zilu realized this gear was all about speed. He chuckled, thinking if he used it, Newton would be so pissed he'd come back to life. Meanwhile, outside the secret chamber door, a bunch of Thi clan warriors appeared. They were bickering about what had happened to Thi Bao. While they were all jabbering, a familiar set of armor was suddenly thrown in. Upon closer look, they panicked even more because it was definitely General Thi Bao. Not letting them be surprised for long, Liu Zilu planted a series of skills so fast they couldn't detect it. Clenching his fist, a coincidental explosion erupted, turning them into bloody pulp. Liu Zilu found Ghost Boy and Big Dummy enthusiastically killing zombies and got pumped. Mission basically done. A few minutes later, among the fleeing crowd from Thai City, Liu Zilu, Ghost Boy, and Big Dummy quietly blended in. He looked at the young man he had chosen to lead the group with a bit of pride in his eyes. The guy coincidentally turned his head, face full of hope, pointing toward the city gate. Brothers, we're almost there. While Liu Zilu walked among the crowd, the system popped up a side mission to help the lost souls. Liu Zilu checked the mission board with its tempting rewards and silently crossed out his initial plan to ignore it. The group followed the map to a pretty big pit and stopped. One guy realized this was the drainage system, and held his head in regret because to escape from here, they had to pass through a factory full of zombie soldiers. Liu Zilu took this chance to move forward. Just halfway through. Actually, he just needed to break through a stretch of road to get everyone out. The lead man saw him and happily called him savior. Liu Zilu didn't reply but reached out toward the drainage grate, activating a skill. A staircase leading down appeared gradually. Without hesitation, he and his two teammates led a group of skilled shooters forward to support the rear, while the others followed him. Liu Zilu led the way down the drainage. Those above saw the scene below and hesitated. It was all dirty water, no place to step. Such a small thing couldn't faze Liu Zilu. He gently raised his hand, and the dirty water quickly parted, revealing a narrow path. The group cheered, calling him a god. He continued leading them forward. Liu Zilu pointed at a wall, ordering everyone to shoot at it. He was a bit annoyed inside because without earth manipulation powers, it took forever. Liu Zilu stood outside watching. His group shoot zombies in a boring firefight. He observed and guessed this place might have been compromised, so they needed to speed up. He timed his move carefully, reminding everyone to get ready and to run fast once outside. He glanced back coldly and said, "Your lives are your own." Water suddenly poured in, but he quickly channeled energy to split it into two directions. Liu Zilu was shocked by the massive spirit energy drain and shouted for them to run fast. As the group sprinted with all their might, he stood firm, blocking the flood. At the calm river outside Thai City, waves suddenly rose as a bunch of people surfaced from underwater. Meanwhile, Liu Zilu watched the system notifications pop up continuously, feeling like his soul was ascending. He felt stronger than ever. All fatigue turned to dust, but he still reminded the others, "Rush out, don't dawdle." Above, zombie troops boredly stared at the sky until one suddenly panicked, spotting the crowd running out from under the river, and shouted a warning. Immediately, the defensive weapons activated. Each beam of energy gun on the fortress walls fired down, quickly reducing the number of people significantly. The zombies weren't having it easy either. Seeing such a large human population, they hurried off to report to the Crimson Emperor. Inside the palace, the Crimson Emperor ignored the call to pursue and directly ordered the laser cannon to be activated, a super-level weapon from the medium-class spaceship without worrying about energy consumption. The order was personally issued by the Crimson Emperor. No changes allowed, so a giant cannon quickly appeared on the fortress wall. During the loading process, the cannon's mouth shone brightly like the midday sun. A single explosion was heard. No one saw the projectile fly out, only that the distant crowd was bombarded into a huge cloud of dust and debris. Liu Zilu looked at the death notifications piling up on the system screen. He got pissed and thought, "I'm saving you guys but losing experience points, who's gonna make it up to me?" Liu Zilu used his old trick, not minding that Ghost Child's consciousness was near the fortress wall, then controlled his body to move forward to see what was going on. Crawling close to the cannon's base, he overheard zombies saying their energy was depleted. Another voice replied that the Crimson Emperor had ordered the city's entire energy core to be mobilized. Ghost Child's body flared with flames. Liu Zilu smiled darkly inside. "You guys really have it rough." The Crimson Emperor sat in the palace watching the whole scene on the surveillance screen, chuckling smugly with satisfaction written all over his face. "Dare insult me, you'll pay a painful price." A zombie reported that 5 squads had been sent to the sewers to capture humans. The Crimson Emperor wasn't stingy and gave a rare compliment. Then another zombie approached, bowing his head to report the laser cannon's energy recharge is complete, ready to fire the fourth round. Back on the battlefield, the Crimson Clan leader pointed in a direction and ordered the shot, but the laser cannon's immense power kept scoring hits. Suddenly, it ran out of ammo, and the crew gathered, whispering anxiously. The laser cannon, personally upgraded by the Crimson Clan, had always been super reliable. What the hell just happened? One of them started trembling, frantically pressing keys on the keyboard. The Crimson Emperor was watching, telling them to try reopening it. Just as they were confused, the screen suddenly went black. Then the cannon's barrel lit up again, causing panic. Why is it storing energy? Didn't it just fail to fire? Sadly, their complaints changed nothing. The projectile shot straight at the fortress wall. Its massive power caused the towering wall to crack gradually. Rocks and dirt fell, hitting zombies nearby. Ghostchild, whose consciousness was controlled by Liu Zilu, remained safe in his original spot. Liu Zilu was extremely suspicious but unaware that the system's operation had been tampered with, so he was lucky as hell. The big explosion knocked zombies off the fortress. Ghostchild seized the chance to approach the laser cannon and inserted a different chip into the system. While enemy reinforcements hadn't arrived yet, Liu Zilu shouted loudly. The firepower above had lessened, so it was time to run fast. The number of people escaping. The Crimson City's range directly correlated with the system's reward notifications, quickly boosting his rank. Liu Zilu had already predicted this, so he wasn't surprised and immediately chose the physical attribute upgrade. Though not surprised, he still arrogantly praised himself as a genius for leveling up twice in a few hours. While mentally controlling the water flow, someone ran up to report. The outside couldn't hold out much longer. He thought silently that this was enough. No need to risk his life just for experience points, so he ordered a full retreat within 10 minutes, leaving the rest to handle themselves. The other person reminded Liu Zilu to take care, then followed the crowd out. Ghostchild had returned by then, with a horde of zombies chasing behind. Ghostchild, annoyed by the hassle, turned around and casually unleashed a skill that blew the pursuers into pieces. The big idiot on the other side quickly shut the gate. Liu Zilu waved both hands, telling them to go up first. He'd give the enemies one last surprise. As Liu Zilu focused on compressing the water, a series of heavy footsteps sounded behind him. Crimson Hawk rushed in, seeing a deserted patch, furious. Damn it, they all ran off again. Liu Zilu then spoke up to prove his value. Aren't I still here? Crimson Hawk wasn't happy about catching anyone, instead he was extremely cautious, suspecting a trap. Liu Zilu sneered mockingly, confident, and let go. The compressed water orb finally burst out like a massive flood. Crimson Hawk reflexively took flight, but his underlings weren't so lucky. They drowned below, hoarse from screaming for help. Liu Zilu flew out of the water, a pair of brilliant wings behind him. His expression was a bit sour, thinking, there were no less than 300,000 rebels. Now only 3,000 left. If I survive a bit longer, my experience points will grow a little more. Far outside Crimson City, Flower Spirit was puzzled, communicating with Liu Zilu through artificial intelligence. Why would 3 people need a massive army to back them up? Liu Zilu silently corrected himself, not 3 but 3,000. The spirit's eyes widened in shock, and Liu Zilu smirked proudly. Believe it now. Flower Spirit didn't answer his question but focused on giving instructions over the phone. Captain, you need to prepare several large vehicles. Then pointing to the large crowd behind, asked Liu Zilu why he brought so many people. He casually replied it was for some minor tasks not worth mentioning. Thinking of the image of the Crimson Leopard, he smiled and listed a few leisure activities. Strolling the streets, sightseeing, and dealing with a leopard. He panicked and asked again. You said Thibao is one of the 12 great generals? Zile replied softly. Probably. The answer made Hua Spirit widen his eyes, mouth agape, speechless. At The City number 8, someone stood watching from a high platform, looked through binoculars, then shouted in panic, enemies. Hua Spirit waved his hand and said, that's our Lin Hero back. Chu Yi Tian and everyone gathered around him, showing admiration. Chu Yi Tian whispered a reminder. The king will definitely send a big army to sweep through. We should retreat quickly. He calmly replied, then on the way back, let's study hard. In his heart, he judged this was a good chance to wipe out world influence. The car sped down the road. Everyone inside the car was discussing plans. Zile confidently took the task of leading them inside, already calculating that the zombies for the few in power armor would be his. The car stopped at the ruined border. Chu Yitian spoke up to analyze. This time, the zombie army was fierce and aggressive. They definitely needed someone to cover the rear. Was there a captain volunteering? He didn't answer, secretly opposing the idea. What's the difference between staying to cover the rear and going to die? Chu Yitian directly assigned Bang Shu the task of leading the 5th Company to defend, while he would distribute heavy weapons to him. He wondered why they didn't split into smaller teams like before, and Zile explained it wasn't allowed this time. The enemy using full force would reveal their base location. Lin Zile crossed his arms, silently evaluating the experience bag he had painstakingly trained. He asked why it had to be the fifth company. Zile looked at him and explained they were elite, able to use fewer people to ensure survival. This was war. Lin Zile turned away, silently calculating. Forget it. Heading to the central spaceship was the priority. The 3,000 people just rescued could also be experience bags. Bang Shu opened the door and looked outside, silently wondering if the base separation would continue to play out. A breeze swept through the air as Zila stood on the ground, staring at the phone screen in his hand. He had just sent a message to Bang Shu reminding everyone to retreat quickly. The enemy's phone lay on the ground, its screen smeared with blood. Bang Shu was currently holding a zombie whose head was badly damaged. The king's order was to kill all these people charging forward. Lin Zile was completely unaware, still staring thoughtfully at the phone screen. Chu Yitian turned his back and informed the two others that the metal door mechanism was now fully locked. No one, including himself, had the authority to open it. He silently considered that after completing the main mission, he could return to Lam Star, but not taking the power armor was out of the question. He whispered to Hua Spirit, "What was the method to enter the central spaceship you mentioned earlier?" Hua Spirit answered softly, "We have a secret passage that can bypass the giant zombies and go straight to the ship, but zombies inside the ship might detect us." Lin Zile felt intrigued. Here came the sneaking mission he loved the most. He pushed the door open, facing a huge crowd of fans cheering nonstop, but he told himself he didn't feel anything. The battle formation at Lam Star was much bigger than here. Lin Zile said to Chu Yitian, "Boss, arrange housing for these 3,000 people, they'll follow me later." He immediately accepted the responsibility of a company commander. At the training yard, Lin Zile sat on a chair watching everyone train together. He sipped a hot drink while thinking. The experience from the captain's mission plus the contract mission meant it was time to pull back. Suddenly, a large red electronic board appeared before him, displaying a level-up congratulations and rewards. Zile stared at the message in shock. Leveling up again, only 4 months since rebirth, too fast. He laughed with eyes squinted and loudly ordered an increase in training volume to prepare for war and prevent famine. His heart bloomed with joy. How could he let this advantage slip? Suddenly, the system displayed a danger detection alert. A few seconds later, the system canceled the danger detection. This made Zila wonder why someone kept probing at the edge of death, basically looking for their own demise. In the conference room, Lin Zile was speaking. A 10-day lockdown was too short. Starting after a month, safety was the top priority. He excitedly tapped the table. "In the face of life and death, I have to fight for a chance to live." Zila emphasized, "After this operation, I will leave. You guys are Captain Chu's rookies." Chu Yitian smiled brightly. "Why so shy?" Lin Zile thought to himself, the experience was enough. "Don't think I'll snatch your throne anymore." The group marched outside the battlefield. Thai King was determined to avenge. Members of the Thai clan were excited. Commoners like them never had the chance to enter the central spaceship and make such leaps. A Thai clan member reported that this time the central spaceship had no special spots at all. Thai King insisted, "Keep going inside." This time the Thai clan must inherit 2 complete sets of power armor inside the ship. Suddenly, a binocular popped up from the ground, scanned around for a while, then stopped. An underground basement appeared. Yi Tian instructed Hua Spirit, "You return to base and lead people into the ship. Captain Lin and I will scout ahead." Chu Yi Tian was thrilled. Actually, this passage was the base previously completely destroyed by zombies, so zombies usually ignored this place. The group approached a large pit. Lam Zilok was shocked. He really wanted to use the 9-flame pearl to absorb everything. The whole group went inside, where many people had already died. Zhu Yitian knocked on the wall. "These are all people from the Nightshade base. What's the deal with them?" "Knock here on this hollow spot." Zhu Yitian continued knocking. The wall opened up, and he explained, "This is a secret passage built by an ancient civilization leading straight to the mountain city. Follow me." The mountain city was the original crash site of the last central spaceship, which was badly damaged. Lam Zilok watched the door slowly disappear. Zhu Yitian placed his hand on the door. "We're here. First, don't make a sound." He asked if everyone was ready, once again emphasizing, "You have to come in with me." After everyone confirmed they were ready, the door opened, and a gust of wind made him frown. Lam Zilok was stunned when that huge thing was right above his head. Zhu Yitian stepped in first, with everyone following. As Lam Zilok entered, the system announced the final mission activation was successful, asking if he accepted the task. He smirked and accepted. Sure enough, besides the main mission, there were new tasks. As Lam Zilok moved, The system announced the mission's background, objectives, and rewards. After hearing it, he sighed. Isn't this just forcing me to be a badass? No choice. Meanwhile, Zhu Yiqian kept rambling. If it weren't for this, the Star King realm would still be ruled by humans. Without it, why would I come to this dungeon? Lam Zilu looked at the test tubes right in front of him and grinned wickedly. Zhu Yiqian went ahead. The mech-equipped ship compartment needed to pass a special inspection. Because the spaceship was huge, it was roughly divided into 3 floors based on its structure. He opened the door ahead. Inside was a pile of junk accompanied by his explanation. The lower floor was the cargo area, food production room, and clean item storage, all basically cleaned up. The middle floor was the tech lab, the main destination of this trip. The top floor resembled an ancient civilized city, mainly used for living. Someone raised a hand and asked, so where did the aliens who originally lived there go? Zhu Yiqian replied, nobody knows. Records show no life forms were present when it crashed. Lam Zilu froze. Why did they vanish from the human world? Probably a hidden mission. Zhu Yiqian guided everyone here. All communication devices would fail, so be careful of zombies while searching. Hua Tingshan suggested, why don't we head straight to the tech lab? Lam Zilu nodded in agreement and scanned the surroundings. A faint space appeared, making him frown in discomfort. Some spots were unclear. Was there some invisible force blocking him? Lam Zilu popped a few soul spirit pearls into his mouth when suddenly a noise caught everyone's attention. Everyone quickly hid. Lam Zilu peeked out and saw a horde of zombies breaking down the door. They were startled, looking inside the room. One of them got attacked by Lam Zilu's group, and the whole bunch scattered in panic. Ghost Kid stabbed a zombie to death first. Big Dummy smashed a hammer on the one in front, while a sword sliced 2 more. Ghost Kid was ruthless. Big Dummy smashed another one until blood splattered, and 2 more got their heads chopped off. Hua Tingshan watched the scene and wondered, how are you guys so skilled? Lam Zilu chuckled silently, thinking, how do I even explain this to him? Hua Tingshan spoke up, the zombies aren't on the first floor now. Even though Lam Zilu rushed to the tech lab, he was thinking differently. Once he got the mech, he could wipe them all out. They reached the elevator inside the central spaceship and stepped in to go up. Hua Tingshan discussed, the complete mech storage rooms are randomly locked, very hard to find, and full of zombies. Lam Zilu was calm, hard to find, then we'll just find them. As for zombies, before he finished, the elevator doors opened and a whole bunch of zombies appeared. Ghost Kid didn't say a word and quickly cut their throats. Lam Zilu was fired up, I'll kill as many as come. A zombie poked its head out and asked, hey, why haven't you guys moved on yet? Zombies inside shouted, humans are here. Everyone be careful. Hua Tingshan told everyone. That kind of yelling alerts other zombies. We're retreating first. On the 3rd floor of the central spaceship, subordinates reported to General Shi Huang. General Shi Yan sent someone to report important news. He listened and said, the fish are in the net. When do we haul it in? Shi Huang grinned wickedly. Teacher Lam Zilu smirked mischievously, realizing they'd been discovered. He thought, if you don't stop me, I'll kill them all. Hua Tingshan sighed. It's good to be experienced since zombies are everywhere here. He was frustrated. Why are there so many space rooms? He said, I remember there's a mech area. Come with me. Many people probably failed their trials there. Next, the group followed Hua Tingshan, who started sharing related info. Metal doors will give you the basic inspection. After that, you can do a more advanced check inside the room. He laughed and said, this is 95% difficulty. Lam Zilu gathered his strength, transmitting a huge amount of power to the inspection. Hua Tingshan was amazed. How many surprises do you have that I don't know about? Suddenly, Lam Zilu turned and commanded, take my 2 brothers to search while I check this out. He agreed. Looking at his back, Hua Tingshan was filled with hope. We're about to have a second great general, Hua Tingshan said. Lam Zilu silently wondered if he'd cry when he finally learned the truth. The moment those power waves surrounded Ziluo, the system notification checked and saw the warrior was undergoing the Holy Light mech armor trial. Now, depending on the adaptation between both sides, the trial would be simulated. Lin Ziluo felt secretly pleased. Holy Light just by the name sounded like something good. Then a thought popped into his head, this is too real. It can't be as simple as it seems. The system issued a mission. The maximum trial duration is 30 days. Warrior, please step onto the table and complete the questions on the paper. Lin Ziluo gripped his sword tightly, raised it high, and stared down with determination. The topic about the divine mech race was probably beyond his ability to solve. Screw it, just smash it apart. Then his eyes nearly popped out in surprise at how easy it was. After finishing the answers, Lin Ziluo started doubting them. There must be a trap in this trial. 1 + 1 can't equal 2. But miraculously, As soon as he wrote down the number 2, the system declared the trial complete. Please inherit the Holy Light mech armor. Seeing that, Liu Zilu felt a bit uneasy. 1 plus 1 really is 2, no need to doubt your math teacher. Looking at the armor in front of him, it was utterly confusing. Is this the tough challenge the guild leader was talking about? Next, Liu Zilu placed his hand on the mech armor, and immediately the system notified that it was a temporary diamond-grade equipment in the dungeon and didn't conflict with other gear sets. Then it displayed an analysis chart. It included an introduction to the remaining energy before losing attributes and skills of the suit. He couldn't believe it. It was just a support battle armor for a top-tier profession like himself. Suddenly, he looked at the sparkling rays from the mech armor, retracted it into his hand, and pondered. Whatever, a broken nose is still flesh. Let's check out other mech armors. With a displeased expression, he started walking and said, I'm out of here. Seeing that, Hua's spirit comforted him. You're fast, so it's okay. Failure isn't shameful. He placed his hand on Big Dummy and suggested, maybe it's just not suitable. Let Big Dummy try it. Hearing Liu Zilu's objection that they didn't need to go, he disagreed. The trial difficulty varies by person. Don't be so selfish. He thought to himself that Brotherhood spirit was basically throwing themselves at me, right? Then Liu Zilu put on that armor, leaving him stunned. Not only that, he commented that the Holy Light mech armor's power was average, which Hua's spirit couldn't believe. 100 years ago, a predecessor needed to burn under the Holy Light for a month, but you only lasted 5 minutes. Liu Zilu thought inside. I'm no rookie at math. However, he still acted cool on the outside and said it depends on the person, reinforcing his hope. Captain Lin's strength was truly terrifying. Then, under Hua's spirit's admiring gaze, Liu Zilu shouted, let's move to the next place for this rank trial. I don't even bother with it. At the same time, a mocking thought appeared. If it were you, you'd be fine too. The battle between humans and zombies erupted. Wu Nanqing hid on the side, furious, seeing her people killed. She asked, Captain, what should we do in this situation? Immediately, Chu Yiqian commanded, quickly take the others to the second floor, find a suitable place to hide or find Hua Spirit's group with Liu Zilu. Hearing this, Wu Nanqing was suspicious. What about you, Captain? Will you come with us? He refused and explained, Bang Uncle's second team is almost here. I have to go out and stop them from coming inside. She replied firmly, I'll go find Captain Lin. He definitely has a way. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Liu Zilu asked, this isn't good. Brother Hua, don't you have info on the general location of other mech armors? He answered, no, it's already hard for us humans to get to the second floor. Seeing Hua's spirit searching tirelessly, Liu Zilu got an idea. Humans might not know, but zombies do. Thinking that, Liu Zilu summoned magic power in his hand and asked for more info. Do you understand the movement patterns and behavior of zombies? He replied yes, as it was part of training, to improve combat ability against zombies. Hearing that, Liu Zilu pushed the power in his hand toward them and said, understanding is enough. Just mimic more and you'll get it. Then, everyone transformed into zombies, and he began explaining the detailed plan. Now here's the deal. I'm Thi Luo, that guy is Thi Dulong, that one is Thi Dongqiang, and you're Thi Tingshan, got it. Seeing this, Hua Spirit was surprised. Brother Thi Luo, so that's why you entered Thai Imperial City like that. Liu Zilu told him to cut the crap. Then he approached a zombie corpse, picked up a card, and gave orders. Now just randomly find a lucky team. Hua Spirit obeyed. After walking a bit, the group saw a zombie team. Liu Zilu asked, Brother Thai, how's your harvest? The one facing him replied, Who are you? I don't remember you. Immediately, he stepped behind and put an arm around him like a buddy. Forgot already? Back at the elite guild, I stood next to you, and we even toasted together. Actually, that festival was to select elites for the spaceship. Hearing this, he nodded. Seems like I do remember a bit. Liu Zilu happily said, See, good brothers finally remember me. Then he steered the topic back. So, how's your harvest? Thinking they were acquaintances, the zombie leader answered frankly. Earlier, they found 20 laser guns in the ship's compartment and handed them in for points. Hearing that, Liu Zilu praised, Impressive. Unlike us, we only have one gun. He was surprised and added, 3 days and you only have one gun. Liu Zilu pointed at Hua Spirit, saying it was because he kept insisting on testing the mech armor, wasting 2 days. He immediately played along, but wasn't it because you just stood outside doing nothing? Hearing that, he got suspicious. Which mechanical armor are you guys trying out? I was quietly happy inside, my bro's on the right track, and at the same time, the answer outside was the deadliest mechanical armor. The head of the Thai tribe predicted it was the set that even Lord Thai Hoang shook his head at because of its difficulty. Liu Zilu definitely said it was that one. But I seriously don't get what's so good about it that this dude keeps wanting to challenge it. Hearing that, he suggested, "Bro, why don't you try the walking wind mechanical armor? It's simple." I scratched my head, almost forgetting. "Where's that armor again?" The head of the Thai tribe answered right away. "Area B3, Lord Hoang mentioned it earlier. Aren't you serious?" Meanwhile, he thought silently, "Only a dumbass like you lets us find more." Then he wondered, "Why haven't you gone yet?" Zilu replied, "Because I feel this time we can't just wait around. If we want to inherit, we inherit together." Hua's spirit, standing beside, added, "But we don't know what suits us." The head of the Thai tribe laughed loudly. "Isn't that simple?" First, he pointed at the big dummy, the burly bro who's suited for the L-27 Demon Rage mechanical armor. Then to Ghost Kid, the little bro fits the P-36 Shadowless mechanical armor, and finally, Hua Spirit. "But you keep insisting on challenging an Area A-13. Who knows, maybe you'll succeed." After pointing out each person, he put his hands in his pockets and said, "All right, we're off, but we need to borrow something." The head of the Thai tribe asked, "Borrow what?" Then, a swift chop landed right on his head. Liu Zilu held the blood-covered sword firmly and smiled softly. "Borrow your head to use. You explain our actions and the family order. As long as we kill them all, no one will know we snuck in. Let's go." Hua's spirit pointed to the door and said, "Big dummy bro, hurry and try it out." Liu Zilu raised his hand. "Let me try first. You planning to stop me?" The captain of this mechanical armor unit knew right away it fit the big dummy. "But if you try, the difficulty will probably spike." Then the door opened. Liu Zilu stepped in and reassured, "I'll be quick. Wait a bit, everyone." He smiled quietly, hoping it wouldn't be what he thought. The system still announced like last time that the 30-day time limit to finish the question on the paper on the table remained. Liu Zilu complained, "Same layout, definitely cutting corners." But his eyes caught the question 2 times 2. Liu Zilu sighed. "They even upgraded to multiplication? Might as well let the big dummy do it." Seeing him raise the answer 3, the system warned, "The hero can rewrite the answer if dissatisfied and figures out the correct one." But Liu Zilu insisted, "I want this answer." The system immediately announced, "Because this time the hero's performance was poor, the difficulty will be lowered in the next test. Please keep trying." He smiled, guessing it would drop to 1 plus M. Then the big dummy placed his hand on the door screen. Outside, Liu Zilu commanded, "You guys head to Area P-36 first. There's still a shadowless mechanical armor waiting." Instantly, 2 people left, and he smiled softly. At this moment, Liu Zilu focused his gaze and saw through the scene inside. The setting and system alerts for the big dummy were totally different. The test required the hero to kill all demon rages appearing in the simulation within 1 day. Suddenly, a lion charged, and he smashed it with a hammer. Seeing that, Liu Zilu silently judged the demon rage's strength was easy for the big dummy to handle. Then he guessed the test that made Lord Thi Hoang shake his head wasn't just simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division. Suddenly, a loud noise from the corridor ahead caught Liu Zilu's attention. It was Wu Nanqing fighting a zombie. Suddenly, the system popped up a notification. The player encountered a chaotic fight between humans and zombies, triggering a battle mission inside the spaceship. At that moment, the zombie was knocked far away. Liu Zilu caught it just in time, and the zombie thanked him. "I'll report your merit to the higher-ups." Then the zombie charged forward to attack. Liu Zilu whipped a rope and struck it hard. The zombie angrily turned and cursed. "This guy." He wore mechanical armor and blocked the zombie's attack, while the zombie shouted, "Damn you! Are you trying to rebel? Why help humans?" The zombie's head exploded, and Liu Zilu ordered, "Simulation battle start." Alongside the zombie's painful screams and threats, Lord Hoang's voice promised to kill them all, while the system announced experience points and gold coins earned from completing the mission. After finishing, he changed back to his original clothes and asked, "You guys came to the 2nd floor this early?" Wu Nanqing reported, "We fell into Lord Hoang's trap. Serious injuries, the battalion commander alone is blocking Uncle Bang from coming here to die." Liu Zilu ordered, "Quickly tell them to hide in the ship's compartments, and after arranging that, you and Su Hong come to me." Wu Nanqing obeyed. Then he raised his sword high with a determined look. "All right, I gotta get hyped and play along with you guys." Liu Zilu helplessly watched Wu Nanqing pacing around. Right after, he handed them a paper with instructions. "You guys check the news about Uncle Bang on the 1st floor. I'll go ahead and investigate." Liu Zilu turned away, chuckling softly. Sneaking around is still better solo. He walked slowly forward. Ahead, a bunch of zombies gathered, surprising him. This king's mechanical armor really attracts everyone. No need to waste energy searching. Then Liu Zilu immediately jumped to the end of the line. What's the difference between a ghost and a zombie? The Tang Thai gang turned away, disappointed. "No way," failed again. The leader saw him approaching and was startled but sneered. Even someone like you can get in now? Then he laughed awkwardly in surprise. What's your name? It really boosted the prestige of our Thai clan. He laughed, mentioning the name Thilak. After Liu Zilu stepped inside, their urgent voices shouted, "Quick, report to the Thai king." The system's reminder voice rang out, leaving him puzzled. Checking, he saw a warrior undergoing the Min King armor test. This time, it wouldn't be a simple two-variable linear equation, right? The system's voice kept announcing. Based on the warrior's body coordination progress during the simulation test, Liu Zilu stepped into a vast, empty space. Looks like this time it's going to be a fight. The system's voice continued reporting, scanning the body data of the warrior participating in the test. After hearing the system's result announcement, he couldn't help but be surprised. The scan ended by simulating a mimic. A figure was being reconstructed right before him. Soon after, the mimic appeared more clearly in front of Liu Zilu. He couldn't help but look at the copy and kept praising himself. "Man, I'm ridiculously handsome." The system voice sounded again. The spaceship's outer ring, the demon-slaying gauntlet, elemental rings all appeared simultaneously on the copy, leaving him stunned. Forget golden-grade gear, even diamond-grade gear simulation is just simulation, but this ability is seriously defying the heavens. Liu Ziluk's face showed a hint of discomfort as he thought, "Damn, now even the corpse-handling rank can be simulated." He swung his sword hard at the protective ring, but it seemed to have no effect. Liu Zilu stared at the copy and worriedly shouted, "This time, we're screwed." The shockwave echoed throughout the base. The Thai king stood within the shockwave, immediately throwing Mankali to the ground, shattering him. He ordered his subordinates out loud, laughing inwardly, commanding all troops on the first floor to leave the spaceship and even the elite scouts on the second floor to halt. The Min King armor test was causing such a big commotion. Inside the room, a strange object appeared. A big zombie loudly warned, "Hey, don't go there." He waved his hand to warn, "If you get any closer, you'll melt." The entire spaceship trembled from the shock. Strange liquid was spilling out from inside. The zombie guard suddenly noticed it. The liquid flowed toward the Min King armor test door. It climbed up the door. Liu Zilu and his copy stood inside, both frowning. He raised his sword toward it with a slight smile. "All right, let's get started." Liu Zilu looked at his copy. The system displayed a long string of information about him. He lightly clapped and smiled. "So this is how others see me." The two stared at each other, ready to fight. Liu Zilu quickly stepped forward to attack. Suddenly, a notification popped up, shocking him. "Why did my stats disappear?" They both jumped up and fiercely clashed. Both used identical moves, making it hard to determine the winner. Liu Zilu was deeply thoughtful. Even the defense style matched his exact thinking. The mimic quickly swung a heavy blow, pushing him back. It raised its sword high to strike down. Liu Zilu swiftly used a blocking move. The powerful flame from the mimic attacked him but was blocked. Liu Zilu immediately counterattacked fiercely. The mimic quickly used a move identical to his to block. Liu Zilu fought relentlessly, amazed at how brutal it was. No chance to rest. Their fight caused massive impact. His strikes were blocked. He and the copy kept using identical moves, making him anxious. This can't keep going. Then he decided to improvise and try changing weapons. The mimic nimbly dodged Liu Ziluk's blade. A small dagger fiercely stabbed toward him. Their fight was intense. His attacks were all blocked, and he blocked all of the mimic's attacks in return. Liu Zilu dodged quickly backward, amazed at the reaction speed, no delay at all. He immediately used a newer technique. The more a person calculates, the more they're bound by these things. His copy also unleashed the same technique. Liu Zilu was furious. "Why, you sneaky bastard? You even copied that pathetic move." They charged at each other, attacking and blocking in turn. Then Liu Zilu flipped backward to the middle stage. From above, launching a strike downward, the shield appeared again, protecting the mimic. Liu Zilu saw the copy's contemptuous face and got angry. "You even learned that mocking style?" He forced himself to calm down, stay sharp. Then Zilu steadied himself and began analyzing. The mimic could copy his fighting style. It continuously mirrored his moves. Their fight was fierce. Liu Zilu struck the copy's face, thinking, "What about this?" He unleashed hundreds of wild, powerful blows. Finally, he landed a hit on his own copy. Before the mimic could recover, another strike hit. His face was covered in wounds. Liu Zilu was thrilled. This was the simplest human boxing style of the Eight King Fist, just blindly flailing. The mimic frowned, quickly caught Liu Ziluk's strike, then smirked. "Your boxing style is ridiculous. Now it's my turn." Liu Zilu was shocked. The Eight King Fist was broken so fast. He stepped back a few feet, muttering, "What the hell is going on?" Then he closed and opened his eyes, activating his observation ability. In front of Liam Tsu, Mark was the image of the mimic shooting laser beams from his eyes, making him instantly realize. Analyzing Thai Hong Leap's eyes to predict moves also relied on the sharp increase of the M-class spaceship. Finally, After grasping the opponent's superpower, this was just a piece of cake for him. Predicting Wang Ba Quan, I already know where your weak spot is, punk. Saying that, Liam Sulak burst out laughing and activated the fog generator. Because Liam Sulak was confident of victory. If my prediction ability can't beat you, then let's just throw it all away. The mimic didn't know what he was thinking, just looking around, but only Liam Sulak's sarcastic voice echoed in the room. Doing that, you better watch out for your dog eyes. Immediately, the mimic fired a laser right at Liam Sulak's voice, who knew it almost hit a critical spot. Seeing Liam Sulak still safe, though a bit cocky, the mimic reluctantly switched on his infrared sensors. And that was the moment the mimic fell into the trap Liam had set. Liam Sulak noticed immediately, ignited the sword in his hand, and swiftly slashed the mimic's neck. One strike hit right at his jugular, spraying out thick black liquid. The mimic just took a slash to the neck, while Liam casually jumped back. But it seemed Liam Sulak's attack was useless because the wound healed surprisingly fast. He wasn't shocked, just like I said, "You're fake ass." Then it was the mimic's turn to strike, not forgetting to throw some polite words back. "I'm just like you. Gonna use every advantage to the max, now you can't run." Liam Sulak watched this scene, his heart steady as ever. "You're digging your own grave." While the mimic played the head and eyes game. Seeing Liam Sulak wrap himself in golden light and charge, the mimic also cloaked his weapon in golden light. The mimic easily grabbed his weapon, but suddenly that light started fading. Turns out Liam Sulak was just throwing a smoke bomb earlier, and somehow had grabbed the mimic's neck. Even I didn't expect that. He pinned the mimic down, holding the dominant position. "We have the same body, how can you struggle out of this?" Everything was already planned by Liam Sulak from the start. As he ignited the flame mode on his sword, he smiled and asked the mimic one last time, "Now, can you predict how many times I'll hit your face in a minute?" 14 days had passed. He beat the mimic mercilessly, and his mouth was even crueler. "Beat you so bad your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Probably used up all your infinite blood." Huh? Liam Sulak stepped back a bit, summoned his sword, activated the fire sword mode, and sent the mimic straight to dust. After finishing the mission, a bunch of system notifications popped up like applause, making Liam wonder why the Golden Hand system was suddenly so generous. A moment later, more system alerts appeared. Seems like Liam was getting a big break, so he chuckled dryly. Snatching the myth rank, not a trace of that iron-worn glory. Next came an update with important instructions about the War God battle mode. He felt totally different from normal people, turning into a living battle machine. Too bad you won't get to experience this. Then, a totally unexpected reward appeared before him, the Bright King armor. Before he could even process what was happening, a gate suddenly opened. Liam saw a strange object in front of him, looking like a golden iron flower. He was stunned and muttered suspiciously, "Metal in liquid form." Liam's hand gently touched the armor, and suddenly, his hand trembled. In no time, the armor fused with him, looking pretty damn cool. By changing the light refraction stats, the armor became invisibly awesome. He quickly tested it, even simulating weapons like tentacles. The system then displayed a user guide for the Bright King armor. He read carefully, analyzing the armor's components. Doesn't that mean it can always shield and enhance control? At that moment, the system announced Liam was withdrawing 2 common golden hands. The system also showed item info, making him rub his chin thoughtfully. "Not bad, but why did you lose your spirit earlier? Could there be something weird about this testing room?" Then Liam grumbled, still waiting for the golden equipment set. Just as he finished speaking, his wish was granted. He tried it on and read the info, which was slightly better than the Elemental 4P set. But he didn't focus much, quickly changing the subject, still preferring the simple-minded development style of a big dummy. "Let's see how they're doing." Liam teleported and saw a humanoid bug sneaking around looking for meat. The system added info about this character, making Liam think, what an idiot. Next was a little demon kid in the corner, making him sigh. Better than nothing, at least the NPCs influenced the world somehow. Outside the door, there were probably zombies everywhere now. Cut to Thi Huang, standing and listening to his subordinate's report. "Sir, because of the earlier shock, the spaceship sank several hundred meters. Now only the 3rd floor is accessible." He waved dismissively, uninterested. Liam Sulak strode out boldly, catching Thi Huang's gaze, quickly regaining a respectful attitude. "Your humble servant greets Lord Thi Huang." He seemed a bit annoyed but ordered, "Look up at me." Thi Huang didn't care much, asking about Thi Lok's inspection of the Bright King armor he joined. "How's it going?" Seeing that, he replied, "This guy was pretty damn lucky to pass the test." Hearing that, the old man lured him to a place where it was just the 2 of them. Once there, with only the 2 of them left, Huang asked Liu Zilu, "Can you tell me what you went through during the test now?" He obediently pretended to answer. "The test arranged for someone to imitate a fighter with exactly the same level of skill as me." At that moment, was he thinking about taking out the guy or just killing him right there? Just as he was about to act, Shi Huang added, "The test method was exactly the same as mine." Seeing the guy still had some value, he didn't dare stir up trouble, so he held back for now. There were still some mech parts left to claim. Meanwhile, Huang asked, "How did you manage to pass the test?" Zilu explained, "At first, I didn't have a clue, but then I relied on the zombie's bloodthirsty instinct, letting go of everything to barely get through." Shi Huang was surprised. Hearing that, Shi Huang turned sour and sighed, realizing this wasn't the air he was looking for. He kindly asked, "So what did you do during the rest of the time in there?" He bluntly replied, "Actually, there was a chip on the tray of the Demon King mech, and I was studying it." Hearing this, Shi Huang's eyes widened as he interrogated, "What's on the chip?" Lin Zilu answered without hesitation, "It's top-secret info related to this spaceship." After hearing that, the old man immediately changed his expression, handing it over to him while secretly wondering, could it be that what he was waiting for wasn't a person, but this chip? The glowing metal piece in his hand, he raised it and said with burning eyes, "This metal piece contains a huge amount of classified info." Shi Huang took it and placed it in a compartment on his hand. The sparkling card fit perfectly into the small slot. A few seconds passed with nothing happening. He couldn't help but wonder if only the Demon King mech could read this info. The old man put the card back in his hand. "Now you try reading it for me." Zilu smirked, secretly plotting. "Let's see how I'm gonna trick you." Shi Huang carefully asked, "So what's this top-secret info about?" After hearing it was related to the Mechanical Divine Clan, he pressed further. "And what about the rest?" Zilu curled his lips and replied, "The spaceship also said it would grant me some kind of authority, so anyone who takes the test can quickly inherit the mech. Though he said, 'Now I'll go with you to inherit the mech.'" Inside he doubted, feeling something was off. Then Shi Huang led him to the testing site. Along the way, other zombies saw him and stared wide-eyed, so shocked they kept rubbing their eyes, thinking they must still be half asleep. When they reached a big gate, a mechanical clan member introduced the shockwave mech test. It was a challenge to withstand waves of shock. Endure for a certain period under the shockwave attacks. He decided to give it a shot. Zilu stepped forward, placed his hand on the red button, and the door opened. "Isn't it supposed to get harder with more mechs? Is that it?" Shi Huang behind him was half doubtful, half curious. Could it really be true? He entered the room, glanced at the paper on the table, and froze. Seeing first-grade math problems, he thought to himself, the difficulty really did go up. After filling in the answers, Zilu touched the mech and felt something weird. "Am I really this strong? This test feels kinda lame," he cheerfully reported. "Sir, looks like it's legit." The old man gave him a suspicious look. "You passed? Just like that?" Then he solemnly declared, "Shi Lei, now that you have this special right with the Demon King mech, your previous status no longer suits you, so I decide to grant you the rank of Grand General of the Shi clan." He immediately knelt and reached out to accept the reward. "I honestly never thought this day would come, sir." The old man turned and walked away, not forgetting to remind him, "Go inherit all the mechs with Shimu first, then come find me for the Grand General inheritance ritual." He quickly obeyed. Shimu greeted him with congratulations before heading off to find mechs. He smiled with squinted eyes in response. Shimu walked ahead, secretly impressed but annoyed. Clearly, this guy didn't have a shred of strong zombie aura. He silently replied, "Because I'm a damn human idiot." After a while, seeing a group of zombies, Zilu stepped up and raised his hand to volunteer. "Please wait for me a moment." He silently complained, "This is tough. Gotta quickly fill in the right answers." Holding the box close, Zilu looked at Shimu's shocked face and grinned brightly, saying it was just luck. He happily left, secretly proud of his big impact. Shimu watched him enter the door, then came out carrying a big bag on his shoulder. Seeing the other's reaction, Zilu smirked proudly, thinking, "Sweating buckets, huh, little bro moo." Lin Zilu stood in front of the mech, raised his hand, reminding himself time was almost up. He had to catch the pumpkin carriage. The mech folded back into a box in his hand. Lin Zilu turned his back to the door, scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward as he suggested to Shimu, "It's been a full day and night. I'm honestly kinda worn out. How about we rest here for a bit?" The other looked at him with glowing red eyes, no goodwill, and snapped back, "Do you even hear yourself? Tired of inheriting already?" Finally, the request was accepted. He entered a room where 3 others were waiting, including Shimu. Lin Zilu sat down, closed his eyes as if resting, lips curling slightly as he silently answered Shimu's question. "Tired, just messing with you." Thinking that, he opened his eyes wide and said with a face full of energy, "The grace of Lord Thai toward me is something I'll never forget in my life. How could a little trouble like this break me? My headache's already better. Now let's move out." Mok and 2 others grit their teeth in discomfort, confused by his sudden change. At that moment, his hand moved quietly. After transferring his soul into the weapon, He held the sword in his hand, feeling satisfied. The hidden power responding to his will was really convenient. Two bright streaks of light sliced off the heads of the two soldiers accompanying Thymok. The blade was covered by a fierce glowing aura that stabbed at Thymok from behind. The heavy wooden armor tensed up, but the powerful blade pierced through the body. Liu Zilu gripped the sword's hilt and smiled smugly, silently asking, "The ninely slash has been enhanced to crush the three-element battle spirit. Can you withstand it?" Moments later, a red system board appeared, congratulating him on successfully defeating the boss, much to his regret. "I haven't even used my full strength, and it's already down." Next, he wrapped the head up. Thien Win, seeing this, gasped and called out. Liu Zilu cheerfully told Thien Win to run ahead, while he stayed back to cover the rear. He struck the wrapped head with a golden wooden stick, while his other hand conjured fireballs that quickly ignited and started burning. Suddenly, remembering something he'd missed, he turned around and smiled, saying, "Don't worry about smashing him. I've got you covered." Liu Zilu stepped forward, unwrapped the head covering, revealing Thai-Tan's head inside. He asked with concern, "Thai-Tan, are you okay?" Thai-Tan groaned, only able to say one word clearly. "Damn." Two big heads in the corner shouted, "Liu, you take Thai-Tan ahead. I'll stay behind. These pig guys are seriously reckless and arrogant." The other head was also excited, cursing nonstop. "Thymok, my fuck's here today. We're here to kill you. Thymok's dead meat. You killed my fellow tribesmen. I'll definitely avenge them. There were two zombies trying to escape here. We can't let them get away." After saying that, he shouted loudly, "Let's hurry and report this. The enemy is too strong." While yelling, he dragged Li Thai-Tan and ran off. The two big heads floated in the air and lunged after them, settled in the arms of the ghost child kneeling on the ground. Liu Zilu was still panicked. "They've stolen all the armor I packed in the bags over there. What do we do now?" Titan, being dragged by him, also shouted loudly, "With so much armor, we have to report to Lord Thai quickly." Lord Thai was carefully instructing and reminding everyone to handle all squads there and to keep all squads away during this time. Mid-sentence, Liu interrupted. Lord Thai reassured, "Don't rush. Speak slowly." "What happened?" Liu Zilu rushed over and reported, "All my armor was stolen by humans." Lord Thai's fiery red eyes widened, his face darkened in disbelief. His eyes blazed like fire, and his clenched fist raised high, then slammed hard into Thai-Tan's stomach with a sharp crack. "Where's Thymok?" "With him guarding." "How did humans manage to ambush successfully?" Liu Zilu stood nearby, silently concluding, "You had a death sentence. Lucky it was him you hit." While Thai-Tan trembled, bent over clutching his stomach, groaning and crying, Liu carefully recounted, "I inherited many resting armors. Suddenly, a bunch of humans attacked. General Thymok was killed. The two of us barely escaped." Lord Thai stood opposite, exuding oppressive disbelief, asking, "Based on your strength, how could humans have this kind of power?" He replied, "I only remember one person wearing a black cloak and mask." The answer made Lord Thai even angrier, grinding his teeth, seeming to have reached a conclusion. "So you've come too?" Thinking that, he loudly ordered, immediately mobilizing all available generals here. After a while, Lord Thai grabbed a man leading the group, confirming as they walked, "No mistake, it's this brat. The human initially controlled the water flow under the drainage." He looked at the man, gritting his teeth. "Looks like we're about to find the root of all this trouble. We must capture him alive." Approaching a large door, Lord Thai touched it, and the armor transformed into components. A loud explosion rang out, and the thick smoke gradually cleared. They saw Thymok lying inside with eyes closed, bright red words glowing on his stomach. Not hard to guess, those were insulting challenges. After reading, Lord Thai's face darkened like a bottomless pit, his fists clenched tightly to restrain his rage. Moments later, he loudly ordered, "Summon all zombies, lock down all exits, and make sure to capture him." As for Liu Zilu, Lord Thai assigned him to lead the 100 elite to search and capture the armor holder. Confidently accepting the order, he vowed his subordinates would catch all those pig guys. Then he led a large group of zombies, shouting their target loudly, "Don't spare those pig guys, especially the one in the black cloak and mask." Liu Zilu carefully reviewed the background and reward info on the system board, silently setting a goal to figure out how to claim all the rewards. Suddenly, Thai-Tan appeared and reported, "General, this ship compartment won't open." He sternly reminded, "I need to sense the mech's position. Don't bother me." Zilu used a mental link technique, and it seemed to connect successfully. A man nearby suddenly turned and said to the group around him, "Everyone listen up, follow me later and you can avoid the zombie search." A loud clap echoed. He raised his arm sharply to signal, "Machine zone, I've sensed the presence of the mech armor. Follow me quickly." In the first room, Liam stood with the zombies in front of the big door. He analyzed based on his own experience. It seemed humans had stealth technology. That's why I was forced to surrender before. As soon as it opened, everyone crowded inside the room. Theo held a black device and suggested, "Why not scan with this once?" The next second, he got slapped hard by Liam, who didn't forget to teach him a lesson. "You're the disgrace of zombies. No matter how much treasure you have, you lose it all to him. Understand saving?" His eyes looked far away, and the zombies cheered in agreement. The general really has foresight. He nodded in satisfaction, sternly reminding, "Remember, as my subordinates, you must strictly follow the rules of saving energy and being responsible." They repeated in unison, saving energy, being responsible. Liam led the way into the room, zombies followed behind, and he turned back to praise them. "Exactly, that's how it should be. All the next ship compartments must be done this way." In the 7th compartment, he observed the formation and commented, "Still not enough." Liam ordered them to form a square matrix and march seriously. Maybe they could find the humans themselves. They complied, lining up and stepping in a steady 1 to 2 count. Theo, though confused, reluctantly followed. Liam watched seriously, then smiled with satisfaction and silent joy. Success. This time the reward is fully loaded. Liam carefully asked Theo, "Humans are really cunning. The rooms we searched earlier were all recorded, right?" Theo confidently handed him a stack of documents. "These are the subordinates' responsibilities. General, please take a look." Liam didn't take them but carefully reminded to keep good records so the brothers don't waste time searching again and get bored giving orders. "I sense the presence of mech armor. Follow me quickly." But Theo blocked his way with outstretched arms, awkwardly explaining, "General, we only cover Zone B, can't just take over." After saying that, he got a hard slap from Liam. Liam shouted loudly, "How can you be so dumb? Finding the mech armor is the greatest loyalty to the Emperor." Theo bowed and obeyed. Liam led the zombies to Zone C. Theo met him and asked suspiciously, "Liam, why are you coming to the zone I'm responsible for?" Liam hurriedly replied, "I sense the mech armor. This can't wait. Follow me quickly." He opened the door while constantly warning, "Everyone be careful. Humans are very cunning." Seeing the inside was empty, Theo asked irritably, "Did you sense wrong?" Liam answered, "Impossible." Liam held up a box. "This is my mech armor's case. This must be a human trick to lure us away. Everyone stay alert." Theo behind him asked, "Brother, can you still sense the human's location?" Liam turned around, pointing while speaking hurriedly. "There, and here too. Let's split up and act." Theo quickly closed the door and turned to leave, thinking proudly, "This time we have a high chance to win." Just a few steps in, they were stopped by spheres shooting dense electric currents in the air, quickly piercing their bodies. Then he shouted as he ran over, "My big bro." Liam saved Theo, but he shows no signs of life, crying hard. "Why did you leave like that? Follow me and kill them." He raised his hand and released 3 spheres into the middle. They're called confusion bullet spheres. Silver-grade tools that quickly generate fog, especially reducing all creatures' vision and slowing movement speed. Liam held his weapon in panic, running while announcing, "This is bad. They want to escape. Brothers, follow me." In no time, all were covered by thick fog. He grinned and said, "As long as we break out of the fog, we'll have made a big achievement." Liam held his sharp, shiny blade, speaking with a joyful expression. "This is bad. Humans are blocking the rear. Everyone must be careful." The zombies in the fog expressed their gratitude one by one. "In the next life, we still want to be your subordinates." The general leading the charge is really thoughtful. After a while, he appeared from the fog, exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Theo ran over worried from afar. "General, it's good you're okay." Liam suddenly turned, crawling on the ground, bitterly, blaming himself for being useless, not forgetting to mention the damn black cloak and masked guy. Struggling, he continued to order, "I must consider if this is the only chance. Follow me to keep chasing." Theo got scared and tried to escape by pretending to report to the Emperor. The zombies behind shouted together, "We're ready to swear to die following the general." He glanced at their determined, loyal faces, then turned and smiled slyly. At the ghost child's place, he was setting up a formation on the ground with a man. Liam smirked, silently admiring. Without a conscience, experience sweeps faster too. In Zone S, Liam suddenly saw Theo. He said with a tear-streaked, dirty face, "Theo, big bro." Theo was killed by humans. Theo asked back, "Hated humans? Aren't they about to run to me?" He sniffed and replied, "Exactly. And that scary black cloak and masked guy." He turned and walked away, saying to him, "I'm not as dumb as Theo. Let's head to the area to find Elder Treacherous first, then we'll move together." But inside, he thought he needed to find a shield first, then strike from the shadows. A loud explosion echoed with fierce red flames blazing up. Zile struggled on the ground, shouting loudly, "Fi Zhang, Fi Truk, I'm sorry to you guys." Chu Yi Tian somewhere was happily smug, zombies still chasing on the family's head. The guy killed you all as easily as crushing an ant. Lin Zilu struggled to sit up on the ground, his voice trembling a bit. Brothers, don't worry about me. I have to go avenge them. The zombies cheered enthusiastically. The great general is so brave. We can't let him down. Charging forward, another loud explosion rang out, throwing them in different directions. He lay on the ground, trying to cheer them on. For the Thi clan, for Thi Huang, don't spare them. Keep chasing. Thi Jin panicked and hurriedly ordered 2 zombies near him. Quick, gather the squads in the 3 UBW zones. I have to report. Zila frowned, secretly annoyed. You're really a bit scared of dying. He punched the wall hard in anger. Just a few dozen humans. Are you guys already dizzy from spinning around? Thi Huang angrily asked back. All the elites are dead. The future of our Thi clan is completely lost. Just how powerful are those humans? In the end, only Thi Lei managed to come back alive. 2 zombies cautiously approached him to report. We clearly set up a deadly trap, but it seems those humans could foresee it. Damn, it's like they even guessed the color of our underwear. Thi Huang glanced at him lying on the ground, secretly impressed. Luckily, Thi Lei brought back so many armors. He thought for a moment, finally having to take this step. Thi Huang raised his hand to command. Abandon the 2nd floor completely. Protect the exit of the 3rd floor. Lin Zilu was carried inside and received special care. Thi Jin watched him, speaking to reassure. Lord Thi Huang will definitely save you. Great General, he asked Zilu. Are you still okay? He nodded slightly. Thi Huang observed silently, unable to move anymore. Holding an armor piece, he asked first. I can treat you, but it will consume a lot of energy. I definitely have to use 1 armor set. You don't mind, right? He weakly nodded, curious inside, thinking, I really want to see what you're planning. He went to the door, then opened the armor set. Next, he transferred energy to him. Zilu grimaced in pain. Thi Huang reminded him, breathe deeply, headaches are normal. Suddenly, Zilu sat up, holding a glowing golden orb. He smiled and repeated, breathe deeply. I'll be fine soon. Lin Zilu swung his sword at him, but it hit the armor box used as a shield. Thi Huang still didn't understand what was going on. What's up with this brat? He jumped up, swung his hand, and the pieces in the armor box flew toward the opponent. Thi Huang waved his hand quickly to dissolve them. Zilu kept launching weaponized energy attacks. He kept breaking them down. Only now realizing he really underestimated him, he had recovered to a healthy state. At that moment, the system board showed a notification activating the mission Thi Huang's might, including the background about Thi Huang's terrifying power and danger. The goal is to survive Thi Huang's pursuit with rewards based on the time spent escaping and actions taken during the escape. He pressed the accept mission button on the screen and asked, aren't you shocked that I'm the guy in the black cloak? Thi Huang replied, I should have guessed from the name long ago. The one who causes the biggest shock must be the destined child of fate. Zilu glanced at him and continued, you just want to use me to absorb as much armor as possible. He then threw an armor piece at him. So what if I hit you? Thi Huang absorbed it while threatening, you'll pay for your stupidity. Zilu felt unfair inside but said it anyway, yet still obediently absorbed it. Lin Zilu checked Thi Huang's info on the system and silently concluded, the monster grows infinitely, but your growth stops here. Looks like I have to fight fast and win fast, he said confidently. Prepare to die, then all the armor will be mine. He held the sword covered in flames and replied shortly with a cocky line. Then Zilu charged to attack. He quickly blocked the sword at his chest. Then Zilu was knocked back. He stepped back a few paces, and Thi Huang taunted, in this situation, you choose such a risky way to handle it. Zilu answered silently, while you're sick, I'll take your life, then pinned him down and wrapped his body with metal strips. After wrapping him into a giant cocoon, he stopped. The system board showed a notification. Heavenly Corpse Protection uses metal strips falling around the body, forming a large metal cocoon to defend against attacks and reduce damage. Zilu gritted his teeth, pissed off. Damn it, your power on the analysis board is clearly lower than mine. Makes no sense. He raised his sword high. Luckily, he just unlocked a divine talent, able to focus all his strength into one point. Zilu swung the blade down, aiming to break the defense, one slash to cut everything. He pulled the sword out of the cocoon, blood dripping from the tip. Zilu swallowed spirit stones, then raised the bloody sword high. The special effect was done. Next was to use firepower to suppress. Lin Zilu gathered energy, creating a fireball like a block of energy, ready to give the opponent hell. He summoned a bunch of bombs in his hands. These were all gathered from inside the spaceship. Before the enemy could even react, he threw them non-stop at the radiation creature. Now, take this. In Lin Zilu's hand was the orb he had just created, combined with the power of the Ring of Destruction. The destructive effect increased all damage by 20%. With a confident face, he looked calmly at the orb and said, How long can you really hold out? This radiation creature, Acha is pissed off for getting played like that, and Han, embarrassed, immediately launched a counterattack at Ziluo. Lucky for him, he was overconfident. Lin Ziluo didn't have the habit of bluffing. He went all out, ignoring the enemy with the destructive power from the giant energy orb. The orb sped straight toward the radiation creature Acha. When it planned to retaliate, Lin Ziluo was always one step ahead. If it wasn't careful, its whole base would be wrecked. Just then, it had barely finished making a small orb and threw it at his big orb. The two collided. The power from the orb exploded, nearly obliterating its home. The surrounding space was filled with thick white smoke, and a deafening explosion echoed like the sky tearing apart. The radiation creature Acha suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ziluo, trying to play dirty by using toxic energy to spread a large amount of poison around to curse his opponent, lowering attributes, reducing movement speed, causing mood swings, with a chance of infection by the poison. He even arrogantly spat out a few challenging words, saying it was saving energy to provoke him. Ziluo thought the guy in front of him was naive. Although this move had poison, it was a weak kind. How dare it try this old trick behind his back? His face was 30% cold, 70% mocking, as he flicked his ear and replied, "Your effects don't seem to work on me at all." Sensing the situation, he quickly grabbed the fiery energy sword in his hand, ready to strike the enemy. But the guy was faster by a step, blocking this surprise attack, making Ziluo's face flush with embarrassment. Acha could block this attack, but what was strange? It seemed like it wasn't affected at all. While it was lost in its own thoughts, Ziluo moved chaotically in multiple directions, confusing it so badly it couldn't process the info, freezing its expression. When it got hit by the second move, Dao Thui Tian, staring blankly at Ziluo's fleeting shadow, he switched to another attack aimed at its hands and then its legs. Was that all it had? Was keeping that damn life by absorbing the biological armor. One side dared to challenge, the other was ready to welcome it. He pointed his sword at the creature, planning to end this misery early, but it made Ziluo drag the fight out longer. He got interested in finishing this boring fight sooner because finally, the Acha had gotten a bit stronger. Your last move didn't make this fun enough for me. The battle continued. Acha gathered energy for an attack on Lin Ziluo, surrounded by purple energy, shouting loudly, "You disgusting bug." Though the attack was fast, it meant nothing to Lin Ziluo. He easily dodged it. After escaping, he stabilized his stance and began to unleash his power. A golden light enveloped Lin Ziluo. Though threatened, the monster still boasted, "Is that all you got?" Then it fired a beam of energy at Lin Ziluo, who was drawing his bow, aiming carefully. It thrust its two tentacles forward, surrounded by a smoky energy. They stood there for a while, with nothing happening between them. Acha looked a bit panicked, confused. While it was careless like that, an arrow suddenly pierced its left shoulder and exploded immediately on the purple monster. Guessing its trick, he sneered and said calmly, "Couldn't you have used this a little earlier? The king of scoundrels." It shamelessly kept its life and even upgraded itself to a new level. Not only was its armor intact, but it also had two big tentacles growing from behind. Looking at its arms, the armor was crawling with small wriggling creatures, which disgusted him. He just wanted to puke on the spot. Could biological armor really evolve into metal worms? Acha got cocky, arrogantly acting like it wanted to eat him alive. At this moment, the thing he regretted most, especially because absorbing the mech saved your damn life. If one side dares to challenge, the other is ready to accept. He pointed his sword at the other guy, planning to end it quickly to reduce the pain, but it only made Ziluo drag the fight on longer. He got interested in finishing this boring fight sooner because finally, that bug-eared jerk got a bit stronger. "Your move earlier didn't make this fun enough for me." The battle continued. The bug-eared guy gathered his strength for an attack on Lin Ziluo, surrounded by a purple energy aura, shouting loudly, "You damn bug." Although the attack was fast, it meant nothing to Lin Ziluo. He easily dodged it. After escaping, he stabilized his stance. He began to unleash his power. A golden light enveloped Lin Ziluo. Even though the monster felt threatened, it still boasted, "Is that all you got?" Then it fired a beam of energy at Lin Ziluo, who was drawing his bow, aiming carefully. It extended two tentacles forward, surrounded by a smoky energy. They stood there for a long time, but nothing happened between the two. The bug-eared guy looked a bit panicked, confused. While he was careless, an arrow suddenly pierced his left shoulder and exploded immediately on the purple monster. Even after that explosion, it was totally fine, and with a bit of arrogance, it said, "You dare pull off this little stunt in front of me?" The smoke from the blast cleared, revealing a huge shield blocking in front of it, stopping the explosion dead in its tracks. Liu Zilu silently raised his bow again, the arrowhead starting to gather energy, forming a glowing orb wrapped around the tip. This move belonged to the lightning element. Thunderbolt arrow once fired, It triggers a thunder strike state, doubling its speed and boosting power by 20%. After hitting the target, it releases an area electric shock damage. The power activated, shooting straight at the creature hovering above. Sensing the next attack, it quickly curled its tentacles to block in front of it. It used one tentacle to defend and the other to catch the arrow, but something felt off. It was surprised how did it suddenly get faster. Already injured, it couldn't even catch the arrows, each one bending away to dodge. This shocked the radiation beast Akdari, eyes wide in disbelief. This couldn't be happening, the coffin of Death's End couldn't hold anymore. Forced to protect itself with an iron shield from the incoming strike, it was unexpected that even the shield seemed useless. It hissed angrily, shouting, "How could this be?" Each arrow pierced right through the barrier, heading straight for Akdari's head. Nearly helpless, it could only widen its eyes and watch it approach. The arrow activated its special mode, crippling lightning strike. After the arrow hit its final target, a powerful shockwave erupted. Akdari crashed to the ground with a thud. Now it could only lie there trembling, trying to say, "Before I had god-tier talent, this really wasn't possible." Liu Zilu stepped forward, slashing one of its tentacles off with his blade, wondering how this was any different from chopping off Nine Blaze's head. He coldly replied, "Too bad you ran into me." Just when he thought it was over, he summoned a green orb in his hand but noticed something strange. Why hadn't the system reminded him to kill or throw away the elemental curse orb? Sensing something off, the creature quickly stood and backed away, catching Liu Zilu off guard. With one side of its face injured, Akdari wrapped itself in energy. It sat down, doing something unknown, surrounded by a strange power that made Liu Zilu uneasy and genuinely scared. Guessing what it was, Liu Zilu thought, "Is this the devouring renewal skill?" Using his own skill, he conjured another item, happily thinking he might as well clear out his inventory. Suddenly, a boulder appeared above him from nowhere, and another skill activated the diamond-grade magma ice coil. Elsewhere, two soldiers stood before a door. One sensed the commotion and nervously asked, "Such a loud noise, shouldn't we check inside?" The other calmly said, "It's always like this. Let's just focus on Lord Thihoang." Back to the fight, Liu Ziluo noticed something and was surprised as a red analysis board popped up. Devouring Demon Armor, Corpse-grade armor. Devouring Demon. After reading the info, he got even more interested in the purple monster. Now this is worthy of a showdown with me. Another battle kicked off. Akdari started swinging its tentacles at him. Surprised, golden wings suddenly sprouted from Liu Ziluo's back as he began dodging. Damn, the octopus doctor was fighting it while throwing some serious shade at him. "Since you caught me, you won't be walking out alive." It kept attacking, forcing Liu Ziluo to jump and dodge. But he couldn't dodge forever. Liu Ziluo raised his bow and mocked, "You were so wild last time, just like me." The bowstring was taut, aiming straight at the radiation beast Akdari. He looked at it with the eyes of a winner, like a king mocking some lowlife. "But do you really have my strength?" Then a huge rock slammed down hard on the ground. As Liu Ziluo lifted the rock, the zombies scattered. He looked over and suddenly noticed something. Confused, he picked up a chip. Right after, the system voice blared out, "Congratulations to player Nai-XE for killing the corpse-grade boss. Congratulations to player Nai-XE for being the first to kill a corpse-grade boss." The system voice kept going. "Congratulations to player Nai-XE for reaching level 50. Since the second job advancement quest isn't completed, you cannot level up further." Liu Ziluo pocketed the chip as the system voice continued. "The current quest rewards can't be calculated yet, as they will combine with the world's influence." The system continued. "The host has killed Thihoang, completing the Chu Hoang quest." Claiming the reward, Liu Ziluo was puzzled. What's really going on with Thihoang? Then he stretched and smirked. "First, give me those two ordinary golden hands." The system announced congratulations repeatedly. Hearing this, he was quietly thrilled, thinking, "With this store membership combined with my unparalleled body, I could become a legit merchant." Soon after, Liu Ziluo smiled and ordered, "Also bring me the destruction suit parts quickly. These stats are exactly like the destruction gloves." Clenching his fists, he couldn't help but marvel. Two pieces of gear this strong, whoever's behind this is seriously thinking big. Suddenly, Liu Ziluo spoke up, having finished processing the previous rewards. "Now it's your turn, Super Golden Hand." After hearing the system announcement, he was super hyped. This was just unreal. Liu Zilu grinned like a maniac, thinking to himself, "If there's no limit on quantity, I could turn all my weapons into treasure chests of fortune." The system immediately handed him a sword, making him genuinely happy. Isn't this the legendary Stone of Luck and the Crippled Man? Liu Zilu was over the moon when the system announced the item upgrade. The system gave him a gem as a reward for killing a zombie-level boss, which surprised him. The system's reminder felt unnecessary, so he shot back, "Isn't that just extra talk?" The sound of successfully socketing the gem fired him up big time. Adding the 10% boost from his 9 flame ring, isn't he basically a perfect perpetual motion machine now? He pulled the gem out of the sword and looked toward the armor. Liu Zilu quickly pushed the gem toward it, wanting to absorb the mech armor, saying, "Here's a major treasure for you." The gem immediately flew back to the center of the armor, sucked in by a strong force. Liu Zilu smiled as he retrieved the gem. He looked at the gem's energy bar and chuckled softly. Still, a long way to go. Liu Zilu, in his undead emperor form, slowly stepped inside. The zombies inside were buzzing with chatter. Why is it taking so long this time? Chill. With this many mechs, it's normal to take a bit longer. Who told me to transfer energy to boost the mech stats? Liu Zifan stepped out and announced to them. This time, there's way too much energy, so it's a win for you guys. He pointed at Shi Ying and quietly instructed, "Don't rush, every corpse gets a share. You've been doing well lately, so you go first." He happily stepped in, earning the envy of the others. Liu Zilu whispered as he led the way. "Don't rush, your turn will come." He couldn't help but remind them. "Now you guys go arrange the evacuation of the soldiers on the 3rd floor and figure out how to get those humans out." He heard that and was super confused. "Sir, if we just block them, those people will definitely die." Liu Zilu angrily spun around and snapped, "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" Then Liu Zilu turned and walked away, reminding them, "Just follow orders, this is part of the plan." The guy behind was curious, wondering how much the boss could boost this time, at least 2 levels, for sure. The door in front of them slowly opened, and the guy gasped. "Why is Shi Lu here?" Before he could finish, his head was chopped off. His head dropped, still confused. "Sir, why did you kill me?" Liu Zilu sat down opposite him. The gem shot out, absorbing his body, making Liu Zilu wonder why it felt like a pig slaughter assembly line. Liu Lu continued outside. Shi Ying came to him, and he was puzzled. "Shi Ying?" He immediately cut off the explanation for him. "He absorbed way too much energy and is digesting it right now. I once bled for the boss and earned merit for the Shi clan. I'm loyal and careful." Liu Zilu glanced at him sharply, scaring him. "This time Shi Lu's energy satisfies me. Don't be afraid." A moment later, he stood at the gate muttering, "Damn, only dropped 1 supply card." Liu Zilu stepped forward to ask about the results. "Is the evacuation done?" "Done, sir." "Am I the only one with enough energy left?" Hearing that, he laughed loudly, then patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "Relax, there's still enough." After a hectic day, all the generals had reunited with the undead emperor. Liu Zilu slowly stepped out, feeling pumped. Finally, everything was settled. He turned to his teammates. "Retreat quickly. The 2 of us have to go support Captain Lam. Don't worry about us. Right now, I'm the only one on the entire spaceship." He laughed out loud. "I want it all from now on." This place was renamed the Liu Zilu spaceship. Liu Zilu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the paper on the table and couldn't help but marvel. Finally reached the system of linear equations with 2 variables. He started tackling the problem when suddenly a robot appeared, announcing his mission was complete. Liu Zilu walked down the corridor, deep in thought, wondering what kind of ship dock could restrict even the idiot mech's authority. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, warning that stealth was impossible. Liu Zilu looked toward the gate, pondering, stealth impossible. Then he smiled softly, "Then I'll just smash it open with force and see." A powerful strike hit the door, blowing it apart. After the door opened, he was super excited. There was definitely more than one. Liu Zilu looked at what was in front of him. Sure enough, the lab wasn't just a single room. He silently stared at it for a long time, realizing the zombie virus leaked from the thermal porcelain box was how the undead clan was born. Suddenly, Liu Zilu sensed something and quickly jumped back to keep his distance. Noticing a cat nearby had turned into a zombie, he thought carefully and decided to keep the ship safe for 1,000 years. The system announced it linked consciousness with the zombie cat. Liu Zilu then transferred his mind into the zombie cat and jumped up to observe, but couldn't find any activation device. Could it really require brute force? The zombie cat scratched the huge container with its front paws. Seeing nothing happen except scratch marks, Liu Zilu angrily thought, "If once doesn't work, try a few more times." Then he scratched hard at the same spot. When the cat's paws started bleeding, a hole finally opened in the huge container. The zombie cat looked inside, and Liu Zilu received the same image the cat saw. Inside were 2 small bottles, one blue and one pinkish red. Sure enough, there was some good stuff. The system panel popped up again with an explanation: fake human evolution drug. A failed drug developed by the Mech God clan, originally meant to evolve the human body, but many situations caused the human body to produce a special zombie virus, eventually getting infected and turning into a different kind of special zombie race. Looking at the explanation chart, Liu Zilu thought, why the hell would they want to research a zombie virus? This mech god clan is seriously dangerous. Making a cure that directly kills the infection is already impressive. But now, isn't this the perfect chance to completely change the fate of the Star King realm? Thinking that, Liu Zilu pocketed the 2 small vials, recalling the zombies on the other side. He raised his hand, calculating that killing zombies, which outnumber humans, is the only way to treat the root cause. 1 basic vial might not be enough. The remaining secrets of this central dark spaceship no longer mattered. He focused all his energy on searching the experimental lab. Then, Liu Zilu left the lab room from earlier. In a huge palace-like room, whispers spread. You said, Lord Star Emperor told us to return first, so why hasn't the spaceship closed yet? Could it be related to the spaceship's anomaly? But where are all the generals? Right after, the whispers stopped as they started making way. Liu Zilu, disguised, stepped forward without hesitation, and sat on the Emperor's throne in front of those zombies. Then Zilu declared clearly, I know the metal orbs of the generals exploding scared you all, but actually, it was just their mech suits suddenly upgrading. Hearing this, the zombies below sighed in relief. Liu Zilu continued solemnly, the generals are still absorbing energy inside the spaceship, even I can't drop the mech form. All of this is because of the harvest actions we've endured beyond imagination. Look at this. As he spoke, Zilu held up a small red vial. The crowd below looked amazed and excited. They shouted loudly, Holy water! This is holy water! Holy water? Liu Zilu looked at the vial in his hand. He remembered the Star King dropping a single drop of holy water on a kneeling zombie as a blessing. In 200 years, only generals granted titles had the chance to get a drop. Then Liu Zilu thought silently, too bad, the idiot and the demon kid are different species. Otherwise, they could have leveled up drastically. After receiving that drop of holy water, the zombie evolved wings and looked way stronger. Snapping out of his thoughts, Liu Zilu stood up and continued speaking. Now, facing the center of the spaceship, everyone surely didn't understand why I want to release humans. Seeing that they have newly born powers like this, I understand my own strength alone will never be enough. I want to make the Star Clan great once again. Liu Zilu acted like he was thinking about the future power of the Star Clan, but then a zombie below asked him bluntly, Star Emperor, you see far, but what exactly do you mean? Liu Zilu wasn't petty and answered straight, they are the prey of our future generations. Then came a passionate declaration from Liu Zilu's position. Starting today, I will create a new world. All the Star Clan drank the holy water. All the Star Clan are generals. Below, they cheered loudly, responding to his declaration. Oh man, I'm about to faint. These zombies were even moved to tears, shouting, does anyone get it? Our Star Emperor is amazing. Liu Zilu silently watched the zombies' actions from above. Seeing the time was right, he raised 3 fingers and said, in 3 days I will hold the Star Clan Ascension ceremony. Anyone inside Star Emperor City can receive the baptism of the holy water. Though he said this, inside he was hyped. Time to start the group. Time to start the group. 3 days later, a long line of zombies entered in order. Everyone chatted loudly, making the place lively. One zombie looked confused and asked, are these all baptism devices? In the secret chamber, Liu Zilu was sitting cultivating, surrounded by yellow energy flows, gathering into a small orb in front of him. While cultivating, he thought, plus the mech suit I haven't absorbed yet, the 9-flame pearl could already upgrade into a legendary weapon. A knock sounded, and someone came to inform him, Lord, the auspicious time has arrived. Everything is arranged as you instructed. Liu Zilu calmly replied, got it, wait outside. Holding the small red vial, he thought, if you had found this pair of drugs back then, the Star Clan would be blessed now. He went outside where the zombies were gathering. Liu Zilu stepped forward and declared, my beloved subjects, for the future of the Star Clan, all of you raise your hands sincerely and feel the baptism of the holy water. Liu Zilu's voice echoed everywhere, loud enough for all zombies to hear. They all cheered joyfully with burning willpower. The big pipes started pumping water, the nozzles ready to spray. Below, all the zombies raised their hands, waiting to be baptized with holy water. Liu Zilu stood above, calm and generous. You followed me for so long. Come with me to one place. Each of you will receive a drop. The zombies enthusiastically praised Liu Zilu, the Star Emperor, shouting, long live the Star Emperor. May your life be as vast as the heavens and earth. But a dumb zombie spoke up, why don't we get baptized first? Use the holy water here right away. The one next to him reacted fast, punched the dumb one, and yelled, how dare you question the Lord? You'll be killed without mercy. After that, he clasped his hands and bowed, flattering, Lord, the traitor is dead. Can I have his share? Liu Zilu generously replied, of course, you really are a good dog. He listened and got all hyped, then barked a few more times to suck up. After that, Liu Zilu turned and walked inside. The door slammed shut right in front of those zombies. Liu Zilu said cool as hell, 10 seconds till the cleansing starts, tell them to come pray. The zombies began counting down the last 10 seconds together. When they hit 1, Liu Zilu inside pressed the red button on the wall. Liu Zilu shot out his power with his hand, and a shield-like thing appeared before his eyes that was the Bright King's favorable armor. He focused his energy to create shields all around him. Elements backing him up: wind, thunder, water, fire. The zombie lackeys watching were totally confused. Then they felt something was off. The ground beneath them started cracking. A massive explosion blasted those zombies away. One zombie got blown back toward Liu Zilu, who had now turned back into a human. The zombie looked over, shocked, and yelled, "Why is there a human here?" But when he saw Liu Zilu raising his hand at him, the zombie quickly begged, "Master, just give me the holy water. Even if you're a fake human, I'll keep my mouth shut." A loud boom echoed in the room. That guy was clearly wiped out. Looking at the zombies sprawled around, Liu Zilu said coolly, "Time to drop the loot." The sprinklers started spraying water. This water was pink and dripped onto the zombies, raising their hands below, waiting. One zombie suspiciously asked, "I heard holy water tastes like sweet strawberry." The one next to him mocked, "Did you actually drink it before or what?" The country bumpkin from another city honestly replied, "I used to be General Thigh-High's bodyguard. Heard him mention it once." But the other guy laughed sarcastically, holding a funnel. "You're brave to enjoy the world first." Then he shoved the funnel into his mouth, trying to catch more holy water. The others scolded and punched him, saying he broke the rules, "You idiot." Suddenly, his body trembled and froze in place. Then he collapsed. The others didn't get it and asked, "Can't handle the hit?" They said after drinking it, the body would shake unconsciously to prove it's really holy water. But looking closely, the funnel guy was stiff and lying still on the ground. The others freaked out and shouted, "No way, he didn't level up, he's dead." The dumb bodyguard looked up around as the zombies panicked, scrambling to escape. One ran wildly. "This is bad, his body seems to reject holy water, he's about to burn alive." The bodyguard hurriedly took off his shirt, stuffed it into the funnel, then put the funnel on his head, holding it tight with one hand, and ran. While running, he yelled, "The Corpse Clan's screwed, run fast." Meanwhile, the rebel squad attacked the Corpse City, which had zero defense left. They charged in with armor and weapons. Liu Zilu strolled out, thinking some lucky ones might still be alive. "The big dumb ghost kid's watching you guys." Closing the door of the training room Liu Zilu used, Shen Sai finally relaxed and started absorbing energy. Suddenly, he noticed something. Holding it in his hand, a diary of Zhou Yuntian. Liu Zilu wondered why the Thigh King's treasure had a human's diary. He opened it, stopped on a page, shocked. "Is there another player here?" he yelled. "What the hell is this system?" Then Liu Zilu angrily said, "I want to finish the dungeon, but the system just apologizes for wrong reports. Can't find no 2-3 Lam Tin SG968. Liu Zilu sighed, closed his eyes, then opened them and kept reading the diary. The words started, "From today, I am the Thigh King. This place is my throne." He got confused what the hell happened. The more he read, the more clueless Liu Zilu got. He slammed the diary shut and left the room, deciding he had to check out the Thigh King's throne for himself. On the way, Liu Zilu casually sent off some zombies, his face unchanged. Why can't they leave? But everything else seems normal. Liu Zilu stood staring at the throne for a long time. After a while, a zombie ran up, wearing a small funnel on his head. Seeing him, Liu Zilu instantly appeared behind, holding a blade to the zombie's neck, and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you here now?" To stop him from running, Liu Zilu kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying back. His body slammed hard into a pillar, spitting blood. Still, he tried to scream and beg, "Good man, spare me. I usually don't eat humans. I'm a vegetarian." Liu Zilu stared and ordered, "Keep talking." The zombie hurried to explain, "I was General Thigh-High's bodyguard. I once heard him talk about the throne's secret. Now the Thigh King's kingdom is chaos. I want to see if it's true." Liu Zilu asked what secret. The zombie recalled the scene and told Liu Zilu. General Thigh-High stormed into the Thigh King's throne room. The Thigh King sat on the throne, tentacles from the throne wrapped around his head. The general rushed in to report an emergency, never wanting to see this sight. Liu Zilu got interested and ordered the zombie. What was his state like? "Show me." But the cowardly zombie refused. "This is the Thigh King's throne. I dare not overstep." But Liu Zilu wasn't having it. He shouted, "I said, sit down, so sit." The zombie obediently fell onto the throne and sat there. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a small red button, making him jump. When the button was fully pressed, an electric current enveloped the zombie, causing it to scream in pain. Liu Zilu watched this seriously, then sat back down and took his seat as the zombie burned black and was sent off. A notification board appeared, along with a shadow in front of Liu Zilu, smoothly passing the upcoming virtual test of the Thigh Emperor. Liu Zilu was shocked. What? That person was the Thigh Emperor before. he said. I know you're as clueless now as I was at first, so please listen to me carefully. Outside the Zhang-Fei spaceship, in the spaceship's laboratory, someone asked if the zombie virus for this planet had been fully distributed yet. We should get ready to go. Two people in white coats replied, almost done, just wait a bit. In the War King Star's strategic conference room, the general clearly stated there was a massive threat hiding in our atmosphere. The president sitting nearby angrily responded, daring to cause trouble in our territory, we must show them who's boss. Fleets of spaceships appeared, attacking a green shield as explosions from artillery erupted nonstop, relentlessly. Then they targeted a spaceship hiding behind that shield. The mysterious figure from before got angry. So, there's another interesting mechanism. The spaceship crashed, shaking the lab, ending with a massive explosion. Meanwhile, Liu Zilu was questioning the Thai Emperor. What exactly is the Mechanical Divine Clan? The Emperor's remnant soul replied, I just found out that the Golden Hand system isn't only mine. You definitely have it too. Hearing this, Liu Zilu shouted in shock. What? Could there be others? The Thai Emperor then explained to Liu Zilu, but to leave this world, you must drink the evolution potion. Only at the Zhang-Fei spaceship can you find the answer. The longer you wait, the more your memories fade. Hurry and drink it. Hearing this, Liu Zilu stared thoughtfully at the small red vial in his hand. He sighed, knowing there was no other choice, and without hesitation, opened the test tube, releasing a wisp of smoke. After a while, no zombie traits burst out, and Liu Zilu was overjoyed, knowing he had succeeded. He poured the potion into Thi Van's mouth. Long Thigh smugly thought, how could he be defeated by a dead Thi Emperor? At that moment, the Thi Emperor's projection appeared in the sky. He silently mouthed words, stiff-faced, telling Liu Zilu to go to the Zhang-Fei spaceship's control room to find the information left by the previous Thi Emperor. Liu Zilu stared at Thi Van, whose mouth was steaming, realizing he had to go to the Zhang-Fei spaceship. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. Thi Van's body lying on the ground suddenly emitted thick smoke. Liu Zilu watched as the figure before him slowly shrank into a boy, not surprised at all. He even guessed silently that this evolution potion was stronger than Jin Kella's. Thi Van woke from his coma, looking at Liu Zilu puzzled, wondering why he had the holy water. Liu Zilu didn't answer, keeping a 3-meter distance, and asked how he felt now. Thi Van leaned back on the tiled floor, saying his brain felt especially sharp. Liu Zilu drew his sword from its sheath, expression unchanged. Drinking so much holy water before dying, living was already worth it. Seeing the light from the sword, Thi Van immediately jumped up, hands clasped in a flattering manner. But if you kill me, will you really be able to leave this world? Liu Zilu pondered this, then stopped. Thinking it over, he decided to spare Thi Van for now, but they had to go to the Zhang-Fei spaceship. Thi Van, relieved to be spared, said he had a plan. Liu Zilu turned and started walking. Follow me to the Zhang-Fei spaceship. He paced slowly, secretly planning to kill him after using him, but after a few steps, he sensed something was off and turned around, seeing a figure flash by like the wind, carrying Thi Van, who was crawling on the ground behind. Liu Zilu glanced at them. Long felt a bit guilty, as if he had conspired in some bad deed, but he only thought briefly before ignoring it and asked Hua Spirit, who just arrived, if all the zombies had been taken down. Hua Spirit said thanks to the potion's effect, half were already defeated. Liu Zilu stroked his chin thoughtfully, but completely dealing with the zombies wasn't enough. They needed the crafting method from the Zhang-Fei spaceship. Ignoring Hua Spirit's confused look, he muttered, what if we had the weapons left by the zombie clan? Plus a few people? Liu Zilu smiled brightly, as if he'd come up with a unique plan. Sunlight reflected off the gun barrel, shining with a silver light. Liu Zilu asked anxiously, are we sure attacking from here will give us a breakthrough chance? Thi Van, sprawled lazily on the big idiot's back, confidently replied that he had observed for days and this was definitely the spot. Still looking lazy and disheveled, he explained like a TV losing signal. The signal transmission line was extremely fast, forming the snow harmony signal. Thi Van looked up at the city sky. We just need to tear apart the gap before the next energy wave passes through. Liu Zilu understood and added, then we can take this chance to break through. Thunderous echoes shook the earth, accompanied by hot energy waves rising alternately. Liu Zilu seized the moment after a burst of gunfire and charged in. A powerful 9-blaze twin-slash skill struck the sky, creating a dazzling light trail. The light faded as expected where the attack landed, but in the blink of an eye, the water ripple effect rose, and the damaged area quickly healed as if nothing had happened. Liu Zilu saw it all but didn't lose heart. If one strike didn't work, he'd add more. Thinking this, he quickly unleashed several more ultimate moves. The terrifying power of the double strike caused an explosion, sparks flying everywhere. Seeing the energy waves completely unharmed, Liu Zilu looked at Thi Van suspiciously. thinking he was lying just to survive. Thayvan's survival instinct kicked in immediately, and he dropped to his knees. I get it, sir. The sky screen must have a firewall-like defense mechanism. We shouldn't attack but try to disguise ourselves to gain its recognition. While explaining, Thayvan forced a smile to win favor. The big dummy found him so pathetic it was disgusting, so he threw him back onto his shoulders. By now, Liu Zilu was getting smarter. He looked at Thayvan's sly smile. Fine, you go try to get recognized. But Liu Zilu still wanted to test it himself. He bent down, picked up a rock, and threw it at the deep blue sky screen. The rock melted instantly upon contact with the light cage. He started to suspect Thayvan might be plotting to get rid of him. Meanwhile, the big dummy carried Thayvan to the edge of the sky screen. This had to be the source and method of the zombie virus spread. A dangerous glint flashed in Liu Zilu's eyes. Could the zombies on Lamstar really have come from this spaceship? The four of them continued wandering inside. Thayvan ignored everything and asked Liu Zilu for holy water. Liu Zilu pulled out a bottle from thin air. What's this for? Thayvan didn't explain, just asked him to pour the holy water onto a piece of cloth. Liu Zilu wasn't stingy and complied. Then Thayvan wanted him to throw the cloth soaked with holy water onto the sky screen. Liu Zilu was annoyed but had to endure it to get back to Lamstar. He casually tossed the cloth into the energy waves. Under everyone's watch, it easily passed through. Liu Zilu still wasn't convinced. So that's how you get recognized? Thayvan was eager to volunteer as the next test subject. Watching Thayvan wrapped in the cloth, Liu Zilu silently thought if he got any smarter, he wouldn't have to worry about getting played to death. The big dummy threw the cloth with Thayvan inside. It passed through the sky screen effortlessly, finally convincing Liu Zilu completely. More bottles of holy water appeared and were quickly shared among everyone. Then they took turns safely passing through the sky screen. Liu Zilu was still a bit suspicious. What was the principle behind this? Thayvan peeked out from behind the big dummy, explaining that since holy water was a product of the spaceship, it naturally got recognized. Liu Zilu had 1,000 questions racing through his mind. Couldn't he just wear his mech suit and go in directly? Thayvan didn't mind the hassle, saying once the mech suit got bound by zombies, it no longer belonged to the spaceship. Weapons attacking the sky screen would definitely be classified as anomalies. He said this with a smug look like he was the smartest guy alive. The three of them slowly passed through a large door to revisit their old hideout, hoping to find clues. As they wandered aimlessly, Thayvan suddenly pointed at something. This had to be the source and method of the zombie virus spread. A dangerous glint flashed in Liu Zilu's eyes. Could the zombies on Lamstar really have come from this spaceship? The four of them continued wandering inside. Liu Zilu walked while focusing his mind, wondering if the King's Star realm really existed or if it was just a game world. They entered a somewhat strange room. Liu Zilu caught a glimpse of objects on a table, sensing someone had just been there. Distracted by his surroundings, Liu Zilu stumbled. Looking up, he saw a door and pushed it open without hesitation. He cautiously stepped inside and was surprised to see a bunch of devices and machinery. He hadn't expected the control room to be hidden here. Liu Zilu circled the small room and stopped at a table where he found a sheet of paper. He picked it up and saw 7 rules written on it. Liu Zilu read them over and over until he couldn't keep a calm expression and sat down on the floor, thinking, am I not really real? At that moment, he realized how eerily quiet it was around him. Liu Zilu hurriedly turned and shouted for the other 3. Unexpectedly, they were still there, but strangely, all 3 stood frozen at the door without moving. Liu Zilu wasn't weak. He quickly regained his composure and his hands danced over the keyboard. After some effort, the screen displayed all his info and stats. Checking his last login was a year ago, Liu Zilu firmly thought, so I'm basically a game character controlled by someone else. After processing the info, Liu Zilu left the room. The 3 ghost kids were waiting and curiously asked what was inside. Liu Zilu put on a don't care face and said it was just a monitoring room, even opened the door for them to see. But of course, it was pointless. As soon as the door opened, they froze like stone statues. With no other choice, Liu Zilu closed the door and said, long story short, follow me. 15 minutes later, they settled down. Liu Zilu guessed that going outside might stop the freezing effect. Thayvan, still riding on the big dummy's back, was intently reading the 7 rules and concluded, you're the main character, and we're NPCs. But since you act on your own will, what's the difference from real life? Thayvan looked from the paper to Liu Zilu, clearly confused. He pointed to the 5th rule on the paper, saying if Liu Zilu could do that, maybe he could regain his masculinity. Liu Zilu summoned the holy water bottle, feeling a headache. He wondered, if the Demon King was dead, how could he return to his original state? Did he really have to drink this and become the new Demon King? Thayvan added that the Demon Clan was about to be wiped out. Hearing this, Liu Zilu sneered. So not only do you want me to be the Demon King, but you also want me to kill people and revive the Demon Clan. A thought flashed through his mind as he tossed aside the half-eaten cake and grabbed the holy water bottle. Look at the 3 rules up there. Thi Hoang doesn't just have 1 armor. This info is basically wrong. Thi Van didn't get it, so he asked what he meant by that. Lam Zilok pointed to the distant surveillance screen. This spot lets you see the entire spaceship, meaning when we get in here, the 3rd floor has people and that paper might not be trustworthy. Thi Van followed his hand gesture. But this is the only way for the Taoists to escape from here. Lam Zilok showed no sign of worry, even smiled. That's just the second possibility. He expanded his mind, studying the teleportation device they used when the Central Face spaceship crashed. Lam Zilok gave a deep, unreadable smirk to Thi Van. He laughed coldly, chasing after it. Getting smarter isn't a bad thing, right? Thi Van was running and suddenly crashed right into someone in front. Lam Zilok directly opened its mouth and poured medicine inside. Then Thi Van's eyes snapped open wide. Its body quickly started mutating. Its lower jaw grew a long beard, and Thi Van went through a full transformation. Lam Zilok rolled his eyes toward the distance, thinking silently that only this dumb method could break the teleportation device. He put down his pen to calculate, first sketching the inside scene. A moment later, Lam Zilok opened the door and was shocked to find someone standing there. He couldn't help but doubt when he didn't see Thi Van anywhere. Then, Lam Zilok peeked inside, curious that Thi Van could still move. He grabbed it directly to warn it not to go inside, also ordering it to try disabling the restriction system here. Thi Van started sweating nervously, answering that it didn't know. But then a sharp blade pressed against Thi Van's neck with a threatening voice made it scared. Thi Van's red eyes showed strings of numbers. Thi Van fumbled through a series of moves, saying it felt like ants crawling on its body. Then it pointed to the system screen, concluding the only way to resist was this system. Just then, the system sound rang out. Lam Zilok thought, could it be that the Golden Hand system is actually a hack, getting counterattacked by the anti-hack system here? Thinking that, he directly ordered Thi Van, close it for me. The red button was pressed. The system screen showed the mission completion notification. Lam Zilok thought, just as expected. He checked Thi Van's info on the system board, thinking silently that this analysis probably showed bugs because of the medicine, which is why it could get inside. Calmly, he asked Thi Van, if it's here. He felt restoring the Kingstar realm to its original state might not be impossible. Hearing this, Thi Van immediately doubted Lam Zilok's meaning. Then Lam Zilok raised a finger, his face dark, saying, Thi Van can master computers in 1 hour, so my request shouldn't be hard. The door opened, Lam Zilok looked ahead, and a version exactly like Lam Zilok stepped out from the space. Thi Van jumped into Lam Zilok's arms like a princess, freezing the atmosphere between the 3 of them. At that moment, the opponent charged with a punch, but Lam Zilok easily blocked it. He grabbed the opponent's neck to restrain him, thinking, how could someone who kills themselves be better than Lam Zilok? He tightened his grip on the opponent's neck even more. Lam Zilok dragged the stiff Thi Van along, taking the 2 zombies outside. He planned to focus on studying the mechanical god race's teleportation device first. Thi Van, help me with this. Around the land was a glowing barrier, which quickly got lifted. The people there couldn't help but cheer for Lam Zilok. In his hand was a bottle of medicine. Because everything needs a plan, he poured it into a glass, determined not to spare any cost to return to Lam Star. Lam Zilok happily told them he had an important discovery. Hoa Star God praised him upon hearing that. Lam Zilok urged him to follow. At the central control room, Hoa Star God felt this place looked like a food stall. Lam Zilok explained, hidden in the city, the secret lies further back. He glanced at a shadow lurking behind the door. Everything froze on the spot. At Lam Zilok's feet was his clone. He regretted that the idiot couldn't move in this situation. He directly picked up his clone and threw it to the ground. Holding a bottle of ketchup, he poured some out, sighing about his own death, thinking this had to scare those people. Time rewound, and they were all stunned. Seeing the person in front, Hoa Star God stepped back in fear. Thi Hoang, weren't you dead already? Lam Zilok, in Thi Hoang's form, pointed at his clone and asked if they heard it from him, but it was just a traitor. Hoa Star God was shocked. A traitor, so he immediately took a defensive stance. No wonder he had suspected Lam Zilok wasn't good news from the start. Lam Zilok in Thi Hoang's form mocked. Humans aren't just for eating, they're for entertainment too. Secretly wondering, you see me like this, the outcome won't be good. Hoa Star God shouted, wanting to attack Lam Zilok. He thought, since Hoa Star God sees him like that, he no longer has any psychological burden. Hoa Star God represented the group opposing Lam Zilok, placing down his glass. Lam Zilok calculated and directly gave Hoa Star God a large dose of medicine. Time rewound, and the group was stunned. Hoa Star God asked Lam Zilok in shock, could you really control time? Lam Zilok, still in Thi Hoang's form, calmly explained the evolution medicine he gave them and said goodbye. Hoa Star God immediately urged the others to run fast. Seeing that, Lin Zile squinted with a cold smile, wanting to run but thinking about letting them escape. After a while, Lin Zile looked at the astonishing crowd before him and whispered with resentment, "Damn you all." Lin Zile panted, telling them they wouldn't get away. Hua Spirit grabbed a knife and made it clear he and the zombies had no common ground. Then Hua Spirit ended himself right in front of Lin Zile. The others self-destructed too. Lin Zile sighed at their naivety, thinking evolution drugs were just for show. In a blink, they all started mutating. Lin Zile pointed at Hua Spirit, saying, "From now on, he'll be my first general. Go steal back the Thai Emperor city." Once turned into a zombie, Hua Spirit obediently followed orders. Lin Zile reminded him not to chase fleeing humans, secretly thrilled, thinking there was hope to successfully restore the dungeon state. Lin Zile moved forward, and behind him, Thi Yun's voice rang out, "Is it about to come true?" Thi Yun reported he had found a way to open the passage. He turned to inform Lin Zile, "Sir, I finally understand why you were imprisoned here." Lin Zile replied coolly, "Tell me." He frowned seriously and explained that in the original setup, the Thi Empress wouldn't die, but since the Lord triggered the bug, it was possible. Lin Zile thought silently. No wonder after killing the Thai Emperor, the data had to be temporarily patched. The Yun concluded that's why a bug was born. The system couldn't rearrange the dungeon, and the problem was here. Lin Zile, a bit puzzled, turned to ask, "So there's more than one Thi Emperor who had the same experience as me?" He quickly agreed. Whoever got approval guessed, so he's dead then. At that time, he didn't even have a corpse. Thi Yun thought for a moment and answered, "Probably he forced the passage back using your chance. I only learned this from the system's explanation." Lin Zile slammed his hand angrily, gritting his teeth. "So basically, even if I get out, I'm just taking over someone else's world." He broke into a cold sweat and muttered, "This bug really leads to that kind of situation." He pondered curiously, "So can we still return through this passage?" The Yun frowned and replied, "Maybe, but the price is huge." Lin Zile, hearing this, glanced with curiosity. "What's the price?" He slowly projected an image and said, "We've pinpointed your world's location." He looked at it urgently. "So it means we can go back, right?" The Yun mourned with difficulty. "But sir, you're a lord, I'm a bug. Taking this special route makes you an easy target for elimination." Lin Zile frowned deeply, wondering, "If you become data, you basically have no way to fight back. What do we do then?" Suddenly, he slapped his hand. Lin Zile cheerfully looked at Thay Yun and asked, "What if we shove all the Star Realm people into the passage?" The Yun looked at him and answered, "Then it won't be so easy to be wiped out. But since zombies carry this planet's special virus, they'll also be targets for elimination." Zile quickly grabbed Thi Yun's hands excitedly. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's bring all the zombies from this planet to Blue Star." He worried that the Central Face spaceship might not have the computational power to digitize everyone. The Yun smiled softly, patted his head warmly, and said, "Don't we still have you?" At the Thi Emperor's palace, zombies lined up densely here. Each one lies on the conveyor belt to be digitized. Thi Yun's hands are at full cooldown, working at full efficiency. He worked so hard he felt like evaporating. The Thai Emperor stood beside and loudly declared, "My subjects, I know of an amazing paradise. Follow me." Hua Spirit cheered everyone on from the side. The Thai Emperor pondered, then gave him another evolution drug. Did it really suppress other zombies' bloodlines? One by one, zombies lay on the conveyor belt and then ran inside. Each of them smiled brightly, ready to be digitized. Outside the Blue Star dungeon selection room, a group ran out screaming nonstop. "Something big happened, everyone run." The people outside were extremely confused, not understanding what was going on. Chu Yunyu stood in the middle of the chaotic fleeing crowd, silently curious about what had happened. Someone sneaked into the Star Realm dungeon. Suddenly, he was shocked by what he saw. A loud noise came from the smoke, and a person quickly jumped out right in front of Yunyu. Lin Zile shouted happily, "I'm back." He slowly set foot on the ground. Lin Zile was secretly thrilled, finally back. He turned to observe the chaos behind him. Zile looked at the mess and silently thanked, "Lucky to have so many bulletproof shields like you guys." He stood up and asked Shu Yunyu, "I didn't expect I could come back." He was startled by the question. Yunyu, gloomy and a bit uneasy, spoke up, "How did you get back? I was locked up for 200 years. Lin Zile held his blade, eyes cold, and lowered his voice, "Now get the hell out of my world." Yunyu smirked at that. He fell silent, then regretted, "I'm afraid you won't have a chance to leave anymore. Either you kill us all, or you're biting off more than you can chew." Zhang Yuanzhang chuckled softly and called out, Brother Nai, see, looks like an intruder from another world has really appeared like you said. Hearing those words, he was annoyed. If that guy is like that, then who does that make me? Zile angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, "You imposter! I want to charge into history, but those soldiers are already fed up." Shu Yun spun around and ordered, "You guys handle this little freak." Zile was immediately shocked upon hearing that, his brows furrowed, feeling a confusing anger inside. Could it be that this guy had completely replaced him? Zhang Yuan stepped forward to give orders, withdrawing his hands from the alien. Lin Zile fell silent, deep in thought after hearing him speak. Then he began casting dark magic, his whole body radiating an indescribable power. He declared clearly, "If you don't see me as one of your own, then I don't need to hold back." Lin Zile swung his sword fiercely, and with a single strike, he seemed to wipe out their entire group. Immediately after, Zile closed in fast, continuously slashing and killing. When he got close to Zhang Yuan at a terrifying speed, it left him stunned. Deep down, Lin Zile still felt a bit reluctant because they had once been friends. He quickly retracted his blade and even closed his eyes, trying to dodge. Shu Yun was terrified by his madness. How could this guy kill without blinking? Quickly, he cast the tail, severing survival technique. His hands twitched, turning purple, veins bulging, and his nails grew sharp like claws. His whole body transformed drastically. Shu Yun twisted his own left arm, laughing maniacally. Lin Zile couldn't help but feel confused by these actions. A massive surge of power slammed down where he stood. Zile quickly cast the blood-colored bronze shield, turning the area a deep red. He stayed on high alert, searching for a while, but still. Not finding Lin Zile, he silently praised him. "You're damn good at running." His whole body radiated murderous intent, harboring a deep grudge. "Daring to replace me? I'll definitely wipe you out." In the dungeon selection room, Zile's eyes dropped to the restriction board. He read every word with silent contempt. "Are you trying to trap me in here forever? I definitely need to find someone and ask what the hell happened during this time." Zile Yang looked at him mockingly. The person he chose was Zhang Yuan, who was unconscious. The big idiot gently lifted him up and left with Zile. In the haze, his eyes slowly opened, and a shadow gradually appeared. Waking up to see him in front startled Zhang Yuan, who shouted loudly. He looked at Lin Zile fearfully and shouted, "Just kill me outright, I won't say a word." Lin Zile chuckled lightly and asked Zhang Yuan, "Do you remember how I killed Li Yi in the beginning?" He suddenly froze. Lian quickly shot back. "How does an alien like you know about this?" Lin Zile grinned wickedly. "What if I'm the real boss here?" Zhang Yuan frowned and asked about the situation, basically saying he was a super strong alien with hypnotic skills. Lin Zile calmly sipped tea and agreed. He felt secretly annoyed. He couldn't exactly tell him he was forced by the system to fix things. He pondered, recalling that after the global livestream killing of the Demon Emperor, he had been guarding the place to prevent others from choosing the King Star dungeon. That guy was the Demon Emperor who got killed. Zhang Yuan hurriedly said he even changed his personality and after returning, started manipulating people. Formed the Human Emperor cult to fight the government. Lin Zile was disgusted hearing this. Isn't this just the Demon Emperor's way of clinging to power? Then he turned to ask about the cult's situation. "General Zhang, do you know or understand anything about their path?" He calmly revealed. "Actually, I'm a government agent sent to monitor his actions, which is why I was there." Zile frowned, smirking. So where is this Human Emperor cult now? He felt a bit lucky for sparing Zhang Yuan's life. Zhang Yuan decided to take him to check it out. He led Zile to a grand palace. He looked around and introduced, saying that after returning, the guy had seized this place and shut it off from the outside world. Lin Zile sneered silently. Did he really think he was an emperor? The two started moving inside. A subordinate rushed to the carriage, face full of fear and blame. "Old Zhang, you're pathetic. Go inside and get scolded." He smiled lightly and replied, "I'm just incompetent, so I deserve the punishment." Then the subordinate quickly drove around, constantly asking, "Just going in like that?" Zhang Yuan slowly answered, "I really don't have money right now." Lin Zile asked curiously, "Why are there no guards here? Is he alone?" He frowned and explained, "He's now the third-ranked master in the Chaotic River, so there's no need to assign others to watch over." He found that hilarious. Lin Zile immediately attacked him once, his mouth full of disdain, thinking it was nothing special. Zhang Yuan was shocked, turning and silently marveling. He's already this strong? Lin Zile quickly divided their tasks. "General Zhang, you go in first. I'll handle things outside." He said no more, just agreed. They quickly split up to act. Lin Zile thought as he walked, "I won't let you use the same trick twice." Shu Yun saw him return safely and asked, "You're just going back like that? Zhang Yunyuan respectfully replied, I don't know why that evil alien spared my life. He looked at him, calculating silently. It seemed the original owner and this guy were old acquaintances, possibly exploitable. Chu Yun smiled brightly, producing a shiny orb and suggested, looks like he wants to win people over. You can keep ambushing and take the chance to toss this thing into his mouth. Zhang Yuanchang took it and wondered what it was. Yun Yu smiled happily and replied, it's a gadget specifically made to deal with aliens. Just go ahead and use it. Suddenly, from behind, Lin Zilu jumped straight in. He quickly snatched the orb from Yuanzhang's hand. As soon as he touched it, Zilu felt a sharp pain and was confused. Not caring about that, he charged straight to where Chu Yunyu was sitting. The guy turned his head back in fear. Two guys, Big Fool and Little Demon, quickly rushed out and held him tight. Yunyu panicked and shouted, how dare you? Who the hell are you? He opened his mouth wide, deciding to bite his tongue and end it himself. At that moment, Lin Zilu was just inches away from Yunyu, holding the orb ready for revenge. He shoved it roughly into his mouth. Zilu gave a cold glare and threatened, you better give me an explanation. Chu Yunyu suddenly crouched down, coughing violently. Only after the orb was inside did he nervously stammer and nod. Chu Yunyu pointed at the orb, signaling to take it out. Lin Zilu crossed his arms and asked, ready to talk? He squeezed his chin and poured a strange liquid into his mouth. Zilu handed the orb to Big Fool, secretly surprised it could directly cause damage to him. Chu Yunyu grumbled, what did you just pour into me? He smiled lightly and replied, just answer my questions and you won't die. He hung his head helplessly and said, ask whatever you want. Lin Zilu wanted to know the origin and purpose of the orb right from the first question. Chu Yunyu calmly explained, you and I both have the golden hand, right? Simply put, this is a kind of anti-hack weapon. You can call it a test orb. Normal people won't take damage from it. Lin Zilu asked, so you're one of my kind? He lowered his face and slowly replied, yeah, but my golden hand has very limited functions. Curious if there were other differences, he asked more. Lin Zilu slowly analyzed, these things are all level ups. After my controller got kicked out of the Apocalypse game, I became an early version, lagging behind, unable to level up. So what's the purpose of this orb? He asked, intrigued. Chu Yunyu replied darkly, have you ever wondered why there's the Apocalypse spaceship? He looked up thoughtfully and asked. Yunyu recalled and questioned why flicking fingers could alter data but still cause so many problems. Lin Zilu guessed it was because of the realism of the Apocalypse days. He smiled faintly and said, I think this world is a simulation. The Apocalypse spaceship is the manager of the Apocalypse game. He turned away, piecing it together. Those orbs were made to deal with people like us. Chu Yunyu lowered his face to the ground and continued, characters like us who awaken ourselves disrupt the normal gameplay flow of others because of the golden hand system. Lin Zilu looked at him, puzzled, so we have to self-destruct. Yunyu gave a bitter laugh and answered, after you killed me, didn't a chip appear and disappear quickly? That was the system. Zilu replied calmly, I only found it on your corpse. He stood up while explaining, it's impossible to monitor tens of billions of creatures on every planet in real time, so only characters like us have it. You might ask, if they can monitor in real time, why doesn't the Apocalypse spaceship just lock us down and kill us, right? He was a bit surprised but quickly agreed because he really doubted that. Yunyu took out a golden shell and handed it to him, then explained. Because the golden hand system itself avoids system checks. Lin Zilu understood everything after hearing this. He took it and asked, help me keep it safe. Curious, Zilu asked. But why do you have the test orb? Yunyu waved his hand and smiled softly. It's really hard for two golden hands to settle a fight, but if you borrow the power of the Apocalypse spaceship, you can easily win. I once agreed with the owner of the seashell to live well, but I guess that's not going to happen. You keep it for me, okay? He asked while turning his back and leaving. Lin Zilu turned back and said to Chu Yunyu, I won't kill you anymore. Having a loyal comrade is a good thing. Yunyu called back from afar. The one who killed me wasn't you. That made him really curious. At a highly developed center, a flying saucer slowly landed. Inside, armored people began to appear. Chu Yunyu quickly turned back and warned, we've all touched the test orb now. The golden hand system shield is no longer effective. Run. Lin Zilu shouted in panic, damn, why didn't you say so earlier? The armored guy quickly fired bullets at the two. Lin Zilu dodged swiftly, but Yunyu didn't. His whole body was engulfed in flames, and he screamed in pain. The Apocalypse game has truly begun now. Chu Yunyu's consciousness mech jumped down from the flying saucer and reported the situation. The two abnormal characters checked and eliminated one person. The base synchronized tracking signals. They identified the eliminated person as Chu Yunyu, a human species. The DLC character deviation error was deleted. The robot side reported the anti-cheat system was activated within a 100-meter radius. Lam Tulak was silently worried. Damn it, why does my body suddenly feel so heavy? I barely dodged that bullet, that was way too close, way too dangerous, and running might not even save me. Right then, he and Gear stood face to face, and immediately Gear signaled with his hand. Lam Tulak was shocked as he felt the gravity in his body getting even stronger. Seeing him kneel before him, Gear sneered, thinking how badass he must be. Man, this life sucks compared to the last one. A flash of light flickered from the barrel of Gear's gun as he muttered about finishing the purge. Suddenly, a zombie appeared from the ceiling. Lam Tulak seized the moment to move behind Gear. Big Nusi teamed up with him to punch Gear flying. Gear angrily turned around and asked, "Aren't these two NPCs? Why are they helping you?" Lam Tulak watched him collapse to the ground, thinking to himself, this guy is definitely a damn cheat. He kicked Gear's head with pure disdain. Crossing his arms arrogantly, Lam Tulak said, "With just these lame skills, you won't be able to take me down." Gear was confused. Crazy light attacks don't work on NPCs without cheats. I miscalculated. But how did you escape? Without hesitation, Lam Tulak drew his sword to threaten him. You gotta live first before talking big, he said. But Gear boldly challenged back. You think you can kill me? Lam Tulak didn't waste words and plunged the sword straight down. Gear instantly fell silent and began to vanish. Lam Tulak picked up a shard of light from the ground, wondering if Gear's consciousness could somehow be inherited before death. Meanwhile, at a meeting, the host spoke up. I've decided I must use the ultimate killing weapon to carry out this purge plan. Someone asked, do we really have to overload the system this much? In the room, besides them, there was an important specimen. He pushed up his glasses and said, from now on, I don't have unlimited time, so let's get this base cleared of mission thieves. At that moment, the specimen's eyes in the glass cage slowly opened. He complained bitterly, this golden hand version is such a pain. At that time, Lam Tulak was slowly stepping out of the palace. As he stepped down the stairs, he saw a lightning bolt crackling in the sky. He clasped his hands behind his back, thinking, damn, are they already coming to kill me this fast? Suddenly, a lightning strike hit right in front of him. Just by the power of the lightning, he guessed this wasn't some ordinary person. Two guards quickly appeared on the scene. Then Qinghan suddenly appeared, disguised as a clown, stepping out with a cocky grin. You weren't this careful when you tried to kill me earlier, huh? Then he controlled the lightning. The two guys who got hit bowed their heads, making him very pleased. The power of this body is so damn strong it makes others furious. Lam Tulak worriedly realized things were seriously messed up. He also felt his legs heavy like they were weighed down with lead. He wondered if this anti-cheat trick was basically just another hack. Qinghan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then got curious. But what can you do to me? Lam Tulak felt pissed but couldn't argue back. The energy you're burning must be insane. The clown laughed loudly. But I still have enough strength to kill you. Where do you think you are? Lam Tulak smirked. So what if it's a global livestream? As soon as he said that, countless screens popped up around him. Then, the images of the two of them were broadcast. Live on giant screens of skyscrapers, visible in multiple cities, even across countries in the region. Qinghan wiped sweat anxiously. How did you do that? Seeing the worry on his face, Lam Tulak grinned wickedly. Even NPCs here pause time when watching world control scenes, let alone watching you use this power. Qinghan stared blankly at the two on the ground. So who are they? Lam Tulak said casually. I can fully control both our consciousnesses, that's all. Hearing that, the clown got super annoyed. Meanwhile, on a spaceship in space, things were happening. Its system kept alerting, energy insufficient, please adjust. It kept sending signals. It specifically warned him, we cannot maintain time freeze and support your energy simultaneously. He worried, can I just kill him directly? But the alert said no, or the ship would lose power and crash. Lam Tulak felt his legs loosen up, took the chance, and teleported right in front of the clown to challenge him. Aren't you my match now? But the clown quickly ran away, complaining, you can dodge on the 1st, can you dodge on the 15th? Lam Tulak replied, at least you can't now. His voice echoed back, there will be times with no livestream anyway. Zhang Yuantrong asked, what just happened? Lam Tulak quickly answered, just some clown. From now on, stop filming. The clown stood on the rooftop looking at him, surprised. You want to be someone's internet hero? Lam Tulak shook his head and then suddenly stopped, thought for a moment, and turned around, blowing a kiss. I want to give everyone a little bonus. In the underground room, Lam Tulak was deep in thought, wondering if now he'd be lost forever. Then he signaled to stop the livestream. Lam Tulak sat down and focused his energy. He thought, if I can evolve into a mythic-level weapon, maybe I still have a shot at survival. The thunderous noise outside the door annoyed him. Why won't these ghosts just disappear? That clown kicked the door open again. I really want to see how long you can hide. Of course, his image was still being live-streamed in sharp detail. He suggested, "How about we talk terms?" Then he scoffed and turned away. "Talk terms? Waiting for other ships to arrive at Lamb's Star? Do you really think you still have a chance to pull those weak moves on me?" Then he left, leaving Liu Zilu wondering about the other ships. Liu Zilu headed back to his bedroom. On the livestream screen, he was sleeping, while everyone kept buzzing with comments. He shifted slightly, turning his back to the camera. Liu Zilu thought to himself, in this 24-hour livestream situation, I can't do anything. After they leave, they always leave a data chip behind. Will I get one too? He quickly sat up, thinking maybe that's the reason. Then he grabbed his phone and immediately called Zhang Yuanzhang. As soon as the guy picked up, he asked straight away, "Do you guys have a bunker thousands of meters underground?" Zhang was curious about what he wanted. Right after, their group moved out. Big Dummy followed behind, handling the live stream camera, everyone excitedly commenting, "Awesome, even more intense than a game." Liu Zilu leaned in to whisper to Zhang Yuanzhong. Zhang looked a bit confused. Is that really possible? The elevator door finally opened, and someone outside guided him forward. Zhang Yuanzhong lay down on the experimental bed as Liu Zilu poked his head into the frame and said, "Has anyone ever seen this live stream trick before? Hit that follow button now." The staff asked, "You really don't need anesthesia?" Liu Zilu paused and replied, "Anesthesia? What anesthesia? What trick?" Big Dummy put on an apron and got ready, picking the smallest, sharpest scalpel. Once Liu Zilu gave the signal, he started. After a while, the live stream ended. Zhang Yuanzhong sat up and asked, "Are you really sure about this?" Liu Zilu didn't answer and quickly lay back down, hoping to buy more time for their arrival. Big Dummy kept going, the lab filled with the faint sounds of the scalpel. Meanwhile, on the spaceship drifting in space, the clown shivered watching the live stream end. He frowned. "Don't think I can't find you." In the deserted ship area, Chu Yun was startled as the clown pushed the door open. He coldly said, "If you can't locate him, just kill everyone." Someone on the other end told the clown to kill directly to save energy. He turned and asked, "What else is there to say?" Then he left the room, lightly touching his mask. The clown decided to start the purge right here. He punched the iron door hard, leaving a big dent, then smashed through the wall, making a huge hole, and stepped inside. Once inside, he dashed forward. With just one glance, he took out a squad of soldiers. He didn't expect Liu Zilu to just sit tight. Meanwhile, Liu Zilu was sitting, deep in thought. Big Dummy handed him a small chip, and he realized it was what was tracking him. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. He jumped up, relying on Ghost Boy to buy more time. Ghost Boy immediately took Liu Zilu's place. Next to him, Big Dummy held the sharp scalpel, while Liu Zilu ran off, shouting a warning to General Zhang's group to run fast because danger was coming. Someone reported to the clown that the signal appeared at the bottom floor. Thinking Liu Zilu's surgery failed, the clown cursed him a useless piece of trash. Then, without hesitation, the clown smashed the floor. The floor cracked open, creating a huge hole through the levels. The clown dove straight down. Seeing Ghost Boy and Big Dummy running, he thought this was way too easy. The clown prepared to unleash his power. Zhang Yuan pressed the gun to his head, and everyone around committed suicide too. Ghost Boy and Big Dummy faced the clown, but a bullet from the clown's headshot hit Big Dummy's forehead, and he collapsed. The clown was confused by the switch and couldn't find the signal chip. Liu Zilu walked alone, unable to drop anything and with no way to counterattack. Standing before the door, he suddenly touched his neck, leaving the clown shocked by what he left behind. Liu Zilu linked minds with Ghost Boy, who then slashed hard at the clown's neck, surprising him because it was just an NPC. The contact reported that Liu Zilu had gotten inside. The clown single-handedly took down Ghost Boy, who shouted in shock, "What the hell?" Liu Zilu grabbed a long sword and shouted angrily, "Kill them all!" The clown panicked and immediately ordered a retreat, absolutely not letting Liu Zilu get inside. Outside, the spaceship started up to fly away. Liu Zilu confidently chased after them, determined not to let them escape. He landed on the spaceship, stabbed the sword into its top. The ship slowly took off, kicking up a cloud of dust. He had only one thought, "You're all dead meat." Using the sword, he cut a huge hole and quickly jumped inside. Liu Zilu started moving, determined to make them taste what it's like to turn into zombies. He smashed open a box. Inside were vials of various scents but extremely terrifying, thinking, "This will be your downfall." The contacts panicked because the ship was damaged and wanted to escape quickly, but the clown opposed it. He had no choice but to shoot himself in the head, determined to make Liu Zilu pay. Blood splattered as the clown collapsed. His remaining body was in a glass cage. Slowly, he opened his eyes while Liu Zilu was still planning to settle the score. The one who contacted the clown earlier kept urging to leave, but the clown wouldn't let anyone escape. That guy ignored the clown and left while talking, and the clown cursed them as useless. The spaceship system blared a warning, illegal intrusion detected. The screen showed the clown mocking Liu Zilu for overestimating himself and trying to defy fate. But he wasn't scared at all, provoking him to a life-or-death showdown. The clown wanted him to go to the door of the king's armor room, but Liu Zilu suspected he planned to use the spaceship's power to kill him. The clown gave him a chance because he was the deadliest golden hand user he'd ever met. Acting generous, he said he'd let Liu Zilu live if he won the fight. He didn't care. He just wanted the clown to go first. Seeing the clown step in, Liu Zilu didn't want a direct fight. He used controls, determined to kill the clown without any martial virtue. On the spaceship, Liu Zilu sat at the control panel. He sensed nothing, didn't expect it to end so fast. The door opened, the clown stepped out, covered in blood, saying he couldn't burn him. Liu Zilu wanted to destroy the system with the computer, but the clown said breaking into someone else's place showed no class. Angry, he charged and punched through the wall. The spaceship exploded instantly. They traded insults, one cornered, the other asking what it felt like to fight an android. The clown took it as Liu Zilu's excuse, so Liu Zilu charged to take control. But the clown got pissed, couldn't stand even a little schooling, and wouldn't let him be rude. Liu Zilu got knocked away, though furious and wanting to kill the clown. He was bleeding badly and couldn't do much. The clown sneered. Just you alone? He flicked his finger lightly, lifting Liu Zilu off the ground and throwing him far into a skyscraper, making him cough up blood. The clown moved like lightning to the building, grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up, and threw him again. Liu Zilu crashed through several buildings, landing unable to get up. The clown squeezed his chin, mocking, "All that big talk, and this is all the strength you've got." The spaceship was falling. Liu Zilu struggled to open his eyes and suddenly spat in the clown's face, driving him mad. Furious, he yelled, "I'm done playing. You can just die now." The clown stomped hard on Liu Zilu's leg, causing pain, calling him useless. His agonized scream echoed. The world suddenly went silent. Liu Zilu was getting punched and kicked. The clown cursed the trash in the control room, people whose accounts he had banned. Now Liu Zilu's killing intent flared, and the clown realized he should have killed him sooner. Liu Zilu entered serious fight mode, vowing to repay 100-fold. He shouted, "You lost your spaceship power." Then he sneered, calling it just an ant bite. Chu Wendi provoked him, "You really think you can kill me here?" Liu Zilu snapped, "Die for me." He struck so hard a massive explosion happened, severely damaging the building. Chu Wendi lay motionless on the ground. He weakly said, "I'll be back." Liu Zilu finished him off. "Next life, go." Chu Wendi coughed blood. Suddenly, strange smoke escaped his mouth, making Liu Zilu uneasy. He turned and walked away. That brat was shifting consciousness again. Elsewhere, a test tube shattered, and a human body stepped out. He hurried over, determined to destroy that consciousness at its root. Liu Zilu held a sword and entered the central control room. At the same time, an alert sounded, warning of an imminent crash. All members were ordered to move to spaceship number 4865. Liu Zilu hammered the keyboard, cursing silently. "You want to go down with me? Damn it, dragging the entire Blue Star down with you." Liu Zilu wiped sweat from his brow. "I'm determined to end you completely, once and for all." Just as Liu Zilu opened the door, he ran into Chu Wendi. He looked at him for a moment and praised, "You react pretty fast." Chu Wendi snatched a chip from the guy lying on the ground and planted it into himself. "Even so," Chu Wendi smiled, "I will definitely destroy you." His eyes suddenly glowed, shining straight at Liu Zilu's arm. Liu Zilu sensed something was off, aiming for his right arm. He popped glowing orbs into his mouth. "You think you can beat me before the spaceship blows?" Chu Wendi pressed his advantage, powered by the overloaded spaceship energy, making it way too easy to crush him. He punched Liu Zilu's face, recklessly. Going up against me was a death sentence from the start. Chu Wendi pushed Liu Zilu's head to the ground. He stood up, planning to escape to another ship and come back later. Suddenly, a flood of warnings appeared before him. "Please evacuate immediately. Self-destruction process activated." Chu Wendi was shocked. Shit, did he also transfer consciousness? He looked at Liu Zilu's face, which had vanished without him noticing. The fake body suddenly swelled. Chu Wendi helplessly said, "No, don't." He was thrown far away. The system announced, energy rerouted to self-destruction, teleport function temporarily disabled. He screamed, "I won't die." Then gritted his teeth, eyes glowing fiercely ahead. Chu Yunji said, "Luckily, I kept a body. I just laugh at you for having no brain." The battery slowly transferred consciousness into that body container. He continued, "The rescue ship hasn't arrived yet, so I still have some room to maneuver." Suddenly, Chu Yunji gasped when the system warned that controlling a body with autonomous consciousness was against spaceship rules. Liu Zilu opened his eyes, broke the container, and stepped out. He stretched his neck and sighed. This body's still the most familiar. Don't know where you are, but thanks for leaving it behind. Immediately, Zhou Yun dropped to his knees, begging, give me back this body. In another consciousness chamber, I'll resurrect you. He doesn't care, just turns away. If it weren't for adjusting it to look like me, you wouldn't even have a chance to see me. Hearing that, the guy said, you think you can escape? The teleportation portal is closed. Lindsay Luo winked and replied, I knew the spaceship had escape pods since I was in the Star Realm. Like a trapped fish in a broken net, Zhou Yun lunged forward, wanting to go down with the ship, but the warship exploded. The nearby villagers started gossiping, sure that the enemy troops had gone crazy. Exactly that, and they were still doing experiments inside. What delusions. At that moment, a spherical escape pod fell onto a nearby empty field. Lindsay Luo opened the pod door, looked up at the blue sky with white clouds, and happily thought to himself, Lambstar, I'm back. Looking at himself in the mirror, holding a knife, he analyzed. Thanks to dismantling the spaceship, he knew this body like the back of his hand. With a swift slash, Lindsay Luo cut his own face, hoping the system wouldn't notice anymore. 3 years later, two strangers stood in front of a mansion, repeatedly demanding, why won't you let us in? I just want to see if the rumors are true. The butler at the door warned, anyone who goes inside never comes back. Young man. Before the butler could finish, one of them slit his throat. Just an NPC, why talk so much? Then they boldly stepped inside and saw Lindsay Luo watering plants. They sneered, so this is the hidden character? So ordinary. Then they rushed forward to strike, let me see what's up. Instantly, he blocked the attack with his sword. Lindsay Luo marveled at his golden hands, while his other hand firmly held 2 firecrackers which he threw at the attacker. The guy wondered, what's this? He smirked, wait and see. Meanwhile, the warship above